Traversing through a fantastical realm, Tang Xuan awakened the Infinite Enlightenment System, embarking on an invincible path. Techniques that others could not master were effortlessly learned with a moment of insight. Cultivation methods that eluded others reached perfection with but a flash of understanding. The thrill of having an advantage was fleetingly delightful, yet it promised continuous joy. There was nothing that a single moment of enlightenment could not resolve if there were then 1,000 moments of enlightenment would suffice. Chapter 1. Infinite Enlightenment System. Initiate. Tang Xuan. Outside the Demon Yuan Sect. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your traversal is complete, and the golden finger is binding. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Infinite Enlightenment System. The notification rang out. Tang Xuan wore a dazed expression. Had he truly just traversed? And bound to some Infinite Enlightenment System. No less than a minute prior, he had been intimately engaged in the symphony of life with a lady. A minute later, he found himself in this unknown, bizarre place. Oh well, since returning was not an option, Tang Xuan calmed himself. Soon enough, he assimilated the memories of the fortunate soul whose life he now inhabited. The original body was an ordinary disciple of the outer sect of the Demon Yuan Sect. No parents, no siblings, no wife or child. A quintessential 3-0 starting point. Although there were no lingering issues from his past life, the situation remained dire if he failed to meet the standards in the assessment set for 2.5 days hence. He would face a most tragic fate, either becoming the lowest of the low, a wretched slave, or being seized to serve as a mere tool for trial potions. What if he encountered someone with a penchant for? Tang Xuan shuddered violently. He had no desire to be subjected to such encounters. I recall that the standard for passing the assessment is to reach the 3rd layer of the Demon Yuan technique. The Demon Yuan technique, the foundational body-tempering method of the Demon Yuan sect. It consists of 9 layers, each elevation doubling the physical prowess. At its pinnacle, it can enhance one's physical quality by 1,000-fold. After all, a formidable physique not only accommodates the essence of heaven and earth, but also greatly prolongs one's endurance in matters beneath the sheets. This technique is characterized by its ability to forcibly absorb and plunder the spiritual essence of the universe to nourish the body. However, due to its aggressive nature, those with frail constitutions could hardly withstand the impact. Mild cases resulted in severed meridians, rendering them crippled, while severe cases could lead to instant demise. Tang Xuan awkwardly scratched his nose. If memory served him right, he was the unfortunate soul who had perished at the very first impact. According to the recollections, to achieve the 1st layer of the Demon Yuan technique, one must endure 100 impacts without dying to break through. The 2nd layer required a full 500. The 3rd layer demanded 1,000. Damn it, the Demon Sect's techniques are ruthless, treating life as mere trifles. Tang Xuan cursed vehemently. This truly was a life-risking endeavor. So brutal. Wait, did I not awaken some Infinite Enlightenment System? Tang Xuan's eyes brightened with realization. What was there to fear in the face of adversity? He had a cheat. He attempted to call upon the system, and indeed, an interface materialized before him. Hostbound, Tang Xuan. Level, ordinary person. Cultivation technique. Demon Yuan technique, enlightenment available. Enlightenment. Tang Xuan urgently recited silently in his heart. With a thunderous boom, it felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him in a daze. The incantation of the Demon Yuan technique resonated in his mind, while the elemental energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his body. Yet this time, he did not experience an explosive outburst. The elemental energy obediently coursed through his meridians, gradually assimilating into his flesh and blood. Beep! Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment 100 times. Successfully mastered the 1st level of the Demon Yuan technique. The electronic voice echoed. What? I've mastered it already? Tang Xuan gazed at his hands in disbelief. It seemed that the entire process of enlightenment from beginning to end took no more than 3 to 5 breaths. If memory served him correctly, the fastest individual to grasp the basics of the Demon Yuan technique had taken 3 full days. That person was none other than the current Grand Elder of the Demon Yuan sect. He had achieved in mere moments what the Grand Elder required 7 to 8 days to accomplish. This system was incredibly powerful. Continue. Seizing the momentum, Tang Xuan embarked on his 2nd round of enlightenment. Having learned from the first experience, the 2nd round was far less painful, even imbued with a sense of harmonious exhilaration. After 30 breaths, beep! Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment 500 times. Successfully mastered the second level of the Demon Yuan technique. Once more, after 100 breaths, beep. Congratulations to the host for achieving enlightenment 1,000 times. Successfully mastered the third level of the Demon Yuan technique. Again, beep. Detection indicates that the host's physical stamina is low and concentration cannot be maintained. Enlightenment paused. The cold electronic voice rang out, causing Tang Xuan to momentarily freeze, followed by a strong sense of hunger emanating from his abdomen. Suddenly, he realized that the enlightenment system was indeed tied to his current condition. One could not achieve enlightenment while hungry. It appears I must first satiate my hunger before continuing my cultivation. Tang Xuan mused, patting his belly. In a remarkably short span of time, he had advanced his Demon Yuan technique to the third level, qualifying him for entry into the Demon Yuan sect, alleviating his fears of becoming a medicinal slave or a rabbit servant. With newfound confidence, his stride became much steadier. Although the Demon Yuan sect was ruthless, it still provided a solid foundation for living. The outer sect had a designated dining area, and the food was quite delectable. However, the number of diners was sparse. Aside from Tang Xuan, each face bore a heavy countenance filled with anxiety, rendering their meals tasteless. After all, everyone was preoccupied with worries about the upcoming assessments. Who had the spirit to enjoy their food? Only Tang Xuan feasted heartily. The tender, stewed beast meat melted in his mouth, rich in flavor. The soft, braised spirit rice was sweet and satisfying. Nearby, several outer sect disciples were lamenting their plight. Alas, this Demon Yuan technique is far too difficult to cultivate. I've only endured over 800 attempts and barely reached the pinnacle of the first level. Who knows how long it will take to reach the second level? What am I to do? Another replied, that's still quite impressive. I've only managed a little over 600 attempts, landing in the mid-stage of the first level. I must be hopeless. I refuse to become a medicinal slave. I could tolerate being a rabbit servant, as long as I can stay. Though the demon sect was terrifying, the outside world was even more merciless. At that moment, one individual spoke up. I have heard that among our group, there's someone named Jin Ao who has successfully reached the third level and is now preparing to challenge the fourth. The others immediately gasped in astonishment. What? Challenging the fourth level? That requires enduring 2,000 impacts. Is this the prowess of a genius? But isn't reaching the third level sufficient? Why would he aim for the fourth? You may not realize this. The third level merely qualifies one as an ordinary inner disciple, while achieving the fourth level or above could lead to becoming a direct disciple. Tang Xuan felt a flicker of interest within that a direct disciple receives personal guidance from elders and can enjoy an abundance of resources, creating an immediate advantage over others. If he wishes to progress further, he must become a direct disciple. This means he must elevate his demonic essence technique to the fourth level or even beyond. Fully satiated. Time to continue my enlightenment. Tang Xuan swiftly returned to his quarters and began his meditative practice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved 2,000 instances of enlightenment. Successfully cultivated the demonic essence technique to the fourth level. In just half a day, he broke through to the fourth level. No, the strength of elders varies if I am to seek guidance. I must choose the strongest. A glint of determination flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. Continue. Push harder, do not stop. Do not cease. Chapter 2. The Assessment. The Gifted Anomaly. For the next 2 days, Tang Xuan oscillated between his residence and the dining area. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained 3,000 instances of enlightenment. Successfully cultivated the demonic essence technique to the fifth level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved 4,000 instances of enlightenment. Successfully cultivated the demonic essence technique to the sixth level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have reached 6,000 instances of enlightenment. Successfully cultivated the demonic essence technique to the seventh level. Tang Xuan immersed himself in his enlightenment with fervor akin to a demon. Finally, just before the assessment arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved 9,000 instances of enlightenment. Successfully cultivated the demonic essence technique to the ninth level. Ding! The technique has reached perfection. Further enlightenment is unattainable. Tang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a faint luminescence shimmering in his pupils. His body shifted slightly. Crackling sounds echoed within him, reminiscent of beans frying. His physical form had been enhanced 1,000-fold, each inch brimming with explosive power, especially his lower self, which stood resolute, ready to embrace any challenge. Ding, ding, ding. A series of urgent bells rang out. The outer disciples, who had been fervently striving, were abruptly roused. Some wore smiles, filled with confidence, while others displayed despondence, drained of energy. Yet, what was destined to occur would inevitably come. They could only open the door and proceed toward the outer plaza. Tang Xuan, with a light and buoyant step, soon arrived at the plaza. Here, a considerable number of outer disciples had already gathered. Among them, a notably striking young man clad in a gold-embroidered robe caught attention. His name was Jin Ao, rumored to hail from a prestigious family with exceptional talent, and he had been preemptively accepted as a direct disciple by an inner elder. For a genius like him, the third level of the demonic essence technique posed no challenge at all. The assessment was merely a formality. What he truly valued was the reward for achieving first place in the outer sect assessment, a choice of martial skill. With a robust physique, one must possess corresponding martial techniques to unleash their potential for damage. Ordinary inner disciples could only acquire a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill, while direct disciples were entitled to a low-grade, mysterious-level martial skill. In this world, martial skills were categorized into divine, sacred, imperial, celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow levels. The power of a mysterious-level martial skill surpassed that of a yellow-level skill by at least tenfold. Thus, it was no surprise that many sought to become direct disciples. However, Jin Ao looked down upon mysterious-level martial skills, that he believed that with his innate talent, he could cultivate even more formidable techniques, creating a significant disparity between himself and others. As he surveyed the surroundings, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. In the outer sect, he was indeed a standout presence. That moment. Footsteps echoed as several elders approached. Today marks the day of the Demon Yuan Sect's assessment. Those who have successfully cultivated the Demon Yuan technique to the third level or above shall remain. The rest should swiftly step aside and await further instructions. Do not waste time, one elder proclaimed, clapping his hands. All right, the assessment begins. The evaluation was straightforward. One merely needed to exert their utmost strength against the demon steel. A third-level practitioner could leave a 1-inch mark upon it, while fourth level would yield a 2-inch mark, and so forth. Tang Xuan focused intently, observing the demon steel, which was densely covered with a myriad of marks, some deeper than others. The deepest mark reached 7 inches, signifying that someone had cultivated the Demon Yuan technique to the 7th level. This was indeed astonishing, indicating that certain individuals were exceptionally favored by destiny, incomparable to others. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan felt no concern for no matter how exceptional one's talent. It all paled in comparison to the system. Zhou Tong, no mark. Eliminated. Ma Dong, 1-inch mark. Qualified. Su Song, no mark. Eliminated. Those who qualified stood tall and proud, while the eliminated bore ashen faces, utterly disheartened. The pace of the assessment was swift, as the majority were deemed unqualified. The challenge of the Demon Yuan technique proved to be greater than anticipated. Were it not for the system, Tang Xuan would have been among the eliminated. Among the qualified disciples, a significant number barely met the requirements. Only one, named Xiao Chun, astonishingly cultivated the Demon Yuan technique to the 4th level, leaving a 2-inch mark. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. From his name to his appearance, he embodied the archetypal prodigy, with extraordinary talent that would shine brightly anywhere. Oomph. Jin Ao snorted disdainfully and stepped forward. His movement instantly captured everyone's attention. Look, it's Jin Ao. He's finally making his move. I've heard he has successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Demon Yuan technique, and his strength should surpass that of Xiao Chun. Is this what a prodigy looks like? Completely unfazed by the assessment. Unlike Usai, under the gaze of many, Jin Ao approached the demon steel. With a fierce shout, he concentrated his power at the surface of his fist and unleashed a powerful strike. Bang! The tremendous force crashed against the demon steel. Crack! A faint sound of fracturing echoed. The elder's gaze shifted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his pupils. What is this? Before him, Jin Ao slowly withdrew his fist, revealing a profound mark. 6 inches, the testing disciple exclaimed. Instantly, the surroundings erupted in a frenzy. What? A 6-inch mark? Has he truly surpassed the 6th level of the Demon Yuan technique? Heavens, what a monstrous talent! Such a gift is worthy of a place among the top 3 in the Sect's history. Aside from the 7-inch prodigy, he is undoubtedly the strongest. How ruthless! If the inner Sect elders were to learn of this, they would surely scramble for a chance. In that moment, the crowd's gazes reflected jealousy, envy, and profound reverence. Though Jin Ao endeavored to conceal it, a sense of pride was unmistakably present at the corners of his mouth. Others believed he had merely broken through to the 4th level, yet his true mastery lay at the 6th level of the Demon Yuan technique. Elder, you may announce the first place now, Jin Ao stated nonchalantly. The testing elder was momentarily taken aback. But the assessment is not yet concluded. Jin Ao scoffed dismissively. Could it be that the elder believes anyone here possesses a talent surpassing mine? The elder was rendered speechless. The 6th level of the Demon Yuan technique. Such a talent was sufficient to secure a place among the top 3 in history. Indeed, it was improbable that another prodigy would emerge during a single assessment. I declare that the first place is... Wait, a calm voice interjected. The crowd paused and turned to look. Tang Xuan strolled over with his hands clasped behind his back, unhurriedly. It is premature to announce the first place. Jin Ao narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that someone here exceeds my talent? Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed. Aha, absurd. This group of mere mediocrities couldn't even match 1% of my talent when tied together. Jin Ao laughed uproariously. Tang Xuan regarded him with pity. Beyond every person, there exists another humility is a virtue. Jin Ao's smile faltered. Then tell me, whose talent surpasses mine? Tang Xuan pointed to himself. Me. Is there anyone else? Jin Ao's eyes narrowed further. You have cultivated the Demon Yuan technique to the 7th level? Tang Xuan replied, wrong. It is not the 7th level, but rather the 9th level of perfection. Chapter 3. Enlightenment without much cultivation. The phrase 9th level of perfection rendered the entire assembly silent. Then, laughter erupted. Ah, did you hear that? He just claimed to have reached the 9th level of perfection. My heavens, does he not realize the absurdity of his words? The Grand Elder, renowned for his millennia of talent, barely managed to break through to the 7th level. Indeed, as one progresses in the Demon Yuan technique, the force required escalates, and to achieve the 9th level of perfection, one must endure at least 9,000 relentless impacts far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Jin Ao furrowed his brow, coolly uttering 4 words. A waste of time. He turned and declared, will you not announce me as the first place? The elder in charge of the assessment found the situation somewhat absurd and promptly declared, I announce. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Boom. The sound resonated like thunder, causing the hearts of all present to momentarily skip a beat, followed by an unbearable sensation as if they were being squeezed by an unseen hand. Turning their heads, they beheld Tang Xuan standing before the demonic steel, poised as if he had just unleashed a punch. Gradually retracting his fist, he calmly remarked, my apologies, I may have exerted a bit too much force. The crowd's breath caught in their throats as they focused intently on the spot where Tang Xuan had struck, revealing a gaping hole. This indicated that he had indeed shattered the steel with a single blow. The steel boasted a thickness of 9 inches. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the demonic origin technique could one hope to break through such an obstacle. In other words, Tang Xuan had genuinely achieved the 9th level of the demonic origin technique's consummation. Jin Ao's complexion turned ashen, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Impossible. It cannot be. How could you have attained the 9th level of the demonic origin technique? He pointed accusatorily at Tang Xuan, his earlier composure entirely shattered. Tang Xuan dusted off his clothing. Is it truly that difficult? Those 3 simple words sent shockwave through the crowd. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Did I just hear that correctly? A strong individual can say anything they please. I once thought Jin Ao stood apart from the rest, but in the presence of Tang Xuan, he is nothing but a speck of dust. Forget about Jin Ao, even the so-called greatest talent in a millennium, the Grand Elder, pales in comparison. In that moment, awe and envy filled the gazes of all directed at Tang Xuan. Only the weak are subject to ridicule and disdain who would dare belittle the strong. Tang Xuan, however, remained unperturbed. It was merely the demonic origin technique, achieving consummation in 2.5 days posed no challenge. My apologies, Elder, for interrupting your announcement. You may now declare who the first place winner is. The assessment elder glanced back at the steel, then at Tang Xuan, swallowing hard. I declare that the first place is Tang Xuan. No one dared to question this proclamation. Who would be foolish enough to doubt the ninth level of the demonic origin technique? Those who did so must surely be deranged. Once the news of his mastery reached the inner sect, the elders there would undoubtedly go mad with excitement. Such an extraordinary talent could soar to great heights with just a modicum of encouragement, and those who took him on as a disciple would reap the rewards as well. The assessment elder retrieved a token from his robes. This is the token for the hidden skill pavilion. With it, you may claim any low-grade, Shien-level martial art. Tang Xuan accepted it and tucked it away in his robe. Thank you, elder. May I go there now? The footsteps of a genius shall not be halted. Of course, you may. The assessment elder nodded vigorously. Without delay, Tang Xuan made his way towards the hidden skill pavilion. Behind him, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. He's in such a hurry, my goodness. He is truly diligent. One need not fear great talent, rather. It is the combination of talent and hard work that is most formidable. Do you see? This is the true demeanor of an exceptional individual. Indeed, unlike certain others who are lost in their own arrogance and end up embarrassing themselves, Jean A.O. stood amidst the crowd, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed, overwhelmed by despair. Yet, he bore no animosity towards Tang Xuan. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather fear. In the realm of demonic sects, the law of the jungle prevailed. Should he dare to act against Tang Xuan, he would be annihilated by the inner sect elders in an instant. Those with greater talent held all the power that was the harsh reality. Before long, Tang Xuan arrived at the Tsonggong Tower. Though referred to as a tower, it resembled a treasure pagoda, housing the entirety of the martial arts manuals collected by the Yuan sect thus far. The higher one ascended, the more precious the martial techniques became. However, entry required a token. Those who harbored ill intentions and attempted to force their way in had long since become mere memories, their graves overgrown. Seated before the Tsonggong Tower was an elder, holding a tome. He was the guardian of the tower. It was said that his strength surpassed even the tower's formidable defenses. Elder, I have come to select my reward technique, Tang Xuan declared, extending his victory token. The elder of the Tsonggong Tower exclaimed in surprise. If his memory served him correctly, the outer sect assessment had not yet concluded. How could someone present a victory token? He scrutinized Tang Xuan from head to toe, and his pupils narrowed in shock. This aura. Something is amiss. Wait. The Yuan technique is at the 9th level of perfection. The elder stood abruptly, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He finally comprehended why Tang Xuan had claimed first place before the assessment had concluded. This was nothing short of monstrous. How did you cultivate? The elder could not restrain his curiosity. Tang Xuan scratched his head, replying, I haven't really cultivated much, just had a few moments of enlightenment. Enlightenment? A few times? The elder's gaze turned peculiar. He was well aware of what enlightenment entailed. During cultivation, a martial artist might, at a fleeting moment, achieve perfect resonance with the cosmos, gaining the blessings of the heavenly law. In such moments, challenges that once seemed insurmountable would effortlessly resolve. However, achieving such harmony with the universe was beyond human endeavor. It required immense fortune and extraordinary opportunity. The elder himself had never experienced enlightenment in all his years of practice, in the entire Yuan sect. Only one elder had ever attained such a state, catapulting his strength to become one of the top 3 within the sect. What left the elder speechless was that while others struggled to attain even a single moment of enlightenment, Tang Xuan had experienced several. He must be favored by the heavenly law itself. The elder understood that some individuals were naturally attuned to the heavenly law, making enlightenment easier for them. Yet such moments were fleeting. Soon after, their spiritual energy would be depleted, reducing them to mere mortals. This young man requires further observation of his subsequent results to avoid an empty celebration. The elder's eyes flickered, and he continued, You have claimed first place in the outer sect assessment. Your reward is a low-grade, Shien-level technique. You may seek it on the 3rd or 4th floor. Yes, disciple understands. Tang Xuan was about to take a step when the elder added, By the way, do not study the technique on the last shelf of the 4th floor. Curious, Tang Xuan inquired, Why? Is there something wrong with that technique? Is it forbidden to cultivate? The elder King Gong hesitated for a moment and shook his head, saying, That is not the case in any event. Simply refrain from learning it, for you will undoubtedly come to regret it. Chapter 4. The techniques that may be returned. The disciple took note. After saying this, Tang Xuan entered the Pavilion of Hidden Techniques. The 1st floor housed martial arts of the yellow rank, both inferior and medium quality. The second floor contained superior and top-tier yellow-rank techniques, which were sufficient for ordinary inner disciples to cultivate. Tang Xuan proceeded directly to the third floor, where the martial arts of the lower and middle grades of the mysterious rank were stored. The Six-Yang Demon Technique, a lower-grade mysterious skill, upon mastery, could gather the power of 6 suns within the body, resulting in astonishing explosive force. The Fierce Man's Technique for conquering women, a middle-grade mysterious skill, upon completion, would ensure an unending flow of yang energy, making any woman irresistible. The Xuanzi Divine Art, a lower-grade mysterious technique from ancient times, possessed formidable power and could be wielded with weapons. Countless techniques opened his eyes to the true essence of martial arts. However, when it came to selecting a martial skill, he found himself in a quandary. For warriors, a higher-ranked skill does not necessarily equate to superiority. The higher the rank of the technique, the greater the difficulty. A novice could not cultivate it, and attempting to do so would only result in self-harm, rendering the effort futile. In the initial stages, one must learn a technique that aligns with their abilities to swiftly enhance their combat prowess. Yet, he had no such worries. Fear was inconsequential. He possessed the ability for infinite enlightenment. There was nothing that could not be resolved with a single moment of insight. If there was, he would simply seek enlightenment a second time. Tang Xuan perused the martial skills on the third floor, yet still found nothing suitable. Either the power was insufficient, or the rank was too high for him to exchange. Suddenly, he recalled the elder's specific warning about the last shelf on the 4th floor. Why was he cautioned against learning from it? With a sudden spark of intuition, he decisively ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. The 4th floor contained superior and top-tier mysterious rank martial arts, regardless of which one it was. He could not exchange for any. He approached the last shelf and, indeed, discovered a black wooden box covered in dust, indicating it had not been opened for quite some time. Tang Xuan brushed away the dust and opened it, revealing a single yellowed sheet of paper. Why is there only one page? He furrowed his brow and picked up the paper. The top bore 4 large characters, Shura Battle Technique. The moment his gaze fell upon it, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, causing him to instinctively retreat several steps. It felt as if the paper contained a ferocious beast, poised to devour everything in its path. Regaining his composure, he read through the incantation of the Shura Battle Technique. And with each passing moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. This battle technique was, in strict terms, a body-refining art that formed a Shura vortex within the body, capable of devouring any force and transforming it for one's own use. Upon finishing, Tang Xuan felt a singular overwhelming sensation, invincibility. If he could successfully cultivate it, even confronting a grade-level technique would pose no challenge. Tang Xuan was exceedingly pleased, but this technique was located on the 4th floor, either superior or top-tier mysterious rank. He feared he might be unable to exchange for it. As he turned, he noticed the inscription on the wooden box, lower-grade mysterious rank. Tang Xuan was taken aback. From any perspective, this technique cannot possibly be classified as a low-grade mysterious art. It is quite perplexing. Nevertheless, since it meets the qualifications, he naturally hesitated not. He promptly took the Shura Battle Technique and exited the repository of arts. Elder, I wish to exchange for this technique. Very well, let me take a look. The repository elder initially wore a smile. However, upon glimpsing the Shura Battle Technique, his smile vanished, and his expression became exceedingly grim. Did I not advise against selecting this particular technique? Tang Xuan scratched his head. Why? I find this technique quite impressive. Its power is substantial. Is there some issue with this technique? The repository elder shook his head. The technique is sound and can indeed be cultivated, including you. A total of 153 disciples have exchanged for it. Out of those, 152 returned the very next day to request a swap. Observing Tang Xuan's astonished expression, the repository elder continued, this technique was left here by a madman to deceive people. I strongly advise you to choose another. He then spoke earnestly, for others, I would never obstruct their choice. But you are the first genius in the history of the Magic Yuan sect to cultivate the Magic Yuan technique to the 9th level of consummation while still in the outer sect. I do not wish to watch such a talent squander time on this technique. With the conversation having reached this point, it was expected that Tang Xuan would comprehend the advice to forego it. Yet, he decisively shook his head. No, I still wish to exchange for this one. The repository elder furrowed his brow. He flipped his hand, revealing a tome in his palm. This blood slaughter blade technique is a top-tier mysterious art. If you do not select the Shura Battle Technique, I will gift you this blade manual. How does that sound? The repository elder smiled. Do you not prefer powerful martial skills? This blade technique, in terms of pure attack, is not inferior to an Earth-level mid-grade blade technique. Are you satisfied now? A flicker of interest appeared in Tang Xuan's eyes. He too was fond of this blade technique. However, the potential of the Shura battle technique was far greater, primarily due to its voracious capabilities, which far outstripped the worth of a mere top-tier mysterious blade technique. With this thought, Tang Xuan resolutely shook his head. No. I still choose the Shura battle technique. The repository elder's nostrils flared with exasperation. This lad was utterly impervious to reason. Very well, do as you wish, after all. I suspect you will return tomorrow seeking a refund. Tang Xuan smiled. I doubt I will regret my choice. The repository elder huffed, and then tossed the blood slaughter blade technique over. Take this blade technique as well, lest you find yourself too embarrassed to face me tomorrow. When the time comes, simply place the Shura battle technique on the 4th floor. I shall pretend I did not see it. Tang Xuan was pleasantly surprised to receive a top-tier mysterious blood slaughter blade technique for free and was instantly overjoyed. Thank you, elder. He promptly tucked both tomes into his embrace and departed in high spirits. After the assessment, there would be a sect grand ceremony in 3 days, where the 9 elders of the magic Yuan sect would arrive to select their personal disciples. Thus, Tang Xuan had 3 days to cultivate. Watching his departing figure, the repository elder sighed, a look of pity crossing his face. Such a stubborn individual, choosing that madman's technique. Only a madman would practice such a method. Youthful and impetuous, the young man will learn through hardship. Upon his return tomorrow, he shall grasp the essence of moderation and youthful fervor. The elder, with a knowing smile, resumed his reading. Tang Xuan hurriedly made his way back to his quarters, eager to embark upon his cultivation journey. The first technique he sought to master was undoubtedly the Shura battle art. His curiosity piqued by this forbidden art, known to be unattainable by anyone within the demon source sect. He pondered its mysteries. Demons enter the body, forging a fierce physique. All methods fall prey to Shura's insatiable hunger. Chapter 5. Mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique. The chilling incantations flowed through his memory, each word evoking a spine-tingling sensation. In a fleeting moment, Tang Xuan envisioned a terrifying figure. Any creature daring to approach this shadow would be mercilessly consumed. After reciting the incantation several times, he had committed it to memory. He began to concentrate and form the Shura vortex within his body. However, the moment he attempted to coalesce the energy, a profound tearing sensation surged within him. His organs ached intensely, as if they were about to be displaced. Alarmed, Tang Xuan ceased his practice immediately. It became evident that while attempting to gather the Shura vortex, his internal organs were equally ensnared in the process. If he could not stabilize his organs, the vortex would not form, and his inner workings might very well disintegrate into a sanguine pulp. It was no wonder that no one had succeeded in mastering this technique. With his eyes wide open, Tang Xuan reflected on his own resilience. He had withstood the impact of the demon source art 9,000 times, reaching the brink of human limits. If he struggled, others would surely falter. It appeared that enlightenment was the only path forward. He activated the system, and in an instant, it felt as though his soul had transcended his body. The characters of the Shura battle art swirled around him, gradually merging into his being. This time, his internal organs remained unharmed. The symbols coalesced and transformed into a black vortex within him. At that moment of convergence, the spiritual energy from the surrounding realm surged into his body, devoured by the vortex. Tang Xuan felt his strength escalating dramatically. With a resounding crack, it was as if he had breached a barrier, causing his body to quiver slightly. Ah, this is the spirit origin realm, Tang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. The function of the demon source art was to refine the body, thus this stage was also recognized as the body refinement realm. Upon passing the assessment, one could enter the inner discipleship and gain access to the inner teachings. These teachings would aid warriors in opening their dantian, storing spiritual energy, and achieving greater realms. This phase was referred to as the spirit origin realm, followed by the returning sea realm, profound Dan realm, concentration realm, earth realm, heaven realm, and the pseudo-star realm. Among others, the spirit origin realm was dubbed the first realm of martial arts. However, the path to breakthrough was fraught with challenges. Absorbing too much spiritual energy could overwhelm the dantian, leading to catastrophic failure, while insufficient absorption would hinder dantian formation, resulting in a waste of time. Even within the inner sect, not every disciple could successfully transcend their dantian. However, direct disciples faced fewer obstacles, as the elders would personally assist in their protection. However, Tang Xuan was neither an inner disciple nor a direct disciple, yet he had directly transcended to the spirit origin realm. No, my dantian has not condensed. Upon inspecting his body, he was astonished to discover the absence of any trace of a dantian in his lower abdomen. Wait, could it be that the cyclone of the Shura battle technique is the dantian? A possibility dawned upon Tang Xuan. Yet, without guidance, he found himself at a loss. Damn, Could I truly have been deceived? He cursed under his breath. The dantian is the most crucial aspect for a martial artist, pivotal to future cultivation. Tang Xuan pondered briefly. It seemed he would have to wait until he became a direct disciple 3 days later to inquire further. He immediately ceased his absorption. Should anything untoward occur, he would truly be at a loss for tears. Since the path of the Shura battle technique was temporarily impassable, he could only focus on the blood slaughter blade technique. The blood slaughter blade technique draws upon blood as its source. With the blade in hand, a murderous intent fills the air. Each strike reveals a shadow of blood. Swift as lightning, targeting vital points with an unstoppable sharpness. When the blood slaughter unleashes its fury, it surges forth, sweeping across thousands of soldiers, leaving no one unscathed. After perusing the incantation, Tang Xuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This technique was indeed as the Elder of Concealed Powers had described, exuding a lethal essence. While other martial skills might reserve their deadliest moves for the final 2 or 3 strikes, every single blow of the blood slaughter blade is a killing move, refusing to relent until the enemy is utterly annihilated. If he could master the blood slaughter blade technique to its pinnacle, he could even give birth to a blade intent, tripling its might. Closing the tome, excitement sparkled in Tang Xuan's eyes. This was the formidable martial skill worth anticipating. All right, for the next few days, I shall dedicate myself entirely to comprehending the blood slaughter blade technique. If memory serves, upon becoming a direct disciple, he would also face challenges from inner disciples. Should he falter, his status as a direct disciple would be revoked. Tang Xuan recalled the unfortunate souls from previous years who lost their direct disciple status due to challenges. Fortunately, the inner disciples challenging him were mostly recent entrants and, despite their martial skills, had only reached the entry level, at most a minor achievement. As long as he could cultivate the blood slaughter blade technique to a significant level, he would be secure. Excellent. System, grant me enlightenment. After approximately an hour, Tang Xuan emerged from his epiphany, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes. He had finally entered the threshold. He touched his stomach, a flicker of surprise passing through him. He had just eaten to his fill in the morning, and yet, a single session of enlightenment had left him hungry. It seemed the increased difficulty had shortened his meditation time. Best to eat first, then continue his cultivation. Tang Xuan rushed to the dining area, indulging heartily. He stuffed food into his throat and, leaning against the wall, returned to his quarters to continue his enlightenment. A day later, he had elevated the blood slaughter blade technique to a minor achievement. Martial skills are categorized into 4 realms: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power unleashed. 2.5 days later, the room where Tang Xuan resided suddenly erupted in a blast. A crimson blade light flashed, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, only Tang Xuan remained, standing with a blade in hand. The longsword he wielded shattered into several pieces. The formidable power is astonishing. I merely unleashed a hint of blade aura, and the entire room vanished. If I were to exert my full strength, even a peak practitioner of the spirit origin realm could be vanquished. Tang Xuan discarded the hilt of his blade and proceeded towards the Hall of Hidden Skills. The secret texts must be returned. Upon seeing Tang Xuan, Elder Qinggong appeared somewhat uneasy. He had anticipated Tang Xuan's arrival the following day. Yet it was nearly the 3rd day before he made his appearance. Elder, here are the secret texts. Tang Xuan respectfully presented 2 volumes. Elder Qinggong nodded and accepted them. Upon contact with Tang Xuan's hand, he immediately felt a potent blade energy emanating from the young man's wrist. This is the blood slaughter blade energy. Have you mastered it? Elder Qinggong's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he had bestowed the blood slaughter blade technique upon Tang Xuan, his intention was for him to abandon the Shura battle scripture. Given the difficulty of the blood slaughter blade technique, even a prodigy would struggle to grasp the basics within 3 months. Yet, judging by the blade energy in Tang Xuan's wrist, it was evident he had transcended mere basics and likely achieved a significant level of mastery. Elder Qinggong was at a loss for words. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Time was limited. I could only barely reach a significant level of mastery. Please forgive me for any embarrassment caused. Elder Qinggong's lips twitched. Embarrassment? You mean to insult me? Chapter 6. A rush to accept disciples. Before him stood the smiling Tang Xuan, making Elder Qinggong feel as though he were a mere fool. However, as an elder, he could not allow himself to appear foolish in front of his disciple. He took a deep breath and forced himself to regain composure. It appears you have a natural affinity for blade techniques. Could it be that you possess a rare blade physique? Legend speaks of certain physiques that perfectly harmonize with weapons. For instance, the innate sword physique allows one to effortlessly comprehend the essence of any sword technique, achieving the pinnacle with ease. Given Tang Xuan's rapid mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique, it seemed plausible he possessed such a physique. Perhaps, Tang Xuan shrugged. Only he knew the truth, that it was merely his extraordinary luck. Yet, he chose not to clarify. If Elder King Gong believed this, it might serve him well. He then placed the volumes of the Blood Slaughter Blade technique and the Shura battle scripture at the back of the Hall of Hidden Skills and made his way to the inner courtyard square. There, all disciples who had passed the outer gate examination would congregate, and the 9 elders would arrive to select their direct disciples based on performance and characteristics. The chosen disciples would then be challenged by inner disciples to verify their true strength. When Tang Xuan arrived, the inner courtyard square was already bustling with numerous individuals, all of whom had successfully passed the examination. Jin Ao stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind him, exuding renewed confidence as though he had emerged from the shadows of past setbacks. Upon noticing Tang Xuan's arrival, the disciples who had passed the examination displayed expressions of reverence, parting to clear a path. This was the treatment afforded to the strong. No one dared obstruct him. Tang Xuan walked through effortlessly, positioning himself before Jin Ao, whose countenance darkened in an instant, fists clenched tightly. Humph. Although I am unaware of how he attained the 9th level of the demon origin skill, I, Jin Ao, shall not concede defeat to you. While Tang Xuan may excel in the cultivation of techniques, his martial prowess remains uncertain. Soon, all disciples who passed the assessment gathered. In a short while, 9 elders emerged from the inner sect. These were the 9 esteemed elders, each possessing their own territory and resources. Thus, the conditions and treatment for direct disciples are incomparable to those of ordinary inner sect disciples. However, becoming a direct disciple is a formidable challenge. In addition to exceptional talent, one must endure 10 strikes from inner sect disciples. Upon spotting one of the elders, Jin Ao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This elder, named Silver Robe, had recognized Jin Ao's talent long ago and had promised to accept him as a direct disciple upon passing the examination. Silver Robe's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Jin Ao would undoubtedly secure first place, and had even discreetly provided him with numerous elixirs to facilitate his cultivation of the demon origin skill to the 6th level. However, he did not foresee the emergence of Tang Xuan, who usurped all the glory and honor that rightfully belonged to Jin Ao. He gazed at Tang Xuan, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable emotions. This young man is indeed the prodigy who has perfected the demon origin skill to the 9th level. He exudes an impressive demeanor, reminiscent of this elder himself. One elder declared, "Therefore, I shall accept him as my direct disciple. Is that agreeable to all?" Upon hearing this, the other elders cast disdainful glances. Elder 7, have some self-respect. With that horse-like face of yours, how can you even claim to resemble him? Elder 3, how can you utter such shameless words without a hint of embarrassment? Enough, cease your bickering. I shall offer 50 spirit herbs for this young man. 50 spirit herbs? I shall present 300 spirit stones. I'll match that. All the disciples looked on, dumbfounded, as the 9 elders on stage argued with flushed faces. They appeared less like powerful cultivators and more like quarrelsome vendors at a market. Yet, amidst their astonishment, envy washed over the crowd. Regardless of which elder ultimately takes Tang Xuan as a disciple, his treatment will undoubtedly be exceptional. Enough, everyone, cease your clamor. That young man might not even choose to accept your offers. Silver Robe remarked leisurely, finally breaking his silence at this moment. Moreover, whether that young man can pass the inner sect disciple examination remains uncertain. If he fails, it would suggest that his advancement in the demon origin skill was achieved through deceitful means. Would you still wish to accept him? His words rendered all the elders silent. Elder 7 nodded in agreement. Silver Robe speaks wisely. It is indeed suspicious that this young man has cultivated the demon origin skill to its pinnacle in such a brief span. Elder 2 added, I am aware of certain elixirs that can forcibly awaken potential. Perhaps this young man has consumed one. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. The truth will be revealed once the inner sect disciples conduct their examination. At that moment, a group of disciples emerged from the inner sect, each exuding formidable energy, their eyes sharp and brimming with murderous intent. Gazing at the outer disciples, their eyes resembled that of a predator surveying its prey. The figure clad in silver turned his attention to one of the disciples, who subtly nodded, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon the arrival of the inner disciples, Jin Ao and the others immediately stiffened, yet Tang Xuan remained composed and unfazed. As long as the inner disciples had not trained for several years as direct disciples, he held little concern for them. With a grand gesture, the Grand Elder announced the commencement of the assessment. Jin Ao stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, I, Jin Ao, am willing to accept the challenge from the inner disciples. Who will enlighten me? The inner disciples exchanged glances before one stepped forth. I am Zhang Wei from the inner sect. Be cautious, junior brother. With a powerful thrust of his arms, a formidable aura erupted from him. It was the aura of the spirit origin realm. He had indeed broken through as an inner disciple. Gasps of surprise echoed around. Jin Ao, too, felt the weight of the moment and immediately unleashed his own aura. Though it was significantly weaker than Zhang Wei's. At the peak of the body refinement realm, he was not to be underestimated. An elder's face exhibited astonishment, while the other elders expressed their admiration. Jin Ao was indeed a prodigy. Few in the outer sect could reach the pinnacle of the body refinement realm. Alas, if not for Tang Xuan's unparalleled excellence in cultivating the demon element technique to the 9th perfection, this year's champion would undoubtedly have been Jin Ao. However, the gap between the pinnacle of the body refinement realm and the spirit origin realm was substantial. As the conversation unfolded, Jin Ao and Zhang Wei had already engaged in combat. Zhang Wei unleashed a premium yellow-grade martial technique known as the Star-Snatching Hand, specifically targeting the enemy's vital points. Once grasped, the force would penetrate the body, severing tendons and arteries without leaving a trace, demonstrating a ruthlessness that few inner disciples could withstand. Surprisingly, Jin Ao countered with a superior yellow-grade technique, the Great Nine Heavens Hand. This technique balanced offense and defense. Though not particularly flashy, it excelled in stability, allowing one to maintain an undefeated stance even against stronger foes. Ultimately, despite sustaining an injury to his right shoulder, he battled Zhang Wei for over 30 exchanges before succumbing. Chapter 7. Can I opt out? 30 exchanges. Jin Ao astonishingly endured for that long, truly remarkable. Indeed. Surviving 10 exchanges would qualify one as a direct disciple, and Jin Ao managed to withstand 30, even engaging in direct combat with Zhang Wei during the initial exchanges. Such talent was utterly extraordinary. Warriors ultimately speak through their prowess. No matter how adept one is at the demon element technique, it merely renders the body more resilient. Jin Ao possessed not only exceptional cultivation talent, but also formidable combat aptitude. The pressure now shifted to Tang Xuan. All eyes converged upon him, and a sinister smile crept upon the lips of the figure in silver. As the first of this cohort, you should have no trouble fending off the attacks from the inner disciples, or so it was presumed. Tang Xuan fell into silence for a moment before declaring, "Is it permissible for me to abstain from this round?" Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Did you hear that? He actually said he might not participate. It can't be. Is he afraid? But he is a genius, having achieved the 9th perfection of the demon element technique. Surely the inner disciples would not act with lethal intent. Passing this round should be a mere formality. Could it truly be, as Elder Inpao suggested, that he has resorted to deceit? It seems quite plausible. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd towards Tang Xuan became laden with suspicion. Elder Inpao was particularly elated. Did you all hear that? He claims he will not participate, which implies that this elder suspects he has employed nefarious means to elevate his demon origin technique to the 9th level. The crowd nodded in agreement. Even a prodigy like the Grand Elder managed only to reach the 7th level, so how could Tang Xuan possibly ascend to the 9th level overnight? There must be some trickery involved. Surely, this fellow has taken performance-enhancing substances. Let's conduct a urine test. Taking shortcuts ultimately leads to self-sabotage. Jin Ao could barely contain his delight. He had always asserted that Tang Xuan's talent could never surpass his own. The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Tang Xuan, undergoing the inner sect disciple assessment is an immutable rule of the demon origin sect. None may contravene it. Elder Inpao laughed heartily. Grand Elder, do you still not comprehend? He is merely feigning it. I even suspect he can no longer release the aura of the 9th level. Indeed, the crowd's gazes towards Tang Xuan brimmed with doubt. Tang Xuan, I shall ask you once more. Do you refuse to participate in the assessment? Elder Inpao declared loudly. Tang Xuan glanced at the inner sect disciples and shook his head. I shall not participate. With a thunderous uproar, the entire plaza erupted in chaos. The evidence was irrefutable. He must have cheated. His true nature is now laid bare, and the crime of deceiving the sect is a grave one. This young man is finished. The disciples' expressions shifted from awe to derision and disdain. While kindness in times of need may be scarce, reveling in another's misfortune is a common delight. Tang Xuan's earlier astonishing performance had stifled any envy, but now jealousy ignited fiercely. They could not let him off lightly. Burn him. To burn him would be merciful. He deserves to be executed in the most torturous manner, according to the harshest penalties. Elder Inpao hissed ominously, boy, deceiving the sect is a heinous crime. Do you have any final words? Tang Xuan replied coolly, when have I deceived the sect? Inpao sneered, facing death. You still refuse to relent. You have fabricated and employed sinister methods to enhance your demon origin technique, and now that your deceit has been exposed, you still refuse to confess. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. I am innocent. Pao laughed uproariously. Everyone, did you hear that? This boy spouts nothing but nonsense. Not a single truth escapes his lips. I propose we seize him, subject him to severe torture, and interrogate him thoroughly. Suddenly, 7 or 8 inner Sect disciples charged forward, surrounding Tang Xuan. He remained composed. Arrest me? You might come to regret it. Pao retorted. I believe the one who will regret it is you. Seize him. Just as tensions escalated, the Grand Elder interjected. Wait, regardless of the circumstances. This young man has indeed cultivated to the 9th level of the demon origin technique and shattered the demon steel. His reluctance to participate in the assessment may stem from other reasons. It is prudent to ascertain the truth. He turned to Tang Xuan and asked gently, why do you refuse to participate in the assessment? Pao interjected, isn't it obvious? This boy possesses no genuine skill. Participating in the assessment would surely expose him. Tang Xuan chuckled. I shall not participate in the assessment, not out of reluctance, but because once I strike, it will result in death. This declaration immediately provoked a wave of derision. What? Am I imagining things? Did he just say that his actions would lead to fatalities? Is he not facing his fellow inner disciples? Even a prodigy like Jin Ao could barely endure 30 exchanges. The prospect of defeating an inner disciple seems utterly impossible. It appears this lad has completely lost his wits, spouting nonsensical claims. The elder in silver robes laughed heartily. Did you all hear that? This elder is not coercing him. The Grand Elder frowned deeply. Tang Xuan, it is absolutely inconceivable for an outer disciple to vanquish an inner disciple. Tang Xuan replied, I am speaking of slaying, not merely defeating. The blood-butchering blade technique demands a commitment to bloodshed from the very first strike. However, this statement incited the ire of numerous inner disciples. Arrogant, exceedingly presumptuous. Do you even comprehend the gravity of your words, lad? Let us not forget, we too were once esteemed talents who triumphed in the outer trials. And we have further honed our skills for over a year within the inner sanctum. Our foundation and martial prowess far surpass yours. If I cannot withstand 10 exchanges, I shall consider myself inept. The inner disciples flexed their fists, brimming with murderous intent. Were it not for the presence of the elders, they would have undoubtedly surged forward to eliminate Tang Xuan. Whether his claims hold any truth could only be revealed through trial, albeit at the cost of lives. Tang Xuan, growing increasingly impatient, realized that refraining from action today was no longer an option. Who among you is tired of living? Step forward. All the inner disciples took a step forward, eager to thoroughly teach Tang Xuan a lesson. In a flash, an inner disciple appeared before Tang Xuan. Clad in a simple garment, his eyes gleamed like those of a ravenous wolf, and he wielded a long blade emanating a bluish glow. His aura surpassed that of Zhang Wei, whom he had previously battled. Oh, it is Wang Chong, an inner disciple exclaimed, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Indeed, it was Wang Chong. Had he emerged from seclusion? Rumor had it that he was diligently striving to master the remnant wolf blade technique, and it seemed he had succeeded. His strength dwarfed that of Zhang Wei, and Tang Xuan was doomed. Wang Chong's attack would surely leave no survivors. The inner disciples wore expressions of pity, as if they could already envision Tang Xuan's tragic fate beneath Wang Chong's blade. The elder in silver robes gestured, Wang Chong, spare him a breath. Wang Chong slowly grinned, his eyes filled with the cruelty of a predator. Tang Xuan sighed, why seek death? I can see your training has not been easy. Chapter 8. This blade will be magnificent. You are the first to utter such words to me, Wang Chang. He replied with a sinister smile. And I shall be the last. Tang Xuan retorted. How audacious. Perfect, my remnant wolf blade technique has advanced to minor completion. I shall utilize your body for a profound experience. Wang Chang flicked his wrist, seizing the long blade. Oh, a quality weapon. Tang Xuan's eyes brightened. The long blade in Wang Chang's hand shimmered with a chilling bluish light, an aura of malice enveloping it, while a wolf's head insignia was etched upon the hilt. Unmistakably a low-grade, profound weapon. Weapons and martial skills are classified into various tiers, such as divine, sacred, imperial, celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow levels. Weapons that have achieved a certain rank are not only exceptionally sharp, but can also endure the energy of a martial artist, greatly enhancing their martial techniques. A strange smile crept onto the lips of the man in silver robes. The azure wolf blade was, in fact, a gift he had presented to Wang Chang, as Wang Chong had become his direct disciple. Do you like it? Wang Chong inquired, brandishing the azure wolf blade. I prefer the sensation of this blade piercing your body. Tang Xuan replied candidly. Indeed, I am in need of a blade capable of harnessing martial techniques. Have you learned the swordsmanship? Wang Chong was taken aback. Yes, and I am more proficient than you, Tang Xuan asserted. Wang Chong licked his lips. My remnant wolf sword technique is of mysterious grade. While even if you have learned swordsmanship, you would at most be at the lower tier of mysterious grade. and in just one day. You won't even manage to grasp the basics. What do you intend to compete with me? Enough? I have no time for idle chatter. I shall sever your limbs first. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing the aura of the spirit origin realm. Wang Chang's cultivation surpassed that of Zhang Wei, his aura even more potent. He then gripped his blade with both hands, slightly crouching, resembling a ravenous wolf poised to pounce. A fierce blade aura spiraled around the azure wolf blade. Emitting a piercing shriek, the energy surged forth, and his swordsmanship had reached a minor accomplishment. Hiss. With the cultivation of the spirit origin realm and a minor accomplishment in swordsmanship, it seems even a direct disciple would struggle to withstand it head-on. From this moment forth, one could declare Tang Xuan to be a dead man. Wang Chang exhaled heavily, his eyes gleaming like a wolf, exuding a murderous intent. You are fortunate, for you are the first to experience my minor accomplishment in swordsmanship. Tang Xuan executed a flick of his wrist, producing an ordinary long sword in his palm. You are even more fortunate, for you shall witness what true swordsmanship entails. He stepped forward, unleashing the aura of the spirit origin realm. Boom. The two energies clashed in the air, causing a violent shockwave. The ground shattered like a spider's web. Tang Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, his robe billowing, his gaze condescending and unwavering as a mountain. Meanwhile, the surroundings erupted in chaos. The aura of the spirit origin realm. How could he also possess such cultivation? Heavens! Am I seeing things? An outer disciple has actually reached the spirit origin realm. No wonder he had looked down upon the inner disciples. With the cultivation of the spirit origin realm and having perfected the 9th level of the demon origin technique, he was undeniably a prodigy. The 9 elders were left speechless. Their expressions blank. Stop. Cease at once. Such a genius must not come to harm. The Grand Elder screamed, his eyes bloodshot and his voice hoarse. In the absence of any resources, breaking through to the spirit origin realm is unprecedented in the history of the demon origin sect. Such extraordinary talent, if nurtured in any sect, would be regarded as a treasure. With the right resources, Tang Xuan's future knows no bounds. Once he matures, the demon origin sect will undoubtedly bask in his glory. Wait, the man in silver robes called out. Grand Elder, do not be overly agitated. As far as I know, this young man was unremarkable until now. His sudden emergence of spirit origin realm energy defies logic. The elder furrowed his brows and inquired, what do you mean? The figure in silver robes replied, I suspect that this individual is not relying solely on his own cultivation, but rather harnessing the power of a treasure. The possibility of such reliance on a treasure indeed existed. After a moment of contemplation, the elder sensed the peculiar nature of the situation. What do you propose? The silver-robed figure's eyes glinted with a ruthless intent. Why not allow Wang Chang to test him? While treasures can elevate one's cultivation, they cannot enhance martial skills. If his cultivation is genuine, he will naturally survive. However, if he is merely shielded by a treasure, one as cunning as he could undoubtedly become a significant threat. The elder's face betrayed his hesitation. The silver-robed figure discreetly signaled Wang Chang to execute a lethal move. Understanding the cue, Wang Chang let out a low roar, channeling his blade's energy to its zenith. The fierce energy surged through the Qingtian blade, amplifying its might. Amidst the howling winds, Tang Xuan's dark hair billowed as he deftly rotated his wrist, a dense aura of bloodlust manifesting along the blade. Observe this strike. It shall be magnificent, he proclaimed. Humph. Such arrogance. Prepare to meet your demise. Wang Chang leapt high into the air, gripping his blade with both hands, unleashing his full power. Amidst the thunderous wolf howls, a three-zhang blade aura cleaved through the air with formidable force, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This strike was indeed formidable. Tang Xuan raised his gaze. Enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, exuding an unsettling charm that sent shivers down spines. Bloodslaughter blade technique. Human decapitation. With a swift motion, he unleashed his long blade, leaving behind a 5-zhang long scar of blood that tore through the void, sweeping toward Wang Chang as if the very fabric of space were being shredded. At the moment of collision between the blood scar and the blade aura, an explosion of radiant light erupted. A crisp sound echoed as Wang Chang's remaining blade aura was instantly torn asunder, while Tang Xuan's blade aura remained unaffected, continuing its descent. Wang Chang's eyes widened in terror and disbelief. He attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by a dreadful pressure that rendered him motionless. A harrowing scream pierced the night sky, filled with unending agony and despair. Wang Chang's body was cleaved in two mid-air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground crimson. Even more grotesque was the sight of his organs spilling forth, rendering the scene horrifically macabre and chilling. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. One strike. An extraordinarily magnificent strike. All the inner and outer disciples felt their scalps tingle, breaths quickening, faces paling. The mere afterglow of that strike cast them into a state of dread akin to falling into the abyss. The silver-robed figure trembled uncontrollably. He had invested considerable resources to cultivate Wang Chong, only for him to be summarily dispatched by Tang Xuan upon achieving mastery of the blade technique. He felt utterly numb. Did anyone still believe I needed to participate in the assessment? Tang Xuan stated coolly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Those who met his eyes trembled in fear, lowering their heads in silence. Finally, his gaze settled upon the elder. What do you say, elder? The elder felt a chill rising from the depths of his heart. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a shriek erupted. He used the bloodslaughter blade technique. Chapter 9. The power of Elder Kingong. The silver-robed figure trembled violently, pointing an accusing finger at Tang Xuan and shouting. He employs the blood butchery blade technique. The crowd was taken aback. The blood butchery blade technique? How could that be? Isn't it a supreme martial art of the Xian grade? One elder queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. The silver-robed elder exclaimed. It is evident that this martial art was stolen by him. Boy, confess honestly, are you a spy from another sect attempting to pilfer our Yuan sect's techniques? At this proclamation, the other elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The notion of a spy stealing martial arts was an unforgivable transgression in any sect. While the Xian grade supreme blade technique was not the pinnacle within the Yuan sect, its worth was substantial, easily fetching tens of thousands of spirit stones in the outside world. The Grand Elder spoke in a grave tone. Tang Xuan, did you steal the blood butchery blade technique? Tang Xuan replied, of course not. Someone gifted it to me for cultivation. Who? Elder Kingong. Ha ha ha, what utter nonsense. The silver-robed elder retorted. What stature does Elder Kingong possess? How could he possibly bestow the blood butchery blade technique upon you without reason? You are lying. You must confess. Tang Xuan rolled his eyes. I speak nothing but the truth. The silver-robed elder sneered. It seems that this boy will not speak honestly unless he is subjected to some torment. With a swift step, he appeared before Tang Xuan. Do not force me to take action, kneel obediently, and your suffering will be lessened. Otherwise, if I am compelled to act, you will feel great pain. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. The silver-robed elder had already attained the Xian Dan realm. He was no match for him. However, it was out of the question to sit idly by. It was the perfect opportunity to test the might of the Shura battle secret. With a thought, the Shura vortex within him began to spin rapidly. A fierce glimmer flashed in the silver-robed elder's eyes as a terrifying aura manifested in his palm. Die, he bellowed, stepping forward with overwhelming force aimed directly at Tang Xuan's Tianling, a vital point on the human body, clearly intent on murder. In that perilous moment, a figure appeared like a specter, standing protectively in front of Tang Xuan. With a gentle wave of his hand, the silver-robed elder's attack was effortlessly shattered. With a resounding crash, the silver-robed elder was sent stumbling back several paces, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His face a mask of shock as he narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The Grand Elder, who had been silent until now, rushed down upon seeing the newcomer and respectfully bowed. I pay my respects to Master Kingong. At this revelation, Tang Xuan was taken aback. As far as he knew, the Grand Elder was already in his 70s, yet Elder Kingong appeared to be merely in his 30s or 40s. How could the Grand Elder address him as Master Uncle? Was Elder Kingong truly an ageless anomaly? Elder Kingong, this boy claims that you bestowed the blood butchery blade technique upon him, the Grand Elder inquired cautiously. Elder Kingong nodded. Indeed, it was I who gave it to him. The entire assembly fell into a stunned silence. All gazes turned towards Tang Xuan, now filled with awe once more. Elder Kingong had always been seated in the Kangong Pavilion, never having been witnessed speaking to any disciple, let alone bestowing martial arts. Yet he had granted Tang Xuan such a technique. Could it be that Tang Xuan was indeed an unparalleled genius? Had it not been for this, how could Elder Kangong have made an exception to grant him a supreme-grade martial skill? The silver-robed figure was utterly dumbfounded. He could never have imagined such a turn of events. This was disastrous. Tang Xuan unexpectedly had Elder Kangong as his backing. What would this mean for him in the future? This young man had mastered the blood slaughter blade technique in just 2.5 days, showcasing limitless potential. If I had not intervened, he would likely have perished at your hands. Elder Tsongong's eyes widened in fury. With a resounding crash, the silver-robed man was sent flying 10 zhong, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Goodness, how formidable! Tang Xuan was secretly astonished. A mere glance had severely injured a Xian realm expert. Elder Tsongong's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. From this moment forth, the silver-robed man is demoted to an errand elder and shall no longer return to the sect. Elder Kangong stated indifferently. Elder Zhao, you have misjudged character. Deduct 2.5 years' worth of Spirit Stone salary as compensation for Tang Xuan. Do you have any objections? Elder Zhao trembled. None at all. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Kangong vanished from sight, leaving behind only a biting chill. Elder Zhao wore a bitter expression. Had Tang Xuan mentioned his acquaintance with Elder Kangong earlier, he would not have faced such a penalty. Ultimately, this predicament stemmed from his own actions. He could blame no one else. Following the revelation of Tang Xuan's situation, the assessments lost their significance. Inner Sect disciples began to exercise extreme caution. Should another prodigy akin to Tang Xuan emerge among the Outer Sect disciples, they would be in dire straits. Wang Chong's corpse still bore warmth. The elders hastily selected a few disciples and departed in a rush. Jin Ao, sensing the impending doom, promptly sought refuge with another elder, distancing himself from the silver-robed man. In the end, only Tang Xuan and Elder Zhao remained in the vast square. It seems I have yet to be chosen. Tang Xuan scratched his head awkwardly. With such excellence, why was no one selecting him? Elder Zhao chuckled bitterly. Young master, with Elder Kangong shielding you, how could we ordinary elders dare to choose you? That would invite criticism. Tang Xuan exclaimed. But I still have many questions that need guidance. How about you take me under your wing, Elder Zhao? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao's hair stood on end. How could he dare to accept Tang Xuan? No, please spare me. He shook his hands repeatedly. Witnessing Elder Zhao's palpable fear, Tang Xuan decided to relent. After all, having someone to provide guidance sufficed. Elder Zhao, noticing Tang Xuan's withdrawal, breathed a sigh of relief. He produced a pouch from his robes and handed it over. This contains 250 spirit stones, my salary for 2.5 years. Given to you in advance. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. With that, he hurriedly fled. Watching his hasty retreat, Tang Xuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he had not been accepted as a direct disciple, acquiring a significant amount of spirit stones was not a loss. Spirit stones are, in fact, a form of crystal that contains pure celestial energy, which cultivators can absorb through their techniques to enhance their prowess. Moreover, spirit stones can replenish one's stamina, enabling martial artists to engage in relentless cultivation without the fear of succumbing to starvation. Continuing his training, Tang Xuan resolved to perfect the blood slaughter blade technique before inquiring about the essence of the blade. After experiencing the formidable power of the blood slaughter blade technique, he decided to focus his efforts on it, temporarily setting aside the Shura battle art. With that, he ventured into the Inner Sect, carrying spirit stones. The area was filled with rooms, and he casually selected one to reside in. The accommodations for Inner Sect disciples were vastly superior to those of the Outer Sect, being not only robust but also equipped with a minor spirit gathering formation that accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy, along with excellent soundproofing. Commencing his enlightenment, Tang Xuan silently recited within his mind and swiftly entered a state of comprehension. Chapter 10, Apologies, but the blade technique is already perfected. In mere moments, Tang Xuan awakened from his state of enlightenment, overwhelmed by an intense sense of weakness and hunger coursing through his body. His energy was depleting at an alarming rate. Frowning, he realized that the consumption from progressing the blood slaughter blade technique from completion to perfection was far greater than anticipated. Within a short span, he had exhausted much of his stamina and spirit, forcing him to exit the state of enlightenment. Fortunately, he had spirit stones at his disposal. He promptly retrieved one and held it in his hand. Before he could even channel it, the Shura battle art's cyclone activated autonomously. In an instant, a low-grade spirit stone was completely absorbed. Goodness, that was swift. Tang Xuan was taken aback. If memory served him correctly, even a martial artist at the returning sea realm would require at least half a day's time to fully absorb the spiritual energy from a spirit stone. Moreover, the energy within low-grade spirit stones was rather impure and necessitated the use of techniques for purification prior to absorption. Yet, the Shura battle art consumed the energy of a low-grade spirit stone in less than 3 breaths. Subsequently, warm currents surged forth from the cyclone, enveloping his entire being, swiftly restoring his stamina and spirit to their zenith. Oh! Tang Xuan's face lit up with joy, astonished to discover this remarkable function of the Shura cyclone. Excellent. Let us continue with the comprehension. He immediately re-entered his state of enlightenment. Whenever his stamina was depleted, he would retrieve a spirit stone to recuperate. Thus, he repeated this cycle hundreds of times, ultimately achieving perfection in the blood slaughter blade technique. At this moment, he resembled a longsword unsheathed, radiating an incredibly sharp brilliance. Finally, he had reached perfection. Tang Xuan grasped the Qinglang blade, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. The blade was no longer merely a weapon. It had become an extension of his arm. With a casual flourish, he wielded it, its light slicing through the air with unparalleled ferocity, its power at least tripled compared to his previous mastery. Within the spirit origin realm, there was no one who could rival him. Even a martial artist in the early stage of the returning sea realm would tremble before the perfected bloodslaughter blade technique. However, the gap to a profound realm cultivator remained vast. Unless he could comprehend the essence of the blade, the silver-robed figure, expelled from the sect, harbored resentment and would undoubtedly seek revenge. Moreover, the Elder of Concealed Power could not be expected to accompany him at all times. Additionally, Tang Xuan had no desire to rely on others for salvation. Such a course of action would inevitably dull the sharpness of one's martial prowess. The troubles one has incurred must be resolved by oneself. If one comprehends the essence of the blade, there should be no fear of the silver-clad adversary. Tang Xuan mused silently. Cultivating the realm of martial arts is one of the essential prerequisites to becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. The distinction between a martial artist who possesses such comprehension and one who does not is akin to two entirely different realms. However, the difficulty of grasping the essence of martial arts is exceedingly high. Talent, opportunity, and the blessings of the heavens are all indispensable, even among direct disciples. Few manage to grasp the essence of martial arts. Yet, with the system at Tang Xuan's disposal, comprehending the essence of martial arts should pose no insurmountable challenge. The pressing question is how to achieve this. After all, such understanding typically only manifests after reaching the returning sea realm. He was merely at the spirit origin realm. With a shift in his gaze, Tang Xuan promptly departed, heading towards the location of the Grand Elder. Upon meeting the Grand Elder, he straightforwardly posed his inquiry. Grand Elder, I wish to know how to comprehend the essence of the blade. Essence of the blade? The Grand Elder chuckled, then shook his head. Tang Xuan, although you possess extraordinary talent and have already achieved great mastery in your sword technique, it is still premature for you to grasp the essence of the blade. It is not that I wish to withhold knowledge, but divulging it now would scatter your focus and impede your cultivation. At this juncture, the Grand Elder added, once you have perfected your sword technique, it will not be too late to understand the essence. With your talent, in a year or so, you should be able to attain perfection in your swordplay. Tang Xuan replied with a smile, I beg your pardon, but my sword technique has already reached a state of great perfection. The Grand Elder was initially taken aback, but soon laughed. Tang Xuan, even if you wish to learn of the essence of the blade, there is no need to deceive me. Although the difference between great mastery and perfection is but a fine line, the difficulty is monumental. Countless top-tier talents within the sect have been unable to take that vital step, preventing them from comprehending the realm of martial arts. Before he could finish, Tang Xuan drew the Qing Wolf blade and executed a swift strike. This strike, it was as though it had emerged from the depths of hell, leaving no trace behind. With a swift whoosh, it sliced past the Grand Elder. Once the blade's radiance faded, the affected objects slowly split into two. The break was impeccably smooth, as if polished. The smile on the Grand Elder's face instantly froze. This strike sent shivers down his spine. Was this not the state of great perfection? In a state of shock, the Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words. He was utterly astounded. Just yesterday, Tang Xuan's swordplay was merely at a stage of great mastery. Yet, in the span of a single night, he had achieved great perfection. Was this something a mere mortal could accomplish? The Grand Elder felt as though life had lost its meaning. It had taken him 4 years to hone his martial skills to great perfection, followed by an additional 2.5 years to comprehend the essence of martial arts. Such speed was already among the top 3 within the Yuan sect. Yet, when compared to Tang Xuan, it seemed utterly insignificant. Grand Elder, may I now be enlightened on how to comprehend the essence of the blade? Tang Xuan sheathed the Qing Wolf blade, smiling as he spoke. The Grand Elder, in a state of daze, began to respond. Within the inner sanctum, there lies a stone of profound significance. As you sit beside it, practicing your swordsmanship, there exists a chance to comprehend the essence of martial arts. Tang Xuan rejoiced immensely. Thank you, Elder, he exclaimed, promptly turning to exit, heading towards the stone of significance, leaving the Grand Elder seemingly entranced, sitting motionless in the chamber, unable to stir. The stone of significance is nestled deep within the inner sanctum, a colossal rock engraved with a singular character, essence. Waves of unfathomable energy emanate from it. 10 paces away, several formidable disciples are seated, each wielding their weapons, eyes shut tightly, brows furrowed in concentration as they strive to grasp the power of the essence. Within 10 paces, there are but 3 individuals, positioned at distances of 9, 7, and 5 paces respectively. The warrior at 5 paces stands, hair and beard flowing backward, a long spear in hand, exuding an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a descended war god, unyielding and immovable. While others are seated, he remains upright, surrounded by a fluctuating, enigmatic energy. This energy ebbs and flows like a tempestuous storm at times, and at others, it is as steady as ancient pines rooted deep within the earth, annihilating the flora within several paces through its profound essence. What an imposing energy! Could it be that Xiangli has grasped the essence of the spear? A disciple outside, sensing the energy, displayed a look of astonishment. It is not merely half-formed spear essence. It appears that the culmination is imminent. Once fully realized, he shall earn the right to ascend the Demon Lord's list. Chapter 11, Breakthrough. A frenzied advancement. The Demon Lord's list is a catalog of prodigies within the Demon Yuan sect. Those who ascend this list are undeniably top-tier prodigies, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, standing as paragons among their peers. As time progresses, Xiangli's spear essence intensifies. The void surrounding him begins to visibly distort, heralding the culmination of the spear essence. The intense fluctuations also rouse the attention of those engaged in their own training. They opened their eyes in awe and envy, gazing at Xiangli, murmuring their admiration. Goodness! It seems that in just 2.5 months, Xiangli has achieved half-formed spear essence. This pace is astonishing. Few within the sect can match it. I recall the fastest was that prodigy currently ranked first on the Demon Lord's list, who accomplished it in merely a month. How enviable! I have been striving for half a year and still cannot grasp the basics. The gap is insurmountable. At this moment, a figure appeared on the mountain path. Oh! There are quite a few here, Tang Xuan observed, noting that at least 100 disciples of the Demon Yuan sect were seated around the stone of significance. The weakest among them was at the returning sea realm. Clearly, they were long-term disciples, having refined their martial skills to perfection before arriving here to seek enlightenment in the essence of martial arts. As his gaze fell upon the stone of significance, he felt a sudden surge of energy within him, a stirring of sword intent. An unprecedented sensation seeped forth from his sword energy. Is this the essence of the sword? Just as Tang Xuan sought to comprehend it, that fleeting sensation vanished in an instant, akin to a tantalizing itch beyond reach, elusive and intangible. It seems that the distance is too great, causing the essence to flicker and fade. One must draw closer to truly grasp it. With this thought in mind, Tang Xuan stepped towards the essence stone. However, after only a couple of strides, he was halted. Stop! Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? The person blocking his path was a practitioner at the initial stage of the returning sea realm. Was he looking for trouble? Junior brother, you cannot approach any closer. The individual chuckled. The pressure from the essence stone varies with each 10 paces. Only those of exceptional cultivation may draw near. If you wish to observe, you may do so from 50 paces away. He pointed to himself, saying, I am at the second level of the returning sea realm, having perfected the shattered mountain fist. And I can only remain around 50 paces for cultivation. He assumed Tang Xuan had come out of mere curiosity, a common occurrence, as he himself had visited many times before when his technique was not yet perfected. Tang Xuan smiled. I am not here merely to observe. I have come to cultivate the essence. What? You seek to cultivate the essence? What is your cultivation level? The disciple appraised Tang Xuan from head to toe, his expression one of astonishment. I am at the first level of the spirit origin realm. Tang Xuan replied earnestly. Are you serious? The disciple's lips twitched. Indeed. What of it? Tang Xuan inquired with curiosity. The disciple regarded him with a gaze filled with pity. What a naive young fool. Are you jesting? The pressure from the essence stone is such that even those in the returning sea realm might struggle. Do you seek to court death in the spirit origin realm? Tang Xuan laughed. Not at all. I truly come to comprehend the essence. The disciple was about to respond, but another nearby individual interjected. Liang Fifan, spare your breath. Some naive youths must endure hardship to learn their place. Let him try. Once he breaks a few bones, he will learn. The disciple known as Liang Fifan released his grip on Tang Xuan, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Since this junior brother is so obstinate, I shall not hinder him. However, should you find yourself unable to persist, do remember to call for help. Tang Xuan smiled confidently. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. I shall be cautious. With that, he stepped past Liang Fifan, entering the range of 50 paces. The moment his foot fell, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain descended upon him with tremendous weight. Tang Xuan's breath caught, as if grasped by an invisible hand. The sound of his bones creaking under the strain echoed in the air, and his body began to sway. What immense pressure! Not far behind, Liang Fifan and a few other disciples wore mocking expressions. His body is trembling. It seems he cannot endure. They had warned him against approaching lightly. Yet he had refused to listen. People do not heed advice. Sometimes, one must learn through experience. He should retreat before he suffers permanent injury. Just as Tang Xuan hesitated on whether to withdraw, the Shura vortex within him began to whirl once more. The mountainous pressure was swiftly absorbed, transforming into a gentle warmth that coursed through his body. In an instant, Explosive sounds emanated from within him. Oh, a breakthrough. Tang Xian's face lit up with surprise. Yet he was even more astonished that the Shura vortex could devour the very essence of pressure. How utterly formidable! Even in the absence of a Dantian, one can still rely on the Azura cyclone to devour and achieve breakthroughs. How exhilarating! Tang Xian felt a surge of energy and stepped further inward. As he advanced, Yang Fifan and the others were left utterly astounded. What was happening? Was that young man truly continuing onward? Had he lost his mind? Or was he simply eager for death? Look, he has already reached a distance of 40 zhang. Under the astonished gazes of his companions, Tang Xian traversed the 40 zhang mark. In an instant, the pressure intensified several-fold. However, with the protection of the Azura cyclone, Tang Xian quickly acclimated to the newfound strain. His power transformed, and he ascended to a new minor realm. 3rd level of the Spirit Origin Realm, 30 zhang. 4th level of the Spirit Origin Realm, 20 zhang. 5th level of the Spirit Origin Realm, 10 zhang. 6th level of the Spirit Origin Realm. Upon reaching the 10 zhang mark, his cultivation had indeed broken through to the 6th level of the Spirit Origin Realm. His progress resembled that of a rocket, soaring ever higher. His extraordinary feats captured the attention of all disciples of the Demon Origin Sect. Who is that young man who has ventured to Tenjiang? Someone remarked. He looks unfamiliar. When did our sect produce such a prodigy? Which elder is his direct disciple? I'm not sure. I know most of the direct disciples of the 9 elders, but I've never seen anyone like him. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, isn't he the one who cultivated the demon origin technique to the 9th great perfection in the outer sect? That genius, Tang Xian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. What? He is Tang Xian. Indeed, it must be him. Who else could reach the Tenjiang range with such cultivation in the spirit origin realm? I thought it was an exaggeration. But he has surpassed even the legends. Advancing to Tenjiang with the cultivation of the spirit origin realm is something even the top demons on the heavenly demon rankings have not achieved. Astonishingly, it appeared that another prodigy had emerged within the demon origin sect. As his identity was unveiled, the disciples erupted in astonishment. Meanwhile, Tang Xian had entered a state of profound comprehension. Chapter 12. The terrifying speed standing at the Tenjiang mark. Tang Xian felt the blade intent within him erupt like a volcano, wholly igniting. A potent aura of intent relentlessly assailed his mind. The blade intent, fierce and unyielding, possessed a soul of dominance and was unconfined by form. Before the blade was unsheathed, a chilling aura already loomed like a dark cloud over a city. When drawn, it could cleave the heavens, its force akin to turbulent waves crashing against the shore, imbued with immeasurable strength. The blade intent was both formidable and fierce. Yet concealed within it were cunning transformations, capable of suddenly retracting under the weight of a storm, or erupting with even greater ferocity in a heartbeat, instilling dread in all who beheld it, showcasing its lethal nature. With the aid of the comprehension system, Tang Xian swiftly grasped the essence of intent. With a swift motion of his right hand, a profound power surged forth from the Qinglang blade. This power also stirred the surrounding disciples of the demon origin sect. Is that the embryonic form of blade intent? No way, my eyes must be deceiving me. How long has it been? He has already comprehended the embryonic form of blade intent. It took me an entire month to barely grasp it. It appears that he has cultivated the demon origin skill to the pinnacle of the 9th level within just a few days since entering the outer gate. This talent is truly formidable. Given time, this young man is destined to become a powerful figure on the demon ranking, potentially even challenging for the top position. The disciples of the demon origin sect expressed their astonishment, their faces reflecting a mixture of shock and admiration. Tang Xian slowly opened his eyes, but instead of joy, his expression was marred by displeasure. The Tenjiang realm was still insufficient. He had only just grasped a hint of its essence, and now he felt it slipping away. It seemed he must press on further. With this thought in mind, he took a step forward, entering the Tenjiang range. The many disciples of the demon origin sect, who had been closely observing him, were taken aback. He was advancing again. Could he possibly wish to transform the nascent sword intent into true sword intent in one fell swoop? It was impossible. Such a feat could not be achieved without a year and a half of profound comprehension. Amidst the gasps of disbelief, Tang Xian reached a distance of 9 zhang, where stood a disciple named Jian Ming, who bore a long sword on his back. As a direct disciple of the second elder, Jian Ming had perfected a mid-grade profound sword technique and was on the verge of attaining the ultimate state of sword intent. He had come here to undergo a transformation of his sword intent. Although Jian Ming was close to achieving perfection, he frowned upon seeing Tang Xian approach. You are far too hasty. While you have grasped the nascent sword intent, you must cultivate it to perfection before it can be solidified into true sword intent. Impatience will only lead to your own downfall. Tang Xian nodded. Thank you for your guidance. He did not halt his progress but continued forward. Jian Ming's displeasure was evident. Yet he made no move to impede Tang Xuan, who seemed intent on courting disaster. Soon, Tang Xuan arrived at a distance of 7 zhang. This disciple, named Feng Xiang, practiced the upper-grade profound technique, Cold Frost Palm, capable of inflicting additional damage upon his foes. While Jian Ming was nearing perfection, Feng Xiang had already achieved it. He remained silent, not even lifting his eyelids. Whether Tang Xuan lived or died was of no concern to him. His sole focus was on fully transforming his palm intent to elevate his own cultivation. As Tang Xuan passed by him, he pressed on. Ahead. Only one person remained, Xiang Li, who had already condensed his spear intent to a half step. With a single step, Tang Xuan surpassed Xiang Li, entering the 5 zhang range. The pressure was now exceedingly intense. Even the operation of the Shura cyclone was slower than before. A surge of pure energy coursed through him, merging seamlessly into his being. With a resounding thud, he broke through yet another minor realm, 7th level of the spirit origin realm. A smile graced Tang Xuan's face. This essence stone was indeed a remarkable treasure, not only aiding in the comprehension of sword intent, but also enhancing his cultivation. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. Bearing the immense pressure, Tang Xuan reached the essence stone. He gazed upward at the towering essence stone, a tempest of nascent sword intent surging within him. This place should suffice for me to refine my sword intent. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Once he mastered the sword intent, he could proceed to cultivate other martial techniques. Immediately, he seated himself cross-legged and entered a state of profound enlightenment. Meanwhile, the disciples of the demon Yuan sect were already in a frenzy. What on earth? That fellow actually ventured within 10 feet of the essence stone, a distance even the elders could not approach. How did he manage that? Goodness, this is astonishing. Indeed, the pressure at each foot of the essence stone far exceeds what was previously encountered. Even a prodigy like Xiang Li, who could ascend the heavenly demon rankings, could only reach 5 feet. Yet here was Tang Xuan, standing at 1 foot, cultivating heavens. Each disciple's face reflected deep astonishment. The exaggeration prompted some disciples to voice their skepticism. No, I suspect he must possess some kind of pressure-resistant treasure. Otherwise, with his spiritual energy cultivation, it would be utterly impossible to withstand such immense pressure. Precisely. It must be a treasure. You startled me. I genuinely thought he was that monstrous. Haha. Although he has entered the 1 foot range, it is still impossible for him to refine his sword intent. Even Xiang Li took 2.5 months to transform his spear intent into half-step spear intent. Just as they were speaking, a powerful aura erupted from within Tang Xuan. The energy coalesced above his head, solidifying yet remaining undispersed. And within it faintly emerged a gleaming long sword. That was the culmination of sword intent. Liang Fifan screamed. Instantly, the entire assembly fell silent. The faces of all the demon Yuan sect disciples displayed a complex array of emotions. What did they just witness? In such a brief span, Tang Xuan had broken through to the culmination of sword intent. Such a terrifying pace. How could one possibly endure? Wait, the culmination of sword intent transforms into half-step sword intent. Another voice cried out. The crowd looked up, witnessing the ethereal longsword beginning to solidify. The manifestation of essence signifies the true embodiment of intent. Xiang Li, observing the sword intent above Tang Xuan's head solidifying at a visible pace, was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, his own resolve faced a severe jolt, nearly shattering his spear intent. He hurriedly inhaled deeply to steady his mind. Should his spear intent collapse, he feared he might truly weep in despair. Infused with the energy of the Shura cyclone, Tang Xuan's vigor was boundless, fervently comprehending the sword intent. Suddenly, he tilted his head back, his entire being radiating a blinding white light. That sword light soared into the heavens. With a resounding whoosh, a 10-mile scar was carved across the clear sky. He had grasped the true essence of sword intent. Chapter 13, Sword Intent Achieved. To the limits? Sword intent materializes. The entire assembly was astounded. All the disciples of the demon Yuan sect were left in shock. They beheld Tang Xuan, enveloped in a crimson glow, exuding an aura of malevolence. Those who gazed upon him suddenly felt a sharp pain in their eyes. My eyes. They hurt so much. No, his sword intent is not ordinary. It harbors an intense aura of malevolence. Quickly, close your eyes, or we shall be blinded. What on earth has this fellow mastered to possess such formidable sword intent? As time elapsed, Tang Xuan's sword intent grew ever stronger. The dark red aura surged like a tidal wave, enveloping all in its path with boundless slaughter and ferocity. Under this oppressive sword intent, the elite disciples of the demon Yuan sect were filled with trepidation, retreating in fear. Only the likes of Xiang Li, Feng Xiang, and Jian Ming, with their formidable cultivation, managed to hold their ground, albeit with labored breaths and clenched jaws, barely enduring the pressure. He is cultivating the blood slaughter sword technique, young Fifan exclaimed in shock. Everyone turned their heads in unison. What? You say he is practicing the blood slaughter sword technique? That is an exceptional, profound-level martial art. Achieving mastery in such a technique requires no less than a decade of arduous training. Could it be that he has been training since birth? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Liang Fifan shook his head in disbelief. I cannot be mistaken. I have practiced the blood slaughter sword technique and am intimately familiar with this aura. Unfortunately, my talent is lacking. After 2.5 months of practice, I could not even grasp the basics, so I gave up. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more, especially Xiang Li, Feng Xiang, and Jian Ming. They had devoted considerable time to their martial arts, yet the strongest among them, Xiang Li, had only condensed a half-step spear intent. Yet here came Tang Xuan, first forming the embryonic shape of sword intent, and soon thereafter, manifesting true sword intent. Such swiftness shattered their spirits. A realm they struggled to attain was so readily achieved by Tang Xuan. It was profoundly disheartening. No, wait. His sword intent is still escalating, now reaching 1/10. Someone screamed again. After condensing his sword intent, Tang Xuan's aura not only remained unweakened but grew increasingly vibrant. The blood-red sword intent swirled above his head, becoming ever clearer, resembling an ancient beast of prey, surrounded by a crimson vortex. The violent, murderous intent spread forth, targeting Xiang Li, Feng Xiang, and Jian Ming. This is bad. The three of them paled, realizing the terror of this murderous aura. If they did not resist, they would suffer grave injuries. They immediately summoned their own martial intents to defend. Half-step spear intent, embryonic sword intent, embryonic palm intent. However, before the blood slaughter sword intent, their martial arts were akin to fragile paper, ruthlessly torn apart. Uft, uft, uft. The three elite disciples simultaneously spat blood, staggering backward until they finally steadied themselves 30 yards away, their expressions ghastly. All three were direct disciples, although not ranked among the strongest on the demon list. Their prowess was not to be underestimated. Yet, they found themselves utterly unqualified to approach Tang Xuan. It was utterly demoralizing. Suddenly, a figure appeared silently beside the intent stone. Clad in green and bearing a long sword upon his back, he exuded an aura of sword intent. It was Xiao Jian, the 5th ranked on the demon list. How did he arrive here? Clearly, he sensed Tang Xuan's sword intent and was drawn to it. The formidable presence of the celestial demon rankings evoked a sense of dread, as even the strongest among them appeared to take their sword intent with utmost seriousness. Liang Fifan and his companions were utterly astounded. Following the emergence of Xiao Jian, 3 additional figures materialized beside the intent stone. Each of these individuals was enveloped in a powerful aura of intent. Some radiated the essence of fist intent, others that of sword intent, and one even exuded an elemental essence. Among them were the Fist King Li Ku, the Weeping Blade Yi Ku, and the little sorcerer Qing Tian, each a formidable presence on the celestial demon rankings. It was only when they sensed a threat to themselves that these powerful beings were drawn in, which implied that Tang Xuan had attained a level of strength on par with theirs. Goodness, had he not just recently entered the inner sect? What kind of monster is he? The 4 eminent figures of the celestial demon rankings gazed at Tang Xuan with intense focus. 1.5. Lika suddenly spoke up. Yi Ku, how long did it take you to refine your sword intent to approximately 1.5? Beside him, the Weeping Blade Yi Ku paused for a moment before replying. 17 days. He completed it in less than 170 breaths. Xiao Jian said solemnly. The 4 celestial demon ranking experts exchanged looks of astonishment. No, he is experiencing enlightenment. Qing Tian, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. He practiced the path of sorcery and was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in mental energy. The immense surge of mental energy surrounding Tang Xuan was indicative of enlightenment. No wonder. Yi Ku sighed in relief. In a state of enlightenment, a martial artist's speed of cultivation and comprehension can exceed that of ordinary times by over 100-fold. This means that cultivating for a single day in enlightenment equates to 100 days of regular practice. To achieve enlightenment while cultivating intent is sheer fortune. Li Ku expressed his envy. Although the other 3 remained silent, they harbored similar thoughts. However, enlightenment cannot be summoned at will. It necessitates the convergence of opportunity, fortune, and cultivation level, followed by a blessing from the heavens to be attained. The vast majority of martial artists never experience even a single instance of enlightenment throughout their lives. Yet, Tang Xuan attained enlightenment while comprehending sword intent. Such luck is unparalleled. Nevertheless, enlightenment is immensely taxing on both physical and mental stamina. Reaching 1.5 is likely his limit. The weeping blade Yiku remarked with a hint of envy in his tone, as he had yet to experience a single moment of enlightenment despite his own arduous training. Indeed, the aura emanating from Tang Xuan began to gradually weaken. The 4 celestial demon ranking experts collectively exhaled with relief. While 1.5 is commendable, it still pales in comparison to our levels. Indeed, to ascend the celestial demon rankings, one must possess at least 2 levels of intent. Otherwise, the chances are nearly non-existent, especially considering the preceding few prodigies, whose levels of intent have already reached 3.5, if not 4. Cultivating the power of intent is far more challenging than cultivating spiritual energy. While the difference between 1.5 and 2 may seem slight, for those with unfortunate luck, improvement may remain elusive for a lifetime. Tang Xian's swift comprehension of 1.5 and sword intent was wholly reliant on his moment of enlightenment. Without it, his progress may not have been so rapid. Has he reached his limit? Tang Xuan emerged from his state of enlightenment, his brow furrowed. He felt that his sword intent was far from its pinnacle. The physical and mental exhaustion had reached its zenith, rendering him unable to persist any longer. Just then, as Tang Xuan gazed upon the towering essence stone, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he took an astonishing action, pressing both hands firmly against the essence stone. Devour, Shura Battle Art. Chapter 14. The Pinnacle of Shura Cyclone. With a thunderous roar, as his thoughts stirred, the Shura cyclone within him began to whirl uncontrollably. A surge of intense mental energy was forcibly extracted from the essence stone. Ah, what a delightful sensation. In an instant, Tang Xuan's mental acuity was restored to its peak. He then produced several spirit stones, draining their spiritual energy to recover his physical stamina. Excellent, back to my prime. Let us continue to comprehend. He entered a state of enlightenment once more. The previously stable blade intent surged again. Astonishingly, his blade intent seemed to have increased, now reaching a remarkable 20%. Li Ke's pupils abruptly constricted. Xiao Jian, Yi Ku, and Qing Tian felt the same. The 4 of them stood in stunned silence. No way. It seems he has entered a state of enlightenment again. Damn it. I've been cultivating for so long and Haven T had a single moment of enlightenment. Yet this kid manages to experience 2 consecutive ones. Is this even fair? Even the seasoned experts from the 4 great demons list were utterly dumbfounded. The transformations occurring in Tang Xuan far exceeded their understanding. As time progressed, the bloodthirsty blade intent continued to swell, increasing from 20 to 25%. All present were rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. When the blade intent reached 30%, Tang Xian's aura began to wane once more. This must be his limit. Yi Ku, drenched in sweat, remarked. His own blade intent had only reached 30% after 2.5 years of dedication. Yet Tang Xuan achieved this in a mere 2.5 hours. How demoralizing. The other 3 shared a similar expression of trepidation. If Tang Xuan continued to advance, it might shatter their resolve. The absorption of the essence force was insufficient. He could not sustain it. Tang Xuan emerged from his state of enlightenment. The higher the comprehension of blade intent, the greater the consumption. His realm was still too low, and the Shura battle art's absorption rate was inadequate. With a flick of his hand, over 200 spirit stones tumbled to the ground beside him. What does he need so many spirit stones for? Li Ku asked, bewildered. After observing for a moment, Xiao Jian tentatively suggested, it appears he intends to cultivate right here. His body must be unable to bear any more blade intent due to the constraints of his realm. Yi Ku and Qing Tian's lips twitched at the thought. It was the first time they had witnessed someone being limited by their insufficient realm. He being too hasty. Advancement in cultivation cannot be rushed. Xiao Jian expressed regret. Forcing an elevation would only destabilize one's foundation, adversely affecting the future, an utterly foolish endeavor. The others nodded in agreement. As prodigies of the demon list, they understood the significance of a solid foundation all too well. Yet, little did they know, Tang Xuan's foundation was anything but unstable. Thus began his enlightenment of the Shura battle art. Tang Xuan summoned the Shura cyclone, commencing the consumption of spirit stones. Once filled, he immediately entered a state of profound enlightenment. His Shura battle technique, having already reached a foundational level, now experienced another epiphany, achieving minor success in no time. The cyclone expanded to twice its original size, while the absorption rate quadrupled. An hour later, the Shura battle technique reached its apex. Attaining the 8th level of the Spirit Chi realm, the cyclone again doubled in size, with the absorption speed soaring to 16 times its initial rate. At this remarkable velocity, a low-grade spirit stone was nearly depleted of its essence in an instant, reduced to mere remnants. Exhilarated, he pressed on. After 2 hours, Tang Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, a shadowy black figure manifesting within his pupils. This apparition exuded an extraordinarily ominous aura, reminiscent of a Shura's return. Concurrently, his cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the spirit origin realm. Excellent. This should suffice. I will strive to elevate my blade intent to its utmost limit. He extended his hands, pressing them directly upon the intent stone. Devour. With the Shura battle technique fully unleashed, the absorption speed exceeded 30 times that of before. Behind him, a faintly eerie figure emerged. Simultaneously, deep within the depths of the demon Yuan sect, a disheveled, inebriated middle-aged man lay sprawled upon a blue stone, deeply asleep. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying light. This sensation was unmistakable. It was the aura of a perfected Shura battle technique. Who has mastered the Shura battle technique? With a single leap, the drunken man soared into the air, hurtling toward the intent stone. Boom! Under the enhancement of the perfected Shura battle technique, a terrifying energy surged into Tang Xuan's body like a mountain torrent. Now, this velocity is exhilarating. Let us continue to break through. Tang Xuan immediately re-entered a state of enlightenment, augmenting his blade intent further. 35%, 40%, 45%. The blood slaughter blade intent skyrocketed like a rocket, swiftly reaching 50%. Just as Tang Xuan reveled in his absorption, a sound of cracking pierced his ears. A fissure appeared beneath his hands. What is this? Tang Xuan was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, the crack rapidly ascended, transforming into a web-like pattern that spread across the entire intent stone. Xiaojian's pupils constricted sharply. This is bad. The intent stone is about to explode. Without a second thought, Tang Xuan turned and fled. A thunderous roar erupted behind him as the towering intent stone shattered. A terrifying shockwave surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping away any unprepared disciples of the demon Yuan sect, who were hurled into the air, spewing blood. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan had already escaped the blast radius. Boom! Dust billowed, and explosions echoed continuously. After a considerable time, calm gradually returned. The onlookers gazed in trepidation, witnessing what was once the intent stone reduced to a pile of debris. The ground bore a massive pit, 50 yards wide and 7 to 8 yards deep, from which tendrils of smoke still wafted. All disciples of the magic Yuan sect gazed in stunned silence at the scene before them. What on earth is happening? Amidst the tumultuous shouts, an elderly man with white hair emerged, causing everyone to shudder in alarm. This venerable figure was the Elder of Discipline, whose prowess surpassed that of the 9 other elders and was on par with the Elder of Concealed Power. Renowned for his strict and unyielding demeanor, he showed no mercy. Any disciple of the magic Yuan sect who erred would find themselves apprehended and punished by him. Upon seeing the shattered fragments of the intent stone, the elder's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What transpired here? How could the intent stone be destroyed? The intent stone was one of the most vital treasures of the magic Yuan sect, enabling disciples to cultivate their intentions. Its destruction signified that future disciples would face tremendous challenges in their pursuit of mastery. Who did this? Who was responsible? The elder's face contorted with fury as the gaze of all present suddenly fell upon Tang Xuan. With a sigh, he replied, "It seems I am to blame." "You did this?" "Utter nonsense." The elder furrowed his brow, immediately discerning that Tang Xuan's cultivation was at the peak of the spirit origin realm, an unremarkable level, barely noteworthy even within the inner sect. The intent stone had contained half of a powerful being's intent. Not even a full-force strike from someone in the profound pill realm could have shattered it. "Speak. How did you destroy the intent stone?" Tang Xuan wore an awkward expression. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure." The elder's countenance darkened. "You insolent boy, do you dare to lie before me? I shall grant you one chance to speak the truth. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to show you the meaning of suffering far worse than death." As he took a step forward, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from within him. In an instant, all disciples of the magic Yuan sect, including Tang Xuan, found themselves immobilized. What an immense aura! Is this truly the elder's power? Tang Xuan couldn't help but feel astonished. Such a presence. He had only previously sensed from the Elder of Concealed Power. Another hidden powerhouse, indeed. Yet, it was only natural, despite the magic Yuan sect's affiliation with the demonic path. There were still rules to uphold. If the Elder of Discipline were not formidable, how could he enforce the sect's regulations? "Come with me and experience the consequences until you confess." The Elder extended his hand, grasping at the air. As space warped, it transformed into a colossal hand of spiritual energy, reaching toward Tang Xuan. Though Tang Xuan's cultivation had significantly increased, he found himself utterly unable to move beneath the overwhelming might. Just as the invisible hand was about to seize him, a flash of black light darted through the air. With a tearing sound, the spiritual hand was rent asunder, and the elder emitted a low groan. staggering back several steps with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. The elder's strength was among the highest in the magic Yuan sect, who possessed the power to injure him. As they marveled in astonishment, Tang Xuan tightened his arms, only to find himself captured. Before him stood a disheveled middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, who gazed at him with an unsettling stare. A shiver ran down Tang Xuan's spine. Surely, this individual harbored some peculiar proclivities. The scruffy man leaned in closer, inhaling Tang Xuan's scent. Ah, yes, that's the aroma. That's precisely it. Tang Xuan's heart sank. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to free himself from the man's grasp and flee. However, his efforts were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly futile against the man's grip. This was disastrous. My dignity is at stake. After a bout of manic laughter, the disheveled man licked his lips. Boy, tell me, have you mastered the Azure battle art to perfection? Tang Xuan hesitated momentarily before nodding. Quickly, unleash your aura for me to behold. The man urged, his tone impatient. Tang Xuan complied, releasing the essence of the Azure battle art. To his astonishment, a ghostly figure, towering over Tu Zhang, materialized behind him. The scruffy man, entranced by the apparition, danced with exuberance, shouting and leaping as if possessed by madness. Everyone around held their breath, daunted by the man's formidable prowess. Having incapacitated an elder of the regulations with a single blow, after a lengthy display of fervor, the man's eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Xuan. Boy, kneel and take me as your master, quickly. Tang Xuan, taken aback, responded, why should I bow to you? The scruffy man swayed his body, and suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from him, revealing a ghostly figure 10 zhang tall behind him. This apparition mirrored Tang Xuan's, but was far more solid and exuded a more terrifying aura. Is this the Azure battle art? Tang Xuan gasped in surprise. The scruffy man smirked with pride. This is the celestial slaughter Azure art. It surpasses the Azure battle art by countless degrees. Only those who have perfected the Azure battle art may practice it. Boy, your talent exceeds that of those worthless fools. He gestured toward Xiao Jian and Yi Ku, both of whom felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that despite being top talents on the demon ranking, they were regarded as mere trash in the eyes of the scruffy man. Had it been anyone else, Xiao Jian and the others would have retaliated violently. Yet, witnessing the elder's defeat, they refrained from uttering a word, understanding the formidable nature of this scruffy man. Strength dictates reason. The powerful can disregard the weak, a timeless truth. Hurry, take me as your master and diligently cultivate the celestial slaughter as your art. I guarantee you will become an unparalleled master. The man's eyes burned with fervor, his enthusiasm overwhelming Tang Xuan. Nevertheless, the allure of the celestial slaughter Azure art was undeniable, and the man's formidable strength was evident. To apprentice under such a formidable figure seemed advantageous. He had numerous questions regarding the Azure battle art, and this middle-aged man might provide the answers he sought. Just as he was about to speak, a calm voice resounded. You cannot take him as your master. With those words, a white figure descended from the heavens. The individual, with hair as white as snow, appeared to be at least 100 years old. However, his skin was remarkably rosy, reminiscent of that of an infant. A vast, ethereal aura surrounded him, akin to that of a celestial being. His piercing eyes sparkled with brilliance, and the fleeting glimmers of his gaze sent chills down one's spine. Pay your respects to the Grand Elder. The expression of the Elder of Discipline changed dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed in greeting. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This white-haired elder was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the demon Yuan sect, once its greatest prodigy. Even Tang Xuan was taken aback. Only the disheveled middle-aged man displayed a look of disdain. What misfortune! The Grand Elder chuckled softly. Master, do you so eagerly wish to avoid my presence? The moment those words left his lips, everyone was taken aback. It turned out that this unkempt man was, in fact, the Grand Elder's junior brother. This implied that he too must be one of the Grand Elders of the demon Yuan sect. Yet, why had no one ever heard of him before? Who is your junior brother? Do you possess greater strength than I? Can you stand against me? The disheveled middle-aged man spat defiantly. The Grand Elder, seemingly accustomed to such a tone, did not take offense but instead turned his attention to Tang Xuan. The latter felt as though he had been stripped bare, every aspect of his being laid open for scrutiny. The blood slaughter blade intent. Excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder's smile widened as he spoke. Would you like to take me as your master? In that instant, the entire room fell silent. Even Tang Xuan wore a look of disbelief. He never expected the Grand Elder would propose to accept him as a disciple. To date, the Grand Elder had taken only one apprentice, who was now the Elder of Concealed Merit. This meant that if Tang Xuan were to nod in agreement, his status would immediately surpass that of all the direct disciples. placing him on par with the sect leader. Xiao Jian and the others exchanged glances, their minds echoing a single thought. This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 16. A Joint Apprenticeship. Gu Hunmi. That lad is my disciple. Do you dare to poach him in my presence? Do you understand the rules? The disheveled middle-aged man bellowed, his expression one of discontent. Gu Hunmi, the true name of the Grand Elder. Even the sect leader would not dare to utter it so directly. Only this disheveled man had the audacity to do so. Gu Hunmi smiled lightly. Sure, Yuan, I have yet to hear that lad agree to become your disciple. Since he has not committed, he is free. Why should I not accept him? Sure, Yuan, the disheveled middle-aged man retorted. Isn't that obvious? That lad has mastered the Shura demon technique to perfection. He is an unparalleled talent in body cultivation. If he becomes my disciple, I will undoubtedly nurture him to become an invincible presence in the world. Gu Hunmi shook his head. Let it be. Do not assume I am ignorant of the flaws in your technique. He turned to Tang Xuan and said, though I am unaware of how you mastered the Shura battle technique, it harbors significant risks. Continuing its practice will be detrimental. The blood slaughter blade technique, however, is different. If you diligently train under my guidance, you will surely become the foremost master of the blade. Sure, Yuan shouted. What nonsense. If my Shura battle technique has flaws, does your blood slaughter blade technique lack them as well? Child, do not be swayed by this old fool. He is unable to cultivate himself yet seeks to lead you astray. Instead, hasten to take me as your master. Ancient Soul's fury was incensed. Shikun, no matter how one might struggle with the blood-butchering blade technique, at least one remains human. Look at you, practicing the heavenly slaughter Shura art. Transforming yourself into something neither human nor ghost. Do you wish to become such a being? Tang Xuan gazed at Shikunyu's appearance and shook his head. Shikunyu was furious. A warrior relies on strength, not looks. I may appear disheveled, yet my power is formidable. Child, do you desire beauty or strength? Tang Xuan inquired curiously. Why not both? Ancient Soul's fury burst into laughter. Did you hear that? My blood-butchering blade technique cultivates the blade, the body, and the spirit. At the moment the blade is forged, none can withstand it. It is both handsome and powerful, the unparalleled choice for your martial path. Tang Xuan glanced at Ancient Soul's fury and then at Shikunyu, and then smiled. Why must I choose? Can I not cultivate both? Upon hearing this, Ancient Soul's fury and Shikunyu exclaimed in unison. No way, absolutely not. Shikunyu said solemnly. Child, you are quite greedy, wanting everything. However, if you attempt to cultivate both, you will accomplish nothing. Once you begin practicing the heavenly slaughter Shura art, you cannot pause. You must immerse yourself completely to achieve success. The same goes for that old fool's blood-butchering blade technique. No matter how exceptional your talent, time is limited. Ancient Soul's fury nodded repeatedly, a rare moment of unity between them. The drunkard speaks true. Tang Xuan shrugged and replied. But I haven't spent much time at all mastering the Shura battle technique and the blood-butchering blade technique to perfection. Ancient Soul's fury and Shikunyu were both perplexed by this matter. In truth, they did not wish to neglect each other's martial skills, they simply lacked the time. Whether it was the Shura battle technique or the blood-butchering blade technique, both were exceptionally challenging to cultivate, becoming increasingly difficult as one progressed. When Ancient Soul's fury and Shikunyu initially trained, they dedicated nearly all their time to it, leaving no room for anything else. Yet, Tang Xuan shattered this perception. He had remarkably cultivated both the Shura battle technique and the blood-butchering blade technique to perfection. Although these were merely introductory martial techniques, they were impressive enough. Tang Xuan smiled and said, I have an idea, esteemed elders, please consider. I will take you both as my masters. I shall follow the Grand Elder for the first 3 techniques, and follow Senior Shikunyu for the next 3. How does that sound? Shikunyu immediately shook his head in refusal. No, this is absurd. How can a master only accept half a disciple? Absolutely not. However, Ancient Soul's fury's eyes twinkled. This idea has merit, but we must add a clause. If your blood-butchering blade technique surpasses the Shura battle technique, it would indicate your lack of talent in the Shura battle technique, and you must abandon it to focus entirely on the blood-butchering blade technique. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Shikunyu felt a sense of foreboding. Ancient Soul, you cunning old fox, you think too highly of this. Very well, since you wish to play this way, I shall join you. Child, the same applies to you. If your progress in the Shura battle technique exceeds that of the blood-butchering blade technique, you must devote yourself entirely to the Shura battle technique. 2 individuals, both exceeding a century in age, became embroiled in a heated dispute over Tang Xuan, to the point of agreeing to jointly accept a disciple. The disciples of the demon Yuan sect were left in a state of utter astonishment. They had never witnessed such an absurd situation. The notion of co-accepting a disciple was inherently ludicrous. After all, which master would willingly share a disciple with another? Moreover, Gu Hunmi, serving as the supreme elder and a towering figure within the demon Yuan sect, had countless aspirants yearning to be his disciple. One such individual was Shien Canhong, the second ranked on the demon ranking, who had long coveted the opportunity to be accepted by him. The supreme elder had previously stated that should Shien perfect his swordsmanship to an unparalleled level, he might consider taking him as a disciple. The prestige of the demon ranking was indisputable. If even Shien Canhong could not secure the position of the supreme elder's direct disciple, it underscored the immense difficulty involved. Yet, here was Tang Xuan, with the supreme elder proactively offering him mentorship, while he remained hesitant, appearing to covet both the immediate and the unattainable. It was a source of envy and resentment for many, including Xiao Jian, Yi Ku, Qing Tian, and Li Ku, who were green with envy but could only swallow their jealousy. After all, Tang Xuan's talents were extraordinarily formidable. He had even achieved a moment of enlightenment. Who could rival him? Tang Xuan smiled and proclaimed, "Very well, it is settled then." He chuckled, though Gu Hunmi and Shikunyu sensed something amiss. Yet, they could not articulate what exactly felt wrong. It was simply peculiar. Tang Xuan continued, "Today marks the first day. I shall train under the guidance of the Supreme Elder in the blood slaughter sword technique." Gu Hunmi nodded, "Follow me." Tang Xuan promptly walked over. Subsequently, Gu Hunmi gestured, and Tang Xuan felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his body, lifting him into the air. Such astonishing prowess was indeed enviable, but it was merely admiration. With the support of the Enlightenment System, he would inevitably reach such heights. "Young man, remember not to take things too seriously. The Shura battle technique is your true destiny." Shikunyu called out. Gu Hunmi snorted in disdain, "Dream on. Let us go." With a thought, he transported Tang Xuan, vanishing from their previous location. In the next moment, they appeared in a serene landscape of verdant mountains and flowing waters. A surge of rich spiritual energy assailed Tang Xuan, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The energy was profoundly rich, perfectly conducive for a breakthrough. System, grant me enlightenment. Chapter 17. It doesn't seem difficult at all. With a thought, Tang Xuan immediately entered a state of enlightenment. This place was Gu Hunmi's cave, isolated and free from interruptions. The spirals of the Shura battle technique surged into action as the abundant spiritual energy flowed into Tang Xuan's body like a tidal wave. Beyond the spiritual origin realm lies the ocean return realm, symbolizing the confluence of myriad rivers into the sea. This signifies the liquefaction of spiritual essence into a spiritual sea. At this juncture, a martial artist's capabilities across the board are significantly enhanced. The Shura Phantom manifested, its palms uniting to reveal a black hole at the center. The surrounding spiritual energy was voraciously siphoned away, purified, and then assimilated into Tang Xuan's limbs and bones. The young man, Gu Hunmi, exhibited an extraordinarily peculiar expression. His heart a tumultuous blend of astonishment, joy, sorrow, and anger. He was astonished that Tang Xuan had effortlessly entered the state of enlightenment he had long coveted. He felt joy at the prospect of swiftly overcoming barriers that would typically take others several days to breach, thereby ascending to the realm of Guihai. However, he was troubled by the fact that Tang Xuan achieved enlightenment during his breakthrough into Guihai, a waste of such a rare opportunity, considering enlightenment is a seldom occurrence. His anger stemmed from the realization that Tang Xuan was utilizing the Shura battle technique to absorb spiritual energy, a blatant affront to his own prowess. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, Tang Xuan's ascension in strength would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation of the blood butchery blade technique. Even Gu Hunmi had to concede that the Shura battle technique possessed an unparalleled and formidable advantage in the absorption of spiritual energy. It was precisely this advantage that had led to his inability to defeat Shikunyu, who had consistently held the upper hand. How infuriating that this boy provokes me upon his arrival, and I must act as his protector. What absurdity is this? Gu Hunmi shook his head and extended his hand, enveloping Tang Xuan in a surge of spiritual energy to shield him from external disturbances during his breakthrough. Moments later, a resounding roar echoed from within Tang Xuan's body. Gu Hunmi's lips twitched slightly. When he transitioned from the Lingyuan realm to Guihai, it had taken him an entire day and night, a speed that was already astonishing. Yet, Tang Xuan had accomplished this feat in less than an hour. Enlightenment is one thing. Without it, my innate talent is surely superior to this boy's. Indeed. It must be so. Gu Hunmi continuously reassured himself. "Ah, my apologies, esteemed elder. The spiritual energy here is so abundant that I could not resist the urge to break through." Tang Xuan sheepishly scratched his head and confessed. Gu Hunmi's face twitched again. "No matter, this is your opportunity. You may cultivate here at any time in the future." Tang Xuan's eyes instantly brightened. Really? His previous lack of enlightenment stemmed from inadequate stamina and mental fortitude. Ascending to a higher realm was one of the most effective solutions. The 200-odd spiritual stones bestowed upon him by the elder had already been depleted during his enlightenment of the blade intent. Now, Gu Hanmi had presented him with such a generous gift, and he was elated. However, he added, "But, esteemed elder, I may have absorbed a bit too much spiritual energy." "You mustn't be angered. In the state of enlightenment, the absorption of spiritual energy was 100-fold compared to normal times. And the 200 spiritual stones had been consumed in an instant. Though the energy here was rich, it was not inexhaustible. If he absorbed too much, Gu Hanmi would undoubtedly be furious." At this moment, Gu Hanmi remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. He stroked his white beard, his demeanor calm. "Too much? Beneath this peak lies a small spiritual vein. Even I would require several days to temporarily deplete it. You are but a mere high realm cultivator. Even if you were to absorb for a year and a half, the amount of spiritual energy here would scarcely diminish. Absorb as you wish. I shall not be angered." Tang Xuan replied with a smile, "Then I shall rest easy." Gu Hanmi waved his hand. "Very well, do not rush your cultivation. Unleash your blade intent and attack me with all your might using the blood butchery blade technique." Tang Xuan was taken aback. "The Grand Elder, is this appropriate? I fear I might harm you." The Grand Elder smiled faintly. "Haha, even if your strength were to increase tenfold, you could not inflict a scratch upon me." He extended a single finger. "Just one finger from me is sufficient to handle this." Tang Xuan pondered for a moment and decided not to refuse. After all, the Grand Elder was the foremost powerhouse of the demon Yuan sect, with a cultivation level that reached the heavens. How could his meager strength possibly harm such a being? Suddenly, a surge of blood qi erupted from Tang Xuan, akin to a ferocious beast roused from slumber. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and the veins in his hand gripping the blade bulged prominently. His true energy coursed chaotically within, roaring through his meridians, transforming into an unstoppable torrent. With a fierce shout, he unleashed 50% of his blade intent, causing ripples of crimson to ripple through the air. Wherever his blade intent touched, the ground fractured, stones flew, and dust billowed. Wait, 50% of blade intent? Gu Hanmi's eyes nearly bulged out. He had sensed the blood slaughter blade intent before, but he hadn't anticipated that Tang Xuan's blade intent had reached 50%. By heavens, this monstrous lad has actually cultivated the blood slaughter blade intent to 50%. Amidst his shock, Tang Xuan's blade intent reached its zenith. "Blood slaughter slash." He shouted fiercely, his body launching toward Gu Hanmi. Boom. As he moved, a wave of blood surged forth. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged towards him. Gu Hanmi's pupils constricted instantly. He hurriedly retracted his finger and formed a blade with his palm. Break. An immensely powerful blade intent burst forth. The two forces of blade intent clashed in the void, instantly releasing a torrent of blood, creating a series of explosive impacts. Within 100 feet, flora and fauna were instantly torn asunder. Tang Xuan staggered back several dozen steps before stabilizing himself. His right hand, gripping the blade, trembled uncontrollably. Such formidable blade intent. In the clash, he felt Gu Hanmi's blade intent was boundless and profound. No matter how hard he exerted himself, he could not budge it in the slightest. Truly, as expected of the Grand Elder, such formidable blade intent. Tang Xuan marveled. Gu Hanmi coughed lightly. "Did you think this elder has trained in vain all these years?" His expression remained calm, yet his right hand, resting behind him, quivered slightly. Tang Xuan's 50% blade intent was far more substantial than ordinary blade intent. As if honed over decades of arduous cultivation, this little monster, Gu Hanmi grumbled inwardly. Your blood slaughter blade technique has indeed reached perfection. It seems that Zhang Gong has devoted quite a bit of effort in guiding you." Tang Xuan was taken aback. "Elder Zhang Gong? He has never guided me." Gu Hanmi was momentarily stunned. "If he hasn't guided you, how did you manage to perfect the blood slaughter blade technique?" "This technique requires the infusion of malevolence to gather blade energy within. Without someone to support you, the slightest misstep could lead to blade energy erupting from your body, resulting in instant death." Tang Xuan chuckled. "Is that so? I didn't find it particularly difficult. I just practiced it casually and reached perfection." Gu Hanmi was displeased. "Practiced casually? Your words are too arrogant." Chapter 18, Refinement. The nascent form of the Jia Huang blade light. Tang Xuan replied, "I truly only practiced casually. At the outset, he indeed did not take the blood slaughter blade technique seriously. His original intention was to practice the Azura battle art. However, after condensing the Azura cyclone, he found his dantian inexplicably vanished, compelling Tang Xuan to pause his cultivation. Not wishing to squander his energy, he momentarily grasped the essence of the blood slaughter blade technique. Thus, he diligently practiced it until mastery. However, such admissions were certainly not to be uttered aloud. Gu Hanmi furrowed his brow and remarked, Tang Xuan. I must concede that you possess remarkable talent in blade techniques, yet the path of the blade is vast and profound. An endless expanse demanding constant reverence and unwavering devotion to achieve any progress. If you treat it lightly as you have, no matter how great your talent, you shall not attain the advanced blade techniques. Tang Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What is an advanced blade technique? The supreme art of the Azura battle art is the Tianlu Azura technique. It appears that the blood slaughter blade technique also possesses an advanced form. Gu Hunmi snorted coldly, then raised his palm like a blade. Boom. In an instant, the formidable intent of the blade erupted forth. A terrifying wave of crimson swirling around his body like a lotus. The sharp blade aura emitted a piercing shriek in the void. Zhahuang slash. With a swift motion, Gu Hunmi drew his hand. The blood-red blade light surged forth, expanding to 10 zhang, cleaving a mountain peak 10 miles away in half. With a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled, shaking the heavens and earth, billowing clouds of dust as countless beasts fled in panic. Simultaneously, the crimson torrent traversed relentlessly, devouring all that was visible. Within mere moments, a towering mountain of 1,000 zhang was utterly reduced to nothingness beneath the blade's edge. What an astonishing blade technique! Tang Xuan gasped, his eyes wide with fervor. Gu Hunmi smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, this Zhahuang slash is a remnant of an ancient supreme skill, possessing boundless power. Once unleashed, it leaves no life in its wake, capable of severing both mortals and deities, even cleaving the heavens and earth. I, as an elder, spent decades merely scratching the surface of its essence. To cultivate this blade, one must achieve consummate mastery of the blood slaughter blade technique and comprehend the blade's intent. With the stronger the intent, the better. Tang Xian's face lit up with joy. Isn't that perfectly suited for me? Grand Elder, please teach me. Observing his excitement, Gu Hunmi could not suppress a smile. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Zhahuang slash, this lad will surely abandon any thoughts of the Azura battle art. His path lies in the blade, not in brute force. With that, Gu Hunmi cleared his throat. Very well, I shall impart the Zhahuang slash to you now. He promptly shared the mantra with Tang Xuan. To master the Zhahuang slash, one must first delineate a unique embryonic form of the Zhahuang slash blade light within their heart. This step is a true test of talent. Those with superior talent may succeed in 10 years, those with exceptional talent in 5 years, while those with extraordinary talent may achieve it in 2.5 years at most. Gu Hunmi, stroking his long beard with pride, declared, I, too, only took 2 years to outline the embryonic form of the Zhahuang slash. My expectations for you are not high. If you can capture a hint of its essence within 3 days, that will suffice. With a wave of his hand, he presented a large bag of spiritual energy before Tang Xuan. This contains 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Cultivation is an endeavor that demands substantial physical energy and resources. For now, you may use this. Once depleted, seek me again. This elder shall take a brief respite. In his attempt to entice Tang Xuan, Gu Hunmi expended nearly 70% of his spiritual energy with that single strike, and he is in dire need of recovery at this moment. Understood, elder. Tang Xuan replied respectfully. Ascending into the air, Gu Hunmi cast a discreet glance at Tang Xuan before departing. Capturing the essence of divinity must be executed in one seamless motion. In the past, this elder spent several days to successfully seize the divine resonance. By that time, this young man would have no opportunity to cultivate on the side of Sun Yu. The plan is secure. Once Gu Hunmi left, Tang Xuan commenced his cultivation. He recited the heart method of the Zhahuang slash several times, ensuring his familiarity, and then focused intently. Ding. The host experienced enlightenment once, yielding no rewards. Ding. The host experienced enlightenment 10 times, yielding no rewards. Ding. The host experienced enlightenment 100 times, gaining some insights. The electronic notifications echoed continuously, and Tang Xuan soon emerged from his state of enlightenment. His brow furrowed as he murmured to himself, truly, it is an advanced martial technique. It took so many attempts to grasp a mere semblance. It appears that to genuinely capture the divine resonance, at least a day and night are required. Gazing at the 500 medium-grade spirit stones beside him, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Life is relentless, and so must be my pursuit of enlightenment. He immediately activated the Shura battle technique to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy. As time ticked away, Tang Xuan became entirely absorbed in his understanding. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled past, seemingly infused with the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits. Tang Xuan's body shivered slightly, as if his soul had transcended to a realm dominated by blades. Before him lay a world suffused with the radiance of the Zhahuang blade. The blade's gleam was elusive, like a deer's antlers, leaving no trace. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space shattered and all existence perished. Tang Xuan endeavored to emulate those blade lights. However, it felt as if an unseen force hindered him, rendering his movements exceedingly laborious. Soon, his physical strength and mental fortitude were entirely depleted. While absorbing spiritual energy for recovery, he fell into contemplation. Wait, the elder just mentioned that the Jia Huang slash is unique. It requires the practitioner to delineate their own version. This indicated that the Jia Huang slash is not merely a technique, but an understanding of life and death. One must transcend their inner fears and embrace this destructive power to truly comprehend the essence of the Jia Huang slash. The Enlightenment System is ultimately an aid. Only by finding the correct path can I achieve more with less effort. I understand now. Tang Xuan re-entered a state of enlightenment. This time, he emptied his consciousness. No longer striving to imitate, but instead, he attuned himself to the sensations surrounding him, absorbing the aura of death within the Jia Huang slash. In this intertwining of life and death, a black and indistinct blade shadow gradually coalesced within his sea of consciousness. Ding! The host experienced enlightenment 100 times, successfully condensing the embryonic form of the Jia Huang slash. Success! Tang Xuan opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing within them, and a joyful expression graced his face. Initially, he had believed that 3 days would yield at most a mere capture of the divine resonance. Unexpectedly, upon finding the right path, he immediately coalesced the nascent form of the Zhe Chuing Blade S radiance, far surpassing the target that Gahunmi had set for him. However, a nascent form is merely that, a semblance, not the true essence of the Zhe Chuing Blade S radiance. With 3 days still ahead, he resolved to continue his profound contemplation. He hoped to fully refine the Zhe Chuing Blade S radiance before the 3 days elapsed. Chapter 19. The Disgusting Countenance, 3 days later. What? You intend to seek out that drunken scoundrel, Shikunyu? Gahunmi's expression darkened. Mastering the Zhe Chuing blade requires unwavering perseverance. While 3 days may not suffice to attain enlightenment, maintaining focus will surely allow your prodigious talent to grasp the subtleties. However, if you depart now, all your efforts from the past 3 days will be in vain. He implored earnestly, you need not concern yourself with that drunkard. I am acutely aware of how arduous it is to advance the Shura battle technique. Even that drunkard cannot manage it. Pursuing your training will only bring you harm. Remember, the Zhe Chuing blade is your future. You shall not leave unless you capture the essence. Gahunmi exclaimed passionately. He had finally discovered such a prodigious talent in the art of blades. He could not allow him to falter midway. Tang Xuan smiled. I have already captured the essence. Gahunmi's eyes widened, transitioning from shock to skepticism, and finally to disappointment. Tang Xuan, even if you wish to go, there is no need to fabricate tales. Can this elder truly prevent you? If you are determined to go, then do so, but do not return. This elder does not favor a disciple who speaks in falsehoods. No matter how exceptional your talent in blade arts may be, without a steadfast martial heart, your future will be limited. As he spoke, he shook his head and waved his hand in irritation. It was evident he was profoundly disappointed. Tang Xuan chuckled softly, extending his right hand. Buzz. The air shimmered with gentle ripples. In his palm, a spectral blade radiance emerged. This is the essence of the Zhe Chuing blade. Gahunmi leapt up in astonishment, gazing at Tang Xuan as though he were a specter. In truth, he had not anticipated that Tang Xuan would capture the essence of the Zhe Chuing blade within 3 days. It had taken him a full 30 days to delineate the essence initially. Tang Xuan accomplished it in a mere fraction of that time. Moreover, the essence he held was remarkably refined, approaching a state of completeness. Once he fused the essence with the intent of the blade, the true radiance would be born. Can I leave now, Grand Elder? Tang Xuan asked with a smile. Observing Gahunmi's flushed, excited countenance, hand clutching his heart. He felt fortunate that he had not revealed the true radiance of the blade. Otherwise, he feared Gahunmi might have fainted on the spot. Indeed, you must go immediately, Gahunmi exclaimed, losing all semblance of decorum. By all means, ensure you showcase your training achievements before that drunkard. I have always maintained that the blade arts are your true calling. The Shura battle technique is merely a brutish skill, entirely unworthy of pursuit. Tang Xuan shook his head with a wry smile. At over 100 years of age, still behaving like a child, this is nothing but pure bickering. However, it seems that there exists a profound enmity between Gahunmi and Shikunyu. Indeed, the disciple shall proceed. Just as Tang Xuan was about to depart, Gahunmi seized him abruptly. I shall escort you. Let us go. With a resounding thud, Gahunmi lifted Tang Xuan into the air, propelling them forward with great speed. If Tang Xuan were unaware of the old man's intentions, he would have realized that this was not merely an escort, It was a display meant to showcase before Shikunyue resided at the rear mountain of the Yuan sect. Upon sighting Gu Hunmi, he immediately commenced his derision. At last, my precious disciple has arrived. You, old fossil, have wasted 3 precious days. What a travesty. Gu Hunmi replied with an air of triumph. Old wine-bearer, the one wasting time is you. You have no notion of my disciple's innate talent in the way of the blade. Shikunyue retorted disdainfully. What talent? His ability to master the blood slaughter blade technique is solely due to the merits of the Shura battle secret. With sufficient strength, that crude technique could be mastered in mere moments. Gu Hunmi burst into laughter. Is that so? Then what of the Jia Huang slash? Shikunyue's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Gu Hunmi proclaimed with unabashed pride. Forgive my audacity, but in just 3 short days, my precious disciple has captured the essence of the Jia Huang slash. What? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Shikunyue's eyes. Having battled Gu Hunmi for decades, he possessed an intimate understanding of the Jia Huang slash. He had presumed that Tang Xuan would achieve little in 3 days, but unexpectedly, he had grasped the essence of the technique. This was dire news. Shikunyue's countenance darkened considerably, while Gu Hunmi's smile could scarcely be contained. Who knows how long he had awaited this day? What's the matter, old wine-bearer? Provided I nurture him properly, this lad shall undoubtedly become a legendary blade king. I advise you to concede early. Your pitiful techniques hold no future. Nonsense. That lad's swift capture of the Jia Huang slash's essence is precisely due to the foundation laid by my Shura battle secret. Shikunyue spat vehemently. Gu Hunmi laughed heartily. In that case, I shall thank you. You have established a solid foundation for my precious disciple. The rest shall be entrusted to me, and he shall undertake the trials in my stead. Ha ha ha. Shikunyue's teeth nearly ground to dust in fury. Cursed be this old fossil for seizing the initiative. Had I known, I would have allowed this lad to train with me first. No, I cannot allow this old fossil to overshadow me. With that thought, Shikunyue coldly declared, Old fossil, do not take pride too soon. In 3 days, my Shura battle secret will undoubtedly surpass your crude techniques. Gu Hunmi regarded Shikunyue with a mocking gaze. Oh, is that so? I shall await your demonstration. He then turned to Tang Xuan, saying, My precious disciple, the old wine-bearer's physical training technique is not for the faint of heart. If you find it too taxing, promptly abandon it. Take this token. Should you struggle, crush it, and I shall come to retrieve you. As he spoke, he tossed a token to Tang Xuan, who accepted it without hesitation, placing it into his bosom. The esteemed elder possesses an unfathomable level of cultivation. This token serves as a summoning charm, invaluable in critical moments. Why would one not cherish it? The old drunkard. Do not harm my precious disciple. Do you hear me? Otherwise, our grievances shall remain unresolved. Gu Hunmi scolded. Shikunyue retorted with a mocking tone, Get lost. Do not waste my time teaching my disciple powerful techniques. Gu Hunmi laughed heartily as he departed. Bah, look at that disgusting visage. I truly wish to land a punch on his face. Shikunyue spat vehemently. He then took a swig of liquor, his sharp gaze landing squarely on Tang Xuan. Young lad, I earnestly inquire, do you genuinely wish to cultivate the celestial slaughter Azura technique? Tang Xuan nodded, of course. Rest assured, senior, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my training. Upon hearing his vow, Shikunyue's expression softened slightly. Now that's more like it. Is there anything else you wish to ask? If not, let us commence our training. Chapter 20. Refining malevolent energy. Tang Xuan had longed to ask this question. He spoke up immediately. Senior, after practicing the Azura battle technique, I can no longer sense my dantian. What could be the reason for this? Shikunyue laughed heartily. You have indeed come to the right person. Fear not. The celestial slaughter Azura technique does not rely on the dantian at all. Its Azura vortex can engulf the world and form its own cosmos, far superior to any mere dantian. Having previously speculated this, Tang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then I can rest easy. Shikunyue hesitated momentarily. Though the Azura vortex is formidable, advancing through its ranks is exceedingly challenging. Even I have barely reached the 3rd realm, the Azura eye-opening stage. With my innate talent, it seems I shall never attain the 4th realm, the devouring of origin stage. He continued. Moreover, should the Azura vortex stagnate in its progression, it will gradually weaken and ultimately vanish. This is why I needed to ascertain your true intent to learn. If it proves too burdensome, it would be wise to abandon it early. Your talent in the blade is exceptional, and following that old fossil's teachings may grant you the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Tang Xuan smiled. I hold a measure of confidence in my own talents. Furthermore, what you deem unattainable may not be beyond my reach. Shikunyue clapped his thigh. Good. You possess spirit, just like I did in my youth. Tang Xuan observed his unkempt appearance, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Shikun Yu gestured with his hand and soared into the air. Let us go. He led Tang Xuan deep into a cavern nestled within the mountains. Upon entering, Tang Xuan was immediately engulfed by a suffocating stench of blood, sending a chill down his spine. Moments later, they arrived at the cavern's end, where a colossal, roiling blood pool came into view. This, Shikun Yu said, taking a sip of wine and pointing to the pool, is where I usually refine my celestial slaughter Azura technique. It contains the essence of the blood of beasts above the earth realm. He continued, soon, you shall enter this pool. Channel the Azura vortex to absorb the malevolent energy within the blood, and then condense the slaughter patterns within the vortex. If you succeed in forming the slaughter patterns, you will have attained the first level of the celestial slaughter Azura technique, the awakening of blood patterns. In the throes of battle, one can invoke the slaughter seal to augment their combat prowess, simultaneously significantly enhancing the strength of the physical body. Even ordinary blades would struggle to pierce your skin. After expressing this, Shikun Yu felt a wave of thirst and promptly raised his wine jug for another sip. Of course, mastering the first realm within just 3 days is an unattainable feat. I too required 2.5 years to achieve it. If you can endure 100 breaths within the blood pool in 3 days, that alone would suffice. Tang Xuan gazed at the boiling blood pool, a confident smile gracing his lips. 100 breaths? It doesn't seem that difficult. Shikun Yu regarded him with a mocking glare and retorted, is that so? I once shared your sentiments and ended up lying incapacitated for 10 days. To endure, one must merge and digest the previous wave of malevolent energy before the next onslaught enters the body. No matter how exceptional your talent, it is impossible to accomplish from the outset. He yawned. I have matters to attend to. I shall return in 3 days. You will remain here to cultivate. And if you cannot withstand it, you must crawl back up. Should you succumb in the blood pool, it would be a matter of ill fortune. With that, Shikun Yu imparted the heavenly slaughter Shura technique to Tang Xuan, then vanished into thin air, leaving him standing alone before the blood pool. Taking a couple of steps forward, Tang Xuan approached the blood pool. Before he could steady himself, a cacophony of beastly roars echoed in his ears, and a potent wave of malevolent energy surged like a flood, crashing against him. Tang Xuan was momentarily stunned, losing his balance and staggering back several steps. What terrifying malevolent energy! Just moments ago, Shikun Yu had mentioned that the blood collected in this pool originated from beasts of the earth realm and above. The earth realm. Above the body refinement realm lies the spirit origin realm. Above that is the returning sea realm, following which is the profound pill realm. Then comes the concentration realm. Only above the concentration realm does one reach the earth realm. Presently, Tang Xuan could not even contend with warriors of the profound pill realm. The earth realm was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet, this place was teeming with such exquisite blood. Given Shikun Yu's demeanor, it was impossible for him to have sought assistance in gathering it. This meant all this blood was collected solely by him. The sheer might of his physical prowess was nothing short of terrifying. If the third level of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique is this formidable, what might the higher realms entail? Tang Xuan clenched his fists, exhilaration coursing through him. All right, it is time to cultivate. He inhaled deeply and leaped directly into the blood pool. As his feet touched the surface, the frenzied malevolent energy mingled with the dying resentment of the beasts, violently invaded Tang Xuan's meridians, wreaking havoc. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy surged, assaulting his soul sea. Should the soul sea be devoured by the malevolent energy, Tang Xuan would instantly transform into a bloodthirsty beast, unable to revert to his former self. Shura Cyclone, devour for me. Without a hint of hesitation, he summoned the Shura Cyclone to its utmost limit, initiating the consumption of the malevolent energy within him. Just as he had ingested approximately 70 to 80%, the second wave of malevolent energy surged forth. The two currents of malevolent energy intertwined, and Tang Xuan found himself overwhelmed. He hastily leapt from the blood pool. The moment he landed, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. After an extended period, the Shura Cyclone finally absorbed all the malevolent energy. Tang Xuan distinctly felt a slight enhancement in his physical form. As he recuperated, he pondered deeply. The two waves of malevolent energy were merely 3 breaths apart. With my current strength, I cannot possibly devour them all, unless the speed of the Shura Cyclone increases. Determined, Tang Xuan leaped once more into the blood pool. The malevolent energy surged forth, and he began to comprehend. Tang Xuan entered a state of enlightenment. Upon entering this state, the speed of the Shura Cyclone significantly accelerated. This time, he endured 17 waves of malevolent energy before he could no longer sustain himself and emerged from the pool. After digesting the malevolent energy, Tang Xuan immediately plunged back into the blood pool. After several rounds of this, he felt a marked enhancement in his physical body. Simultaneously, a mysterious imprint faintly emerged at the center of the Shura cyclone, the slaughter war pattern. Tang Xuan's eyes brightened. This imprint was the emblem of the first layer of the heavenly slaughter Shura art, signifying the awakening of the blood pattern. The mortal body initially stained with Shura blood. The spiritual platform gradually manifests the slaughter pattern. Once the slaughter war pattern is fully condensed, it can be activated during combat, instantly amplifying physical strength several-fold. While the force of his fists carries a terrifying malevolent energy, even foes stronger than him would be unable to withstand it. Continue. The visible enhancement filled Tang Xuan with joy. With a splash, he leaped again into the blood pool, entering a state of enlightenment once more. Ding. The host has successfully refined malevolent energy during enlightenment. Ding. The host has refined malevolent energy once again. Chapter 21. Draining the blood pool. The essence of enlightenment lies in allowing martial artists to grasp martial techniques more swiftly and accurately. Each electronic chime signified Tang Xuan's successful refinement of one wave of malevolent energy. 10, 20, 30. He perfectly refined the first 40 waves of malevolent energy, timing his actions impeccably. As the malevolent energy melded with his physical form, the Shura cyclone within him transitioned from white to a deep crimson hue. Within it, a mark resembling a heart was born. Thump. The mark emitted a heartbeat, gradually synchronizing with Tang Xuan's own. The heartbeat intensified and illuminated with a blood-red radiance. When the two heartbeats fully merged, Tang Xuan's eyes snapped open. Boom. An extraordinarily potent aura erupted from within him, causing the entire blood pool to boil and whirl violently. Boom, boom, boom. The essence of the demonic beasts howled and spun frantically, gaining speed. Tang Xuan sat at the center of the blood pool, his black hair swirling, enveloped in a terrifying bloodlight. If one were to gaze through, they would undoubtedly see that the spiritual energy within Tang Xuan was also swirling maniacally, mirroring the blood pool. The malevolent energy intertwined with the spiritual energy, continuously merging into the two whirlpools. Bang! With a muffled sound, the spiritual energy liquefied, transforming into a vast ocean. The oceanic realm. Success. Suddenly, the Azura blood essence gradually descended into the spiritual sea, and in the blink of an eye, it devoured the spiritual sea entirely. How ungracious. Tang Xuan smiled wryly. Although the spiritual sea had been consumed, it did not signify his demise. The formidable aspect of the heavenly destruction Azura technique lies in the fact that the Azura vortex can substitute for the existence of the Dantian. At this moment, the spiritual sea was compressed by the Azura vortex, suspended to the left of the slaughtering battle pattern, slowly rotating. On the right, there was also a gray ocean, a sea of malevolence formed by the sinister aura. Boom. The Azura vortex not only showed no signs of slowing down, but instead accelerated with increasing velocity. The surrounding spiritual energy was simultaneously drained away. As it extracted the spiritual energy, the vortex was also voraciously absorbing the malevolent aura. It was as if it were an abyss. No matter how much spiritual and malevolent energy was fed to it, the Azura vortex would not cease its gluttonous endeavor. Damn. Tang Xuan finally comprehended the meaning behind Shikunyu's earlier words. The spiritual energy he consumed was sufficient to propel an ordinary martial artist directly to the pinnacle of the returning sea realm. Yet, his own first level of the returning sea realm remained utterly stagnant. It was not that he could not break through, but rather that the Azura vortex had devoured every last morsel of spiritual and malevolent energy, leaving not a shred for him to ascend. After a considerable time, the Azura vortex still showed no signs of being filled. Resolutely, Tang Xuan decided to observe just how much it could absorb. He resolutely entered a state of enlightenment, pushing the power of the Azura vortex to its utmost limits. The blood essence within the blood pool vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Finally, after consuming a substantial portion of the blood pool's essence and malevolent aura, the Azura vortex began to slow down. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of pure spiritual and malevolent energy amalgamation radiated from the vortex, coursing through Tang Xuan's limbs and bones. This fusion power adhered to his bones, gradually integrating within. Tang Xuan felt as if his entire body were being pricked by needles, an unbearable mix of pain and itchiness. However, in the state of enlightenment, the sensations quickly dissipated. Subsequently, a layer of blood light gradually emerged upon his bones, within which faintly glimmered a strand of golden light. Oh, the malevolent bone melting gold. Tang Xuan's face reflected astonishment. The malevolent bone melting gold he referred to was, in fact, the second layer of the heavenly destruction Azura technique. By refining bones with malevolence, purging the impurities of the mortal body, one begins with blood bones, and upon achieving mastery, transforms into golden bones, rendering the flesh as resilient as profound iron. With strength reaching an astonishing level, even the finest blades would struggle to breach such defense. According to Shikunyu, after mastering the first layer, a decade of accumulation was required to even approach the second layer. Unexpectedly, Tang Xuan had only just begun to grasp the first layer, yet he had already perceived the mysteries of the second layer. With the opportunity laid before him, how could he possibly resist? At that moment, Tang Xuan began to fervently absorb the blood essence. A trace of gold gradually emerged within the blood bones, an emblem of its grand achievement. Just as he prepared to make a bold assault on the second layer, the Azura vortex suddenly faltered. Tang Xuan emerged from his state of enlightenment, bewildered. When he turned to look, his expression shifted to one of embarrassment. A pool of demon beast essence had been completely drained by him. Without this vital essence, the Azura cyclone could not possibly continue. Tang Xuan scratched his head, uncertain if the senior would be displeased. He leaped out of the pool and calculated the time. It had only been 2.5 days, and he had half a day left. He could not afford to idle. He had heard that the dense forest behind the mountain was home to many formidable demon beasts, which would be perfect for honing his skills while simultaneously collecting essence. With that thought in mind, Tang Xuan immediately set off towards the cave entrance. As he took his first step, his body surged forward, accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom. By the time he landed, he was already outside the cave. Astonished, he marveled at his own strength. At that moment, he noticed a faint crimson luminescence on his skin, and waves of immense power surged through his limbs. He felt as though he could pierce the heavens with his newfound might. Was this the essence of power? Exhilarating. Having drained the entire blood pool, his strength had increased dramatically, and he found it momentarily overwhelming. He had to suppress it and walk cautiously until he acclimated a little. Gradually, he ventured deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a foul wind swept through, accompanied by the ferocious roar of a tiger. The underbrush was ruthlessly torn apart as a massive black tiger emerged. This beast was more than twice the size of an ordinary tiger, with thick limbs and flame-like patterns on its fur. The name Fiery Tiger flashed through Tang Xuan's mind. A peak demon beast of the returning sea realm. Its strength was comparable to that of a Xian realm warrior, capable of expelling fierce flames from its maw. Even a peak warrior of the Xian realm would hesitate to confront it. Tang Xuan, being merely at the returning sea realm, would have turned and fled at the first sight of such a creature. Yet, he extended a finger and beckoned the fiery tiger. Come, roar. The tiger, sensing the provocation, glared menacingly. It crouched low, then lunged forward, its powerful paw crashing down towards Tang Xuan. Boom. The terrifying force concentrated in its paw produced a sonic explosion. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is perfect. He clenched his fist, channeling his strength into his right arm, and unleashed a punch. Bang. The powerful fist collided with the tiger's paw, and the forces of man and beast erupted like a torrent. Then, a shocking explosion resounded, followed by a wretched scream. Chapter 22, Second Level. The Bound Spirit Blade Realm. The collision of pure forces yielded an unexpected result. A sharp cracking sound echoed as the fiery tiger's robust forelimb was shattered. Tang Xuan's fist pierced through the beast's body, and with a wail of agony, the fiery tiger was sent flying, lifeless before it hit the ground. A massive gaping wound marred its ribcage, crimson blood gushing forth. Is it dead already? Tang Xuan was taken aback. This was a beast on par with a Xian realm warrior. He had inadvertently met his end with his own punch. The day of slaughtering the Azura technique was remarkably potent. Just moments ago, he had harbored concerns about his ability to contend with the fierce tiger, deliberately holding back a portion of his strength. In the event of a setback, he could have retreated without sustaining injuries. Yet, it turned out that this technique was indeed formidable. Tang Xuan, brimming with excitement, drained the blood energy from the fierce tiger. However, his smile soon froze. The blood energy vanished as if it had sunk into the sea, and the Azura cyclone rotated slightly, as if to express a modicum of respect, before ceasing its motion. How could a peak ocean return realm beast only cause the Azura cyclone to rotate half a turn, to reach the pinnacle of the second level? How many powerful beasts would one need to slay? It was no wonder the Elder Supreme spoke of the difficulty in advancing this technique. The consumption was simply excessive. Tang Xuan smiled wryly. His progress in the slaughtering the moon technique had stagnated at the pinnacle of the third level. Aside from talent, it was likely that the immense consumption hindered his ability to advance to the fourth level. After consecutively slaying several formidable beasts, Tang Xuan relinquished the desire to continue his practice of the day of slaughtering the Azura technique, as the blood energy he absorbed did not outweigh the energy he expended. It was a complete loss. Thus, he directly shifted to cultivating the He Huang slash. After refining his blade aura, he reached the first realm, the initial sound of the dark blade. Upon attaining this realm, a natural chill would emanate from the blade aura, subtly infiltrating the opponent's body during combat, wreaking havoc upon their vital energy. By the time the opponent realized it, it would be too late to react. The second realm was the bound spirit blade realm. This level required infusing intense blade intent into the blade aura, manifesting the intent in the form of chains that could restrain the opponent's movements while simultaneously damaging their body. With each beast he vanquished, Tang Xuan gained insight into the intricacies of the blade technique. The corpses of the beasts provided him with energy and stamina. Gradually, the blade intent surrounding Tang Xuan intensified significantly. Just as he was immersed in the joy of cultivation, a sudden explosion echoed from afar. 50 miles to the west, Tang Xuan furrowed his brows. Judging by the sound of the explosion, it was clear that martial artists were engaged in battle. This was the territory of the Yuan Sect. Who could it be? He decided to investigate. Rising to his feet, he began walking toward the source of the explosion. Little beauty, where do you think you're going? A sinister laugh reverberated through the dense forest. A young girl in a green outfit was fleeing swiftly. She possessed breathtaking beauty, her skin as white as snow, and her long, slender legs resembled ivory. Yet at this moment, her hair was disheveled, and she was gasping for breath. On her right shoulder, there was a gaping wound, dark blood spurting forth relentlessly. Don't run, Xian. You've been struck by my 1,000 centipede needle. The more you flee, the faster the toxin will take effect. Surrender to me, and I will cherish you dearly. Behind the girl, a middle-aged man clad in centipede robes was pursuing her leisurely. His eyes glimmered with a cruel and ferocious light. The girl, Xian, clenched her silver teeth and remained silent. She is a formidable warrior listed on the heavenly demon ranking of the Demon Yuan Sect. During her expedition, she encountered a demonic cultivator named Gue Wu, who was captivated by Xian's beauty and immediately launched an attack. Gue Wu, a powerful figure at the Shindan realm, possessed immense strength. However, as a strong contender on the heavenly demon ranking, Xian was no pushover. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds without a clear victor. Suddenly, Gue Wu unleashed a hidden weapon, the 1,000 Wu needle. Taken by surprise, Xian was struck, and her body became weak and numb on one side. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, she promptly turned to flee. Gue Wu, however, was relentless in his pursuit. As the distance to the Demon Yuan Sect diminished, his expression darkened. The proximity to the sect posed a significant risk if its powerful members were alerted. With a sudden twist of his body, Gue Wu's speed multiplied, allowing him to overtake Xian and block her escape. Alarm coursed through her as she realized the peril of her situation. Gue Wu cackled menacingly, "Little beauty, lie down." He unleashed a devastating palm strike, the Black Wu palm, imbued with 8 layers of force that could strike consecutively or all at once, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Xian's right arm was numb, leaving her to respond with her left hand. She employed a technique that favored softness over rigidity, hoping to buy herself some time. As their palms collided, a sinister glint flickered in Gue Wu's eyes, and the 8 layers of force erupted instantaneously. With a cry of despair, Xian's slender frame was sent flying, crashing violently into an ancient tree, causing her to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood. She felt an intense numbness in her left palm, and upon inspection, it was stained pitch black. Poisoned. Gue Wu sneered. Indeed, now you are doubly poisoned and unable to resist. Xian gritted her teeth, trying to rise, but the numbness spread through the left side of her body, filling her with despair. Gue Wu rubbed his hands together, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Don't be afraid, my dear. Brother will take good care of you. Just then, footsteps echoed through the dense forest, and a young man emerged from the underbrush. Who goes there? Gue Wu stepped back, his pupils narrowing. Initially, he thought the newcomer might be a powerful member of the Demon Yuan Sect, but he quickly sensed that the aura belonged to someone at the return to the sea realm, which relieved him. This junior brother. I am Xian of the heavenly demon ranking of the Demon Yuan Sect, and I am being pursued by a demon. Quickly, return to the sect for aid. Xian recognized that the newcomer was weak and certainly no match for Gue Wu, prompting her to scream for help. Aid? Will I grant you that opportunity? Gue Wu swiftly blocked the newcomer's path. Panic surged through Xian. Run, quickly, she exclaimed in shock. Die. Gue Wu launched another Black Wu palm. The fierce wind from his strike aimed directly at Tang Xuan. Just in time, Tang Xuan's eyes lit up, eager to test the power of his second level of the Chao Wang slash. He brandished his Qing Wolf blade, ready to confront the attack head-on. Xian gasped in shock. If she, at the pinnacle of the return to the sea realm, could not defeat Guiwu, how could Tang Xuan, at the early stage of the same realm? Hope to survive? Don't engage him directly. You cannot win. Run. The urgency in her voice rendered it nearly hoarse. Too late, prepare to die. Guiwu cackled. The spectral Wu's Hangfeng has approached Tang Xuan, and in an instant, the full force of the eightfold energy erupted. The next moment, a scarlet blade of light pierced through the air. Chapter 23. When you come out to mingle, always keep a few trump cards ready. Bang. The clash of palm and blade sent shockwaves surging, dust billowing forth. Lu Qianqian was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, and once again spewed a mouthful of blood. Shortly thereafter, a haunting scream echoed in her ears. Her complexion turned ashen. Her heart felt as though it had turned to ash. It was over. That junior brother was doomed. The spectral Wuzhong was a formidable force at the Xiandan realm, and facing him head-on, Tang Xuan had no chance of survival. Lu Qianqian was not lamenting for Tang Xuan. Rather, she feared that his demise would leave her without anyone to seek reinforcements. The thought of being crushed beneath the Wuzhong sent shivers through her body. Rather than endure such a fate, she would prefer death. Struggling to rise, Lu Qianqian bit down on her tongue, her gaze fixed on the swirling dust. The moment the Wuzhong lunged at her, she would end her life with a swift bite. With a clatter, debris fell as a gentle breeze dispersed the dust, revealing the victorious figure standing proudly. There stood Tang Xuan, wielding his blade with an air of composure. 10 paces behind him, the Wuzhong knelt on one knee, his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. It was evident that the earlier scream had emanated from him. Lu Qianqian felt a numbness wash over her. A Xiandan realm Wuzhong had been severed by Tang Xuan, who was merely at the initial stage of the Guhai realm. No, that strike seemed to embody the blood butchery blade technique. No. It was even more terrifying than the blood butchery. Who on earth was this junior brother? Lu Qianqian regarded Tang Xuan with astonishment. This place was the domain of the Yuan sect, and Tang Xuan donned the garb of a disciple, undoubtedly marking him as one of their own. Yet, Lu Qianqian swore she had never seen him before. Moreover, to sever the arm of the Wuzhong with a single blow was a feat even the top ranks of the Tianma list might struggle to achieve. Who is he? Does the Yuan sect harbor such formidable strength? Her fear dissipated, replaced by curiosity. Not bad at all. He survived that single strike. Tang Xuan slowly turned around. His blade had been aimed at the Wuzhong's heart. In the instant of tearing through the toxic palm, the Wuzhong had, with his immense cultivation, managed to twist his body just enough to evade the fatal blow, but his left arm had been lost. Who are you? The Wuzhong asked incredulously, gazing at Tang Xuan. If he had been defeated by an elder of the Yuan sect, it would have been understandable. Yet, Tang Xuan appeared to be merely a disciple. When did the disciples of the Yuan sect become this powerful? You do not know me, and even if I told you, you still wouldn't recognize me. So go ask the King of Hell. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly, as crimson light surged once more from the Qinglang blade. Can you evade this strike? If the Wuzhong were at his peak, he might have had a chance to evade, but now, with his left arm severed and grievously wounded, escape was impossible. Strangely, however, the Wuzhong bore no trace of fear on his face. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his lips. You think I will allow you to strike? He taunted. Come forth. My treasure. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the earth beneath Tang Xuan's feet suddenly fractured, as a colossal centipede erupted forth, ensnaring him with relentless coils, particularly tightening around his right arm, which was wielding a blade. A frown creased Tang Xuan's brow. This is bad. Lu Qianqian's expression shifted dramatically. The ghost centipede, have survived until now, not merely due to my cultivation but also owing to my array of hidden trump cards. The ghost centipede, clutching its left shoulder, rose menacingly, its visage contorted in a sinister grin. This is a puppet beast. Tang Xuan discerned with acute perception that the centipede binding him was devoid of life. A mere construct of a puppeteer. Known as a mechanism beast, it was crafted by puppet masters and unleashed to ambush unsuspecting foes. Furthermore, these puppet beasts possessed myriad abilities, rendering them exceedingly difficult to defend against. Indeed, it is a puppet beast. Boy, prepare to perish. The ghost centipede's eyes glinted with malice as countless sharp spines erupted from the body of the centipede puppet, piercing deeply into Tang Xuan's flesh. Oh no! Lu Qianqian gasped in horror. The spines that had penetrated Tang Xuan were the notorious 1,000 centipede needles, concocted from the venom of a myriad of poisonous centipedes. Once injected, they would immediately devastate the meridians and tear apart the dantian, rendering one a cripple in the blink of an eye. Lu Qianqian, having suffered merely a single needle prick, had already lost a significant portion of her combat prowess. Now, with Tang Xuan struck by at least hundreds, even a deity would struggle to save him. Ha 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 ha. The ghost centipede cackled maniacally. Boy, you have been ensnared by my 1,000 centipede needles. Regardless of your strength, you can only await your demise in silence. However, since you severed my left arm, I shall not grant you a swift death. Puppet centipede, constrict him until he suffocates. I shall relish in the gradual shattering of every bone in his body, allowing him to perish amidst agony and regret. The puppet centipede began to tighten its grip, a cacophony of grinding sounds echoing ominously. It is over, truly over. How infuriating. Xian sank into despair once more, having glimpsed the hope of salvation only to see it slip away, especially considering Tang Xuan's youth, destined to ascend the pinnacle of martial arts and become an unparalleled emperor. Yet now, he would fall victim to the treachery of the ghost centipede, dying here. Tang Xuan attempted to wield the Zhanhuang slash, but his right arm was firmly restrained, rendering even a finger immobile. Your blade is quite formidable, but I shall afford you no opportunities. In my line of work, success hinges on the minutiae. The ghost centipede sneered, convinced that sealing Tang Xuan's weapon ensured his doom. Ah, you speak the truth. One must indeed be prepared with trump cards. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Do you think that by binding my blade, I am rendered incapable of resistance? The ghost centipede raised an eyebrow. Otherwise? My centipede puppet is forged from unique materials. Even a peak Shien Dan realm expert's full strike would struggle to destroy it. I concede that your blade poses a threat to the puppet beast, yet I shall not grant you that opportunity, unless... He waved his hand dismissively. You possess martial skills superior to your swordsmanship, but that is impossible. To cultivate swordsmanship to such heights would consume all your training time. You cannot possibly possess greater martial arts. Thus, my victory is assured. Tang Xuan responded with a nonchalant "Oh, I must apologize. Indeed, I possess martial skills that surpass mere swordsmanship. How fortuitous. I was lamenting the absence of a suitable subject to test the limits of this technique, and now, this puppet beast presents itself. I am thoroughly satisfied." He then took a deep breath, feeling the murderous battle patterns within him begin to tremble. A tumultuous power erupted like a volcanic explosion, surging forth from the Shura cyclone, coursing through his limbs and bones. Subsequently, the bones of his entire body radiated a blood-golden light. Unleash! Tang Xuan bellowed, and the terrifying force of Shura erupted with a thunderous bang. The centipede puppet beast was obliterated. Chapter 24. A single fist to annihilate the ghost centipede Xian, and another individual stared in stunned silence at the sky filled with shattered puppet fragments. What just transpired? Good heavens, the physical prowess of this junior brother is utterly astounding. Xian gasped in astonishment. Tang Xuan had effortlessly torn apart the centipede puppet, a feat beyond the capabilities of even those at the Xiandan realm. Yet, Tang Xuan felt as though he had exerted no effort at all. Is this truly a human being? A chilling grinding noise emanated from the ghost centipede's mouth. It abruptly turned and fled, attempting to escape. A fierce glint flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes as he stamped his feet forcefully against the ground. With a resounding bang, he shot forth like a cannonball, appearing behind the ghost centipede in the blink of an eye. The ghost centipede sensed the looming threat and felt a surge of terror. It hastily raised its hand and launched an object. As it left its grasp, it detonated. Boom! Flames instantly engulfed Tang Xuan's figure. In the ensuing shockwave, the ghost centipede was also sent flying several dozen feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could rise, it coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Cackling, the ghost centipede exclaimed, "Indeed, you are quite formidable, forcing me to utilize the thunderous bomb. At such close range, I doubt you will survive." The thunderous bomb was a concealed weapon crafted from an explosive mineral. Although the one the ghost centipede had thrown was of inferior quality, it was more than capable of obliterating any martial artist beneath the Xiandan realm. While Tang Xuan's strength was undeniably terrifying, he remained a mortal vessel. Enduring the explosion of the thunderous bomb at near point-blank range would surely spell his doom. Cough, cough. Damn it, my clothes. Amidst his furious exclamations, Tang Xuan emerged. Disheveled and covered in soot, his upper garments obliterated, and his trousers reduced to tatters, leaving him quite exposed. The imposing figure swayed in the wind. Ah! Xian's cheeks flushed crimson upon seeing this. What a sight! Meanwhile, the ghost centipede gazed at Tang Xuan as if he were an apparition. Is this even human? Apart from the shredded clothing, Tang Xuan's body bore not a single scratch. His physical resilience was simply unfathomable. Seizing the opportunity while the ghost centipede was momentarily dazed, Tang Xuan charged forward and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The ghost centipede's back arched outward, followed by a geyser of blood as Tang Xuan's fist emerged from the crimson deluge. One punch to annihilate. Yet, there was no trace of joy upon Tang Xuan's face. For within the ghost centipede's body, he discovered an unsettling truth: there were no internal organs. A blood and flesh puppet? In Tang Xuan's mind flashed four words: blood-flesh puppet. This is a sophisticated type of puppet crafted from flesh and blood, resembling an ordinary human in appearance, yet devoid of internal organs. Its movements are entirely driven by a blood bead nestled in its brain. Ha ha ha. Boy, I have marked you. Await my vengeance. The ghostly creature, Gui Wu, glared at Tang Xuan, its face twisted with malice. In a moment, its head exploded, releasing a blood-red bead that rolled to the ground. This bead was the very essence that animated the blood-flesh puppet, imbued with potent blood energy, just slightly inferior to the essence of the beast in the blood pool. At that instant, the azure vortex within Tang Xuan stirred with excitement, akin to a glutton catching sight of a sumptuous feast. Blood profit. He thought gleefully as he picked up the blood bead. With this bead, he should be able to stabilize his second level of the Heavenly Slaughter Azure technique. He tucked the bead into his bosom and turned his gaze to Lu Qianqian. One cannot deny that Lu Qianqian was a breathtaking beauty, leaning against a tree. Her disheveled hair framed her face, contrasting with her fair skin, exuding an inexplicable sense of fragility. Junior brother, could you do me a favor? I am injured and lack the strength. Please retrieve the medicinal pills from my bosom, she requested, her face tinged with a faint blush. Although urgency dictated her request, it was somewhat inappropriate to ask a man to reach into her chest. Despite her origins from the demon sect, she held herself with integrity, unlike the lascivious demonesses. Very well. It's merely a trivial matter, Tang Xuan replied without hesitation. He extended his hand into Lu Qianqian's bosom, extracting all her belongings. He found a small comb, hairpins, and mostly items for women. Tang Xuan felt a wave of exasperation. Women were indeed troublesome, burdened with so many useless trinkets. It's that white jade bottle. Inside is a black jade pill that can help me detoxify and heal. Upon locating the white jade bottle, he uncorked it, and a rich fragrance wafted forth. This pill was of high quality. Although he was not well versed in the art of alchemy, he understood that the better the pill, the more fragrant it was, and the more vibrant its color. Lu Qianqian's pill was not only smooth as jade but also exuded an alluring aroma, clearly a top-tier medicinal concoction. One who bore such a pill must possess an extraordinary background. After consuming the pill, Lu Qianqian expelled 3 mouthfuls of black blood, the toxins within her body subdued, and her strength gradually restored. Thank you for saving me, junior brother. My name is Lu Qianqian. May I know your name? Tang Xuan introduced himself in return. Junior Tang, your strength is remarkable. May I inquire as to which elder is your master? Lu Qianqian asked curiously, wondering who could train such a formidable disciple. Tang Xuan's expression turned awkward. I have 2 masters, but I cannot disclose their names to avoid causing trouble. Lu Qianqian's face fell with disappointment, though she bore no anger. She understood that some esteemed seniors had eccentric temperaments and disliked their disciples relying on their names. Suddenly, Tang Xuan's expression shifted. Oh no, what's wrong? Junior brother. Are you injured? I have medicinal pills. Lu Qianqian was startled, believing that Tang Xuan had fallen victim to the treachery of the ghost Wug. No, I merely slipped out. I must return swiftly, or the consequences would be dire. Tang Xuan wore an embarrassed expression. At this moment, he realized that he had been out for quite some time, and if Shikun returned to find him missing, she would undoubtedly be furious. With this thought in mind, Tang Xuan said, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. He propelled himself forward, darting away for more than 10 zhang. Relying solely on his physical strength rather than any technique, Lu Qianqian was once again left astounded. Tang Xuan thought, I refuse to believe I cannot uncover your secrets. In an unknown shadowy realm, a figure sat cross-legged in meditation. The aura emanating from him was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing that of the Xian realm. A black chain was coiled around his arm. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the chain snapped. The figure let out a furious roar. How dare you destroy my flesh and blood puppet? I will not let you escape. That young man is already tainted with the essence of my puppet. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I, the ghost Wug, shall hunt you down and turn you into a flesh and blood marionette. Ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the figure revealed his identity. It was indeed the ghost Wug. Chapter 25. Even if you kneel and plead, I shall not teach you. Upon Tang Xuan's return to the blood pool, the first sight that greeted him was the furious countenance of Shikun. Damn it. Instead of diligently practicing, where have you been? Upon seeing Tang Xuan return, Shikun could no longer contain his rage and roared. Tang Xuan awkwardly scratched his head. Shikun's anger intensified. Mastering the Tianluo Shura technique demands complete dedication. I can scarcely afford to waste even a moment on sleep, yet you squander your time so carelessly. Get out. I refuse to have a disciple like you. He resembled an enraged lion, with terrifying crimson energy swirling around him, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web, a testament to his fury. This was primarily due to the immense importance of the Tianluo Shura technique to Shikunyu. It was intrinsically linked to his future. Regrettably, the advancement of this technique was exceedingly challenging. Despite exhausting his efforts, Shikunyu had barely managed to cultivate it to the 3rd level. Tang Xuan's innate talent far surpassed his own, and there was a significant possibility that he could elevate the Tianluo Shura technique to even loftier heights. Shikunyu had placed all his hopes upon him. Yet, to his dismay, Tang Xuan had, in the midst of his training, chosen to flee. Such a lackadaisical attitude was intolerable for Shikunyu, which explained his explosive anger. Tang Xuan, observing the enraged Shikunyu, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Senior, it's not that I was being lazy. I had no choice but to leave for the sake of my training. Shikunyu bellowed. What nonsense is this? What do you mean you had no choice? Spare me your excuses. Enough. My greatest aversion is to those who make excuses. Even if you were to kneel and beg, or leap from here, I would absolutely refuse to teach you again. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. If you choose not to teach me, I would naturally not dare to protest. However, clarity is essential. The truth is, after I broke through to the 1st level, I drained the blood pool dry, which compelled me to seek out more essence. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident delayed my return. The conversation has concluded, my esteemed senior, and now we must part ways. As he turned to leave, Shikunyu's piercing scream erupted. Wait, stop. With a swift movement, he darted in front of Tang Xuan, his eyes wide like bronze bells. What did you just say? You have broken through the 1st level of the realm? His voice trembled with overwhelming excitement. Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Shikunyu's breathing became somewhat erratic. Quick, let me see. Use all your strength to strike me now. Tang Xuan hesitated. No. Senior, is this really appropriate? Appropriate? It is more than appropriate. Give it your all. Hold nothing back. Strike me fiercely. Shikunyu urged. Tang Xuan chuckled. Very well, senior, as you wish. He took a deep breath and activated the 1st level of the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique. Boom. A surge of violent killing intent erupted from within him. Suddenly, a peculiar mark emerged in Tang Xuan's eyes. Shikunyu's gaze sharpened. He was all too familiar with that mark. It was the slaughter battle pattern. Each line of Tang Xuan's slaughter battle pattern shimmered brilliantly, indicating he had nearly perfected his cultivation. Oh my goodness! Shikunyu's eyes widened in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Tang Xuan had indeed mastered the 1st level in less than 3 days. Compared to Tang Xuan, he felt as if he had lived a dog's life. Shikunyu felt a tingling sensation coursing through him. Senior, be careful. At that moment, Tang Xuan had already thrown a punch, and upon seeing Shikunyu lost in thought, he promptly called out a warning. Not good. Shikunyu snapped back to reality, horrified to discover Tang Xuan's fist was already at his face. In a moment of urgency, he widened his eyes. Activate the Shura eyes. His eyes radiated a mysterious crimson glow. In the split second available, Shikunyu raised both palms to defend himself. Bang! The collision of fist and palm sent a tremendous force reverberating back, causing Tang Xuan to stagger backward. He retreated a good 17 or 18 steps before barely regaining his footing, feeling a tingling sensation in his right fist. In stark contrast, Shikunyu stood firm, albeit astonished. Wow! What formidable cultivation! Just a casual strike has pushed me back this far. Tang Xuan marveled inwardly. However, little did he know, Shikunyu was even more astounded, reaching a level of sheer disbelief. With his hands clasped behind his back, he appeared calm, yet his fingers were frantically rubbing together. Ouch! This hurts immensely. If my cultivation hadn't far surpassed Tang Xuan's, my hands would have been ruined by now. Goodness, how on earth did this kid cultivate? He is nothing short of a monster. Shikunyu's mind was a tempest of emotions. Tang Xuan said, Senior, I have tested my strength, so I shall take my leave. Though it is somewhat regrettable to depart, I have obtained the subsequent techniques and will have no issues with my cultivation. Stop. Don't go. Shikunyu hastily blocked Tang Xuan's path. Senior, is there anything else? Tang Xuan inquired. I was overly excited earlier and misspoke. Since you haven't slacked off, why not stay and continue your cultivation? Shikunyu proposed. If Kuhanmia were to witness the demeanor of Shikunyu, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, perhaps even spitting out a mouthful of blood in shock. Shikunyu possesses an exceptionally strong temperament, holding even the mightiest of beings in contempt. Even when he is in the wrong, he refuses to bow his head. Yet now, he finds himself speaking in a subdued tone, akin to a wayward wife who is aired. Tang Xuan shook his head. No, the senior is correct. Currently, as I am practicing 2 sets of techniques, it is impossible for me to devote all my energy to the Tian Lu Xiu Luo Ju. I do not wish to abandon either. This contradicts the senior's philosophy. Forcing oneself brings no happiness. Moreover, The senior mentioned earlier that even if I were to kneel and plead, it would be futile to seek your guidance again. Shi Kuan-Yu's face twitched slightly before he managed a forced smile. Is that so? Did I say that? When did I utter such words? Do you have any evidence? He then produced a crimson crystal from his robes. This is the blood essence I just condensed, containing several times the vitality of the blood pool. And I was about to present it to you, my esteemed disciple. How could I possibly refuse to teach you? Observing his sudden shift in demeanor, Tang Xuan felt at a loss. A good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it has already passed. Yet, who could resist the generous offerings of Shi Kuan-Yu? Ahem, senior, this is quite inappropriate. It cannot be like this next time. He protested, though his right hand eagerly grasped the blood essence. Shi Kuan-Yu, watching the precious essence slip from his grasp, felt a pang of sorrow. This blood essence was painstakingly condensed, enough to propel him to the pinnacle of the third level. Yet, for the sake of keeping Tang Xuan as his worthy disciple, he could only endure the pain of relinquishing it. By the way, the 3-day period has concluded. I must go to the Grand Elder now. Tang Xuan placed the blood essence into his bosom. I shall accompany you. Shi Kuan-Yu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Watch how I mock him. Chapter 26, Competing to Offer Resources. Soon, Shi Kuan-Yu appeared before Gu Hanmei with Tang Xuan in tow. Old drunkard, you haven't harmed my precious disciple, have you? Gu Hanmei rushed towards Tang Xuan, unceremoniously searching his person. Being examined by a centenarian is hardly a pleasant experience for anyone. Tang Xuan hurriedly waved his hands. Grand Elder, I am quite well. You need not inspect me further. Shi Kuan-Yu immediately chimed in. You old fool, what do you mean by that? He is your disciple, not mine. Do you think I would harm him? Gu Hanmei rolled his eyes in response. I know all too well your methods. They are pure self-torture. Only someone with a few screws loose would practice such a thankless technique. Under ordinary circumstances, such a remark would have incited Shi Kuan-Yu's wrath. However, today he wore a smug expression. Ha. I have but one question for you. Is the Tian Luxiu Luoju not superior to your Sha Huangzhan? Speak truthfully to your own conscience. Gu Hanmei's mouth twitched. Even with his thick skin, he could only begrudgingly grunt in acknowledgement. It might be slightly more powerful. He conceded, then, with a hint of defiance, added, the problem is, if one cannot master the technique, what good is its power? Shi Kuan-Yu's pride swelled further. Who told you it cannot be mastered? My precious disciple has only made a slight effort, yet he has achieved the first layer. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanmei's expression transformed dramatically. What? He has mastered the first layer? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Immediately, disdain crossed his face. Old drunkard, if you wish to defeat me, at least do so openly and refrain from deceit that renders you contemptible. Shi Kuan-Yu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Hanmei, a mocking smile adorning his features. Precious disciple, reveal your accomplishments and silence this old fool. Tang Xuan, feeling helpless, emitted the aura of the first layer of the Tian Luxiu Luoju. A terrifying intent to kill erupted instantaneously. The black Shura aura enveloped his form, as if a true Shura had descended upon the mortal realm. Gu Hanmei's chest heaved, his breath quickening. He could hardly believe his eyes. After decades of battling Shi Kuan-Yu, he was all too familiar with this technique. Tang Xuan's forehead bore the mark of slaughter, and the Shura energy swirled around him. This was not merely the first layer. It was evidently the pinnacle of the first layer. Ha, you old relic, laugh now, go on. What nonsense is this knife path? It is merely a casual endeavor of my precious disciple. His true talent lies within the Tian Luxiu Luoju. You have lost. Shi Kuan-Yu finally found an opportunity, suppressing Gu Hanmei and reveling in his triumph, almost floating with pride. Meanwhile, Gu Hanmei's face turned ashen. For Tang Xuan to have grasped even a hint of the essence of the Sha Huangzhan, aiming to condense the blade's radiance and achieve the first layer, would have taken no less than 2.5 years of rigorous practice. Though this was indeed swift, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming superiority of the Tian Luxiu Luoju. Cough. Tang Xuan cleared his throat and raised his hand. I have also mastered the first layer of the Sha Huangzhan. Upon hearing this, Gu Hanmei and Shi Kuan-Yu's expressions shifted simultaneously. Shi Kuan-Yu was astonished, while Gu Hanmei was elated. What? You have attained the first layer? Tang Xuan yearned to declare that he had already reached the second layer, but he refrained from appearing too ostentatious. Both the Sha Huangzhan and the Tian Luxiu Luoju are exceptional techniques. Gu Hanmei and Shi Kuan-Yu had toiled for decades to barely reach the third layer. He feared that revealing his second layer would overwhelm them to the point of cardiac distress. As long as he balanced both techniques adeptly, he could comfortably extract more benefits from them. Thus, this entrapment must be unraveled. Yes, esteemed elder, please observe. He grasped the Qinglang Dao with his right hand. Buzz. The space trembled, and the blade shimmered with a ghostly blue light. A chilling aura surged forth. Crack, crack, crack. The ground where Tang Xuan stood was instantly enveloped in frost. The freezing energy spread outward at a visible pace, covering a radius of 10 zhang. Indeed, indeed. The initial resonance of the Mingren has sounded, and the heavens have frozen into a perfect layer. It is truly a complete first layer. Ha ha ha. Gu Humi danced with joy, exuberantly celebrating. In truth, even if Tang Xuan had only reached the first layer, he would not have been so exuberant. After all, he had just been mercilessly mocked by Shi Kunyue, leaving him in deep frustration. Now that the tables had turned, all his vexation transformed into unbridled joy. A sentiment that no one could possibly suppress. Curse it. You old drunkard, what did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat that? I ask you, in terms of pure offensive power, isn't the Zhan Huang / more formidable than the Tian Lu Xiu Luoju? Answer me loudly. The expression of Shi Kunyue shifted from pale to flushed. He snorted disdainfully. Gu Hanmia, in high spirits, was not inclined to take offense. He patted Tang Xian's shoulder heavily. Good disciple, I did not misjudge you. You are indeed a genius of the sword path. He then feigned a sigh. Alas, if it weren't for certain individuals distracting you, you might have already begun cultivating the second layer by now. Shi Kunyue was immediately incensed. Damn it, you old relic. What nonsense are you spouting? My disciple has mastered the Tian Lu Xiu Luoju first, if it weren't for the lack of resources. He wouldn't even consider practicing that pathetic Zhan Huang / Gu Hanmia chuckled softly. Well then, as a mentor, why don't you assist your disciple in acquiring resources? Unlike me. He produced a token from his robes and handed it to Tang Xuan. The Yuan sect has recently discovered a relic containing numerous rare treasures. Their grand elder is an old acquaintance of mine, and he has given me this token, allowing me to send a disciple to seek treasure together. This opportunity is yours. My good disciple, seize it well. Upon hearing this, Shi Kunyue's eyes sparkled. Rare treasures. Could it be? But Gu Hanmia, knowing him too well, deliberately raised his voice. Right, good disciple, since this opportunity is granted to you, you should know how to utilize the rare treasures you find. Tang Xuan suppressed a chuckle and nodded. Disciple understands. It will all be devoted to cultivating the Zhan Huang / Shi Kunyue's expression darkened in an instant. Huh. That meager resource, do I covet it? Worry not, good disciple, I shall assist you with the resource problem. Tang Xuan smiled. Thank you, master. For a martial artist, cultivation essentially equates to the consumption of resources. Even with slightly inferior talent, one can still become an extraordinary master if resources are sufficient. Now, with two old men helping him find resources, he felt utterly delighted. Humph, old relic, I shall come for you in 3 days. Shi Kunyue huffed, twisting his body and vanishing from sight. Tang Xuan declared. Then, master, I shall set forth to the Yuan sect. Gu Hanmia nodded. Very well. Pay no heed to that old drunkard. Take your time and be cautious. Understood. Chapter 27. Encountering a strange beast. The distance from the Yuan sect to the Yuan sect was not great. With Tang Xian's pace, he could arrive in about half a day. Thus, he took his time and set off leisurely. He only needed to reach Yuan City within 5 days. This was Tang Xian's first venture outside the Yuan sect, and he was quite curious about the outside world. Consequently, he plunged into the dense forest and engaged in fierce battles with the beasts. For an entire day, the forest echoed with the roars of the beasts. It was only when night fell that Tang Xuan emerged from the other side of the woods, as if drenched in blood, with even the tips of his hair dripping crimson. However, all this blood belonged to the beasts. Not a single drop was his own. The bones, having achieved a minor mastery of the calamity bone-melting realm, endowed him with the resilience to withstand the fierce assaults of demonic beasts unscathed. With his formidable physique and devoid of lingering concerns, he found himself slaying these creatures with remarkable swiftness. Tang Xuan opened the spatial ring, a smile gracing his lips. Inside the ring lay a meticulously arranged collection of dozens of blood crystal stones from demonic beasts of the returning sea and profound pill realms. The sole deterrent to his slaughter was not the encroaching darkness, but rather fatigue. After cultivating the celestial slaughter Shura technique, Tang Xian's appetite had grown exceedingly voracious. Even after consuming the equivalent of a dozen meals, he still felt an insatiable hunger. Thus, he sought refuge in a desiccated cave, secured the entrance, sprinkled beast-repelling powder, and proceeded to extract the essence from the blood crystals for cultivation. In less than an hour, he had absorbed the blood essence of the demonic beasts he had slain throughout the day, including that gifted by the formidable Kunyue. This consumption is alarmingly rapid. Tang Xuan was once again astounded by the insatiable appetite of the celestial slaughter Shura technique. The blood of returning sea realm beasts was one matter, but the essence from the profound pill realm was of considerable worth. Even the blood from an early-stage profound pill beast could fetch hundreds of spirit stones in the outside world. This meant that in a single hour, Tang Xuan had expended nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Such resources could elevate a martial artist in the body refinement realm directly to the later stages of the profound pill realm. Yet for him, it merely represented a slight advancement, barely elevating the second tier of the celestial slaughter Shura technique to a significant stage. He was still far from perfection. He needed to devise a means to procure more blood essence, particularly from higher-tier ferocious beasts, ideally those possessing ancient bloodlines. In the depths of the darkness, Tang Xuan pondered deeply. The celestial slaughter Shura technique had its quirks. Inferior blood essences yielded minimal enhancement, while only the finest quality beast blood could truly grant significant improvement. To obtain such high-caliber blood, one must hunt powerful demonic beasts, preferably those with ancient bloodlines, whose essence was considered the pinnacle of quality. However, such beasts were exceedingly rare. A fortune to encounter, leaving Tang Xuan at an impasse. Throughout the latter half of the night, he did not squander time and delved into comprehending the Shura blade. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke in the east, light filtered into the cave. A glint of sharpness flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes, revealing a flash of lethal intent. Excellent. The second layer had reached great perfection. He merely awaited a breakthrough to ascend to the third layer. The third layer of the Shura blade, known as the shadow skimming realm, allowed one to envelop their blade aura around their body, achieving short-distance teleportation, and then launch attacks on enemies from unexpected angles. Simultaneously, the swirling blade aura inflicted a dark cutting effect, rendering wounds incapable of healing. The deeper he comprehended, the more he recognized the terrifying potential of the Shura blade, igniting his fervor for cultivation. Time was of the essence. It was time to resume the hunt. With hopes of encountering formidable demonic beasts today, he kicked aside the stones blocking the cave entrance and ventured into the dense forest. However, today his fortune seemed rather bleak. After wandering for quite some time, he had yet to encounter a formidable beast. The most powerful one he had come across was merely at the third or fourth level of the returning sea realm. The essence of such beasts held no allure for Tang Xuan, who felt no desire to absorb it. Damn it, could it be that he would return empty-handed today? Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. At that moment, a roar erupted from the dense forest in the distance. Roar. The ground trembled under the force of the roar, and a fierce wind swept through the air. Tang Xuan's breath caught in his throat. Ah, this beast's roar seemed different from the ordinary. Could it be? His eyes brightened instantly, and he hastened towards the source of the sound. Soon, he arrived at the location of the roar. In a vast valley sat a colossal azure giant ape, its size akin to a small mountain. In the giant ape's grasp was a massive black python, approximately 10 zhang long. That was the sky-swallowing python. As Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the python, his pupils constricted sharply. The sky-swallowing python was an exceptionally savage beast. Born with the strength of the returning sea realm, with each zhang it grew, its power surged to the next level. This python, measuring 10 zhang, indicated it possessed at least the strength of the late stage of the profound pill realm. Such power warranted Tang Xuan's utmost seriousness. Yet it was effortlessly torn apart by the azure giant ape. This implied that the giant ape was even more formidable. That was the extraordinary beast. The celestial azure giant ape. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. If his memory served him correctly, the celestial azure giant ape was a creature with an ancient bloodline. Born with peak strength in the returning sea realm, when fully grown, its fur radiated a striking azure hue, impervious to blades and swords. With immense strength that even peak practitioners of the concentration realm dared not confront directly. However, the celestial azure giant ape before him appeared to be relatively young, yet, judging by its ability to rend apart a peak profound pill realm sky-swallowing python, its strength likely lay within the first or second level of the concentrating sea realm, but would not exceed the fifth level. The fifth level of the concentrating sea realm was impressive enough. A fierce glint flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. Although the celestial azure giant ape possessed tremendous power, he had already cultivated the heavenly slaughter Azura technique to its second major completion, transforming his bones into a faint golden hue, thus matching its strength. Most crucially, the celestial azure giant ape held the ancient beast bloodline he desperately needed. If he could obtain it, he would be able to cultivate the second layer of the heavenly slaughter Azura technique, the blood refinement of the golden bone, to perfection. At that point, his strength would see a significant enhancement. And at that moment, Tang Xuan had already approached the celestial azure giant ape. Buzz, the azure wolf blade trembled, its blade intent bursting forth. Just then, footsteps echoed through the forest. Subsequently, the leaves parted to reveal a stunningly beautiful woman. She appeared frail, yet her presence in the perilous realm of savage beasts was no mere coincidence. She was undoubtedly extraordinary. Is that the celestial azure giant ape? A hint of astonishment flickered in the woman's eyes, and upon glancing at Tang Xuan, her expression turned to one of scorn. A spirit origin realm cultivator daring to challenge a celestial azure giant ape that had reached the concentration realm. Greed is the original sin, failing to recognize reality. If one perishes, it is well deserved. In her perspective, it would take no more than 2 breaths for Tang Xuan to be reduced to a mere puddle of blood by the celestial blue giant ape. Chapter 28. The battle with the celestial blue giant ape. Roar. The celestial blue giant ape sensed a powerful fluctuation of aura locking onto itself. Its gaze immediately fixed upon Tang Xuan. However, the giant ape regarded him with indifference, perceiving Tang Xuan as nothing more than an insignificant ant. Thus, it casually raised its left palm and struck downwards. Despite the casualness of the blow, the air resonated with the deafening sonic boom. The woman observing the battle felt a flicker of astonishment in her pupils. The strength of the celestial blue giant ape was, indeed, beyond imagination. That young man was doomed. The massive palm blotted out the sun, its ferocious power descending mercilessly. Should it land, the ground within a radius of 50 feet would undoubtedly shatter. Tang Xuan let out a low roar as the second tier of the Huang / erupted forth. Icy energy enveloped him, coalescing into chains that ensnared the left arm of the celestial blue giant ape. In an instant, a 10-foot crimson blade aura soared through the air. The expression of the observing woman changed dramatically. What a terrifying blade aura! Merely witnessing it invoked a sense of descending into hell. This individual possessed such formidable mastery of the blade. Who could he possibly be? Furthermore, I do not recognize him. How intriguing. The woman, of noble birth as a saintess of a great sect, was well acquainted with the prodigies of various sections. Yet, it was evident that Tang Xuan was not among them. Her curiosity was piqued. Gripping the blade with both hands, Tang Xuan's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he swung down fiercely. Clang! The blade aura struck the left shoulder of the celestial blue giant ape. Despite being flesh and blood, it emitted a sound akin to metal clashing. And countless sparks erupted from the blade's edge. Open! Tang Xuan roared, unleashing the full force of the blade aura. With a resounding crack, the aura pierced through the giant ape's fur defenses, slicing deep into its flesh. The massive arm of the ape was severed, spinning twice in the air before crashing to the ground, creating a tremendous crater. Howl! The celestial blue giant ape emitted a wretched scream, staggering backward. The woman watching was utterly dumbfounded. Even a full-force strike from a formidable condensation realm expert could not inflict any damage on the celestial blue giant ape. Yet Tang Xuan had cleaved off an arm with a single blow. This was utterly insane. Just moments ago, she had declared that one could never defeat the celestial blue giant ape, and yet, in a swift turn, Tang Xuan had severed an arm, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated such an oversight. Panting heavily, Tang Xuan gasped for breath. This was far tougher than expected. Even the second tier of the Great Perfection Blade aura had only barely managed to sever the arm. Just as he was regaining his composure, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the celestial blue giant ape. Its feral bloodline awakened. It swung its right arm, using the body of the sky-devouring python as a whip, directly lashing out at Tang Xuan. Look out, dodge! The woman shouted in warning, having seen the impending danger. However, it was too late. Tang Xuan had no time to evade, and could only brace himself, attempting to block with his blade. With a resounding bang, empowered by an overwhelming force, the Azure Wolf blade was shattered on the spot, followed by the serpentine body striking against Tang Xuan. Like a kite severed from its string, Tang Xuan was sent hurtling backwards. The sound of splintering would echoed incessantly as 7 or 8 ancient trees were cleaved in half, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, Tang Xuan vanished without a trace. Alas, the woman lamented, her expression tinged with regret. Such a prodigy, fallen here. Though he was not directly struck by the azure giant ape, the outcome was scarcely different. It was likely that Tang Xuan had already been reduced to a mere puddle of blood. The woman regarded the severely injured azure giant ape, her eyes flickering with intent. At that moment, the beast's left arm lay severed, and though it had unleashed its divine power, its aura had significantly diminished, barely retaining the pinnacle strength of the profound Dan realm. If she were to employ her hidden cards, it might not be impossible to slay it. Just as she prepared to act, a furious shout resounded. Damn it, compensate me for my blade. Tang Xuan emerged from the ruins, landing before the azure giant ape. His attire was tattered, and the azure wolf blade had been reduced to its hilt. Yet, his aura remained remarkably steady, suggesting he had sustained no significant injuries. Heavens! What manner of creature is this? Struck by the azure giant ape and yet unscathed, the woman was left utterly astonished. Han Yang, a top-tier prodigy in his own right, paled in comparison to this man. The Han Yang she spoke of was the foremost genius of the Evil Bone Demon Sect. Having mastered the second tier of the sect's signature technique, the Evil Bone Great Method, and subsequently defeated 13 prodigies from various demonic sects, earning the title of the contemporary foremost genius of the demon sect. Han Yang had long pursued this woman, hence she was well acquainted with him. Yet even he could not withstand a blow from the Azure Giant Ape without injury. This man is intriguing. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Let me see if you truly possess the capability to slay the Azure Giant Ape. However, her gaze fell upon the hilt in Tang Xuan's right hand, and her brow furrowed slightly. Without his weapon, he would be unable to unleash such formidable techniques as the Azure Giant Ape. Enraged by the survival of the ant that had severed its arm, swung the corpse of the sky-devouring python towards Tang Xuan, he welcomed the challenge. Tang Xuan discarded the hilt and activated the second tier of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique. With both hands, he seized half of the sky-devouring python's body. Come to me. At this moment, his death bone had reached perfection, his strength at an unprecedented level. Even against the Azure Giant Ape, he felt confident in his ability to contend. With a powerful tug, he pulled the Azure Giant Ape toward him. Ah! Tang Xuan roared, delivering a powerful punch to the beast's face. Thud. The impact caused the ape's visage to cave in, its massive form soaring 3 zhang into the air before crashing down, shattering countless ancient trees and rocks. Tang Xuan flung aside the python's carcass and leapt onto the chest of the Azure Giant Ape, raising his fist to unleash a furious barrage. Bang! 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 The ape, blood gushing from its 7 orifices, initially let out pained cries, but within mere moments, it fell silent. As the woman observed the battle, a chill surged from the soles of her feet straight to the crown of her head. The formidable Azure Giant Ape, known for its immense strength, had been slain by a martial artist from the Seabound realm with nothing but a punch. If this were to be revealed, others would surely mock her for her insanity. Even in dreams, such a notion seemed unfathomable. Yet, this surreal event unfolded right before her eyes. She glanced at Tang Xuan, then at the lifeless Azure Giant Ape. If there were to be a monster in this scenario, it could only be Tang Xuan himself. Such a powerful figure must surely be befriended. Suppressing her excitement, she approached Tang Xuan. What do you want? Tang Xuan asked, his expression rife with caution. He wondered if this woman intended to claim a share of the spoils. No way. That was absolutely out of the question. Chapter 29. You cannot deceive me. This Azure Giant Ape was slain by me. It has nothing to do with you. So you cannot deceive me, Tang Xuan declared, spreading his arms to shield the carcass of the Azure Giant Ape. The woman was momentarily taken aback, nearly fainting from disbelief. As a revered saintess of her sect, she held a distinguished status and lacked for resources. Although the Azure Giant Ape was indeed valuable, it was hardly worth her dignity to extort him for it. Rest assured, I have no interest in the Azure Giant Ape, she retorted through gritted teeth, stepping back to widen the distance between them. Seeing that she had no intention of dividing the spoils, Tang Xuan let out a sigh of relief and promptly stored the Azure Giant Ape in his spatial ring. This ring had been bestowed upon him by Gu Hanmi. In the tumultuous world of martial arts, it was inconvenient to carry items without such a device. In addition to the Azure Giant Ape, he had not overlooked the 2 severed corpses of the devouring python. The essence of these 2 beasts should be sufficient for him to advance to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique. A smile of joy crept across Tang Xuan's face as he prepared to leave in search of a secluded spot to break through. Wait, the woman, seeing Tang Xuan about to depart, quickly reached out to stop him. What else do you want? Tang Xuan's brow furrowed in irritation. In this desolate mountainous region, could it be that she harbored ulterior motives? There was a considerable possibility of that. Fortunately, the woman remained oblivious to his thoughts. Had she known, she would have slapped him for his presumptions. She was not so desperate as to be driven to pursue a man so readily. My name is Su Qingyao. What is yours? Tang Xuan hesitated for a moment before replying. Let us skip the names. We are mere strangers, and this is where we part ways. With that, he swiftly slipped into the dense forest. Su Qingyao stood there in astonishment. She had anticipated that upon her introduction, Tang Xuan would be eager to share his name in return, allowing her the opportunity to draw closer and win his favor. Yet, he had fled more swiftly than a rabbit. Surely, she was not so unattractive as to warrant such a hasty retreat. A grinding sound escaped her clenched teeth. The blade aura he had just unleashed, if she was not mistaken, must have been the Heavenly Emperoress / mentioned by her master. That was a technique of the esteemed elders of the Demon Yuan sect. It seemed that this young man was indeed affiliated with the Demon Yuan sect. Judging by the direction he departed, he is undoubtedly headed towards the Yuan sect. It must be the prodigy dispatched by the Ma Yuan sect to explore the ruins. Ah, man. I shall await your arrival at the gates of Yuan sect. Su Qingyao stamped her foot, Then her body twisted slightly, resembling a butterfly flitting through flowers, vanishing from sight. Inside the cave, Tang Xuan sat cross-legged, with the corpses of the Tianqing giant ape and the Tunshan python before him. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. The ominous energy surrounding him twisted as if it were a living entity, swirling around him and emitting a piercing shriek. This was the unique malevolence of the Tianluo Shura technique during its breakthrough, now surging wildly centered upon him. Wherever this malevolence passed, the surrounding hard rocks shattered into powder. Simultaneously, the bones within Tang Xuan's body began to crackle. Each resounding noise was accompanied by the eruption of dazzling golden light. Wherever the golden radiance reached, his muscles and bones were entirely enveloped. This signified the perfection of the second layer of the Tianluo Shura technique, the malignant bone gold refinement realm. Originally, Shikun had spent a full decade to achieve this milestone. The process of refining bones with malevolence was extremely perilous, requiring gradual integration. A moment's carelessness could tear the bones apart, causing permanent injury. However, Tang Xuan possessed the ability to attain comprehension infinitely, accelerating this process by hundreds or even thousands of times. In merely half a day, his bones underwent a complete transformation into pure gold, resembling the gilded form of an ancient war deity against the backdrop of malevolence. The golden bones were extraordinarily resilient, exuding a heart-stopping oppressive force, seemingly capable of withstanding all worldly attacks. At that moment, a flash of crimson light suddenly flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes, within which a faint golden glow shimmered. The third layer of the Tianluo Shura technique, the opening of the Shura eyes. This was also the current realm of Shikun. Upon reaching this stage, the eyes began to undergo transformation. Not only could they effortlessly perceive and discern the flaws and weaknesses in an enemy's martial techniques, but upon perfecting the technique, they could also inflict powerful mental assaults on adversaries, silently claiming lives. Tang Xuan gradually opened his eyes, and the world before him underwent a profound transformation. The distant mountains no longer appeared as a continuous green expanse, but revealed their internal veins, with every weak point in the rocks clearly visible. The birds flying overhead were now discernible, with their heartbeats and the structure of their wing bones evident to him. Is this the power of the Shura eyes? Tang Xuan inhaled deeply, filled with delight. The power of his ancient bloodline exceeded his expectations, surpassing even the absorption of several blood pools. The surging energy flowed through his meridians like an erupting volcano. Particularly within his eyes, there seemed to be a powerful wave eager to burst forth. Tang Xuan attempted to concentrate this power, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. A fierce mental wave erupted from his pupils. The massive stone blocking the cave entrance was instantly blasted open, creating a colossal gap. Dust and debris tumbled down from the opening. Such a mental shockwave is sufficient to shatter an ordinary Guihai realm warrior. However, its effectiveness diminishes significantly against those above the Xiandan realm. Tang Xuan silently assessed the power of his Shura eyes, a look of regret crossing his face. If Chikunyu were to hear these words, he would likely faint from indignation. The ability to vanquish opponents of equal standing merely through the power of his eyes was a feat not to be taken lightly, yet he remained dissatisfied. Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? The third realm of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique had already been breached. Unless he could procure bloodline essence more potent than that of the heavenly blue giant ape, further advancement was temporarily unattainable. The focus must now shift to the Zhahuang slash. Tang Xuan calculated silently. The third layer of the Zhahuang slash required the integration of dark powers, which presented a troublesome challenge. It was rumored that the martial techniques of the Yuan sect were derived from the laws of darkness. Thus, their cultivated treasures must surely possess dark attributes. If he could obtain even a small quantity, breaking through to the third layer of the Zhahuang slash would pose no issue. During his upcoming visit to the Yuan sect, he would seek an opportunity to acquire some of these treasures. With his mind set, Tang Xuan promptly left the cave and headed towards Yuan City. Yuan City, situated at the sole entrance to the Yuan sect, it served as a bastion for the sect, welcoming visitors and amassing wealth. Both righteous and demonic sects consumed vast resources daily, often constructing cities to attract funds to sustain their operations. At this moment, throngs of people congregated before the gates of Yuan City. Today, a group of demonic prodigies would arrive at the Yuan sect to explore mysterious ruins. Chapter 30. The contest. Wow, what a colossal city. I never imagined Yuan City to be this grand. A group of demonic warriors pointed and marveled at the towering structure, their faces awash with astonishment and awe. Nearby, other warriors cast scornful glances in their direction. A bunch of naive country bumpkins. Among the myriad demonic sects, the Yuan sect ranked among the top 10, and yet some dare question its strength and heritage. Is Yuan City impressive? It is merely a fraction of what the Yuan sect possesses. They also have mines, medicinal fields, and various enterprises. The founder of the Yuan sect, an ancestor who emerged from the Dark Radiant's sacred land, left behind numerous formidable martial techniques, allowing the sect to flourish in such grandeur. What? The Dark Radiant's sacred land? Is that the fabled heritage site that all demonic prodigies yearn to enter? Indeed it is. I have heard that Su Qingyao, the saintess of the Yuan sect, has already obtained qualifications for the Dark Radiant's sacred land. And not to forget Hanyang. The crowd of demonic warriors buzzed with excitement. As the name Hanyang emerged, the fervor intensified. Hanyang, the foremost prodigy of the Evil Bone Demon sect, was rumored to be in seclusion, honing the third layer of the Evil Bone technique. Should he succeed, he would challenge the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Buluo. Gasp. Are you referring to Yi Buluo of the Tiandao Yi family? The so-called undefeated deity? Indeed. Recently, the Yi family has been making frequent moves against our demonic sects, causing significant losses. At this juncture, someone must rise to the occasion. Whoever can defeat Yi Buluo will restore the reputation of our demonic path. Those hypocritical righteous scoundrels. Just then, 3 transcendent figures appeared on the official road. Before their arrival, an imposing aura had already enveloped the atmosphere, instantly captivating all present. The figure on the left appears to be Xian, the prodigious ghost king of the Yin ghost sect. It is rumored that he possesses innate strength and has mastered the ghost king technique to its third realm, harnessing the power of 100 specters. The individual in the center must be Xiao Su from the Blood Sun sect. It is said that he single-handedly overcame a trial that had remained unconquered for a millennium, earning the title of the foremost figure of the Blood Sun. On the right stands Sicong Mieshing, the senior disciple of the Starry Constellation sect, who, 3 years prior, had already secured a place among the top 10 prodigies of the demonic path. My heavens, what brings these top-tier prodigies together? The emergence of these 3 illustrious figures left everyone astounded. The Yin Ghost sect, Blood Sun sect, and Starry Constellation sect are all premier forces within the demonic domain, second only to the Radiant Phantom sect. The intentions of these 3 prodigies are abundantly clear. They have come for the enigmatic relic. Xian, Xiao Su, and Sicong Mieshing walked side by side, their gazes unwavering, soon arriving before the gates of Radiant Phantom City. At that moment, a group of robed martial artists emerged from within the grand entrance. It was the disciples of the Radiant Phantom sect. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Dozens of disciples lined up on either side, followed by 4 burly men who carried a black litter. The litter appeared unremarkable. Yet the person seated within was anything but ordinary. She was a woman. As she made her entrance, all eyes were fixated upon her, refusing to waver. Even the illustrious Xian, Xiao Su, and Sicong Mieshing were no exceptions. Their gazes were filled with a fervent greed as they beheld the woman within the litter. Welcome to the Radiant Phantom sect, esteemed guests. I am Qingyao, here to pay my respects. The woman in the litter inclined her body slightly. Should Tang Xuan be present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Su Qingyao. The trio of Xian promptly returned the gesture. We are truly honored by the Saintess's personal reception. Su Qingyao nodded gracefully. As guests, you are always welcome. Moreover, we shall soon embark together to explore the relic, so it is only fitting for me to greet you. With a delicate wave of her hand, disciples of the Radiant Phantom sect brought forth 5 chairs. Please, take a seat. Once everyone arrives, we shall enter the relic together. As Xian, Xiao Su, and Sicong Mieshing regarded the 5 chairs, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. Among the 5, 1 chair was positioned closest to the litter, while the others were arranged to either side. This meant that the individual seated in the foremost chair would be nearest to Su Qingyao. It was an opportune moment to cultivate rapport and perhaps even bask in her grace. Winning Su Qingyao's favor could not only bestow upon one the companionship of a stunning beauty, but also grant access to abundant resources from the Radiant Phantom sect and potentially an opportunity to enter the sacred land of dark radiance. In an instant, the breaths of Xian and his companions quickened. They exchanged glances, their eyes igniting with a fierce resolve. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the trio, colliding with one another. Bang! It resonated like a muffled thunderclap. The space between the 3 became visibly distorted. Are they truly about to engage in combat? Haha, it is quite evident that they all aspire to claim the foremost position. However, it appears that their strengths are quite comparable, leaving them unable to overpower one another. The warriors of the demonic path were engaged in fervent discussions. At that moment, an arrogant voice resonated through the air. A bunch of worthless fools, desiring to sit beside the holy maiden Su, truly overestimating themselves. All of you get lost. As the words echoed, a proud figure descended from the heavens. landing precisely at the convergence of the three great Prodigies' auras. The demonic warriors gasped in astonishment. What madness is this? That individual is insane. To land amidst the convergence of the three great Prodigies' auras means to simultaneously endure their assaults. Even a peak practitioner in the Xian realm would surely perish. Amidst the exclamations, the extraordinary and domineering figure had already touched down. The moment his feet met the ground, the combined auras of the three Prodigies bore down upon him. Yet, he remained as unyielding as a mountain. You worthless beings. Step aside. With a commanding shout, a vastly greater aura erupted from within him. As it tore through the combined auras of the three Prodigies, it surged back. Black Mountain, Xiao Su, and Sikong Yeshing felt their pupils constrict sharply, their spiritual energies surging as they desperately attempted to fend it off. Another explosive sound rang out. The trio found the overwhelming aura unshakable, and they were forced back several steps, their internal energies roiling. As the figure became clearer, one could see he donned a white garment, strikingly handsome, with an air of arrogance emanating from his brows and eyes. With his hands clasped behind his back, his narrowed gaze exuded a commanding presence. His aura was boundless and domineering, instilling a sense of unrivaled supremacy. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in fervor. It is Han Yang, the first prodigy of the evil bone demon sect. No wonder he possesses such terrifying strength. With the might of a single individual, he had shattered the auras of the three great Prodigies. His power was unparalleled. He was not only the foremost of the evil bone clan, but also the #1 prodigy of the demonic path. Amidst the gasps, Han Yang slowly turned, casting his gaze upon Black Mountain and the others. Who else dares to take that seat? Chapter 31. The wrath of Han Yang. Though it was merely a lightly spoken remark, Black Mountain, Xiao Su, and Sikong Yeshing found their breaths caught, their expressions shifting drastically. Although it was only an exchange of momentum, they had already realized they were far from Han Yang's match. At least you know your place. Only one person may stand beside the Holy Maiden, and that is I, Han Yang, the foremost of the demonic path. Do you understand? Han Yang spoke ominously, his gaze sweeping over the demonic warriors. Those who met his eyes trembled, their breaths quickening, too intimidated to utter a word. A smirk of disdain played upon Han Yang's lips. He then turned to Su Qingyao, a charming smile gracing his features. Sister Qingyao, it has been a while. Su Qingyao frowned slightly, her demeanor icy as she replied, Young Master Han, our relationship is not so familiar. Please address me by my full name. A shadow flickered across Han Yang's eyes momentarily. Yet, he maintained his smile and composure. As we spend more time together, familiarity will surely grow. I have been preoccupied with my secluded cultivation of the evil bone art, perhaps neglecting the Holy Maiden a bit. But rest assured, once I have vanquished the unparalleled prodigy of the righteous path, Yu Yuo, I shall honorably present my betrothal gifts and take you as my bride. The surrounding practitioners of the demonic path immediately began to murmur. My word, this is a public declaration of affection. It is no jest. Su Qingyao is a peerless beauty listed among the most illustrious, and who would not desire her? Yet, among all in the demonic realm, it seems only Han Yang is worthy of her. The union of the foremost prodigy of the demonic path with the saintess of the Yuan sect would undoubtedly be a formidable alliance. In an instant, countless envious gazes fell upon Han Yang. A profound sense of satisfaction surged within him. To Han Yang, Su Qingyao was as good as his possession. No one else was fit to claim her as his own. He strode confidently toward the foremost chair, just as he was about to take his seat. Su Qingyao spoke up. Wait. Han Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, does the saintess have something to say? Su Qingyao responded gently, that chair is already occupied. Han Yang's expression shifted instantaneously. There are matters still unconfirmed that I do not wish to hear. He declared. You are you, and I am I, at present. We share no connection. I hope Master Han will show some restraint. Each word struck like thunder, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Han Yang's complexion turned ashen, then flushed with indignation. Su Qingyao's words were akin to a public slap to his face. What did you say, Su Qingyao? Han Yang spoke in a low, menacing tone. That chair is occupied? Who occupies it? Reveal their name. It was evident that Su Qingyao's refusal stemmed from this very individual who claimed the chair. I do not know their name, Su Qingyao replied. Do you truly not know, or are you simply afraid to speak? Han Yang laughed, a cruel madness glinting in his eyes. Su Qingyao asserted, I genuinely do not know, and Han Yang, you would do well to keep your distance from him, or you shall come to regret it. She had witnessed Tang Xuan, with raw might, smite the formidable Tianqing giant ape, a beast comparable to the strength of the condensing spirit realm. Such terrifying power was certainly beyond Han Yang's capabilities. If Han Yang dared to confront Tang Xuan, he would undoubtedly face a dire fate. Su Qingyao's warning was well-intentioned, yet it only ignited a greater fury within Han Yang. No one has been born who could make Han Yang regret his actions. Su Qingyao, even if you reject me, there is no need to fabricate such a clumsy excuse. Han Yang roared. Do you believe that an imaginary figure could instill fear in me? How absurd. Su Qingyao furrowed her brows. Believe it or not, Han Yang declared loudly. Very well, I shall wait here to discover who this person truly is. If such an individual exists, I, Han Yang, will personally crush him. His furious roar, infused with violent intent, sent chills through all present. Su Qingyao sighed. I hope you do not come to regret it then. Whoever regrets, it is the fool. Han Yang retorted loudly. His voice echoed through the void, clearly heard by all practitioners of the demonic path. Time passed slowly, and more practitioners of the demonic path arrived in Yuan City. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the unparalleled genius who could claim the first seat as mentioned by Su Qingyao. At that moment, a horse-drawn carriage rushed forward, adorned with a pattern of a cauldron, instantly capturing the attention of numerous practitioners from the demonic path. Ah, that is the carriage of the Lu family. Could it be that Lu Qianqian has arrived? Lu Qianqian is not only a formidable figure on the heavenly demon ranking of the Mo Yuan sect, but also a stunning beauty on the flower ranking, with Su Qingyao positioned third and Lu Qianqian fourth. The most crucial point is that Su Qingyao and Lu Qianqian are close friends. Amidst the murmurs, the carriage arrived at the front of Yuan City, and as the curtain stirred, Lu Qianqian leaped down. Sister Su, with a graceful twist of her slender waist, she bounded 10 zhang onto the carriage. Qianqian, what brings you here? Su Qingyao asked, her expression one of surprise. Lu Qianqian smiled and replied, the family head sent me. He has learned of a celestial herb within the ruins, which is a vital ingredient for concocting the supreme soul-gathering pill. Han Yang's eyes instantly brightened. The soul-gathering pill, as mentioned by Lu Qianqian, is an exquisite elixir that has long been extinct, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's soul seed power. Above the Xian pill lies the nurturing spirit realm. The so-called nurturing spirit realm requires the opening of the soul sea and the solidification of one's consciousness. The larger the open soul sea, the stronger the consciousness becomes. A supreme nurturing spirit pill can double a warrior's soul sea capacity. Even someone of Han Yang's caliber found himself deeply intrigued. I am Han Yang, honored to meet Miss Lu. He coughed slightly. Lu Qianqian's eyes instantly lit up. Could it be the esteemed young master Han Yang, the foremost genius of the evil bone demon sect, recognized as the pinnacle of the younger generation in the demonic path? I bow to you. Witnessing Lu Qianqian's courteous demeanor, Han Yang's pride swelled immensely. Lu Qianqian, a beauty of extraordinary grace, was only slightly inferior to Su Qingyao. However, as the daughter of the Pill King Lu family, marrying her would alleviate any worries regarding alchemical resources and his future cultivation. As for the ungrateful Su Qingyao, this young master would not let her off easily either. I shall claim both of them. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Han Yang's eyes. Miss Lu, you are too kind. Since you require the celestial herb, allow me to take charge of this matter. He expected that Lu Qianqian would be overjoyed and express her gratitude profusely. However, she merely smiled gently. Oh, there's no need. My junior brother can assist me in obtaining the celestial herb. Han Yang was taken aback. What is this? Now a junior brother has emerged? He frowned and said, I fear your junior brother lacks the capability. Lu Qianqian chuckled. He is exceptionally talented. Huh, no matter how talented he is, before me, he is but an ant. Han Yang retorted, his voice laced with ire. He held himself in high regard, having been acclaimed as the foremost genius of the younger generation in the demonic path, viewing no one as his equal. Yet today, he was first publicly rejected by Su Qingyao, who even allowed an unknown mysterious individual to take precedence over him. Now, another Lu Qianqian's junior brother had appeared. Both of these breathtaking beauties had simultaneously turned him down, striking a severe blow to Han Yang's pride. Lu Qianqian's expression suddenly darkened. Han Yang, my junior brother, once saved my life and defeated a puppet powerful enough to rival the pinnacle of the Xian realm. While he may not possess strength equal to yours at this moment, given time, he will undoubtedly surpass you by leaps and bounds. Moreover, since we are at an impasse, I have no desire to elevate myself through association with you. From this moment forth, you are you, and I am I. We shall have no further entanglements. Her words elicited a collective gasp from the gathered practitioners of the demonic arts. What a bold declaration. The young mistress of the Lu family publicly severing ties with Han Yang, given her status. She could never go back on her word, unless Han Yang were to pursue her instead. But that was an impossibility. How could such a proud individual like Han Yang ever lower himself to chase after her? The thought was absurd. To be spurned by two renowned beauties. What face would he have left to claim the title of the demonic realm's foremost prodigy? Though the whispers among the crowd were hushed, Han Yang heard every word as if they were daggers piercing his heart. He felt as though he were on the brink of madness. It seemed that the list of those he intended to eliminate today had just grown by one more. Moments later, a chilling smile crept across Han Yang's face. Lu Qianqian paid him no mind, murmuring to herself, "Strange, the elder said my junior brother set out several days ago. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Su Qingyao, intrigued, inquired. "What is your junior brother's name?" Lu Qianqian replied with a smile. "His name is Tang Xuan, a once-in-a-millennium genius of our demon Yuan sect. Even the elder made an exception to take him as a disciple." "Ah, it's him." Su Qingyao's eyes brightened, a proud smile gracing her lips. Finally, she had learned the name of the one who had slain the azure giant ape. Noticing her expression, Lu Qianqian curiously asked, "Sister Su, do you know my junior brother?" Su Qingyao merely smiled in silence. Lu Qianqian grew increasingly perplexed. Logically speaking, it was improbable for Su Qingyao to have any connection with Tang Xuan. This was indeed peculiar. With so many people gathered, I hope we haven't arrived too late." Meanwhile, Tang Xuan surveyed the throng of people, his brow furrowing slightly. He hurriedly pressed into the crowd, but with so many practitioners of the demonic arts, it was inevitable that collisions would occur. "Damn it, why are you pushing?" One of the demonic practitioners, agitated by the impact, glared at Tang Xuan. Noticing Tang Xuan was merely at the Guihai realm, he assumed him an easy target and grabbed his collar. "Stop right there." Tang Xuan frowned. "Let go. What if I don't?" The practitioner retorted arrogantly. "You're just in the early stages of the Guihai realm, while I am in the mid-stages. Kneel and kowtow until I feel benevolent." Tang Xuan chuckled, his eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce mental force. Bang! The practitioner staggered, his gaze turning hollow as he slowly crumpled, devoid of life. His soul sea had been utterly shattered. The surrounding demonic practitioners changed their expressions drastically, hastily retreating to create space. "Impressive power," Tang Xuan mused, satisfied as he tested the might of his Shura eyes, effortlessly dispatching a mid-level Guihai realm warrior. The commotion soon drew the attention of the crowd at the city gates. Lu Qianqian focused her gaze, and her face instantly lit up with joy as she waved her delicate hand. "Junior brother." The moment those words escaped her lips, Han Yang's eyes transformed, resembling a ravenous wolf as they fixated intently on Tang Xuan. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao's eyes sparkled, and a charming smile graced her lips beneath her veil. Indeed, it was him. Yet, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. His strength appeared even greater than when they last met. The practitioners of the demonic path erupted in astonishment. "What? He is Lu Qianqian's junior brother, the prodigy of the demon Yuan sect?" He effortlessly overwhelmed a mid-stage Guihai realm expert with a mere glance. Such prowess surely eclipsed even Han Yang's. With a genius of this caliber within their sect, it was no wonder Lu Qianqian looked down upon Han Yang. Han Yang's face contorted with rage. He swiftly approached Tang Xuan. "You are Lu Qianqian's junior brother?" Tang Xuan hesitated. "Who are you?" "I am Han Yang." Han Yang emphasized his name, convinced that Tang Xuan would be shocked, astonished, or even intimidated upon hearing it. However, Tang Xuan merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh." Han Yang's face twitched in irritation before he declared fiercely, "Now, I grant you the opportunity to challenge me." He intended to decisively defeat Tang Xuan in front of Lu Qianqian, leaving no doubt that he, Han Yang, was the true prodigy, the foremost of the demonic path. Tang Xuan rolled his eyes, finding the situation tedious. He had come for the treasures within the ruins, and Han Yang was of no consequence to him. "What? Are you afraid?" Han Yang exclaimed mockingly. "So, the top prodigy that Lu Qianqian speaks of is merely a coward." "Silence," Lu Qianqian interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Xuan. "Han Yang, my junior brother is not someone you can provoke. If you dare to act against him, do not blame me for being unkind." Han Yang was on the verge of exploding with anger. "You think you can stop me?" In an instant, Su Qingyao appeared beside him. "What if I join in?" Han Yang was left dumbfounded. The crowd was equally astounded. What was happening? Why was Su Qingyao defending him too? Goodness, has that brat's ancestors come back to life? How can we not compete with just one, while he has two unparalleled beauties at his side? Oh heavens, what makes him better than us? All the practitioners of the demonic path hung their heads in despair, filled with indignation. Han Yang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He was truly on the verge of spitting blood. "Su Qingyao, why?" Su Qingyao replied coolly, "He is the one we have been waiting for. Only he is worthy of sitting in the first chair." Han Yang trembled with rage, unable to contain himself any longer, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How tragic it was that the number one prodigy of the demonic path had been driven to such a state. What number one prodigy? Both Su Qingyao and Lu Qianqian disdained him. The onlookers of the demonic path gazed at Han Yang with pity. He was truly suffering. Chapter 33, 1 against 130 as they beheld Tang Xuan standing behind Su Qingyao and Lu Qianqian. Han Yang felt an overwhelming urge to crush him. Yet he refrained. Xian was not only a formidable warrior on the demon list of the demon Yuan sect, but she was also the eldest daughter of the esteemed Dan Wang family. Moreover, Su Qingya was even more formidable, being the saintess of the Yuan sect and a person qualified to enter the An Yao sacred land. Both were individuals Han Yang could not afford to offend. If he dared to act, the leader of the Shegu demon sect would undoubtedly tear him apart upon his return. At the very least, he could not openly resort to violence. Very well. I shall observe how far you can protect yourselves. Han Yang retrieved a porcelain vial from his bosom, cradling it in his palm. This contained 10 drops of Shegu stalactite. Those who desired it could exchange it for the organs of that young man. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted with shock. What? Shegu stalactite? Legend has it that deep within the Shegu demon sect lies a stalactite that drips Shegu stalactite, which is infused with the essence of heaven and earth, capable of transforming a warrior's physique and enhancing their affinity in speed and absorbing spiritual energy. Moreover, the Shegu stalactite possesses remarkable healing properties, able to revive the deceased and restore the bones. A single drop equates to an additional life. My goodness, has Han Yang lost his mind? He actually produced 10 drops of Shegu stalactite. In no time, all the demon warriors stirred restlessly. Although Xian and Su Qingyao held extraordinary status, the allure of 10 drops of Shegu stalactite was unparalleled. Xian was furious. Han Yang, what are you trying to do? Han Yang replied with a cold smile. What is the matter? I have not made a move. Do you not believe that young man is formidable? Surely he would not fear a challenge. Xian was about to retort when she was stopped by Tang Xuan. I want 10 drops of Shegu stalactite as well. Han Yang, far from being angry, appeared delighted. Want it? No problem. As long as you can defeat all the challengers, I shall grant it to you. Tang Xuan chuckled. You said it. Han Yang beamed with pride. Of course. Su Qingyao sighed. Young Master Han, why waste it so frivolously? She alone understood the true terror of Tang Xuan. Han Yang, brimming with arrogance, declared, though 10 drops of Shegu stalactite are precious, I can still afford it. It all depends on whether that young man can seize it. Su Qingyao shook her head. Why go to such lengths? In her view, aside from Han Yang, only Xian, Xiao Su, and Sikong Yexing could pose a threat to Tang Xuan. The rest, despite their numbers, were merely a disorganized rabble. Han Yang's actions were akin to delivering a treasure to a child. Let us do this. To save time, anyone interested should come forth together. Otherwise, it would be too tedious to approach one by one. Upon hearing this, the previously silent demon warriors began to breathe more rapidly. The reason no one stepped forward was that they all understood. The first few who entered the fray would undoubtedly serve as cannon fodder. Just moments ago, Tang Xuan had dispatched a mid-stage Gue High Realm warrior with but a glance. His strength was at least at the late stage of Gue High Realm, or even the early stage of Xian Realm. Yet he had lost his wits by inviting everyone to join in. With nearly 8,000 warriors present, should they all engage at once, Tang Xuan would have more than enough lives to spare. This was, quite simply, a path to self-destruction, sheer folly. Xian and Su Qingyao's expressions changed dramatically. Junior brother, this is unwise. Tang Xiao, impulsiveness is the devil. Han Yang's gaze shifted, and he remarked, what? Are you really going to go back on your word in front of so many people? Of course, if you do wish to retract, it is not impossible. All you need do is kneel and bow to the crowd to acknowledge your mistake. Some matters can indeed be negotiated. Should Tang Xuan truly kneel, he would find it impossible to hold his head high in the future. Xian and Su Qingyao, both proud and haughty, would never deign to regard a man stripped of his dignity. Tang Xuan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly go back on my word? If you wish to join, you are welcome. Han Yang momentarily halted his breath, his fists clenching tightly, but he soon relaxed. Haha, what status do I hold to stoop to such levels? I perceive you are attempting to drag me down for your own failures. Tang Xuan rolled his eyes. You truly have an active imagination. I am simply averse to complications. Enough of this chatter. Those who wish to fight, step forward. Let us not squander time. As his words settled, 7 or 8 practitioners of the demonic path stepped forward. Kid, do not be arrogant. Underestimating us will cost you dearly. Indeed. We too are prodigies of the demonic path. Are we to fear you? Our only concern is that with so many participants, there may not be enough evil bone essence to go around. Han Yang proclaimed loudly, do not worry about the evil bone essence. Whoever can incapacitate that kid will receive 5 drops from me. This declaration was akin to boiling oil splashing into water, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. One after another, practitioners of the demonic path emerged, culminating in a congregation of over 100 warriors, each possessing at least the 5th or 6th level of the returning sea realm, with several even at the Xian realm. Others wished to join the fray. but those of lesser cultivation could not even approach. This was a stage for the strong. The formidable practitioners formed a semicircle, encircling Tang Xuan. The sheer intensity of their collective aura distorted the air around them. Junior brother is too impulsive. Lu Qianqian stamped her foot repeatedly, while Su Qingyao furrowed her brow. Although Tang Xuan had slain the sky-blue giant ape in a one-on-one confrontation, a group battle posed an entirely different scenario, with enemies attacking from all directions. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. While the combined strength of these demonic practitioners might not surpass that of the sky-blue giant ape, the situation was exponentially more perilous than facing the beast alone. He is far too inexperienced, lacking even a modicum of worldly wisdom. What a grave mistake. Su Qingyao sighed inwardly. Yet, under the present circumstances, even she found it difficult to intervene. Kik, kid, let's see if you can survive this time. Han Yang's eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty excitement. He envisioned Tang Xuan being struck down, blood spurting forth, and the agonizing cries of despair echoing in his ears. Though the thought of the evil bone essence pained him, the pleasure derived from tormenting Tang Xuan made it worthwhile. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum of the 100 warriors erupted in full force, causing the earth to tremble and the air to warp, as gusts of energy roared like a tempest, enveloping a 100-foot radius. At that moment, Tang Xuan resembled a solitary boat adrift on a vast sea, perilously close to capsizing. 130 adversaries. How can one possibly contend with such odds? It is evident that the young man underestimated the allure of the sinister bone stalactite, initially seeking to showcase his prowess, only to find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Now, he is in for quite the spectacle. Fear not, with Lu Qianqian and Su Qingyao safeguarding him, he shall at least be granted a breath of respite. Yet, it is likely that post this encounter, these two enchanting figures will no longer pay him any heed. He deserves it. Some boasts come with consequences. The observing practitioners of the demonic path whispered among themselves. At that moment, Tang Xuan raised his right fist. Are you all prepared? Ready, I shall make my move. As his words echoed in the air, Tang Xuan leapt forth like a ferocious tiger. With two resounding thuds, two fifth-tier warriors were sent hurtling away, blood cascading through the air. Cripple him. This singular punch ignited the battle fervor. Over 100 practitioners of the demonic path unleashed their signature techniques, directing a relentless assault toward Tang Xuan. Instantly, the vicinity of 100 feet became engulfed in a tempest of palm strikes, fist radiance, blade flashes, and sword energies, effectively consuming Tang Xuan's form. The explosive sounds erupted one after another. Before the residual waves could dissipate, they were torn apart by even greater surges. The watching practitioners felt the earth tremble beneath them, their very breaths suspended. Each individual stared in horror at the epicenter of the explosion. Under such a barrage, even a formidable ground realm expert would meet their demise. A shared thought flickered through the minds of all present. That young man is finished. Han Yang's grin widened with delight. Such an assault, even I, without resorting to my trump cards, could not withstand. To perish thus would be a mere mercy for that young man. Just as he reveled in his triumph, he beheld Tang Xuan emerge from the remnants of the explosion. What? How is this possible? That young man is still alive. Not only was he alive, but he bore not a single wound upon his body. My heavens, is he even human? To withstand such an onslaught unscathed. The eyes of the spectators bulged, mouths agape in disbelief. Even Han Yang was equally astonished. How can this be possible? The attacks unleashed by the practitioners of the demonic path collided with Tang Xuan's form, shattering upon impact. Quite invigorating, Tang Xuan remarked, stretching his limbs. His bones had been refined into a singular entity by the sinister energy. Such assaults felt akin to a mere massage to him. It appeared that he could also absorb the essence of the warrior's blood. Gazing at the stunned practitioners of the demonic path, Tang Xuan revealed a sinister grin. He then surged forward, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding crash echoed as his fist punctured through one warrior's chest, emerging from his back, only to plunge into the chest of a second warrior. A double kill with a single strike. Tang Xuan transformed into a harbinger of destruction, his fists a whirlwind, leaving no practitioner of the demonic path capable of withstanding his blows. Whether they were at the pinnacle of the return to sea realm or even in the profound pill realm, in Tang Xuan's eyes, they were all of the same ilk. How could he be this formidable? What a monstrous being. His physical prowess was indeed otherworldly. The perceptions of all the practitioners of the demonic path crumbled before him. Indeed, this is a brutal slaughterhouse, but the victims are those practitioners of the demonic path. The combatants from the demonic sect, though not as monstrous as the likes of Xian, nonetheless bear the aura of prodigies. In any sect, they would undoubtedly secure their positions as core disciples. Yet now, they are being butchered by Tang Xuan as if they were mere swine. Are they weak? Certainly not. It is Tang Xuan's strength that is overwhelming. Their combat prowess is simply not on the same tier. I have ultimately underestimated him, Su Qingyao thought with a bitter smile. She turned to Lu Qianqian and asked, with such a formidable prodigy emerging from the demon Yuan sect, why did you not inform me earlier? Lu Qianqian, with a look of disbelief, replied, I genuinely had no idea. To my knowledge, just over 10 days ago, he was still an outer disciple. What? An outer disciple? Is he not a core prodigy? Su Qingyao exclaimed in shock. Given Tang Xuan's displayed combat abilities, he would certainly command the most prestigious treatment upon entering the sect, reaping the finest resources and practicing the most powerful techniques. Yet now, Lu Qianqian was revealing that Tang Xuan had been but an outer disciple just days prior. In any sect, outer disciples are often regarded as the lowest tier. Occasionally, a few with commendable talents might ascend to the inner sect through rigorous examinations. But the vast majority are destined for elimination. To rise to such a level of supremacy over various prodigies in merely a few days is utterly absurd. Su Qingyao's breath quickened. The demon Yuan sect is still too small. If given a grander stage, with the potential Tang Xuan has demonstrated, he would surely shine brilliantly. Perhaps in the dark radiant sacred land, a place where monsters and prodigies converge, in a stage long coveted by all demonic path prodigies. The piercing cries abruptly ceased. The demon path prodigies who had fought lay strewn upon the ground, leaving only Tang Xuan standing proudly. Is that all? I have yet to exert myself. It was not arrogance. Rather, after breaking through to the third layer of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique, ordinary Xian Dan realm practitioners could no longer pose any threat to him. This left him feeling stifled, as if he had been engaged for some time yet had not experienced the exhilaration of climax. Quick, is there anyone else? Step forth. Tang Xuan squinted at the observing demon path practitioners. Those who met his gaze turned pale, bowing their heads in trembling fear. After a pause, no one dared to emerge. Tang Xuan sighed. How tedious. He approached Han Yang and extended a hand. There is no one left. Hand it over. Han Yang nearly choked in disbelief. He had originally intended to use the demon path practitioners to torment Tang Xuan severely. Instead, not only had he failed to inflict any suffering, but he had also allowed Tang Xuan to shine. Now, he was left in a predicament. Having lost the evil bone crystallization, he had once again become a laughingstock. And once Tang Xuan acquired the evil bone crystallization, his strength would undoubtedly rise further. Yet, ordinary practitioners could no longer threaten Tang Xuan. Only, with that thought, Han Yang gritted his teeth, a frenzied glint flashing in his eyes. He retrieved an item from his bosom, cradling it in his palm, and looked at Xian and his companions. If you eliminate this brat, this martial arts inheritance crystal shall belong to you. In the shadowy realm of the mystical, the trio of Xian, Xiao Su, and Sikong Miexing were visibly shaken. Even Lu Qianqian and Su Qingyao's expressions altered dramatically. The surrounding demonic martial artists gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Han Yang has lost his mind? He dares to present a treasure such as the martial arts inheritance crystal? This artifact is an essence of martial arts, meticulously imprinted by powerful beings of at least pseudo-star realm strength, encapsulating martial techniques that are, at the very least, of heavenly grade. Heavenly grade martial skills. It's not merely that I've never seen one. I've never even heard of them. Completely mad. At the gates of Yuan City, a wave of commotion erupted. All eyes were fixed upon Han Yang, filled with shock. Tang Xuan chuckled. Are you certain you wish to escalate matters to this extent? Indeed. Han Yang proclaimed loudly. Do you dare? Before Tang Xuan could respond, Lu Qianqian interjected hastily. Junior brother, you mustn't. Xian Xiaosu and Sikong Miexing are martial artists of an entirely different caliber. You cannot agree. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. A treasure presented to us must not be declined. That would be an affront to the heavens. Very well, I accept your challenge. Han Yang exclaimed with delight. Haha. You will regret this. You will undoubtedly regret it. Tang Xuan, disinterested in further explanation, extended a finger and beckoned to the trio. You three, come at me together. Chapter 35. Defeating the three great prodigies. Again, the atmosphere grew tense as the challenge was issued. Xian, Xiao Su, and Sikong Miexing, the three great prodigies, exchanged solemn glances and gradually spread out, encircling Tang Xuan in the center. With a commanding shout, Xian crossed his arms over his chest and then abruptly flung them open. A terrifying surge of energy erupted from within him, and strange patterns appeared upon his skin, illuminated by the surrounding dark aura, resembling a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell. Behold, the foundational technique of the Ingui sect, the Ghost King formula. It is said that this technique does not belong to the realm of the living. It must be cultivated in places wherein energy converges, allowing the physical body to endure the strength of 100 ghosts. Once mastered, Each strike feels as though 100 formidable warriors are attacking simultaneously. Battling beyond one's level becomes as effortless as eating or drinking. Xian is indeed a true prodigy. His combat prowess is leagues beyond that of lesser beings. This young man has finally encountered a worthy opponent. In the blink of an eye, Xian had pushed the Ghost King formula to its utmost limit. The martial arts inheritance crystal shall be mine. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! At the moment of impact, the air resonated with a thunderous explosion. Visible ripples in the void surged outward violently. The strength behind this punch was unfathomable. Having witnessed Tang Xuan's astonishing combat capabilities, Xian was determined to unleash his full might. Interesting. A flicker of fervor ignited within Tang Xuan's eyes. Ever since he had mastered the third level of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura formula, he had found no equal in strength. Even practitioners of the Xian realm could not withstand a single blow from him. Yet now, Xian's fist imparted a sense of pressure he hadn't felt in a long while. The speed of the Azura cyclone within him noticeably quickened. Han Yang coldly remarked, Xian's strength is not to be trifled with. Enjoy it while you can. Tang Xuan smiled lightly. Indeed, Xian's fist had instilled a sense of pressure. But it was merely that pressure. He too delivered a punch in response, meeting Xian's strike head-on. Bang! The fists collided. The muscles upon the arms of the two individuals trembled violently. An unimaginable force erupted from their fists, intertwining and twisting in a chaotic rupture. In the aftermath, both Tang Xuan and Xian's long hair was swept straight back. In the next moment, Xian let out a muffled groan and was propelled backward. With each step, he left deep impressions in the ground, sinking halfway up his calves. After retreating over 30 steps, he barely managed to steady himself. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, his right arm hanging limply and shaking uncontrollably, his eyes filled with incredulous horror. Face to face, fist to fist. There was no room for embellishment. He was utterly unable to withstand Tang Xuan's might. Xiao Su and Sikong Mieshing exchanged a solemn glance, their pupils reflecting gravity. Xian's cultivation was on par with theirs, and initially, they believed that a 3-on-1 confrontation was somewhat unfair. However, they now regarded Tang Xuan as a top-tier powerhouse. Blood Sun Palm. Xiao Su flipped his right palm and struck out with fervor, the center of his palm a vivid crimson, yet the edges radiated golden light. He executed the Blood Sun Sect's signature martial technique, the Blood Sun Palm. This technique is characterized by the burning of one's own blood, merging it with solar energy to create explosive force concentrated in the palm. Upon contact with an adversary, the Blood Sun power would erupt completely, shattering the foe with its overwhelming might. With Xiao Su's strength, even a peak Xian realm expert might struggle to withstand this blow. Tang Xuan remained unfazed and retaliated with another punch. When their fists collided, Xiao Su's expression twisted into a grimace as he unleashed the gathered Blood Sun energy. Boom! The force of the palm exploded, swirling unpredictably. Tang Xuan, caught off guard, was struck. Good. Han Yang's eyes brightened, while Lu Qianqian and Su Qingyao displayed expressions of concern. Huh. Xiao Su's face lit up with pride. Though your physical body is formidable, enduring the full brunt of the Blood Sun Palm's attack unscathed is impossible. The inheritance crystal of martial arts shall be mine. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a fist as large as a cooking pot emerged from the dust, landing heavily on Xiao Su's face. With a piercing scream and the sound of cracking bones, Xiao Su flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently to the ground. The residual force propelled him, carving a deep trench in the earth until he collided with the city gate of Yuan. Finally coming to a halt, blood covered his face, his features obscured, and his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. One punch, another punch, before any exclamations could arise. Sikong Mieshing had already appeared above Tang Xuan, his fingers sharp as blades, thrusting towards Tang Xuan's vital point. Even if your physical defense is robust, the Tianling is a critical area. I do not believe you can withstand this. Tang Xuan suddenly lifted his head, activating his Azura eyes. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted like a torrential flood, piercing sharply into Sikong Mieshing's mind. Sikong Mieshing felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. His soul seemed to leave his body, blood gushed from his facial features, and the taut strength in his hands dissipated instantaneously, causing the energy within him to spiral out of control. Amidst the excruciating screams that sent shivers down the spine, Sikong Mieshing collapsed at Tang Xuan's feet, rolling on the ground while clutching his head, blood seeping through his fingers. Such a horrifying spectacle rendered the entire arena silent. In the blink of an eye, the three foremost prodigies were left in disarray, one injured, one unconscious, and one utterly defeated. A chill swept through the ranks of the demonic practitioners. They had believed that the alliance of Xian, Xiao Su, and Sikong Mieshing could, if not triumph, at least restrain Tang Xuan. However, The extent of their defeat was utterly staggering, akin to mere ants daring to provoke a celestial deity. Foolhardy. They were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, Tang Xuan, who had vanquished the three prodigies, wore an expression of detachment. As though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, he turned to the astonished Han Yang and flashed a smile. I have one. Now, bring forth the treasures. You, Han Yang stammered. He yearned to articulate something, but ultimately, it culminated in a single word. This was preposterous. Even he could not have so effortlessly defeated Xian and the others. My junior brother is remarkably formidable, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, dashing forward, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What you just used, was it the heavenly slaughter Azura technique of Elder Kunio? I thought that technique was impossible to master. How did you accomplish it? Please teach me. Tang Xuan chuckled. Can we wait until I retrieve the spoils? Oh right. Lu Qianqian promptly turned around and extended a hand towards Han Yang. A deal is a deal. Hand over the evil bone stalactite and the martial Dao inheritance crystal. Han Yang felt as though his heart was bleeding. Both treasures were hard-earned through immense toil, and he himself was reluctant to part with them, let alone surrender them to Tang Xuan. Was this not akin to pouring salt into his own wounds? Hiki, how could young Master Han, a man of his word, be so despicable as to go back on his promise? Su Qingyao remarked languidly. Han Yang's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, in a fit of rage. He hurled the treasures to the ground and fled into the depths of Yuan City without looking back. Chapter 36, The Detestable Act Sai. Su Qingyao shook her head at the departing figure of Han Yang, her eyes filled with disappointment. Previously, she had regarded him as the foremost prodigy of the demonic path, endowed with unparalleled talent, formidable strength, and a promising future. He had exuded grace and confidence. However, the old adage that comparison breeds pain rang true. In juxtaposition to Tang Xuan, everything Han Yang had once prided himself on was shattered into pieces. He was no longer a prodigy of the demonic path, but rather a desperate gambler blinded by loss. With a swift motion, Su Qingyao drew the martial Dao inheritance crystal and the evil bone stalactite into her grasp. Young Master Tang, these are yours. Tang Xuan accepted them and tucked them away. Thank you. By the way, do you happen to know of any top-tier dark treasures? Su Qingyao paused, taken aback. Dark treasures? Is young Master Tang seeking to cultivate some dark technique? Tang Xuan replied with a smile, not quite. I possess a martial technique that requires the assistance of dark energy. A flicker of intrigue passed through Su Qingyao's eyes as an enigmatic light glimmered within. In the realm of ordinary dark treasures, my Yuan sect possesses a few, albeit of modest quality, which I presume may not meet young Master Tang's discerning standards. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. After all, the Yuan sect is a prestigious sect in the demonic path, its power and heritage vastly surpassing that of the Moyuan sect. It is hard to believe that you would claim to possess no dark treasures. If not, then so be it, Tang Xuan dismissed with a wave of his hand. As he had no inclination to impose himself upon her, regardless of how stunning Su Qingyao may be. But what of it? A woman merely affects the swiftness of one's draw. Su Qingyao did not anticipate such an abrupt refusal from Tang Xuan. She had expected him to inquire further. Now, she found herself in an awkward predicament. Yet, being the remarkable individual she is, Su Qingyao quickly regained her composure. Young Master Tang. I believe I may not have articulated my point clearly. If you seek exquisite dark treasures, I am aware of a certain location within a mysterious relic where they can be found. I can accompany you there when we enter the relic. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes as he regarded Su Qingyao, his face betraying no emotion, which left her somewhat flustered. After a moment, he finally spoke. All right. Su Qingyao exhaled in relief, a radiant smile gracing her features. Then it settled, young Master Tang. Allow me to escort you into the city. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I prefer solitude. With that, he brushed past Su Qingyao, entering Yuan City without a backward glance. Junior brother. Wait for me. Lu Qianqian glanced at Su Qingyao. She yearned to linger and converse, but ultimately prioritized Tang Xuan. Sister, I shall find junior brother. We will talk later. With a graceful twist of her waist, she hurried after Tang Xuan, leaving Su Qingyao with a countenance that fluctuated with uncertainty, lost in thought. Inside the inn, Tang Xuan regarded Lu Qianqian with a bemused expression. Is there something you need? He had intended to engage in some cultivation, yet Lu Qianqian had followed him. Junior brother, aren't you being a tad too indifferent towards Sister Su? Is she not beautiful? I have never seen her exhibit such warmth towards any man. Lu Qianqian hesitated before speaking. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Her warmth is driven by ulterior motives. It is precisely this kind of underhanded scheming that I detest the most. Lu Qianqian was taken aback. Scheming? What is Sister Su scheming? Tang Xuan shrugged. Do you truly believe that the Yuan sect possesses no decent dark treasures? Lu Qianqian paused. realizing the improbability of that assertion. Well, that certainly cannot be the case. Yet, Tang Xuan interrupted with a wave. It is entirely reasonable for her to refuse. I am not related to her, nor am I a member of the Yuan sect. She has no obligation to bestow treasures upon me. He then hesitated momentarily. Do you know why she mentioned the existence of dark treasures within the mysterious relic and insisted on accompanying me? Lu Qianqian, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped his implication. Junior brother, are you suggesting that Sister Su is being disingenuous? Tang Xuan nodded. Precisely. She too desires that treasure but lacks the assurance to procure it. Hence she seeks to leverage my assistance. If it were as simple as that, I would not mind lending her a hand. However, her pretense of being entirely selfless and considerate only serves to repulse me. Lu Qianqian's cheeks flushed crimson. Upon hearing Tang Xuan's words, she indeed sensed that Su Qingyao had ulterior motives. Junior brother, She worried that Tang Xuan might come to detest her as well. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. You are you, she is she. I judge matters, not persons. This was a relief for Lu Qianqian. By the way, junior brother, I have come at my father's behest to seek the heavenly mysterious herb in the mystical ruins. What do you think? Her voice trailed off, reminiscent of a child who feared they had erred. If you could assist me, I could help you refine a soul-gathering pill. How about that? Tang Xuan's eyes brightened. The soul-gathering pill was indeed a remarkable item, capable of opening and enhancing the soul sea. Although one needed to reach the spirit refinement realm to begin cultivating the soul sea, it did not imply that only those in the spirit refinement realm could cultivate or open it. The earlier one opened their soul sea, the more significant the enhancement for a martial artist, especially for Tang Xuan. The higher one's mental acuity, the better the insights gained, and the longer the duration of such insights. No problem, Tang Xuan readily agreed. Really? Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, Tang Xuan smiled. It's merely a convenient task. Thank you. Lu Qianqian exhaled deeply. To be honest, she was not confident about obtaining the heavenly mysterious herb on her own. Initially, she sought to take revenge on Su Qingyao, but now it seemed that Su Qingyao was also unreliable. With Tang Xuan's assistance, she felt reassured. Tang Xuan chuckled. As fellow disciples, it is only right to help each other in the outside world. By the way, I may need you to lend a small hand later. Lu Qianqian patted her chest. No problem. Whatever you need, junior brother, I shall unconditionally oblige. After sending Lu Qianqian on her way, Tang Xuan closed the door to his room and retrieved the evil bone stalactite and the martial arts inheritance crystal. With 2 to 3 days remaining before entering the mystical ruins, it was ample time for him to digest these 2 treasures. Tang Xuan steadied his mind and then picked up the martial arts inheritance crystal. He wondered what kind of martial legacy was contained within this crystal. Hopefully, it would bring him some surprises. This was akin to opening a mystery box, always evoking a sense of great anticipation. Slowly, Tang Xuan closed his eyes, concentrating his spirit into the martial arts inheritance crystal. The moment his spirit melded with the crystal, a resounding boom echoed. Tang Xuan felt the entire space twist and tremble. It took quite some time for the space to stabilize. Here, Tang Xuan's pupils flickered with astonishment. At this moment, he found himself atop a towering solitary peak, surrounded by an endless sea of clouds. Before him stood an unparalleled figure. As Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon that silhouette, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of reverence. As if compelled to kneel and worship. A Star Realm Expert. Chapter 37. Supreme Emperor. Annihilation Emperor Fist. Although that figure emitted no aura, Tang Xuan still felt an immense tension. Above the ocean returning realm lies the mysterious Dan realm. Above the mysterious Dan realm is the spirit refinement realm. Above the spirit refinement realm is the heavenly earth realm. When a martial artist breaks through the heavenly mystical barrier, they enter a grand realm known as the Star Realm. In this realm, a martial artist possesses the true ability to manipulate the powers of heaven and earth with a mere wave of the hand. The primordial forces of heaven and earth are summoned, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. Previously, Tang Xuan had only heard of such prowess, but now, upon witnessing this silhouette, he truly felt the overwhelming aura it emanated. This was undoubtedly the presence of a genuine master of the Star Realm. You have arrived, inheritor. The Star Realm master slowly turned, his visage as refined as jade, with the faint traces of experience etched around his eyes, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. Yet, Tang Xuan understood that at this level of strength, lifespan was no longer a constraint, allowing many to retain their youthful appearance. Indeed, senior, he replied with utmost respect. Alas, you have come too late. The Star Realm Master regarded Tang Xuan with a hint of regret. The power of this martial inheritance crystal is nearly exhausted. You can no longer learn any of my techniques. Tang Xuan's expression darkened. No wonder Han Yang had so readily produced the martial inheritance crystal. He must have known its power was waning. Otherwise, why would he not learn from it himself? Was he destined to make this journey in vain? Furrowing his brow, Tang Xuan implored, even a single technique would suffice. Grant me the opportunity, senior. The Star Realm Master chuckled. My martial techniques are the culmination of relentless refinement. And even with my guidance, you would require at least 3 to 5 years to grasp the basics. With the crystal's power dwindling, even if I teach you, you will not be able to learn. Tang Xuan smiled confidently. If you teach me, I will certainly succeed. The Star Realm Master regarded him for a moment before finally nodding. Very well, although you may not master it. You shall at least witness what true Star Realm martial arts entail. With that, the Star Realm Master gradually clenched his fist. A formidable suction erupted, coalescing into a vortex upon the surface of his hand. This technique is my most powerful, known as the Extinction Emperor Fist. It is a creation born from my comprehension of the profound truths of the universe. The Star Realm Master spoke. This fist technique embodies the terrifying destructive power of natural disasters. Each movement can reshape the very heavens and earth, making all of creation tremble. In an instant, Tang Xuan entered a state of enlightenment. Within this state, every motion of the Star Realm Master slowed to a crawl. As the currents of energy flowed, Tang Xuan's mind mirrored the intricate variations of each movement. Extinction Emperor Fist. Shatter mountains, split the sky, shake the heavens, collapse the universe, defy the Tao. Extraordinary and irresistible. Watch closely. With a mighty roar, the Star Realm warrior unleashed a punch. Bang! At the moment of impact, space itself concaved inward. Then, the force of the punch erupted, sending shockwaves akin to a roaring tsunami cascading over the sea of clouds. The boundless expanse of clouds was pierced, creating a colossal black hole. The terrifying power of the punch was unstoppable. Anything, tangible or intangible, caught in its wind would be utterly torn asunder. Boom! The force exploded above the horizon, transforming into a towering mushroom cloud. Tang Xuan felt his very soul trembling. This punch required an extraordinarily powerful physique as its foundation, otherwise one would harm themselves before even injuring the enemy. The Star Realm Master grew increasingly exhilarated, a long-lost fervor igniting in his eyes. Once, he relied on the Extinction Emperor Fist to dominate the world, vanquishing numerous formidable opponents. However, since his fall from grace, the splendor of the Extinction Emperor Fist has vanished. Now, channeling his last vestiges of strength, he executed this singular punch, reminiscent of his former glory. After articulating all the principles and techniques of the Extinction Emperor Fist, he gazed longingly at the unhealed imprint of the Cloud Sea Fist, nostalgia filling his eyes. Ah, my young friend, despite my lengthy discourse, you are unlikely to retain all of it, he said, smiling as he turned back. The moment he beheld Tang Xuan, he was taken aback. Tang Xuan stood there with his eyes slightly closed, his right hand clenched into a fist, a small vortex manifesting on the surface of his knuckles, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. This is the Extinction Emperor Fist. How could this be possible? The Star Realm expert was almost startled into a leap. What Tang Xuan was demonstrating was indeed the authentic Extinction Emperor Fist. Yet, this was a technique exclusively conceived by the Star Realm expert. No one else had ever trained in it. How could Tang Xuan have mastered it? Fortunately, the Star Realm expert's resolve was unwavering, allowing him to regain his composure. At that moment, he discerned that while Tang Xuan was indeed executing the Extinction Emperor Fist, the manner in which he harnessed its power appeared rather juvenile and awkward, indicating he had only just grasped it. After gathering his strength, Tang Xuan unleashed a punch. Boom! A vast crack materialized within the cloud sea. Yet, Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, for the fissure he created was but a fraction of the strength exhibited by the Star Realm expert. This technique is rather difficult, senior, Tang Xuan remarked earnestly. The Star Realm expert's facial muscles twitched slightly. It took him 50 years to comprehend the Extinction Emperor Fist, and another 50 to refine it. Even among royal-grade martial techniques, it stood as an unparalleled force. Before his demise, he had spent 3 months gathering the most gifted disciples of his sect for intensive training. Yet, after those 3 months, none of those exceptionally talented disciples managed to even grasp the basics. But Tang Xuan, having only observed it once, was able to execute it. And with power to boot. The Star Realm expert was utterly dumbfounded. Nothing is more disheartening than comparison. In light of Tang Xuan's prowess, his sect's talented disciples seemed utterly inept. The mere utterance of rather difficult nearly shattered the defenses of this extraordinary powerhouse. However, Tang Xuan's subsequent words were even more piercing. But senior, I have already memorized the techniques you taught. With just one night, I should be able to truly grasp the fundamentals. As for mastery, it may take at least a month. Each word he spoke was akin to a dagger, deeply embedding itself in the heart of the Star Realm expert. The Star Realm expert felt utterly crushed. Even in death, he was subject to such humiliation. He hurriedly took a few deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. "Your talent is commendable," he managed to say, though he felt a rare sense of insecurity while uttering it. Commendable was an understatement. It was practically monstrous. Tang Xuan offered a deep bow. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." The Star Realm expert turned, gazing out over the boundless cloud sea. "My name is Zhu Huang. Young friend, I have a small favor to ask of you. In my lifetime, I established a sect known as the Extinction Sect. Should you encounter any disciples within, please offer them your care." Tang Xiandao reassured. "Rest assured, Senior, I will certainly do so." The absolute sovereign smiled faintly, transforming into specks of light before vanishing. Chapter 38. The mysterious blood sovereign exhausting his final vestige of strength, the remnants of the absolute sovereign soul dissipated. Tang Xian's vision blurred, and he found himself back in the reality of the world. With a resounding crash, the martial arts inheritance crystal in his palm shattered into fine powder. In the past 2 days, he had primarily focused on comprehending the Extinction Emperor's fist. Once more, Tang Xuan entered a state of epiphany. After more than an hour, he emerged from this profound contemplation, his face weary, and subsequently consumed a drop of the evil bone stalactite. A tremendous surge of energy erupted within him, replenishing his exhausted physical and mental reserves. Let us continue. After a brief respite, Tang Xuan plunged back into his state of enlightenment. Thus, whenever his stamina and spirit were depleted, he would ingest another drop of the evil bone stalactite to rejuvenate himself. The efficacy of the evil bone stalactite was truly remarkable, allowing Tang Xuan to engage in uninterrupted enlightenment. This was indeed a lavish indulgence. Had Han Yang, Su Qingyao, and Lu Qianqian been present, they would undoubtedly chastise him for his extravagance. The evil bone stalactite was a premier treasure of heaven and earth for ordinary warriors. Consuming a single drop would require at least a fortnight to fully refine the spiritual essence within. Yet Tang Xuan consumed a drop every 1 or 2 hours, a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. However, since it was acquired without cost, Tang Xuan felt no remorse, as long as it augmented his strength. He was content to utilize it freely. Yet while he reveled in his gains, another was left in ruin. "Ah, how infuriating. I swear I shall kill you." From an unnamed mansion, a continuous roar echoed, accompanied by the sound of shattering objects. In the depths of the mansion, Han Yang's chest heaved, his eyes a furious crimson, hair disheveled, resembling an enraged beast. Surrounding him were fragments of tables, chairs, and exquisite vases. Panting heavily, Han Yang slumped onto the only unscathed chair. Had he not been utterly exhausted, this chair would not have survived either. Throughout his journey, Han Yang had never suffered such a significant defeat, having experienced unbroken success. He was unable to withstand the setback inflicted by Tang Xuan. Seated in a daze, his gaze vacant, suddenly a dark stream of energy surged from his brow, coalescing into a ghastly figure. The apparition appeared pallid, devoid of color, yet with blood-red pupils. It was eerily unsettling. As it gazed at Han Yang, it noted the latter's lack of response, furrowing its brow in disappointment. "Your pitiful demeanor truly disappoints me." Han Yang's body trembled violently, his eyes regaining a semblance of clarity. He stood upright, respectfully addressing, "My Lord Blood Sovereign, you have arrived." The enigmatic figure before him was known as the Blood Sovereign, a remnant soul of an ancient powerhouse. Han Yang had discovered the sealed box containing the Blood Sovereign while exploring a cave, and upon opening it, the Blood Sovereign was freed. After enduring such a prolonged period of confinement, his soul had already withered, leading him to temporarily reside within Han Yang's sea of souls for recovery. "Humph! Had I not intervened, would you not have been rendered utterly useless?" Blood Sovereign remarked coldly. Han Yang immediately broke out in a cold sweat, fully aware of the terrifying prowess of Blood Sovereign. "Such a trivial setback, and look at your despondent demeanor, truly disappointing. It seems I must seriously contemplate finding another assistant." Blood Sovereign scoffed. Upon hearing these words, Han Yang fell to his knees. His current status and cultivation were inextricably linked to the Blood Sovereign before him. It was Blood Sovereign who had assisted him in mastering the sinister bone technique through blood refinement. Without Blood Sovereign, Han Yang would merely have been an ordinary genius. The thought of losing his reputation and standing caused him to prostrate himself before Blood Sovereign. "My Lord Blood Sovereign, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another opportunity." Blood Sovereign regarded his humble demeanor with a glint of mockery and disdain in his eyes, yet a smile of satisfaction graced his face. "Since you recognize your errors, go and eliminate that young man, then reconstruct your heart of Tao." Han Yang's face betrayed hesitation. "But that young man is rather formidable. He single-handedly defeated He Shan, Xiao Su, and Si Kong Mieshing. Such a battle, even I have no confidence in." "Formidable? Is he more so than I?" Blood Sovereign snorted. Han Yang hastily replied, "Of course, he pales in comparison to you, my lord." Blood Sovereign nodded. "In truth, slaying that young man is not a daunting task. To me, he is but an insignificant insect, hardly worth mentioning." Han Yang's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Blood Sovereign continued, "However, my identity is too sensitive. I cannot manifest in this world just yet, and I must also nurture my soul. Thus, I require your assistance to accomplish this. I possess a technique known as the Explosive Blood Technique, capable of instantly amplifying your combat prowess tenfold." Han Yang was overjoyed. "My lord, I desire it. Please grant it to me." Blood Sovereign's smile grew even more enigmatic. "However, the Explosive Blood Technique is quite challenging to master. You may not be able to learn it in a short span of time." Han Yang was taken aback. No matter how powerful the martial skill, if he could not learn it, it would be of no use. As he approached the ruins, encountering Tang Xuan was highly probable. Without the Explosive Blood Technique, how would he contend? Observing Han Yang's dazed expression, Blood Sovereign remarked nonchalantly, "Yet, I possess a method to ensure you can master the Explosive Blood Technique within a day. I can also teach you a blood control technique, enabling you to manipulate those weaker than you to serve your will." Han Yang was once again elated. "Your abilities are indeed beyond mortal comprehension." Blood Sovereign cautioned, "Do not be too quick to rejoice. To achieve this, you must temporarily relinquish your Sea of Souls to me." Han Yang's face reflected uncertainty. The Sea of Souls was the most vital aspect for a warrior, a convergence of the soul itself. To surrender it meant entrusting his very essence to Blood Sovereign. He could not help but hesitate. However, when he recalled Lu Qianqian and Su Qingyao's gazes towards Tang Xuan, a surge of jealousy and resentment welled within him. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth. "Indeed, I am willing to embrace the role of a devil if it means achieving vengeance." A flicker of ecstatic cruelty flashed within the Blood Sovereign's eyes. "Rest assured, I shall merely borrow this power temporarily. It shall soon be returned to you." Han Yang, brimming with impatience, waved his hand. "My lord, please refrain from further words. Time waits for no one." In an instant, the Blood Sovereign transformed into a streak of radiant light and returned to the center of Han Yang's brow. The next moment, Han Yang's gaze grew hollow, as if his very soul had been stripped away. An ominous and chilling aura enveloped him. Subsequently, streams of crimson light erupted from his 7 orifices, swirling around his form until they coalesced into a massive blood cocoon, encasing Han Yang within. Thud! Almost immediately, an eerie heartbeat resonated through the air. Chapter 39, Departure. The Mysterious Ruins. Junior brother, Su Qingyao has sent word that the mysterious ruins are about to open, and we are to assemble. Outside the door, the voice of Lu Qianqian echoed. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "Ah, at last, I have mastered the first form of the Annihilation Emperor's fist to great perfection, significantly enhancing my strength. Alas, with just another couple of days, I could achieve its consummation." TSK. If the Annihilation Emperor were to hear this, he would surely be devastated. Even as its creator, it took him several years to perfect the first form. Yet I have accomplished it in mere days. Such speed is nothing short of miraculous. He promptly opened the door to find Lu Qianqian standing outside. Today, she donned a form-fitting emerald green outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, compelling even Tang Xuan to steal a few glances. This woman is truly formidable. Once they stepped outside, they made their way to the assembly point. At Black Mountain, Xiao Su and Sikong Nieshing had already arrived. The pallor on their faces was evident. Upon sighting Tang Xuan, fear washed over them, causing them to involuntarily retreat a few steps. The suppressed shadows of despair resurfaced in their hearts. "Young Master Tang, you have arrived." Su Qingyao greeted him with a radiant smile. Today, she wore a sky-blue outfit that showcased her figure, rivaling that of Lu Qianqian. Tang Xuan, however, held little interest in this scheming woman, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "We are now just waiting for Han Yang. Then we can set forth," Su Qingyao declared. No sooner had she spoken than a sinister voice echoed, "I have arrived." Su Qingyao's pupils constricted sharply as she turned her head, only to find Han Yang standing in the shadows not far away. He must have been present for quite some time, yet she had been oblivious to his presence. Today, Han Yang exuded a terrifying aura, and his eyes glinted with an unsettling crimson light. Compared to the previous days, he seemed like an entirely different person. However, Su Qingyao dismissed any further contemplation. Individuals often undergo profound transformations following significant trauma. "I sense he has become exceedingly fearsome," Lu Qianqian whispered, tugging at Tang Xuan's sleeve. Born into a family of alchemists, she possessed a perception far beyond that of ordinary individuals. She sensed an overwhelmingly sinister aura emanating from Han Yang, and merely observing him instilled a shiver within her. Tang Xuan also felt it. "Be cautious." Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. Once everyone had arrived, Su Qingyao produced a cloud boat, a small vessel inscribed with formations that allowed it to traverse the skies. Although its speed paled in comparison to that of flying mounts, it excelled in stability and endurance. The mysterious relic lay nestled within a desolate valley, surrounded by perilous terrain that rendered foot travel impossible. Only the cloud boat could grant access. The group boarded the cloud boat, with Han Yang standing alone at the stern, avoiding contact with anyone. Tang Xuan, Lu Qian, and Su Qingyao took their positions at the bow, while the three from Xian huddled in the center. The cloud boat ascended gradually, transforming into a streak of light as it sped towards the enigmatic relic. The ground shrank beneath them, the vast city of Yuan soon vanishing from sight, while the scenery around them blurred in a rapid retreat. In a brief instance, they arrived above the mysterious ruins. Fixing his gaze ahead, Tang Xuan spotted a vast, desolate valley deep within the dense forest. Wisps of eerie black mist floated throughout the valley, within which loomed an immense relic. "We have arrived. This is the mysterious relic," declared Su Qingyao. According to the sect elders' observations, there existed a secluded space within the relic, seemingly a cave dwelling established by a powerful being, pulsating with the essence of life. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. The essence of life, implying that formidable beast resided within this relic. Su Qingyao commanded the cloud boat to descend. Landing at the relic's periphery, the group disembarked and approached the mysterious site. As they drew nearer, an invisible pressure enveloped them, causing their bodies to feel as though burdened by a great mountain, even slowing the flow of blood and spiritual energy. "This mist is peculiar." Black Mountain furrowed his brow. "It appears to suppress our cultivation. My power has been reduced by roughly 20%. Both Xiaosu and Sikong Mieshing experienced a similar suppression," Su Qingyao remarked. According to the sect elders, this is the mist of silence, which obstructs the flow of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Moreover, consumption within the mist is exacerbated. So we should strive to minimize conflict whenever possible. The faces of the three from Xian paled slightly. Lu Qian, the weakest among them, felt a reduction of 2.5 portions of her spiritual energy, her expression filled with dismay. Turning to Tang Xuan, she exclaimed, "This is dire. My spiritual energy has been suppressed by 2.5 portions. What about you?" Tang Xuan moved his body, discovering everything felt normal. The encroaching mist of silence had yet to take effect, as it was devoured by the Shura cyclone and transformed into pure spiritual energy, nourishing his form. With a resounding bang, he unexpectedly broke through to a minor realm. "Huh?" Tang Xuan's face bore a look of astonishment. Lu Qian was instantly taken aback. Could it be that Tang Xuan also suffered a reduction of 2.5 portions of his spiritual energy? If so, that would pose a significant problem. Just as they pondered this, a thunderous roar erupted from within the mist, followed by the emergence of emerald green glimmers. "It's a beast. Everyone, be cautious." Su Qingyao halted her steps. Xian and the others immediately assumed a battle stance. The mist was violently torn apart, unleashing a multitude of colossal wolves. These immense creatures bore fur as dark as flowing ink, their teeth gleaming a chilling white, exuding an aura of terror. Sikong Mieshing's pupils contracted sharply. This was the Frostfang Spectre Wolf. How could this be? Xiao Cai's expression also shifted dramatically as he took several steps back. "What? The Frostfang Spectre Wolf? This is disastrous." Not only him, but even Su Qingyao's complexion turned grim. Lu Qian's delicate face went pale with fear. Only Tang Xuan remained calm. "The Frostfang Spectre Wolf, a name quite melodious. Is it truly formidable?" Lu Qian was taken aback. Formidable is an understatement. This is a wolf-type demon beast possessing the bloodline of an ancient aberration. It is not only exceedingly vicious, but can also exhale a chilling breath that, upon contact, instantly freezes one's vital energy, rendering them a lamb for slaughter. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. An ancient aberration bloodline. What extraordinary fortune. He gazed at the pack of wolves before him with enthusiasm. "With so many, it should be sufficient for me to break through to the pinnacle of the 3rd level. And with a stroke of luck, the 4th level may not be out of reach." Lu Qian was left in a daze. What is happening? Has Tang Xuan lost his mind? Su Qingyao spoke sternly. "Our strength is suppressed by the withering mist. We cannot engage with the Frostfang Spectre wolves and must break through swiftly." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Xuan dashed straight towards the pack. Chapter 40. Could it be that the Frostfang Spectre wolves are too weak? "Junior brother, no?" Lu Qian exclaimed in alarm. She had not anticipated that Tang Xuan would charge in. These Frostfang Spectre wolves possessed at least the strength of peak Xiandan realm. Even without the suppression of spiritual energy, Tang Xuan might not stand a chance. Now, with his strength diminished by 2.5 portions, rushing in was akin to serving himself as a feast for the Frostfang Spectre wolves. Sister Su, we must pull junior brother back. Lu Qianqian stamped her foot. It was still not too late to retrieve Tang Xuan. However, Su Qingyao displayed hesitation, stepping back instead of responding. She would not assist in Tang Xuan's demise. Lu Qianqian gritted her teeth. Among the group, Han Yang, Heishan, Xiaokai, and Sikong Yexing had all crossed paths with Tang Xuan. Su Qingyao was her only hope. Though Tang Xuan had previously remarked that Su Qingyao harbored ulterior motives, Lu Qianqian believed she would at least act out of past affections. The harsh reality, however, dealt a heavy blow to Lu Qianqian. Su Qingyao remained unmoving. With gritted teeth, Lu Qianqian charged forward alone. Qianqian. Su Qingyao's lips moved, but ultimately, she remained silent. She was a person of stark realism. She would associate with those who could benefit her. Lu Qianqian. As the eldest daughter of the Dan King of the Lu family and a prodigy of the demon Yuan sect, was indeed someone Su Qingyao wished to befriend. Yet, a willingness to associate did not equate to a desire for self-destruction. To Su Qingyao, the actions of Tang Xuan and Lu Qianqian appeared as nothing less than a death wish. She had no intention of partaking in that. At that moment, Heishan spoke with a grave tone. While that lad distracts the Frostfang Spectre Wolves, we should take the opportunity to enter and search for treasures, quickly. The three formidable masters exchanged glances and immediately executed their agility to maneuver around. Su Qingyao hesitated for a moment before following suit, while Han Yang had long since vanished. At that moment, Lu Qianqian had already dashed to Tang Xuan's side. Senior sister, what brings you here? Tang Xuan inquired with curiosity. Lu Qianqian resolutely declared, I have come to fight alongside you, junior brother. You have saved my life. I cannot stand by and watch you take risks. Risks? Tang Xuan responded with a puzzled expression. He was merely gathering some materials. How was that related to risking anything? With a thunderous roar, the Frostfang Phantom Wolf lunged at them. Lu Qianqian's face turned tense. Junior brother, I will unleash my martial skills to momentarily fend off the Frostfang Phantom Wolf's attacks. You seized the opportunity. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Xuan launched a punch. With a resounding bang, the head of the Frostfang Phantom Wolf, towering over two men, was shattered. Blood accompanied its lifeless body as it hurtled away, crashing into 3 or 4 other Phantom Wolves. The downed Frostfang Phantom Wolf twisted its body, lying on the ground and letting out a mournful wail, clearly with broken bones. 1 punch, 1 dead, 3 injured. Lu Qianqian's mouth fell agape, her mind enveloped in confusion. What was happening? Wasn't Tang Xuan's strength suppressed by 2.5 tears? How could he be so formidable? In her astonished gaze, Tang Xuan transformed into a fierce tiger, swinging his fists and knocking down the Frostfang Phantom Wolves in his path. A chilling aura surged from the soles of Lu Qianqian's feet straight to her crown. Who is the real monster here? Surely, the Frostfang Phantom Wolves must be weak. Yes, that must be it. As she noticed one Frostfang Phantom Wolf with its back turned to her, Lu Qianqian summoned all her strength and struck its back with a palm. Bang! The dull sound echoed, and she was immediately propelled backward by the overwhelming recoil, her right arm tingling with soreness. Her strength was already inferior to that of the Frostfang Phantom Wolf, and with her power suppressed by a quarter due to the oppressive mist, even a full-force strike barely inflicted any significant damage. The struck Frostfang Phantom Wolf merely swayed slightly, not even turning to look back. Lu Qianqian's eyes welled with tears. It was not that the Frostfang Phantom Wolves were weak, rather, Tang Xuan was simply too strong. Suddenly, a Frostfang Phantom Wolf circled around from behind and lunged, sinking its teeth into Tang Xuan's waist. Ah, junior brother, danger! Lu Qianqian exclaimed in alarm. With the biting force of the Frostfang Phantom Wolf, even a martial artist at the condensation realm would be torn apart. This was dire. Yet once again, Tang Xuan exceeded Lu Qianqian's expectations. Expressionless, he turned around, seized the Frostfang Phantom Wolf by its neck, lifted it, and then slammed it onto the ground. You ruined my clothes. With sheer brute force, the earth trembled, and the unfortunate Frostfang Phantom Wolf was left bloodied from its mouth and nose, its eyes rolling back as it neared death. My heavens! Lu Qianqian was utterly speechless. In her stunned gaze, she witnessed Tang Xuan slaughtering hundreds of Frostfang Phantom Wolves, each comparable to those at the Xindan realm, and then hurriedly began to collect the spilled blood. Ah, junior brother, what do you require the essence of these demonic beasts for? Lu Qianqian inquired with curiosity. It is essential for cultivating the heavenly slaughter Shura technique, Tang Xuan replied candidly. Lu Qianqian's eyes lit up with understanding. I see, but junior brother, collecting it this way is quite wasteful. Allow me to assist. With a swift motion of her palm, a small cauldron materialized in her hand. Blood summoning, she exclaimed, shaking the cauldron, which began to glow and exude a powerful suction force. The blood flowing from the Frostfang wolves seemed to respond to an unseen call, converging into the cauldron. Astonishingly, the diminutive cauldron appeared to possess an infinite depth, consuming every drop of blood effortlessly. A plume of smoke then billowed from the cauldron. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. It worked. She opened the cauldron, revealing a round blood pearl nestled within. "Junior brother here," she said, handing over the blood pearl. Tang Xuan accepted it, and an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy surged forth. "Such potent vitality," he exclaimed, astonished. The essence contained within this blood pearl was remarkably refined, far surpassing the vitality from the previous blood pool. Furthermore, the sinister energy had been impeccably preserved. "Can you utilize it?" Lu Qianqian inquired. "Indeed. This is wonderful. Senior sister." "What is this cauldron?" "It possesses the ability to purify blood." Tang Xian's gaze fixated on the small cauldron, recognizing its similarity to the Shura cyclone. If he could acquire it, he would no longer fret about collecting essence in the future. "You wish for the spirit summoning cauldron, junior brother?" Lu Qianqian surmised his thoughts upon witnessing his gaze. She smiled charmingly and handed it over. "It's yours." Tang Xuan was taken aback. A treasure capable of actively attracting blood must be at least of earth grade, if not celestial grade. Such an item would be invaluable. A prized possession for any clan or sect. Yet, Lu Qianqian had so readily bestowed it upon him. This woman is quite admirable. Tang Xuan was not one to feign humility. If he needed it, and it was freely offered, why refuse? "Thank you, senior sister. Now, let us proceed to obtain the heavenly mystic herb." Chapter 41, The Might of Annihilation Royal Fist after traversing through the desolate fog. Tang Xuan and Lu Qianqian arrived before the ruins. Before them lay a distorted space, with the remnants of the ancient site faintly visible in the distance. Su Qingyao and the others had long since vanished, evidently having entered ahead of them. "I once thought Su Qingyao to be a commendable individual, but it seems." Lu Qianqian's expression turned melancholic. Having known Su Qingyao for several years and shared a close bond, witnessing her selfishness was a profound blow. "At least now you see your true character. It is not too late, and you should feel relieved," Tang Xuan reassured her. Lu Qianqian pondered for a moment. "You are right. If I had remained oblivious, the harm would have been far greater." Subsequently, the two crossed the spatial barrier and stepped into the ruins. The instant they set foot inside, both felt their pupils constrict. Before them stood an imposing sect gate, towering several times higher than that of the demon Yuan sect. Yet, it lay in ruins, shattered by an overwhelming force. Following the mountain path, remnants of broken structures were scattered everywhere, hinting faintly at the former grandeur that once graced this place. The entire sect was shrouded in a miasma of desolation. A dark expanse that resembled the gaping maw of a primordial beast, poised to consume any intruder's whole. Lu Qianqian keenly sensed that her cultivation was being suppressed even more severely, reduced to less than half of its former glory. She glanced sideways at Tang Xuan, who remained calm and unaffected by the ominous atmosphere. Her junior brother was truly remarkable. She could hardly fathom the nature of his training. Just as they were about to enter, a fierce roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a creature that was neither dog nor lion charged towards them, a primordial beast. The demon lion. Lu Qianqian gasped in astonishment. The demon lion was enveloped in a terrifying aura, far more formidable than the Frostfang spectral wolf. Having reached the mid-stage of the spirit consolidation realm, its overwhelming presence left Lu Qianqian feeling breathless. "Be careful, junior brother. This beast is comparable to a mid-stage sea consolidation monster. Even Tang Xuan might find it challenging to contend with." With a ferocious roar, the demon lion lunged, its claws slicing through the air with a shrill whistle as it aimed for Tang Xuan. In response, Tang Xuan retaliated with a powerful punch, meeting the beast head-on. A resounding thud echoed as their bodies collided. The demon lion was sent flying, its claws carving deep gashes into the ground, while Tang Xuan staggered back several steps, his right hand trembling slightly. This is intriguing. It's slightly more entertaining than the Frostfang spectral wolf." Lu Qianqian was left speechless. A beast of such terrifying caliber. Even a prodigy like Han Yang would likely hesitate to engage it directly, yet Tang Xuan found it amusing. Was this truly the language of a human? Roaring in response to the challenge, the demon lion trembled, its demonic energy twisting and coalescing into a formidable armor, while its aura surged once more. With a thunderous crack, the ground split apart as the demon lion transformed into a bolt of black lightning, hurtling towards Tang Xuan. His pupils constricted momentarily before he swiftly retaliated with another punch. Once again, the confrontation ensued, but this time, the outcome was starkly different. The demon lion swayed slightly, landing gracefully, while Tang Xuan was sent flying back 7 or 8 paces. Panic surged through Lu Qianqian's heart. After the demon lion unleashed its demonic energy, It had surpassed Tang Xuan in strength. This was perilous. Ultimately, despite Tang Xuan's might, he too had his limits. Having warmed up, it was time to get serious. Tang Xuan shook his right arm, his expression turning grave. Then, with clenched fists, an aura of cataclysmic power erupted from his hands. With a bellow, the ground beneath him fractured, mud and debris swirling violently, obliterated by his overwhelming force. Lu Qianqian's breath caught in her throat. What kind of martial technique was this? The aura was utterly terrifying. It seemed as though the magical lion sensed a shift in the air, its forelimbs pressed against the ground, emitting a series of fierce roars. In that moment, it appeared no longer as a mere creature, but as an untouchable sovereign. A flash of fury ignited in the lion's eyes. As an ancient beast of legend, endowed with extraordinary strength, could it truly be bested by a mere human? Gathering its courage, it surged forth with all its might. Annihilation Royal Fist. Shattering Mountain. Tang Xuan unleashed a powerful punch. The intangible force of his fist transformed into a roaring tide, surging forth with tremendous ferocity. Boom. In the thunderous explosion, the magical lion, comparable to the condensed spirit realm, was pierced directly by the force of the punch, its vital organs shattered before it even hit the ground. One punch, a swift execution. Lu Qianqian covered her lips in shock, her face a picture of astonishment. The scene was utterly breathtaking. She had anticipated that this time Tang Xuan would encounter trouble. Yet he dispatched his opponent with a single blow. So powerful, incredibly powerful. Tang Xuan seemed limitless. Junior brother, what martial art is this? I've never seen you employ such a technique. Lu Qianqian inquired, her heart fluttering. Tang Xuan replied, this is the Annihilation Royal Fist. A skill I recently acquired from the martial arts heritage crystal. Impressive, isn't it? Lu Qianqian was utterly dumbfounded. Her astonishment was not merely at the overwhelming might of the Annihilation Royal Fist, but at the realization that Tang Xuan had mastered this formidable technique in just 2.5 days. Reflecting on her own considerable talent, having ascended the demon ranking at a young age and become a prodigy of the demon Yuan sect, she could not help but feel dwarfed in comparison to Tang Xuan. Your talent is indeed a rare find. No wonder the Grand Elder and that esteemed figure are eager to take you as their disciple. Lu Qianqian remarked enviously. Not really. I don't believe my talent is anything extraordinary, Tang Xuan shrugged modestly. Although his aptitude was commendable, he did not consider it top tier. His remarkable results were merely the product of fortuitous circumstances. Yet, Lu Qianqian gazed at him with admiration. With such formidable talent and your humility, you are destined to make your mark on the list of the world's greatest. The list of the world's greatest is a legendary roster that appears once every decade, inviting top-tier warriors to compete in a battle for supremacy. It is the dream of every prodigy and formidable fighter. While Lu Qianqian held confidence in her abilities, she did not believe she could qualify for the list. But Tang Xuan certainly could. To make a name for oneself? Indeed, but it will be in the foremost position. Tang Xuan declared confidently, raising an eyebrow. As she beheld his spirited demeanor, Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with admiration, completely enamored. Just then, she suddenly exclaimed, pulling out a crystal from her bosom, which flickered erratically. This bears the essence of the celestial mystic herb, Lu Qianqian exclaimed, raising the crystal and slowly altering its orientation. This was the Lu family's treasure-seeking crystal, capable of sensing the essence of rare materials from afar. After a half-turn, the crystal's radiance intensified dramatically. There, Tang Xuan exclaimed. Let us go. Chapter 42, The Origins of the Lu Family Boom. In a certain part of the mysterious ruins, the sound of explosions reverberated continuously. As smoke and dust swirled in the tumultuous wind, the earth was marred by spiderweb-like fissures. The once sturdy blue stones crumbled to dust under the force of the shock waves. Lu Qianqian, her expression tinged with anxiety, gazed intently at a distant point. The recent explosions had emanated from that very location. The fierce winds, laden with dust, shrouded the surroundings in a murky haze, obscuring all visibility. After a brief moment, the cacophony subsided. The smoke gradually dispersed with the gentle breeze, revealing the figure of Tang Xuan. He appeared somewhat unsteady, clutching a rat the size of a tiger in his right hand. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, marred the rat's forehead, from which red and white fluids gushed forth in a frenzied spray. Junior brother, are you all right? Lu Qianqian rushed over. Tang Xuan chuckled as he discarded the lifeless rodent, shaking his head. I'm fine. This dark spirit rat was more formidable than I had anticipated. Lu Qianqian glanced at the rat's lifeless body, her eyelid twitching slightly. The dark spirit rat, one of the ancient rare beasts, thrived on devouring spiritual energy and precious materials. Not only was its body resilient, impervious to blades and spears, but it also possessed the ability to absorb a warrior's techniques. This particular dark spirit rat was already nearing the Earth realm, having consumed the local spiritual treasures. When they arrived to gather the celestial grass, the rat had suddenly attacked them. Had it not been for Tang Xuan's keen instincts, Lu Qianqian feared the outcome would have been dire. The dark spirit rat had also posed considerable trouble for Tang Xuan, even managing to suppress him until he unleashed the Annihilation Emperor Fist to finally vanquish it. The monsters here are growing increasingly powerful. It seems I must elevate my cultivation once more. Tang Xuan mused inwardly. He proceeded to refine the rat's essence into a blood pearl. At that moment, Lu Qianqian had finished gathering the celestial grass. Junior brother, I cannot thank you enough. Without your help, I would never have been able to collect so much celestial grass. Her joy was palpable, initially. She had thought herself fortunate to find 1 or 2 stalks, yet here lay hundreds of them. Consequently, she excavated the entire plot of spiritual field. With proper cultivation, the Lu family would benefit from a continuous supply of celestial grass in the future. She could hardly contain her gratitude, wishing to embrace Tang Xuan in appreciation. Tang Xuan chuckled, shaking the spirit summoning cauldron. I must thank you for the treasures you've provided. Lu Qianqian replied, though the spirit summoning cauldron is precious. This celestial grass fulfills a century-long aspiration for my Lu family, rendering you a benefactor of our clan. A century-long aspiration? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Lu Qianqian nodded. As you know, my Lu family hails from a lineage of alchemists, endowed with formidable alchemical prowess. However, we were once expelled. Our esteemed ancestor was a direct disciple of the Pill God Temple, but after a critical defeat in a competition, he was banished from the temple. Lu Qianqian sighed deeply. Thus, our ancestor led the Lu descendants here to rebuild our family, vowing that we must, by any means, refine the imperial grade 9-tier pills and return to the Pill God Temple with our heads held high, reclaiming the glory that rightfully belongs to the Lu family. However, the path of alchemy is both intricate and challenging. It is not merely the royal 9th grade that is elusive. Even those capable of crafting the heavenly 9th grade elixirs are non-existent. My talents are rather mediocre, allowing me only to concoct the heavenly 4th grade, which is still a far cry from the 9th. The celestial mysterious herb can be utilized to create potions that enhance soul power, and I am confident that I can elevate my level by 3 grades in a short span of time. Moreover, the celestial mysterious herb can be consumed indefinitely. Junior brother, now you comprehend the significance of this herb to the Lu family, do you not? Tang Xian's eyes widened with understanding. How enlightening. Lu Qianqian gazed intently at Tang Xuan, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Not only had he saved her life, but he had also bestowed upon the Lu family such a tremendous opportunity. Yet, Lu Qianqian recognized that Tang Xuan was destined for greatness and thus could not allow emotions to hinder his progress. So she chose to keep her affections hidden within her heart. Junior brother, where do you intend to go next? I happen to be free and can accompany you. Lu Qianqian offered with a smile. With the celestial mysterious herb secured, her task was complete. Tang Xuan replied, I actually have a favor to ask of you, senior sister. Lu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Tang Xuan sought her assistance, it indicated that he valued her input. I hope you can locate Han Yang and follow him discreetly. Tang Xuan's request left Lu Qianqian momentarily stunned. Han Yang? Indeed, do you not sense that he has changed significantly from before? Upon reflection, Lu Qianqian nodded in agreement. Well, now that you mention it, that is indeed the case. Tang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. In just 2 days, such a transformation is implausible. I suspect he harbors secrets. Furthermore, he vanished as soon as he arrived, clearly intending to engage in some nefarious act or search for a treasure. Should he acquire such a treasure, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to me. Hence I wish to take the initiative. Lu Qianqian gazed at him, stating, Junior brother, it appears you have long set your sights on Han Yang. Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall immediately seek him out and use our Sect's communication talisman to contact you. Lu Qianqian assured him, thumping her chest. The Lu family possesses specialized methods for locating individuals. Await my good news. With that, Lu Qianqian swiftly departed. Tang Xuan then turned and headed in another direction. Huff, huff. Su Qingyao gasped for breath, blood staining the corner of her mouth. Before her lay a colossal serpent, over 10 zhang long, its scales glistening ominously and exuding a terrifying aura. Damn it, I never expected to encounter a Jiao python here. Su Qingyao clenched her silver teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. Behind the Jiao python was a dark altar, upon which several black crystals floated, emanating pure dark energy. The shadow crystals, artifacts imbued with the power of darkness, were pivotal to her training in the Shadow Radiance secret art, a divine technique comprehended by the Shadow Radiance demon ancestor amidst endless darkness. However, Following the cataclysmic events that befell the Shadow Radiance sect, the demon ancestor perished, and the sacred scripture was shattered, leaving only a fragment that evolved into the Shadow Radiance art. If she could absorb sufficient dark energy, perhaps she might revive the glory of the ancient Shadow Radiance secret art. This was one of the reasons Su Qingyao had ventured into the mysterious ruins. Regrettably, her fortune was lacking. Although she had discovered the dark crystal, she encountered a terrifying creature akin to a ground-level monster, the Serpentine Beast. This creature had absorbed the power of darkness, its head adorned with emerging horns, a sign of transformation into a dragon. Its strength was astonishing. With a single strike, it severely injured Su Qingyao. Hiss! The serpent twisted its body, its fierce triangular eyes fixed on its target. Then it suddenly contracted its body and darted forth like a streak of lightning. It was over. A look of despair crossed Su Qingyao's face. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens like a celestial being. Boom. Chapter 43, The Dark Crystal Acquired. The newcomer landed a foot squarely on the serpent's head. An overwhelming force erupted, driving the serpent's head deep into the earth. Stones flew and shockwaves radiated. Su Qingyao was left utterly astonished. This was extraordinarily powerful. The serpent's head buzzed from the impact. Before it could regain its senses, its tail was seized and lifted. With an angry roar, Tang Xuan unleashed his divine power and swung his right arm with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the serpent was once again slammed into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Tang Xuan rained down blows. Within moments, blood gushed from the serpent's 7 orifices. After several strikes, the serpent's body gradually slumped, falling lifelessly to the ground. Tang Xuan, with satisfaction, retrieved the spirit-attracting cauldron and began to refine the serpent's essence. The refined essence revealed the faint outline of a small dragon within. What a treasure! Tang Xuan gleefully tucked it into his embrace. Is that really you? Su Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Had Tang Xuan been torn apart by a pack of wolves on the outskirts of the ruins? Why was he here? Surprised to see me? Tang Xuan's eyes glinted with mockery. Su Qingyao trembled, hastily shaking her head. No, Tang Xiao, your cultivation is formidable. How could mere Frostfang wolves possibly harm you? Tang Xuan chuckled lightly, but the mockery in his gaze deepened. He held little interest in engaging with such a scheming woman. The dark crystal is a remarkable treasure. He promptly ascended the altar and gathered all the dark crystals into his possession, intending to depart immediately. In a flash, Su Qingyao obstructed his path, her expression somewhat grim. Tang Xiao, this is rather excessive. You've taken all the dark crystals. What am I to do? Tang Xuan replied with a cold smile. Does it concern me? Su Qingyao's face darkened. You were able to enter this ruin thanks to the opportunity granted by my Yuan sect. The dark crystal is of great use to me. Please hand it over. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. What is this? No more pretense? Su Qingyao's chest heaved, her teeth grinding in agitation, anger swirling in her eyes. Tang Xuan coldly stated, this ruin was entrusted to me by the elder. If you have complaints, take them up with him. Furthermore, I killed that serpent. So the treasures naturally belong to me. You'll have to seek your own. Su Qingyao fumed. Tang Xuan, do not overstep your bounds. If you were to give me the dark crystals, we could settle this matter amicably. Once we are outside, I will surely compensate you with other rare treasures. Otherwise, Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to resort to violence? Very well, come forth. Su Qingyao momentarily faltered. Given Tang Xuan's displayed combat prowess, 10 of her would not suffice as challengers. What? Are you afraid? To scheme against others entails consequences. Tang Xuan stated coldly. I spare you, for you merely plot and manipulate, posing no genuine threat to me, having not crossed my bottom line. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, do not blame me. With that, Tang Xuan produced a dark crystal and cast it upon the ground, then, with a swift step, departed. Though Su Qingyao possessed some cunning, her transgressions did not warrant death. After all, at the gates of Yuan City, she had stood on his side. Moreover, the elders of the 2 sects were acquainted, so Tang Xuan could not simply execute her over a few words. Nevertheless, if Su Qingyao dared to act against him, Tang Xuan would not hesitate to respond with lethal force. When the time comes to kill, one must do so without mercy. Watching Tang Xuan's retreating figure, Su Qingyao's expression fluctuated as she gazed at the dark crystal at her feet, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Tang Xuan, no one has ever dared to treat me this way. This matter is far from over. I, Su Qingyao, will ensure that you kneel before me, begging for mercy. Humph. She reached out, drawing the dark crystal into her grasp before vanishing from sight. Upon acquiring the dark crystal, Tang Xuan immediately sought a secluded spot to commence his cultivation. The third layer of the Zhahuang Slash, known as the Shadow Slashing Realm, involves the fusion of blade intent and dark power, enabling the practitioner to execute instantaneous movement within short distances, launching attacks from unexpected angles, with the blade's radiance flickering like a specter, leaving the enemy defenseless. Furthermore, this fusion imbues the blade intent with the effect of dark severance, preventing the enemy's wounds from healing. He began to comprehend. Tang Xuan entered a state of enlightenment, beginning to absorb and integrate the dark power. He sensed that a great battle would likely erupt between him and Han Yang. The third layer of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique and the Annihilation Emperor Fist still felt somewhat unstable. If he could cultivate the Jia Huang Slash to its third layer, he would be invincible. In this state of enlightenment, Tang Xuan swiftly consumed the power of the Dark Crystal. Within the Azura Cyclone, a surge of dark power emerged. Blade Intent fused. Tang Xuan propelled the blade intent of the Jia Huang Slash directly into the Azura Cyclone. He carefully channeled the energy, allowing the blade intent and shadow power to gradually make contact. The most challenging aspect of this realm lies in the fusion. Only through achieving perfect harmony can one attain the pinnacle of cultivation, otherwise, progress halts. In his attempts to fuse, Gu Hanmi had struggled through dozens of trials before barely succeeding, but he had not achieved perfect fusion, which led to him being stuck in the mid-stage of the third layer, unable to advance. Tang Xuan had no desire to share such a fate. The difficulty of achieving perfect fusion lies in balancing the blade intent and dark power. An excess of blade intent or dark power would result in imbalance, precluding perfect fusion. This demands a significant level of mental acuity. Even an existence like Gu Hanmi could not attain perfection. However, Tang Xuan was different, in a state of enlightenment. All his senses were magnified beyond 100-fold. He could distinctly perceive the intent of the blade and the power of darkness. He persistently experimented, ultimately balancing the blade's intent with the dark force, gradually merging them into one. Two formidable powers began to coalesce, forming a dark blade intent. A faint smile of joy appeared at the corner of Tang Xuan's mouth. The third layer of the Shi Huang Slash. Success. Excellent. Continue your enlightenment. In a certain part of the ruins, footsteps echoed. Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sicom Yeshing appeared. In a flash, Han Yang, who had been missing, materialized before the trio. Han Yang, you summoned us. Is there something you require? Heishan inquired with a furrowed brow. The three of them had been joyfully treasure hunting when they received Han Yang's message, instructing them to gather here. At that moment, Han Yang appeared even more sinister than before, particularly his eyes, which glimmered with an eerie blood-red hue, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. He spoke slowly. I have discovered an excellent location. I need your assistance in obtaining treasures. Xiaosu scoffed. You think too highly of yourself. Why should we aid you in acquiring treasures? Heishan and Sicom Yeshing shared a similar expression. Han Yang slowly raised his hand, revealing a glimmer of bloodlight in his palm. You have no option to refuse. Chapter 44. Blood Beast, Heavenly Desolation, what do you intend to do? The trio's expressions tightened. The bloodlight instilled a sense of foreboding within them. You'll find out soon enough. Han Yang grinned malevolently and suddenly lunged toward Heishan. Humph, make your move. I fear you not. Heishan snorted coldly, activating his Ghost King form, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Their fists collided, forcing both Heishan and Han Yang to stagger back. Hee, Han Yang, your strength pales in comparison to Tang Xuan. After taking a few steps back, Heishan steadied himself. Han Yang grinned broadly. Tang Xuan? He is also my prey. Once I acquire the treasures, it will be his demise. Moreover, take a look at your fist. Heishan was momentarily taken aback before raising his hand. To his astonishment, an eerie bloodlight surged upon the surface of his fist. Before he could react, the strange bloodlight penetrated directly into his body. Heishan felt as though his very blood was being grasped by an invisible hand, attempting to escape his body, resulting in immense agony. Amidst his piercing screams, a torrent of blood mist erupted from all 7 orifices, enveloping him entirely. Heishan, Xiaosu and Sicom Yeshing were petrified by this horrific scene, instinctively retreating. You should all submit as well. Han Yang chuckled ominously and surged forth once more, releasing a stream of bloodlight that struck Xiaosu unawares on the back. Xiaosu was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Strangely, the blood he expelled seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into blood mist that enveloped him. A heart-wrenching wail emanated from within the blood cocoon. The remaining Sicom Yeshing was paralyzed with terror, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Han Yang approached steadily, the sanguine glow in his palm flickering like a wild beast. Kneel, and become a slave to blood. With a thud, Sicom Yeshing was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Han Yang flicked his fingers, and the bloodlight descended upon Sicom Yeshing. With a splatter, blood erupted, enveloping him in a blood cocoon. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the cries of agony gradually faded. The blood cocoon shattered, revealing three eerie figures. Black Mountain, Xiao Su, and Sikong Yeshing now bore eyes as crimson as fresh blood, with strange blood patterns etched upon their skin. The three approached Han Yang and knelt on one knee. "We pay our respects, master." "Ha ha." Han Yang laughed uproariously, his face brimming with pride. "Enough. This is not the time for your glee. Go retrieve the treasure." The figure of Blood Sovereign materialized. Han Yang's laughter immediately ceased. "Yes, my Lord Blood Sovereign," the Blood Sovereign declared. "Once you obtain that treasure, your blood explosion technique will reach perfection, and no one shall stand against you." Han Yang trembled with excitement, eager to tear Tang Xuan apart. "Now go, lest the night grows long with dreams. The treasure is protected by a restriction, but do not worry. I shall intervene when the time comes." With that, the Blood Sovereign transformed into a streak of light and vanished into Han Yang's brow. "Let us depart." Han Yang gestured, leading the controlled Black Mountain, Xiao Su, and Sikong Yeshing away. After a considerable time, Lu Qianqian peered out from behind a rock, her delicate face filled with shock. Her junior brother's predictions were indeed accurate. Han Yang was peculiar, and that figure exuded an ominous aura. Now that Black Mountain and the others were under his control, if Han Yang were to acquire the treasure, her junior brother would be in grave danger. Lu Qianqian then retrieved a communication talisman and conveyed the situation. "Junior brother, I will follow them closely. If you receive this message, come at once." After securing the talisman, she swiftly dashed toward the direction in which Han Yang had vanished. Han Yang and his companions advanced rapidly into the depths of the ruins. Lu Qianqian dared not draw too close, opting instead to trail them from a distance. Soon, Han Yang and the others had traversed the ruins and arrived at a cave. A bronze door sealed the entrance, adorned with mysterious engravings, clearly a form of sealing restriction. In a flash, the Blood Sovereign reappeared, unleashing a surge of bloodlight. The light struck the bronze door, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded a large hole through the door and its seals. "Enter," Han Yang commanded, guiding Black Mountain and the others into the cave. Once they had ventured deeper, Lu Qianqian cautiously followed them into the cave. Inside, the cave was not dark, but it was permeated with an indescribable stench of blood that nearly made Lu Qianqian retch. She stifled her discomfort and pressed on. The cave offered no forks in the path, and she soon reached its end. Lu Qianqian carefully peeked her head out. Suddenly, her eyes widened to their fullest extent. Before her lay an immense platform, surrounded by numerous stone pillars entwined with bizarre black chains, forming a web-like structure. At the center of this chain network was a ghastly corpse, externally resembling a human form. The body possessed elongated arms, particularly its fingers, which shimmered with an eerie luminescence. Piercing through the corpse's chest was a long, pale blue blade, its surface adorned with mysterious patterns that glimmered faintly. "I found it. Ha ha ha, it truly is here." A figure flickered into view, Blood Sovereign. His gaze fixated on the corpse, his face alight with exhilaration, his body trembling with excitement. "Lord Blood Sovereign, is this?" Han Yang inquired. Blood Sovereign licked his lips and slowly uttered 4 words. "Blood Beast Tian Wang." In the shadows, Lu Qianqian's pupils constricted sharply. It was said that in ancient times, there existed a blood god sect, whose founder, self-styled as the Blood God, wielded incredible powers. Each disciple under him possessed formidable combat prowess. In addition to his disciples, the sect also harbored a terrifying beast known as the Blood Beast. Wherever it roamed, death littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Ultimately, the Blood God sect incited widespread fury, leading to a coalition of righteous and demonic forces that annihilated it, obliterating its very existence. Since then, the sect had faded into obscurity, yet its formidable combat abilities were not forgotten. The Lu family, of noble lineage, had records pertaining to the Blood God sect, thus Lu Qianqian was aware of its history. However, she never anticipated that within this enigmatic relic, a blood beast's corpse would be ensnared. Moreover, the remnant soul that emerged from Han Yang's body seemed intertwined with the Blood God sect. A sinister glint flashed in Blood Sovereign's eyes as he reached out. The body of Xian suddenly exploded into a shower of blood. He then grasped the blood rain and sprinkled it upon the blood beast Tian Wang. A bizarre spectacle unfolded. The desiccated form of the blood beast began to swell, as if inflated by an unseen force. Chapter 45. Speak less of the impractical. The blood beast did not merely acquire breath. Rather, upon absorbing the blood, its body visibly began to regenerate flesh. Yet, after draining the essence of Xian, the blood beast had only grown a quarter of its flesh. Blood Sovereign furrowed his brow before seizing Xiao Su and Sikong Yeshing, crushing them into oblivion. The 3 once great prodigies, first ensnared by the blood curse and turned into puppets, were now tragically offered as sacrifices to nourish the blood beast. Witnessing Blood Sovereign effortlessly tear apart the three prodigies sent chills down Lu Qianqian's spine. The horrific scene and the ominous blood beast filled her with dread. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Blood Sovereign and Han Yang intended to resurrect the blood beast. Although Lu Qianqian was unaware of the true extent of the blood beast's power, she knew it would far surpass that of Tang Xuan and herself. She had to urgently warn her junior not to approach. Reaching into her bosom with her right hand, she felt the communication talisman nestled within. However, she refrained from retrieving it. Being so close to Blood Sovereign and Han Yang, any slightest movement could unveil her presence. Lu Qianqian held her breath and gradually retreated. At this moment, the blood beast had completely drained the essence of the three great prodigies, its body becoming increasingly robust. Almost there, without reaching perfection. Its power could not attain its pinnacle, the Blood Sovereign remarked. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Han Yang's eyes. It's simple. There are still 3 individuals within the ruins, and I can easily capture one of them. The Blood Sovereign waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. He slowly turned around, his gaze fixating on Lu Qianqian's hiding place. There was already a ready-made offering. Why bother to catch one? The moment their eyes met, Lu Qianqian realized she had been exposed. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Trying to escape. Han Yang sneered, his figure transforming into a streak of blood light, surpassing Lu Qianqian and blocking her path. It's you. Upon recognizing Lu Qianqian, Han Yang's eyes narrowed with delight. Excellent. I was just contemplating how to lure that lad here. If I capture you, I need not worry about him not coming. With that, he reached out towards Lu Qianqian. Though startled, Lu Qianqian remained composed, her jade hand flipped, drawing forth her longsword, and with a delicate shout, the sword light erupted like fireworks. Her sword light split into 2, then 4, and then multiplied into countless beams in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Han Yang was surrounded by a dazzling array of sword light. This sword technique, known as the Dividing Light and Shadow Sword, was an advanced mystical-level sword art. Lu Qianqian had mastered it to its peak, capable of unleashing 78 sword lights with a single strike. These beams were both illusory and tangible, concealing reality within illusion and vice versa, rendering it impossible for her adversaries to discern. Even those stronger than her could not withstand it. Aware of her disadvantage against Han Yang, compounded by the ominous Blood Sovereign lurking nearby, her aim with this strike was not to kill but merely to force Han Yang back. Mere trifles. In the face of the fierce sword light, Han Yang wore a malevolent grin, his palms suddenly erupting with a burst of blood light. As the blood light swept through, the sword beams shattered. Subsequently, the blood light coalesced into a blood handprint that came crashing down. Lu Qianqian's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly crossed her sword to block. With a resounding bang, her longsword bent into a crescent shape. The overwhelming force of the blood light surged into her body, sending Lu Qianqian hurtling backward, violently crashing against the cave wall. And she spewed a mouthful of blood, her internal power spiraling out of control, leaving her utterly incapacitated. How terrifying! Lu Qianqian's complexion paled significantly. She had not anticipated Han Yang's strength to have grown so formidable. This is dire. Even Tang Xuan is likely no match for him now. What's worse is that Tang Xuan remains oblivious to everything. Should he arrive, it would be akin to stepping directly into a death trap. Instantly, Lu Qianqian's face turned ashen. Her momentary lapse in caution had now endangered both her and Tang Xuan's lives. Now where's that lad? Han Yang inquired. Towering above her, Lu Qianqian pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Oh, quite stubborn, I like that. Since that lad refuses to show, I shall directly drain your maiden essence. With that, he reached out to grasp Lu Qianqian's garment. Lu Qianqian bit her silver teeth tightly, desperately channeling her spiritual energy, yet found herself utterly immobilized. In this moment of crisis, a thunderous explosion echoed from the end of the passage. A figure shot forth with incredible speed. Boom. The sound of a sonic boom resonated. Han Yang felt his breath catch, an excruciating pain tearing through his skin. The force of that punch exceeded his wildest imagination, compelling him to muster all his strength for defense. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound, Han Yang was sent flying back like a kite with its strings severed, crashing Tinzhong to the ground. Before Lu Qianqian stood another person. Apologies for the delay. I hope I'm not too late. Senior sister. A familiar voice rang out as Tang Xuan smiled at Lu Qianqian. However, her expression was devoid of joy, replaced instead by sheer panic. Quickly, we must leave, junior brother. But Tang Xuan remained still, his gaze fixed on the blood beast, his brow slightly furrowing. It seems the situation is far more dire than I had anticipated. Then, a heart-wrenching roar erupted. Han Yang, in a pitiful state, struggled to rise, his arms twisted at grotesque angles. He glared at Tang Xuan, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, a torrent of old grievances and new resentments flooding his mind. Junior brother, they are attempting to resurrect that blood beast. Xian swallowed a medicinal pill, suppressing her vital energy. Yes, I see that. So, senior sister, you should leave now. I will handle this. Tang Xuan shook his fist. But, junior brother. Xian's face was etched with concern. Tang Xuan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Once I deal with them, I will come find you. Just wait for me. Though his words were lightly spoken, they carried an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Xian understood that the level of this battle exceeded her capacity to endure. Then, junior brother, please take care of yourself. If you cannot win, just retreat. I will wait for you at the exit. After speaking, she clenched her teeth, executed her movement technique, and vanished into the passage. Han Yang did not attempt to stop her. His gaze remained locked on Tang Xuan. Very well, let your blood be the key to thoroughly resurrecting the blood beast. Tang Xuan observed Han Yang's broken arms and remarked, one must remain grounded in reality and refrain from uttering impractical words. Han Yang grinned sinisterly. Suddenly, his arms began to tremble violently. Crack! With a crisp sound of twisting bones, his broken arms astonishingly restored themselves. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. That previous punch had shattered Han Yang's bones, yet he had restored them in an instant, an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Now, let me show you the true terror of the blood fury technique. Han Yang roared, his body engulfed in a fiery crimson aura. Boom! A wave of terrifying energy surged forth. Die. Chapter 46. One-sided domination. Before encountering Tang Xuan, Han Yang was the foremost prodigy of the evil bone demon sect. The unrivaled genius of the demonic path. Though some controversy surrounded him, his strength was undeniably peerless. Having come this far, he basked in the adoration of those around him. Various exquisite beauties of the demonic realm willingly offered their affection. It could be said that Han Yang had reached the pinnacle of the demonic path. As long as he matures, he is destined to gain prominence in both the righteous and demonic realms. However, everything changed upon encountering Tang Xuan. As if he had met his nemesis. No matter how Han Yang targeted Tang Xuan, it was he who ended up humiliated. Especially in front of the multitude at the Grand Plaza of Yuan City, where Tang Xuan single-handedly toppled 130 prodigies of the demonic path. Furthermore, he subdued top-tier talents like Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing with merely 3 punches, while also receiving the protection of the 2 unparalleled beauties, Xian and Su Qingyao. The crux of it all was that he achieved this at Han Yang's expense. By now, the news must have spread. And Han Yang's reputation as the foremost prodigy of the demonic path was utterly shattered, reducing him to a mere laughingstock. This was an unbearable blow to the proud Han Yang. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate Tang Xuan to restore his honor, even if it meant becoming something unrecognizable. Neither human nor ghost. Bone prison of the sky. Han Yang's body trembled, the bones within him producing a jarring sound as he slammed his palms forcefully against the ground. Tang Xuan felt the earth beneath him quake violently, and in an instant, countless bone spikes erupted from the soil, forming a cage that ensnared him, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, a chilling aura surged into Tang Xuan's meridians, slowing the flow of his vital energy. The evil bone technique forcibly fuses beast bones into one's own skeleton, unleashing them unexpectedly in battle to catch the enemy off guard. The greater the number of fused beast bones, the more formidable the attack. In advanced stages, it can even release specialized beast bone assaults. This technique, Bone Prison of the Sky, is one such instance. The essence of the bone spikes originates from an ice-type beast, harboring an intense cold within its remains. Once the enemy is trapped within the bone cage, the frigid air invades. Given Han Yang's strength, even an Earth Realm expert, if careless, could fall victim to it. At this moment, as Tang Xuan was ensnared, the cold erupted, coating his skin with a layer of frost. Die! Han Yang grasped with both hands, and a bone sword materialized, as he leaped high to strike at Tang Xuan's vital points. Indeed, he was stronger than the 3 from Heishan. Within the bone spike prison, a surge of formidable fighting spirit welled up in Tang Xuan's eyes. The Azura vortex within him whirled violently, devouring the invading cold entirely. At this juncture, his Tianlu Azura technique had reached the pinnacle of its 3rd layer. Although he had not broken through, he possessed some of the absorption effects of the 4th layer. Break. After swallowing the cold, Tang Xuan regained his freedom, and with a powerful shake of his arms, the bone spike cage shattered like glass. He then unleashed a punch. Boom. Under the terrifying pressure of his fist, the bone sword in Han Yang's hand shattered, and with a resounding blast, his entire right arm exploded into a mist of blood. Puff. Han Yang was sent flying, landing even further away and with greater force. How is this possible? Han Yang trembled as he struggled to rise, confusion and panic evident in his eyes. He had initially believed that after his significant advancement in cultivation, he could effortlessly slay Tang Xuan. Yet, the reality was that he was the one being tormented. This punch shattered the pride that resided within Han Yang entirely. Not bad. It absorbed my punch, shattering only its right arm. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow, a look of admiration gracing his face. Yet this admiration pierced Han Yang's heart like a dagger, revealing that in Tang Xuan's eyes, he was hardly even a worthy opponent. Do you think this means you have won? Han Yang slowly rose, his gaze growing increasingly ominous. Tang Xuan regarded his shattered arm with a slight smile. Is there any doubt? Han Yang inhaled deeply, his eyes turning crimson. Very well, you have earned my utmost effort to end you. He suddenly roared, and strange blood patterns emerged upon his skin. These patterns seemed to possess a life of their own, surging towards the site of Han Yang's severed arm, coalescing into a new limb within mere breaths. TSK. Is it fitting to turn oneself into a creature neither human nor ghost? Tang Xuan remarked casually. Han Yang flexed his right arm, brimming with murderous intent, declaring, as long as I can kill you, I would not hesitate to become a devil. Tang Xuan sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong opponent. I am a mountain you shall never surpass. Ha ha ha, such arrogant words. I do not believe I cannot kill you. Blood burst technique. Roar. Amidst the thunderous shout, Han Yang's skin transformed to a dark red, blood mist erupting from his pores, rendering him a terrifying specter drenched in crimson. Simultaneously, his aura surged exponentially, returning to the sea realm, profound Dan realm, focusing spirit realm. Finally, it soared to the early earth realm before gradually settling. At this moment, Han Yang had completely morphed into a bloodthirsty demon. Blood burst technique. Blood will hell. Han Yang moved his hands, manifesting a blood sphere in his palms. The sphere grew larger, from the size of a fist to that of a head, its surface adorned with writhing blood serpents. An overwhelming aura surged forth like a cataclysmic tide. Han Yang's combat prowess was already formidable, now with a tenfold increase. This strike would be insurmountable even for a powerful Earthrealm warrior. Tang Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, his pupils swirling with fervent battle intent. An invisible force seemed to grip him tightly, yet the greater the pressure, the more the potential of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique was unleashed. He clenched his right fist, slightly bending forward. A powerful intent, one that threatened to annihilate all existence, erupted forth. This was the Annihilation Royal Fist. The two auras clashed in the void, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Rocks were shredded by the shockwave, cascading down like rain, only to be pulverized before they could touch the ground. Just as their energies reached their zenith, they both launched their assaults. Bloodlight and fist radiance collided like stars in a cosmic clash. Boom. The ultimate confrontation unleashed a torrent of energy, sweeping forth like a deluge. Wherever it passed, the earth fractured and the void distorted. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed. Ah! Han Yang was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing violently to the ground. The residual force carved a deep scar into the earth, finally halting at the feet of the Blood Sovereign. As Han Yang opened his mouth, blood gushed forth as if it were of no consequence. Half of his body had been utterly shattered, and one could even faintly discern the beating of his heart. Defeated, he had lost once again. A bewildered expression washed over Han Yang, and he appeared completely unhinged. He could not fathom how, despite amplifying his strength tenfold, he was still unable to achieve victory. Tang Xuan stood before him like an insurmountable mountain. Rage and despair consumed his spirit as he cast a pleading gaze towards the Blood Sovereign. My lord, save me. Chapter 47. The cannon fodder. Han Yang the Blood Sovereign regarded Han Yang with a cold disdain, uttering two words, waste. These words struck Han Yang like thunder, leaving him utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Blood Sovereign, what did you say? The Blood Sovereign ignored him entirely, turning instead to face Tang Xuan. One could see Tang Xuan enveloped in swirling black energy, resembling a god of war descending from the heavens. I never anticipated that your strength had reached such heights. Even with his tenfold increase, Han Yang is still no match for you, the Blood Sovereign remarked. Tang Xuan glanced at Han Yang. His strength is merely a forced enhancement through secret techniques. Neither his physique, foundation, nor martial skills can match that level of combat prowess. Achieving 3 to 4 times that is already the limit. The Blood Sovereign nodded in agreement. You speak the truth. This fool's talent is abysmally poor. A complete waste of my blood explosion technique. But you are different. With my assistance, within 3 months, I can elevate your cultivation directly to the realm of Earth. And the celestial realm is not beyond possibility. At these words, Han Yang stood in stunned silence. Blood Sovereign, you. It dawned on him that in the eyes of the Blood Sovereign, he was worth even less than a blade of grass. How laughable that he had previously felt so confident. Tang Xuan looked at Han Yang with a glimmer of pity. I do not wish to become like him. The Blood Sovereign's tone turned icy. I am not negotiating with you. I am informing you. You have two choices, either submit to me and become my blood slave, or face death. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. Neither of these options seems appealing. Is there a third? He appeared relaxed, yet his eyes reflected profound gravity. Although this Blood Sovereign was merely a remnant soul, the sense of dread he inspired was 100-fold greater than that of Han Yang. There is none. You must either submit or die. I shall grant you 3 breaths to consider, the Blood Sovereign declared. Tang Xuan shook his fist. I choose the third option, to slay you. He then surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the Blood Sovereign. And, you are audacious. The Blood Sovereign roared in fury. He struck out with his palm, transforming it into a colossal blood handprint that came crashing down. Crush him. As Tang Xuan's fist collided with the blood handprint. Empowered by the Shura King's eyes, the blood handprint exploded violently. What? The Blood Sovereign was taken aback. Tang Xuan's strength is utterly monstrous. In his prime, he would have dismissed such power, but now as a mere remnant soul, he was significantly weakened and found himself at a loss against Tang Xuan's overwhelming might. The Blood Sovereign moved his hands, summoning several blood walls. Bang, bang, bang. As Tang Xuan's heavy fists passed through, the blood walls shattered one after another. Ultimately, all the blood walls were torn asunder. With a cold snort, the Blood Sovereign extended his hand and pulled Han Yang in front of him as a shield. Bang. A heavy fist penetrated Han Yang's body, the immense force tearing apart his internal organs. Blood Sovereign, you actually. Han Yang's face was filled with despair. He could never have imagined that the Blood Sovereign would use him as a human shield. Having been hit, he was no longer of use. Just right. I need a bit more blood to revive the Blood Beast, so you shall offer it up. The Blood Sovereign hurled Han Yang into the air. With a heart-wrenching scream, Han Yang's body exploded, showering the Blood Beast with a deluge of crimson rain. After absorbing Han Yang's essence, the Blood Beast fully restored to its peak state. Ha ha, it's done, the Blood Sovereign exclaimed with delight. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes and quickly threw a punch at the Blood Sovereign. Yet, it was too late. Amidst the piercing laughter, the Blood Sovereign transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the Blood Beast's brow. The next moment, a dull thumping sound echoed from within the Blood Beast, followed by an overwhelming and terrifying aura emerging. The chains binding the Blood Beast began to rattle violently, and soon, the seals glowed brightly. You cannot contain me. Merged with the Blood Beast, the Blood Sovereign's power surged. He abruptly grasped one of the chains and tore it with all his might. Crack! The chain was brutally ripped apart, the sealing light dimming with it. This is bad. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. If the Blood Sovereign managed to free himself from the chains, the consequences would be unimaginable. He charged forward and struck the Blood Sovereign squarely in the face. However, the Blood Sovereign remained unmoved, his crimson, indifferent gaze filled with mockery. And, the body of the Blood Beast is beyond your ability to shake. Tang Xuan chuckled. Is that so? He followed up with a devastating royal destruction fist. Bang! The Blood Beast's head was violently twisted back at a 90-degree angle, blood gushing forth. What? How is this possible? The Blood Sovereign roared in disbelief. That is the fist of the laws. How could you wield it? Tang Xuan remained silent, gathering his strength once more. With the Blood Beast restrained, it could only passively endure the assault. The Blood Sovereign realized the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that Tang Xuan would possess the fist of the laws. It was known that the Royal Destruction Fist was a lethal technique cultivated throughout the life of a formidable Star Realm master. Even the body of the Blood Beast could not withstand it. If not for Tang Xuan's insufficient cultivation, this punch would likely have left a gaping hole in the Blood Beast's head. This is dire. I cannot move, and this brat will kill me. The Blood Sovereign's expression darkened. As a dignified Blood Sovereign who controlled the fused body of the Blood Beast, he was being overpowered by an insignificant ant. Bloodline ring. Bind him. In a fit of rage, the Blood Sovereign ignited his soul power, shooting forth a crimson, circular ring from his eyes. Unprepared, Tang Xuan was struck by the ring, causing his blood to instantly solidify, even halting the rotation of the Shura vortex. The tension in his power dissipated as well. What is this? Tang Xuan was taken aback, hastily attempting to secretly channel the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Blood Sovereign spat 3 mouthfuls of blood, and the surging aura around him visibly weakened. The Bloodline Ring was the pinnacle of blood control techniques, capable of directly imprisoning the blood and spiritual energy of enemies. It was indeed terrifying. However, The consumption of the bloodline ring was tremendous. Even in his prime, it would have been quite strenuous to wield, let alone now, when he was merely a remnant of his soul. This move cost him a staggering 90% of his already limited soul power, nearly causing his spirit to shatter. At this moment, Blood Sovereign felt dizzy, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, a sight of utter misery. Yet, he wore an expression of triumph. Boy, you can no longer wield any blood or spiritual power. Your end is nigh. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. Before you utter such words, perhaps you should wipe the blood from your face. You aren't faring much better than I am. Blood Sovereign gritted his teeth and replied, though I have lost some soul power. It won't be long before I recover a portion. With your current strength, if I regain even half of my power, I can crush you like a mere insect. Tang Xuan chuckled. Oh, how I tremble in fear. But allow me to inform you that aside from blood power and spiritual energy, I possess something even more formidable, blade intent. Chapter 48. Do you think I am as foolish as you? What? Blade intent? Blood Sovereign was taken aback. The bloodline ring could only seal blood and spiritual energy. However, the realm of intent was formless and could not be confined. Blood Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly adopted a disdainful demeanor. Ha ha ha, boy. Do you think I was frightened so easily? You must be saying this deliberately to instill fear in me, to grant you time to escape. But do you believe I am that foolish? The more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. Your physical cultivation is indeed terrifying, even with exceptional talent. You would need to dedicate all your time to achieve such a feat. So, how much time do you truly have left to practice your blade? He continued. With the strength of a blood beast's body, ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective. Unless your blade intent is as formidable as your physical strength, it is impossible to succeed. But is that even feasible? Blood Sovereign fixed a mocking gaze upon Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan smiled. Coincidentally, my blade intent has just broken through. It is now as powerful as my physical strength. Ha ha ha, what an exaggeration, pitiful boy. Not a single word you utter can be trusted. Once I recover my strength, your death will be imminent. Blood Sovereign's body surged with bloodlight, transforming into a blood cocoon that enveloped him, while his aura visibly began to rise. How does it feel to witness my recovery? Despair, isn't it? That is precisely the sensation. To perish in despair, that is the fate that awaits you for defying me. Blood Sovereign sneered repeatedly. However, I am willing to grant you one last opportunity. Kneel and offer your primordial soul, allowing me to brand you with a blood seal, making you my loyal blood slave. Remember, this is your final chance. I hope you seize it wisely. Tang Xuan moved his limbs and then fixed his gaze upon the blade lodged in the chest of the blood beast. The devastating Emperor's fist he had unleashed had merely caused Blood Sovereign to cough up blood. Yet this blade possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly rend the flesh of blood beasts, indicating its formidable grade. In truth, Tang Xuan had long been cognizant of this sword. Without it, even if his heavenly Emperor Slash had ascended to the 3rd tier, he would have been utterly incapable of making a move. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and grasped the hilt. Instantly, a powerful aura surged into his meridians from the blade, causing his arm to tremble slightly. As if he struggled to maintain his grip. Cackling, the Blood Sovereign remarked that this Tsang blade was once wielded by a Blade Emperor. Though the blade's spirit had long since dissipated, it still retained the quality of a heavenly grade weapon, certainly beyond the reach of an unworthy hand. Should one attempt to forcefully wield it without the requisite blade intent, they would surely be torn apart by its blade energy. How pitiable that such feeble struggles could bring such delight to me. However, in the next moment, the smile on the Blood Sovereign's face froze. With a powerful lift of his right arm, Tang Xuan effortlessly drew the Tsang blade from its sheath. What? How is this possible? The Blood Sovereign's voice twisted into a sharp pitch, filled with disbelief. It is so heavy. Tang Xuan's right arm quivered under the immense weight of the Tsang blade, as if he were grasping not a sword, but a mighty river. Even with all his strength directed towards the blade intent, he could not wield it with a single hand. Is this truly a heavenly grade weapon? I find it delightful. Tang Xuan grinned widely, then gripped the blade with both hands, placing it upon the head of the Blood Sovereign. Do you relish it? Humph. Even should you manage to draw this sword, without formidable blade techniques, you shall never slay me, the Blood Sovereign shouted. Tang Xuan replied with a smile, since you are so eager, how could I possibly disappoint you? This technique I have just perfected, esteemed Blood Sovereign, will be your inaugural trial. Immediately, a powerful blade intent erupted from within Tang Xuan. Simultaneously, dark energy manifested, coiling around the blade. Suddenly, a sound akin to crashing tides resonated from within the Tsang blade. Tang Xuan felt his blade intent intensify by 30%. He expressed surprise. This blade possessed the remarkable ability to amplify blade intent. It seems its original quality exceeds that of a heavenly grade weapon. No, the Blood Sovereign shrieked. His earlier arrogance and pride replaced by a profound sense of dread. Do not kill me. I am aware of many secrets. Spare my life. And I shall serve you as a loyal dog, aiding you in ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts. I implore you, grant me mercy. Tang Xian's expression revealed a flicker of temptation. The Blood Sovereign, sensing this, immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Han Yang, initially of mediocre talent, became the foremost prodigy of the evil bone demon sect with my assistance, even emerging as the supreme genius of the demonic path. Your talent surpasses Han Yang 1,000-fold. With my support, you shall thrive and undoubtedly reach the zenith of martial prowess. What say you, esteemed one? Observing the Blood Sovereign's obsequious expression, Tang Xuan smiled. The sight of that smile eased the tension in the Blood Sovereign's heart, yet a flicker of murderous intent lurked deep within his eyes. Should Tang Xuan acquiesce, he would have ample time to regain his strength. Once restored, slaying Tang Xuan would be as simple as crushing a mere insect. I believe. Tang Xuan flashed a toothy grin. Subsequently, with both hands gripping the knife, he struck down fiercely. Crack! This blow landed directly upon the blood beast's skull. The incredibly hard cranium was cleaved in two beneath the Tsong ear blade. A torrent of fresh blood erupted forth. The Blood Lord, now split apart, gazed at Tang Xuan with an expression of disbelief. He could not comprehend why Tang Xuan would choose to kill him. His thoughts lingered on the hope of buying time to regain strength and then vanquish his opponent. A clever notion. Yet did he truly believe Tang Xuan was as foolish as he? Tang Xuan sighed, leaning on the Tsong ear blade, gasping for breath. With his physical strength and spiritual energy sealed, he could only wield the blade through sheer will, having exhausted all his power. However, in the next moment, he felt the breaking of the bloodline seal within him. The familiar power surged back into his body. He raised the blade once more, piercing the heart of the blood beast, then twisted fiercely. In truth, I preferred your previously unruly demeanor. Observing the life fading from the Blood Lord, Tang Xuan's smile grew ever more radiant. A flicker of terror welled in the corner of the Blood Lord's eye. Having traversed the world for so many years, he had never encountered an existence like Tang Xuan. Ruthless and succinct, he struck with lethal intent without a moment's hesitation. Even seasoned warriors would struggle to resist such temptation. Yet Tang Xuan remained resolute. Fierce. Utterly fierce. The Blood Lord even questioned whether Tang Xuan had been possessed by an ancient entity. Why was he so calm and cruel? Had he not spared Han Yang, their combined strength could undoubtedly have slain Tang Xuan. A trace of regret flickered in the Blood Lord's eyes. But alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Do you know why I am not deceived? Because I have superior support. With that, Tang Xuan crushed the Blood Lord's skull beneath his foot. Chapter 49. The vengeful grudge of Su Qingyao. The Blood Lord's remaining soul power was already scant, and he had expended the last of it to merge with the blood beast. Thus, when his skull was shattered, his lingering soul was utterly obliterated. Dead beyond resurrection, Tang Xuan retrieved the spirit summoning cauldron, refining the undigested essence of the four great prodigies within the blood beast, resulting in a fist-sized pure blood pearl. Bereft of the nourishing blood essence, the blood beast's corpse began to crack and crumble. Before long, it disintegrated into mangled flesh. Tang Xuan remarked lightly, there is no alternative. No matter how proficient your support, it cannot compare to the advantage of a cheat. With the Infinite Enlightenment System at his disposal, what more support could he possibly require? Had the Blood Lord known, he might have died of indignation once more. Tang Xuan circled around, ensuring no treasures were overlooked before turning to depart. He did not linger. Swiftly exiting the ruins and plunging into the mists. By the Yunzhou, Lu Qianqian paced anxiously, her brow furrowed, occasionally glancing towards the desolate fog. Her eyes filled with deep concern. Su Qingyao stood beside her with a grim expression. This expedition into the ruins had proven disastrous for her. She had acquired merely a dark crystal. While it could elevate her cultivation to some extent, the gain was painfully limited, falling far short of her expectations. At that moment, the eerie mist suddenly stirred, and a figure shot forth, instantly capturing the attention of Lu Qianqian and Su Qingyao. Junior brother. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lu Qianqian's face blossomed with joy as she rushed forward. In stark contrast, Su Qingyao's expression darkened further. The one who emerged was none other than Tang Xuan. Lu Qianqian reached Tang Xuan and asked with genuine concern, Junior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Tang Xuan replied, spreading his arms to indicate he was unscathed. Seeing him exuding his usual aura, Lu Qianqian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're unharmed. Junior brother, you truly are remarkable. To face such terrifying foes and return unscathed, she mistakenly assumed that Tang Xuan had escaped. After all, the demonic Han Yang was incredibly formidable. not to mention the even more sinister bloodlord lurking nearby. There was no way Tang Xuan could have bested them. In light of her misunderstanding, Tang Xuan merely smiled nonchalantly. Lu Qianqian then pulled him before Su Qingyao. Let us go. Su Qingyao frowned. We cannot depart until everyone is present. Han Yang, Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing have yet to emerge. We must wait for them. Tang Xuan replied calmly. Everyone is already here. We can set off. Su Qingyao's pupils narrowed slightly. How do you know? Could it be that a terrifying thought crossed her mind? Tang Xuan did not respond. He had no desire to engage with such a woman. Lu Qianqian, however, spoke vaguely. They probably won't be coming out. Let's hurry. Su Qingyao's breathing quickened. While she could doubt Tang Xuan, she had no reason to question Lu Qianqian. This implied that Han Yang, Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing had likely perished within the ruins. This was a grave predicament. A flicker of panic crossed Su Qingyao's eyes. All four were top prodigies of their respective sects, bearing the weight of their sect's futures. If they had all died in the ruins, returning home would be an insurmountable challenge. Tang Xuan, did you kill them? Su Qingyao demanded urgently. Tang Xuan shook his head. No. Han Yang, Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing were slain by the bloodlord. I had no part in it. One could say they brought this upon themselves. However, Su Qingyao remained unconvinced. To her, it was evident that Tang Xuan must have killed Han Yang and the others over some treasure. There was no other plausible explanation. The ruins were filled with treasures. Who could resist? Had she been in their place, she would have done the same. Do you believe I would accept this? With their cultivation and resources, even if they encountered danger in the ruins, they should have been able to escape, even if they were caught off guard. It would be impossible for them all to perish. It's you. It has to be you. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes, a wave of terrifying murderous intent surging forth. I said it wasn't me. Su Qingyao was engulfed by the overwhelming killing intent, her vision going black momentarily as an intense constriction gripped her throat. A profound sense of suffocation washed over her. In her ears, Tang Xuan's chilling voice echoed. I despise being falsely accused more than anything. Do not test my limits. His right hand gradually tightened, leaving Su Qingyao gasping for breath, her exquisitely beautiful face turning as red as liver. Spare me, I was wrong. Fear enveloped her, for she sensed that Tang Xuan truly intended to kill her. Beside them, Lu Qianqian hurriedly interjected. Junior brother, she acted out of haste and meant no offense. Tang Xuan relaxed his grip, causing Su Qingyao to fall to the ground. She clutched her throat, coughing incessantly, her body trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes reflecting an uncontainable panic. For the first time, she had never felt death so close at hand. Lowering her head, her eyes flickered with a frenzied resentment and hatred. How dare you treat me this way? I, Su Qingyao, will never let you go, never. Her heart roared in madness. Yet her face betrayed not a hint of her turmoil. Amidst the eerie atmosphere, Yunzhou returned to Yuan City. Before the vessel had even stabilized, Su Qingyao immediately employed her agility to leap down, vanishing in mere moments. Tang Xuan gazed at Su Qingyao's receding figure. A glimmer of unusual light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "This is your final chance." The reason he had spared Su Qingyao's life, aside from Lu Qianqian's persuasion, was because this was ultimately the territory of Yuan's sect. Were he to kill Su Qingyao here, the sect's formidable masters would undoubtedly ensure he could never leave alive. Thus, Tang Xuan had temporarily let her go. However, this did not signify that he would refrain from killing her, given the right opportunity. He would not hesitate to send her to the netherworld. Junior brother, I will head to the Lu family to refine the celestial mystic herb. Once the elixirs are ready, I shall send some to you. Lu Qianqian said, her face filled with reluctance. Tang Xuan replied with a smile, thank you, senior sister. I have been away for some time. If I do not return soon, those two old geezers will surely lose their minds. Lu Qianqian stuck out her tongue. Goodness, who else in the entire Yuan sect would dare refer to the elder and the drunken master in such a manner? Aside from you, junior brother. I doubt anyone else would. She sighed with envy. So many wish to be their disciples, yet you have the fortune to be accepted by both. Tang Xuan chuckled. In truth, it was they who sought to take me as their disciple. Seeing their sincerity, I reluctantly obliged. Lu Qianqian's lips twitched. Well then, I must take my leave. Being with you makes me feel utterly inadequate. With that, she waved her hand and turned to depart. Tang Xuan also made his way towards the Yuan sect, unaware of the strange shadow flitting past behind him. Chapter 50. Encountering the ghost centipede again deep within the dense forest, Tang Xuan walked at a leisurely pace. A peculiar figure silently followed him from a distance of 100 feet. When he reached the heart of the forest, Tang Xuan paused and remarked casually, "Is it that even those at the spirit-gathering realm dare not show their faces?" He slowly turned, casting a mocking gaze into the depths of the forest. Hee hee. Such sharp perception. The grass was violently torn apart by a dark current, revealing a familiar silhouette. The ghost centipede. At this moment, the ghost centipede was enveloped in an overwhelmingly terrifying aura, half a step into the earth realm. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. Although he had imagined the ghost wug's cultivation to be quite formidable, upon witnessing it firsthand, he realized he had somewhat underestimated him. If you hadn't destroyed my flesh and blood puppet, I would have already attained the earth realm. The ghost wug roared. Tang Xuan chuckled. In this world, how many ifs exist? Encountering me is simply your misfortune. However, I am quite curious as to how you managed to find me so swiftly. The ghost wug sneered. The scent of the flesh and blood puppet clings to you. No matter where you flee, I can track you down. Tang Xuan replied, I see. So, your intention this time is to kill me? Kill. Far from it. I could never bring myself to slay you. The ghost wug licked his lips. Your power is impressive. You even shattered my meticulously cultivated flesh and blood puppet. Such a body and strength are the finest materials for creating flesh and blood puppets. Tang Xuan remarked. From your tone, it seems you wish to refine me into a flesh and blood puppet? Kik. You should feel honored, for not just anyone is worthy of being transformed into a flesh and blood puppet by me. The ghost wug cackled. Tang Xuan was also amused. I am quite interested in the method of creating flesh and blood puppets. Could you enlighten me? Flesh and blood puppets can walk, speak, think, and even cultivate martial skills, akin to avatars. If one could be crafted, it would assist him in numerous endeavors. The ghost wug, however, was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Tang Xuan had suddenly expressed such a desire. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the spatial ring in the ghost wug's hand. You must carry the method of creating flesh and blood puppets with you. The ghost wug squinted his eyes. Kik. Indeed, the technique for crafting flesh and blood puppets resides within my spatial ring, but alas, you shall never lay your hands on it. Prepare to die. With a wave of his hand, two figures sprang forth from behind him. One wielded a blade, the other a sword, both having reached the Xian realm. Yet their expressions were vacant, their eyes hollow, two flesh and blood puppets. The two puppets raised their weapons, aiming for Tang Xuan's vital points. To create flesh and blood puppets, one must preserve the integrity of the body, while the internal organs matter little. Kik. Boy, rest assured and embrace your demise. The ghost wug's eyes gleamed with a cruel ferocity. In his view, Tang Xuan's cultivation was merely at the return-to-sea realm. Facing even one of the Xian realm puppets would be enough to easily dispatch him. Yet, for safety's sake, the ghost wug had opted to deploy both puppets. Unfazed by the blade and sword assault, Tang Xuan remained resolute. In a mere breath, the Extinction Emperor fist erupted forth. The terrifying force of the punch surged like a roaring tide, seemingly capable of shattering stars. The blades and sword lights of the two flesh and blood puppets were instantly torn apart beneath the might of the punch. Following that, the residual force of the punch struck heavily upon the bodies of the puppets. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, half of each puppet's form was obliterated. Fragments of bone and flesh rained down like droplets. Thud! The two puppets, now reduced to mere halves, were sent flying, crashing against the rocks before tumbling to the ground. What? How is this possible? The ghostly creature, Gu seemed astonished, as if its very eyes were about to pop out. It had believed that two blood puppets at the level of Su Ndn could surely vanquish Tang Xuan. Yet, who could have anticipated that even a single punch from Tang Xuan would be beyond its capacity to withstand? Now, it was his turn. Tang Xuan clenched his fist, a smile dancing on his lips as he gazed at Gu, whose expression darkened ominously. No longer was there contempt in its narrowed eyes, only an overwhelming sense of gravity. Suddenly, Gu erupted into laughter. Tang Xuan inquired, "What is this? Are you so frightened that you've lost your wits?" Gu shook its head. "Of course not. I am quite delighted. The stronger you are, the more formidable the blood puppets I can forge will become. It is splendid. I had thought you could only create blood puppets at the level of the sea condensation realm. However, I now have confidence that I can craft you into a top-tier blood puppet of the Earth realm, or even the Heaven realm." Tang Xuan chuckled. Earth realm? Heaven realm? This is the first time I feel insulted. With the system at his disposal, breaking through his cultivation levels was as effortless as eating or drinking. Were it not for the need to solidify his foundation and hone his martial techniques, he would have ascended to the Su Ndn realm long ago. Even the sea condensation realm was within reach. Hence, the realms of Earth and Heaven were truly inconsequential. Now, hand over the manual and await your demise. Tang Xuan proclaimed, flicking his wrist. Then, like a ferocious tiger, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Gu. The force of his blow sent shockwaves through the air. Though merely a standard strike, it was not something an ordinary being could endure. Tang Xuan assumed that even if this punch could not slay Gu, it would surely leave it flustered. To his astonishment, Gu W extended a hand and met the blow with its bare flesh. Bang! Tang Xuan's fist collided with Gu W's palm, producing a muffled thud. He felt as though his strength had vanished into the ether, while Gu W stood unwavering like a mountain. How could this be possible? His punch could even shake beings of blood sovereign caliber, yet it had no effect on Gu W. No, something was amiss. It was then that Tang Xuan realized that the hand gripping his fist was not human, but rather a beast's claw. Have you realized it now? Gu W cackled. Its arm trembled slightly, and with a rip, its sleeve tore apart, revealing a muscular azure arm, its fingers claw-like and covered in fur. Notably, there were clear signs of stitching at the shoulder. I have long since transformed myself into a blood puppet. My limbs now belong to a beast of the earth realm. Even if your strength were to multiply tenfold, you cannot defeat me. Upon finishing its declaration, a fierce glint flickered in Gu W's eyes as it unleashed its left fist. Tang Xuan quickly raised his hand to defend. The moment of contact felt as if he had been struck by 100 bulls, and he was sent hurtling backward. The sound of impact echoed as he flew through the air, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt, having traveled a considerable distance. Fortunately, his TNLSH Lu technique had reached fruition, sparing him from serious injury, although his arms felt somewhat numb. You are finished, Gu W declared, striding toward him. Tang Xuan merely smiled. He reached into his possession and grasped an object, squeezing it tightly. Damn it, you forced me to reveal my trump card. Chapter 51. Can you stop pretending? Even a deity cannot save you now. The ghostly creature cackled wildly and launched another punch. Tang Xuan dared not meet it head-on. Swiftly evading to the side, the creature's fist struck the azure stone, shattering it into dust. The sheer force of the blow left Tang Xuan astounded. Yet, he did not covet that power, for it was not the creature's own. It stemmed from the arm of a terrestrial monster. Though it appeared formidable, its strength was ultimately fixed, confined to this singular level for eternity. Once Tang Xuan mastered the fourth tier of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique, he would be capable of matching it in strength. However, at this moment, he found himself in a precarious situation. Under the relentless assault of the ghostly creature, Tang Xuan's room to maneuver diminished rapidly. Eventually, he was cornered. Cackling, where do you think you can escape to? The creature raised its claw, sharp nails glinting ominously in the light. Tang Xuan chuckled, tilting his head ever so slightly to gaze behind the creature. Could you perhaps arrive a little faster next time? I'm on the verge of being finished off. The creature furrowed its brow. What do you mean? Tang Xuan gestured behind it. Why not take a look for yourself? The creature laughed maniacally. Ha! Do you think I would fall for such childish tricks? Tang Xuan shrugged. I have always treated others with sincerity. What say you, elder? In the next moment, a cold and furious voice erupted. You insignificant rogue cultivator, relying on nefarious means to gain a bit of power. Yet you dare harbor ill intentions toward my disciple? Do you seek death? The creature's pupils widened in terror, its body stiffening as it slowly turned. There stood an elderly man with white hair, hovering in midair, exuding a palpable aura of menace. A being of the heavenly realm. The ability to fly was the hallmark of such power. Judging by the aura of old soul annihilation, his true cultivation level likely surpassed even the heavenly realm, hinting at a possible achievement in the stellar realm. The creature felt its hair stand on end, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Oh, esteemed one. I was blind and foolish to lay hands on your disciple. I beg for your mercy. Witnessing the creature's fluid capitulation, Tang Xuan felt speechless. How lacking in dignity. The creature's face was etched with bitterness. What is dignity worth? Without the backing of a sect, the foremost priority for a rogue cultivator is survival. If it means preserving my life, what is face worth? Humph, spare you? Is that even conceivable? Old Soul Annihilation replied coolly. Tang Xuan is my treasured disciple. The fact that this creature dared to plot against him is far more infuriating than a direct affront to me. How could I possibly let it go? The creature was beside itself with fear, hurriedly producing a spatial ring, holding it in its palms. Great one, if you spare my life, I am willing to offer all my treasures. Old Soul Annihilation turned to look at Tang Xuan. What do you think? Though to outsiders, the creature appeared as a formidable figure of the Condensation Sea realm. To Old Soul Annihilation, it was no more significant than an ant. It is crucial to consider Tang Xuan's actions. At the very moment his gaze shifted, Gu Wu's shoulders trembled violently, resulting in his two beastly claws being severed at the shoulders, and they subsequently soared towards Gu Hanmi. Mere trifles, Gu Hanmi remarked with a cold smile, his pupils glinting as his blade intent shot forth, shattering the two beastly arms into fragments. What once could withstand Tang Xuan's punch was rendered no more substantial than torn paper before Gu Hanmi. Unexpectedly, the shattered arms erupted violently. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged towards Gu Hanmi, catching him off guard and forcing him to stagger back several steps. You shall perish, boy. simultaneously pushing Gu Hanmi back. Gu Wu lunged fiercely at Tang Xuan. He understood that neither Gu Hanmi nor Tang Xuan would allow him to escape unscathed, prompting him to strike first. While crafting his beastly arms, he had concealed a thunderous explosive within them, intending to sever his own arms at a critical moment and detonate the explosive to obliterate his foes. However, Gu Hanmi's formidable strength rendered even the explosive ineffectual against him. Thus, Gu Wu fixed his sights on Tang Xuan. Capturing him would coerce Gu Hanmi into submission, allowing for his own escape. Damn you! Gu Hanmi was caught off guard by this treachery. In an instant of oversight, Gu Wu had already darted in front of Tang Xuan. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and his tongue shot forth like a serpent. Not only had he modified his arms, but he had also transplanted the tongue of a fire-scaled lizard, which was not only incredibly resilient, but also harbored a terrifying venom. Once contact was made, the venom would invade the enemy's body, devouring their spiritual energy and leaving them paralyzed and immobile. This is bad, move aside, Gu Hanmi exclaimed in alarm. Should Tang Xuan be seized, even with his elevated cultivation, he would hesitate to act. Hee. Too late, boy. Kneel. Swoosh. The fire-scaled lizard's tongue pierced through Tang Xuan's body without impediment. Yet, instead of any semblance of joy, Gu Wu's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Gu Hanmi's face shifted from anxiety to disbelief. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind Gu Wu. Hee. It is you who should kneel. Swoosh. A blue-black blade flash cut through Gu Wu's neck. His body froze abruptly, the vitality in his eyes slowly dissipating. Thud. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his head rolling away, still holding an expression of incredulity. Behind him, Tang Xuan grinned as he retracted the Song Air Blade. You have mastered the shadow skimming realm, Gu Hanmi exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement, his voice nearly a roar. Tang Xuan casually dug at his ear. Elder, could you lower your voice? My ears are about to burst. Gu Hanmi rushed to Tang Xuan, grabbing him tightly. Quickly. Tell me, was that the shadow skimming realm you just employed? In truth, with his keen perception, he could discern Tang Xuan's realm. Yet, overwhelmed with excitement, Gu Hanmi found it difficult to grasp the reality of the situation. After decades of arduous cultivation, Tang Xuan astonishingly achieved a realm that had taken him years to attain. It had only been a short while. Thus, it was imperative to clarify the situation with Gu Hanmi. Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I acquired some remarkable treasures and barely broke through to the 3rd level. Gu Hanmi's eyelid twitched. For heaven's sake, can you stop pretending? What a stroke of luck. Listening to Tang Xuan, it seemed he was still somewhat dissatisfied. Is there no respite for us? Very well, very well. This is splendid. It appears that bringing you here was indeed the right choice. Come, hasten back to the sect with me, and we shall discuss this in detail. He reached out, grasping Tang Xuan, and they soared into the sky, heading towards the Demon Yuan sect. Chapter 52, The Collapse of Shikunyu's Mental State in a Mere Moment. Gu Hanmi had brought Tang Xuan back to the Demon Yuan sect. Flying through the air is indeed the swiftest mode of travel. Tang Xuan could not help but exclaim. His journey from the Demon Yuan sect to Yuan City had taken several days. Discounting the delays along the way, it would take at least half a day. Yet, with Gu Hanmi guiding him through the skies, they returned in an instant. Which man does not harbor dreams of soaring through the heavens? You wish to fly? Gu Hanmi chuckled. Of course. Unfortunately, one must reach the star realm to achieve such flight. Tang Xuan shrugged, a look of regret crossing his face. While breaking through realms was not particularly challenging for him, he still had a long journey ahead. In high spirits, Gu Hanmi waved his hand dismissively. In truth, flying through the air is not exceedingly difficult. There are several methods to accomplish it. Tang Xuan's eyes brightened. Oh, what methods? Gu Hanmi pondered for a moment before responding. Some sects possess unique body techniques that allow for aerial movement. Though not as swift as a Star Realm master, it is still quite effective. Another method involves utilizing beast wings, refining the wings of a magical beast for flight, which is significantly faster than special body techniques and can be retracted when not in use. Naturally, flying mounts can also address this issue. Tang Xuan diligently noted each method, then waved his hand. All right, I shall take my leave. Gu Hanmi paused. Wait a moment. You haven't yet told me how you achieved the 3rd level of the Jia Huang slash. Tang Xuan yawned. When I have the time, perhaps. I'm famished, so I shall dine first, then rest for a while to regain my energy. Please refrain from disturbing me. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Gu Hanmi stared after his retreating figure, his expression turning exceedingly peculiar. As the supreme elder of the Demon Yuan sect, everyone typically showed him the utmost respect. Indeed, some disciples would go to great lengths to attract his attention for guidance. Yet here was Tang Xuan, who seemed impatient. Had it been anyone else, Gu Hanmi would have long since reprimanded them. This behavior needed correcting. However, when it came to Tang Xuan, he found himself at a loss. In a brief outing, Tang Xuan had directly achieved the third level of the Zhahuang Slash, a feat that had taken him decades to master. Such prodigious talent was unimaginable in terms of potential growth. Such a genius must be handled with care. After a prolonged bout of frustration, Gu Hunmi could only find solace in his own thoughts. Just then, a figure flickered into view. Shikunyu appeared. He appeared anxious, immediately raising his voice upon their meeting. Has that rascal returned? Initially, he had anticipated that the exploration of the ruins would conclude in a matter of days. Yet now, after more than 10 days of silence, he was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Every day, Shikunyu felt the urgency of his situation. Mastering the Tianlu Xiao Luoju required relentless effort. One must strive for daily improvement. Any lapse in focus could not only impede his advancement but might also lead to regression. Once one regresses, regaining progress becomes exceedingly arduous. Had it been an ordinary disciple, Shikunyu would not have bothered about their fate. However, Tang Xuan was different. In a short span, he had cultivated the Tianlu Xiao Luoju to the second level, and now was the critical moment to break through to the third level. Yet, the young man had yet to return, which had significantly darkened Shikunyu's mood. Several elders who sought to approach him were met with a torrent of ire, nearly reduced to tears by his wrath. Just moments ago, Shikunyu sensed Tang Xuan's aura and hurried over, his face etched with worry. Upon witnessing Shikunyu's anxious demeanor, Gu Hunmia's spirits lifted instantly. Yes, he had returned. Where is he? Bring him out. Shikunyu bellowed. He has gone to eat and sleep. Gu Hunmia replied with a smile. How can he be in the mood for meals and rest at a time like this? He owes me so many days. He must make it all up. With that, he made to find Tang Xuan, but Gu Hunmia blocked his path. Oh. My beloved disciple is tired and needs rest. No one can disturb him. After all, he had managed to cultivate the Zhahuang to the third level, which was no small feat as a mentor. It was imperative that he allowed his students some well-deserved respite. Upon hearing this, Shikunyu felt as if struck by lightning, bouncing up in shock. What? The third level of Zhahuang? Nonsense. How could that be possible? He pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Hunmia, spitting with indignation. Even for someone like you, it took decades to reach the third level. How could that brat achieve it in a mere 10 days? Oh, I see. Shikunyu shouted in fury. You, old coot, have deliberately kept that boy occupied, allowing him to slacken his training on the Tianlu Xiao Luoju. What a vile heart you possess. Gu Hunmia spat disdainfully. Get lost. Do you think I am like you, with such a dark mind? It is purely due to that lad's innate affinity with the way of the sword that he reached the third level. As for the details of his progress, I am uncertain. I shall inquire once my precious disciple is rested. Shikunyu's lips trembled with anger. While he outwardly dismissed the Zhahuang, he understood that, in terms of pure offensive power, it surpassed the Tianlu Xiao Luoju, with the difficulty of cultivation being similarly formidable. Regardless of how Tang Xuan achieved his breakthrough, it was evident that he had devoted all his energy to the Zhahuang. Human energy is finite, and it was clear that Tang Xuan intended to pursue the path of the sword henceforth. Shikunyu's heart sank, for the Tianlu Xiao Luoju was intertwined with his aspirations and desires. Yet, with his limited aptitude, it had taken him decades to reach the third level. Seeing Tang Xuan's exceptional talent, he dared to hope that the young man might fulfill his dreams. As a result, he has now chosen the path of the blade. And Shikunyu, akin to a deflated balloon, was utterly devoid of spirit. Gu Hunmi gently patted his shoulder. Junior, some matters cannot be forced. Happiness cannot be coerced. Shikunyu abruptly sprang to his feet. No, I must seek out that lad for clarity. With that, he soared into the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Gu Hunmi stroked his long beard, shaking his head in dismay. Oh, why must it be so? A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Damn. Amidst that drunkard's ruckus, I forgot the most crucial matter. The fourth level of the Zhahuang requires the fusion of the 9 nether power. It is high time I paid a visit to that place. However, that old fellow isn't easy to deal with. I must prepare in advance to ensure my precious disciple acquires the 9 nether power. With one hand behind his back and stroking his beard, Gu Hunmi wore a pensive expression. Having enjoyed a delicious meal, Tang Xuan rested his hands behind his head, ready to return home for a good night's sleep. After all, he had proper rest in recent days. The human spirit, much like a spring, cannot remain perpetually taut. It requires moments of relaxation to attain a higher state of being. Stop right there. A furious voice rang out. From the heavens descended a figure, landing with such force that the earth trembled and dust billowed. Cough, cough, cough. While I commend your landing, you've soiled my attire. Tang Xuan looked at the dust on his clothes with exasperation. How can you be considered a master with such poor control over your strength? I may need to reconsider your suitability as a disciple. As the dust settled, Shikunyu appeared with a somber expression. Just dealt with one, and another arrives. How tiresome. Tang Xuan rubbed his temples. Although Shikunyu's arrival was anticipated, it came much sooner than expected. Lad, I heard from that old codger that you have mastered the Zhaohuang / to the 3rd level. Tang Xuan was taken aback. He had thought Shikunyu would inquire about the Tianlu Xiu Luoju, but instead, he asked about the Zhaohuang / He nodded in affirmation. Indeed, upon receiving confirmation, Shikunyu's eyes darkened further, though a flicker of hope remained. Let me see it. Give it your all without holding back. Shikunyu gritted his teeth. Although Tang Xuan was uncertain of Shikunyu's intentions, he nodded in agreement. All right, be careful. With Shikunyu's cultivation level, even at full force, he could not be harmed. Tang Xuan also wished to test the limits of the Zhaohuang / With that, he moved his right hand, grasping the Tsonga blade. Oh, this blade. Shikunyu, with his keen eye, immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the Tsonga blade. His expression shifted to one of realization. I see. This lad has obtained such a remarkable weapon. No wonder he has broken through to the 3rd level of the Zhaohuang / He understood all too well the enhancement a superior blade could provide to a warrior, with the Tsonga blade as assistance. Tang Xuan indeed had the potential to cultivate the Zhaohuang / to the 3rd level. Boom. The intent of the blade erupted, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and the power of shadows flooded. Standing amidst it all, Tang Xuan appeared as if the Dark Emperor had descended. This is incorrect. Even that old relic does not possess such an aura. The 3rd level of entry certainly lacks this kind of might. Not even a minor accomplishment nor a significant achievement can compare. Could it be that the eyes of Shikunyu are about to bulge? He struggled to fathom his own gaze and breath. The overwhelming presence of Tang Xuan completely dispelled his previous indifference, and his expression turned grave. For a fleeting moment, he even regarded Tang Xuan as an adversary of equal standing. If he were not careful, he could face the risk of injury. What a remarkable youth, indeed. Come. An indescribable joy surged from within him. As a top-tier martial artist, the greatest delight is to encounter a rival of comparable strength. Predecessor, be cautious. Tang Xuan's blade intent erupted entirely. In a mere instant, his figure vanished into the shadows. Behind you, Shikunyu suddenly pivoted. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow had materialized behind him. The shadow coalesced into Tang Xuan, his Tsonga blade enveloped in terrifying blade intent, akin to a cataclysmic flood, thundering forth. Excellent. Tianluo Shura technique. Shura dominance fist. Shikunyu cast aside his wine flask, then clenched his right fist, his entire being radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Boom. The clash of blade intent and fist brilliance erupted instantly. Tang Xuan felt a sharp constriction in his chest. Shikunyu's fist power was indeed unyielding, and upon contact, his blade intent began to show signs of fracture. With a furious roar, Tang Xuan gripped his blade with both hands and struck down with all his might. The second explosive impact tore the earth asunder, leaving no vitality within 10 zhang. Tang Xuan was hurled backward, skidding 7 or 8 zhang upon landing before finally managing to halt. His right hand trembled slightly, wisps of white smoke emanating from the blade, an unmistakable sign of a full-force eruption. As the dust settled, Shikunyu stood proudly, unwavering as a mountain. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, the fabric of his chest tore, revealing skin beneath. A single drop of blood slowly seeped forth. Shikunyu raised his right hand high, catching the descending wine flask, and then tilted his head back to take a hearty swig. What a remarkable youth. Your blade intent has reached such heights. If you were to attain the sea condensation realm, I would surely have my chest open wide. There remained an unspoken thought. Had Tang Xuan's strength matched his own, or even fallen short by a significant tier, that strike would have been his end. You are fortunate to have acquired an exceptional weapon, which greatly enhances your mastery of the blade. Devote yourself to cultivating the Zhaohuang / and in no time, you will be capable of besting that old relic. Shikunyu took another vigorous gulp of wine. Though reluctant to concede, he could not deny that Tang Xuan's blade mastery was truly extraordinary. Such talent, if squandered, would evoke regret even in him. Thank you for the praise, predecessor. Tang Xuan sheathed his blade. Damn it, seeing you like this only dampens my spirits further. Shikunyu took a deep drink. Having practiced the Tianluo Shura technique, he had come to test Tang Xuan's mastery of the Zhaohuang / What kind of situation was this? The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became, and he promptly turned to leave. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Predecessor, do not depart. There are still aspects of the Tianluo Shura technique that I do not fully comprehend. Shikunyu's expression was one of utter disinterest. Enough of the pretense. Focus on mastering the heavenly slaughter blade. As for the heavenly destruction Shura technique, let it be. Tang Xuan was at a loss for words. Having just grasped a hint of its essence, Abandoning it would be a great pity. Please, Senior, without your guidance. How can I break through to the 10,000 calamities devouring realm? Shurkuin Yu waved his hand dismissively. You lack the time for breakthroughs. What will you say next? The 10,000 calamities devouring realm. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, his eyes widening in shock, a glimmer of horror igniting within his pupils. The 10,000 calamities devouring realm. The fourth layer of the heavenly destruction Shura technique. Tang Xuan responded with a smile. Indeed, it is the 10,000 calamities devouring realm. Shurkuin Yu's brows knitted in contemplation, soon contorting into an expression of anger. Enough. I do not require your pity. Tang Xuan was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? What is pity? Shurkuin Yu, filled with rage, retorted, I am well aware you wish to please me by mentioning the 10,000 calamities devouring realm. But even if I divulge it, you would be unable to cultivate it, and your scattered focus would only hinder your progress with the heavenly slaughter blade. A martial artist must avoid distraction. Pursuing both will result in mediocrity, wasting both time and talent. Forcing oneself to cultivate brings no benefits. I wish to see a driven prodigy, not someone pretending to strive and merely seeking to amuse others. Tang Xuan spread his hands. Senior. I am truly putting forth great effort. Shurkuin Yu's expression turned cold. Enough. If this matter continues, I shall genuinely become enraged. At that point, do not blame me for disregarding that old immortal. Tang Xuan shook his head in resignation. It seems I must demonstrate some strength to change your perspective. Shurkuin Yu frowned. You still, before he could finish, a terrifying aura erupted from within Tang Xuan. Instantly, his eyes transformed into those of a Shura. Chapter 54. The catastrophe of the Yuan Sect. The Shura, eyes opened. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. A chilling malevolence swirled around Tang Xuan, reminiscent of a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. At that moment, he was no longer the proud and exceptional swordsman, but rather a harbinger of death. A Shura from the depths of hell. His crimson eyes radiated boundless murderous intent, thickening the very air around him. A wave of icy dread surged from Shurkuin Yu's feet to the crown of his head, completely paralyzing him. His wine jug tilted, spilling his favorite drink. Yet he remained motionless. Shurkuin Yu suddenly jolted, vigorously rubbing his eyes, cautiously confirming again and again. Then, he erupted into a frenzy of shouts. What the hell? You've truly reached the Shura, eye-opening stage. That old immortal deceived me. Damn his entire family. Overwhelmed with excitement, Shurkuin Yu began to exclaim uncontrollably. The sensation of having transcended despair and come back to life was indescribable. As Tang Xuan's killing intent surged, faint whirlwinds began to manifest in his palms. Upon their appearance, the surrounding spiritual energy became agitated, as if drawn in, yet always falling just short of truly being absorbed. You have genuinely reached the half-step of 10,000 calamities. Shurkuin Yu clutched his heart, fearing that his overwhelming excitement might lead to its rupture. Tang Xuan slowly began to calm his aura. Indeed, otherwise, my esteemed senior might think I'm merely toying with you out of leisure. Shurkuin Yu, recalling his earlier words, could not help but chuckle awkwardly. Tang Xuan continued. In truth, I have already reached the realm of the Shura Eye, but you did not mention the annihilation devouring realm before, which has hindered my breakthrough. I believe that my comprehension would not be as swift as your guidance, so I turned to cultivate the Zhaohuang / instead. Shurkuin Yu's complexion turned ghastly pale as he erupted in fury. Damn it. Immediately following, he raised his hands and began to slap himself fiercely. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Senior, surely this is unnecessary. After delivering dozens of slaps to himself, Shurkuin Yu spun in place. What a fool I am. Why did I not inform you sooner? Had I done so, we would not have faced that old wretch. Damn it, it turns out the one suffering is me. Do you think I deserve this? Tang Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Was it right to say he deserved it? It was not that Shurkuin Yu was unwilling to speak, but rather that he could not fathom Tang Xuan truly achieving the Shura realm. After all, even he had spent decades to reach that level. Shurkuin Yu believed that despite Tang Xuan's high talent, he would require at least 3 to 5 years to break through. There would be time to discuss it later. However, he was astonished to discover that not only had Tang Xuan broken through to the Shura realm, but he had also advanced further to the threshold of the annihilation devouring realm, surpassing the Zhaohuang / in one fell swoop. After all, the Zhaohuang / only boasted 3 pinnacle levels, which paled in comparison to the half-step annihilation devouring. One must not underestimate such a difference. At high levels of martial arts, it often signifies an absolute disparity in talent. My eyes do not deceive me. You are inherently suited for the Tianlu Shura art. What a trivial Zhaohuang / it only deserves to follow in the wake of the Tianlu Shura art. Shurkuin Yu, shedding his previous gloom, regained his lofty demeanor. Observing his excitement, Tang Xuan softly remarked, Senior, About the annihilation devouring realm, yes. 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 Shurkuan smacked his forehead. He almost forgot the most crucial matter. To genuinely break through to the annihilation devouring realm, one cannot rely on ordinary methods. It is essential to venture to the land of returning essence. I will make arrangements immediately, and once they are set, I will take you there. In the meantime, rest well, and do not overexert yourself. Wait for me. With that, Shurkuan soared into the skies, disappearing into the horizon, leaving Tang Xuan in a state of bewilderment. Ah, how fleeting their presence. Nevertheless, since there was no need for concern, he decided to seize this time to refine his cultivation further. Additionally, he must continue to comprehend the Annihilation Emperor Fist, as this technique perfectly complements the Tianlu Shura art. After outlining his next steps, Tang Xuan turned and made his way back to his dwelling. For several consecutive days, he remained secluded within his quarters, diligently cultivating. It seemed as though all was tranquil. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a tremendous upheaval was brewing throughout the demonic realm. Outside of Yuan City, the atmosphere was tense. The master of Yuan's sect made a rare appearance, standing solemnly at the city gates, flanked by the 8 elders of Yuan's sect. Behind them stood Su Qingyao and other core disciples. Such a formidable display has not been witnessed for many years. It is only in times of dire crisis that such a multitude is summoned. Should today's matter be mishandled, it may spell tremendous trouble for the Yuan sect. Suddenly, the heavens stirred as 4 colossal cloud ships tore through the sky, their arrival heralded by a tempestuous gale. In the blink of an eye, the ships descended upon Yuan City. At once, a throng of martial artists emerged from the vessels, each visage imbued with a palpable aura of menace. The crowd parted to reveal 4 middle-aged men. The foremost figure, donned in a robe of bone, was the current leader of the evil bone demon sect. His mastery of the sinister bone arts having reached the 7th level, rendering his strength unfathomable. Following closely behind him were the leaders of the Blood Sun sect, the Yin Ghost sect, and the Star Constellation sect, 3 formidable entities not to be underestimated, despite their slightly inferior prowess compared to the leader of the evil bone sect. The martial artists within Yuan City gasped in shock at this sight. The leaders of the 4 major demonic sects, the Evil Bone Sect, Blood Sun Sect, Yin Ghost Sect, and Star Constellation Sect, had all converged upon Yuan City. A singular thought crossed everyone's mind. Calamity had struck, and it was of a grave nature. The 4 leaders, brimming with fury, approached Yuan City. Yuan Sect leader, what is your explanation? The leader of the Evil Bone Sect demanded. The Yin Ghost Sect leader interjected. It was the Yuan Sect that sent envoys to request our aid in exploring the ruins, yet you have ruthlessly betrayed us by slaughtering our sect as prodigies. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, we shall declare war upon your sect. The Blood Sun Sect leader added ominously. Though your Yuan Sect possesses formidable strength and deep roots, do not underestimate our resolve. Finally, the Star Constellation Sect leader declared, enough with the pleasantries. Let us engage in battle. In an instant, disciples from all 4 sects drew their weapons, causing the countenance of the Yuan sect members to change dramatically. Each of these sects was either of first-rate or near first-rate status in the realm of demonic cultivation. Should they truly commit to an assault, even the Yuan sect would find it insurmountable to withstand. As the specter of war loomed, a resolute female voice pierced the air. Please, esteemed leaders of the 4 sects, quell your anger. This matter bears no relation to the Yuan sect. At that moment, Su Qingyao stepped forward, clad in flowing white garments, her ethereal elegance accentuated by her stunning beauty. Even the leader of the Evil Bone sect found himself swallowing hard, his fury somewhat abated. Oh, do you wish to deny it? Su Qingyao began, offering a slight bow to the 4 leaders. The Yuan sect has held no grievances with your sects in the past, nor do we harbor any animosity. Furthermore, my relations with Han Yang and others are amicable. What motive would we have to slay them? The Yin Ghost sect leader retorted. Do you think a mere light-hearted statement can absolve you of the truth of murder? Su Qingyao, do you presume we 4 leaders are easily deceived? Su Qingyao quickly responded. I am but an ordinary disciple of the Yuan sect. How could I dare to deceive you esteemed leaders? I, Su Qingyao, swear by the heavens that the Yuan sect has absolutely not harmed your 4 prodigies. She pointed skyward and proclaimed loudly. If I or the Yuan sect were to slay the 4 great prodigies, we would surely perish beneath the wrath of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, a rare celestial punishment encountered during martial cultivation, possesses terrifying might. To date, only a scant few warriors have survived its onslaught. Upon witnessing Su Qingyao swear by the heavenly tribulation, the expressions of the 4 sect masters softened slightly. The master of the Evil Bone sect spoke solemnly. Then tell me, who is responsible for the deaths of Han Yang and the others? Su Qingyao's face revealed her hesitation, as if she struggled to articulate her thoughts. What is it? Are you afraid to speak, or simply incapable of doing so. The master of the evil bone sect's gaze sharpened intensely. No. It is I who may face death if I reveal the truth. Su Qingao stammered slightly. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Han Yang truly perished at the hands of that individual. I dare not speak recklessly. If I misstate, he may come for my life. The master of the evil bone sect barked sharply. Speak. I wish to see who possesses such audacity. Su Qingao hesitated before saying, I and Lu Qianshan exited the ruins long ago. The third to emerge was Tang Xuan of the Demon Yuan sect. It was he who informed me of Han Yang and the others' demise within the ruins. As for the exact circumstances of their deaths, I do not know. The master of the evil bone sect regarded Su Qingao with an icy stare. Is that truly the case? Su Qingao, trembling with fear, replied, I would not dare deceive you, esteemed masters. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the Lu family about Lu Qianshan. She heard it as well. The four sect masters, being of great stature, would not be easily fooled by any deception, and thus Su Qingao felt a semblance of confidence in her words. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Starry Sky sect master. What an audacious Demon Yuan sect, allowing their disciples to commit such heinous acts. Very well. With a single powerful leap, he returned to the cloud vessel. Let us proceed to the Demon Yuan sect. The four cloud vessels swiftly altered course towards their destination. Observing the fiery trails of the cloud vessels, a sinister smile crept across Su Qingyao's lips. She knew that Tang Xuan was doomed. In this moment, whether or not he had actually committed the act was of little consequence. The fury of the four sect masters would inevitably find an outlet. Tang Xuan, do not blame me. This is all of your own making. At the Demon Yuan sect, tranquility reigned. Disciples were either engaged in their cultivation or chatting amongst themselves. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, and a massive shadow enveloped the entire sect. What is happening? Why has the sky grown dark? What is the origin of this thunderous sound? As the disciples of the Demon Yuan sect were taken aback, the clouds were violently torn apart, and four cloud vessels hurtled through the air like lightning. That is a cloud vessel. Just as the disciples of the Demon Yuan sect were struck with terror, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe on one of the vessels unleashed a powerful palm strike. A colossal blood-red hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Demon Yuan sect. The sheer force of the impact was cataclysmic. A significant portion of the sect was obliterated, as a tremendous shockwave surged forth like a flood. Centuries-old trees and precious herbs were instantly torn asunder. Some disciples, unable to escape in time, were flung through the air like kites severed from their strings, spewing blood profusely as they were swept away by the violent currents. Immediately thereafter, a surge of power erupted once again, causing the ground within a 100-foot radius to crack like a spider's web, and the grandiose structure to explode into dust. With but a single strike, a sizable portion of the Demon Yuan sect was shattered. In the wake of this force, the entire sect continued to tremble. Who dares to act so recklessly within the confines of the Demon Yuan sect? Amidst the furious shouts, the Grand Elder, accompanied by numerous elders, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the imprint on the ground and the cloud vessels in the air, their expression shifted dramatically. Those vessels belonged to the Evil Bone sect, Blood Sun sect, Yin Ghost sect, and the Star Constellation sect. What on earth had transpired? Look, ISNT that the heads of the four major sects at the bow of the ship. This is dire. A calamity is upon us. The elders of the Demon Yuan sect felt a chill run through them. The Grand Elder's breath quickened. Generally, sects do not engage in fierce confrontations without deep-seated enmity. Yet here were the four sect leaders, attacking without a shred of respect. This was no trivial matter. It could very well lead to the annihilation of the Demon Yuan sect today. The Grand Elder hastily exclaimed, for sect leaders, my Demon Yuan sect bears no grudges against you. Why do you act thus? The leader of the Evil Bone sect coldly replied, you know full well why. Hand over the murderer Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. What does this have to do with Tang Xuan? Esteemed leaders, have you made a mistake? The Blood Sun sect leader, brimming with murderous intent, declared, there is no error. Tang Xuan slaughtered the prodigies of our four sections. If we do not rend him limb from limb today, our hatred shall never cease. The Star Constellation sect leader interjected, if you do not surrender him, we shall eradicate the entire Demon Yuan sect. At this proclamation, every member of the Demon Yuan sect was struck with shock. From the demeanor of the four sect leaders, it was clear that their threat was not mere bluster, it was a genuine intent. Just then, a voice rang out, no need for that. I have arrived. A figure flashed into view. Tang Xuan had appeared. He had been in a state of enlightenment when the earth trembled, disrupting his focus. He was decidedly displeased. The Grand Elder urgently urged, what are you doing out here? Quickly return. Tang Xuan responded nonchalantly, they have come to seek me out. Where else would I go? The Grand Elder faltered. At that moment, the leader of the Evil Bone Sect spoke. You are Tang Xuan? Indeed, Tang Xuan nodded. Tell me, did you kill Han Yang? The Evil Bone Sect leader demanded, his voice dripping with malice. And what of Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing? Tang Xuan shook his head. Not at all. The Blood Sun Sect leader laughed maniacally. What? Do you dare to kill yet deny it? Tang Xuan smirked lightly. Those who cannot withstand a single blow from me are hardly worthy of my attention. Such arrogance. The leader of the Yin Ghost Sect exclaimed. Too bad your target of arrogance is misplaced. Incapacitate him. With a command, several powerful members of the Yin Ghost Sect leapt from their cloud vessel, charging at Tang Xuan. The Grand Elder hurriedly stepped in front of Tang Xuan. How dare you treat me as if I were dead? He shouted. Disciples of the Demon Yuan Sect, heed my command. Any who dares to harm Tang Xuan shall face death, without mercy. Chapter 56. Slaughter a few for excitement. The formidable warriors of the Demon Yuan Sect surged forth, engaging in battle with the forces of the Yin Ghost Sect. The leader of the Evil Bone Sect scoffed. You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Do you truly believe you can protect him? The Star Constellation Sect leader added. Since they shield the murderer, let us eliminate them together. Charge. The remaining 3 formidable powers surged forth, joining the fray. The Blood Sun Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect, and the Star Constellation Sect were no less formidable than the Demon Yuan Sect. Merely defending against the Yin Ghost Sect had already proven strenuous for the Demon Yuan Sect. With the addition of the 3 major demonic sects, they found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Particularly, the Evil Bone Sect possessed strength that surpassed even that of the Demon Yuan Sect. In a 4 versus 1 scenario, the Demon Yuan Sect was being relentlessly pushed back. The Grand Elder's teeth were nearly ground to dust. He grasped Tang Xuan's arm and urged, the outcome is sealed. You must flee at once to seek the Supreme Elder and that one. With their might, even the Evil Bone Sect would not dare to strike. Observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, Tang Xuan felt a flicker of gratitude. Despite the dire circumstances, the Grand Elder had not surrendered him. Instead, he resolutely stood by his side. This sect was indeed commendable. Tang Xuan shook his head. Do not worry, Grand Elder. Just let me eliminate them all. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. Eliminate them all? Is this rational? Has Tang Xuan lost his mind? Not to mention the Evil Bone Sect, even against any one of the Blood Sun Sect. The Yin Ghost Sect, or the Star Constellation Sect, the Demon Yuan Sect lacks absolute certainty of victory. How can one achieve such a feat? With clenched fists, Tang Xuan exclaimed, curse it. I was honing my skills in peace when I was so rudely interrupted. Now I am filled with fury. Grand Elder, step aside and allow me to slay a few to invigorate you. With that, he darted into the battlefield. The Grand Elder, in a moment of shock, failed to restrain him. This is dire. Upon seeing Tang Xuan plunge into the fray, the leader of the Star Constellation Sect's eyes gleamed with intent. Eliminate him. 3 disciples from the Star Constellation Sect charged directly at Tang Xuan. All 3 were at the Xindan realm, core disciples of the sect. Slightly inferior in cultivation to Sikong Mieshing unleashing a coordinated attack, their fierce palm winds transformed into a tempest, overwhelming the surroundings. Brat, brace yourself. Die. Yet. Before the onslaught of the vicious palm strikes, Tang Xuan did not even flinch. Through the lens of the Azura eye, the openings in their attacks were glaringly evident. With a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly weaved through the oncoming gusts. He then unleashed a punch that struck one of the Star Constellation disciples squarely in the chest. With a resounding impact, the force obliterated the disciple's internal organs, sending him flying. Before he could touch the ground, he was already devoid of life. The other 2 were momentarily stunned. Tang Xuan unleashed both fists, and their heads exploded like watermelons. 3 punches, 3 lives extinguished. What? How is this possible? The leader of the Star Constellation Sect was rendered speechless. What is happening? He had anticipated that with the strength of 3 core prodigies, capturing Tang Xuan would be a simple task. However, he never fathomed that Tang Xuan would dispatch them as easily as one would slaughter chickens. The leader's heart bled for the losses, after all. Core prodigies were the very foundation of the future for every major sect. Losing even one, like Sikong Mieshing, had already caused him great distress. Now, with the loss of 3, it was as if his heart was being pierced. The leader of the Yin Ghost Sect's expression darkened. This youth is ferocious. Let us all attack together. With a cacophony, over a dozen core prodigies from the 3 major sects surged forth, encircling Tang Xuan. Subsequently, the blades' radiance and swords' gleam surged forth like a tempestuous storm. Tang Xuan directly activated the 3rd layer of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique. With an unparalleled might, he swung his fists, and none could withstand even a single blow from him. In an instant, the 3 core prodigies of the sects perished beneath his onslaught. Such a frenzied massacre left everyone in stunned silence. The arena fell into an eerie stillness as the 4 sect leaders stared, aghast. At the fallen core prodigies at Tang Xuan's feet, they could hardly believe their own eyes. Each of these prodigies had been nurtured through countless efforts and devotion. Yet, they had all been slain by Tang Xuan. The expressions of the 4 sect leaders twisted in disbelief, their bodies trembling, even their breaths becoming erratic. Good heavens! When did Tang Xuan grow so formidable? On the side of the demon Yuan sect, the elders exchanged glances, their faces etched with horror. Especially the Grand Elder, who appeared utterly dazed. If memory served him correctly, just a month prior, Tang Xuan was merely a lowly outer disciple. He had shown promise, but nothing more. Yet, in just a month, his cultivation had reached such terrifying heights. Killing core prodigies was as effortless as slaying chickens, truly monstrous. Now, the 4 sects had yet to exact their revenge, while their future hopes lay extinguished. Although the demon Yuan sect had also lost some members, most were merely ordinary inner disciples. Such individuals numbered in the thousands within the sect and were hardly significant. That wretched little beast. Moments later, the Lord of the Yin Ghost sect let out a thunderous roar, his eyes blazing crimson like a frenzied beast. Among those core prodigies slain by Tang Xuan was his own son. With the matter of Black Mountain unresolved, he had now lost his son as well. How could the Lord of the Yin Ghost sect remain sane? Kill him. The Lord of the Yin Ghost sect erupted in fury, unleashing an overwhelming aura as he leaped from the cloud boat toward Tang Xuan. 7 or 8 elders from the Yin Ghost sect followed closely, all launching themselves into the fray. The weakest among them was at the sea condensation realm, and the air trembled beneath their unleashed power. This is bad. Retreat quickly. The Grand Elder's face turned pale with shock. He had not anticipated the Lord of the Yin Ghost sect would disregard his status and resort to such tactics. While Tang Xuan was formidable, he was still vastly outmatched by such seasoned powerhouses. However, in the face of the full-on assault from the Yin Ghost sect, Tang Xuan merely smiled with composure. Grasping the Tsunger blade in his right hand, he took a single step, unleashing the power of darkness. In the next moment, the Lord of the Yin Ghost sect had lunged directly in front of him. Die! With his eyes burning red, the Lord of the Yin Ghost sect struck fiercely at Tang Xuan's chest. Yet, he struck nothing but an afterimage. What? The Lord's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could react, a chilling sensation gripped his neck, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. The Lord of the Yin Ghost sect's eyes widened in shock as his head fell to the ground. In the fading periphery of his vision, he clearly beheld Tang Xuan, a ghostly figure weaving among the elders of the Yin Ghost sect. With each strike, a vibrant life is extinguished. In mere moments, the 7 or 8 elders of the Yin Ghost sect, who had reached the condensed sea realm, were utterly annihilated. A profound silence enveloped the arena once more, as incredulity etched itself across the faces of all present. It was already astonishing that Tang Xuan had slain the core talents of various sects. Yet now he nonchalantly dispatched warriors of the condensed sea realm as well. Gulp! The Grand Elder of the Demon Yuan sect swallowed hard, the words of Tang Xuan echoing in his mind. Just a few to liven things up. Chapter 57. Supremacy of the Strong. How could this be? Is he some kind of monster? My heavens! Gazing upon the corpse of the Yin Ghost sect master, the leaders of the Evil Bone sect, Blood Sun sect, and Star Constellation sect were rendered numb. Tang Xuan flicked the blood from his blade and exclaimed with excitement, "Next! Who's coming?" A profound sense of dread engulfed the 3 sect leaders, their expressions shifting dramatically as they recoiled in terror. "Retreat, quickly!" The Evil Bone sect master shrieked. The disciples of the 3 sects, already paralyzed with fear, instantly began to withdraw. Trying to escape? Did I grant you permission? Tang Xuan sneered, charging forth like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The air was filled with piercing screams. With his right hand wielding the blade and his left hand a fist, Tang Xuan resembled a hellish demon, ruthlessly reaping lives. In an instant, blood rained down, severed heads flying through the air. The formidable warriors of the 3 sects were reduced to pitiful cries, scurrying away with their heads cradled in their arms. No one could withstand even a single strike from Tang Xuan. Stop. Please, stop. The Evil Bone sect master screamed. Yet Tang Xuan showed no signs of halting, continuing his frenzied slaughter. In desperation, the 3 sect leaders joined forces, barely managing to fend off Tang Xuan's onslaught. Is it your turn now? Come on. Tang Xuan brandished his blade eagerly. Great sir, we were wrong. Please spare us. The Evil Bone sect master pleaded, visibly shaken by Tang Xuan's ferocity. If you cease, we are willing to compensate. Yes, compensation, echoed the Blood Sun sect master and the Star Constellation sect master, bowing and scraping in submission. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Ah, but you were not so conciliatory before. The Evil Bone sect master ground his teeth in frustration. It's all that damned woman, Su Qingyao's fault. She deceived us into believing you were the one who killed Han Yang and the others. Tang Xian's eyes narrowed, a glint of malice flickering in his pupils. Su Qingyao. It seems she has ultimately chosen the path of demise. He had initially intended to offer her a chance, but it appeared she did not cherish it. In that case, Tang Xuan felt no need for civility. So, now you believe it was not I who killed Han Yang and the others? The Evil Bone Sect master smiled obsequiously. Even if you did, they brought it upon themselves. At this moment, whether or not Han Yang and the others had been killed by Tang Xuan had become utterly inconsequential. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the victor claims the throne. Should the carnage continue, it seemed that all three sects would be buried alongside their fallen. In order to quell your wrath, my Blood Sun sect is willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones. The eyes of the Grand Elders widened in astonishment. To comprehend the intricacies of the Demon Yuan sect, one must acknowledge that it takes an entire year to amass a mere 100,000 spirit stones. In a single stroke, the master of the Blood Sun sect has forfeited what would amount to a year's worth of spirit stones for the Demon Yuan sect, a significant loss indeed. However, Tang Xuan did not hasten to acquiesce. The reins of power rested firmly in his grasp. 100,000 spirit stones seemed rather insufficient. The master of the Blood Sun sect, beads of sweat forming on his brow, understood all too well that Tang Xuan was seizing the opportunity to extort him. Yet, did he dare to refuse? The body of the master of the Yin Ghost sect lay not far away, still warm. In resignation, he clenched his teeth and declared, 150,000. This is all my Blood Sun sect can offer. Just a casual utterance had garnered him an additional 50,000 spirit stones. Much to Tang Xian's satisfaction, his gaze then shifted to the masters of the Evil Bone sect and the Star Constellation sect. And what of you? The two sect leaders turned pale. We too are willing to part with 150,000 spirit stones in compensation. Tang Xuan yawned, stating, Elder, the remaining matters are yours to handle. I shall retreat to my cultivation. With the incessant disturbances, I cannot even focus on my training. The elder immediately nodded with deference. Very well. Listen closely. None are permitted to disturb Tang Xuan during his cultivation. Any who dares shall face my wrath. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively and retreated to his practice. The three leaders of the Evil Bone sect, faces etched with pain, begrudgingly surrendered their 150,000 spirit stones, then, in a dejected manner, boarded their cloud vessel to flee. Beyond 100 miles from the Demon Yuan sect, 3 cloud vessels came to a simultaneous halt. The master of the Blood Sun sect spoke in a low tone. Now that vengeance has eluded us, we find ourselves suffering grave losses. What shall we do? After a moment of contemplation, the master of the Star Constellation sect responded. We have lost a significant portion of our core talents and expended our spirit stones, leaving us severely weakened. Should word of our plight spread, we would become easy prey. In the eyes of the demonic warriors, weakness is akin to original sin, deserving of being devoured by the strong. Previously, their 4 sects were either first-rate or nearly first-rate powers, and none dared to challenge them. However, the circumstances had changed drastically. With their core talents slain and their spirit stones depleted, other demonic sects would undoubtedly seize upon this ripe opportunity. A fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the master of the Evil Bone sect. We cannot remain idle. Let us take decisive action and annihilate the Ghostly Radiance sect, consuming their resources to replenish our own. The masters of the Blood Sun and Star Constellation sects exchanged a knowing glance and nodded vigorously. Let us proceed. Thus, the 3 sect leaders, accompanied by their remnants of forces, turned towards the Ghostly Radiance sect. Soon, they arrived before Ghostly Radiance City. Why have you returned? What of the master of the Yin Ghost sect? The master of the Ghostly Radiance sect inquired, astonished. Have the 4 sect leaders swiftly vanquished the Demon Yuan sect? We have not destroyed the Demon Yuan sect. The master of the Evil Bone sect replied ambiguously. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with the masters of the Blood Sun and Star Constellation sects. The 2 leaders comprehended the unspoken message and began to gather their strength. Since you have not obliterated the Demon Yuan sect, what is the purpose of your visit? The master of the Ghostly Radiance sect asked with curiosity. Certainly, we have come to slay you. The visage of the master of the Evil Bone sect twisted into a fearsome expression as he unleashed a powerful strike. The master of the Ghostly Radiance sect reacted swiftly, raising both palms in defense. However, the master of the Evil Bone sect merely feigned an attack. Only the sovereigns of Blood Sun and Starry Lodge unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously. Despite the strength of the sovereign of Dark Radiance, he could not withstand the combined might of the 3 sovereigns, resulting in his visceral organs being utterly destroyed, leading to his immediate demise. The elders of Dark Radiance were left utterly stunned. The sovereign of Evil Bones ruthlessly severed the head of the sovereign of Dark Radiance. For those who submit, life is granted. For those who resist, transcendence awaits. Witnessing their sovereign's death, numerous elders and disciples of Dark Radiance surrendered on the spot. The elders of the demonic path already felt little sense of belonging, as their roles as elders and disciples bore no distinction across sections. Of course, some elders and disciples of Dark Radiance attempted to resist, but they were swiftly eradicated by the formidable beings of the three sections. Subsequently, like a swarm of locusts, the powers of the three sects surged into Dark Radiance, annihilating everything in sight, killing, pillaging, and setting ablaze. The massacre persisted for an entire day and night. The once prestigious Dark Radiance sect lay in ruins, its grounds littered with corpses and rivers of blood flowing freely. The treasures within, along with the entirety of Dark Radiance City, were thoroughly plundered by the three sections. Once the spoils were divided, the heads of the three sects departed contentedly aboard their cloud vessels, though they found no trace of Su Qingyao. With the sect destroyed, she had no support and could not possibly survive. Chapter 58, Su Qingyao's Challenge in the Shien Family. At the 100 Refinements pool, Su Qingyao sat cross-legged. Her cultivation had astonishingly reached the realm of sea condensation. Dark mist began to seep from her pores, resembling strands of black silk. Initially, the mist was faint, but in the blink of an eye, it thickened into a dense black fog, rapidly enveloping the entire 100 Refinements pool like a rising tide. Suddenly, Su Qingyao opened her eyes, which had transformed from their original clarity into pools of darkness, with only a hint of ethereal blue shimmering at the edges. Simultaneously, the dark power surrounding her began to swell uncontrollably, the black mist coalescing into countless tiny crystals that collided in the air, producing a crisp sound. With a resounding crash, the black mist and crystals shattered, spiraling wildly. Ultimately, from this chaos emerged a surge of black flames. The dark flames, centered around Su Qingyao, spread ferociously outward, turning all in their path to ash and staining the air a deep, obsidian hue. Clapping echoed through the air as a young gentleman clad in azure approached. He bore an air of haughty disdain, his brows arched, and his eyes gleamed like unsheathed swords, concealing an inherent sharpness, indicative of a masterful sword intent. Such mastery suggested that his sword intent had reached at least 60% of its potential. Notably, even Han Yang could not boast such formidable sword intent. Congratulations, dear Sister Qingyao, on your remarkable breakthrough into the 7th level of the Dark Abyss condensation of the Dark Radiance art. With your current cultivation level, no one in the entire demonic path is worthy to be your opponent. As the darkness in her pupils gradually faded, a radiant smile graced Su Qingyao's face. I owe my rapid progress to young Master Shien for allowing me to cultivate in the 100 Refinements pool. Rising gracefully, she lightly touched the ground with her jade-like feet, her body floating down to the shore like a feather. The 100 Refinements pool can amplify a warrior's cultivation speed tenfold. While it may not compare to sudden enlightenment, it remains an exceedingly rare paradise. Even members of the Shun family cannot access it lightly. Young Master Shien, you are too kind to me. Su Qingyao's delicate face flushed, and her eyes shimmered with layers of autumnal beauty, exuding an indescribable allure. Gulp. Shen Tianlin swallowed hard. As long as Sister Qingyao is pleased. What is a mere 100 Refinements pool? Even if she were to ask for the stars from the heavens, I would find a way to procure them for her. Now that Sister has broken through in her cultivation, what are your plans? A glint of determination flickered in Su Qingyao's eyes. I have already issued a challenge to Yuan. 10 days from now, atop the Celestial Hall in Wushuang City, I shall personally bring him down. Shen Tianlin raised an eyebrow. Amir Yuan? I shall take care of him. There is no need for you to dirty your hands. If an ordinary person were to hear such words, they would undoubtedly be struck with fear. Yuan is hailed as the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, possessing extraordinary talent and formidable cultivation. Even a genius like Han Yang would not have absolute confidence in victory. Yet, Shen Tianlin spoke as if it were as simple as slaughtering livestock. However, Su Qingyao showed no sign of disdain, for she understood the true extent of Shen Tianlin's terrifying prowess. He was not only the eldest son of the Shien family, but also an elite disciple of the Dark Radiance sacred land. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the condensed sea realm, merely a half step away from the earth realm. Such power could establish him as a sect leader in the outside world, commanding respect far and wide. Yet, within the Dark Radiance sacred land, he was merely an outer disciple. Even more formidable than his cultivation was Shen Tianlin's mastery of the sword. His sword intent had attained 70%. A half step into the earth realm combined with 70% sword intent merely qualified him as an elite disciple of the Dark Radiance sacred land, highlighting the profound depth of its foundations. Su Qingyao chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Such trivial matters do not require young Master Shin's intervention. My defeat of Yi Boluo is for the sake of securing a higher reward upon entering the Dark Radiant Sacred Land. Shen Tianlin nodded. Very well. If that is the case, I shall accompany you when the time comes. Su Qingyao beamed with joy, with Shen Tianlin by her side to witness the battle. Her victory over Yi Boluo was practically assured. Ah, there is one more thing. Shen Tianlin interjected. The Yuan sect has been annihilated. What? Su Qingyao gasped in shock. Who did this? It was the Evil Bone Demon Sect, the Blood Sun Sect, and the Star Constellation Sect. Shen Tianlin replied. Ah, Su Qingyao was left speechless. This did not make sense. Hadn't the Evil Bone Demon Sect, Blood Sun Sect, and Star Constellation Sect gone to the Demon Yuan Sect to kill Tang Xuan? How could they suddenly launch an attack on the Yuan Sect? Could it be? Su Qingyao's pupils constricted sharply. Shen Tianlin continued. According to our investigation, when the 4 sects arrived at the Demon Yuan Sect, the Yin Ghost Sect was completely annihilated, while the remaining 3 sects fled and subsequently exterminated the Yuan Sect. It was him. It was him. Su Qingyao screamed, her previous calm demeanor shattered. She was drenched in sweat, her beautiful face pale, and her body trembled. It must be Tang Xuan. The chilling figure that resembled death itself loomed over her like a nightmare. Who is he? Shen Tianlin frowned. Tang Xuan. A man resembling a demon. Su Qingyao slowly uttered these 2 words. Shen Tianlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Demon? It matters not who he is. As long as he dares to appear before my sister, I shall personally rend him to shreds. Su Qingyao, her face filled with concern, replied, Young Master Shun. This individual is unlike ordinary men. Even Han Yang was slain by him. Shen Tianlin displayed a proud expression, laughing derisively. What a joke. Han Yang is but a worthless fool, unworthy of comparison with me, Shen Tianlin. Very well, once I have slain Yi Boluo, I shall personally ascend to the Magic Yuan Sect, eliminate Tang Xuan, and annihilate the entire sect. Su Qingyao's expression softened somewhat. After all, no matter how powerful Tang Xuan may be, he could not possibly rival Shen Tianlin. She took a moment to steady her breath and reassembled her smile. There is no need to trouble young Master Shen. Once I break through to the 8th level of the Yuan art, I shall deal with that Tang Xuan myself. Shen Tianlin nodded. Very well, before the decisive battle, I shall leave the 100 refinements pool for you to cultivate. Su Qingyao clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted. Tang Xuan, Yi Boluo, just wait. You shall ultimately serve as stepping stones for my rise. With her resolve set, she returned to the 100 refinements pool to begin her cultivation anew. Soon, news of Su Qingyao challenging the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Boluo, spread like wildfire. What? Have you heard? The Sanus of the Yuan sect, Su Qingyao, has actually issued a death challenge to Yi Boluo, inviting him to a duel atop the Heavenly Pavilion in Wushuang City 10 days hence. How strange. Wasn't it Han Yang who previously issued a death challenge to Yi Boluo? How did it become Su Qingyao? Hiss, you may not know, but Han Yang, along with Heishan, Xiaosu, and Sikong Mieshing, the 4 great prodigies, have all been killed. It is said that the one responsible for their demise is the newly emerged prodigy of the Magic Yuan sect, Tang Xuan. No way. Who is this Tang Xuan? That he could slay those 4 prodigies? It's utterly outrageous. Chapter 59. The Battlefield of Life and Death amidst the shock of Su Qingyao's challenge to Yi Boluo. The name Tang Xuan began to spread unknowingly. A tree that stands tall among the forest is bound to be toppled by the wind. The only way for young prodigies to gain swift renown is to slay some notable figures. Naturally, Tang Xuan became a target for many dark path prodigies. They sharpened their blades, eager to kill Tang Xuan to prove their worth. Soon, the name Tang Xuan reached the ears of righteous path warriors, drawing the attention of many prodigies. Have you heard? A notable figure has recently emerged from the dark path, and it is said that even Han Yang fell to him. Han Yang? Merely a worthless insect, strutting his stuff in the dark path. Here in the righteous path, he is but an ant, easily dispatched by any prodigy. However, for Tang Xuan to have slain Han Yang, he must possess some skill. Killing him could indeed elevate one's reputation. Before long, Tang Xuan's name ascended the demon extermination list. Exterminating demons and upholding the righteous path has been a mission since ancient times. Within the Magic Yuan sect, Tang Xuan sat cross-legged, engrossed in enlightenment. A powerful blade intent surged around him, reaching approximately 70% mastery. After several hours, he opened his eyes. A glint of brilliance flashing within his pupils. 3 days had passed, and yet he had only enhanced his blade intent by a mere 20%. This is far too slow. Tang Xuan muttered to himself. Those 2 fellows had simply packed up and vanished, showing no semblance of a master. Bah! Ever since the ancient soul had brought him back, he had been as good as missing, and even now, there was no sign of him. Besides him, Shikuan, you had also gone missing. Tang Xuan held these two irresponsible masters in utter contempt. With those old codgers absent, the techniques of Jia Huangzhan and Tian Luxiu Luo were stagnated. The only technique he could still cultivate was the Extinction Emperor's Fist. At present, he had achieved great perfection in the first move, Shattered Mountain, and was ready to embark on the second move, Rending Sky. However, to master this technique, he required the support of Fist Intent. I must find someone to inquire. With this thought, Tang Xuan promptly rose and sought out the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, do you know of any places where one can cultivate both Fist Intent and Blade Intent simultaneously? The Grand Elder was taken aback. There were scarcely any places designated for the cultivation of a single intent, and here Tang Xuan was requesting a location for two. Such places were exceedingly rare. Had it been anyone else, the Grand Elder would have surely retorted. Yet, Tang Xuan was the disciple of the Supreme Elder and Shikuan Yu, holding a status even superior to that of the Grand Elder himself. If those two were to learn that he had insulted Tang Xuan, his position as Grand Elder would be jeopardized. Thus, regardless of the difficulty, the Grand Elder resolved to assist him. He stood, racking his brain for a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed before him. There is a place where one can cultivate multiple intents at once. Tang Xuan's spirit soared. Where's this place? The battlefield of absolute life, the Grand Elder replied gravely. It was once the site of a fierce battle between the righteous and the demonic, where countless formidable warriors perished. Their spiritual energy and soul power merged, manifesting as numerous phantoms, within which reside their intent powers. Many prodigies from both the righteous and demonic paths venture to the battlefield of absolute life to comprehend intent. However, the Grand Elder hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face. Due to the irreconcilable enmity between the righteous and the demonic, clashes often erupt at the mere sight of one another, leading to frequent bloodshed. Many prodigies have met their demise there. If you choose to go, exercise extreme caution. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. That notion is misguided. The one who should be cautious is not I, but rather those who dare to provoke me. Wouldn't you agree, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder paused, realizing the truth in Tang Xuan's words. Indeed, he was the formidable individual who had severed the head of the Ghost Sect's leader. Who would dare to challenge him? With this thought, the Grand Elder felt a wave of relief. You are right. Then off you go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. Tang Xuan nodded, quickly tidying up his belongings before setting off towards the battlefield of absolute life. This time, he did not dawdle but hurried forth with all his might. In less than a day, he arrived at the battlefield's edge. Even before approaching, he sensed an overwhelming oppressive force bearing down upon him. Raising his gaze, he beheld a crimson sky, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Tang Xuan's spirit surged, quickening his pace until he reached the very brink of the battlefield. Upon witnessing the true visage of the battlefield of despair, Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The earth lay shattered, marred by grotesque fissures, beneath which yawning abysses extended into unfathomable depths. The fractured ground resembled an array of floating islands, suspended in the air. A chilling wind swept through, emitting an eerie moan that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon these floating islands, numerous martial artists sat cross-legged, seemingly engrossed in profound contemplation. Intrigued, Tang Xuan summoned his strength and leapt onto one of the floating islands. On this island sat three individuals, their eyes of fierce crimson, fixated upon a broken blade that emanated a faint, yet palpable, aura of sword intent. Elated, Tang Xuan advanced towards the blade. However, as he took a step, the three martial artists simultaneously turned their gazes upon him. One of them barked, "Leave. This place is already at capacity." Tang Xuan was taken aback. At capacity? What does that mean? Another individual coldly replied, "The sword intent of this broken blade is nearly depleted. It is sufficient for only three to enhance their abilities, so depart." The most assertive among them added, "Take a step closer, and you shall perish." All three possessed strength at the Xian realm, their auras surpassing that of Han Yang. Tang Xuan chuckled, then resolutely took a step forward. How bold! The lad seeks his own demise. The martial artist on the left, enraged, brandished his long knife. Yet, before he could strike, Tang Xuan's blade gleamed forth. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, and a head rolled to the ground. The headless corpse crumpled, blood gushing forth. The two other Xian martial artist pupils constricted sharply. Their hands gripped their weapon hilts, yet they hesitated to draw them. An instantaneous kill. Such prowess was beyond their capacity to contend with. One of them relinquished his grip, retreating several steps. "This is yours now." He leapt to another floating island, followed closely by the other. Tang Xuan, unperturbed, seated himself before the broken blade. He activated the Infinite Enlightenment System. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving enlightenment tenfold. successfully comprehended half a measure of sword intent. The electronic voice resonated, and Tang Xuan opened his eyes. His sword intent ascended from 70% to 75%. Delight illuminated his countenance. A mere broken blade had granted him a significant enhancement in sword intent. Rising, he leapt onto the second floating island. The broken blade embedded in this island shattered with a resounding crack, its contained sword intent wholly devoured by Tang Xuan, naturally turning to ash. Chapter 60. Seizing the Essence. A single punch to annihilate. Tang Xuan landed upon the second floating island, where 10 martial artists were engaged in vigorous fist movements, seemingly deciphering something profound. He approached, this time unimpeded. As he observed closely, he noticed a fleeting silhouette at the center of the island, its arms in motion as though executing a particular fist technique. However, the silhouette's actions were fragmented, rendering the specific technique indiscernible. The practitioners were not grasping the silhouette's technique, but rather the essence within the fist techniques, the essence of martial arts. Tang Xuan's face lit up with joy as he immediately approached and began to deduce the essence of the fist technique. The surrounding martial artists, engrossed in their own interpretations, noticed his arrival but refrained from intervening, instead erupting into mockery. Ah, a newcomer. What a fool to arrive so late. He won't even get to savor the warmth of the meal. Once the essence of this fist technique is comprehended by someone, it dissipates, thus giving the early entrants a distinct advantage. Indeed, one of them was on the verge of a breakthrough. The foremost among them, named Tang Xuan, was a prodigy of the Iron Fist Sect. Possessing an extraordinary talent for fist techniques, he had already grasped 40% of the fist essence. If he succeeded in comprehending the phantom before him, his understanding could reach 55 or even 60%. His eyes narrowed slightly as his hands moved in a continuous flow, a peculiar sensation rippling through his heart. Yet, this sensation felt veiled, as if something was amiss. Tang Xuan understood that if he could tear away this veil, that additional 15% of fist essence would be secured. No more than 50 breaths remained. A confident smile crept onto his lips as he scanned his surroundings, noticing that the closest individual had only grasped 50 to 60% at best. To fully comprehend the technique would likely take several days and nights. It was certain. Tang Xuan took a deep breath and refocused his mind. The 50 breaths vanished at an astonishing speed, and the feeling of the fist essence grew increasingly vivid. Just as he was a mere dozen breaths away from success, the phantom suddenly erupted with a loud bang. Tang Xuan's body shuddered, nearly toppling over, his mind blank. What just happened? Why did the phantom explode? Had he comprehended it prematurely? He hurriedly summoned his fist essence, only to find it still at 40%, unchanged. A surge of furious anger ignited within him. Who dares to steal my fist essence? Come out and face me. He had toiled here for over 10 days, confident of success, only to have his understanding snatched away by another. Anyone in his position would find it intolerable. Tang Xuan's gaze swept the area, finally landing upon Tang Xuan. Only he radiated a powerful fist essence. What? It's him. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Did this kid not just arrive? In less than 30 breaths, he had comprehended the essence. This was utterly surreal. Tang Xuan, with closed eyes, immersed himself in the profound intricacies of the newly grasped fist essence. The essence of the fist is a manifestation of the martial artist's state of mind. When enraged, it is as sharp as a blade, and in tranquility, as gentle as jade. Channeling spiritual power through the medium of the fist, this is the captivating allure of the fist essence. I understand now. With the aid of the Infinite Enlightenment System, Tang Xuan had comprehended 15% of the fist essence in just a few breaths. With this enhancement, his Miezhu Huang Quan successfully advanced to the second form, the Rending Void Realm. However, with just 15%, he needed to continue his comprehension. Tang Xuan turned to leave, but a voice shouted furiously behind him. You! Stop right there. He turned to see Tang Xuan glaring at him with murderous intent. Is there something you need? With a grim expression, Tang Xuan demanded. Surrender any treasures that can expedite your comprehension. He had initially assumed that Tang Xuan's rapid grasp of the fist intent was reliant on external artifacts. This assumption was not unfounded. After all, no matter how extraordinary one's talent, such swift understanding seemed implausible. Thus, the only explanation was that Tang Xuan possessed a treasure that accelerated his comprehension of the fist intent. Should he acquire it, it would partially compensate for the loss of the 1.5 fist intents that had been taken from him. I do not possess such a treasure, so do not bother me, Tang Xuan replied with a frown. It was a rare opportunity to find a suitable location, and he had no intention of wasting time in conflict. However, to Tang Xuan, this response appeared as a sign of weakness. You think I will let you go if you refuse to hand over the treasure? He stepped forward, unleashing the aura of a peak Xian Dan realm cultivator from within. The surrounding martial artists, witnessing the escalation of conflict, instinctively retreated a few steps, whispering and pointing at the two. Who was this audacious youth daring to confront Tang Xuan? Why were there no earlier martial artists present to challenge him? The answer was simple. They had all perished at Tang Xuan's hands. With a mighty roar, Tang Xuan's fist emanated a dark radiance, crushing Mountain Steel Fist. He leaped forward like a fierce lion, delivering a powerful blow that produced a sonic boom in the air. Even before the punch landed, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon Tang Xuan, straightening his garments. Frowning, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The surrounding martial artists gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is this lad truly attempting to exchange blows with Tang Xuan? Is he seeking death? They chuckled. For Tang Xuan's crushing Mountain Steel Fist was a superior Xian-level technique, powerful enough to rival the finest of its kind. Even those at the Ninghai realm would struggle to withstand it. While it was one thing to seize fist intent, one must also consider their own capabilities. Amidst the dozens of gleeful eyes watching, Tang Xuan's and Tang Xuan's fists collided with tremendous force. There was no flourish, merely a clash of raw power. The muscles in both their arms trembled violently, and an explosive force erupted from the impact. A crack echoed through the air, followed by a chilling scream. Tang Xuan was sent soaring into the air, his right fist and entire arm obliterated, revealing jagged shards of bone at the shoulder. Ah! His anguished cries echoed as he plummeted into the abyss, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving only the faint remnants of his screams carried away by the wind. Tang Xuan turned and uttered a single word, boring. He then leaped onto another floating island. The remaining martial artists on that island felt a chill run down their spines, their faces etched with disbelief. No way, did Tang Xuan just fall with one punch? They murmured. Who is that young man? He is incredibly formidable, regardless of his identity. Any island he occupied was off limits. The few martial artists exchanged glances, silently leaping to another floating island. In this realm, there were certain individuals one simply could not provoke. To offend the wrong person could lead to dire consequences. After all, it was merely a matter of losing an intent. Why gamble with one's life? Chapter 61. Am I now qualified to speak? Tang Xuan, akin to a malevolent demon, fervently swept through the floating islands. He sought out any island that resonated with the essence of blade or fist. With the assistance of the Infinite Enlightenment System, he rapidly harvested profound insights. In no time, his mastery of blade intent soared to 85%, while his fist intent ascended to 40%. Such velocity was nothing short of spine-chilling. Witnessing his relentless pursuit of enlightenment, the warriors on the floating islands were understandably displeased. However, after he dispatched a few unfortunate souls with a single punch, the remaining warriors fell into line, opting to retreat to other islands. Gradually, the moniker of the Enlightenment Harvester began to spread in association with Tang Xuan. Consequently, whenever he set foot on a floating island, the warriors engrossed in comprehension would obediently step aside. Bang! The shattered blade erupted. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, his brow furrowing. This broken blade harbored nearly 20% of blade intent, yet upon his comprehension, his own blade intent barely improved, not even reaching half. It seemed the original owner of this intent was of too low a level. Discarding the remnants of the broken hilt, Tang Xuan gazed deeper into the expanse. The surrounding realms of enlightenment hovered mostly between 10 and 15%, all in a state of disrepair, offering little potential for growth. It appeared that he needed to venture further inward. Without further delay, Tang Xuan advanced toward the central floating island. Upon witnessing his departure, the surrounding warriors collectively sighed in relief. The scourge had finally left, allowing them to focus on their own enlightenment. Who was that young man, with such terrifying talent? A dual practitioner of blade and fist, could he be the recent prodigy of the demonic path, the one who had slain Han Yang, Tang Xuan? What? It is he. Does he not realize he is viewed as a prime target by the elite of both righteous and demonic paths? Countless individuals sought to eliminate him to elevate their own reputations. How delightful this will be. The central figures were all superlative prodigies from both paths, their prowess far surpassing that of the warriors in the periphery. With Tang Xuan stepping into their realm, his demise seemed imminent. The outer warriors observed Tang Xuan's retreating figure, their eyes glimmering with schadenfreude. In their view, his fate was sealed. At this moment, Tang Xuan had surpassed the outer floating islands and arrived at the central island. This island was significantly larger than those on the periphery, and the aura emanating from it was far more potent. The instant he set foot on it, he felt the blade and fist intents within him rejoicing. To his left, the floating island pulsated with the most vigorous blade intent, indicating the presence of a supreme blade essence. Without hesitation, he leaped toward the island on his left. On the island, two factions were locked in a standoff. At the center of these factions floated a crystal, the martial arts heritage crystal. Tang Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. His Extinction Emperor fist had been derived from such a martial arts heritage crystal. The crystal on this floating island, both in hue and quality, rivaled that of Han Yang's. In other words, conservatively estimating, this martial arts inheritance crystal conceals a blade technique of formidable power, no less than the Extinction Emperor fist. Although Tang Xuan has already mastered the Chaohuang slash, its training and advancement requirements are excessively stringent, and its consumption is considerable. He still requires a more conventional blade technique for regular combat. Hence, acquiring this martial arts inheritance crystal is imperative for him. However, currently, two factions have their eyes on the crystal, making the acquisition somewhat challenging. Ahem, excuse me, may I propose a discussion? Tang Xuan approached and cleared his throat. One among the group to his left bellowed, "Who dares to intrude? Do you not know that this place has already been claimed by our evil extreme sect?" Upon hearing the name of the evil extreme sect, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. The evil extreme sect is a top-tier demonic sect, its strength and foundation surpassing even that of the Yuan sect. Its sect's supreme technique, the Great Evil King formula, boasts ferocious offensive power and is renowned within the demonic path. Before Tang Xuan could respond, a warrior from the opposing side burst into laughter. "Haha. You demonic scum dare to covet the martial arts inheritance crystal? You should crawl away with your tails between your legs, or else our Great Wilderness Sect shall annihilate you here." The Great Wilderness Sect. It is also a first-rate sect, but one of the righteous path. It is said that their most powerful technique within the sect is a finger technique called the Great Wilderness Sky-Splitting Finger, which possesses terrifying might. Rumor has it that when mastered to its limit, it can shatter the heavens and split the earth, shaking the cosmos. Tang Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The object of contention between these two first-rate sects must be extraordinary. He clapped his hands and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have a proposal. I wonder if the two of you might be interested?" Before his words could settle, a warrior from the Great Wilderness Sect, at the Xian realm, charged forth. Pointing at Tang Xuan and sneered, "Who do you think you are to speak here?" The leader of the Great Wilderness Sect spoke indifferently, "Yang Shi. Tear him apart and toss him into the abyss to feed the beasts." The disciple named Yang Shi from the Great Wilderness Sect immediately grinned menacingly and strode toward Tang Xuan. Not only did no one from the evil extreme sect come to his aid, but they also wore mocking smirks. An arrogant fool, thinking he is something special, deserves to seek death. Yang Shi approached Tang Xuan until he was 10 paces away, at which point his expression twisted into a grimace, and he thrust his finger forward. Great Wilderness Sky-Splitting Finger, a single finger to rend the heavens. As he pointed, a whirlwind spiraled violently, the terrifying force causing one's scalp to tingle. In the face of this ultimate strike, Tang Xuan smiled coldly, then abruptly widened his eyes. A fierce mental attack erupted from his pupils, piercing into Yang Shi's soul sea. Heavenly Slaughter Azura Technique. Azura Eye unleashed. Crack. The sound of shattering glass resounded. Yang Shi's body trembled as his soul sea exploded, his breath severed. His finger disintegrated a mere 3 inches from Tang Xuan, transforming into a gust of wind. Thud. Instantly, Yang Shi collapsed to his knees, bowing his head, lifeless. What? Yang Shi is dead. What on earth just transpired? The previously grinning warriors of the Great Wilderness Sect now gasped for breath, their expressions trembling with shock. Although Yang Shi was not the most formidable presence within the Great Wilderness Sect, he was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. His strength sufficient to rival martial artists of the Condensing Sea realm, thanks to his mastery of the Great Wilderness Sky-Splitting Finger. Yet, before he could even lay a finger on Tang Xuan, he was utterly annihilated. The members of the Evil Extremity Sect were equally taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief. Tang Xuan had not even lifted a hand, and Yang Shi was already dead. Such an occurrence was exceedingly bizarre. "Am I now qualified to speak?" Tang Xuan remarked coolly. Both factions fell into a profound silence. "Excellent." Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. "Both of your sects desire the martial arts legacy crystal, yet none dare to take action. This stalemate is untenable. Therefore, I, Tang Xuan, shall oversee the martial arts legacy crystal. Who is in favor? Who is against?" Chapter 62. Cannot speak politely, can we? What? You are Tang Xuan. The warriors of the Great Wilderness Sect and the Evil Extremity Sect simultaneously underwent a drastic transformation in expression. Their gazes towards Tang Xuan morphing into something sinister. "Ha ha ha. So you are the one who killed Han Yang. Very well, if we slay him, we shall become renowned figures of the demonic path. How laughable. If anyone is to deliver the blow, it shall be our Great Wilderness Sect. He is currently a notorious figure on the demon-slaying list. Should we eliminate him, our sect will bask in glory." In an instant, the once argumentative righteous and evil sect ceased their bickering, all eyes fixated on Tang Xuan, as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. What is the demon-slaying list? Tang Xuan found himself momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? In his desperation, he found himself compelled to seek assistance. Could anyone enlighten me on the situation? With a rustling sound, the warriors of the Evil Extremity Sect and the Great Wilderness Sect encircled him. Get lost. Tang Xuan belongs to the demonic path. It is our duty to slay him. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Exterminating demons is our righteous obligation. What right have you, Evil Extremity Sect, to command the Great Wilderness Sect? Enough chatter. Let us all attack together. Whoever strikes the killing blow shall claim the glory. Kill. With a thunderous cry, the battle was abruptly ignited. The warriors of both sects unsheathed their weapons and charged at Tang Xuan. In an instant, a torrential downpour of blades and swords descended upon him. Tang Xuan's ire flared. Cannot speak politely, can we? Very well, do not say I was ungracious. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! 2 warriors from the Evil Extremity Sect exploded, sent flying as they spewed blood. Seizing the moment, the warriors of the Great Wilderness Sect advanced. Ha ha ha, demon, your life is ours. 3 warriors from the Great Wilderness Sect simultaneously executed the Great Wilderness Sky-Splitting Finger. The combined force of their 3 fingers surged to an astonishing degree. Tang Xuan did not flinch. He braced himself to absorb the onslaught with his corporeal form. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fingers struck him, only to snap simultaneously. Oh, my fingers are broken. Impossible. How can his physique be so resilient? They howled in agony, clutching their shattered fingers. Tang Xuan swept his blade, and 3 heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Since he had chosen to take action, he showed no mercy. With his right hand wielding a blade and his left hand poised to strike, Tang Xuan unleashed a rampage. With each step, he delivered a slash and a punch, claiming a life with every move. Wherever he passed, no warrior from the Evil Extreme Sect or the Great Wilderness Sect could withstand his onslaught. Such a fearsome display of power left the remaining warriors of both sects in a state of shock. What manner of beast is this? No wonder he was able to slay Han Yang. This is truly terrifying. Damn it, we cannot fight him, run. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining warriors of the Evil Extreme Sect shouted and turned to flee. Tang Xuan merely smiled coldly. Did I permit you to escape? He gripped the Tsang airblade with both hands and struck it against the ground. Crack! The blade's aura pierced the earth, and fissures spread like a spider's web. From within these cracks, numerous chains of malevolent energy surged forth, binding all the members of the Evil Extreme Sect. The second stage of the Zhahuang Slash, the bound by vengeful soul's realm, allowed him to condense malevolent energy into chains, immobilizing his enemies, rendering them helpless and at his mercy. The warriors of the Evil Extreme Sect were instantly ensnared like dumplings. Tang Xuan did not continue his assault, but instead turned his attention towards the Great Wilderness Sect. You cursed demons, we of the Great Wilderness Sect shall never yield. Indeed, to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness, we would rather die than retreat. Kill, kill, kill. Demon, we shall fight you to the end. Though they knew they were outmatched, the warriors of the Great Wilderness Sect, fueled by fervor, attacked with reckless abandon. Alas, no matter how loud their battle cries, they could not alter the outcome of their slaughter. Tang Xuan, expressionless, dispatched these so-called righteous fools without mercy. With the atmosphere thick with tension, could he possibly allow them to live? After annihilating the Great Wilderness Sect, Tang Xuan finally turned his gaze towards the Evil Extreme Sect. Please spare us, Great Lord. The warriors of the Evil Extreme Sect immediately shrieked in terror. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. This is the code of conduct for practitioners of the demonic path. To refuse to surrender when faced with defeat is sheer folly. Tang Xuan raised his bloodied Song Air blade, pointing it at the leader among them. Speak, what did you mean by your earlier words? The leader, upon seeing the chilling blade, involuntarily swallowed hard. My lord, please spare me. The situation is as follows. He stammered as he recounted the events. Shen family. Su Qingao. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This woman is indeed courting death. The challenge from Wushuang City to Yibo, seeking to gain immense fame, aha. I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences. Su Qingao persistently provoked his limits. Given Tang Xuan's temperament, how could he possibly let her go? It seems I must pay a visit to Wushuang City. The notion of a gentleman avenging himself after 10 years is utter nonsense in Tang Xuan's view. A man must seek retribution. Whoever dares to provoke him must face death. Previously, he had refrained from killing Su Qingao out of respect for the relationship between the Grand Elder and the Supreme Elder of the Yuan sect. This time, he could not afford to let her slip away. Great Lord, I have revealed all I know. I beseech you to spare me. The warrior of the Evil Extreme Sect gazed at Tang Xuan with a fawning expression, filled with desperate hope. The latter smiled faintly before delivering a horizontal slash. With a soft thud, the head fell to the ground, still bearing a trace of astonishment and regret. If one wishes to take my life, they must be prepared for their own demise. Is there anyone else who wishes to test their fate? Tang Xuan raised his gaze towards the surrounding floating islands, where warriors stood in droves at the edges. Upon meeting Tang Xuan's piercing gaze, these warriors scattered like startled birds, fleeing in haste. Though his reputation was formidable, one must possess the means to claim it. Even the formidable evil extreme sect and the great wilderness sect had been annihilated. Who would dare to court death? Alas, what a tragedy. The prodigies of the evil extreme sect and the great wilderness sect have perished just like that. Indeed, they have vanished. The one known as Tang Xuan possesses an overwhelming power. It is no wonder that even Han Yang fell before him. Enough of this. We cannot afford to provoke such a being. It is better to maintain our distance. The practitioners of the demonic path began to withdraw, while those of the righteous path, though not entirely disheartened, hesitated, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. They were reckless, not foolish. The bodies from the great wilderness sect were still warm. After resolving the disturbance, Tang Xuan approached and grasped the martial arts inheritance crystal in his hand. I wonder what surprises this crystal may hold for me. He narrowed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. Boom. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself within a martial arts inheritance crystal. His pupils constricted sharply as he beheld the ground littered with shattered blades and swords, stretching endlessly to the horizon. A solitary peak stood tall and silent. Upon that peak stood a warrior, wielding a long blade, gazing up at the golden crow in the sky. Then, with a swift motion, the blade was drawn. The sun was obliterated, and the stars collapsed. Chapter 63. The sun is obliterated, the stars collapse. With a single stroke, the heavens tore open, revealing a web-like fissure of darkness. The blade radiated an inexorable killing intent, emerging from the depths of the void like a scar that rent time and space. The clouds were instantly ground to dust, transforming into a pitch-black chaos. As the blazing sun was struck by the blade's light, its surface erupted with glaring silver cracks, dimming within mere moments to become a dying, struggling dark red sphere. Following this, the stars surrounding the sun exploded in a cacophony, showering countless burning meteor fragments like a torrential downpour. Wherever the blade's light passed, all existence was utterly erased, leaving only a void of darkness. Tang Xuan stared in awe at that single strike, his hair standing on end. Such a terrifying blow. Its power even surpassed that of the triumphant emperor's slash at its peak. The blade-wielding king turned to Tang Xuan, offering a slight nod before his figure gradually dissipated. Tang Xuan observed the swirling blade intent in the air and immediately entered a state of enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving enlightenment 10 times and comprehending the essence of the sun's obliteration and the star's collapse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving enlightenment 100 times and successfully grasping the fundamentals of the sun's obliteration and the star's collapse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving enlightenment 100 times and successfully attaining minor mastery of the sun's obliteration and the star's collapse. After the cultivation, Tang Xuan experienced a significant enhancement in his spirit. Even after thousands of moments of enlightenment, he would not be easily depleted. To comprehend a particular swordsmanship, one must not merely replicate it, but rather grasp its essence and subsequently transform it into techniques suited to oneself. This process, however, is exceedingly gradual, especially with high-level martial arts. Each is the culmination of a master's relentless dedication and profound understanding of the martial way. Many techniques even possess unique methods of energy cultivation. Should one fail to achieve complete comprehension, even the slightest discrepancy may drastically diminish the technique's efficacy, potentially inflicting severe harm upon the practitioner. Thus, it is not uncommon for martial artists to seclude themselves for months or even years to master advanced techniques. Yet, Tang Xuan is different, bolstered by the Infinite Enlightenment System. His comprehension speed has surged hundreds of times. It is as if, at any given moment, hundreds of versions of himself are engaged in understanding. When the elder earlier executed the sword technique, he drew upon himself to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, compressing it and infusing it into his sword intent, repeating this process countless times to push both the energy and the intent to their utmost limits. Ultimately, he unleashed a single, powerful breath, the force of which could cleave the sun and stars asunder. This implies that to fully harness the technique's maximum potential, one must first achieve a state of consummate understanding of the sword intent. Above Tang Xuan's head, a Shura vortex emerged, ravenously devouring the scattered sword intent. The pure sword intent fused with his being, and in an instant, reached 90% purity. Such exquisite sword intent, it far surpassed the surrounding intent by innumerable degrees. Splendid! Tang Xuan's face lit with joy. If he could consume all the sword intent present, he would undoubtedly attain the realm of consummation. Continuing to absorb. At this moment, on the floating islands nearby, numerous martial artists from both righteous and demonic sects began to point and whisper about him. Look, Tang Xuan seems to be cultivating. What? He is truly cultivating? Ha ha, he is courting death. What sort of place is this? Everyone is an enemy, and he dares to cultivate so openly. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. What are we waiting for? If he wakes up, we won't be able to kill him. The martial artists from both sides unsheathed their weapons and leaped onto the floating island where Tang Xuan resided. Their expressions were grim. Gripping their swords tightly, they crept closer, mindful not to rouse him, for the consequences would be dire. However, at this moment, Tang Xuan had plunged into a deep state of enlightenment, oblivious to the happenings around him. Soon, dozens of martial artists from both sects approached within 3 meters of him, given their cultivation levels. This distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Holding their breath and concentrating, they slowly raised their weapons. One individual extended 3 fingers. On the count of 3, we strike together and slay him. 3, 2, 1. Before the words could leave his lips, Tang Xuan's body suddenly convulsed. A terrifying sword intent erupted from within him. Crack, crack, crack. The floating island beneath him was instantly shattered into fragments by the sword intent. The intent then spread, transforming into a tempest that swept in all directions. The martial artists from both sects were caught off guard, struck by the storm in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The fierce wind morphed into razor-sharp blades, mercilessly slicing through their flesh. Roar. The anguished cries of dozens of martial artists from both righteous and demonic paths filled the air, their flesh and blood being mercilessly torn apart by the raging storm. In mere moments, several were gruesomely reduced to mere bones. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, those martial artists who had yet to step onto the floating island retreated in terror, their faces etched with fear and dread. Do not save me. Spare my life. I want to go home. In the midst of the storm of blade intent, one after another, warriors were stripped down to their very bones, transforming the once white tempest into a crimson deluge. This was the pinnacle of blade intent. A demonic martial artist shrieked. Another righteous martial artist murmured, when the blade light extinguishes all laws, mountains and rivers weep blood as stars fall from the sky. Indeed, only the consummation of blade intent could evoke such a startling phenomenon. How could this be possible for Tang Xuan? The gathered warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Among those who had arrived at the battlefield of absolute death, who was not crowned with the halo of exceptional talent. Yet, even among them, only a few could refine their comprehension to 50%. Especially in the realm of intent cultivation, the further one progressed, the more arduous it became. Countless had reached 70 or 80% of their intent, only to find themselves unable to advance further, ultimately succumbing to despair. And now, right before their eyes, Tang Xuan's blade intent had astonishingly achieved its zenith. A chorus of gasps echoed through the air, as all stared in horror at Tang Xuan amidst the storm of flesh and blood. A demonic martial artist suddenly shivered. Who among you still wishes to kill Tang Xuan for fame? Another demonic martial artist stiffly shook his head. I would rather challenge Yi Buluo directly than attempt to slay this monster. Many nodded in agreement. The previously mocking demonic martial artist turned, sneering at the righteous warriors. Weren't you all eager to eliminate demons and uphold justice? The opportunity is right before you. Why do you hesitate? The righteous warriors coughed awkwardly. Ahem, well? The weather seems quite pleasant today. Indeed, look at that moon. It is truly a vibrant red. By the way, I heard my mother has given birth. I must return to care for her. Farewell. Chapter 64. Yi Buluo makes an appearance. The righteous warriors, trembling in fear, retreated further. What a joke. Killing Tang Xuan seemed no different than inviting their own demise. Observing the righteous warriors' cowardice, the demonic martial artists felt elated. Ha ha ha, righteous pigs, why the sudden cowardice? Weren't you all so arrogant before? Tang Xuan is our demonic prodigy, and now he has reached the pinnacle of blade intent. You are doomed. Indeed, even that so-called undefeated deity, Yi Buluo, will likely have to tuck his tail between his legs, just as the demonic martial artists reveled in their mockery. A chilling voice cut through the air. What did you say about Yi Buluo? Before the words could dissipate, a violet palm imprint descended from the heavens, striking down upon the demonic warriors. With a thunderous explosion, the floating island spanning dozens of feet was shattered by a single blow, and the demonic warriors upon it were reduced to mere blood mist without so much as a whimper. The gravel bore remnants of severed limbs, plummeting into the abyss, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. A young man clad in blue stood proudly, his hands clasped behind his back. The righteous warriors were profoundly shaken by his presence. He was none other than the undefeated deity, Yi Boluo. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, causing both the righteous and demonic warriors to tremble in awe. Yi Boluo stood with his hands behind him, his eyes dark and profound, occasionally flashing with a cold brilliance that seemed capable of annihilating all. His hair, as black as ink, was casually tied back, accentuating his chiseled features, which did not exude softness but rather an air of steely resolve. Surrounded by an aura that transcended the mundane, he resembled an ancient mountain, steadfast and unshakable. The pride emanating from his very core was not arrogance, but the confidence born from countless battles fought and won. In his presence, it felt as though he melded with the heavens and the earth, an intangible pressure causing the surrounding air to tremble, instilling a sense of reverence that made it difficult for onlookers to meet his gaze. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Whether they were champions of righteousness or the demonic path, none dared to breathe. Yi Boluo's gaze fell upon Tang Xuan, and his eyes brightened slightly. Oh, the essence of the blade is perfectly refined. I did not expect to find someone in the demonic realm who piques my interest. At that moment, the storm of blade intent erupted violently, and Tang Xuan opened his eyes. Within his pupils, a glimmer of slicing light akin to star scars flashed. He swiftly turned to face Yi Boluo. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with energy. Both factions of warriors inhaled sharply. One was the prodigy of the divine Yu clan, while the other was the rising star of the demonic path, Tang Xuan, who had just perfected his blade intent. The confrontation between them promised to be an explosive clash, akin to a meteor striking the earth. Would they engage in an epic battle? Yi Boluo spoke slowly. I am Yi Boluo. What is your name? Tang Xuan replied calmly. I am Tang Xuan. I shall remember this name. Do you dare to follow me? Yi Boluo raised an eyebrow, his tone seemingly indifferent, yet laced with an undeniable authority. A challenge? How intriguing. Having just mastered his blade intent, Tang Xuan felt a surge of excitement. However, he added, I have heard that Su Qingyao has issued a challenge to you. Are you not concerned about the risks of fighting me now? Yi Boluo replied coolly. Su Qingyao? She does not warrant my seriousness. With that, he turned to leave. Tang Xuan swiftly moved to walk alongside Yi Boluo. The warriors on the floating islands were suddenly electrified. My goodness. The newly ascended demonic prodigy Tang Xuan is challenging the undefeated deity Yi Boluo. This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Indeed, regardless of who prevails, it will send shockwaves throughout the realm. What are we waiting for? Let us go and witness this clash. At that, the warriors of both paths surged forward. Yi Boluo's brow furrowed slightly. Wait a moment. He turned abruptly, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom. Another formidable strike erupted, a violet palm imprint sweeping across the surroundings. The warriors of both the righteous and demonic paths were caught off guard, akin to leaves swept away by the wind, and were immediately sent flying. The floating island beneath their feet was utterly shattered. Did I grant you permission to follow? Yi Boluo remarked nonchalantly. The warriors, terrified, began to retreat, no longer daring to approach. Yi Boluo cast a sweeping gaze before returning to Tang Xuan's side. Let us depart now. Tang Xuan smiled. This Yi Boluo was indeed audacious and proud, yet his strength was undeniably formidable. Observing the destroyed floating island, a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. The mastery of his blade had reached perfection, a feat he achieved with the aid of the system. Yet Yi Boluo, a native, had also cultivated his mastery to a similar level. His talent was truly astonishing. However, Tang Xuan remained unperturbed. No matter how exceptional one's talent, it could not compare to having an advantage. Moreover, Yi Boluo's lineage was the esteemed Yi family of the divine clan, whose resources and foundation could easily overshadow countless demonic sections. Such an ancient family, steeped in tradition for millennia, undoubtedly possessed unexpected treasures. Yi Boluo guided Tang Xuan through numerous floating islands until they arrived at the central location. Oh, what is this? Tang Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly. Before him was a luminous sphere reminiscent of Saturn, within which floated an island bearing a multicolored crystal. Encircling the sphere was a protective barrier, the heavenly intent crystal. It embodies the collected wills of numerous powerful beings, enhancing any intent. Yi Boluo said casually. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted. What? Any intent? Besides his mastery of the blade, he had also comprehended the intent of the fist, yet it had only reached 60%, still lacking the remaining 40%. Unless he acquired another martial legacy crystal, breaking through to perfection would be quite challenging. But now, an opportunity had arisen. If he could obtain that heavenly intent crystal, he could elevate his fist intent to perfection. Desire it? Unfortunately, you cannot obtain it. Yi Boluo remarked coolly. Do you see the protective barrier? It requires simultaneous attacks from 2 or more perfected intents to shatter. And I possess only one. Tang Xuan suddenly realized. So you summoned me to. Indeed. To assist me in breaking the barrier, and in return, I shall grant you a profound technique as compensation. Yi Buluo stated. Tang Xuan chuckled. I'm afraid I'm solely interested in the heavenly intent crystal. Yi Buluo's expression gradually darkened. Do not seek your own demise. Even with your perfected blade intent, you are still no match for me. Currently, I have no desire to kill you. For you are but a fledgling wolf, and I eagerly anticipate your growth. Perhaps one day, I may find interest in sparring with you. For now, simply follow my instructions. Chapter 65. Yi Buluo's confidence. Oh, such arrogance is truly irksome. Tang Xuan's brows furrowed. Prepare yourself. Elevate your blade intent to its utmost limit. And together we shall strike to break the barrier. Yi Buluo suddenly stepped forward, unleashing the might of his perfected mastery. Boom. A powerful aura erupted, causing the floating island beneath his feet to shatter instantly. Under the dominion of the great perfection, Yi Buluo surprisingly levitated in the void. Tang Xuan similarly unleashed the full intent of his blade, emanating an even more potent aura. Within his pupils, myriad shadows of blades flickered. The surrounding void crackled incessantly, with visible fissures manifesting. Though these cracks were fleeting, achieving this feat was indeed astonishing. Creation technique. Purple Chi heavenly net. Yi Buluo bellowed, his body spinning upwards before he pressed down with a single palm. In an instant, the void collapsed, purple Chi converging as his palm imprint descended with thunderous force, altering the very colors of heaven and earth. Slash. Tang Xuan exerted his strength with one arm, the Tsang air blade striking down fiercely. The blade's radiance erupted like the scorching sun, merging the ultimate intent of the blade with its brilliance in a powerful descent. Boom. The palm imprint and blade's light simultaneously pierced into the luminous sphere. After a brief silence, the sphere trembled violently, countless cracks appearing. Within these fissures, purple and black lights flickered. Then, with a tremendous explosion, a shockwave swept forth, capable of sending any martial artist below the Xiandan realm reeling in blood. Yet, Tang Xuan and Yi Buluo remained steadfast, unmoving. You may leave now. Yi Buluo extended his hand, producing a tome and casting it at Tang Xuan's feet. The latter glanced at it and chuckled, a high-grade Xian class technique. You are quite generous. Such martial skills are rare in the Demon Yuan sect. Yi Buluo replied nonchalantly. To me, this technique is no different from mud. Yet, for you weaklings, it is treasure. This is merely a difference in perspective. Tang Xuan grinned. I still prefer the heavenly intent crystal. Yi Buluo's expression darkened. Some things are beyond your reach. Tang Xuan smirked slightly. What if I must reach for them? What I detest most is when others defy my words. Although I find some admiration for you, should you dare to touch it, I will be left with no choice but to eliminate you here. Yi Buluo, hands clasped behind his back, spoke calmly, his confidence evident in his gaze. Are you so certain you can kill me? Tang Xuan questioned. Yi Buluo gazed skyward, softly uttering a few words. Others call me the invincible divine monarch. Invincibility is the source of his confidence. With a swift motion, Tang Xuan swung his long blade, instantly condensing his aura like a mountain. Every person has their first time. Sometimes, experiencing failure can aid in your growth. Yi Buluo slowly turned, his face now suffused with murderous intent. This is of your own making. He then struck out with a palm, instantly causing purple chi to surge and shake the universe. Tang Xuan likewise unleashed a blade strike. The clash of blade light and palm wind produced a stunning spectacle. To everyone's astonishment, the blade's radiance unleashed by Tang Xuan was completely devoured by the purple palm imprint. A doubled force surged forth. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. At this moment, he could not strike in time and immediately raised his blade in defense. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, Tang Xuan was sent flying 10 zhong, a remnant of purple chi still swirling around the Tsang air blade. Had it not been for the blade's superior quality, an ordinary weapon would have shattered under such force. Oh, a commendable weapon. Is this the source of your confidence? Yi Buluo remarked with a calm smile. Regrettably, even with such a weapon in hand, you remain unworthy to contend with me. Wild. Utterly wild. The celestial grade longsword, imbued with the essence of supreme sword intent, would render even the strongest of Star Realm warriors solemn. Yet, Yi Buluo maintained an expression of indifference. Do you know why? He waved his hand, and violet currents materialized. A fierce aura emanated from the purple mist, golden crow violet chi. Tang Xuan's gaze shifted slightly. The golden crow violet chi is a manifestation released by the blazing sun upon shattering the darkness, embodying the quintessence of heaven and earth. Possessing formidable powers to suppress all malevolence, far surpassing ordinary spiritual energy. In the aura of the violet mist, Yi Buluo appeared as a re-embodied emperor, impervious and dignified. My technique is named the Genesis Art, a legacy of the Yi family, requiring daily absorption of golden crow violet qi, which must be consolidated within the body for a full 1,000 days without interruption. Otherwise, all prior efforts would be in vain. Even within the Yi family, no one has accomplished this in a century, yet I have. This exemplifies the disparity in our talents. Even with your perfected sword intent, before me, you are but an insect. Yi Bulyuo's gaze grew increasingly contemptuous. Now, I offer you one final chance. Withdraw. With a thunderous roar, the violet qi surged, coalescing into a resplendent golden crow, radiating brilliant light, its immense energy causing the void to tremble. Given such a stark disparity in strength, Yi Bulyuo believed Tang Xuan would undoubtedly quail and retreat, never to appear before him again. However, a faint smile appeared on Tang Xuan's lips. Can talent truly rival the extraordinary? He suddenly bellowed, and his perfected sword intent erupted once more. The surrounding spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Tsang heir's sword. Subsequently, the energy continuously compressed. 10 times, 20 times, 50 times. Eventually, it was forcefully compressed 99 times. This represented the pinnacle of minor mastery in swordsmanship. Tang Xuan felt as if he wielded not merely a sword, but an entire realm. Unyielding. Upon witnessing Tang Xuan's action, Yi Bulyuo's expression darkened with fury. He summoned the golden crow violet qi within him, gathering it in his palm. The violet energy compressed relentlessly, crackling with electricity, its power elevated to the utmost. Genesis Art. Violet qi heavenly net. Yi Bulyuo struck forth with his palm, unleashing the violet energy with a thunderous roar. As he did so, he softly uttered 3 words. It is over. In response to the ultimate strike, Tang Xuan also swung his sword. Sun-S destruction, Star-S collapse. Entropy slash. This technique is categorized into 3 levels, corresponding to minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. The minor mastery is known as entropy slash, wherein one strike extinguishes all. The major mastery evolves into star slash, capable of shattering even stars. The pinnacle perfection is the ultimate sun destruction slash, where the golden crow shatters and heaven and earth lament. Due to the urgency of time, Tang Xuan could only grasp the minor mastery. Songer's blade descended. The sword radiance transformed into a gray-black whirlpool of entropy energy, akin to countless miniature black holes ravenously consuming light. Wherever it passed, the very fabric of space cracked like a spider's web, faintly revealing turbulent dark red currents. The entropic vortex collided with the purple palm imprint. In an instant, a terrifying force erupted forth akin to a volcanic eruption. Boom. The surrounding floating islands shattered in an explosive display, sending clouds of ash soaring into the air. Then, another deafening blast followed. Amidst the billowing smoke, the purple light fractured, and the entropic vortex surged toward Yi Bulyuo. The once calm and arrogant gaze of Yi Bulyuo finally shifted. Chapter 66, The Battlefield of Annihilation. It exploded. The resounding crash echoed as Yi Bulyuo was flung backward like a severed kite, crashing violently onto a floating island. With a crack, the island was obliterated, disintegrating into countless fragments. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Bulyuo shattered 3 floating islands in succession before finally coming to a halt at the 4th. He remained in the posture of having just struck, his attire completely torn, wisps of smoke swirling around his arms and torso. His eyes reflected a profound incredulity and shock, mingled with an unprecedented sense of defeat. He had lost. The undefeated deity had been vanquished. Face to face, there was no justification for this outcome. If Tang Xuan were to strike again at that moment, it was highly likely that Yi Bulyuo would meet his end. With an overwhelming surge of emotions, Yi Bulyuo suddenly coughed up blood. Gradually, he straightened his body, his gaze suffused with a complex luminescence, a blend of fury and resentment. Deep within his pupils, an unusual power churned. Yet, moments later, he slowly closed his eyes and turned away. The celestial intent crystal is yours. Today's defeat will be repaid tenfold in the future. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid that once someone is defeated by me, they will never catch up again. Ha ha ha. Very well. Tang Xuan, I will remember you. Yi Bulyuo laughed heartily. Tang Xuan remarked, I know you possess hidden strength. Why not reveal it? Furthermore, you are gravely injured. What will you do about the battle at the Heavenly Palace? Yi Bulyuo raised an eyebrow, his confidence rekindled. Do I have hidden strength? Do you not? I lack certainty in defeating you, but I, Yi Bulyuo, am not one to shy away from a loss. As for the Heavenly Palace battle, even if I, Yi Bulyuo, were left with but one hand, I could still suppress it. As laughter echoed, Yi Bulyuo's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Ah, a worthy opponent. Such adversaries always ignite my drive for progress. Tang Xuan chuckled, sheathing the Tsang blade and grasping the celestial intent crystal in his hand. Just then, the entire battlefield of annihilation trembled. Boom. All the floating islands quaked, startling many martial artists from both righteous and demonic paths who were in the midst of comprehending the profound truths. What is happening? Why are the floating islands shaking? No. The islands are collapsing. The battlefield of annihilation is going to collapse. We must flee, or we shall plummet into the abyss. Damn it. I had just grasped half of it, and was beginning to feel something. What to do now? What to do? Is there anything more important than life? If you don't leave, I certainly will. The martial artists of both paths hastily employed their agility, traversing the trembling islands and leaping beyond the battlefield of annihilation. The earth-shattering roar resounded as one floating island after another, along with the opportunities they harbored, erupted into a cloud of ash that ascended to the heavens, only to plummet into the abyss, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. All the warriors were left in a state of shock and bewilderment. What could have caused the battlefield of despair to suddenly fracture? Just as the crowd pondered this enigma, a figure descended from the heavens, traversing the fractured islands with remarkable speed. At the very moment before the last of the floating islands disintegrated, this individual finally reached the periphery. Phew, that was close. Tang Xuan exhaled a breath of relief. Almost immediately, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, giving rise to a mushroom cloud that slowly ascended. The shockwaves surged forth like a raging tsunami, sweeping across the area. The countenance of both righteous and demonic warriors at the edge changed drastically as they hastily summoned their martial skills to defend themselves. Under the impact, even those at the condensing sea realm were forced to spit blood and retreat. Those below the Xian realm could scarcely withstand a single wave of the onslaught, being tossed aside like a tattered cloth. Had they not possessed remarkable strength, the scene might have devolved into a veritable hell on earth. Only Tang Xuan stood resolute, arms folded behind his back, enveloped in the power of heavenly annihilation, his dark hair flowing like a waterfall, fiercely rustling in the wind, his feet steadfast as a mountain. The explosion raged on for dozens of waves before gradually subsiding, with dust slowly settling. Only an absolute powerhouse remained, standing defiantly. As the righteous and demonic warriors caught their breath and focused their gaze, their eyes widened in disbelief. Before them stood an extraordinarily transcendent figure, bathed in light. He appeared almost divine. It was Tang Xuan. Had he not departed with Yi Buoyuo? Why was there no sign of Yi Buoyuo? Could he have perished in the explosion? Nonsense. How could someone of Yi Buoyuo's caliber die in such a manner? It seemed that someone had spotted him leaving earlier, albeit injured. Incredulity rippled through the ranks of the righteous and demonic warriors. Their pupils constricted, breaths quickened, bodies trembled, staring at Tang Xuan in utter disbelief. Especially the righteous warriors. Their expressions dazed, swaying as if in a trance. The undefeated deity, Yi Buoyuo? Few among the younger generation could claim to contend with him. Yet, Tang Xuan had managed to injure him. This was simply unimaginable. No. It could even be described as terrifying. Yi Buoyuo's defeat signified that the righteous forces in this region would remain firmly under Tang Xuan's shadow, unless an unparalleled prodigy emerged to vanquish him. But, was that even possible? Tang Xuan slowly turned, taking measured steps forward. As he passed, an intangible pressure compelled both righteous and demonic warriors to part ways, creating a path. The gazes of all upon Tang Xuan were infused with reverence, a profound respect stemming from the depths of their beings. In the presence of the elite warriors of both paths, Tang Xuan departed with pride, leaving behind the solitary silhouette of a formidable figure, along with boundless astonishment. Upon leaving the battlefield of despair, Tang Xuan returned to the demon Yuan sect. He must first elevate his fist intent to the pinnacle of perfection before proceeding to the Wushuang city. Time is of the essence. Ah, you have returned so swiftly. Has something occurred? Are you injured? Upon seeing Tang Xuan return so quickly, the elder's heart trembled with concern. Tang Xuan is the future hope of the demon Yuan sect. Nothing must happen to him. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. No, I've acquired everything I needed. So I returned. Oh, that is a relief. The elder exhaled, reassured. As long as Tang Xuan remains unscathed, nothing else holds significance. Before leaving, Gu Hunming had issued him a dire command. If anything were to happen to Tang Xuan, the elder would have to face dire consequences. I shall go and cultivate. Tang Xuan bid farewell and departed. Watching his retreating figure, the elder revealed a smile of contentment. This young man possesses exceptional talent and diligence. Such a disciple is indeed a rare blessing for the demon Yuan sect. It is regrettable, however, that the battlefield of absolute life and death harbors numerous treasures, requiring ample time for comprehension. His early return has cost him a significant opportunity. Yet, it matters not. He may return in the future. Chapter 67. The pinnacle of fist intent. Upon returning to his dwelling, Tang Xuan promptly retrieved the heavenly intent crystal, entering a state of profound enlightenment to fully grasp his fist intent. Yi Buyuo had delivered a blow to him, and he would surely not let that matter rest. There may very well be another confrontation at the Heavenly Palace. If he only possesses the perfected knife intent, it would likely prove challenging to cope. However, should he elevate his fist intent to perfection, combined with the Extinction Royal Fist, he should have no difficulties. Though both fist intent and knife intent are realms pursued by martial artists, they exhibit stark differences in form, power, and application. Knife intent is sharp and brilliant. Slicing through the air like a startled swan, its strikes are fierce and commanding, showcasing an overwhelming aura of slaughter. In contrast, fist intent surges like the mighty rivers and seas, using the body as its vessel, condensing vital energy within the fists. Its form is as fluid as drifting clouds, striking with a harmonious blend of strength and agility, concealing its sharpness upon conclusion, and generating an unending force that renders opponents defenseless. Nevertheless, fist intent has its shortcomings. Fists lack the cutting edge of blades and do not possess the resilience to absorb impacts as swords do. If the physical body lacks sufficient strength, one cannot possibly elevate fist intent to a state of perfection. Therefore, practitioners of fist techniques often lag behind those of swords in the early stages. However, once they mature, the power of fist techniques is certainly on par with any other realm. In the heavenly intent crystal, white specks of light continuously emanated, merging into Tang Xuan's soul sea. Fist intent emphasizes the internal force permeating the opponent's body. Superficially, it may not appear to inflict obvious harm, yet internally, the organs are subjected to violent shocks. In mild cases, the vital energy surges, while severe instances may lead to ruptured organs. This damage operates like a silent undercurrent, unseen yet lethal. Tang Xuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, his body convulsed violently. The fist intent began to surge dramatically. In the span of a breath, it reached 65%. Moments later, it escalated to 70%, 75%, 80%, 85%, 90%, 95%. Boom. At that moment, the fist intent reached its pinnacle. An uncontrollable surge of ferocity erupted from Tang Xuan's being. The spiritual energy enveloping him ignited like flames, expanding in a circular explosion at a visibly rapid pace. Boom. His dwelling bore the brunt of the force, shattering in an instant beneath the pressure of the shockwave. Tang Xuan sat cross-legged at the epicenter, his garments billowing wildly, hair standing on end, with the swirling flames of spiritual energy glowing ever more brilliantly. In that moment, he seemed to embody the sovereign of heaven and earth, capable of shattering mountains and diminishing the sun and moon with a mere gesture. The formidable power of his perfected fist intent was on full display, leaving only devastation and endless astonishment in its wake. Astonishing. This perfected fist intent seemed to surpass even the mastery of blade intent. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise dancing in his pupils, his lips curling into a delighted smile. With his dual mastery now perfected, he felt confident in suppressing any hidden cards that Yi Buyuo might possess. Perhaps Yi Buyuo's talent was indeed extraordinary, but Tang Xuan had the advantage. With a momentary boost, he could revel in continuous triumph. No matter how high one's talent, it paled in comparison to the advantage of his enhancements. Next, he aimed to delve deeper into the Extinction Emperor Fist. How splendid it would be to comprehend the third form. Tang Xuan closed his eyes once more, grateful for the ancient spirit's decree prohibiting any disturbances during his cultivation. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely attract a throng of onlookers. Sip. The Grand Elder savored a delightful sip of tea. It had been 2 days since Tang Xuan's return, and the entire demon Yuan sect basked in tranquility. All disciples were diligently training, and the reparations from the 4 major demon sects alleviated his concerns over resources. Life was indeed comfortable. The Grand Elder raised his teacup, relishing the sensation of the steaming liquid coursing down his throat, causing him to feel somewhat euphoric. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Grand Elder. The voice was urgent. The Grand Elder set down his cup. Come in. The door swung open, and a disciple rushed in, breathless, reporting to the Grand Elder. The 100 Refined Sect has come to pay respects. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Though the 100 Refined Sect was not a top-tier sect, it ranked among the elite of the second tier. Its strength and foundation, while slightly inferior to the Demon Yuan sect, were not vastly different. Yet, the two sects typically had no interactions. Why would the 100 Refined Sect choose this moment to pay their respects? Just as the Grand Elder pondered this, another disciple burst through the door. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the Great River Sect has come to pay respects. The Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. The Great River Sect possessed strength comparable to the 100 Refined Sect, both being top-tier second-tier sections. His expression gradually grew grave. If it were only the 100 Refined Sect, he would not be overly concerned. However, with the addition of the Great River Sect, even the Demon Yuan sect needed to exercise caution. To his astonishment, one disciple after another rushed in. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the Overlord sect has come to pay respects. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the Crying Yin sect has come to pay respects. Reporting to the Grand Elder, the Void Mountain Manor has come to pay respects. One after another. The Grand Elder was left utterly bewildered. Among these sects, the Crying Yin sect and the Void Mountain Manor are truly first-rate sects. Their power surpassing even that of the Demon Yuan sect, and they stand on equal footing with the Yuan sect. A grave situation has arisen. The expression on the Grand Elder's face turned ashen in an instant. The gathering of so many demonic sects clearly indicates their malicious intent. With Gu Hunmi and Shi Kunyue absent, the Grand Elder is currently the sole bastion of the Demon Yuan sect. Should this matter be mishandled, it could very well lead to the destruction of our sect. Quickly summon all the elders. Bring those sects to the Grand Hall. Serve them with utmost caution, ensuring we do not provide them with any leverage. We must stabilize the situation first. Fortunately, the Grand Elder, having seen much of the world, began issuing commands with remarkable composure. Soon, several elders of the Demon Yuan sect had gathered in his chamber. Esteemed colleagues, you are well aware of the circumstances. 27 demonic sects have come to pay their respects. The Grand Elder spoke in a grave tone. If we mishandle this, it is likely that our Demon Yuan sect may face annihilation today. The elders exchanged anxious glances, all appearing unsettled. The second elder gritted his teeth and declared, regardless of their intentions, we cannot retreat, relying on the esteemed reputation of our Grand Elder. Those sects will surely think twice before acting recklessly. The fourth elder, known for his fiery temperament, slammed his hand on the table and rose. Humph. We can activate the protective formation and confront these intruders. If they wish to harm the Demon Yuan sect, I shall risk my life to ensure they pay dearly. The elders were all visibly stirred, their combat spirit ignited. The Grand Elder nodded, gesturing for calm. Very well, let us meet these individuals. Furthermore, inform Tang Xuan and the other core disciples that, should we engage in combat, they must immediately retreat through the secret passage. We may perish, but they represent the future hope of our Demon Yuan sect. We must ensure their safety. With this, the Grand Elder rose resolutely. We shall stand together, united in the fate of the Demon Yuan sect. Chapter 68. Is this trivial matter worth mentioning? With unwavering conviction, the Grand Elder led the elders of the Demon Yuan sect into the Grand Hall. Upon their entrance, countless gazes fell upon them, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. The Grand Elder felt as though his heart were gripped by a vice, his breath momentarily stalling. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to betray no hint of fear. At this juncture, revealing any sign of trepidation would grant the enemy an opportunity to strike. Aware that today could be a life-or-death struggle for the Demon Yuan sect, the Grand Elder understood that if they were to perish, they must do so with dignity. With a cold snort, he lifted his chin defiantly and strode into the Grand Hall, taking his seat at the head of the table. Esteemed sect leaders, you have come here for a purpose, I presume, the Grand Elder inquired in a solemn voice. The leaders of the 27 demonic sects exchanged glances, and then the leader of the Pavilion sect slowly rose. His expression was peculiar, tinged with hesitation. We have come for Tang Xuan. The Grand Elder's complexion shifted immediately. His first thought was that Tang Xuan had slain a prodigy of the Pavilion sect, prompting their visit. He nodded and then turned to the other sect leaders. And what of you? The leader of the Da-He sect replied. We too have come for Tang Xuan. As all the sects converged with the intent of confronting Tang Xuan, the elders of the Demon Yuan sect appeared increasingly pallid. If it were merely a trivial matter, a monetary compensation followed by a humble apology might suffice to resolve the issue. However, the collective presence of 27 sect leaders seeking out Tang Xuan indicated a far graver situation. The Grand Elder felt a wave of dread wash over him, pondering the magnitude of the blunder that could provoke such a united front against Tang Xuan. His fists tightened with a mix of elation and trepidation. Elation at the realization that aside from Tang Xuan, no other youth could compel 27 sects to ally, and trepidation at the thought that Tang Xuan must have committed an egregious offense. Gradually, the Grand Elder's gaze solidified with determination. He slammed his hand upon the table and rose, proclaiming, Tang Xuan is a disciple of the Demon Yuan sect. Regardless of his actions, we shall bear the consequences. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, we, the entirety of the Demon Yuan sect, shall go to any lengths to retaliate. Even if you band together, we shall not cower. In swift succession, the second elder and others stood resolutely alongside him, their faces etched with unwavering resolve. The expression on the 100 forging sect leader's face grew even more perplexed. Grand Elder, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. In fact, We have come to express our gratitude towards young Master Tang. He then produced a spatial pouch, stating, "Here are 50,000 spirit stones, a mere token of our appreciation. Please accept this humble gift." Following suit, the leaders of the Great River Sect, the Crying Sect, and others presented their own spatial pouches, adorned with insincere smiles as they placed them upon the table. Staring at the array of spatial pouches, the Grand Elder and his companions were left utterly bewildered. Wait, what is happening? Aren't these sect leaders here to annihilate the Demon Yuan sect? The Grand Elder stammered, completely at a loss despite his extensive experience. Not only he, but the other elders of the Demon Yuan sect shared the same expression of confusion. The 100 Forging sect leader sighed. "I once had a disciple with extraordinary talent, and I invested all our resources into nurturing him. I firmly believed he would secure a place on the martial arts rankings within 10 years. However, after a brief pause, his demeanor shifted to one of fervor. During a trial, he was slain by Yi Buluo. I sought vengeance, but fell short against the overwhelming might of the Yi family." The Great River sect leader interjected, "Our sect has also lost 2 prodigies at the hands of Yi Buluo." Soon, the remaining 20 or so sect leaders echoed similar sentiments, revealing that many of their elite had met their demise at Yi Buluo's hands. Ultimately, the 100 Forging sect leader chuckled bitterly. "Yi Buluo is known as the invincible deity. His power is unparalleled, rendering our young generation nearly incapable of finding an opponent. Though we wish to avenge our fallen, we are left with aspirations unfulfilled." The Grand Elder's heart stirred. He was acutely aware of the terror that was the invincible deity Yi Buluo, a being born with a silver spoon, basking in endless resources and heralded as the greatest talent of all time. The title of the unconquerable deity was earned by vanquishing one formidable demon after another. Conversely, these demon prodigies set their sights on defeating Yi Buluo as their ultimate goal. However, the Grand Elder soon found himself engulfed in doubt. What connection did this have with the Demon Yuan sect? Why express gratitude towards Tang Xuan? Could it be? The Grand Elder shuddered, a flicker of horror flashing in his eyes. Tang Xuan had recently garnered some renown within the demonic realm. Could it be that these sect leaders intended to elevate him to a position where he would challenge Yi Buluo? Was this not tantamount to sending him to his demise? Gritting his teeth, the Grand Elder remarked, "Though Tang Xuan possesses commendable strength, his cultivation time is still limited. He is unlikely to contend with Yi Buluo. The sect leaders must be overthinking this." The second elder and others suddenly grasped the situation. Their gazes turned notably hostile. These sects, having lost their own prodigies, now sought to prey upon Tang Xuan. Their intentions were utterly reprehensible. The leader of the 100 Refinements sect exclaimed in astonishment, "Grand Elder, are you not aware that Yi Buluo has already been defeated by Tang Xuan?" The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, suspecting the leader of the 100 Refinements sect was attempting to deceive him, and his tone grew unfriendly. Tang Xuan had been diligently cultivating within the Demon Yuan sect and had only recently ventured to the lifeless battlefield for a few days. There was no way he could have encountered Yi Buluo, let alone defeated him. Now it was the turn of the 27 sect leaders to be utterly confounded. Had Tang Xuan returned without mentioning this? It was simply unfathomable. Defeating Yi Buluo was an extraordinary honor. Anyone else would have reported it back to their sect and boasted about it. Why was it that none of the elders in the Demon Yuan sect were aware? Clearing his throat, the leader of the 100 Refinements sect composed himself, "Grand Elder, with such a significant matter at hand, concealing it serves no purpose. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to express our gratitude towards Tang Xuan for avenging our sects." The Grand Elder remained perplexed. "No, we have not concealed anything. As the Grand Elder of the Demon Yuan sect, I have no reason to lie about this." At this point, both parties were at a loss. The second elder covered his face with his hands. "Go fetch Tang Xuan. It seems only the person involved can clarify this matter." Soon, Tang Xuan arrived in the Grand Hall, momentarily taken aback by the gathering. "Tang Xuan, they claim you have defeated Yi Buluo. Surely this cannot be true." The Grand Elder inquired. Tang Xuan blinked. "He did indeed land a half hit on me, causing some injury. Strictly speaking, it cannot be considered a defeat." "What nonsense!" The Grand Elder jumped up in astonishment. Tang Xuan truly had bested Yi Buluo. Why did you not mention such a monumental event upon your return? The Grand Elder trembled with indignation. Tang Xuan scratched his head, looking bewildered. Such a trivial matter. Why would I need to mention it? Chapter 69. Su Qingyao emerges. Everyone was in a state of shock. The elders of the Demon Yuan sect and the 27 sect leaders were internally weeping profusely. Who was this person? Having accomplished such a remarkable feat, he remained so composed. This was the true essence of a prodigy. The leader of the 100 Refinements sect sighed deeply. The leader of the Great River sect stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with awe. to achieve such an earth-shattering accomplishment and remain so unfazed. Such composure could rival that of a master in the Star Realm. The leader of the Crying Yin sect shook his head repeatedly. They were utterly defeated. The master of this sect has encountered numerous prodigies, yet none can compare to Tang's brilliance, not even in a fraction. Another sect leader spoke up, asserting that with Tang's unparalleled genius in the demonic path, the righteous sects could no longer act with such arrogance. Indeed, under the leadership of Yi Buluo, the righteous sects have been overwhelming us to the point of suffocation. Now that the prodigy from Tang has emerged, hope for the resurgence of the demonic path glimmers. Prodigy of Tang, we bow before you. With a resounding rustle, 27 sect leaders rose in unison, bowing deeply to Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan appeared utterly perplexed. What had he done to elicit such fervent admiration from these leaders? After the master of the 100 Refinements sect stood, he solemnly inquired, Prodigy Tang, it is said that Su Qingyao will face Yi Buluo in a decisive battle at Wushuang City. Will you be attending? The leader of the Great River sect exclaimed. If you go, we shall all rally to support you. Indeed, the righteous path has been too brazen for far too long. It is imperative we deliver a decisive blow. Only you, Prodigy Tang, possess the capability to accomplish this. A leader from the demonic path stated. Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, I shall attend. Instantly, the eyes of the 27 sect leaders gleamed with excitement. Excellent. We shall await your arrival at the gates of Wushuang City. Apologies for the unannounced visit, which led to unnecessary misunderstandings. Everyone, do not disturb Prodigy Tang's cultivation. Hasten to prepare. The master of the 100 Refinements sect clapped his hands, adding, by the way, this news should remain confidential. If Yi Buluo gets frightened and refuses to come to Wushuang City, it would be quite unfortunate. Indeed, you speak wisely. Subsequently, the 27 sect leaders rushed out of the grand hall as if shopping for groceries, leaving behind a group of elders from the Yuan sect, who were left in a state of shock. They felt a sense of impending tears. Initially believing today was a day of calamity for the Yuan sect, they discovered it was merely a grand misunderstanding. Tang Xuan, you. The elder was about to unleash a torrent of curses, but recollected Tang Xuan's esteemed status. Forcing himself to suppress his ire, containing his overwhelming joy, he feigned composure and said, Tang Xuan, in future incidents, you must communicate, no matter the scale of your affairs. They are of utmost importance, understood? Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. To him, it was merely a regular duel among warriors. Moreover, he had not completely overwhelmed his opponent, rendering the matter unworthy of such fanfare. All right. If there is nothing more, I shall return to my cultivation. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Go on. Tang Xuan shook his head helplessly and turned to exit the grand hall. The moment his right foot crossed the threshold, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Did you hear that? Tang Xuan defeated the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Buluo. Come, slap me, quick. The elder grasped the second elder, shaking him fervently. Slap. A resounding slap echoed, leaving the elder's face reddened and swollen. Not painful, huh? Oh, it hurts terribly. You really struck too hard. Elder, did you not instruct me to hit you? I certainly did not mean with such ferocity. The entire hall descended into disarray. Tang Xuan sighed deeply. This sect is beyond redemption. Alas, I shall seize the time to cultivate diligently, striving to master the third form of the Annihilation Emperor Fist before the decisive battle arrives. He muttered a few words before turning to continue his cultivation. The Shien family. The 100 Refinements pool. Boom. The waters churned, waves soaring high. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The splashing water seemed to defy gravity, suspending itself in the air. Gradually, a white silhouette rose. Su Qingyao, with her flowing black hair, radiated intense dark energy. On the shore, Shen Tianling gazed in awe. The 8th level of the Yuan Ju. Supreme Darkness. Sister Qingyao, your talent is truly remarkable. In such a short time, you have achieved another breakthrough. Su Qingyao gracefully waved her jade hand, gathering the suspended droplets into her palm, forming a black water orb. A dangerous smile curved her crimson lips. My understanding of the Dark Realm has reached 80%, combined with the 8th level of the Yuan Ju. Defeating Yi Buluo will be effortless. Shen Tianling remarked, it's a pity the time is too short, otherwise, Qingyao, you could venture once more to the battlefield of absolute life, elevating your Dark Realm to perfection. Su Qingyao waved her hand dismissively. No rush. I will head there after I vanquish Yi Buluo. Shen Tianling nodded. After so many days of cultivation, Sister Qingyao must be tired. Take some time to freshen up. Then rest a bit. I will accompany you to Wushuang City. Su Qingyao nodded proudly, casting a subtle glance at Shen Tianling, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. The 100 refinements pool of the Shien family had reached the limit of her enhancement. No further cultivation here would yield any improvement. This meant that Shun Tianling had become obsolete. She had secretly summoned an elder from the Dark Radiant's Holy Land to observe the battle. Once she successfully defeated Yi Boluo, she would carry the aura of the #1 prodigy of the demonic path into the Dark Radiant's Holy Land, instantly becoming a core disciple. In the face of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land, the Shun family was insignificant. No matter how exceptional Shun Tianling was, he was merely an outer elite at best. The prodigies of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land are like carp crossing the river, strong and numerous. Only the strongest among them deserve to be Su Qingyao's man. And then there's Tang Xuan. The mere thought of Tang Xuan made Su Qingyao's teeth grind together. I hope to see you then, for I shall personally crush you to dust. And the sects that destroyed my Yuan sect, I, Su Qingyao, will annihilate them one by one. Nothing can hinder my rise anymore. Ha! Deep within Su Qingyao's eyes burned a flame known as ambition. Wushuang City. It is a place of great significance. Regardless of the righteous or demonic path, once one enters the city, even if there are blood feuds, private acts of violence are strictly prohibited. To kill, one must ascend the public platform and sign a death contract. Anyone who dares to act in private will face expulsion or, in severe cases, immediate execution. No exceptions are made. Once, a powerful Star Realm cultivator, relying on his strength, forcibly entered the city, intending to kill a junior. Before he could strike, a sword energy manifested from the heavens, slaying the Star Realm cultivator on the spot. This is Wushuang City, where celestial beings reside. Chapter 70. The Cloud Path invokes the holy. What are you really? Star Fate, 5th realm. In the realm of pseudo-star, true star, destiny star, nebula, and the pinnacle of starfulness, it is only after reaching the peak of starfulness that one ascends to the realm of the celestial being, also known as the divine realm. At this juncture, the martial artist achieves a sublime unity of heaven, earth, and humanity, entering an indescribable state of existence. The strength of this realm remains a mystery, known only to those who have attained it. With the divine realm powerhouse safeguarding Wushuang City, no one dares to act recklessly. Thus, regardless of whether one hails from the righteous path or the demonic path, upon entering Wushuang City, they must adhere to decorum. Over time, whenever the righteous and the demonic paths seek to resolve conflicts, they invariably choose Wushuang City as their battleground. In this manner, both factions are spared grievances and the fear of retaliatory fury. Today, however, a significant event is on the verge of transpiring. Early in the morning, the gates of Wushuang City were thronged with numerous martial artists, clearly delineated by the city gates. On the left, the martial artists bore fierce expressions, exuding an aura of murderous intent, unmistakably hailing from the ranks of the demonic path. Conversely, those on the right radiated righteousness, their countenances proud and defiant. The two factions engaged in unabashed discussions. Those demonic miscreants are utterly deluded. A mere worthless fool dares to provoke our undefeated divine, Lord Yi Boluo. Truly a death wish. One sneered. Humph. It is said that Saintess Su Qingyao of the Yuan has broken through to the 8th level of the Yuan technique, significantly enhancing her power. Today, she shall use Yi Boluo as a sacrifice. Tremble, you righteous trash, for the prodigy you idolize is destined to meet his end. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Do you comprehend the meaning of the title undefeated divine lord? Many a demonic prodigy, in their arrogance, have attempted to challenge Yi Boluo, yet they all met their demise. Bah! Saintess Su Qingyao is not the same. She is a disciple of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground, with unparalleled talent. Laughter filled the air again. To speak of talent in the presence of the undefeated divine lord is the most ludicrous jest. The combined talents of your demonic prodigies could scarcely compare to a single hair of Lord Yi Boluo. Tempers flared, and the champions of the righteous and demonic paths began to exchange barbs. Just then, a throng of demonic martial artists surged forth, led by the master of the 100 Refinement Sect. Following him were the leaders of the Great River Sect, the Weeping Yin Sect, and over 20 other demonic sections. The sudden appearance of so many second-rate demonic sect leaders instantly thickened the atmosphere. The righteous faction immediately displayed expressions of alarm. Why have so many demonic sects arrived? Humph. They are merely defeated foes of Lord Yi Boluo. They must be here to support Su Qingyao. Ultimately, failures remain failures, and when they witness Su Qingyao's dismal end, their anguish shall only deepen. As the master of the 100 refinements and his companions reached the gates of Wushuang City, they spread out simultaneously. The 27 sect leaders then raised their hands in unison, unleashing a myriad of colorful lights that danced from their palms, cascading down like a shower. In an instant, A radiant path resembling a rainbow materialized at the city gates. That is the cloud steps of divine invitation, someone exclaimed. Curiosity piqued, another inquired. What is the cloud steps of divine invitation? The man inhaled sharply and remarked, it is said that this is the most esteemed ceremonial gesture of the demonic path, where a pathway is laid using millennia-old crystal spirit stones as the foundation, adorned with the powder of deep-sea corals, to welcome the most distinguished guests. The onlookers were left in awe. Both the ancient crystal spirit stones and the deep-sea coral powder are exceedingly rare treasures of immense value. A mere stretch of 100 zhang of this pathway could deplete the resources of a top-tier sect. Such extravagance is solely reserved for the reception of guests. What unparalleled glory! The warriors of the demonic path were profoundly moved. By heavens, what a grand display! Are the leaders of the 100 Refinements sect so confident in Su Qingyao? Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Qingyao will undoubtedly elevate her reputation, becoming the pinnacle of the demonic path, scoffed a leader from the righteous sect. No matter how grand the spectacle, it cannot alter the outcome of defeat. The invincible divine monarch cannot be vanquished. As the words fell, a cold, haughty voice resonated from above. Today I, Shin Tianling, shall bring an end to the legend of the invincible divine monarch. Immediately, a cloud boat tore through the clouds, descending with remarkable speed. As it neared the gates of Wushuang City, two figures appeared as if celestial beings descending from the heavens. It was none other than Su Qingyao and Shin Tianling. Dressed in a form-fitting green silk garment, Su Qingyao's exquisite figure was accentuated perfectly, her striking beauty radiating confidence. Beside her, Shin Tianling donned a white robe, his eyes brimming with pride. As they landed gracefully, an electrifying aura enveloped the scene. Ah, the cloud-paved sacred path, Shin Tianling exclaimed, surprised by the rainbow road. A smile crept onto his lips. These demonic sect leaders possess keen insight. They have gone to great lengths to honor both me and Qingyao. Indeed, only Shin Tianling and Su Qingyao deserve to partake in this cloud-paved sacred ceremony. Su Qingyao also wore an unmistakable expression of excitement. After today, her name would resonate throughout both the righteous and demonic realms, shining as the brightest star in the firmament. Clearing her throat, she expressed, I extend my gratitude to all the sect leaders for their efforts in arranging the cloud-paved sacred path. Once I defeat Yi Boluo, I shall personally visit each of you to convey my thanks. With that, she prepared to step forward. The 100 Refinements sect leader gestured. Wait a moment. Su Qingyao paused, smiling. Is there something you require, sect leader of 100 Refinements? The leader replied coolly, remove your filthy feet. Do not tarnish the cloud road. A thunderous uproar ensued. Su Qingyao's expression froze, while Shin Tianling furrowed his brow. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. She is Su Qingyao, the prodigy representing the demonic path in the decisive battle against the invincible divine monarch Yi Boluo. Step aside immediately. Do not presume that by creating this cloud-paved sacred path, you can curry favor with me and Qingyao. The Great River sect leader sneered. This pathway is intended for the true first prodigy. Shin Tianling appeared enlightened. Oh, that would be me. Truly, it is unnecessary. Let Qingyao proceed. I am not one to covet empty fame. The lord of the empty void mountain could no longer contain himself and shouted vehemently. What are you? To dare to claim the title of the foremost prodigy of the demonic path? In the presence of that individual, you are not even worth a single hair of his. The merciless rebuke caused Shin Tianling's face to flush a deep shade of liver red. In the realm of the demonic path, aside from myself, who else could possibly bear the title of the foremost prodigy? The master of the 100 Refinements sect chuckled lightly. Need I even ask? It is undoubtedly Tang Xuan, the illustrious Tang. The mere mention of Tang Xuan sent shockwaves through Su Qingyao and Shin Tianling, their expressions shifting dramatically. What? Him? Impossible. Chapter 71, The Cloud Road. Only Tang Xuan can traverse it. Why is it always him? Why must it always be him? Su Qingyao trembled with rage, her mind racing. What transpired during her training that would lead the 27 sect masters to hold Tang Xuan in such high esteem? They even extended the utmost courtesy of the Cloud Road welcoming ceremony to greet him. She had initially believed that the ceremony was to honor her. Instead, she was publicly humiliated. Su Qingyao felt as if she were drowning beneath the weight of a nightmare, suffocating under the pressure that seemed to linger even in his absence. In that moment, she became somewhat disoriented. Shin Tianling hurriedly reassured her, Sister Qingyao, do not panic. These fools are blind to the truth, failing to recognize a true dragon. Once you defeat Yi Boluo, they will understand who the genuine prodigy of the demonic path is. His words of comfort restored some semblance of confidence to Su Qingyao. Indeed, she had been diligently practicing day and night, perfecting the ghostly radiance technique to its 8th level, her strength far surpassing that of Tang Xuan. Why should she be afraid? Her fists clenched slowly. At that moment, she would personally crush him, dispelling her inner demons and reaching a higher realm. Su Qingyao glared with venomous eyes at the 27 Sect Masters. You will surely regret today's events. When that time comes, even if you kneel before me, I, Su Qingyao, shall not spare you a glance. Young Master Shun, let us depart. The master of the 100 Refinements Sect scoffed disdainfully. Ignorant woman. You have no idea of Tang Xian's terrifying prowess. The master of the Great River Sect interjected, you believe you can make us kneel? That is a distant dream. 2,000 years too early. The other sect masters joined in with mocking laughter. Su Qingyao's face twisted with rage, her demeanor resembling that of a frenzied lioness. Her hair bristling with fury. Suppressing her anger, she turned away without a backward glance, making her way toward Wushuang City. Behind her, the voice of the 100 Refinements Sect Master rang out. Be careful not to step on the cloud road. You cannot afford to sully it. Su Qingyao erupted in a furious shout, charging madly into the city gates. She was utterly consumed by rage. Qingyao. Shin Tianling rushed to catch up. Observing the disheveled figures of the two, the righteous faction erupted in chaos. What is happening? These demonic sect masters are not here to greet Su Qingyao, but someone else? Their words implied the presence of a top prodigy whose power surpassed that of Su Qingyao. Tell me, if we were to defeat that demonic prodigy who stepped onto the cloud road, would it not humiliate those worthless demonic scum? A righteous prodigy at the Condensation Sea realm remarked. His opinions swiftly garnered the agreement of several other righteous prodigies. Renown is a treasure held in high esteem by all prodigies. After all, who among the youth does not yearn for their name to echo throughout the world? The most effective method to establish one's reputation is to vanquish a formidable opponent. Thus, Tang Xuan naturally became the target of the righteous elite. Time trickled by. And just as the champions of both the righteous and demonic paths began to succumb to drowsiness, a figure suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. This figure seemed to step forth from the depths of mist, akin to a silhouette left behind by an immortal descending to the mortal realm. With every gesture, it radiated grace and composure, each breath resonating in harmony with the cosmos, as if he were an integral part of this world, rather than a mere mortal. Every flutter of his robes and the enchanting expression in his eyes exuded an extraordinary aura. My heavens, how could such an unparalleled presence exist in this world? No. He is not merely a person, he is an immortal. The warriors of both the righteous and demonic paths gazed in astonishment, while the leaders of the 100 Forging Sect were filled with excitement. It is he, the prodigy Tang. This declaration rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest of emotions. What? That fellow is the one welcomed by these demonic sect leaders? Humph. He may possess an admirable demeanor, but I wonder how strong he truly is. Very well. Let us defeat him, then we too shall be renowned. The righteous prodigies eagerly prepared themselves, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. As Tang Xuan arrived at the gates of the unparalleled city, the leaders of the 100 Forging Sect hurried to greet him with deep bows. We pay our respects to the prodigy Tang. Tang Xuan smiled and waved his hand. You are all too kind. At this moment, Tang Xuan subtly embodied the demeanor of one in a superior position, his tone steady and unpretentious. The leaders of the 100 Forging Sect were filled with admiration. Please, esteemed sir, ascend the cloud path. The 27 leaders stepped aside, revealing the shimmering, rainbow-colored cloud path. Just as Tang Xuan was about to step forward, he noticed figures flash before him. 7 or 8 righteous prodigies obstructed his way. A demonic fiend like you dares to tread upon the cloud path. They mocked. If you wish to pass, you must crawl beneath us. Indeed, while crawling, you must also shout that we are your grandfathers. In the face of their provocation, Tang Xuan merely raised an eyebrow, too disinterested to engage in banter. He ignored the righteous prodigies entirely and strode directly towards the cloud path tower. Furious, the righteous prodigies roared, "How bold! He dares to disregard us. Let's not waste words. Let us strike together and incapacitate him." Instantly, an array of vibrant spiritual energy erupted from the righteous prodigies. With Spirit Palm, Xiang Knight Rain Sword, 5 Tiger's Soul Severing Blade, Combing Fist. In an instant, various profound martial techniques were unleashed. The convergence of fist energies, blade lights, and sword flashes formed a tempest of spiritual energy. Onlookers were deeply moved. Such ferocity. These prodigies hailed from the core sects of the righteous path. Their combat prowess, while not rivaling Yi Buluo, was certainly formidable. Together, it seemed that the demonic prodigy would find it exceedingly difficult to traverse the cloud path. Not merely difficult, under such a tempest of spiritual energy. Even a Star Realm expert might struggle to emerge unscathed. For that young man to survive would already place him among the ranks of supreme prodigies. If that young lad fails to ascend the path of clouds, he shall undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Amidst countless gazes, a tempest of spiritual energy descended fiercely upon Tang Xuan. In the midst of the raging winds, Tang Xuan's robes billowed, and his black hair danced wildly. He slowly clenched his right fist. I shall deliver but a single strike. A terrifying force, capable of annihilating the heavens and earth, coalesced upon the surface of his fist. Bang! With a single punch, the heavens and earth shattered. The spiritual tempest, conjured by the elite of the righteous path, was unexpectedly obliterated by his blow. Immediately following this, the force of his punch erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. The expressions of those righteous elites shifted dramatically as they hastily fortified their defenses. Yet, under the weight of such overwhelming power, their defenses were but a farce. Boom! The ground fractured, and the very fabric of space contorted. Amidst the piercing cries, the bodies of those righteous elites began to float mysteriously. With a screech, their garments were the first to tear, followed by flesh, meridians, and bones. In the eyes of countless astonished witnesses, those righteous elites were gruesomely ground into a mist of blood. The second form of the Annihilation Royal Fist. Rift in the Sky. Chapter 72. The Autumn Wind Monument. The momentum of the sword path. With a punch, blood rained down. 7 or 8 elites of the sea condensation realm fell on the spot. This horrific and brutal scene utterly shocked everyone, especially those righteous elites who had previously provoked him, their faces turned ashen, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Gazing at Tang Xuan as if he were a devil. A bunch of fools, daring to provoke the illustrious Tang. They truly seek death. The master of the 100 Refinements Sect spat contemptuously at the severed limbs. The master of the Great River Sect chuckled and remarked, "These foolish pigs of the righteous path actually believed they could ride on Tang's coattails to fame, not considering if they possessed such strength." The Lord of the Void Mountain Manor stroked his beard, smiling as he said, "They will surely remember this next time." The master of the 100 Refinements Sect laughed heartily. Next time? It may not be until 18 years later. He then, with deference, addressed Tang. "Please, illustrious Tang, ascend the path of clouds and enter the city." With a wave of his sleeve, Tang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. Those whose gazes met his, whether they belonged to the righteous or demonic practitioners, turned pale as death. They dared not utter a word, nor even breathe. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly, then steadily stepped onto the path of clouds. The moment his foot touched down, a radiant coral light erupted, revealing the vast azure sea in the surrounding void. Simultaneously, the path of spirit stones was adorned with billowing clouds, transforming the entire pathway into a realm of ethereal beauty. Clad in flowing garments, Tang Xuan appeared transcendent, as if he were a celestial being. With every step, every motion, he created a perfect tableau, indelibly etched in the hearts of all the warriors present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan strode proudly into the city of Wushuang. Soon after, the path of clouds shattered, dispersing into countless starlit specks, vanishing from the realm. A monarch. There exists but one. The masters of the 100 Refinements Sect exchanged glances and promptly quickened their pace, rallying behind Tang Xuan. The group made their way towards the Celestial Hall. The duel was to take place atop the Celestial Hall, which was already teeming with a multitude of warriors. They were distinctly divided into 2 factions, continually exchanging barbs and rallying support for their respective sides. Today, the minions of the demonic path shall once again taste the bitter flavor of defeat and humiliation. The revered title of the invincible deity will meet its end today, so do not shed tears later. Laughter erupted. Do you comprehend the weight of the title invincible deity? It is not something that the likes of Su Qingyao can shake. If he were to suffer defeat at the hands of a woman, Yi Boluo would surely be overwhelmed with shame and contemplate self-destruction. The enmity between the righteous and the demonic paths is innate. Even those unfamiliar with Su Qingyao were now fervently cheering for her. The louder their taunts grew, the more fervent their voices became. Had it not been for the prohibition against violence within Wushuang City, the central plaza would have surely been a scene of carnage. The 27 sect leaders cleared a space, forming a protective circle around Tang Xuan to prevent any disturbances. "Is he not here yet?" Tang Xuan inquired. The leader of the 100 Refinements Sect chuckled. "Not yet. The agreed-upon time is at sunset when the moon rises high. There are still at least 2 or 3 hours to go." "What a waste of time." Tang Xuan frowned. 2 or 3 hours could allow him to achieve enlightenment hundreds of times. Wasting time is tantamount to wasting life. Bored, he began to survey the surroundings of the Celestial Palace. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a particular spot. What is that? Before the Celestial Palace stood an ancient stone tablet, etched with 2 identical sword marks. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the sword marks appeared similar. Yet the essence of the sword intent contained within was entirely different. That is the Autumn Wind Tablet. The leader of the 100 Refinements Sect declared. Autumn Wind Tablet? Tang Xuan murmured. Indeed, it is said to be the remnant of a duel between the Lord of Wushuang City and another formidable swordsman. Those two sword marks are the result of their strikes. The leader explained. The leader of the Great River Sect added, I have heard that legend as well. This Autumn Wind Tablet is a devouring stone. Any intent that touches it will be consumed. Even the most perfected intent can only remain for 7 days. Yet, the sword intent of the Lord of Wushuang City and that swordsman has persisted for 10 years. Tang Xuan was taken aback. What? 10 years? While perfected intent can last only 7 days, the sword intent of the Lord of Wushuang City and that swordsman has endured for a decade. To what level have their abilities ascended? Could it be that they have reached the realm of momentum? Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. The realm of intent is merely the first stage on the martial path. From what he knows, beyond intent lies the realms of momentum, Tao, domain, and boundary. It is said that above the boundary realm exists yet another realm, one that even beings like Gu Hunmi and Shi Kunyue are unaware of. The so-called intent is the comprehension of a unique martial will, enhancing destructive power. Once one attains the realm of momentum, it is an entirely different matter. It harnesses the forces of heaven and earth, unleashing strikes that stir the winds and clouds, exerting pressure akin to mountains and seas, far beyond human capability. However, to cultivate to this level of martial momentum, even among Star Realm experts, few can grasp it. Although Gu Hunmi and Shi Kunyue possess great strength, they have yet to reach the realm of momentum. Before the Autumn Wind Monument, two profound sword intents lingered, undiminished after 10 years. Having transcended mortal capabilities and clearly reached the realm of momentum, Tang Xuan was stirred by a sudden inspiration. If he could comprehend these two forces, his strength would surely ascend dramatically. Might I trouble the master of the 100 Refinements Sect with a request? Tang Xuan inquired. What is it? Please, illustrious talent, speak freely. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your wishes. Upon realizing that Tang Xuan sought their assistance, the leaders of the 100 Refinements Sect were immediately filled with trepidation, while secretly relishing the situation. After all, Tang Xuan was a potential dragon poised to ascend. Winning his favor was of paramount importance. It is nothing of great significance, merely a desire to grasp the essence of the insights inscribed upon this monument. I would like to request your protection to ensure that no unwelcome individuals disturb my contemplation. The leaders of the 100 Refinements Sect suddenly understood. This trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. We vow upon our lives that no one shall interrupt the illustrious Tang. The master of the Great River Sect proclaimed, thumping his chest vigorously. However, a look of confusion soon crossed his face. If I recall correctly, young Master Tang practices the arts of fist and blade, yet the monument embodies sword intent. This may pose a challenge. Indeed, another voice chimed in. Though martial artists may cultivate various realms of comprehension, each additional realm increases in complexity. Mastering 2 is already a mark of excellence among men, while those who can master 3 are as rare as phoenix feathers. Young Master Tang, I implore you to reconsider. In the face of the many leaders' council, Tang Xuan merely smiled and waved his hand. This is not a concern for me. You need only safeguard my space. The master of the Great River Sect wished to offer further advice but was halted by the master of the 100 Refinements Sect. You need not fret. Tang Xuan is a paragon of talent, and mastering 3 realms will pose no burden for him. So, please, do not worry. He flattered. Young master, please proceed. Chapter 73. You are not fit to compare. Tang Xuan promptly seated himself before the Autumn Wind Monument and silently intoned within his heart, Enlightenment System, activate. Instantly, a radiant aura enveloped him, illuminating his surroundings. Goodness, is this truly enlightenment? The master of the 100 Refinements Sect's eyes widened in disbelief. The master of the Great River Sect rubbed his eyes vigorously to confirm, then gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it is enlightenment. By the heavens, I have practiced for decades without ever experiencing such a moment. The master of the Empty Void Manor chuckled wryly, adding, not even a half enlightenment has graced my path. Yet young Master Tang has effortlessly entered this state. It is simply unfathomable. The master of the 100 Refinements Sect laughed. Let us broaden our perspectives. Some extraordinary talents are simply favored by the heavens, existing beyond the comparison of us mere mortals. The other sect leaders nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Tang Xuan infused with growing reverence. As time trickled by, the number of martial artists gathering beneath the heavenly hall steadily increased. At this moment, as the sun sank low, the blood-red remnants of daylight were gradually consumed by the horizon, and the bright moon ascended, cloaking the heavenly hall in a silvery frost. Suddenly, Two figures descended from the heavens, landing atop the heavenly hall. The anxious practitioners of both righteous and demonic paths instantly perked up. They've arrived. It is the holy maiden Yu Huang, Su Qingyao, and the young master of the Shun family, Shun Tianlin. As Shun Tianlin's feet touched the ground, he immediately roared in anger. Yibu Luo, emerge and meet your demise. The sound waves rolled through the void like thunder, causing the righteous warriors to change countenance. In stark contrast, the practitioners of the demonic path erupted in cheers, rallying. Come on, you must defeat Yibu Luo. Let our demonic name resound. At that moment, the heavens shifted, clouds darkening and stars converging into a singular figure. The foremost prodigy of the righteous path, the pinnacle of the Yi clan's divine lineage, Yibu Luo. Suddenly manifesting, with a presence as swift as the wind, he surveyed the world with a single glance, wielding a sword of defiance against the heavens. Unashamed of his heroic stature, amidst the clarity of poetic resonance, Yibu Luo gracefully descended upon the zenith of the heavenly palace, his gaze piercing the firmament. For none could compel him to bow. His arrival incited fervent acclamation from the righteous warriors. He has come. The true prodigy has finally arrived. The demonic curs should kneel before the heavenly talent. Shun Tianling regarded Yibu Luo, feeling an overwhelming pressure. He let out a cold huff. Yibu Luo, you have finally arrived, no longer a coward hiding away. Yibu Luo cast a glance at Shun Tianling, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Such audacity to disregard me. Enraged, Shun Tianling's figure trembled as sword intent erupted from him. A soft chime echoed as a spectral image of sword intent manifested behind him, causing an uproar among the observing warriors. That is 90% sword intent. Who would have thought Shun Tianling's realm had reached such heights? Impressive indeed. The nearly perfected sword intent radiated brilliant light, exuding an immense pressure that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. They believed that with Shun Tianling unleashing his sword intent at 90%, Yibu Luo would surely adopt a grave demeanor. Yet, Yibu Luo remained utterly unfazed, not even fluttering an eyelid. How audacious. I shall see how long you can maintain this arrogance. He grasped a long sword of terrestrial quality, preparing to strike. Wait, Shin, today it is I, Su Qingyao, who shall challenge him. Please exercise patience. Su Qingyao hastily intervened. Very well, I shall spare him for now. Shun Tianling relented, retracting his aura. Su Qingyao pointed decisively. Yibu Luo, today I, Su Qingyao, shall defeat you. Make your move. Yibu Luo regarded Su Qingyao with a sidelong glance, slowly shaking his head. You lack the worthiness to compel my hand. Su Qingyao retorted with a cold smile. I see you dare not. Is the so-called foremost prodigy of the righteous path too timid to accept a challenge? If so, kneel and proclaim your defeat to the world. Yibu Luo chuckled lightly. Ignorant woman. In my eyes, you are not even worth a single hair of his. Su Qingyao frowned. Who? Is there truly a prodigy in the demonic path superior to me? That is utterly impossible. Yibu Luo tilted his head, his proud eyes suddenly igniting with battle intent. Indeed, it is he. The crowd followed his gaze, erupting in astonishment. The figure he regarded was none other than Tang Xuan. By heavens! Yibu Luo's chosen rival is Tang Xuan. How intriguing. This means Yibu Luo completely disregards Su Qingyao and Shun Tianling. Su Qingyao's breathing became increasingly erratic. Her complexion gradually flushed, and an uncontrollable fury surged from the depths of her heart. She had exerted tremendous effort to orchestrate this duel, aiming to vanquish Yibu Luo and attain immense fame, elevating her own status. Yet, neither Yibu Luo nor the leaders of the demonic sects regarded her with any esteem. Particularly at this moment, being disregarded by Yibu Luo in front of so many onlookers made her feel like a mere clown. Ha ha! Shun Tianlin erupted into laughter. To pay attention to a worthless fool. It's utterly laughable. Yibu Luo regarded Shun Tianlin with a peculiar gaze. You deem him a fool? Is there any other way to see it? A mere waste from a second-rate sect. I could easily crush him. Shun Tianlin proclaimed loudly. Yibu Luo sighed. You are truly foolish and ignorant to the point of being repugnant. Begone. You only serve to offend my eyes. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, tinged with annoyance. Shun Tianlin grew even angrier. Yibu Luo, I shall now demonstrate how pitiable your judgment is. He leapt into the air, soaring towards Tang Xuan. I shall first slay this waste, and then I will deal with you. As Yibu Luo approached, the sect leader of the 100 Refinements and others immediately blocked the path. Halt! You are not permitted to disturb young Master Tang's cultivation. Humph! All of you, get out of my way, or I shall show no mercy under my sword. Shun Tianlin declared, brimming with murderous intent. He then swung his sword towards Tang Xuan. Protect young Master Tang. The sect leaders of the 100 Refinements activated their spiritual energy. unleashing their strongest martial techniques. Instantly, a wall of blade light and sword radiance formed to thwart Shen Tianlin. How foolish to act as a mantis in front of a chariot. Shen Tianlin scoffed, his sword intent surging forth. Invincible sword, accompanied by golden sword radiance. He shattered the spiritual energy shield formed by 27 sect leaders effortlessly. Poof, poof, poof. The 27 sect leaders were struck as if by lightning, spitting blood and displaying expressions of horror. Such formidable strength. Shen Tianlin cackled. Do you see? This is my power, now perish. He concentrated the sword radiance, aiming to cleave Tang Xuan. The sect leaders, wounded and weary, were powerless to intervene. Just as the crisis reached its peak, a figure descended from the heavens, waving a hand to condense a purple palm print. Boom. The sword energy was torn apart by a single palm. Shen Tianlin's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld Yi Buoluo standing protectively in front of Tang Xuan, his expression calm. Waste, you are unworthy to touch him. The warriors of both righteous and demonic paths erupted in astonishment. What is happening? The foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Buoluo, has actually intervened to protect a prodigy of the demonic path. Am I seeing this correctly? But why? Why does Yi Buoluo value Tang Xuan so highly? I heard that during the battle of life and death, they once crossed blades, and later someone saw Yi Buoluo leave injured. What? Yi Buoluo was injured? Are you implying that Tang Xuan wounded him? How is that possible? Shen Tianlin's fury intensified. Very well, then I shall slay you all. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree. The essence of swordsmanship erupted in full force, swirling around him, and the air surged violently, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Amidst the fiery tempest of energy, Shen Tianlin wore a sinister grin. Yi Buoluo, allow me to demonstrate the ancestral sword technique of the Shen clan. The four swords of annihilation. As the four swords of annihilation were unleashed, exclamations of shock erupted from the crowd. What? Is that the legendary demonic sword technique? The four swords of annihilation? It is said that the ancestors of the Shun family uniquely fused the sword techniques of both the righteous and demonic paths, creating this demonic sword art, which possesses the speed of righteousness and the ferocity of darkness, capable of annihilating even those in the divine realm when mastered to its zenith. Moreover, Shen Tianlin is an elite from the Dark Radiance Holy Land, his power far surpassing that of his peers. The might of this sword is such that even Yi Buoluo may find it difficult to withstand. Shen Tianlin's entire being was ablaze with spiritual energy, and with a single footstep, he soared into the air. As his longsword trembled, spiritual energy converged, transforming into a streak of sword light spanning 100 zhang. This sword light was unlike any ordinary sword ray, exuding a striking duality of black and white brilliance. The two distinctly opposing forces intertwined and fused, creating a terrifying aura that altered the very heavens and earth. The onlookers, warriors from both the righteous and demonic paths, suddenly felt an excruciating pain throughout their bodies, with some weaker cultivators unable to even bear to look directly at it. Hovering in midair, Shen Tianlin gazed down at Yi Buoluo with an expression of arrogant triumph. Do you still consider me a waste? Speak quickly. This may be your final utterance, for the power of this strike is beyond my control. Yi Buoluo regarded the dual-colored sword light suspended in the air, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sword technique is commendable, yet your talent is lacking. You have yet to master it. If your sword intent could reach perfection, the potency of this technique would increase by at least 50%. This is the chasm that lies between us, though it may seem like a mere 10% of sword intent. The disparity in talent is as vast as the heavens and the earth. His merciless words drove Shen Tianlin into a frenzy. Very well, then prepare to die. He summoned all the spiritual energy within him and brought his sword crashing down. Boom. The black and white sword light descended slowly. The earth trembled, and the void rippled visibly. After unleashing this strike, Shen Tianlin felt his vitality waning, yet a savage delight danced upon his visage. Yi Buoluo, can you withstand this blow? If you take it head-on, you will perish alongside Tang Xuan. Should you evade, you may survive, but Tang Xuan shall still meet his demise. No one can protect those I, Shen Tianlin, wish to kill. No one. As the sword energy drew closer, Yi Buoluo smiled coldly. Foolish and ignorant, very well. I shall show you the gap that exists between us. With a single gesture, the golden crow's purple aura emerged, coalescing behind Yi Buoluo into the form of a radiant golden crow. Standing amidst the golden crow, Yi Buoluo resembled a divine sun descending upon the earth, instilling a sense of awe in all who beheld him. Genesis Art, Imperial Dragon of the Universe. In an instant, the golden crow's purple aura whirled violently, transforming into a purple divine dragon that soared upward with a mighty roar. Boom. The purple dragon extended its claws, seizing the black and white sword blade with ferocity. Amidst the crisp sound of shattering, the radiant blade formed by the sword technique of the demon was unexpectedly crushed. What? How is this possible? Shen Tianlin was taken aback, his earlier arrogance completely vanishing, replaced by boundless shock and dread. With a roar, the purple divine dragon, undeterred after shattering the blade's light, lunged towards Shen Tianlin. The ominous aura of impending death closed in, causing Shen Tianlin's eyes to widen in horror. Having expended nearly all his spiritual energy in unleashing his sword chi, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. In a desperate move, Shen Tianlin retrieved a gemstone from his bosom, gripping it tightly. Instantly, a white protective shield manifested before him. The purple divine dragon collided with the white barrier, unleashing its tremendous force in a frenzied assault, ultimately resulting in the shattering of both. A deafening explosion ensued, and the shockwave engulfed Shen Tianlin, who was mercilessly swallowed by the ensuing dust and debris. Amidst the piercing cries of anguish, torrents of blood enveloped Shen Tianlin as he was hurled backward, crashing violently to the ground. With labored breaths, he lay on the ground, spitting blood. The gemstone in his palm had been reduced to mere powder. Yi Buluo raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Ah, a terrestrial-grade protective treasure has granted you a reprieve from death." Shen Tianlin's lips were sealed, his former arrogance extinguished. "Do you see this? This is the chasm that lies between us. You cannot even withstand a single strike from me. What audacity do you possess to think of killing him?" Yi Buluo spoke softly, his tone laced with disdain. Despised, infuriated, Shen Tianlin trembled with rage. Yi Buluo slowly lifted his gaze towards Su Qingyao, who stood atop the celestial hall. "Do you wish to slay him as well?" Su Qingyao's delicate features paled instantly. Despite having mastered the 8th level of the Yuan technique, her strength was only on par with Shen Tianlin's. If he could be defeated in one blow, she was undoubtedly no match for Yi Buluo. Recognize your own capabilities. Live wisely, and do not aspire to challenge the impossible, for such folly will only lead to further humiliation, Yi Buluo declared, his hands clasped behind his back, speaking with an air of indifference. Su Qingyao's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. In the distance, 3 elders stood atop the city wall, each clad in gray robes, emblazoned with a black Jinwu insignia upon their chests, the Dark Radiance emblem. Only the elders of the Dark Radiance sacred land were entitled to wear such a badge. The leading elder shook his head. Such unbridled arrogance. To not even grasp the disparity between one's own strength and that of their opponent, yet recklessly challenge them. Such individuals are unworthy of entering the Dark Radiance sacred land. Furthermore, Shen Tianlin's impetuousness and recklessness have brought disgrace to the Dark Radiance sacred land by being publicly defeated. Notify the outer sect to revoke Shen Tianlin's status as an outer disciple and expel him alongside Su Qingyao. The 2 elders behind him slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The gaze of the leading elder then fell upon Yi Buluo, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Damn it, this Yi Buluo possesses terrifying strength. Should he join the Huiguang sacred land, our Dark Radiance sacred land's prospects for this year's Taihuang divine technique will be jeopardized. Chapter 75. Challenge. What is a sword? The sovereign of 100 weapons. Long and sharp, symbolizing righteousness and purity, it is also an elegant instrument of death. The essence of the sword embodies the unique power that sword practitioners infuse into the blade, merging their spirit, will, and understanding of the sword path. Unlike the fierce and brutal essence of the blade, the spirit of the sword emphasizes the art of overcoming strength through skill, guiding the sword with intention. At advanced levels, the sword spirit can even influence time and space, interfering with causality, elevating the will of the sword wielder to resonate with the very forces of nature. The sword serves as the vessel, while the sword spirit embodies the soul. Only through their union can the ultimate allure of the swordsmanship be revealed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving enlightenment 100 times. You have attained the pinnacle of sword spirit. As the electronic voice echoed, Tang Xuan's body trembled slightly. Within the Shura vortex, a melodious sword chime resonated, and boundless sword energy coalesced into a spectral manifestation of sword intent. Immediately, the spectral sword intent quivered, on the verge of erupting. The sword spirit is intangible, yet the sword's might is palpable, Tang Xuan silently mused. Instead of unleashing the sword intent, he forcibly suppressed it within the Shura vortex, preventing even a trace of it from escaping. Even Yi Buluo, who was mere inches away, remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Tang Xuan at that moment. The suppressed perfected sword intent rebelled fiercely, yet Tang Xuan directly invoked the perfected blade and fist intents. Being equally perfected, the sword spirit was unable to break free. However, the spirit of the sword, like its wielder, is unyielding and resolute. Under pressure, the sword intent began its transformation. The Shura vortex acted as a whetstone, incessantly refining the sword spirit. Gradually, the brilliance of the sword intent within the Shura sea began to dim. At this moment, the sword intent resembled a concealed blade. With its radiance subdued, a barely perceptible sense of oppression emanated from the sword spirit. Under this pressure, the perfected blade and fist intents trembled. Half a step into the formation of sword momentum. Suddenly, Tang Xuan felt a subtle resonance with the world around him. This resonance was elusive, akin to a veil that obscured his grasp. He understood that this was due to his only having coalesced half a step into sword momentum. If he could tear through that veil, he would truly enter the realm of sword momentum. Alas, Tang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, awakening from his enlightenment. It was not that he wished to cease his understanding, but rather that the sword momentum inscribed upon the autumn wind monument had been fully comprehended. After all, a decade had passed, and even the momentum left behind was but a fraction of its original self. The ability to barely coalesce half a step into sword momentum was largely due to the assistance of the Enlightenment System. For an ordinary prodigy, even someone as remarkable as Yi Buoluo, it would be impossible to even qualify for such understanding. Young Master Tang, you have finally awakened. The Sect Master of the 100 Forgings and others surrounded him, each face beaming with joy. Thank you, esteemed Sect Masters. But what is this? Tang Xuan noticed the bloodstains on the lips and chest of the Sect Master and others, his expression darkening immediately. Who has harmed you? The Sect Master of the 100 Forgings recounted the situation. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. He had not anticipated that Yi Buoluo would take action to protect him. Thank you. Yi Buoluo shook his head. No need for thanks. You are the opponent I have chosen to defeat. How could I allow you to perish at the hands of mere trash? As his gaze fell upon Tang Xuan, his pupils constricted instantaneously. A surge of dangerous sensation flooded his mind, causing his breath to falter momentarily. This was a feeling he had not experienced the last time they met. Hence, it became clear. Tang Xuan's strength has risen significantly, and it has ascended at an astonishing pace. Yi Buoluo felt a slight tightening in his heart. Tang Xuan, the day I, Yi Buoluo, challenge you. As these words escaped his lips, the martial artists from both the righteous and demonic paths erupted in astonishment. Did you hear that? Yi Buoluo has actually challenged Tang Xuan. It had always been others who challenged Yi Buoluo. Never had he taken the initiative to confront anyone, let alone Tang Xuan. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. A challenge is typically the act of the weak against the strong, implying that Yi Buoluo regarded himself as the weaker party. Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. Especially among the righteous martial artists, Yi Buoluo was their invincible deity, and now he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, the demonic practitioners grew increasingly excited. They had anticipated that Su Qingyao would triumph over Yi Buoluo, providing a much-needed vindication for the demonic path. Instead, they were met with a mere gesture. Now, Tang Xuan emerged like a shooting star, igniting fervor in the eyes of all present. I accept, Tang Xuan exclaimed with a confident smile. He had dedicated himself to arduous training for this very moment. Yi Buoluo was a formidable opponent, one who could reveal both his progress and his weaknesses. Come forth. Yi Buoluo's eyes blazed with combat fervor. Wait a moment. Tang Xuan interjected with a grin. Yi Buoluo furrowed his brow. Tang Xuan's gaze shifted towards Su Qingyao, and he gently stated, I must first settle a personal grievance. Yi Buoluo nodded in agreement. Very well. In the distance, an elder from the Dark Radiance Sacred Ground's pupils brightened slightly. The aura of this individual was on par with that of Yi Buoluo. Who is he? An elder behind him immediately bowed and replied. This individual is named Tang Xuan, hailing from the Demon Origin Sect. Mere months ago, he was an ordinary outer disciple. Yet his extraordinary talent has led to a meteoric rise in strength, even achieving the pinnacle of blade intent. Another elder added, it is said that during the life and death battlefield, Yi Buoluo left injured, seemingly related to this individual. What? The leading elder's pupils constricted sharply. Even with his cultivation nearing an unshakable state, he was profoundly shaken at this moment. Subsequently, a fierce light erupted in the elder's eyes. If he can defeat Yi Buoluo this time, I shall make an exception and allow him to join the Dark Radiance Sacred Ground. Upon hearing this, the two elders behind him displayed expressions of shock. Although all three were elders, they could only bow and obey before the esteemed elder Meng Jie. He was the sole figure capable of admitting prodigies into the Dark Radiance Sacred Ground without undergoing assessments. However, to date, Meng Jie had never exercised this privilege. Even the unmatched prodigy ranked first in the outer sect had only received a simple commendation of not bad from him. Yet today, Meng Jie was prepared to utilize this power for Tang Xuan. The two elders appeared as though struck by lightning, their expressions shifting in disbelief, even their breaths growing rapid. Above the heavenly hall, Tang Xuan cast a cold gaze towards Su Qingyao. I recall having advised you not to provoke me. The grinding sound of Su Qingyao's teeth echoed ominously. Tang Xuan, what is there for you to be so proud of? In terms of identity, status, and cultivation, Su Qingyao, surpass you in every aspect. What pretense are you putting on before me? Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. Prejudice is akin to a colossal mountain, truly burdensome. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 76. The Strength of Su Qingyao. Ha! Su Qingyao's laughter was laced with madness. I detest your lofty demeanor. To attempt to kill me, Su Qingyao, is no simple feat. With a single step, she unleashed a surge of dark power. Terrifying energy coalesced into a vortex, swirling around her form. The air produced a low, ominous hum. A formidable aura swept forth like a tidal wave. The onlooking warriors from both the righteous and demonic factions gasped in astonishment. This is the aura of the 9th layer of the Condensation Sea realm. But no, even that does not possess such strength. Could she be at the threshold of the Earth realm? What? She has actually reached the brink of the Earth realm? How is that possible? Su Qingyao's innate talent is extraordinary, further amplified by her training in the Shun's refinement pool, unlocking her potential to such an extent. Although Tang Xuan is immensely powerful, easily subduing her may prove to be a formidable challenge. A sinister smile crept across Su Qingyao's face. Tang Xuan, I acknowledge your strength. But do not forget that I, Su Qingyao, am also a prodigy. I shall never concede to you. Hee. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. The threshold of the Earth realm. Is it? It appears you have indeed dedicated yourself. Yet, it remains insufficient. Su Qingyao raised an eyebrow. Of course, mere mastery of realms is futile in the quest to eliminate you. One must possess commensurate strength. Now behold closely. With a furious roar. Su Qingyao's aura surged once more. The surrounding dark energy clashed, emitting crackling sounds like electricity. Subsequently, the dark energy accumulated and compressed, forming 8 dark orbs that hovered above her head. Those are the 8-fold Yuan. It is said that the Yuan technique is a fearsome art born from the depths of the Yellow Springs, capable of harnessing the essence of the 9 netherworlds. Unmatched among its peers. Even more daunting is the fact that Su Qingyao has cultivated the Yuan technique to the 8th layer, though not yet perfected. Few can rival her within both the righteous and demonic realms. It is no wonder she dares to challenge Yi Buoyuo. Empowered by the aura of the 8th layer of the Yuan technique, Su Qingyao began to ascend slowly into the air, with arms outstretched. Her flowing black hair danced about her, surrounded by flames of the hellish Yellow Springs, an aura so terrifying it left onlookers in awe. Tang Xuan, today I, Su Qingyao, shall slay you first, then Yi Buoyuo, ascending as the unparalleled pinnacle among both righteous and demonic factions. In that moment, she appeared as a queen reigning over all, casting a disdainful glance at everything. Such foolishness is nauseating. Yi Buoyuo closed his eyes. True strength requires no superfluous words. Tang Xuan smiled gently, his eyes revealing a glimmer of pity. A pitiful woman, trapped within her own world. How tragic. These words pierced Su Qingyao's heart like a steel needle, inciting her wrath. Tang Xuan, I will see you dead. She raised her palm, gathering dark energy that swiftly transformed into a colossal hand, crashing down with thunderous might. The moment it emerged, the skies darkened, and the very fabric of the earth seemed to shatter. Even the void itself buckled under its pressure, a testament to its overwhelming power. Stirring awe among all present. This strike was so formidable that even a true master of the earthly realm would find it challenging to withstand. Yet Tang Xuan was far from even achieving the sea-condensing realm. The sheer strength of this attack rendered any defense futile. His only viable option was to evade. However, the area enveloped by this strike spanned 100 feet, with an energy lock ensuring that even if Tang Xuan attempted to dodge, he might still fall within its deadly reach. The only recourse was to endure the onslaught. Yet, a half-step master, paired with the 8th level of the Shadow Glimmer technique and infused with 90% of dark intent, would pose a challenge even to a genuine master of the earthly realm. Tang Xuan was in grave peril. All the martial artists present, representing the pinnacle of talent from various sects, possessed keen insights. In mere moments, countless strategies raced through their minds. Yet all converged on a singular conclusion. Tang Xuan would meet his demise. In the void, Su Qingyao observed Tang Xuan from above, her face adorned with a sinister smile. This was her strongest blow, meticulously prepared to overcome Yi Buoyuo. No matter how formidable Tang Xuan might be, he was destined for obliteration against such a powerful strike. Eliminating him would affirm her supremacy over Yi Buoyuo. With a slight maneuver, She could reclaim her position as the foremost prodigy among both righteous and demonic factions. Hee. Tang Xuan, you Buluo, you are but stepping stones for me. Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao trembled with excitement. Under her gaze, Tang Xuan appeared paralyzed with fear, utterly motionless. Boom. The dark, giant hand descended, instantly causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. The entire celestial hall shook violently. The array of stars flickered, absorbing the residual energy and protecting the hall from collapse. However, this containment led to the backlash of residual force, returning fiercely to strike Tang Xuan and igniting an even greater explosion. This scene drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Why wasn't Tang Xuan attempting to evade? Shouldn't he at least put up some resistance? Perhaps he realized escape was futile and chose to surrender instead. I once believed he was an unparalleled genius. Yet now it seems Buluo's judgment is rather lacking. The expressions of the crowd grew increasingly peculiar. Meanwhile, Buluo maintained his eyes shut, his countenance betraying no change in emotion. Su Qingyao descended slowly, unable to suppress her elation. Aha, did you see that? This is the fate of those who oppose me. Death is the only outcome. Her voice echoed through the air like a night owl, sending chills down the spines of many. This woman is ruthless. Next up is you, Buluo. Step forward. I challenge you. After slaying Tang Xuan, Su Qingyao's confidence surged as she boldly beckoned Buluo with her right hand. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Buluo gradually opened his eyes, mockery and disdain glimmering within his pupils. Fool. Su Qingyao cackled. What's wrong? Are you flustered after seeing Tang Xuan slain by my hand? Are you afraid to face me? Buluo coldly laughed. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Su Qingyao replied with pride. Otherwise, what? Tang Xuan has been utterly obliterated by me, dead beyond resurrection. Buluo shook his head. Ultimately, our perspectives and strengths differ. With every additional word I utter, I feel my intellect diminishing. Take a good look behind you. Su Qingyao's eyes widened in shock. She abruptly turned around. Behind her stood a figure so transcendent. It resembled a deity descending from the heavens. It was none other than Tang Xuan. What? How is this possible? You're not dead. Su Qingyao was rendered speechless. The full force of her attack had failed to even tear a shred of his clothing. It was akin to an adult toying with a child. Clearly, they were not on the same level. Chapter 77. Everything is lost and possible. How could you survive such an explosion? Su Qingyao shrieked as if she had seen a ghost. Observing her frenzied demeanor, all traces of her previous divine grace had vanished. Tang Xuan had not even lifted a finger. He had driven Su Qingyao to madness. The practitioners of both righteous and demonic paths finally comprehended the meaning behind Buluo's words. If Su Qingyao was the queen of mortals, then Tang Xuan was a god reigning above the 9 heavens. The two were as disparate as heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. I will kill you, Su Qingyao declared, extending her arms as she lunged toward Tang Xuan, her sharp nails glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a swift motion, Tang Xuan countered with a slap. The sound echoed as Su Qingyao was sent flying at an even greater speed, a distinct 5-finger mark appearing on her pale face. Before she could rise, Tang Xuan had already placed his foot upon her chest. Crack! Her ribs shattered, and Su Qingyao coughed up a torrent of blood. She thrust out both hands, unleashing dark energy in an attempt to repel Tang Xuan. However, he was swifter still, delivering a powerful kick that sent her hurtling away. Bang! Su Qingyao collided with the wall of the celestial hall, fracturing several more bones. Tang Xuan pursued her relentlessly, occasionally striking with his hand. Slap! 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 Su Qingyao found herself pinned to the ground, mercilessly beaten. Initially, she managed a few feeble attempts at resistance, but soon realized such efforts were futile, resorting instead to desperately shielding her head and face. The one-sided brutality left the onlookers in stunned silence. Only Buluo remained unaffected, his expression unchanging. I'm going to die. Su Qingyao sensed the chilling presence of death. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a token from her bosom. A powerful force erupted from the token, sending Tang Xuan staggering back. Ah, Tang Xuan, you wish to kill me? Dream on. Su Qingyao, her hair disheveled, raised the token high. It was the summoning token of the Dark Radiant's sacred land, harboring the soul consciousness of a star realm expert. There was no way you could possibly shake it. Tang Xuan chuckled. Is that so? Grasping his right hand, the Tsonga blade fell into his grasp. The overwhelming intent of his blade surged forth in an instant. Buzz. In that moment, in the void, vibrations resonated, and the heavens and earth responded in unison. Such was the essence of the supreme blade intent. To my astonishment, Tang Xuan had actually cultivated the blade intent to its pinnacle, although Su Qingyao had also mastered the realm of darkness to 90%. Achieving the ultimate state would undoubtedly require at least a decade of relentless effort. Such talent was simply overwhelming compared to Su Qingyao. Yi Boluo's pupils constricted sharply. It was that very strike. I had previously been defeated by this very blow. The Tsonger blade radiated a brilliance akin to the golden sun. The perfected blade intent directly targeted Su Qingyao. What do you intend to do? Su Qingyao's face reflected terror. Could it be that Tang Xuan sought to kill her? Humph. I refuse to believe you can sever the soul's will of a Star Realm expert. Su Qingyao shouted defiantly. Moreover, this is the token of the Dark Radiant's sacred land. Should you act against it, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the sacred land, leaving you with no burial ground. Tang Xuan chuckled. Those I wish to slay are beyond the protection of even the mightiest. He then swung his blade down. The sun is obliterated, the stars are extinguished. Under the intense stimulation of the blade intent, a powerful force erupted from the Dark Radiant's sacred land's guiding token, enveloping Su Qingyao within its protective embrace. Clang. The clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in every direction. The perfected blade aura struck fiercely against the protective barrier. The barrier trembled violently. Su Qingyao sneered, it's futile. Tang Xuan, you cannot. Before her words could finish, a crisp shattering sound resonated. Crack. What? Su Qingyao's pupils widened in shock. A fissure had appeared on the guiding token. Break from me. The Tsonger blade pressed down with ferocity. The guiding token shattered instantly, and the blade aura plummeted. Uft. Su Qingyao was sent reeling backward. A massive gash appearing on her chest, blood spouting forth like a fountain. Within the wound, her internal organs could be faintly discerned. Thud. Su Qingyao collapsed atop the heavenly palace, her body trembling uncontrollably. Oh! A chilling scream erupted from her lips. The loss of blood rendered her body increasingly cold. She was on the brink of death. A warrior murmured, her abdomen is torn open, her innards exposed. Unless a top-tier expert intervenes to protect her heart, Su Qingyao is doomed. At that moment, three figures suddenly materialized atop the heavenly palace. Their speed was so astonishing that even Tang Xuan had not noticed their arrival. Experts. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Yet, Su Qingyao's expression brightened. Elder Ming, you have arrived. This person has destroyed the guiding token of the Dark Radiant's sacred land, clearly disregarding our authority. Please, Elder, act swiftly to subdue him. Instantly, all present gasped in shock. Even Tang Xuan and Yi Boluo's expressions grew solemn. These three elders were indeed formidable forces of the Dark Radiant's sacred land. No wonder their auras were so terrifying. Elder Ming glanced at the severed guiding token on the ground and spoke. You are Tang Xuan? Tang Xuan nodded, indeed. Each of these three elders radiated an aura of unparalleled strength, particularly Elder Ming, whose power likely surpassed that of Gu Hunmi and Shi Kunyue. He was certainly not someone Tang Xuan could contend with at present. However, Tang Xuan was not a man to resign himself to fate. When necessary, he would burn his essence to ensure that these three old men would pay the price. Ha ha ha, Tang Xuan, your end is nigh. No matter how much stronger you become, even 100-fold, before Elder Ming Jia, you are but an ant. Su Qingyao laughed maniacally, blood spurting from her mouth, her demeanor akin to that of a demon. Silence. Elder Ming Jia barked. Instantly, Su Qingyao's face was etched with terror, her mouth clamped shut, though her eyes brimmed with a thirst for vengeance. Once Ming Jia made his move, 100 Tang Xuans would meet their demise. Ming Jia regarded Tang Xuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Would you care to enter the sacred land of Anyao? A thunderous silence enveloped the arena. Even Tang Xuan appeared astonished. He had anticipated a fierce battle, never expecting Ming Jia to utter such words. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao was left utterly dazed. Wait, Elder Ming Jia, what did you say? You wish for him to join the sacred land of Anyao? Ming Jia nodded. Not to join, but to enter. I shall make an exception and allow him to directly enter the sacred land of Anyao, enjoying the privileges of an elite inner disciple. As for you, Su Qingyao and Shun Tianling, I hereby announce the revocation of your identities as disciples of the sacred land of Anyao, never to be reinstated. Once again, silence fell upon the assembly. No, you cannot do this. Su Qingyao's heart shattered. With the demise of the Yuan sect, her reputation obliterated and her body severely injured. Her last hope, the identity of a disciple of the sacred land, was now stripped away. She was left with nothing. Chapter 78, The Second Battle. Tang Xuan versus Yi Boluo. Puff. 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 Su Qingyao trembled violently, blood gushing from her mouth as her body gradually slumped. Her gaze grew increasingly vacant. Yet she did not perish, rather. Her heart was shattered. Her will crumbled, rendering her a living corpse. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow, hands clasped behind his back, refraining from striking. Are you not going to kill her? Yi Boluo inquired. Tang Xuan shook his head. No, for a woman like her, death would be a release. Living is the true torment. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers from both the righteous and demonic paths could not help but shudder. How ruthless! To reduce such a stunning beauty to this state. Only Tang Xuan could accomplish such a feat. No, Elder Meng, do not abandon me. Shin Tianling rushed forward. Kneeling before Meng Jie. Elder, I was deceived by that woman's flowery words, leading to my erroneous actions. I am willing to atone for my sins. To pay any price, please do not expel me from the sacred land of Anyao. Much of his current prestige stemmed from the sacred land. Should he be cast out, he would become the subject of ridicule in the demonic realm. The thought of the impending tragedy sent chills down his spine, prompting his desperate breakdown. Meng Jie coldly replied, "One must acknowledge their mistakes. When punished, stand tall. Do not give me more reasons to loathe you." Shin Tianling's face instantly drained of color, his entire being deflating like a punctured balloon, collapsing onto the ground. It was over, completely over. Observing Shin Tianling, who resembled a dead dog, Meng Jie impatiently waved his hand. "Remove him." An elder behind him waved his hand, sending Shin Tianlin flying. Amidst his piercing screams, Shin Tianlin was propelled several hundred zhang away, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. His expression was grim as he struggled to rise, staggering away step by step. Meng Jie turned to Tang Xiandao, inquiring about his decision. Tang Xian blinked. The dark radiant sacred land was widely acknowledged as a stronghold of the demonic path, teeming with prodigious talents and abundant resources, far beyond what a minor sect like the Demon Yuan sect could ever hope to compare with. The techniques he practiced, such as the Shahuang Slash and the Tian Luajura Sutra, were incredibly resource-intensive. Even the likes of Ancient Soul Extinction and Killing Moon could scarcely bear such a burden, often necessitating Tang Xian to seek resources directly. Moreover, merely at the 4th level, he had already reached the ceiling of what the Demon Yuan sect could offer. In the dark radiant sacred land, such trivial concerns would be non-existent. As long as one possessed sufficient talent, resources would be the least of one's worries. With this thought in mind, Tang Xian promptly nodded. "Very well. I am willing to join." A confident smile crept onto Meng Jie's lips. No one could refuse an invitation to join the dark radiant sacred land. Excellent. He produced a spatial ring and a token. Inside, you will find 100,000 spirit stones and 100 beast soul pills, a token of our meeting. Once you officially join the dark radiant sacred land, I shall provide you with further resources. All the martial artists present were left dumbfounded. 100,000 spirit stones. 100 beast soul pills. It was known that even the Demon Yuan sect and the 100 Refinement sect, being demonic sects, would struggle to earn 100,000 spirit stones in a year, and after distributing to the elders and disciples, little would remain. Yet here, Elder Meng Jie's opening offer was 100,000 spirit stones. The beast soul pills were concocted from the cores of powerful demonic beasts and were used by practitioners in the Xiandan realm. They contained intense malevolent energy and vital essence, significantly enhancing one's cultivation when absorbed. Even the lowest grade of beast soul pill would fetch at least 5,000 spirit stones in the outside world, and even then, they were rare and difficult to procure. Given Elder Meng Jie's status, he would not present such low-value items. They were at least of middling quality, if not superior, truly deserving of the title of Tang's prodigy. "How enviable," remarked the Lord of the 100 Refinement sect, the Lord of the Great Riverside. 100 beast soul pills, if given to me. I am confident I could elevate the Great River sect from a second-rate to a first-rate sect within a year. The Lord of the Empty Void Mountain chuckled. "Do not be foolish. Those are intended for Tang's prodigy." The various sect leaders gazed upon Tang Xian with envy. The extraordinary materials they could scarcely acquire after arduous efforts were effortlessly within Tang Xian's grasp. Such was the value bestowed by innate talent. With a beaming smile, Tang Xian accepted the spirit stones and the beast soul pills. "Then I shall graciously accept." Elder Meng Jie glanced at Yi Buluo before continuing. "If you can defeat Yi Buluo, I shall personally grant you an opportunity. Yet, I wonder if you can seize it." Tang Xian raised an eyebrow, confidence radiating from his demeanor. "Then I shall graciously accept." In a flash, Yi Buluo leaped to the pinnacle of the heavenly hall. "Tang Xian, do not speak so boastfully. This opportunity may elude you." Tang Xian turned to face Yi Buluo, a fierce battle intent flickering in his pupils. "If I could defeat you once, I can surely do so again." Yi Buluo narrowed his eyes, and an overwhelming torrent of violet energy erupted from within him. Boom. In an instant, the area within a radius of 10 zhang was enveloped in this purple aura. The violent violet energy did not continue to spread, but rather coiled back, forming a barrier-like presence. Standing atop the violet energy, Yi Buluo floated in the air with his hands behind his back, radiating an extraordinary divine might. The martial artists watching from below were left in shock, unable to utter even a word of astonishment. Meng Jie furrowed his brow. I did not expect this use cultivation to have reached such heights. If given another 10 years, even I, as an elder, might find it difficult to contend with him. The demonic talents will also remain overshadowed by him, with no chance of rising again. Though unwilling to admit it, Meng Jie had to concede that Yi Bulow's strength was indeed formidable, making him the undisputed foremost prodigy of the righteous path. As Yi Bulow's aura intensified, the violet energy transformed into a blazing flame, burning fiercely. Tang Xuan, your defeat is certain today. Yi Bulow spoke calmly, each word resonating like thunder, instilling dread. In the face of Yi Bulow's terrifying momentum, Tang Xuan stood unmoved, his garments billowing like a mountain. Your strength has become even more fearsome since our last encounter. Yi Bulow raised an eyebrow. My power grows daily. Tang Xuan, while you once bested me in a single move, that is no longer possible today. Tang Xuan smiled faintly, his expression filled with absolute confidence. The same statement holds true. Those I have defeated will never catch up to me again. He then unleashed his own aura. Though strong, it was evidently inferior compared to Yi Bulow's. Meng Jie frowned slightly. It seems that the gap in cultivation between the two remains significant, which is quite disadvantageous for Tang Xuan. Ultimately, despite his formidable talent, his cultivation time has been too brief. He is likely to face defeat in this battle. However, it matters not. Once he enters the Dark Radiant's sacred land, his true potential will be unleashed. In no more than 2.5 years, he should possess the strength to truly contend with Yi Bulow. Chapter 79. The Inheritance of the Imperial Artifact. The Overlord Spear. Boom, boom, boom. In the Heavenly Hall, the clash of two unparalleled prodigies' auras caused the heavens and earth to shift, with waves of energy surging. Make your move. Yi Bulow waved his sleeve, exuding confidence. Tang Xuan reciprocated without hesitation. With a breath, that Song Airblade began to tremble. The complete blade intent burst forth. In an instant, time and space seemed to freeze. Layers of blade intent tearing through the raging winds, emanating an aura of annihilation. Complete blade intent. Remarkable. Meng Jie expressed admiration. While there are indeed prodigies with complete realms of intent within the Dark Radiant's sacred land, those individuals have received the finest training from the outset, making their attainment of such a level less remarkable. Yet, Tang Xuan, hailing from the Yuan Sect and under scarce resources, has also cultivated his blade intent to completion, showcasing an exceptionally rare talent. That same blade again. Yet it is of no use to me. Yi Bulow raised an eyebrow. I, Yi Bulow, shall never succumb to the same tactic twice. With a firm grip, he summoned the Golden Crow's purple aura into the palm of his hand. Slash. The sun is obliterated, and stars sink into the void. Tang Xuan raised the Tsonger blade high, and behind him, illusions of the Golden Crow and the myriad celestial stars emerged. At the moment the blade was unleashed, they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, merging their devastating power with the intent of the blade, slicing toward Yi Bulow. Simultaneously, Yi Bulow unleashed his perfected palm intent. Genesis technique. The purple microcosm shines. The Golden Crow's purple aura coalesced upon the surface of his fist, transforming into a violet Golden Crow that surged forth to meet the blade's radiance. The blade's brilliance and the palm's force collided violently. In an instant, an extraordinarily dazzling light erupted, akin to the simultaneous eruption of 1,000 volcanoes. The void buckled and collapsed, evoking a breathless sensation as if the apocalypse were upon them. Many observing martial artists felt their senses abruptly fade. Water trickled from their orifices, and upon wiping their hands, they were met with blood, their expressions shifting in horror. The overwhelming prowess wielded by Tang Xuan and Yi Bulow had inadvertently injured them with the residual waves of their clash. My heavens, is this the battle of top-tier prodigies? It is utterly terrifying. Their strength is so formidable that even Star Realm warriors would struggle to match such intensity. The onlookers were aghast, retreating involuntarily. Meng Jie glanced at the spectators and shook his head. Not everyone is fit to witness a battle of this caliber. Crackling. In the heart of the collapsing space, two extreme forces tangled in a frenzied dance before ultimately fracturing apart. Tang Xuan and Yi Bulow remained steadfast, unwavering. Your strongest strike. It has become futile. A confident smile graced Yi Bulow's face. Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed, you have made progress since our last encounter, barely keeping pace with my footsteps. Yi Bulow declared proudly. You are mistaken. I have surpassed you. From this moment forth, you shall look up to me. Tang Xuan sighed. What gives you such confidence? Yi Bulow replied. Confidence stems from strength. Very well, then face my blade once more. Tang Xuan's demeanor darkened as a surge of dark power erupted forth. Your mightiest strike cannot harm me. It is but a fruitless endeavor. Yi Bulow shouted, taking the initiative. Genesis technique. Celestial purple web. He extended his hand to gather the purple aura, then unleashed a punch. Boom. The violet energy surged forth like a torrential wave toward Tang Xuan. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Should it connect, even an Earth Realm warrior would meet their demise. This punch was executed with such swiftness that it reached Tang Xuan in the blink of an eye. This is bad. Meng Jie's expression altered. At this moment, Tang Xuan's aura had yet to peak. If he recklessly struck, he would surely falter. However, if he chose to evade, Yi Buluo would seize the opportunity to attack, gaining the upper hand. For prodigies of this caliber, once an advantage is established, turning the tide becomes exceedingly difficult. Tang Xuan's figure was pierced and consumed by the violet energy. Yet, a scream did not escape his lips. Yi Buluo narrowed his eyes and swiftly countered with a palm strike. Once again, the same technique was employed, but alas, the martial arts seen by Yi Bazai are rendered ineffective upon their second use. Indeed, Tang Xuan's figure materialized behind him, and a powerful strike penetrated his body. Yet, it was merely an afterimage. What? Yi Buluo's pupils constricted in disbelief, unable to fathom how Tang Xuan had managed to evade not once, but twice. Whoosh! A dark blade of light slashed diagonally towards him. Yi Buluo unleashed 2 punches, but his strength was spent, and he was forced to retreat. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back several steps, feeling a searing pain in his chest, followed by a trickle of warmth. He was injured. Yi Buluo was injured. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists from both the righteous and demonic factions were left in shock. Meng Jie's eyes widened, pupils constricting, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. Tang Xuan, wielding a blade with one hand, exuded an undeniable charisma as the wind billowed through his garments. Where did your confidence stem from? The smile faded from Yi Buluo's face, replaced by a cold indifference. He had not anticipated that Tang Xuan possessed a sword technique rivaling the devastation of the sun and the stars. Excellent. He slowly uttered 2 words, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. He had been struck, yet he proclaimed it was excellent. Had Yi Buluo lost his wits? Certainly not. Having faced defeat at Tang Xuan's hands twice, Yi Buluo's pride was deeply wounded, and he resolved to unveil his hidden trump card. With a firm grip of his hand, a brilliant silver light descended from the heavens, landing before him. It was a silver-long spear, adorned with the image of a divine dragon soaring through the skies. This was the Balong gun. Meng Jie's expression shifted dramatically, the name of a formidable weapon surfacing in his mind. Tang Xuan, be cautious. That is a royal heirloom. As the royal heirloom emerged, gasps of astonishment erupted. What? A royal heirloom? Yi Buluo actually possessed one. It is said that a royal heirloom is a weapon refined to its pinnacle by a powerful ancestor. Its might sealed and entrusted to the next generation for nurturing, thus allowing them to wield extraordinary power that transcends ordinary limits. Hiss! With the royal heirloom in play, Tang Xuan's chances of victory had vanished. Yi Buluo extended his right hand, seizing the spear's shaft, and in that instant, numerous icy rays shot towards Tang Xuan. Clang! 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 Each time Tang Xuan blocked a ray, he was forced to retreat a step. By the time the spear's brilliance faded, he had retreated more than 10 steps. Merely the discharge of the spear's energy had compelled Tang Xuan to withdraw. The might of the Balong gun was astonishing. Tang Xuan, from this moment forth, you possess no opportunities. Grasping the Balong gun, Yi Buluo's eyes shimmered with unwavering confidence. Tang Xuan regarded the Balong gun, his fighting spirit igniting further. The intent of the spear had reached perfection. So, you possess a second realm of mastery. At this revelation, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. What? Yi Buluo had actually cultivated 2 realms to perfection. How could this be possible? Even among the top-tier prodigies, achieving mastery in a single realm is already extraordinary. Is this the strength of the foremost prodigy of the righteous path? Chapter 80, Sword Intent. Triple Perfection. Yi Buluo unleashed the perfected intent of the spear, instantly captivating the entire arena. Even someone of Meng Jie's caliber bore an expression of shock, his breath quickening. It's over. Tang Xuan's defeat was inevitable. Indeed, he possesses a singular essence of ultimate perfection, while Yi Buluo embodies 2. The amalgamation of these 2 profound realms surpasses the potency of a solitary ultimate perfection. How terrifying! Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as all were left in awe of Yi Buluo's talent. Tang Xuan, you are indeed formidable. Yi Buluo's expression returned to one of calm detachment. After all, you are the first thus far to suppress my mastery. But this is where it ends. The dual realms intertwined leave no room for even the slightest opportunity. He raised the tyrant dragon spear, directing it towards Tang Xuan. Kneel and concede. Having finally found an opponent worthy of my full strength, I would rather not extinguish your life now. Such an act would leave me in profound solitude. Meng Jie admonished sternly, Tang Xuan, do not act on impulse. Your journey is still long. Though Tang Xuan ultimately fell short against Yi Boluo, his performance was nothing short of astonishing. With proper cultivation over the next 3 to 5 years, he could undoubtedly contend with Yi Boluo. A true man knows when to yield and when to endure. A moment's patience can yield vengeance a decade later. In response to Meng Jia's counsel, Tang Xuan merely smiled. A decade is too long. Moreover, how do you know that I lack a second realm? In an instant, a second essence erupted from within him. Boom. The intense power of the realm surged forth like a volcanic eruption, causing the void to tremble. What? How is this possible? Tang Xuan actually possesses a second realm, and it too is of ultimate perfection. My heavens, how can this be? Is this fellow a monster? The ultimate perfection of martial intent. How has he achieved this? I cannot even reach a singular perfection, yet he has mastered two. As the ultimate perfection of martial intent manifested, Meng Jia was left utterly stunned. He had believed Tang Xuan was destined to lose, yet here he was, unleashing a second realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, Meng Jia felt an urge to roar. A genius. This is true genius. Yi Boluo's pupils constricted sharply. What? You? Tang Xuan smiled slightly. Apologies, but I too possess a second realm. Yi Boluo's expression shifted multiple times before settling into one of calmness. Well, you are indeed the opponent I had hoped for. I did not expect you to have cultivated a second realm. I understand now. It must be the celestial intent crystal. Tang Xuan replied with a grin. Indeed. My martial intent was almost there, but with the celestial intent crystal, I just attained perfection. I owe you my gratitude. Without the crystal, I might not have reached the ultimate perfection of martial intent so swiftly. Yi Boluo's lips twitched. If his spear intent had not yet reached ultimate perfection, he would not have needed to seek Tang Xuan's assistance. And now, the celestial intent crystal was in Tang Xuan's possession, enabling him to cultivate a second ultimate perfection realm. This was the consequence of his own actions. Yi Boluo's heart felt as though it were bleeding. He let out a long breath. Had I obtained the celestial intent crystal, you would have stood no chance against me. Tang Xuan chuckled. Who says so? Immediately, a third essence erupted from within him. Ding! A gentle chime resonated as a shadow of sword intent materialized behind Tang Xuan. Once again, the crowd was left in astonishment. What? That is the essence of the sword. Tang Xuan has astonishingly cultivated a third realm of understanding. Goodness, is he even human? What manner of creature is this? Mastering realms of comprehension as if they were mere cabbages? Even his sword essence has reached an unparalleled perfection, leaving no room for others to thrive. The fusion of three realms caused Yi Boluo's dual essence to shatter instantly. Humph. Yi Boluo staggered back several steps, his complexion pale. His eyes filled with a sense of defeat. Tang Xuan has actually achieved the third realm of understanding. His own innate talent seemed utterly crushed. For the first time, Yi Boluo experienced profound astonishment. The perfection of fist essence was somewhat acceptable due to the divine crystal's influence, but how could one explain the perfection of sword essence? My heavens! Meng Jia, watching from the sidelines, felt every hair on his body stand on end. If Yi Boluo was a prodigy, then Tang Xuan was the prodigy among prodigies. The trifecta of perfected realms was something he had never witnessed nor heard of before. Even in the dark radiant sacred land, where prodigies abound, no one had ever accomplished such a terrifying feat. Tang Xuan gazed calmly at Yi Boluo. In this battle, do you yield? Yi Boluo's face was ashen, steeped in a sense of defeat. If the last encounter could be explained by grand intentions and restraint, this time, he could find no justification. Beneath the trifecta of perfected realms, he had not even the slightest chance of victory, unless he resorted to external forces. Yet, with Yi Boluo's pride, there was no way he would resort to such means. Doing so would tarnish his heart of Tao, leading to a decline in his martial path. I yield. It is unimaginable how much effort Yi Boluo expended to utter those two words. He waved his hand, causing the tyrant dragon spear to vanish. Tang Xuan, you are indeed formidable. I, Yi Boluo, vow to the heavens that I will train vigorously. 6 months from now, in the sacred land battle, I shall cleanse the shame of today. With that, he vanished in an instant. Once he completely disappeared, the spectators erupted into chaos. Yi Boluo conceded defeat, and Tang Xuan emerged victorious. This battle in the heavenly hall was full of twists and turns, with Su Qingyao and Shen Tianlin reduced to mere jesters. Ha ha ha, tremble, you righteous dogs, for you are destined to dwell in the shadow of Tang Xuan. The demonic prodigies had never been so elated. For so long, Yi Boluo had loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating their spirits. Today, all their pent-up frustrations were finally unleashed. In contrast, the righteous prodigies were sorrowful expressions. Their confidence shattered. The divine figures they idolized crumbled before their eyes. Meng Jia approached Tang Xuan, his face filled with approval. Excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. Tang Xuan, you have done exceptionally well. This elder is thoroughly satisfied. Tang Xuan smiled and replied, Elder Meng, what you speak of as opportunity is, Meng Jie smiled slightly. Do not worry. Once you arrive at the dark radiant sacred land, this elder will personally bestow it upon you. Will you return with me now? Or will you go on your own? Tang Xuan pondered for a moment and said, I have matters to attend to at the Demon Yuan sect. Once everything is settled, I shall certainly make my way to the dark radiance sacred land. The preparations made by Gu Hanmi and Shurkuan Yue for the breakthrough to the 4th level are nearly complete. Once the breakthrough is achieved, neither of them will possess the capability to continue. Tang Xuan can then focus on advancing further in the Anyao Holy Land. Meng Jie chuckled, very well. This elder shall await you in the Anyao Holy Land. Were it anyone else, such amiability would have been unthinkable. If one does not go now, they may never go. Yet Tang Xuan's demeanor endeared him to Meng Jie immensely. Exceptional talents are always entitled to special privileges. Chapter 81. The 9 Nether Sect after departing from Wushuang City. Tang Xuan hastily returned to the Demon Yuan sect. The Grand Elder was already aware of the events that transpired in Wushuang City. Upon seeing Tang Xuan, he felt an inexplicable weakness in his legs, almost succumbing to the urge to kneel. The downfall of Su Qingyao, the defeat of Yi Buoyuo, and the unprecedented invitation from Elder Meng Jie of the Anyao Holy Land to enter its realm, each of these occurrences could have stirred monumental waves in both righteous and demonic paths. Yet Tang Xuan had accomplished all 3 simultaneously. The Grand Elder found himself at a loss for words to express the shock reverberating within him. No accolades in the world could encapsulate Tang Xuan's formidable prowess. However, Tang Xuan himself remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. After exchanging pleasantries with the Grand Elder, he proceeded to his cultivation. With such a prodigy, the Demon Yuan sect shall flourish. The Grand Elder gazed at Tang Xuan's departing silhouette, overwhelmed by a surge of elation. Days later, while Tang Xuan was engrossed in his training, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before him. It was the long-missing Gu Hanmi. Before Tang Xuan could utter a word, Gu Hanmi seized him and ascended into the air. Elder, where are we headed? Tang Xuan inquired, bewildered. To the 9 Nether sect, of course. I have finally secured an opportunity to enter the 9 Nether Heavenly Pool. Gu Hanmi replied urgently. The 9 Nether Heavenly Pool is a wellspring where the essence of 9 Nether energy converges, providing the essential power needed for you to break through to the 4th layer of the Shi Huang Slash. Tang Xuan suddenly understood. The 4th level of the Shi Huang Slash is known as the 9 Nether Soul Severing Realm. It requires the invocation of 9 Nether power to infuse the blade, allowing the slashes to embody the force of soul annihilation. Any being touched by the blade's radiance would find their soul eroded by the frigid essence of the 9 Nether. The consequences could range from slight damage to the soul and clouded consciousness to a complete shattering of the spirit. Its power surpasses that of the 3rd level, shadow skimming, by at least tenfold. Gu Hanmi's pace was swift. In less than half a day, they reached the outskirts of the 9 Nether sect, nestled among the mountains. Within the sect lies a celestial pool, not filled with ordinary water, but rather a liquefied form of 9 Nether energy. This energy originated from the primordial undercurrents of the netherworld at the dawn of creation, embodying the most fundamental cold energy of the universe. Its hue resembles that of dark jade, with a texture akin to congealed fat, emitting faint, sorrowful wails as it flows. This essence is an amalgamation of vengeful spirits that have slumbered for eons. Naturally, it possesses the terrifying ability to erode the essence of life. Contact with human skin instantly manifests dark, malevolent patterns, and if it infiltrates the meridians, it can freeze blood, resulting in immediate death. Only the unique 9 Nether great art of the 9 Nether sect can transform this energy into a usable force. To gain entry into the realm of cultivation, outsiders must obtain the consent of an elder from the Jiuyo sect, who will then escort them through the protective barriers. Otherwise, not even deities could hope to enter. Gu Hanmi had sought for quite some time before finally securing an opportunity for Tang Xuan to enter. He brought Tang Xuan to the entrance of the Jiuyo sect, where a dark, ethereal mist enveloped the grand gates. Tang Xuan felt a chill sweep over him, as if his very soul were at risk of being drawn away. With a flick of his consciousness, he activated the Shura cyclone, instantly refining the ominous aura. Is this the essence of Jiuyo? Indeed, it possesses a certain mystique. Tang Xuan thought, nodding slightly. How do you feel? Gu Hanmi inquired, a trace of concern in his voice. The Jiuyo essence is formidable once it taints the soul. Even he would be helpless. Recognizing that Tang Xuan embodied the hope of the future, Gu Hanmi preferred to face peril himself rather than see Tang Xuan adversely affected. I'm fine. I feel quite well. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, under the refining influence of the Shura cyclone. The Jiao essence not only failed to harm him, but also seemed to hint at a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had already reached the pinnacle of the condensing sea realm, and with one more leap, he would ascend to the Xian Dan realm. However, his current focus lay on mastering various martial techniques, rendering the breakthrough less significant in his eyes. Should there be an abundance of Jiao essence, it might indeed facilitate an effortless advance. Gu Hami observed Tang Xuan closely, noting his stable aura, which suggested he was unaffected. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Halt! Who goes there? Barked the disciple guarding the mountain gate. Gu Hami declared with conviction, I am Gu Hami, the supreme elder of the Yuan sect, here with Elder Luo to bring my disciple into the Jiao heavenly pool for cultivation. As he spoke, he produced a token from his robe and presented it. Elder Luo was the individual Gu Hami had sought, one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Jiao sect. The gatekeeper accepted the token and nodded. Very well, please wait. After a brief interval, a middle-aged man clad in blue emerged. Elder Luo. Gu Hami greeted him with a smile. Elder Luo smirked slightly. Oh, no need to be so familiar. We are not that close. Gu Hami chuckled awkwardly and beckoned Tang Xuan forward. Come, greet Elder Luo. Tang Xuan promptly bowed. Greetings, Elder Luo. Elder Luo waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. He scrutinized Tang Xuan from head to toe, a look of appreciation crossing his face. You possess a reserved elegance, proud yet unassuming, indeed. One with the bearing of an emperor. It is a pity you have chosen to apprentice under a cunning individual like Gu Hami, a true gem cast into the shadows. Tell me, have you considered taking me as your master? I assure you, I would be a far superior mentor compared to that rascal Gu Hami. Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What an audacious attempt to poach my allegiance right before my eyes. Gu Hami's expression darkened immediately. Elder Luo, is it really necessary to attempt to sway my disciple in my presence? That seems rather excessive. Elder Luo rolled his eyes. Excessive? Who is truly excessive here? You took the treasures and fled, leaving me to fend off the monsters. Old man, do you really think I have forgotten? Gu Hami forced a smile. You still remember such trivial matters. Elder Luo gazed at Tang Xuan and recounted, I once teamed up with that old fellow for training and stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. However, when I attempted to retrieve it, I inadvertently roused the guardian beast. That old rascal took the treasure for himself and fled, leaving me nearly at the mercy of the creature. Who, then, is truly in the wrong? Tang Xuan cast a speechless glance at Gu Hami. If the roles were reversed, anyone would feel aggrieved. Clearing his throat, Gu Hami replied, Elder Luo, if you permit my disciple to enter the 9 nether heavenly pool, I shall grant you tenfold the treasure, as promised. Elder Luo's eyes narrowed. It seems this lad holds great significance for you. Gu Hami nodded. More precious than my own life. A flicker of surprise crossed Elder Luo's eyes. Oh, is that so? Very well, I shall forego the treasure. But you must sincerely apologize to me, and this matter will be laid to rest. Gu Hami promptly bowed at a 90-degree angle. I am sorry. Elder Luo chuckled heartily. All right then, considering our past camaraderie, I shall let it go. Come along, lad. Just as Tang Xuan was about to step forward, a sharp voice rang out. Halt. You are not permitted to enter the 9 nether heavenly pool. Chapter 82, The Jun Family. Jun Xingzong. With that command, an elder clad in a robe made of bones emerged. Elder Luo furrowed his brow. Bone Elder. You or this man was one of the 4 great elders of the 9 nether sect, known for his treachery and narrow-mindedness. Elder Luo. The 9 nether heavenly pool has been reserved for today. This lad cannot enter. The Bone Elder declared coldly. Elder Luo frowned. Why was I not informed of this? The Bone Elder sneered. This is the order of the sect master. Elder Luo retorted. Then I shall consult the sect master. No need. The Bone Elder produced a token from his robe. You wouldn't dare claim ignorance of the sect master's decree, would you? Elder Luo's expression darkened further. He certainly recognized the sect master's token. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry suddenly echoed across the heavens. Boom. The clouds were violently torn apart. And a massive blackbird, swift as lightning, descended upon the 9 nether sect. As its wings flapped, a tempest erupted, uprooting trees and scattering foliage. Upon the back of the blackbird stood several individuals, the foremost being a middle-aged man in a gray robe, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength, rivaling any present. Beside him stood a young man, brimming with pride and confidence, and behind them were 2 striking maidens, armed with longswords, emanating the aura of the Xian Dan realm. Upon seeing the newcomers, a smile broke across the Bone Elder's stern visage. Welcome, Elder Jun. Young Master Jun. Elder Luo's eyes narrowed in realization. Jun. Could it be the Jun family? Gu Hami's expression also shifted dramatically. Tang Xuan inquired, what are the Jun family? Elder Luo sighed. The full name of the Jun family is the Divine Clan Jun family, Alongside the Yi, Lin, and Xiao families, they are hailed as the four great righteous clans. Currently, the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Buluo, belongs to the divine clan Yi, if I am not mistaken. This individual is none other than the Jun family's renowned prodigy, known as Jun Xingzong, whose talent and strength are on par with Yi Buluo. It is rumored that he has been invited to the sacred land of Reversal Light. Elder Bone laughed heartily. Indeed. He is none other than the young master of the saintly traces, Jun Xingzong. Once he merges with the aura of the Nine Hells, he shall shatter the records of the sacred land, achieving a legendary feat for the ages. Elder Luo sighed. Old Gu, I fear I shall lose my credibility this time. You might as well give up. Gu Hummy's expression darkened, filled with reluctance. He had fought hard for this opportunity, only to see it snatched away right before his eyes. Such a feeling was profoundly disheartening. Elderbone, brimming with smugness, remarked, this world values identity, background, and strength. Lacking these, one ought to behave humbly, like a mouse scurrying with its tail tucked. There are matters you shall never attain in your lifetime. Elder Luo and Gu Hummy's faces grew increasingly grave. Only Tang Xuan wore a disdainful smile. The Jun family does not seem that formidable after all. Upon hearing this, Jun Xingzong abruptly halted his steps, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. What did you just say? Elder Luo was taken aback. Tang Xuan, tread carefully. I know you harbor discontent, but be mindful, for words can invite calamity. The Jun family's might is not something the demon origin sect can contend with. It is best to endure. Gu Hummy added. Indeed, Tang Xuan, Elder Luo speaks wisely. We cannot afford to offend the Jun family. Let it go. And as for the Nine Hells aura, I shall find another way. Tang Xuan replied indifferently. I do not possess the luxury of waiting. Everything has its order. Does it not? Jun Xingzong chuckled. Boy, were it not for my urgent need to break through, you would already be a cold corpse for that remark. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, I do not believe you. Care to test it? Even Yi Buluo was defeated by me. How could Jun Xingzong possibly surpass my strength? A glimmer of killing intent surfaced in Jun Xingzong's gaze as he slowly turned away. At that moment, an elder from the Jun family spoke. Xingzong, the matter is of great importance. Do not be distracted by trivialities. Jun Xingzong squinted his eyes. Boy, if you have the guts, wait right here. After an hour, I shall emerge to slay you. With that, he strode confidently into the Nine Hells sect. Elder Luo wore a grave expression. Old Gu, take him away quickly, or a great calamity will befall us. Gu Hummy nodded. Tang Xuan, let us go. Tang Xuan replied coolly. Today, I shall claim the Nine Hells aura. No one shall take it from me. Elder Luo, is there any method to enter the Nine Hells heavenly pool directly? Elder Luo hesitated. Well, there is indeed a way. Established by our sect's supreme elder. Whoever can pass the 3 trials of the Nine Hells may present a request to the Nine Hells sect, which even the sect master cannot defy. Tang Xuan nodded. Very well. Take me to the 3 trials of the Nine Hells. Elder Luo was taken aback. Tang Xuan, do not act impulsively. The 3 trials of the Nine Hells are no trifling matter. Even those of the Star Realm may perish within, for a millennium. No one has passed all 3 trials, and only a handful have reached the second. Gu Hummy added. Indeed, Tang Xuan, Elder Luo only wishes the best for you. Do not act recklessly. Impulsiveness is the devil's work. Tang Xuan chuckled. I am a far more terrifying being than any devil. Take me there, Elder Luo. Elder Luo hesitated as he gazed at Gu Hummy. The latter paused for a moment before replying, Tang Xuan, you are truly confident. Of course. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Well then, let us give it a try. Gu Hummy nodded at Elder Luo, having said all that needed to be said and done all that could be done. Elder Luo, seeing Tang Xuan's unwavering determination, could only acquiesce with resignation. Follow me. Before long, the trio arrived at the central square of the Jiuyu sect. The expansive square was bustling with disciples of the sect, who, upon noticing Tang Xuan's arrival, cast curious glances in his direction. Elder Luo pointed to a mirror standing prominently in the square. That is the first trial, known as the Wangchuan mirror. The reflection it casts does not reveal one's true appearance, but rather the deepest fears harbored within one's heart. Simultaneously, the chilling aura from the mirror will infiltrate the spirit of the challenger. Should the trial taker exhibit any signs of cowardice in the face of these illusions, the mirror will emit a dark, toxic miasma that ensnares their limbs. The consequences could range from minor damage to the Tao heart to utter mental collapse, rendering one a mere shell of their former self. He glanced at Tang Xuan and continued, to pass this trial, one must confront the very source of their fear, using the power of intent to shatter the illusions, thereby revealing the mark of the nether lotus on the mirror. I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Tang Xuan smiled slightly, refraining from further words as he strode forward. His actions immediately captured the attention of the Jiu Sect disciples. Oh, someone dares to challenge the Wang Chuan mirror. Huh. Another fool seeking death, without perfect mastery of intent. Their mind will shatter in an instant. Young man, a little hardship will teach you humility. As the derisive comments echoed, the Wang Chuan mirror suddenly resonated with a thunderous sound. A black lotus mark materialized upon its surface. What? The Nether Lotus Mark. Chapter 83, Breaking Through 2 Trials. Shocking the entire audience. In the blink of an eye, the first trial was overcome. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, including Elder Luo. All the disciples of the Jiu Sect stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Could it be that the formidable Wang Chuan mirror, which had thwarted countless prodigies, was so easily surpassed? Many rubbed their eyes vigorously, and some even slapped themselves in disbelief. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the mark of the Nether Lotus on the mirror remained crystal clear. That must count as passing the trial, Tang Xuan remarked nonchalantly. Gulp. Elder Luo swallowed hard. Indeed, passed the trial. He turned stiffly, bewildered. No, old Gu. Is your disciple truly this formidable? Gu Hunmi was equally dumbfounded. Having departed before Tang Xuan ventured into the battlefield, he was unaware of the latter's current level of cultivation. However, he was acutely aware of the daunting difficulty of the Jiu 3 trials. To break through the Wangchuan realm, one must cultivate at least one form of intent to perfection. For beings of their caliber, achieving perfect mastery of intent was hardly a feat yet. How long had Tang Xuan been cultivating? To barely grasp a single form of intent was already a mark of extraordinary talent. Perfect mastery of intent. Such a notion was beyond the realm of dreams. Observing Gu Hunmi's dazed expression, Elder Luo's brow furrowed in confusion. No, old Gu. You cannot be unaware of the fact that your disciple has reached a state of perfect enlightenment. Gu Huanmia hastily cleared his throat. Nonsense. How could I possibly not know? Elder Luo's suspicion deepened, yet he found himself devoid of evidence. The first challenge has been surmounted, but where lies the second? We are pressed for time, Tang Xuan. Elder Luo's lips twitched. This is the 9 Nether 3 trials. Previous challengers have approached each trial with utmost seriousness, meticulously preparing before daring to engage. How can there be anyone like Tang Xuan? Yet, he found himself unable to refute this, for the challenger was indeed Tang Xuan, not him. Thus, Elder Luo led Tang Xuan and Gu Huanmia toward the second trial. Once they departed, the disciples of the 9 Nether sect erupted in fervent discussion. My word! From whence does this peerless prodigy hail? How astonishing! In less than a breath, he shattered the Wangchuan mirror. Is this fellow truly human? Who knows? Yet by the look of him, he seems intent on charging through the 9 Nether 3 trials in one breath. Anyone who has attained perfect enlightenment can typically breach the Wangchuan mirror, but the difficulty of the second trial, the soul-dragging chain, is 100-fold that of the mirror. There is no way that youth could possibly succeed. What if he does? Shouldn't we go and see? The disciples of the 9 Nether sect exchanged glances and immediately made their way toward the soul-dragging chain. The bottomless abyss. The howling winds. A black chain swayed back and forth, occasionally striking against the rocks with a crisp clang. Merely witnessing it sent chills down one's spine. This is the second trial of the 9 Nether 3 trials, known as the soul-dragging chain. Elder Luo looked at Tang Xuan and said, although you swiftly passed the first trial, do not underestimate the 9 Nether 3 trials. Even if you cannot conquer the Wangchuan mirror, there will be no harm. However, should you falter on the soul-dragging chain, it could cost you your life. How does one pass this trial? Tang Xuan asked confidently. Elder Luo took a deep breath and began to explain. This chain is forged from a millennium of mysterious iron intertwined with the malevolent energy of the 9 Nether veins. Upon contact, this energy invades the body, inflicting immense suffering. The challenger may employ any means necessary to traverse the 300 Zhang chain bridge, during which the chain will intermittently unleash malevolent energy and dark lightning. If one is not careful to evade, they will be immediately paralyzed and plummet into the bottomless abyss. Should one fall, even I, the elder, would be unable to offer assistance. Are you prepared for this? Gu Huanmia, equally concerned, chimed in. Tang Xuan, do you truly need to contemplate such trivial matters? Tang Xuan smiled slightly, and in a flash, he was already standing upon the soul-dragging chain. In an instant, the terrifying malevolent energy surged into his body like ravenous wolves, tearing at his meridians. Within a mere moment, Tang Xuan experienced the agony of being torn apart. His form wavered precariously. This is not good. Elder Luo's expression changed dramatically. He charged too swiftly, resulting in an overwhelming onslaught of malevolent energy. He may not be able to withstand it. Gu Huanmia also turned pale. He wished to advise Tang Xuan to retreat, but feared it might disturb him, leaving him anxiously rooted in place. The malevolent energy is formidable. Tang Xuan's mind stirred. and he directly activated the Heavenly Slaughter Azura art. The Shura cyclone whirled into a frenzy, instantaneously devouring the malevolent energy that had invaded his body, transforming it into pure spiritual essence that nourished his physical form. Oh, what a splendid place! His spirit surged, and he once again advanced. As his second step fell, the impact of the malevolent energy was even more intense than the first. However, Tang Xuan activated the Shura cyclone, consuming every ounce of energy in his path. He had been contemplating where to find more malevolent energy, and now it had conveniently come to him. Although the Heavenly Execution Shura technique could not temporarily break through his realm, it did not imply that his martial arts could not advance. After taking a dozen steps, a thunderous roar suddenly resonated within him. The vast spiritual energy within the Shura cyclone began to whirl rapidly, gradually coalescing into a golden orb. The Xian Dan realm. Success. This scene left Elder Luo and the recently arrived disciples of the Nine Nether Sect in a state of shock. Could it be? He was able to absorb malevolent energy for a breakthrough. What manner of monster was this? The very malevolent energy that we dare not approach has become his resource for cultivation. How can one endure this? Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. It feels as if the heavens are relentlessly providing him with sustenance. The disciples of the Nine Nether Sect wore expressions of defeat, profoundly shaken by Tang Xuan's astonishing talent. Some even felt their resolve shatter, overwhelmed by despair. The taboos that they struggled so hard to comprehend were merely resources for him. Elder Luo, with a serious demeanor, addressed Gu Hummys. Old Gu, name your price. I want this disciple. Whatever you ask, I shall not haggle. Gu Hummy's mouth almost stretched to the back of his head in disbelief. What a joke. That is my most treasured disciple. I would not part with him for anything. Elder Luo gritted his teeth. Damn it. What kind of luck have you stumbled upon to find such a monster? It drives me mad. Gu Hummy's pride swelled. What can I say? My charm is unmatched. Elder Luo spat in disdain but found himself unable to refute the claim. Regardless of how Gu Hummys had ensnared Tang Xuan, the fact remained Tang Xuan was now his disciple. An undeniable truth. When one is powerful, their words hold weight. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan continued forward, devouring every trace of malevolent energy. The occasional flashes of dark lightning posed no harm to him. In no time, he stood before the next challenge. The second trial. Breakthrough. Chapter 84. The third trial. The true solution of the Nine Nether Profound Underworld. He had passed the second trial. Good heavens, as far as I remember. Only 5 individuals have ever succeeded in this trial. Now he was the 6th. Yet, it was futile, although he had conquered the second trial. The third trial had never been breached by anyone, and he would be no exception. The disciples of the Nine Nether Sect whispered amongst themselves. Soon, they arrived at the third trial, a challenge that had remained unbroken for millennia. Elder Luo spoke solemnly, the Nine Nether Cave. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Just tell me how to overcome it. Elder Luo pointed towards a cave etched into the stone wall and declared, do you see that? It is the very place where the first ancestor of our Jiuyo sect attained enlightenment. Inscribed upon this stone wall are the secret techniques that safeguard our sect, the Jiuyo Xianming true formula. Upon entering the cave, the ancestral soul energy will seal the entrance. And within, the pressure will double at intervals. Should you fail to exit in time, you will be utterly crushed by the mounting force. The ancient soul, feeling a chill, gazed at Tang Xuan with a look of concern. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unfazed, his expression calm and composed. Elder Luo paused for a moment before continuing. The sole method to unlock the cave is to gain the recognition of the ancestral soul energy, which requires you to cultivate the Jiuyo Xianming true formula to at least the introductory level. However, this technique is profoundly intricate. Even those with exceptional talent cannot grasp it in less than a year or a year and a half. Given your current cultivation, you may only endure for an hour. Are you certain you wish to undertake this challenge? Elder Luo was fond of Tang Xuan's demeanor and wished to see him succeed, not perish in this place. Comprehension? Ah, that is precisely my forte. Tang Xuan replied, his brow arching with confidence. He was not one to underestimate his understanding. With a sudden movement, he leaped into the cave. The instant he entered, a terrifying force coalesced at the entrance, forming a seal that locked the cave tightly. Simultaneously, the pressure within began to surge dramatically. Tang Xuan felt his body sink slightly. He swiftly activated the Azura cyclone to counteract the force, but curiously, even the cyclone proved ineffective against the external pressure. This was soul energy oppression. A realization dawned upon Tang Xuan. The pressure was not aimed at his physical form, but rather at his spirit. The Azura cyclone could only consume foreign energies and was utterly impotent against spiritual forces. Furthermore, the third level of the Tianlu killing Azura technique was insufficient. Had he attained the 4th or 5th levels, this soul energy oppression would pose no threat. Yet, He found himself unable to achieve such mastery at present. It seemed the only path forward was to comprehend the Jiuyo Xianming true formula. Tang Xuan raised his gaze towards the stone wall, where an intricate pattern was carved. The design was beyond description, and the moment Tang Xuan beheld it, he felt a violent tremor within his soul sea. Clearly, this was a technique for cultivating soul energy, perfectly suited to remedy his deficiencies. Soul energy is a mysterious power hidden deep within a warrior's soul, resonating with the elemental essence of the world, and serves as a crucial factor for warriors to transcend themselves and master the profound. It is formless and intangible, invisible to the eye yet palpable to the spirit, containing immense power. Only when a warrior's mental strength reaches a certain threshold can they awaken to the existence of soul energy. The most direct manifestation of soul energy is observed in combat. In close quarters, it can transform into a protective barrier, repelling enemy attacks with a strength far surpassing ordinary protective chi. Moreover, soul energy can synergize with a warrior's techniques, giving rise to formidable soul skills. The defining characteristic of soul skills is their ability to bypass physical defenses, striking directly at the spirit. Moreover, the significance of soul power in the cultivation of martial artists cannot be overstated. It serves as an invaluable aid, enabling practitioners to better comprehend the intricacies of their martial arts and to attune themselves to the laws of nature. When a martial artist endeavors to transcend their current realm, soul power can stabilize their ascent, preventing them from descending into madness. Through the cultivation of soul power, a martial artist's mental acuity is also enhanced, broadening their perceptive range, allowing them to anticipate the movements and threats posed by adversaries. Furthermore, soul power nourishes the practitioner's soul, fortifying its resilience and strength, thereby laying a solid foundation for the mastery of more profound techniques. Despite the myriad benefits associated with soul power, the methods for its cultivation are exceedingly rare, often exclusively possessed by prominent families of great influence. Although the Demon Yuan sect is not insignificant, it lacks any techniques for soul power cultivation. Originally, Tang Xuan intended to seek such knowledge upon entering the sacred land of dark radiance, but he was unexpectedly fortunate to encounter a technique here, one that has been passed down from the revered ancestor of the Nine Hells. Its grade is at least of heavenly caliber, if not imperial, presenting an unexpected boon. Just as Tang Xuan reveled in his good fortune, a sudden weight pressed upon him, increasing the pressure more than twofold. He felt a chill run through him. Should he delay in comprehending this technique, the weight could prove fatal, leading to a most amusing predicament. Without hesitation, he seated himself in front of the intricate diagram of the Nine Hells and activated his enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully attaining enlightenment 100 times. You have gained a modicum of understanding. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully attaining enlightenment 50 times. You have gained profound insight. Outside the cave, Gu Hunmi, Elder Luo, and the disciples of the Nine Hells sect observed the figure within the cave with anxious expressions. Do you think he can pass this third trial? Inquired a disciple of the Nine Hells. Another shook his head decisively. This is a trial set by the ancestor of the Nine Hells himself. Many prodigies of our sect have attempted to challenge it, yet none have succeeded. All were crushed by the pressure, their souls obliterated. I acknowledge that the lad possesses formidable strength, but talent and strength are disparate matters. Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, even without the pressure, achieving comprehension within half a day is nearly impossible. With the added pressure, the chances are now nil. The stress induces mental strain, and tension accelerates the depletion of physical stamina, while the time constraint makes focused concentration unattainable. Generations of sect leaders have declared this an insurmountable trial. Upon hearing the disciples' words, Gu Hunmi displayed a look of anxiety, his fists clenched tightly. Tang Xuan, you must not come to harm. He would rather face failure himself than see Tang Xuan falter. Elder Luo sighed. Old Gu, some matters are beyond our control. Perhaps fate has decreed his demise here. Gu Hunmi was left speechless, grappling with the thought. Could it be that Tang Xuan was indeed destined to perish in this place? As time passed, the pressure within the cave escalated to a terrifying degree. Under such duress, even breathing became a challenge, let alone the possibility of comprehension. The onlookers collectively sighed in lament. At that moment, within the cave, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. Chapter 85. Your words are excessive. Boom. The sound of distant thunder resounded. The crowd felt a sudden halt in their breath, as if a heavy hammer had struck their heads, leaving them momentarily dizzy and disoriented. What could this mean? Uncertain, they collectively gazed upward, where they beheld the enigmatic nine nether profound truth illuminating with an eerie glow upon the stone wall, enveloping the entire cave. Tang Xuan, engrossed in his cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes, their pupils swirling with the ethereal light of the profound origin. Golden soul power patterns emerged around his body, intertwining with the essence of the nether force. With each breath he took, a tremendous circulation of soul power formed within him, drawing the surrounding energies like a tidal wave, creating a resplendent column of soul power around him. Crack, crack. The barriers sealing the cave shattered under the brilliance of the soul power. Unfettered, the vast soul energy transformed into a tempest that surged skyward. A thunderous roar echoed, as if the entire Nine Nether Sect trembled in response. All present suddenly felt as though their souls were being drawn from their bodies, swept away by the storm. This is terrible. Our soul power is being siphoned away. Damn it. Quickly regain control, or we shall become mere shells of our former selves. Realizing their soul power was being drawn into the storm, the disciples of the Nine Nether Sect changed countenance, hastily channeling their spiritual energy in an attempt to stabilize their souls. Yet, against the overwhelming tempest of soul energy, any struggle proved futile. Soon, all souls were consumed by the storm, leaving the crowd in despair. However, contrary to their fears of soul fragmentation, they found their essence purified and elevated within the storm, emerging far more potent than before. I've attained enlightenment. Tang Xuan laughed heartily, waving his hand as the soul power storm dissipated. All the souls that had been drawn away returned to their rightful vessels. Ah, I feel so much lighter. Someone exclaimed. Wait, I sense something. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. The disciples of the Nine Nether Sect quickly settled into meditative postures, and before long, some began to break through their realms. Elder Luo, witnessing this spectacle, was left utterly astounded. What in the world is happening? At that moment, several figures materialized in the sky above. The foremost among them exuded an overwhelming aura. Elder Luo was taken aback and hastily bowed in respect. Greetings, Sect Master. Gu Hunmi. Equally astonished, had not anticipated that even the Sect Master of the Nine Nether would be stirred. The Sect Master's gaze fell upon Tang Xuan, and before the eyes of all present, he bowed deeply. Thank you. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Sect Master held an esteemed position, and even beings like Gu Hunmi were deemed unworthy to stand in his presence. Yet here he was, bowing to Tang Xuan. It was utterly astonishing. Young friend, your talent is extraordinary. Not only have you unraveled the Nine Nether profound truth left by our ancestors, but you have also bestowed an opportunity upon the disciples of our sect. The Sect Master smiled at the disciples who had achieved breakthroughs. The soul power storm that Tang Xuan had ignited was composed of 9 Nether profound energy. When the watching disciple soul power was absorbed, they, sharing a common cultivation path, also gained a fragment of the 9 Nether profound truth's might. Thus, upon the return of their souls, they would achieve successive breakthroughs. What delighted the Lord of the Nine Hells even more was the prospect that, once these disciples fully absorbed the power of the Nine Hells' profound mystery, they would be able to cultivate certain techniques left behind by the ancestors of the Nine Hells. These techniques were incredibly potent, yet could not be utilized without the strength of the Nine Hells' profound mystery. Hence, they remained mere ornaments. It was disheartening for the Lord of the Nine Hells to witness such formidable techniques lying dormant. However, now that these disciples had gained the power of the Nine Hells' profound mystery, once they perfected their martial arts, the strength of the Nine Hells would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This was the primary reason for the Lord of the Nine Hells' appearance. The entire Nine Hells sect expressed their gratitude for this favor. Young friend, if you have any requests, please voice them. As long as it is within the capabilities of the Nine Hells, we shall do our utmost to fulfill it. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. I wish to enter the Nine Hells' heavenly pool for cultivation. The Lord of the Nine Hells immediately nodded. No problem. Elder Luo, please escort our young friend first. I shall follow shortly. To guard against any ill-intentioned individuals targeting the future prodigies of the Nine Hells, he had to ensure their protection. Elder Luo quickly bowed. As you command, young Master Tang, please follow me. Tang Xuan smiled. Lead the way. Thus, Elder Luo guided Tang Xuan and Gu Hunmi towards the Nine Hells' heavenly pool. Gu Hunmi appeared somewhat dazed, even overwhelmed with the urge to weep. He had pleaded tirelessly, even lowering his pride to seek entry, and had finally obtained the qualification to enter. Yet, Tang Xuan had achieved it so effortlessly. What was he even occupied with? He was far too exceptional. I can only stifle his development. It seems I must find him a more elevated stage. Gu Hunmi mused, stroking his long beard. Before long, Elder Luo brought Tang Xuan and Gu Hunmi to the edge of the Nine Hells' heavenly pool. There, Elder Gu Junxingzong and the elder of the Jun family stood nearby. Upon seeing Tang Xuan's arrival, their brows furrowed in unison. Elder Luo, how dare you bring an outsider into the Nine Hells' heavenly pool? Elder Luo, brimming with pride, responded, I am acting under the orders of the Lord. I have brought young Master Tang here. Nonsense. The The Lord clearly agreed to let young Master Jun enter. Elder Gu rebuked sternly. At this moment, Jun Xingzong stepped forward. No matter. I originally planned to kill him after my cultivation. Since he has delivered himself to my doorstep, I wouldn't mind slaying him here. Elder Gu laughed heartily. This is but a trivial matter, young Master Jun. Do teach this blind fool a lesson. What status does he have to compete for opportunities with the Jun family? Elder Luo spoke solemnly. Elder Gu, I advise you to think carefully. Should you strike, the Jun family's reputation may be at stake. Moreover, the Lord will arrive shortly, and the truth will soon be revealed. Jun Xingzong laughed maniacally. Ha ha, the Jun family's reputation at stake? Who does he think he is? Even Yi Bulyuo wouldn't he dare to say such a thing. Tang Xuan responded coolly, Yi Bulyuo may not dare, but I can. Arrogant. In that case, I shall slay you here. Jun Xingzong declared, stepping forward as a terrifying flame of spiritual energy ignited around him. You are fortunate. Few have the privilege of witnessing my prowess, and you are one of them. Tang Xuan nonchalantly waved his hand. Your incessant prattling is tiresome. A glimmer of anger flickered in Jun Xingzong's eyes. Arrogance. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my might. He unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The void caved in as a colossal fist radiance surged forth. The elder of the Jun family gasped in astonishment. I never expected Xingzong to employ the Junlin Jiuxiao technique directly. That boy is doomed. Chapter 86. Junlin Jiuxiao technique. Elder Gu felt a chill run down his spine. What? The Junlin Jiuxiao technique. The legendary martial art of the Jun clan. Each of the 4 divine clans possesses their own signature martial arts. The Yi clans is the creation technique, while the Jun clan wields the Junlin Jiuxiao technique. This technique was conceived by the ancestors of the Jun family and has been refined by generations of powerful practitioners, achieving unparalleled potency, grade, and effectiveness. Only the most exceptional talents within the family are permitted to cultivate it. It encompasses the mysteries of various martial arts, including body techniques, boxing, swordplay, palm techniques, and knife techniques. Practitioners must first comprehend the essence of heaven and earth at the Jun clan's Jiuxiao platform, using their own spiritual energy to assimilate the power of the cosmos into themselves. This process is perilous and excruciating. A moment's inattention could lead to being torn apart by celestial forces. Thus, even within the Jun clan, renowned for its exceptional talents, few can master it. Yet, Jun Xingzong is one of them. As he struck, the augmentation of celestial power was formidable beyond measure. No matter how strong a human might be, how could they possibly contend with the forces of nature? Jun Xingzong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Boy, kneel before me. Tang Xuan responded with a cold smile, countering with a punch of his own. Annihilation Emperor Fist. Rending the void. Bang. The collision of their fists generated a cataclysmic explosion. Suddenly, Jun Xingzong's expression shifted drastically, and he began to retreat frantically. Yet, he was still a moment too late. With a resounding thud, he received a full-force punch to the chest. Cough. Blood erupted forth, and Jun Xingzong flew backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently into the mountainside. With a crack, the cliff face crumbled, debris scattering as Jun Xingzong became embedded within the rock, coughing up blood. Xingzong, young master. Both the Jun clan elder and Elder Gu were left in shock. What is happening? How could it be that Jun Xingzong is the one who has fallen? This is inconceivable. Moreover, he had activated the Junlin Jiuxiao technique. Yet his opponent managed to shatter his defenses and send him flying. Cough. Jun Xingzong spat out another mouthful of blood. The arrogance that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a sullen expression that seemed ready to drip with despair. His eyes were filled with profound shock. The Junlin Jiuxiao technique not only cultivates martial skills, but also possesses the capacity to strengthen the body. In terms of physical prowess, Jun Xingzong was confident he surpassed Yi Bulyuo, although he had not unleashed his full strength in that punch. There were few in the realms of righteousness and evil who could withstand it. Yet, Tang Xuan's punch had ruthlessly shattered his power. Had it not been for Jun Xingzong's hasty retreat, he would have surely been obliterated. Xingzong, are you all right? The elder of the Jun family trembled as he spoke. Jun Xingzong is indeed the hope for the future of the Jun family. Should his Dao heart suffer damage, it would be an unbearable loss for them. Huh. Jun Xingzong slowly raised his head. A sinister smile etched across his face. It seems I have underestimated you. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was unperturbed. With a crack, the mountain rock shattered as Jun Xingzong's feet struck the ground, his aura becoming even more terrifying. Excellent, excellent. Originally, this trump card was prepared for Yi Bulyuo, but I shall use it to offer you a blood sacrifice. Ascending to the skies, Jun dominates the world. With a thunderous roar, the surrounding spiritual energy instantly transformed into roaring flames. Soon after, Phantoms of blades, swords, spears, fists, and palms emerged above his head. Waves of overwhelming intent surged forth from within. What? He has actually cultivated each type of intent to 80%. Elder Luo's pupils constricted. It is already challenging for ordinary warriors to master a single intent, yet Jun Xingzong has managed to cultivate over 10 martial intents to such an extent. Such talent is simply terrifying. Is this truly the extent of Jun Xingzong's power? Although Tang Xiao has perfected his blade intent, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand 10 intents at 80%. Elder Luo's face was filled with concern. In contrast, Elder Gu's countenance was one of delight. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Is this the true strength of young Master Jun? The elders of the Jun family sighed in relief. Indeed. To force Xingzong to this point is no small feat. That young man is commendable. In the realm of justice and evil, he could at least rank in the top 5. Alas, he has encountered Xingzong, and his demise here is inevitable. Tang Xuan gazed up at the intents hovering above Jun Xingzong's head, his expression calm. Chaotic yet unrefined. Annihilate. His eyes widened violently, the darkness engulfing his pupils. The Xianming awakened. The intent shattered. A powerful soul force erupted like a volcano, crashing down upon those intents. The martial intents hovering above Jun Xingzong's head erupted in an explosion. Jun Xingzong let out a harrowing scream, covering his face with his hands while rolling on the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain from between his fingers. The Jun family elders and Elder Gu, who had been so pleased moments ago, were now rendered speechless. They had believed that Jun Xingzong's move would surely annihilate Tang Xuan, yet to their shock, he was defeated in an instant, his intents torn apart. Normally, such a fracture would have some impact on a warrior, but it could still be repaired. However, Jun Xingzong's intent was utterly dismantled by the power of the 9 nether Xianming. This meant that Jun Xingzong would no longer be able to utilize these intents. This is the terrifying nature of the 9 nether Xianming true solution. Possessing the ability to decompose all things, even martial intents can be dismantled. Yet, given Tang Xian's current level, he can only decompose intents below the realm of perfection. Anything beyond that is beyond his capability. Forcibly decomposing them could even result in self-injury. Alas, it seems Jun Xingzong was unfortunate. Although he possessed 10 martial intents, each was only at the 8th level, making him perfectly vulnerable to Tang Xian's abilities. He is finished. Elder Luo swallowed hard. The ancient soul remained silent throughout, for the level of combat exceeded his wildest imagination. At this point, it was no surprise to him that Tang Xuan might pierce the heavens. Defeating a Jun Xingzong was merely a trifling matter. Jun Xingzong, the elder of the Jun family, filled with rage, rushed forward to embrace Jun Xingzong, only to be met with a countenance that shifted dramatically. Blood streamed from the 7 orifices of Jun Xingzong, and both his dantian and soul sea lay in ruins. Such injuries were beyond the healing capabilities of even a celestial being. You little beast, how dare you? The elder of the Jun family was engulfed in a wrathful blaze of terrifying spiritual fire. Elder Luo and the ancient soul immediately positioned themselves in front of Tang Xuan. Get away. The elder of the Jun family swayed, and illusions of blades and spears materialized above his head, signifying that he had reached the realm of formidable might. At the moment Elder Luo and the ancient soul engaged, they were both forced to retreat. You brat, prepare to die. The elder of the Jun family charged at Tang Xuan with a malevolent gleam in his eyes. In that moment of crisis, a figure emerged before Tang Xuan. As their palms met, the power of the 9 nether erupted with a deafening crash, sending the elder of the Jun family screaming backward. Who dares to harm the benefactor of the 9 nether sect shall be met with no mercy. Chapter 87, A Frenzy Breakthrough. The leader of the 9 nether sect was seething with rage. Tang Xuan was a great benefactor of the 9 nether sect. If he were to be eliminated on their territory, what would that say about the leader of the 9 nether sect? Jun family, you possess great audacity to lay hands on the benefactor of the 9 nether sect. Had it not been for the face of the Jun family as patriarch, none of you would leave here today. Begone, the leader of the 9 nether sect declared sternly. The elder of the Jun family, trembling, rose unsteadily and carried the battered Jun Xingzong away, too fearful to utter harsh words. If he dared, the leader of the 9 nether sect would indeed slay him. Moreover, Elder Gu, do you dare to question my command? The leader of the 9 nether sect said, still simmering with anger. Elder Gu, terrified, fell to his knees, crying out, spare me, Lord Sect leader. He crawled a few steps forward on his knees and grasped Tang Xian's thigh. Young Master Tang, spare my life. I will do anything you ask. Elder Gu was no fool. He understood he had offended Tang Xuan and sought his forgiveness, hoping that the leader of the 9 nether sect would also show him mercy. The leader of the 9 nether sect scoffed, Young Master Tang, do not concern yourself with my face. Punish him as you see fit. With such words spoken, Tang Xuan could hardly find fault with the situation. Individuals like Elder Gu were indeed the epitome of sycophants. Such people would go to great lengths to defend you, provided you possess sufficient strength. Akin to the earlier Jun Shengzong. While eliminating Elder Gu would be effortless, keeping him might prove beneficial. Well then, Elder Gu was merely following orders. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. The leader of the Nine Nether Sect breathed a sigh of relief, his gratitude deepening. After all, Elder Gu was ultimately an elder of the Nine Nether Sect. Though he had committed a minor offense, his crime did not warrant death. Killing him would represent a significant loss for the Nine Nether Sect. With Tang Xuan's decision to relent, the leader of the Nine Nether Sect felt not only gratitude but also profound reflection. The young friend possesses such a masterly demeanor at a tender age. It is certain that he will ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, achieving unprecedented feats in history. Tang Xuan chuckled. That is a matter for another day. For now, I wish to focus on my cultivation. The Lord of Jiuyu promptly declared, Very well, Elder Luo. Issue a decree. No one is permitted to enter the Jiuyu Heavenly Pool before Tang Xiao exits his seclusion. Any transgressors will face disciplinary actions. Simultaneously, Elder Gu. Procure 10,000 Jiuyu stones and present them to the Yuan sect as a token of gratitude. Gu Hunmi was overjoyed. The Jiuyu stones are imbued with potent spiritual energy, 100-fold stronger than ordinary spirit stones, while also possessing the capacity to refine one's martial comprehension. Exclusive to the Jiuyu sect. Once, the Shao clan, one of the 4 great divine clans, sought to purchase 100 stones but was rebuffed by the Lord of Jiuyu, illustrating their rarity. Yet today, the Lord of Jiuyu generously offered 10,000 to the Yuan sect, which would undoubtedly elevate the disciples' prowess significantly. Thank you, sect leader, Tang Xuan remarked. I cannot accept such generosity. The Lord of Jiuyu waved his hand dismissively. Given the favor Tang Xiaoyu has shown to my Jiuyu sect, this amount of Jiuyu stones is but a trifle. When my disciples have any uncertainties regarding the Jiuyu Xian Ming true resolution, I hope you will offer your guidance. Tang Xuan nodded, no problem. The Jiuyu sect's strength surpasses the Yuan sect by 100-fold. Their willingness to ally is immensely beneficial for the latter's development. Gu Hunmi stroked his white beard and chuckled. With Elder Luo overseeing matters, I am at ease. Tang Xuan, I shall take my leave now. Once you complete your cultivation, return to the sect to meet with me. I have matters to discuss. Tang Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. The Lord of Jiuyu instructed, Elder Gu, please accompany Elder Gu on his journey. Understood, sect leader. Elder Luo responded with a hint of flattery. Elder Gu, after you. Once the two departed, Tang Xuan entered the Jiuyu Heavenly Pool. The moment he stepped in, an intensely chilling aura surged through his meridians. So cold. It truly befits the essence of Jiuyu. Tang Xuan exclaimed in awe. It is said that the essence of Jiuyu was born from the primordial chaos within the dark fissures of the universe, one of the oldest forces in existence. With an extremely low temperature capable of freezing even souls, a moment's carelessness could result in being devoured by the essence of Jiuyu, encased in ice, and plunged into eternal darkness. Tang Xuan unleashed his sword intent. The power of Jiuyu crashed upon the sword intent like relentless waves, each collision threatening to tear it asunder. He must endure until the essence of Jiuyu thoroughly tempers, transforms, and merges with his sword intent, marking his true breakthrough into the 4th layer. Time trickled by. As the refining process continued, the sword intent grew increasingly condensed, gradually taking on a tangible form. Faintly, a Jiuyu pattern emerged upon the sword intent, signaling the onset of fusion. Meanwhile, only 1/10,000th of the essence of Jiuyu in the heavenly pool had been consumed. It was a tremendous waste to refine merely a single sword intent. With such an abundance of Jiuyu essence, it presents the perfect opportunity for me to break through. I shall attempt to condense my sword intent into a sword momentum. Tang Xuan promptly activated the Azura Cyclone, beginning to absorb the essence of Jiuyu. With the Jiuyu Xian Ming true resolution safeguarding him, no amount of Jiuyu essence could harm him. Thus, Tang Xuan confidently continued his consumption. Boom. He consumed increasingly more. And the entire Nine Nether heavenly pool began to bubble with fervor. The rich essence of the Nine Nether transformed into a colossal whirlpool, swirling around Tang Xuan's form. Not long after, a resounding roar echoed within him. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the Xiandan realm. Half an hour later, another explosive sound erupted. He advanced to the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm. The exhilaration of such rapid breakthroughs filled Tang Xuan with joy. Before venturing to the Anyao sacred land, it would be ideal for him to reach the pinnacle of the Xiandan realm. Drawing upon the power of the Nine Nether, Tang Xuan entered a state of enlightenment. Aside from the Extinction Emperor Fist and the Sun Destruction Star Collapse, he also needed to comprehend the Nine Nether Xianming true solution. Just moments ago, He had merely tested his strength and overwhelmed Jun Xingzong, whose prowess was only second to Yi Boyuo. The might he wielded surpassed imagination when faced with formidable opponents. The 9 Nether Xianming True Solution might just prove to be remarkably effective. Meanwhile, as he delighted in his cultivation, the Shien family was engulfed in an atmosphere of murder and wrath. The patriarch of the Shien family sat grimly on the main seat, his expression dark as bloodied Shen Tianlin knelt before him. "Patriarch, you must avenge me," he wailed. "Useless fool, look at the mess you've created." The patriarch kicked Shen Tianlin away with a fierce blow. "Do you realize the calamity that losing the identity of a disciple of the Anyao sacred land will bring to the Shen family?" Shen Tianlin collapsed on the ground, coughing blood and trembling violently. The elder of the Shen family remarked, "This is not the time for blame. The Shen family is on the brink of disaster, and we must devise a solution." The patriarch's expression grew increasingly menacing. "The Shen family is not to be trifled with. Elder, summon all the strong members of the Shen family. I shall annihilate the Yuan sect completely, leaving no trace behind." Chapter 88. The Shien family's pursuit of murder. Half a day later, within the Shien family, several cloud vessels soared into the sky. Amidst a tremendous roar, they headed towards the Yuan sect. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of various factions. "Those are the cloud vessels of the Shien family. My goodness, what a fierce intent. Who could have offended them?" Observing the direction of the Shien family's vessels, it appeared they were headed to the Yuan sect. How strange. The Yuan sect's strength and foundation are inferior to that of the Shien family. Why such a grand display of aggression? Are you unaware? The prodigy disciple of the Yuan sect, Tang Xuan, has defeated the foremost prodigy of the righteous path, Yi Boyuo, in Wushuang City, and has stripped Shen Tianlin of his identity as a disciple of the Anyao sacred land. What? Such a thing occurred? So, are you implying that the Shien family is seeking revenge? It seems so, but in doing so, the Shien family has effectively severed ties with the Anyao sacred land. Unless they leave this place, they will have no way out. Stop speculating. This is serious. We must go and see. The powerful figures from various demonic sects took to the skies, heading towards the Yuan sect. Simultaneously, the Yuan sect received the news. Under the elders' leadership, the formidable members of the Yuan sect quickly gathered, and the protective formation of the sect was activated. Time passed slowly. As the sun set, a blood-red glow revealed countless dark spots. They have arrived. The elders' pupils constricted slightly. As the dark specks gradually came into focus, they transformed into numerous cloud vessels. At the forefront of the leading vessel stood the patriarch of the Shien family, his expression twisted with malice, emanating an aura of lethal intent. Behind him, several dozen formidable warriors exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. These were the experts of the celestial realm. An elder of the Demon Yuan sect felt his pupils constrict in shock, while the Grand Elder was equally astounded. In the entirety of the Demon Yuan sect, only Gu Hunmi and Shikunyue had attained strength beyond the celestial realm. Yet, the Shien family boasted dozens of celestial realm warriors, a clear testament to their profound foundation. The patriarch of the Shien family had even surpassed the celestial realm, achieving the pseudo-stellar realm. Following him were thousands of warriors at the condensing sea and mysterious pill realms. The sheer number of powerful beings gathered together made the very void seem to pause. The colossal cloud vessel loomed like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over the Demon Yuan sect. The Grand Elder felt a heaviness in his heart, acutely aware that today would be fraught with difficulty. With an apparent intent to intimidate, the Shien family's vessel halted 1,000 zhang in front of the Demon Yuan sect. Subsequently, the warriors of the Shien family descended from the vessel, led by their patriarch, and approached the gates of the Demon Yuan sect. "What brings you here, Patriarch Shien?" The Grand Elder intoned gravely. With a sinister smile, the patriarch replied, "What do you think? Your disciple, Tang Xuan, has ruined my son Tianlin's future. Do you believe the Shien family would simply let this go? We are here today with but one purpose, to annihilate the entire Demon Yuan sect, leaving not a single soul behind. Where's that Tang Xuan? Let him come forth to meet his demise." The Grand Elder's heart sank as the facade of civility was utterly torn asunder. "Humph, it is not Tang Xian's fault that Shen Tianlin was outmatched. Our disciple has now become a member of the sacred land of dark radiance. Dare you lay a hand on him? You would be provoking the sacred land itself. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Laughter erupted from the Shun patriarch. "If I feared reprisal, I would not have come. The Demon Yuan sect is as good as mine today. No one can protect you. Mark my words." He slowly raised his right hand, preparing to launch an assault, vowing to leave no survivors. At his command, the warriors of the Shun family unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. The ground cracked. Dust and debris flying as a terrifying aura surged like a tsunami, sweeping forth in waves. Even the Grand Elder felt the oppressive aura, immobilized by its weight. Let us fight, then. Does the demon Yuan sect fear you? Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, and dozens of cloud vessels rushed forth, charging into the battlefield. Do not be so arrogant, Shien family. Before you act against the demon Yuan sect, you must first ask if my 100 Refinements sect consents. Leading the charge was the patriarch of the 100 Refinements sect, flanked by its formidable warriors. Following closely were the leaders of the Great River sect, the Void Mountain Manor, and other factions. Nearly 30 powerful figures from the demonic sects gathered, causing even the Shien patriarch to pale. This matter between the Shien family and the demon Yuan sect is ours alone. What do you seek here? With an air of satisfaction, the 100 Refinements sect patriarch declared, young Master Tang is our benefactor. Should you harm his sect, you are inviting our wrath? Anyone who dares threaten the demon Yuan sect will face our fury. The leaders of the Great River sect and others echoed their sentiments. The expression of the Shien patriarch darkened considerably. A rabble of misfits. Do you think I, the patriarch, would fear you? He let out a furious roar, unleashing an overwhelming aura. In an instant, a wave of energy surged like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings, causing many leaders of the demonic sect to pale in fear and retreat. What is this? The aura of a pseudo-star realm. To think that the head of the Shien family has reached such formidable strength. The leaders of the demonic sect were all taken aback. Although they were all cultivators of the celestial realm, even combined, they could never match a star realm powerhouse. That was an entirely different echelon of existence. Amidst the terrifying spirit flames, the head of the Shien family resembled a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, exuding a murderous intent. Scram, you worthless trash. Otherwise, you shall all perish. Despite being shaken by his fearsome aura, the leaders of the 100 Refinements sect did not retreat. They gritted their teeth and stood their ground. Very well, since you are so obstinate, I shall annihilate you all. With a single hand, the head of the Shien family gathered his formidable aura into his palm, transforming it into a black sphere of light. The sphere expanded continuously, 10 zhong, 20 zhong, 30 zhong, until it reached a staggering 50 zhong. The surface of the black sphere was covered in menacing black electric serpents, crackling ominously. The aura emanating from it had already caused the leaders of the 100 Refinements sect to feel a sense of dread. Raising the sphere aloft, the head of the Shien family declared with a chilling ferocity, now die. As the words fell from his lips, he hurled the black sphere with great force. Boom. The sphere, imbued with terrifying power, hurtled towards the demon Yuan sect. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, gathering a beam of sword light mid-air, striking downward. With a resounding crack, the sphere was cleaved in two. Boom. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled, dust billowing into the air. When the dust settled, two figures appeared before the demon Yuan sect. Supreme Elder. Upon recognizing one of the figures, the members of the demon Yuan sect were filled with joy, promptly kneeling in reverence. Gu Humi's face was contorted with rage. Shien family head, who gave you the audacity to provoke my demon Yuan sect? As he uttered the first word, a terrifying sword light manifested at his fingertips. By the time he finished speaking, the Zhahuang slash was already unleashed. As the sword energy surged forth, it shifted the very fabric of reality, bearing down upon the head of the Shien family. Although Gu Humi had only cultivated the Zhahuang slash to its third tier due to innate limitations, decades of accumulation had transformed his sword intent into a formidable sword momentum. Under the pressure of this momentum, even the head of the Shien family felt a pang of trepidation. He dared not underestimate it, channeling all his inner spirit energy to fend off the attack. With a thunderous explosion, the head of the Shien family was forced back several steps, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. Head. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Despite the mediocrity of the ordinary disciples of the demon Yuan sect, Gu Hunmi's strength was undeniably terrifying, having wounded the pseudo-star realm head of the Shien family with a single strike. Clearly, Gu Humi was at least a star-level powerhouse, and even more formidable than the head of the Shien family. With a hum, Gu Humi condensed sword energy at his fingertips once more, unleashing another strike. The head of the Shien family turned pale, astonished by Gu Hunmi's fierce temperament, which erupted with full force upon their first encounter. The previous strike had already inflicted some internal damage, leaving him struggling to withstand the onslaught. Gu Hunmi unleashed 3 successive strikes, each more ferocious than the last, causing the members of the Mo Yuan sect to feel a chill run down their spines. My heavens, is the elder so unyielding? A young disciple exclaimed, wide-eyed. An elder chuckled, you're merely inexperienced. Those who have been here longer are well aware of the elder's temper. Once, a demonic sect senselessly killed a disciple of our Mo Yuan sect. The elder stormed into their domain and publicly executed the murderer, compelling that sect to repeatedly apologize before the matter was settled. Now that the Shun family has come to our doorstep, do you think he will show any leniency? The disciples of Mo Yuan sect were left in awe. Yet amidst their astonishment, there was a flicker of joy. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate having a powerful leader to stand up for them? Boom. Another strike. The head of the Shien family could no longer hold on. Being blasted away for dozens of feet, blood spurting from his mouth. In truth, although Gu Hunmi's cultivation surpassed his own, the disparity was not as exaggerated as it seemed. The primary reason for his plight was Shun's arrogance in directly facing Gu Hunmi's full power strike, resulting in internal injuries that left him incapable of resisting further. Prepare to meet your end, Gu Hunmi declared, brimming with murderous intent. The Shien family head knelt on the ground, bloodied and utterly devoid of strength to retaliate. The sword energy descended, marking the moment of impending doom. A beam of holy light descended from the heavens. Boom. The holy light struck the sword energy, tearing it apart effortlessly. Who goes there? Gu Hunmi exclaimed, startled. However, the Shien family head bore a smile. Elder Chiu, you have finally arrived. Above, the sky was ablaze with radiant holy light, coalescing into a luminous path. From this path emerged a white-haired elder, whose every step shimmered with starlight. This was the true star realm. Gu Hunmi felt a jolt of alarm. The elder approached Shun Tianlin, and as his feet touched the ground, a wave of energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings. Gu Hunmi raised his hand to block but was forced back several steps, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Elder. Sensing Gu Hunmi's injury, the Grand Elder and others rushed forward. Stand down, Gu Hunmi urgently commanded, his expression grave. The mere aura emanating from the newcomer was terrifying, indicating an extraordinary power. Who might you be? The head of the Shien family sneered. Allow me to introduce Elder Chiu from the Huiguang Sacred Land. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present from the demonic factions changed dramatically. What? Huiguang Sacred Land? How dare you, Shien family head, ally with the Huiguang Sacred Land? Historically, the righteous and the demonic could not coexist. Whether it was the righteous siding with the demonic or vice versa, such actions were regarded as the most disgraceful by both parties. The Shien family, considered a top-tier force within the demonic realm, had its prodigious talent, Shien Tianlin, who was also an esteemed outer disciple of the Sacred Land. Unexpectedly, the head of the Shien family chose to align with the Huiguang Sacred Land. The Huiguang Sacred Land and the Anyao Sacred Land are sworn enemies, making this move a blatant act of betrayal. Ah, good birds choose their trees to roost in. Since the Anyao Sacred Land has so grievously insulted our Shien family, we have no obligation to show them any courtesy. The head of the Shien family laughed maniacally. Tianlin, step forth to pay respects to your master. Shien Tianlin immediately pushed through the crowd and knelt on one knee. Disciple Shien Tianlin pays homage to the master. Chiu Saichen nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a promising talent. He took out a crystal from his bosom and handed it to Shien Tianlin. This martial inheritance crystal contains the Chiuya sword technique, which is quite formidable, barely reaching the level of a celestial-grade treasure. Consider it a welcoming gift. Shien Tianlin was instantly elated. A celestial-grade treasure. Thank you, master. He joyfully accepted it. Ha ha. Meng Jia of the Anyao Sacred Land. Do you not look down upon me, Shien Tianlin? Just wait. I shall wield this Chiuya sword technique to vanquish all the wretches of the Anyao Sacred Land. The head of the Shien family cautiously inquired, Elder Chiu, what about the Mayuan sect? Chiu Saichen cast a fleeting glance at Gu Hunmi. End your own life. Just 4 simple words, yet they carried an undeniable authority. Gu Hunmi's complexion turned pale. Although his strength was commendable, facing a true Star Realm expert left him with no glimmer of victory. Merely a trace of their aura sent his blood surging. Should a confrontation ensue, he would stand no chance whatsoever. However, to take his own life was utterly inconceivable. Humph. If you wish to kill, then come. Those of the demonic path shall never submit. Gu Hunmi proclaimed loudly. Chiu Saichen's expression remained unchanged. He merely nodded lightly. Very well, then you shall meet your demise. He extended his hand, and sword energy converged like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, then struck towards Gu Hunmi. In that moment of crisis, a skeletal hand suddenly emerged, shattering the sword light. Ah. It seems this is not the place for the Huiguang Sacred Land's people to wreak havoc. Amidst the ominous laughter, Elder Gu stepped forward, positioning himself before Gu Hunmi. Chiu Saichen's eyes narrowed. From the opponent's aura, he discerned that Elder Gu's strength was not inferior to his own. If they were to clash, he might have a chance of victory, but he would certainly be wounded. This was the territory of the demonic path. Should other true Star Realm demonic experts be alerted, he would find himself in dire straits. Contemplating this, Chiu Saichen waved his hand. Very well, I shall grant you and the Mayan sect a reprieve today. But in the Sacred Land battle, I shall wager upon you, and you shall still meet your end." Upon hearing this, the leaders of the demonic sects turned pale. Every year, the Anyao Sacred Land and the Huiguang Sacred Land engage in a competition, specifying a wager. The victor gains the right to utilize the wager as they see fit. Thus, if the Huiguang Sacred Land prevails, the Moyuan sect is doomed. Chapter 90. Comprehension. The Blade's Might. "Disciple, do you have confidence?" Xiao Saichen uttered calmly. Shun Tianling gazed at the members of the Demon Yuan sect with a fierce countenance. "Rest assured, master, I shall not bring you disgrace." Xiao Saichen nodded approvingly. Indeed, as a martial artist, one must possess unwavering confidence. He turned his attention to Gu Hunmi, speaking coolly. "Cherish your remaining moments well." Gu Hunmi sneered. Who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. He then fixed his gaze on Shun Tianling, declaring, "Tang Xuan has defeated you once. He can certainly do so again. You ought to be more concerned about your own fate." The mere mention of Tang Xuan's name sent a shiver down Shun Tianling's spine, conjuring an involuntary image of Tang Xuan's formidable presence, causing his aura to wane. Gu Hunmi coldly remarked, "What is this? Are you already faltering? With such feeble courage, do you dare to challenge the Demon Yuan sect? How laughable." Xiao Saichen furrowed his brow. "Tianling, your demeanor is truly disappointing." Shin Tianling was immediately alarmed. Xiao Saichen was his last hope, and if he were to be abandoned, it would spell disaster for both him and the Shin family. He quickly proclaimed, "Master, rest assured, I will not let you down." Xiao Saichen nodded in satisfaction. "Worry not. During this period, I shall diligently cultivate you. By the time of the decisive battle, your strength will have at least ascended to the Earth Realm." "What? The Earth Realm?" exclaimed the Shin family head and Shin Tianling in astonishment. Xiao Saichen replied nonchalantly, "What? Do you not believe me?" Shin Tianling quickly suppressed his exhilaration, bowing deeply. "Master's abilities are boundless. Your disciple naturally believes." As an esteemed elder of the Huiguang Sacred Land, Xiao Saichen possessed extraordinary skills, and if he claimed that Shun Tianling could reach the Earth Realm, he certainly could. If he could indeed ascend to that realm, combined with the Qiu Yi sword technique, defeating a Tang Xuan would be effortless. In that moment, the shackles of his inner demons would dissipate, and his rise would be unstoppable. Lost in his joyful thoughts, a smile crept onto Shun Tianling's face. Meanwhile, Gu Hunmi and his companions wore expressions of cold disdain. Their teeth clenched tightly. "Enough! We have wasted enough time. Let us depart." Xiao Saichen waved his hand. The Shin family head shouted, "Gu Hunmi, perhaps you should contemplate your final words before your demise. Ha 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 ha." Amidst the uproarious laughter, the Shin family warriors boarded their cloud vessel and departed. Elder Gu furrowed his brow. Turning back to say, "This matter is rather troublesome. I shall report to the sect master. In due course, my Jiu sect shall intervene. I doubt the Shin family will dare to act recklessly." Gu Hunmi sighed. "Thank you, Elder Gu. No need for thanks. Keep the items until we meet again." After placing down the items, Elder Gu cast a lingering glance at Gu Hunmi before soaring into the air. Though he wished to assist, the situation had escalated to involve the Huiguang Sacred Land, which was beyond his reach. For now, he must return and inform the sect master of Jiu. Within the Jiu heavenly pool, Tang Xuan gripped the Tsang air blade, his eyes closed, surrounded by a terrifying blade intent. Spiritual energy gradually merged with the aura of the Jiu, and then fused with the blade intent. An unprecedented chill emanated from the blade. At a certain moment, the accumulated blade intent suddenly erupted violently. The blade's aura stirred the entire nether heavenly pool, causing it to tremble. In this moment, the essence of the blade transcended mere sharpness. It became a force imbued with overwhelming pressure. Where it passed, stones shattered inch by inch, and the cold mist solidified into a tangible blade aura. It became evident that this formidable blade force was not simply a brute accumulation of strength, but rather an exaltation of blade intent. Tang Xuan let out a low shout as the blade's edge carved a blood-red arc in the air. This seemingly casual sweep directly cleaved a long blade mark several zhang deep into the mountain wall. The mark continued to extend inward, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 15 zhang. It ultimately cleaved a full 20 zhang, yet the blade force remained unspent. "Ha ha ha, I have comprehended it. The essence is sharpness, a piercing strike aimed at the vital point. Whereas the blade force is an immense pressure, a power capable of mastering the surroundings, the two are as distinct as a stream is from the vast ocean." Under the system's enhancement, Tang Xuan instantly grasped the profound intricacies of the blade force. It was not merely a state of force accumulation, but a resonance with the laws of heaven and earth. Only by merging one's blade intent with the grand momentum of the universe could one unleash the true might of the blade force. With the blade in hand and the force in heart, every gesture could harness the power of the heavens, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. At this moment, Tang Xuan's understanding of the blade force had reached a new realm. Ding! The host achieved enlightenment 100 times, successfully comprehending the blade force. Ding! The host achieved enlightenment 300 times, successfully mastering the minor attainment of the blade force. As the electronic sound faded, the 9 nether heavenly pool emitted a sound of shattering. Following the explosive noise, the entire 9 nether heavenly pool crumbled completely. The vast aura of 9 nether surged forth like a roaring tide. What is happening? Elder Luo, upon hearing the news, stared dumbfounded at the chaotic surge of 9 nether power. However, he quickly regained his composure and immediately activated the surrounding defensive array, tightly sealing the 9 nether energy. Otherwise, if the 9 nether aura were to overflow, the 9 nether heavenly pool would be utterly ruined. Through Elder Luo's efforts, he managed to stabilize most of the 9 nether energy, yet a small portion still escaped. I didn't mean to, Tang Xuan said with a hint of embarrassment. Elder Luo's mouth twitched. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely scolded them or even resorted to violence. But Tang Xuan was the great benefactor of the 9 nether sect, so he decided against it. After stabilizing his emotions, Elder Luo was once again filled with astonishment. The 9 nether heavenly pool was crafted by the first-generation 9 nether ancestor. Even if he unleashed his full power, destruction would be unthinkable. Yet, Tang Xuan, with merely the cultivation of the Xian realm, had managed to obliterate the 9 nether heavenly pool. It was truly beyond belief. Had it been anyone else, even the thought of destruction would have been impossible. A trivial matter, young Master Tang need not worry. The destroyed pool can be reforged. Elder Luo waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the sect master of 9 nether, accompanied by Elder Gu, hurriedly entered. Young Master Tang, trouble has arisen. He immediately recounted the incident of the Shien family attacking the Yuan sect. Unexpectedly, the Shien family had allied with the Radiant Light Sacred Land. And during the impending Sacred Demon War, Shin Tianling would undoubtedly target you, so be cautious. The 9 nether sect master said solemnly. Tang Xuan, however, merely smiled. It is not I who should be wary, but rather Shin Tianlin, for he has chosen to confront an existence that he can never hope to conquer. At this moment, the lord of the 9 nether sect finally perceived the aura emanating from Tang Xuan. It was the essence of the blade, young Master Tang. You have comprehended the blade's momentum. Upon hearing this, Elder Luo and Elder Gu both inhaled sharply, astonished. Chapter 91, 1 Blade, 5 Lives. Transforming blade intent into blade momentum is an endeavor that requires decades of arduous cultivation. It is utterly unattainable without such dedication. Even the lord of the 9 nether sect, at Tang Xuan's age, had not grasped the blade's momentum. Yet, he has achieved it. This talent is nothing short of monstrous. The lord of the 9 nether sect could not help but exclaim in admiration. Elder Gu sighed. Compared to young Master Tang, our youth was merely a dog-s existence. Elder Luo forced a smile. What does that matter? If I were to tell you that the 9 nether heavenly pool has exploded, what would your reaction be? Only then did the lord of the 9 nether sect and Elder Gu realize that the original 9 nether heavenly pool had vanished, replaced by a vast pit. Were it not for the swirling 9 nether energy around them, they would scarcely recognize this as the former site of the 9 nether heavenly pool. Heavens! Young Master Tang. You and I, the lord of the 9 nether sect, was left speechless, his admiration for Tang Xuan rendering him almost mute. I will compensate. Tang Xuan chuckled. The lord of the 9 nether sect's expression changed dramatically. What? Compensate? Young Master Tang, do you look down upon my 9 nether sect? Tang Xuan stammered. How could I possibly look down upon the 9 nether sect? The lord of the 9 nether sect waved his hand, since that is not the case. Let us not speak of this matter again. Should young Master Tang feel any remorse, I hope he can lend a hand should my 9 nether sect encounter difficulties in the future. As the leader of a sect, he was a cunning old fox. Tang Xuan, having attained the blade's momentum at such a young age, holds immeasurable potential for the future. Once he takes flight, he will undoubtedly secure a place on the martial arts ranking and become a formidable figure in the demonic path. At that time, the favor would be greatly repaid. Thus, the destruction of the 9 nether heavenly pool by Tang Xuan did not anger the lord of the 9 nether sect. Rather, he was exceedingly pleased. That is certainly not an issue. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. The 9 nether sect has treated him well, and he ought to reciprocate. Since that is the case, let us not delay young Master Tang any longer. The lord of the 9 nether sect stated. Tang Xuan also intended to depart, and after exchanging pleasantries, he left the 9 nether sect and made his way towards the demon Yuan sect. He traveled swiftly, moving with great speed. However, just as Tang Xuan was about 100 miles from the 9 nether sect, a tremendous killing intent suddenly enveloped him. Boy, where do you think you're running to? From the ominous voice, several figures emerged, encircling Tang Xuan. The leader was the elder from the Jun family, who had left the Nine Nether Sect in disgrace. Tang Xuan scanned his surroundings. Apart from the elder, there were 5 other martial artists, each possessing peak strength at the Condensation Sea realm. Judging by their attire, they were likely all members of the Jun family. Having injured Shang's own, do you think the Jun family will let you off? The elder from the Jun family wore a face twisted with murderous intent. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, he was outmatched, his loss is deserved. What? Can the Jun family not accept defeat? Have you resorted to such despicable tactics, bullying the weak? The elder of the Jun family coldly remarked, your teeth may be sharp, but they are ultimately useless. Today, your demise is certain. Tang Xuan chuckled. Are you so confident that you can kill me? The elder of the Jun family sneered. With 5 peak condensing sea realm disciples from the Jun family, killing you will be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Go, incapacitate him, but do not kill him. The 5 disciples of the Jun family immediately rolled up their sleeves, advancing toward Tang Xuan. As they approached within 20 paces, the 5 of them simultaneously unleashed their spiritual energy, transforming their palms into claws, and viciously lunged at Tang Xuan. It's over. A cold smile curled at the corner of the elder's mouth. Although these 5 disciples individually lacked the strength of Jun Shinzong, they practiced a combined attack technique. Even a formidable Earth Realm warrior would find it impossible to survive against their united front. Though Tang Xuan was powerful, facing 5 adversaries left him with no chance of survival. The elder, being the protector of Jun Shinzong, knew that if he failed to capture the perpetrator after Jun Shinzong's defeat, he would face severe punishment upon his return. Only by capturing Tang Xuan could he redeem himself. Therefore, Tang Xuan must die. In the face of the 5's joint assault, Tang Xuan felt a sense of inevitability, as if no matter how he attempted to evade, he could not escape their grasp. It was the perfect moment to test his newly mastered 4th level of the Dharmakaya slash. Clenching his right hand, he grasped the Tsang air blade. Instantly, an indescribable aura erupted from within him. It was the blade's intent. How is this possible? The elder of the Jun family's pupils constricted sharply, his expression transforming drastically. This is bad. Retreat. He understood all too well the terror of blade intent. Only a martial artist who harmonizes with the heavens can wield it. No matter how powerful a mortal may be, they cannot contend against the might of the cosmos. It mattered not whether there were 5, 50, or 500 disciples. Without comprehending the intent, they were mere ants before Tang Xuan. Despite the elder's frantic shouts, it was too late. A chilling aura enveloped the area, consuming the 5 disciples' figures within a Tenjong radius. A piercing scream echoed, abruptly silenced. The frigid aura gradually dissipated, revealing 5 ice sculptures. Within the ice, the 5 disciples remained frozen in their attacking stances, their pupils devoid of life. Their souls had been utterly extinguished. How can this be? The elder of the Jun family felt a wave of cold wash over him. It was as if he had been struck by lightning, rendering him motionless. One strike. All 5 disciples lay dead. This cannot be real. It is not real. Next, Tang Xuan raised the Tsang air blade, coldly stating you. Suddenly, the elder felt his body weaken, and he found it impossible to gather his spiritual energy. This is bad, he thought, realizing that his own aura was being suppressed by Tang Xuan. Aura suppression is a common tactic employed by powerful warriors to dominate the weak. The elder often relished witnessing the suffering of the weak under his oppressive presence. Yet, he never imagined that he would one day experience such suppression himself. What he found even more unbearable was that the one who subdued him was someone he considered an insignificant existence. Unforgivable. The elder of the Jun family gradually flushed with rage, desperately attempting to harness spiritual energy to break free from Tang Xuan's overwhelming presence. Yet, at that moment, his resolve had shattered. Despite his frantic struggles, he could not regain his footing. Tang Xuan pushed the small success of his blade's momentum to its zenith, steadily advancing towards the elder of the Jun family, wielding the Sangha blade. Stay back. The elder cried out in a chilling scream as Tang Xuan drew nearer. However, Tang Xuan remained resolute, undeterred by the elder's pleas. Damn it. Even if I perish, I shall drag you down with me. In a fit of terror, the elder's expression turned frenzied. He bit down fiercely and severed his own tongue. Harnessing the excruciating pain, he managed to momentarily escape the oppressive blade momentum. He then reached into his robe and produced a black orb. This is the thunderclap. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. Chapter 92. The Land of Returning Essence. The Abyss of Eternal Tribulation. The thunderclap was forged from a unique mineral, designed to unleash an overwhelming force upon being thrown. Even the lowest grade of the thunderclap would possess a power equivalent to a full force strike from a pseudo-star realm expert. The orb in the elder's hand had clearly reached an intermediate level, suggesting its might rivaled that of a true Star Realm powerhouse. No matter the circumstances, it was certain that Tang Xuan would be unable to withstand it. Regardless, I am doomed upon my return. Boy, let us descend together into the underworld. He cackled maniacally. As the elder raised his right hand, Tang Xuan's expression sharpened, ready to invoke the 9 nether profound dispersal. Yet, the elder's cultivation far surpassed his own, and the 9 nether profound dispersal might not succeed. Still, he had no other options. Just as the elder was about to hurl the thunderclap, a thunderous roar descended from the heavens. Who dares to touch my disciple? Die. The clouds split apart as the Shura dominator's fist fell from the sky. If the elder had retained his senses, he might have evaded it, but he was driven mad by Tang Xuan's pressure and had no time to react. With a sickening crunch, his body was shattered under the force of the punch, while the thunderclap was seized by a powerful hand. Tang Xuan exhaled in relief upon recognizing the newcomer, Shikunyu. He gazed at the thunderclap in Shikunyu's hand, his expression one of trepidation. Had he arrived just a few breaths later, he would have been left with nothing but a heap of broken corpses. Are you all right? Shikunyu glared at Tang Xuan, not wishing for his efforts to be in vain. You arrived just in time. I am unscathed. Tang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Good. That is a relief. Seeing Tang Xuan indeed unharmed, Shikunyu let out a sigh of relief and handed over the thunderclap. Take this for self-defense. If you encounter danger again, do not hesitate. Flee immediately. Tang Xuan placed the thunderclap into his spatial ring and then inquired, How did you find me? Shikunyu's eyes widened in exasperation. Need I say? The aura of the heavenly slaughter Shura is unparalleled. I sensed it from 100 miles away. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the ice sculptures of the slain members of the Jun family, causing his pupils to constrict. The temperature was quite warm. Ordinarily, such ice sculptures would have melted by now. Yet, the 5 ice figures exhibited not a hint of melting. The power of heaven and earth. Have you condensed the blade's aura? Shikunyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He felt a sense of paralysis wash over him. How long had he been gone? Tang Xuan had already managed to condense his aura. Was this still human? Oh, just recently condensed, still only in the initial stages. Tang Xuan nodded. The corners of Shikunyu's mouth twitched. He longed to ask, is this even human language? Transitioning from the realm of intent to the power of heaven and earth requires even the top prodigies several years, if not decades, to achieve. Moreover, that is merely the beginning. The time taken to break through to the initial stage surpasses that of condensing the power of heaven and earth. Yet, here was Tang Xuan, who not only condensed the blade's aura, but even reached the initial stage. Even though Shikuny had been shocked numerous times, his heart ached subtly at this moment. But then, he became anxious. Because Tang Xuan had condensed his aura ahead of schedule, it implied he was now lagging behind in the cultivation of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique. If Kuhanmia were here, who knows how he would mock him? No. Come with me quickly. Shikuny seized Tang Xuan and soared into the sky. Where are we going? Tang Xuan inquired. To the land of returning origin. The abyss of 10,000 calamities, where you can break through to the 4th level of the heavenly slaughter Shura technique. Shikuny replied. I don't care what method you use. You must condense the Shura's aura. I cannot lose to that old fossil. Tang Xuan shook his head helplessly. These 2 old fellows, both over 100 years old, still had such a fierce competitive spirit. At this moment, at the sight of the fallen Jun family members, dozens of figures suddenly appeared. Each radiated an aura of the earth realm. All were clad in Jun family attire, exuding a palpable murderous intent. The Jun family disciples bowed in unison as a white-haired elder descended from the sky. He gazed at the 5 ice sculptures, his brow furrowing slightly. This is the blade's aura. His gaze then shifted to the severed limbs strewn upon the ground. A faint trace of Shura energy lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Humph. The heavenly slaughter Shura technique. How audacious of Shikuny to dare kill my Jun family members, seeking death. The white-haired elder produced a beacon from his robe, cradling it in his palm, and then reached out to grasp it, drawing in the lingering Shura energy, which merged into the beacon. The beacon slowly ascended into the air, pointing in a specific direction. There. A startling murderous intent flickered in the elder's eyes. Shikuny, do you think you can escape the grasp of Jun Wuya? Having slain a member of my Jun family, you shall pay with blood and life. Pursue them. He waved his hand, and a cloud vessel appeared, upon which all the Jun family experts boarded, soaring towards the location where Tang Xuan and Shikuny had vanished. Crack. Bang. In the shadowy realm, clouds obscured the sun, and thunder rumbled. Massive bolts of lightning struck the earth fiercely, causing the ground to shatter amidst the surging electric serpents. Under the overwhelming might of the heavens, Tang Xuan felt as insignificant as an ant. This place, known as the land of return to origin, possessed the ability to attract thunder, and over time, It had accumulated an immense amount of celestial power, earning the ominous title of the Abyss of Eternal Tribulation. Even the mere aura emanating from it was enough to shred any martial artist below the condensing sea realm into oblivion. With a swift descent, Shikun brought Tang Xuan to the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, a jolt of electricity surged from the ground into his meridians, causing his body to tingle. Remember, you must constantly channel the power of the Shura cyclone to its limits, devouring the tribulation energy to stimulate the transformation of the cyclone and break through to the fourth layer. Shikun spoke in a solemn tone. The power of the tribulation is exceedingly fierce. Given your lower cultivation, you should first acclimate to the periphery before gradually venturing deeper. You must absorb 100 strands of tribulation energy. Tang Xuan inquired. Oh, will this enable me to break through to the abyss of eternal tribulation? Shikun rolled his eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? Absorbing 100 strands of tribulation energy is merely preparatory work for breaking through the fourth layer. The real challenge lies ahead. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned gravely serious. You will need to purify each strand of tribulation energy with the Shura cyclone and then commence the refinement of your primordial spirit, allowing it to merge with the tribulation energy. Once all 100 strands are integrated, you will achieve the fourth layer. Shikun sighed, an expression of concern crossing his features. The power of the tribulation is incredibly explosive, even for me. Merging with a single strand would take several months. Your cultivation is insufficient, and your spirit is weak, making it even more perilous. Is it not too early for you to attempt breaking through to the fourth layer? Tang Xuan smiled confidently. Do not worry. I will emerge soon. Chapter 93, Breakthrough. The Abyss of Eternal Tribulation. With that, Tang Xuan stepped toward the Abyss of Eternal Tribulation. With every 2 steps, a massive bolt of tribulation lightning descended from above, striking fiercely to his right. Boom. Under the cataclysmic force, the ground was instantly torn apart, revealing a gaping chasm several feet wide. Blinding blue serpents of electricity danced wildly, many of which coiled onto Tang Xuan's body, causing his stride to falter. Shikun's heart leapt into his throat. The impact of the tribulation was not to be underestimated. Even those of the celestial realm would hesitate to confront it directly. The consequences could range from the complete obliteration of one's cultivation to instant disintegration. It is important to note that the physical bodies of celestial realm experts have reached extraordinary levels. Even so, they remain as vulnerable as ants beneath the celestial tribulation. Although Tang Xuan was merely enduring the residual waves of the tribulation, which were a fraction of the true power, his physical prowess paled in comparison to that of a celestial realm expert. A moment's carelessness could lead to a catastrophic demise. Currently, his existence bore the weight of Shikun's entire efforts. Should anything go awry, it could very well shatter Shikun's spirit. Yet, this was the only path to enable the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique to break through to the fourth layer. Heavenly forces, grant him safety. The usually reckless Shikun clasped his hands together and began to pray. In his gaze, Tang Xuan's figure gradually vanished at the end of the path. Frustrated, Shikun gulped down a few swigs of wine and leaned against the young man was undoubtedly blessed by fortune, and calamity would not befall him. Thunder roared, and a violent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, rushing towards Tang Xuan. It felt as though he were a mere insect caught in the heart of a tempest, at any moment susceptible to being torn apart by the might of heaven and earth. Tang Xuan maintained a tranquil gaze, advancing step by step. The Azura cyclone within him had been summoned to its utmost limit. To safely absorb the power of the thunder, he needed to find a relatively secure location. Even with the system at his disposal, he could not withstand the full force of the thunder's onslaught. However, if the power of the tribulation were diminished, it would result in a significant waste of time. Before him lay a glaring expanse of blue light, with the energy of the tribulation coursing everywhere. The air buzzed incessantly, drowning out all sound. Tang Xuan's heart was as calm as still water, his limbs as motionless as withered wood, and his aura flowed like a river, unwavering as a mountain. Soon, he discovered a suitable spot, a vast depression carved by the thunder strikes. Above him, blue crystals adorned the area, shattering as the lightning struck them. Thunder crystals. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with interest. These thunder crystals, having undergone transformation through prolonged exposure to the power of tribulation, gathered immense electrical energy, serving as the finest auxiliary material for thunder-type warriors. Ordinary warriors could also absorb this energy to enhance their physical forms and unlock their potential, rendering it highly valuable. The greatest worth of thunder crystals lies in their ability to decompose and absorb the power of tribulation. Regardless of the ferocity of the tribulation, the crystals would remain intact. If Tang Xuan meditated beneath them, he would no longer need to fear the tribulation's assaults. He immediately approached the depression, settling into a cross-legged position, and began to absorb the energy of the tribulation. Thunder embodies the most formidable force in the universe, possessing immense destructive power. Even after being purified through the Azura cyclone, its impact remained formidable. Even Tang Xuan could not absorb too much at once. To shorten the time required, he needed to identify the limits of his physical endurance, which was where true time consumption lay. Yet, this posed no challenge for Tang Xuan. He entered a state of enlightenment. In this state, all his senses reached an exquisite level of perception, allowing him to easily discern the limits of his physical capacity. Ding! The host entered enlightenment 10 times, successfully condensing a strand of tribulation energy. An electronic sound echoed as the energy surged into his body, continuously condensing and compressing, ultimately forming a lightning rune. This represented the power of the tribulation. Soon after, the second lightning rune was successfully condensed. As he began to condense the third rune, Tang Xuan took a surprising step. He directly activated the first lightning rune, initiating a fusion with his spirit. Had Shikuan Yu been present, he would surely have been driven to madness. It is well known that gathering lightning runes is fraught with peril. It demands utmost concentration, and even the slightest lapse could result in dire consequences. Even an entity like Shikuan Yu would not dare to divide his focus. Yet, Tang Xuan effortlessly engaged in dual tasks, condensing the lightning rune while simultaneously merging with it. Such a mental strain, even a warrior of transcendent realms might find insufferable. Yet, Tang Xuan is different. In a state of epiphany, his mental prowess is boundless, effortlessly engaging in both consolidation and integration. This is primarily attributed to his mastery of the 9 nether profound mysteries, which significantly enhances his soul power. Without this, even in a state of enlightenment, it would be insufficient to sustain him. Ding! The host has achieved 30 moments of enlightenment, successfully integrating the power of the thunder tribulation. Ding! The host has achieved 10 moments of enlightenment, successfully consolidating a strand of thunder tribulation power. Ding! The host has achieved 20 moments of enlightenment, successfully integrating the power of the thunder tribulation. Thus, Tang Xuan amalgamated one strand, fused another, establishing a positive feedback loop. As the integrated power of the thunder tribulation multiplied, his aura began to surge dramatically. At the 9 nether heavenly pool, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the profound pill realm. Now, after the tempering of the thunder tribulation, he directly broke through to the 6th level of the profound pill realm. With this enhancement, the speed of absorption and integration also accelerated. At this moment, Tang Xuan resembled an exquisite gem, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. After consolidating 30 strands of thunder tribulation power, he ascended to the 7th level of the profound pill realm. Subsequently, after 60 strands, his cultivation reached the 8th level. 90 strands of thunder tribulation power, 9th level of the profound pill realm. When all 100 strands of thunder tribulation power were finally integrated, Tang Xuan's cultivation stabilized at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the profound pill realm. At this moment, a serpent of lightning darted towards Tang Xuan. Just as it approached within a yard of him, it suddenly vanished into thin air. Following this, Tang Xuan opened his right hand, revealing the very serpent that had just appeared. At this moment, the electric serpent behaved docilely, swirling around his fingertips. Tang Xuan gradually opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had broken through to the 4th level of the heavenly slaughter Azura art, the realm of endless devouring. Upon reaching this level, Tang Xuan could directly consume the power of heaven and earth, converting it for his own use. As long as his cultivation was not vastly surpassed by others, he could be deemed an invincible existence. Remarkably, this all transpired within a mere 3 days. Tang Xuan gazed hungrily at the scattered thunder crystals, recognizing their immense value. Such treasures could not be wasted. He immediately began to harvest them fervently. Outside the valley of endless tribulations, Shikuan Yu awaited anxiously. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. As he turned, another figure appeared behind him. Shikuan Yu, kneel and accept your fate. Chapter 94. The Jun family arrives. You are one of the Jun family. Shikuan Yu's eyes brimmed with vigilance. He could distinctly sense that the newcomer's strength surpassed his own. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and fled without hesitation. In the martial world, survival is paramount. Reputation can be reclaimed once strength is regained, but once life is lost, nothing remains. Shikuan Yu glanced back at the valley of endless tribulations, then took a deep swig of alcohol, determination gleaming in his eyes. Old man of the Jun family. Jun Wuya. Shikuan Yu, do you think you can escape after killing members of the Jun family? Jun Wuya said coldly. Ha. Shikuan Yu laughed maniacally. Lousy shall perish. What will you do about it? If there is any matter, come at me directly. Jun Wui nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. Then kneel and beg for death. Shi Kuan-Yue grew even more frenzied. I am strong-willed and do not know how to kneel. Perhaps you could demonstrate? Jun Wui scoffed coldly. Insolence. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a force akin to a raging torrent, sweeping forward. Shi Kuan-Yue's pupils constricted, clenching his fist with one hand. He braced himself for the impact. A thunderous explosion erupted, clouds of dust billowing forth. Shi Kuan-Yue staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Jun Wui remarked with indifference, you are merely at the pinnacle of the pseudo-star realm, while I am a true star realm elder. You have no chance. Kneel now. Shi Kuan-Yue wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression growing more deranged. Ha ha ha. I have already stated, my will is unyielding. I cannot kneel. If you wish to kill me, then come. Jun Wui narrowed his eyes, casting his gaze towards the abyss of eternal torment. That boy is in the valley. Upon hearing this, Shi Kuan-Yue's expression changed dramatically. He feared not death. However, Tang Xuan bore the weight of his future hopes. Nothing must happen to him. What boy? I cannot comprehend your nonsense. I am the only one here. If you dare come. Jun Wui smiled coldly. That boy has crippled Jun Xingzong. Do you think my Jun family will let him go? Today, you shall certainly die, and that boy will not survive either. Shi Kuan-Yue, seeing no way to evade, spread his arms wide. With me here, none shall pass. Jun Wui looked upon him with disdain. A man is attempting to stop a chariot, utterly lacking in self-awareness. Men, enter the valley and bring back that boy's head. With a gentle wave of his hand, dozens of martial artists from the Jun family surged forth toward the valley. Shi Kuan-Yue let out a furious roar, unleashing all his power. The triple heaven slaughter Shura technique, honed over decades, culminated in a single punch, obliterating 4 or 5 martial artists from the Jun family in an instant. Insolence. Jun Wui was furious, stepping forward to confront Shi Kuan-Yue. The final form of the Shura Tyrant Fist. Shura's wrath. Shi Kuan-Yue summoned all his inner energy, his black hair billowing, transforming into an unparalleled Shura, and struck fiercely at Jun Wui. Facing this life-threatening blow, a flicker of gravity appeared in Jun Wui's eyes. He raised one palm, invoking the Jun Lin Jiuxiao technique. Jun Lin Jiuxiao. Swallowing the heavens. The palm force coalesced into a galaxy, entirely devouring the Shura's power. What? Shi Kuan-Yue's heart sank. This punch was his utmost effort, yet it still failed to shake Jun Wui. The might of a true star realm expert is indeed terrifying. Withdraw. Jun Wui released his palm force, causing the galaxy to explode, a torrent crashing into Shi Kuan-Yue. Pooh! Shi Kuan-Yue coughed up blood violently, hurtling backwards to collide with the mountainside, utterly losing his combat capability. Jun Wui appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Go and kill that boy. With no obstacles remaining, the Jun family martial artists transformed into shadows, rushing into the valley. No, no. Shi Kuan-Yue's eyes brimmed with fury as he sought to intervene, but alas, he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the Jun family martial artists entered the abyss of eternal torment. At this moment, Tang Xuan was engrossed in his cultivation, utterly defenseless, resembling a lamb awaiting slaughter. Even if he reacted swiftly, confronted by so many formidable beings of the earth realm, there remained only a path toward demise. The light in Shi Kuan-Yue's eyes gradually faded, a symbol of a heart turned to ashes. Such a gaze was appropriate, for it embodied the price of defying the Jun family. In despair, he could only await his inevitable end. Jun Wui laughed maniacally. Within the valley, the Jun family disciples advanced with utmost caution. Although they possessed earth realm cultivation, they felt a palpable fear in the face of the thunder tribulation's might. Thus, every step they took was measured and deliberate. However, the Wanjie Jugu was not expansive, and they soon located Tang Xuan. There he is. Surround him. A glint of savagery flashed in the eyes of the leading Jun disciple. With a wave of his right hand, dozens of Jun family disciples surged forward, encircling Tang Xuan. Members of the Jun family. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes, placing the last piece of thunder crystal into his spatial ring before straightening his posture. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "What have you done to Shi Kuan-Yue?" One of the Jun family disciples erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, is that even a question? Anyone who offends my Jun family shall not live to tell the tale. Instantly, a surge of murderous intent engulfed Tang Xuan. Is he dead? The chilling tone of his voice sent a shiver down the spines of the Jun disciples. The leader of the Jun family reassured him, "Fear not. He is not dead yet, but when we return with your head, he will certainly meet his end." Tang Xuan slowly nodded. Indeed. This is the wisest decision your Jun family has ever made. Despite Shi Kuan-Yue's usual eccentricity, he held genuine affection for him. Tang Xuan was a person who valued gratitude and, though he did not vocalize it, he considered Shi Kuan-Yue as his mentor. Should the Jun family dare to take Shi Kuan-Yue's life, Tang Xuan would stop at nothing to obliterate them. Fortunately, since Shikunyu had not yet perished, Tang Xuan's fury diminished slightly. His fists crackled ominously as he declared, "Your Jun family truly is relentless. Thus, I shall make you aware that the cost of attempting to kill me is one you cannot afford." The leading Jun disciple laughed maniacally towards the heavens. "Ha ha ha, how amusing. My Jun family possesses boundless resources. Killing you is akin to slaughtering a chicken. Attack." At the command, a tempestuous fist aura erupted from Tang Xuan's back. Bang! His body shuddered slightly as he was struck by 2 blows from behind. Unbeknownst to him, 2 Earth Realm warriors from the Jun family had stealthily maneuvered to his rear, delivering a fatal assault. "Kid, I expected much more from you. Yet you are nothing exceptional." The leading Jun disciple sneered disdainfully. The full-force strike from the 2 Earth Realm experts likely shattered Tang Xuan's internal organs. "Is that so?" Tang Xuan extended his right hand, 2 luminous orbs materializing in his palm. With a swift motion, the orbs vanished in an instant. The 2 Jun family Earth Realm warriors who had ambushed him found their chests pierced through, blood and organs erupting forth in a gruesome spray. Before they even touched the ground, they had already succumbed to their injuries. What? How is this possible? Chapter 95. The power of the thunderstrike. As Tang Xuan endured 2 heavy blows, he remained unscathed, while his assailants met their demise. The warriors of the Jun family widened their eyes in disbelief, their breaths quickening. With a crack of his knuckles, Tang Xuan allowed a cruel smile to grace his lips. Since the Jun family had chosen to be so aggressive, he felt no need to hold back any longer. With a singular step, his form transformed into a blurred shadow. In the next instant, he materialized before a Jun family warrior. The warrior was struck with terror. Before he could retreat, an excruciating pain pierced through his chest. Looking down, he found Tang Xuan's arm embedded within him, emerging gruesomely from his back. Swift as lightning, the Jun warrior was already dead. Tang Xuan seized the lifeless body and hurled it aside, leaving the remaining Jun disciples trembling in fear, desperately trying to evade the scene. "Kill him!" The leader of the Jun family disciples roared in a frenzy as he witnessed Tang Xuan slay 3 of his comrades. "That wretched brat! Kill him!" The remaining warriors of the Jun family, shaken from their stupor, raised their weapons and charged at Tang Xuan. All of these warriors had attained the Earth Realm, and with their martial prowess, they believed they could swiftly subdue and slay Tang Xuan. However, to their horror, they soon discovered that their martial techniques inflicted no damage upon him. Instead, they only served to bolster his strength. This was the terrifying nature of the Devouring Realm. Once activated, it could insatiably absorb any power from surrounding cultivators, transforming it into its own. As the Jun family warriors besieged him, Tang Xuan grew ever more emboldened, not even requiring the use of martial skills, as he reduced the Jun warriors to cries of despair. "Curse be this boy. Is he some kind of monster? Our techniques are ineffective against him. If we do not devise a plan, we shall all perish here." Panic escalated among the Jun warriors. Seeing the dire situation, the leader of the Jun family gritted his teeth and produced a thunderstrike. Regardless of what kind of monster this boy was, he was determined to believe that an explosion could end him. Slowly, he raised the thunderstrike, aiming it at Tang Xuan amidst the chaos. Though this would undoubtedly result in the annihilation of the Jun warriors as well, he could no longer afford to consider such matters. Just as the Jun disciple prepared to hurl the thunderstrike, Tang Xuan suddenly turned and smiled at him. The Jun disciple froze in shock, only to feel as if a heavy hammer had struck his head. The fierce light in his eyes faded, his soul was utterly shattered, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Tang Xuan had maintained a fraction of his awareness on him, and upon witnessing the thunderstrike, he decisively activated the 9 Nether Mystic transformation. In truth, had the Jun disciple been on guard, Tang Xuan might not have been able to overcome him. However, he had never anticipated Tang Xuan's ability for mental assault, concentrating all his focus on the thunderstrike and leaving himself defenseless, thus meeting his end. With their leader fallen, the remaining Jun disciples lost all will to fight and descended into chaos. "Run!" At that moment, several individuals, unable to withstand their fear, turned and fled. Long Xian's lips curled into a smirk as he retrieved the thunderclap he had acquired earlier, and, with a flick of his wrist, hurled it forth. The thunderclap traced a graceful arc, soaring over the heads of the Jun family warriors before landing 100 zhang away. Upon impact, it quivered violently and erupted into a blinding radiance. With a thunderous roar, a mushroom cloud, exceeding 50 zhang in diameter, ascended into the sky. Subsequently, the space around it trembled violently, sending ripples outward like a tsunami. The fleeing Jun family disciples were caught off guard, struck by the residual energy, and were obliterated into a crimson mist without uttering a single sound. In rapid succession, the waves of residual energy followed, one after another, sweeping across hundreds of zhang. The Jun family warriors, their eyes wide with terror, desperately attempted to resist. Yet, the thunderclap's force was akin to a full frontal assault from a true Star Realm expert, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Within mere moments, all the Jun family disciples had been reduced to mere fragments. Long Xian's pupils contracted as he concentrated the power of the 10,000 calamities devouring Origin Realm to shield himself from the aftershocks. With a dull thud, he was propelled 100 zhang away by the force. Fortunately, the power of the 10,000 calamities swiftly absorbed and converted the explosive energy that had invaded his body, sparing him from any harm. As the dust settled, the site where the disciples had stood was left with a colossal pit, 10 zhang deep and several hundred zhang wide. The edges of the crater were littered with shattered remnants of flesh, the solitary evidence of the existence of those Jun family disciples. My word, this is extraordinary. Long Xian gazed in astonishment at the immense pit before him. Soon, however, his shock transformed into a pang of regret. What a waste. To squander such a formidable weapon on mere trifles was a travesty. Thankfully, those Jun family disciples were already deceased. Otherwise, had they heard Long Xian's lament, it would have surely driven them to madness. It is worth noting that they were members of the divine clan, Jun family, each one revered by thousands. Yet, in Long Xian's eyes, they were no more significant than common fish. Fortunately, I have been gifted another. Long Xian flipped his right hand, revealing yet another thunderclap resting in his palm. This very thunderclap was the one held by the foremost Jun family disciple. As the saying goes, one should return what they find. Thus, Long Xian cast his gaze beyond the valley, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Outside the valley of 10,000 calamities, Juan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him, the bloodied figure of Shura hung suspended from a tree. Having been inside for such an extended duration without a return, it seemed that the years of indulgent luxury had dulled the Jun family disciples' reflexes. A thorough rectification was in order upon their return. Juan's expression soured as he pondered the situation. Nearly 40 Jun family disciples, all at the Earth Realm, had been dispatched to hunt down a mere Shien Dan Realm warrior. Logically, it should have been an effortless task. Any one of them could have caused Long Xian's demise countless times over. Yet, it was puzzling that they had been gone for so long without any news, leaving him immensely dissatisfied. At that moment, a shadow shot out from the valley, hurtling towards Juan. Juan, a figure of considerable stature, unleashed an aura that sent the shadow flying. When the shadow landed, it rolled several times, revealing a lifeless corpse. Indeed, it was Junjiu. Juan's pupils constricted sharply. This body, known as Junjiu, was the foremost member of the Jun family and his own nephew. Junjiu's eyes were wide open, devoid of breath. Damn it! Who killed Junjiu? Show yourself! Juan roared in fury. Just then, a calm voice echoed, "Do not be hasty, old dog. I shall soon send you to reunite with him." Chapter 96. Stunned in awe amidst the taunting words, Tang Xuan emerged slowly from the abyss of eternal torment. What? Juan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly trust his own vision. Tang Xuan had actually walked out alive. Upon hearing the commotion, Shura opened his eyes. And upon seeing Tang Xuan, a joyous expression crossed his face. Run, quickly. His first thought was not to seek Tang Xuan's rescue, but to urge him to flee. Run. Hee. Can you escape before this elder? Juan stepped forward, causing the ground to shatter, and the air to ripple, showcasing the might of the true Star Realm. He fixed his gaze on Tang Xuan, his teeth grating together in fury. A bunch of useless fools. Despite the numbers, they allowed this brat to escape and even killed Junjiu. When they emerge, I shall send them all into exile. He assumed Tang Xuan had snuck out. After all, the abyss of eternal torment was fraught with heavenly lightning. Escaping was not an extraordinary feat. Tang Xuan grinned. No need. I have already sent them all to the King of Hell. Now it is your turn. Juan laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. You are merely at the Shien Dan realm, while my Jun family members are all at the Earth realm. Whether they are human or even 40 pigs, it is impossible for you to eliminate them all in such a short time. Tang Xuan shrugged. Perhaps they are even more foolish than pigs. He slightly tilted his head and noticed Shura hanging from a tree. Hey, old drunkard, still breathing? Shura spat vehemently. Damn it. Do you think I would die so easily? Tang Xuan laughed. Your spirit is commendable. Wait a moment. I will deal with this old dog and come to rescue you. Shura snapped. Stop the nonsense and hurry. That old dog is in the true Star Realm. You cannot contend with him at your current level. Flee now, and come back for revenge when you are stronger. Remember, just pour a few bottles of good wine on my grave when the time comes. Juan erupted in laughter. Ha! Think you can escape? Not a chance. Do not worry. Today you will all die here. As his words fell, he abruptly unleashed a palm strike. Though it seemed casual, the tremendous force caused an audible shockwave in the air. This strike was sufficient to slay any warrior below the condensing sea realm. Even a false star realm warrior would find it hard to withstand. Junyua's lips curled in disdain, for he had already deemed Tang Xuan worthy of his attention. Had it been any other Xian realm warrior, they would not have even qualified to provoke his hand. Come on. Tang Xuan, eager to test his limits, boldly stepped forward, refusing to evade, and struck with a punch. Shikunya gasped in horror. Quick, get away. That is a force beyond your capacity to withstand. He was all too aware of the terrifying power wielded by a true Star Realm expert. Though this strike appeared unremarkable, it was imbued with the formidable energies of heaven and earth, a force that Tang Xuan could never hope to endure. Yet Junyua merely smiled coldly. Such courage is commendable. To die this way would indeed be a boon for you. Under the gaze of the two, Tang Xuan's fist collided with the palm strike. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the ground, as mud and sand shattered like a spider's web, surging forth to obscure the sky. The corners of Junyua's mouth curled up. One strike and dead? It seems this elder has overestimated the boy. Shikunyu's lips trembled in pain. Tang Xuan had managed to escape, only to meet his demise here. Since the boy is dead, you are of no further use to me. Junyua turned his attention to Shikunyu, slowly raising his right hand. Come on. Shikunyu laughed maniacally. As Junyua gathered his spiritual energy, an unexpected chill crept up from behind him. As a true Star Realm cultivator, he had reached a level of sensitivity to the fluctuations of the world. Danger. But it was too late to turn around. Junyua roared, the sound of dislocated bones resonating from his waist, and he forcefully swung his right hand backward. Before the full force of his strike could be unleashed, a cataclysmic power erupted behind him. Bang! Even as a true Star Realm expert, he was struck by the force. His insides ablaze, blood spewing from his mouth as he stumbled a few steps forward. Survive that. Tang Xuan squinted, his left fist radiating a subtle power. That was the Shadow's evasion. Shikunyu, well-versed in the techniques of the Scepter King, instantly realized what had occurred. When the punch had detonated earlier, Tang Xuan had activated the third level of the Shadow's evasion, silently appearing behind Junyua and unleashing the third form of the Extermination King fist, the heaven-shattering blow. At Tang Xuan's current strength, even a pseudo-Star Realm expert would surely perish under such a strike. Yet, not only did Junyua withstand it, he merely sustained a minor injury. If one punch did not finish him, then another strike would. Tang Xuan raised his right hand, the Tsunger blade erupting with an unparalleled radiance. Stars falling, sun destroyed. Entropy slash. Though the entropy slash was not as potent as the fourth level of the Scepter King's technique, the 9 nether soul severing, it excelled in low consumption and rapid deployment, simultaneously unleashing a blinding light to obscure the enemy's vision. Though injured, Junyua remained terrifyingly powerful if he regained his breath. The outcome of this battle would remain uncertain. Therefore, Tang Xuan needed to capitalize on this momentum and eliminate him. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, a sharp blade of light sliced through. Junyua felt his internal energy roiling, his blood surging in turmoil, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. Before he could stabilize himself, a blinding radiance filled his vision, rendering him unable to open his eyes. This is bad. Junyua felt the keen blade of light approaching, and his heart sank in dread. The atmosphere was suffused with the sin of death as he gritted his teeth, unleashing a ferocious roar that erupted all the spiritual energy within him. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion transformed the 3-meter radius surrounding his body into a vacuum. The blade's light struck the vacuum, shattering into fragments. Gush! Seizing the opportunity, Junyua retreated several steps, creating distance. As he steadied himself, a mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth. Junyua gasped, his gaze fixed on Tang Xuan, now devoid of any scorn, replaced instead by fury and gravity. Had their strengths not been so disparate, that last strike would have claimed his life. A deep chill spread throughout his body from the depths of his heart. Surviving such an assault was truly formidable. After consecutively unleashing 3 ultimate moves, Tang Xuan's strength was exhausted, leaving him to recuperate, his face awash with regret. Meanwhile, Shikunyue stood by, utterly astounded. The true Star Realm Junyua had been severely injured by the Xian realm Tang Xuan. How could this be possible? Even in a dream, one would not dare to envision such an absurdity. Yet, it unfolded right before his eyes. Shikunyue gazed at Tang Xuan, whose familiar visage now seemed strangely alien. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Xuan had surpassed him. Ha ha ha, well done. Chapter 97, truly difficult to kill. Yes, splendid work. Shikunyue suddenly erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face from sheer joy. He was immensely satisfied with his disciple Tang Xuan, relishing the moment of vindication. Conversely, Junyua had succumbed entirely to rage. You are unforgivable. as a formidable figure of the true star realm. He had come perilously close to being slain by a warrior of the Xian realm, an utter humiliation. With a thunderous roar, spiritual flames ignited around him, a testament to his full force eruption. However, in his wounded state, the intensity of the flames had dwindled to less than half of their peak strength. Today, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds. Junwaya forced the words through clenched teeth, his gaze now entirely serious, regarding Tang Xuan as an equal. Such a notion would have been unimaginable in the past. Old dog, are you afraid of the wind causing you to trip over your own tongue? Come, Tang Xuan bellowed, brandishing his blade. As he struck, the momentum of the heavens coalesced. The blade's momentum. How could this be? Junwaya's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Tang Xuan had actually manifested the blade's momentum. He had once thought it astonishing that Tang Xuan had achieved mastery of his intent. Yet now he realized that Tang Xuan had transcended intent, reaching the realm of momentum. Once the momentum was coalesced, even Junwaya's protective true essence could not withstand it. It was a force of an entirely different caliber. However, to achieve such momentum required decades of rigorous training. Despite Junwaya's cultivation reaching the true star realm, he had barely attained a minor success in the martial arts realm. This monster, he dared not underestimate him. Hastily channeling his spiritual energy to invoke the Junlin 9 Heavens technique. Junlin 9 Heavens. 10 spirits ascend. Junwaya raised his hands high, forming a protective shield of spiritual energy. The blade's force struck against the protective barrier, shattering it into fragments. You must die. Junwaya seethed through clenched teeth. Tang Xuan, so young, yet capable of harnessing such blade energy, posed a threat that could shake the very foundations of the Jun family if allowed to cultivate for another 3 to 5 years. Therefore, he had to be extinguished in his cradle. Junlin Jiushao, swallowing the heavens. Junwaya unleashed his palm's energy, conjuring a galaxy of spiritual essence that enveloped Tang Xuan. Be careful, Shurkuan Yue exclaimed, having previously fallen victim to this very technique. Bring it on. Tang Xuan stepped forward, consolidating his blade energy, the 4th level of the Jia Huang / manifesting in his grasp. 9 nether slash. The power of the 9 nether converged upon the blade, transforming into a 100-foot-long blade radiance under the enhancement of his energy. Slash. With a decisive swing, the blade radiance tore through the galaxy. Junwaya hastily dodged, the blade narrowly grazing his form. Blood spurted forth. Although he evaded the blade's edge, the force contained within still rent his defenses asunder. Damn it. Why is this kid's blade radiance so formidable? Junwaya lamented, bitterness flooding his mouth. Even within the Jun family, such a prodigious talent was unheard of. Shurkuan Yue let out a sigh of relief, aware that Junwaya could no longer slay Tang Xuan. Yet, his heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. After all, it was the Jia Huang / that had vanquished Junwaya, not the Tian Luxiu Luoju. Nevertheless, Shurkuan Yue understood that when facing a powerhouse like Junwaya, one must employ their most formidable techniques. Tang Xuan had not yet gathered the power of the 10 calamities since entering the abyss of annihilation. Thus, it was only natural that he refrained from using the Tian Luxiu Luoju. Old dog, prepare for your demise. Tang Xuan raised his blade with one hand, gathering his blade energy anew. A powerful killing intent enveloped Junwaya. The latter's expression shifted, terror flickering in his eyes. Yet, he soon broke into a sinister grin. Today, this elder shall risk his life to rid the Jun family of this dire threat. With his arms outstretched, Junwaya concentrated all his spiritual energy into his palms. In that moment, Tang Xuan completed his build-up, the Song-Air blade descending with great force. Boom. The blade radiance, infused with energy, plummeted like a meteor from the heavens. Barriers formed around them, sealing Junwaya's escape. Kill. Junwaya roared madly, charging towards the blade radiance. As the blade neared, he did not flinch or evade, merely tilting his head slightly. Junwaya's left shoulder and a portion of his left side were severed cleanly. Blood and organs erupted forth. Under such grievous injuries, an ordinary warrior would have perished. Yet, Junwaya's eyes blazed with ferocity. He did not falter but instead drove his remaining leg into the ground, transforming into a fleeting shadow that lunged at Tang Xuan. You shall die, boy. In a frenzied scream, he struck out with his palm, connecting squarely with Tang Xuan's chest. Bang! The overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Tang Xuan's back to swell. No, no. Shurkuan Yue's joy turned to dread as he cried out. Ha ha ha, young one, did you not foresee this? The final move of the Junlin Jiushuju, known as the sacrificial strike. Junwui cackled with madness. This technique allows one to temporarily condense their life force. Regardless of the injury sustained, they shall not perish immediately, but instead endure for 100 breaths, until they and their foe are brought to ruin together. Now, your doom is sealed. Even in death, This elder shall drag you to the depths of hell. Jun Wui's laughter grew increasingly frenzied. However, when he lifted his gaze, he was met solely with Tang Xuan's indifferent and mocking stare. Well done. Were it not for my recent breakthrough, that strike would have surely claimed my life. As for hell, it is a fate meant for you alone. Jun Wui's pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be? He could not fathom his eyes. He had unleashed his full strength upon Tang Xuan, yet the latter remained unharmed. Shurkuan Yue was equally astonished. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as an unbelievable thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Tang Xuan has mastered the 4th level of the Tianlu Xiu Luoju, the Wanji Xuan realm, capable of absorbing any external force for one's own use? Indeed, amidst Shurkuan Yue's mixture of surprise and delight, Tang Xuan relaxed his grip, allowing the Tsong'er knife to clatter to the ground. Wanjie Xuan. With his left hand, he seized Jun Wui's remaining arm. The Shura vortex within him churned to its utmost, assimilating the formidable power of the incoming palm strike, subsequently transforming it into his own strength. Annihilation Emperor Fist, 4th style. Cosmic collapse. Tang Xuan bellowed, unleashing his right fist. In the midst of a piercing scream, Jun Wui's head exploded like a watermelon. The force erupted, disintegrating the remaining half of his body into a mist of blood. The once mighty elder of the Jun family, a true star realm powerhouse, Jun Wui, fell in that instant. Panting heavily, Tang Xuan took a moment to catch his breath. He had exerted his ultimate techniques, and his internal power was nearly depleted. By heavens, it truly is difficult to kill. He then retrieved the Tsong'er knife and approached Shurkuan Yue, placing it down before him. As soon as Shurkuan Yue regained his freedom, he leapt up, seizing Tang Xuan. Tell me, have you comprehended the Wanji Xuan realm? Chapter 98. The Celestial Chongqing Sect, of course. Otherwise, I would have perished from that strike. Tang Xuan replied casually, rummaging through the remnants of limbs and arms, soon lifting a spatial ring with a beaming expression. Found it. A spatial ring belonging to a true star realm powerhouse. The treasures within are sure to delight. With Jun Wui deceased, Tang Xuan wasted no time in dismantling the soul power restrictions of the spatial ring. Upon opening it, he glanced inside, unable to suppress the grin that spread across his face. Inside the spatial ring, an impressive collection of top-tier spirit stones lay neatly arranged, resembling a small mountain. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 70 to 80,000. But that was merely the beginning. Beside the spirit stones, numerous medicinal pills were also present. Any pills carried by a true star realm powerhouse would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. Yet, that was not what thrilled Tang Xuan the most. Prominently displayed within the spatial ring was a tome, inscribed with 5 grand characters. Junlin Jiuxiaoju. The prowess of this martial technique has been experienced by Tang Xuan, and its formidable power is undeniable. After all, it is the ancestral art of the divine race, refined by countless powerful practitioners, having reached a state of perfection. Its most prominent characteristic is the ability to merge and amplify. In simpler terms, any martial skill can be integrated into the Junlin Jiuxiaoju. Subsequently, through the augmentation provided by the Junlin Jiuxiaoju, its power is enhanced to a greater degree. When he battled Jun Xingzong unleashed 10 different realms in one breath. Although each realm was only at 80%, it was still astonishing. Even Tang Xuan could not achieve such a feat, however. Now with the Junlin Jiuxiaoju, he can assimilate all realms without hindrance, effectively augmenting his combat strength. Tang Xuan, feeling quite pleased, carefully stored the Junlin Jiuxiaoju and then lifted his gaze towards Shikunyu, who was already in a state of shock. He had initially thought that no matter how extraordinary Tang Xuan was, it would take him at least several months to break through to the Wanji Xuan realm. To his astonishment, it had only been a short while, and Tang Xuan had already made the breakthrough. Shikunyu was truly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. On one hand, he was delighted that Tang Xuan was so exceptional, making his own aspirations seem attainable. On the other hand, in comparison to Tang Xuan, he felt utterly inferior. After downing a few drinks, Shikunyu finally regained his composure. Well, very well. For a moment, his voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Hey, old drunkard. When did you become so sentimental? Tang Xuan chuckled. Kid, I finally have the title of master, and you don't even address me as such? Shikunyu chided playfully. Tang Xuan merely rolled his eyes and tossed a vial of medicinal pills in his direction. Before you hurl insults, you should wipe the blood from your mouth. Your injuries are severe. If you don't tend to them soon, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Shikunyu received the vial, uncorked it, and poured its contents directly into his mouth. All medicine has its risks. Even healing pills should not be consumed in excess. However, as Shikunyu practiced the Tianlu Xiu Luoju, the Shura cyclone could assimilate all foreign powers, including toxins. Thus, no matter how many healing pills he ingested, he would suffer no ill effects. You've already mastered the 4th level of the Tianlu Xiu Luo Ju. I have little left to teach you. What are your plans moving forward? Shikunyu wiped his mouth and took a swig of his drink. With your abilities, the Mo Yuan sect is not a benefit but a constraint. It is time for you to leave. Tang Xuan nodded yes. I plan to go to the Dark Radiance sacred ground. Shikunyu furrowed his brows, then relaxed them. That is well. The potential of the Dark Radiance sacred ground far exceeds that of the Mo Yuan sect. You can continue to advance there. But entering the Dark Radiance sacred ground will require some effort. Tang Xuan shrugged. Apologies, but I have a guaranteed spot. He pulled out Ming Jie's token and waved it. This is the Elder's token for the Dark Radiance sacred ground. What? When did you acquire that? Shikunyu's eyes nearly bulged out in surprise. Tang Xuan laughed. Oh, it was nothing special. I just made a trip to Wushuang City, defeated Yi Buyuo, and coincidentally caught Elder Ming's attention, who then bestowed this token upon me. Shikunyu's lips twitched in disbelief. How utterly infuriating. Are you even human? Ming Jie is a figure of great stature, even within the hallowed halls of the Dark Radiance sacred ground, a true elder of authority. His discernment is exceedingly high. Yet, he bestowed a token upon Tang Xuan. Such an act is nothing short of astonishing. However, considering that Tang Xuan achieved the 4th level of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique in mere days, my astonishment dissipates. Is there any doubt left regarding Tang Xuan's entry into the Dark Radiance sacred ground? And what about you, old drunkard? Are you returning to the Demon Yuan sect? Shikuan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then appeared somewhat lost in thought. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply. No. Since the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique has found its successor, it is time for me to fulfill the task I should have completed a decade ago. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing a resolute determination in Shikuanyu's words. To his knowledge, Shikuanyu had arrived at the Demon Yuan sect in a state of severe injury, nearly unrecognizable. He had survived through sheer willpower, without an unwavering obsession to complete. How could he have endured such hardship? It was evident that Shikuanyu harbored a story of his own. What is it that you intend to accomplish? Pray, enlighten me, Tang Xuan inquired. Shikuanyu hesitated, then replied, This matter is of no concern to you. There is no need for you to know. Tang Xuan chuckled. If you refuse to speak, then I shall cease my cultivation of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique. Shikuanyu leaped up in protest. Damn it, you dare to threaten me. Tang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. Speak. I am eager to hear what shameful affair this entails. Shikuanyu sighed. Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall divulge it. After all, this secret has been bottled up for decades. Have you heard of the Celestial Longevity Sect? Tang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly. In the celestial jade capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities, where immortals caress my head, granting me the gift of longevity. The lines he recited represented a truly formidable force, so fearsome that even a powerful entity like the Dark Radiance sacred ground pales in comparison to the Celestial Longevity Sect, regarded as mere ants in their presence. For within the Celestial Longevity Sect reside beings of divine realm strength. Above the star realm lie the 5 domain realms, the condensation domain, transformation domain, merging domain, perfection domain, and the breaking domain. Beyond the domain realms, there exists the cataclysmic 9 realms. Each realm must endure a cataclysm of heaven and earth, with survival being a rarity. Those fortunate enough to survive 9 such tribulations may transcend mortality and attain the divine realm. It is an unfathomable state of existence. In the records of the Demon Yuan sect, the description of the divine realm is encapsulated in 4 words, unshakable. And within the Celestial Longevity sect, there are indeed beings of divine strength. Goodness, old drunkard, do not tell me your injuries were inflicted by the Celestial Longevity sect? Tang Xuan gasped in disbelief. Shikuanyu laughed heartily. Nonsense. Had it been the Celestial Longevity sect, I would have long since turned to dust. His eyes gradually darkened with a hint of hatred. No, I was harmed by a woman. Chapter 99. Grant me 2.5 years a woman? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Shikuanyu nodded solemnly. Nangong Chiodi, the eldest daughter of the Nangong family. She currently ranks 3rd in the Celestial Longevity sect's hierarchy. Tang Xuan had also heard of the Nangong family, a prestigious force in the righteous path, second only to the 4 great divine clans in terms of heritage. However, he could not comprehend how Shikuanyu, a figure of the demonic path, was related to Nangong Chiodi, who belonged to the righteous faction. It seemed that he was still too young and had been bewitched by that woman. Shikuanyu sighed and then loosened her clothing. In an instant, Tang Xuan's pupils constricted. Upon her chest, there was a gaping wound, unmistakably resembling a hole that had been forcefully punctured by a finger. Years ago, he had been brimming with talent and ambition, having obtained the unparalleled Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique. Shikunyu's gaze gradually became lost in thought. During one of her training expeditions, She had inadvertently saved a woman, Nagong Chiodi, whose beauty had captivated her completely. Subsequently, they trained together and acquired numerous treasures. In pursuit of greater heights, they decided to participate in the assessment of the Celestial Longevity Sect. As you might know, the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique is exceptionally domineering, and passing the test was hardly a challenge. Yet, Nagong Chiodi did not succeed. That very night, the woman poisoned her, seized the Sect's token, and pierced Shikunyu's heart with the mysterious Yin finger of the Nangong family. She believed Shikunyu to be dead, but little did she know that her heart was different from that of ordinary people, positioned on the opposite side. Taking advantage of the woman's momentary inattention, Shikunyu managed to escape. The woman immediately sent pursuers after her, and relying on the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique, she barely managed to flee, eventually arriving at the Demon Yuan sect. At this point, Shikunyu finished the wine from the gourd in one gulp and exhaled deeply. Initially, she intended to seek revenge once her injuries healed, but the power of that Yin finger was beyond imagination, crippling most of her meridians. Furthermore, after that woman entered the Celestial Longevity Sect, her cultivation had skyrocketed to an unfathomable level, rendering Shikunyu no match for her. Revenge seemed utterly impossible. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. If that is the case, why do you wish to go now? Shikunyu laughed heartily. Because you have mastered the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique, ensuring that this art does not fall into obscurity. My heart's desire is fulfilled. Although I may not be her equal, to splash her with blood is sufficient. A formidable and commanding aura erupted from Shikunyu's body. In that moment, it seemed she was transported back to her youthful days of vigor. Tang Xuan remained silent for a moment before raising two fingers. Give me 2.5 years. I shall help you exact this revenge. Shikunyu was taken aback. What? You? Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed. Do you not wish to see that woman kneeling before you in repentance? Shikunyu hesitated. Of course, she wanted that. Tang Xuan smiled. With your current cultivation, even splashing her with blood may be beyond your capacity. If you go now, it will only lead to further humiliation. It is better to entrust this to me. After all, a disciple must bear the burden of their master's vengeance. The term master struck Shikunyu's heart like a heavy hammer, stirring an indescribable emotion throughout her being, and her eyes even glistened with unshed tears. He chuckled, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and said, Kid, I appreciate your goodwill. But that woman's strength has likely reached the pinnacle of the domain realm, or even the cataclysm realm. Even if you had 2.5 years, 20 years might not suffice. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, the physiques of individuals vary. It's merely the cataclysm realm. For me, with dedicated cultivation, reaching it within 2.5 years is not an insurmountable task. Had these words been uttered by anyone else, Shikunyu would have slapped them without hesitation. What a jest. Did they truly believe that the cataclysm realm was as simple as picking vegetables, easily attainable? Even if one devoted all their energy to breaking through, it would not guarantee success, let alone the distraction of comprehending martial techniques. Possessing mere cultivation without martial skills would be futile. From any perspective, this was an impossible endeavor. Yet, the one making this declaration was Tang Xuan, a prodigy who had comprehended the 4th level of the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique in just a few days. Such talent was unprecedented in Shikunyu's experience. Gazing at that youthful and handsome visage, an audacious thought suddenly sprouted in Shikunyu's mind. Why not give it a try? After all, he had waited decades for this vengeance. What was another 2.5 years? Tang Xuan had voiced a sentiment that resonated deeply within him. Did he not wish to see Nagong Chiodi kneeling before him? He did, with fervent longing. Shikunyu had dreamed of this scene more than once. If it could materialize, he would be utterly fulfilled. Very well. I will grant you 2.5 years. Once the time is up, regardless of whether you attain the Cataclysm realm, I shall engage in a life and death battle with you at the Celestial Longevity Sect, Shikunyu declared through gritted teeth. Tang Xuan laughed heartily, producing several exquisite thunder crystals and tossing them over. Then live well, and with your own eyes, witness how I defeat that woman. The exquisite thunder crystals could stimulate meridians and enhance the physical body, though they could not completely heal Shikunyu's injuries or reconstruct his meridians. They were sufficient to elevate his cultivation to a new level. Shikunyu did not decline, promptly accepting the thunder crystals. Tang Xuan inquired, now that I have cultivated the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique to the 4th level, how should I advance to the 5th? Shikunyu shook his head. I don't know. But I have deduced that the 5th level is called the Battle Soul Armor realm, which likely pertains to the Divine Soul. Pertaining to the Divine Soul, is it? I understand now. Tang Xuan nodded. With his Infinite Enlightenment System, as long as he had a general direction, he could derive it independently. There should be something in the Dark Radiance sacred land to reconstruct meridians. Old drunkard, stay put in the Demon Yuan sect and wait for my return. Don't wonder about Tang Xuan said with a smile. Sure, Yuan, you spat disdainfully. Damn it. Who are you to give orders? Tang Xuan laughed heartily. I'm off. Take care of yourself. With that, he stepped lightly, and an explosive sound echoed through the void as he vanished 100 zhang away. Watching Tang Xuan's departing figure, Sure Yuan's lips quivered. Instinctively raising his wine jug, only to find it empty, he let out a long sigh. Alas, at such a crucial moment, I find myself out of wine. What a damper on the spirits. However, I shall not lament, for I have not taken on this disciple in vain. Ha ha ha. Shikuan Yu laughed wildly towards the heavens, his laughter resonating like waves, shaking the void with its echoes. After a prolonged bout of mirth, he abruptly ceased his laughter. Very well, I shall live well. Witnessing that woman kneel before me in repentance. Chapter 100. Fusion of intent. Having parted ways with Shikuan Yu, Tang Xuan set his sights on the Dark Radiance sacred land. With a new objective in mind, he refrained from wasting time on the wilderness beasts and proceeded directly towards the Dark Radiance sacred land, nestled within the Dark Radiance Valley. Entry to this sacred place is granted solely via the Dark Radiance path. Today, the Dark Radiance path was bustling with numerous figures. Each individual exuded an air of confidence and arrogance, their presence indicative of their mastery at the. They were all young prodigies who had successfully passed the trials of the Dark Radiance sacred land, filled with aspirations for a splendid future as they journeyed towards their destination. In stark contrast, Tang Xuan, whose energy resonated with the, appeared remarkably out of place. Oh, there is actually someone at the level? How did he even qualify? It's utterly absurd. One of the young prodigies scoffed. Indeed, I defeated 17 prodigies to earn my place here. If they were replaced with someone of, I would laugh in my dreams. Yet, it mattered little. Even if such a character managed to stumble into the Dark Radiant sacred land, they would merely serve as fodder. Moreover, do not be deceived into thinking that merely obtaining entry qualifications guarantees access. I have heard that there is an entrance assessment at the Dark Radiant sacred land, and those who fail will still be disqualified. The young prodigies cast disparaging glances at Tang Xuan. He chose to ignore them, continuing on his path. His mind already immersed in a state of enlightenment. Visualizing the spiritual energy, he gathered it within his spiritual platform. With intent guiding the energy, he followed the cycles of the celestial orbits, establishing a circulation of spiritual energy. Focusing his consciousness upon all things, he concentrated his spirit to manifest his. Seeking resonance with the universe, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, aspiring to embody the essence of sovereign over mountains and rivers, reigning above the clouds. Oh, I comprehend. Just as his right foot descended, an electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 100 times. Successfully advancing the sovereign over the clouds technique to the small accomplishment stage. With the electronic tone, a thunderous sound erupted within Tang Xuan's being. Surrounding the Azura cyclone, a white aura emerged, exuding an imposing aura of sovereignty that even the Azura cyclone could not disturb. Instantly, the forces of fist, blade, and half-step sword manifested, merging seamlessly into the white aura. In that moment, the spirit of the sword danced, the might of the fist surged, and the dominance of the blade reigned, three forces blending into one. Tang Xuan's right hand, fingers poised like a sword, did not gather sword energy but instead conjured blade energy. Subsequently, the blade energy receded, transforming into fist energy, only to shift again into sword energy. The blade, fist, and sword energies continuously transformed at his fingertips, fluid and unimpeded. Yet, Tang Xuan's brow furrowed. According to the teachings of the Sovereign over the Clouds technique, all realms of intent could indeed fuse into a singular essence. At this moment, although he had absorbed the essence of sword, blade, and fist, he remained unable to achieve their harmonious fusion. What could be the reason for this? Tang Xuan did not force a merger. Instead, he chose to dissipate the sword aura that lingered between his fingers. Such divine techniques had been honed through the relentless efforts of countless formidable warriors, each fragment meticulously refined to perfection. It could even be said that this was a method that excluded all erroneous paths. To bypass the Junlin Jiuxiao technique in pursuit of fusion would be akin to selecting the incorrect answer. The outcomes would be dire. Either the fusion would fail altogether, or it would yield catastrophic consequences. It seemed he must consult someone from the Jun clan to find answers. A gentle smile graced Tang Xuan's lips. As far as he knew, there were many descendants of the divine Jun clan within the Dark Radiance sacred land. He could easily capture one to inquire. Oh, have I already arrived? Tang Xuan lifted his gaze, only to realize he had unknowingly reached the entrance of the Dark Radiance sacred land. This place, too, marked the entrance of a valley. The towering cliffs loomed like an insurmountable barrier, reminiscent of Mount Tai. On a stone tablet, the words Dark Radiance were inscribed. The entrance to his sacred domain that captivated countless demonic prodigies was surprisingly unadorned, a fact that was rather unexpected. Yet, Tang Xuan comprehended the essence of simplicity in the grand path. Often, that which appears profound and enigmatic reveals itself to be remarkably straightforward upon closer inspection. Numerous prodigies who had passed the trials stood proudly at the valley's mouth, awaiting the arrival of their guides. Without the elders of the Dark Radiant's sacred land to receive them, they would be regarded as enemies. The restrictions within such a sacred realm held immense power. And even Tang Xuan was reluctant to test them lightly. After a brief wait, the valley entrance finally stirred to life. A group of young men and women emerged, their audacious gazes scrutinizing the standing prodigies, and their voices filled with reckless banter. "Oh, have the new batch of unsuspecting lambs arrived? Just in time. As I've recently made breakthroughs in my cultivation and resources are running low, this time, I must gather more," one remarked. "Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to scare them off." Another added with a laugh. "They can leave, but all their possessions must remain." The prodigies exchanged glances, an ominous premonition flickering in their eyes, as if foreseeing an impending calamity. A disciple of the Dark Radiant's sacred land approached with a menacing demeanor. "I am Zheng Cha. Remember my name, for I shall soon become your nightmare. You have two choices: surrender your treasures and crawl through my legs, or face the consequences. Do not even think of fleeing. Anyone who dares to run will learn the meaning of suffering." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the gathered prodigies. "What? Surrender our treasures and crawl through your legs? Is this some sort of jest?" One exclaimed. "Humph. I, Luolan, am a person of dignity. I would never crawl through." Another declared. "Indeed, we will never part with our treasures, nor will we crawl through." At that moment, a prodigy stepped forward. "You mentioned two paths. What is the other option?" Zheng Cha replied nonchalantly, "The other option is to fight your way in." The prodigy nodded resolutely. "Very well. I, Suwan of the Su clan, shall take you on." A flicker of astonishment crossed Zheng Cha's eyes. "The Su family? The celestial serpent Su family?" Suwan nodded proudly. "Indeed." The talented individuals behind him immediately gasped in surprise. "Oh, who would have thought he was a prodigy from the celestial serpent Su family?" It is said that the celestial serpent physique of the Su family is incredibly supple, capable of contorting in ways that allow them to strike from astonishing angles. Particularly with their ancestral martial art, the golden serpent binding hand. Once ensnared, they will not relent until every bone is shattered. It seems that the one from the Radiant Sacred Land is in for a rough time. The celestial serpent Su family is not to be trifled with. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Suwan's gaze grew even more haughty. "Senior brother, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Kindly step aside." Zheng Cha sneered. "The celestial serpent Su family. So what? Just one strike, and I shall not kneel. Even if you pass this test, what then? One strike." A flicker of fury ignited in Suwan's pupils. Interesting. Even an Earthrealm expert would not dare claim they could defeat me in a single blow. Very well. Let me see just how formidable the prodigy from the Radiant Sacred Land truly is. Chapter 101. One strike at the entrance of the Radiant Sacred Land. Flames of battle ignited. Suwan of the Celestial Serpent Su family humbly requested guidance from his senior brother. Suwan spoke respectfully. Despite Zheng Cha and the others' arrogant demeanor, they were, after all, disciples of the Radiant Sacred Land. Once Suwan and his companions entered, they would inevitably encounter each other again, and having offended them would make for an awkward situation, so the necessary courtesies had to be observed. Zheng Cha impatiently waved his hand. "Do not be in such a hurry to address me as senior brother, if you cannot withstand my single strike. It signifies that you lack the qualifications to enter the Radiant Sacred Land. Although a useless person like you will be eliminated eventually, if I were you, I would relinquish my treasures and leave." The words were insulting, and even with Suwan's good temper, he felt anger rising within him at that moment. "Very well. Since you are so aggressive, I, Suwan, shall see just what strength the prodigy of the Radiant Sacred Land possesses. Come, let us settle this with one strike." He slightly crouched his body and began to sway from side to side. Serpentine beasts typically sway before attacking to find the optimal angle for their strike, while simultaneously evading their opponent's focus, thus gaining the advantage. Though Suwan was furious, he understood that those who could enter the Radiant Sacred Land were all geniuses among geniuses, monstrous talents capable of battling beyond their ranks. If he were to be defeated in one blow, it would be an immense embarrassment. Therefore, he resolved to summon all his strength. In response to Suwan's caution, Zheng Cha remained relaxed, arms crossed, showing no inclination to engage. "When I say one strike, I mean that I shall only make one move. You are not bound by such a limitation and may strike as you wish." Suppressing his anger, Suwan took a deep breath. "Very well. If we are to assess the juniors, do not blame me for being merciless. Thousand Serpents Shadow Kill. Suddenly, Su Wen's body quivered and shot forward with great force, his arms twisting as he unleashed a flurry of afterimages. These phantoms transformed into countless venomous serpents, attacking Zheng Cha from all directions. The onlookers felt their heads spinning, unable to discern which serpent was real. Impressive. Is this the legendary serpent technique of the Su family? Truly formidable. The principle of illusion and reality. If one cannot instantaneously discern the true point of attack, one might not only face death but also severe injury. Indeed. The most effective response to such a tactic is to evade with agility and then counter with a powerful strike, maintaining a solid defense before launching an offensive. Let us not forget that Zheng Cha can only employ a single move. Whether he chooses to evade or defend, it counts as that one move. The moment he makes a move, Su Wen will have secured his victory. Those who pass the test are the pinnacle of excellence, cultivated by various major powers, possessing unparalleled cultivation, potential, and insight. Faced with Su Wen's serpent technique, it was the consensus among the crowd that Zheng Cha was destined to lose. What appeared to be a slow process was, in truth, merely a fleeting moment. The shadows of serpents surged forward, closing in on Zheng Cha. The distance narrowed to a mere 3 feet. Victory was in sight. A triumphant smile graced Su Wen's face. At that instant, Zheng Cha suddenly swung his right hand, unleashing a formidable force. As his palm struck, a fierce and overwhelming energy emitted a piercing sound, causing the void to cave in where it passed. The myriad serpent shadows that Su Wen had conjured were instantly torn asunder. What? Impossible! In his astonishment, Zheng Cha revealed a sinister grin. Die. The concealed second wave of energy erupted from his palm, striking Su Wen squarely in the chest. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed as Su Wen's ribs shattered. Blood gushed from his mouth, and he was sent spiraling through the air before crashing violently to the ground. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the gathered elites froze in shock. This was a reaction steeped in utter astonishment. It is worth noting that they were all top-tier talents hailing from various powerful factions, formidable warriors who had emerged from countless battles. Notably, Su Wen. Born into the esteemed Su family, he ranked among the top 10 of these elites, yet he was merely an ordinary disciple of the Radiant Sanctuary. With just a single strike, Zheng Cha had grievously injured him, delivering a harsh blow to the pride of these exceptional individuals. Truly, the worthless are indeed worthless. Zheng Cha sauntered over lazily, placing a foot upon Su Wen's chest. The broken bones pierced through flesh, causing Su Wen's head to thrash wildly as he emitted a spine-chilling scream. Without mercy, Zheng Cha forcibly removed the spatial ring from Su Wen's hand, tearing apart its seal. After a cursory glance, a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Not bad, there is quite a bounty. Gaining entry to the Radiant Sanctuary is no easy feat. Hence each family must have prepared a wealth of resources for these prodigies. Besides cultivation, social maneuvering is also essential. Within Su Wen's spatial ring alone, there were thousands of spirit stones, not to mention the pills and talismans. Return it to me, Su Wen shrieked. Yet, in response, he received a brutal kick. You're fortunate not to be dead, Zheng Cha coldly retorted. Now, who else wishes to engage? Step forward. The worthless may keep their resources and leave. The faces of the gathered elites turned crimson. Today, Zheng Cha imparted a profound lesson to them all. He witnessed what true cruelty entails. Amidst the crowd, Tang Xuan maintained an unperturbed demeanor. In the martial world, the survival of the fittest is an unquestionable reality. What use is pride? One must either preserve one's integrity. For 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not underestimate the youth in poverty or endure in silence, striving to enter the sacred land of dark radiance. Then work diligently to rise again. Without the capability, one must humbly accept one's place. As he observed the stillness, Zheng Cha's expression darkened. 10 breaths remain. If there is no response, do not blame me for being impolite. At last, someone stirred. A trembling prodigy approached, clutching a spatial ring, bowing low to the ground. I wish to enter the sacred land of dark radiance. I beseech my senior for mercy. Zheng Cha burst into laughter, seizing the spatial ring before spreading his legs. Indeed. What is face worth? Welcome, junior brother, to the sacred land. The prodigy, his face flushed, crawled through Zheng Cha's legs, lowering his head as he made his way to the entrance of the sacred land. A disciple of dark radiance grasped his shoulder. Ha ha ha, junior brother, do not be disheartened. We all went through this. As long as you obey and behave, we shall not make things difficult for you. But you understand the resources distributed each month. The prodigy gritted his teeth and nodded. Having already crawled through, the meager resources felt like a trivial price to pay. With the first, soon came the second and third. Most prodigies chose to crawl through, while a few retained a semblance of dignity, discarding their spatial rings before turning to leave. In no time, Tang Xuan was left standing alone. Chapter 102. I too possess a move. Oh, how is there still a mere Xian realm waste here? Zheng Cha glanced at Tang Xuan, surprised to sense only the aura of the Xian realm. Kid, how did you manage to pass the assessment? Tang Xuan merely cast him a glance, remaining silent. Zheng Cha's expression shifted slightly. Oh, quite spirited. How intriguing. Now, what will it be? Will you roll away or crawl? Tang Xuan met his gaze coolly and replied, I have no interest. Do not provoke me. The moment he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes turned to him in disbelief. Even Su Wan, at the Ninghai realm, had been defeated in an instant. Yet here was Tang Xuan of the Xian realm, daring to speak to Zheng Cha in such a manner. The disciples of the sacred land of dark radiance erupted in jeers. Old Zheng, you're slipping. Even a waste of the Xian realm dares to boast in your presence. They clicked their tongues, having thought that defeating one would silence the rest. Only to find another rebel among them. Well, at least it keeps us entertained. Zheng Cha chuckled, a cruel smile spreading across his face like a predator eyeing its prey. Who would have thought we'd end with something amusing? Brothers, tell me, what should I incapacitate first? The disciples behind him erupted in laughter. It must be his right hand. Let him never indulge himself again. Both legs, make him a mere vegetable. By the way, let us sever his tongue so that he can never utter another word. Zheng Cha extended a finger, tracing it across Tang Xuan's form. And you? Where would you like to be crippled? Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. Don't seek your own demise. What? Do you accuse me of courting death? Zheng Cha laughed maniacally. Then unleashed his aura. Boom. Amidst the explosive sounds, the earth shattered, shockwaves radiating outward, rendering the landscape unrecognizable. The young prodigies who had just entered the Anyao sacred land instantly narrowed their eyes. This aura is at the 5th level of the earth realm. My heavens. He surpasses us by an entire realm. Su Wen's defeat is not unwarranted. Facing a master of the earth realm, victory is utterly impossible. The gap between the Xian realm and the earth realm is 2 major realms apart, a complete crushing blow. There is no contest. This lad is doomed. The gathered prodigies cast glances at Tang Xuan, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Such is human nature, when one is in distress. Witnessing another's misfortune can bring about a perverse joy. Zheng Cha, enshrouded in a fiery aura, exuded a menacing presence. So, who is courting death now? Tang Xuan sighed. To others, the earth realm might seem formidable, yet before him, it pales in comparison. The earth realm warriors he has slain number not less than 80. Moreover, he has even vanquished those of the true star realm. Thus, Zheng Cha appears pitiably weak in his eyes. Even with formidable talent and combat prowess rivaling the pinnacle of the earth realm, he remains a mere fledgling. I truly have no interest in battling you. For you are simply too weak. Tang Xuan shook his head. I shall grant you an opportunity. Call out for Elder Ming Jie and inform him of my arrival. Zheng Cha burst into laughter. How absurd. Elder Ming Jie is a figure of great standing. He cannot be summoned at will. Young man, do not think to leverage Elder Ming Jie against me. Even he cannot disrupt the rules of the Anyao sacred land. Here, strength reigns supreme. Tang Xuan surveyed the Anyao sacred land, then turned to Zheng Cha, exclaiming helplessly, Very well, since you wish to fight, I shall oblige. He raised a finger. One strike. If you can withstand my blow, you shall be deemed the victor. As these words fell, the crowd erupted in chaos. What nonsense. This lad dares to claim he will defeat Brother Zheng in a single strike. Has he lost his mind? Boy, you are merely in the Xian realm. Not the heaven realm. What audacity you possess. Ha ha ha, old Zheng, can you endure this? Do not allow him to die too comfortably. The newly arrived prodigies mocked relentlessly. How arrogant. Even Su, one of the Su family, a renowned figure, was dispatched by Zheng Cha in a single strike. What audacity does this boy possess to utter such words? Perhaps ignorance breeds fearlessness aptly describes him. After all, a single punch could likely shatter a few bones and render him subdued. Heh. Provoking Zheng Cha in such a manner likely entails consequences far graver than mere broken bones. Tang Xuan surveyed the crowd with a gaze of pity. These so-called prodigies possess strength built solely upon accumulated resources, yet their temperaments remain remarkably immature. Zheng Cha is not mistaken. These individuals, upon entering the Anyao sacred land, are destined for elimination. True disciples worthy of the Anyao sacred land are personally selected by the elders and brought in for training. They would never come of their own accord. Observing the eager Zheng Cha, Tang Xuan understood that this battle was inevitable. And he was also keen to test the might of the sovereign ascendance technique. Youngster, you may strike first. Do not say that I did not offer you the opportunity. Zheng Cha beckoned with a finger towards Tang Xuan. With a smile, Tang Xuan nodded, as you wish. His expression then grew serious as he swiftly charged towards Zheng Cha. His speed elicited further ridicule from the onlookers. Ha ha ha, look at his speed. It is utterly ordinary, lacking any swiftness. His martial skills are nearly worthless. Ultimately, what are we anticipating? He is merely a warrior at the Xiandan realm, destined to be subjected to humiliation. Zheng Cha narrowed his eyes, meticulously tracking Tang Xuan's every movement. Despite the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, even a lion must exert full effort when hunting a rabbit. Zheng Cha had honed this understanding during a year spent in the sacred land of Anyao. Tang Xuan reached Zheng Cha and lightly pointed. In an instant, Zheng Cha discerned that this gesture lacked any follow-up maneuvers, and his gaze turned cruel and sinister. Keek, let us first cripple your right arm. Dragon's Might Palm. He unleashed a powerful palm strike, the very technique that had previously vanquished Yuan. This technique, known as the Dragon's Might Palm, was a middle-grade Earth-level martial art, fierce and domineering. Zheng Cha had devoted an entire year to mastering it to a rudimentary level, although merely at the foundational stage, when augmented by his profound understanding. Its power was sufficient to rival high-grade Earth-level techniques. Even peak Earth-level warriors would struggle to withstand it head-on. In Zheng Cha's eyes, subduing a mere Tang Xuan was almost effortless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuan's finger collided with Zheng Cha's heavy palm. It is over. One disciple from the sacred land of Anyao sneered. Another nodded in agreement. A finger against a palm is inherently disadvantaged, compounded by the vast difference in cultivation. Defeat is inevitable. Bang! A dull thud resonated, followed by the crisp sound of shattering. The next moment, a piercing scream echoed. Then, a massive figure, like a kite severed from its string, soared over the heads of the disciples from the sacred land of Anyao, crashing violently against the mountainside. Instantly, stones shattered, and blood gushed forth. A profound chill emerged from the depths of everyone's hearts. On the mountainside, a large pit formed, with Zheng Cha embedded within it. His eyes rolled back, lips frothing with blood, already unconscious. His right arm was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, with visible fragments of bone. All gazes were blank, their minds consumed by a singular thought. What had just transpired? Tang Xuan brushed off the dust from his clothing, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Indeed, the technique of the Sovereign Ascendants was remarkably powerful. During the clash of techniques, his sword intent first pierced through the Dragon's Might Palm, followed by a slicing force that cleaved it apart, and finally, a fist intent surged in, directly sending Zheng Cha flying. Tang Xuan had not even expended 70% of his strength, effortlessly overcoming Zheng Cha, who was 2 major realms beneath him. According to his calculations, he would only need half of his strength to achieve the same result. Before cultivating the Supreme Nine Heavens technique, such a feat was utterly unattainable. This was merely a preliminary fusion. The sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent remained distinctly separate. However, upon ascending to higher realms, one could amalgamate all these profound concepts into a singular force, unleashing an unimaginable power. At that moment, Tang Xuan approached and collected all the spatial rings that Zheng Cha had seized earlier. Resources presented willingly should never be overlooked. Yet, this action incited the ire of the disciples from the Dark Radiant's Holy Land. Release those spatial rings, they demanded. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, these are my spoils of war. The disciples of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land were incensed. Despite their current bravado, they were but juniors within their sect, routinely stripped of resources by more formidable disciples. Thus, these spoils held immense significance for them. Instantly, all the disciples of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land surged forth, encircling Tang Xuan. Kid, relinquish the spatial rings, or do not blame us for being impolite. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. You wish to provoke me? Under the weight of his indifferent aura, the disciples felt as though an invisible hand had seized their hearts, causing their breaths to hitch, with several instinctively retreating a few steps. Do not fear, one disciple shouted. He is but one, and we are many. Are we to be intimidated by him? Indeed, no matter how formidable he is, he cannot possibly overcome us. Let us all charge together and incapacitate him, reclaiming our resources. The strength in numbers bolstered their courage, and they charged at Tang Xuan. Though the disciples of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land were not as strong as Zheng Cha, their power was not significantly less, all possessing Earth Realm cultivation. As they unleashed their might, their formidable presence astonished the onlooking prodigies. However, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. With one hand resting behind his back, Tang Xuan extended his right index finger, and with each pointed gesture, a disciple from the Dark Radiant's Holy Land fell, howling in agony. Regardless of their martial techniques, in the face of Tang Xuan, they were nothing more than targets. In mere moments, over a dozen disciples lay writhing on the ground, each bearing a ghastly wound. Blood oozing forth. A chilling breeze swept through, rendering the onlookers' scalps numb. They felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, utterly unable to move. It was essential to note that Tang Xuan was merely at the profound pill realm, while they were all at the sea condensation realm. Yet, these disciples were vanquished by a single strike, while Tang Xuan effortlessly bested them. The tables had truly turned. Tang Xuan casually swept away the spatial rings from the fallen disciples of the Dark Radiance Holy Land. "Return them," one disciple shouted, his face flushed with anger. Tang Xuan chuckled. "Isn't it the rule of the Dark Radiance Holy Land that strength prevails? You are now the weak. Thus, I have every right to claim these spoils. Do you have any objections?" The disciples of the Dark Radiance Holy Land were left speechless, their mouths agape. Indeed, the law of the jungle was the very principle upheld by their sect. However, it was they who previously engaged in thievery. How could a mere novice, newly ascendant, dare to rob them? It is utterly absurd. Although the resources possessed by these disciples of the Dark Radiant Sacred Land are scant, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Coupled with the resources of the novice prodigy, Tang Xuan had indeed struck a small fortune. Delighted, he produced a rope and strung together all the spatial rings, fastening them to his waist before striding towards the Dark Radiant Sacred Land. Suddenly, a prodigy emerged from the crowd. "Return our spatial rings." Tang Xuan was taken aback. "What did you say?" The prodigy asserted boldly. "Since you have taken our spatial rings, you should return them to us." Tang Xuan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "On what grounds?" The prodigy responded, "You, like us, are merely a newcomer, yet your strength is formidable. Shouldn't you show some consideration for us?" The other prodigies echoed in agreement. Tang Xuan could only chuckle in disbelief. These individuals were beyond redemption, attempting to morally manipulate him. At that moment, he coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." The prodigies' faces flushed crimson, their eyes filled with fury, yet they hesitated to approach, wary of Tang Xuan's prowess. Just then, 5 figures emerged from the Dark Radiant Sacred Land, each exuding immense power, having reached the pinnacle of the Earth realm. One disciple of the Sacred Land's eyes lit up upon seeing them. "Brother Wang, help." The leading disciple furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Several disciples of the Dark Radiance Sacred Land struggled to their feet and rushed over, murmuring their grievances. Though Tang Xuan was a distance away and could not hear clearly, the frequent gestures directed at him made it evident they were reporting him. Sure enough, after the disciples finished their complaints, Wang's expression darkened ominously. "You worthless fools. To be bested by someone who has yet to enter the Sacred Land is utterly disgraceful." The disciples of the Dark Radiance Sacred Land hung their heads in shame. After berating them, Wang turned to Tang Xuan and shouted, "You there, halt." Tang Xuan did not pause, continuing forward, with half his body nearly crossing the valley. A fierce glint flashed in Wang's eyes. What audacity! With a furious shout, a companion leapt forth like a hawk, claws poised to strike at Tang Xuan's shoulder. The sharp aura coalescing at his fingertips suggested that should he make contact, it would surely result in broken bones. Tang Xuan sensed the oncoming gale, his brow furrowing as he swiftly countered with a finger point. Bang! In the midst of a thunderous sound, the disciple's countenance shifted as he felt the convergence of 3 distinct realms within Tang Xuan's strike. His claw attack was instantly torn apart, and with the recoil of force. Should he not retreat, his hands would surely be crippled. With a beastly cry, he executed a series of backflips, narrowly evading the force behind Tang Xuan's finger. As his feet touched the ground, the disciple's face was already ashen. Chapter 104. The Tiger Suppressing Overlord Fist. Tang Xuan turned around, a look of astonishment gracing his face. This individual, in terms of reaction speed and strength, far surpassed Zheng Cha. It was astonishing that he could evade a strike from him. If his assumptions were correct, this person must be a martial artist of elite caliber from the outer sect of the Dark Radiance Sacred Ground. However, he still posed no threat to him. Even during his time in the Guihai realm, he had already defeated Shen Tianling, who was also an elite of the outer sect. The one employing the Eagle Claw technique was of comparable strength to Shen Tianling. Thus, Tang Xuan quickly regained his composure. In stark contrast, Wang and others were left in shock, unable to utter a word. The individual who had just attacked was named Eagle 7, renowned for his formidable Eagle Claw technique, which was considered unparalleled within the outer sect of the Dark Radiance Sacred Ground. His claw power was vicious and domineering, with the ability to break through defenses. Few could contend with him head-on in the outer sect. Yet, he had been forced back by Tang Xuan with a mere finger, which was nothing short of astounding. If he were a core disciple from the inner sect, it would not have been so surprising. After all, those who could enter the inner sect were all monstrous beings capable of battling above their level as easily as one eats or drinks. But Tang Xuan was merely an ordinary prodigy who had yet to enter the sect, possessing only the cultivation of the Shin Dan realm. The result of him repelling Eagle 7 with a gentle flick of his finger was utterly remarkable. I am Luo Wang. What is your name? Luo Wang inquired solemnly. Tang Xuan hesitated for a moment before revealing his name. Luo Wang nodded. I see you possess considerable strength. Would you be interested in joining our Tian Luo gang? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Tian Luo gang? What is that? Luo Wang replied proudly. The Tian Luo gang was established by Gu Tian Luo, ranked 5th on the Dark Radiance list, and is dedicated to recruiting elite prodigies. By joining, you will not only gain access to greater resources but also be shielded from the bullying of other factions. Tang Xuan suddenly understood. It turned out that there were indeed factions within the Dark Radiance sacred ground. However, upon reflection, this was quite logical. A person's energy is limited. If one is preoccupied with trifles daily, how could they find time to cultivate? Many powerful individuals recruit subordinates and servants to handle mundane matters, allowing them to focus on their own training. The same principle applies to the Dark Radiance sacred ground. Those strong figures within the Tian Luo gang would prefer to dedicate all their time to cultivation, naturally leaving the mundane tasks to others. Thus, they seek out ordinary prodigies in the outer sect to assist them, like Luo Wang and Eagle 7, while they might sacrifice some resources. Under the protection of Gu Tian Luo, they need not fear oppression, making it ultimately beneficial for them. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. I'm afraid the Tian Luo gang is not quite prestigious enough for me to join. This statement was not born from arrogance, but rather reflected the truth of the matter. With his talent and the assistance of the system, who could possibly overshadow him? However, Luo Wang was unaware of this. Upon hearing his words, his expression darkened. Kid, my willingness to recruit you is an opportunity. Do not overestimate yourself. Though your strength is commendable, this is the Dark Radiance sacred ground, not a place for you to act recklessly. Should you refuse, you will become an enemy of the Tian Luo gang, and no matter how strong you are, you will find no foothold in the outer sect. Tang Xuan chuckled. What does that have to do with me? He was on a direct path to the inner sect. No matter the circumstances, the outer door posed no threat to him. However, his demeanor, observed by Luo Wang, was a display of arrogance and hubris. Are you truly unwilling to join the Heavenly Net gang? Tang Xuan shook his head. I will not join. Very well. Then prepare to meet your demise. Luo Wang's countenance darkened as he stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming aura of perfected Earth Realm power. Boom. The terrifying energy surged forth like a torrential flood, stripping the earth of its very layer. Now, let me demonstrate the agony that accompanies your refusal. Tang Xuan sighed, pondering what grievance he had incurred that made entry into this sacred place so arduous. It seemed everyone was intent on making things difficult for him. Given Luo Wang's imposing figure, a confrontation seemed inevitable. So be it. Let me witness the limits of the outer door's prowess. Tang Xuan extended a finger, beckoning Luo Wang. Come. A fierce glint flashed in Luo Wang's eyes. How audacious. Let me gauge your true strength. He advanced, unleashing a powerful punch. Bang. The moment his fist struck, the sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. Tang Xuan nodded inwardly. Although Luo Wang's punch was unremarkable, its angle, speed, and power were exceptional, indicative of rigorous training. While it lacked the lethal force of Zheng Cha's Dragon's Claw, it possessed a perfect blend of offense and defense, allowing for immediate adaptation upon any disruption. Tang Xuan pointed again, and upon contact, 3 layers of force erupted. Humph. Sensing the shift in power, Luo Wang scoffed. A mere parlor trick, shatter. With that exclamation, his punch suddenly retracted before surging forth again. Surprised, Tang Xuan found his finger's power swiftly neutralized, and he was forced back several steps. As Luo Wang managed to repel him with a single move, the disciples of the sacred place erupted in cheers. Well done, Brother Luo. Impressive. How about it, kid? Underestimating the sacred place, you are not worthy. Brother Luo, avenge us. Amidst the clamoring, Luo Wang held his head high. You managed to withstand a punch. Not too shabby. Initially, I intended to end your life, but now I am willing to offer you another chance. Join the Heavenly Net gang, and I will ensure you receive the resources to pass the assessment and enter the inner door within a year. Tang Xuan chuckled incredulously. Entering the inner door within a year? How utterly insulting. Luo Wang's expression darkened. What? Do you find the time excessive? The inner and outer doors are entirely different realms. Even I lack the confidence to enter the inner door at present. Those who gain entry are unparalleled prodigies. Without the Heavenly Net gang's resources, you might as well wait a millennium before you take a single step towards the inner door. Tang Xuan shook his head. The inner door is not as formidable as you claim. Ha ha ha. It seems you are truly unyielding. Very well. I shall break your arm to help you regain your senses. Luo Wang laughed maniacally, lowering his body into a stable stance, the sound of a tiger's roar emanating from his fist. Oh, That is the Tiger's Fury Fist. What? That is a top-tier, Earth-level martial skill. Only cultivators with perfected punch intent can master. Heh. Brother Wang had already achieved a consummate mastery of his fist technique 6 months ago, qualifying him to challenge the inner sect. However, to be prudent, he honed his skills for another 6 months, perfecting the Fierce Tiger Overlord Fist. Now, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to engage with the disciples of the inner sect. The disciples of the sacred land of Anyao grew increasingly excited. The spiritual energy surged, enveloping Wang in a fierce blaze of spiritual flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. Kneel. Or else once this punch is unleashed, even I cannot contain its power. Tang Xuan chuckled. Such unnecessary words. Chapter 105. The outer sect's rules do not apply to me facing imminent demise. He still dared to be defiant. Thus, he would not be spared the consequences. Wang roared, channeling his power to its zenith. The aura of consummate mastery in the earth realm surged forth like a mountain's roar in a raging tsunami, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This might was truly formidable. Is this the strength of consummate mastery in the earth realm? Let us not forget, Wang is an elite of the outer sect. Despite only having reached consummate mastery in the earth realm, his combat prowess could rival that of the 3rd or 4th tier in the celestial realm. My goodness. The 3rd or 4th tier in the celestial realm, this lad is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, he has exhausted his options. This is the price of underestimating the sacred land of Anyao. If the elites of the outer sect are this powerful, one cannot imagine the strength of those madmen in the inner sect. The gathered prodigies watched Tang Xuan with glee. Wang's strength far surpassed that of Zhengcha. Could Tang Xuan possibly crush him as he had before? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, Tang Xuan was surely doomed. Such was the consensus of all present. Amidst the flames of spiritual energy, Wang intoned gravely, I grant you one final opportunity for your last words. Tang Xuan glanced at him and suddenly smiled. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing right before Wang. Boom. The sound of an explosive shockwave erupted. The Extinction Emperor Fist had been unleashed. As the fist struck, a terrifying wave of energy distorted Wang's facial features. He was struck with horror. Desperately channeling all his spiritual energy into his palms, trying to block the blow with all his might. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. Wang was sent flying like a puppet severed from its strings, crashing violently against the mountainside, embedding himself beside Zhengcha. His eyes rolled back, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, his arms contorted beyond recognition. One punch. Instant annihilation. The arena fell into a profound silence. The once gleeful prodigies were left in stunned disbelief. Zhengcha was somewhat excusable. After all, he had only recently entered the sacred land of Anyao, and his strength was at the lower tier, making it less shocking to be defeated by some monstrous prodigies. But Wang was a genuine elite of the outer sect, a top talent with great hopes of entering the inner sect. Yet, the outcome was that he too could not withstand a single punch from Tang Xuan. Now, all that remained in the hearts of the onlookers were 4 words, terrifying indeed. What a nuisance. Rambling on for so long, such a waste of time. Tang Xuan straightened his posture and muttered. Then he scanned the crowd. Who else? The disciples of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground, under the piercing gaze of the formidable figure, remained utterly silent, paralyzed by fear. Their hearts brimmed with despair. Who was this monstrous being, so overwhelmingly powerful? With a single punch, he had rendered the formidable net utterly useless. With such prowess, he was already invincible among the outer disciples. Only those from the inner sanctum could hope to subdue him. Amidst the heavy silence, a furious voice echoed from within the sacred ground. Who dares to create a disturbance at the entrance of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground? As the words were spoken, a figure soared into view. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A Star Realm powerhouse. Only someone of such caliber possessed the ability to traverse the skies. The newcomer appeared to be in his 40s, his expression dark and forbidding, with eyes that took on a triangular shape, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, sending shivers down one's spine. The disciples of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground turned pale upon seeing him. They bowed, exclaiming, Greetings, Elder Lu. This middle-aged man, known as Lu Nang, was an elder of the outer sect, notorious for his narrow-mindedness and insatiable greed. Those who fell under his scrutiny would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Among the outer disciples, he was a figure to be avoided at all costs. Lu Nang's ferocious gaze swept across the crowd, and when it landed on the shattered net and Zhengcha embedded in the stone wall, his pupils constricted sharply. Zhengcha was one thing, but the strength of the net was formidable. Who did this? Lu Nang's voice turned icy, his narrowed eyes scanning the crowd. Those who met his gaze averted their eyes, their expressions flickering with apprehension. Eventually, his gaze landed upon Tang Xuan, who remained calm and composed. instead of exhibiting any fear. Tang Xuan's gaze was imbued with a defiant aggression. For a moment, Lu Neng felt a twinge of unease. One daring disciple of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground pointed a trembling finger at Tang Xuan. Elder Lu, it was this brat who did it. Lu Neng furrowed his brow. What is going on? The disciple stammered through the details of the incident. Upon hearing that Tang Xuan had taken all of their spatial rings, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Lu Neng's triangular eyes. Each new disciple brought with them a wealth of resources, including many rare items. Lu Neng had long coveted this bounty, but had refrained from openly seizing it due to his status. If he could capture Tang Xuan, wouldn't he then have access to all those resources? With this thought in mind, Lu Neng cleared his throat and fixed his gaze on Tang Xuan. Who are you to cause trouble in my Dark Radiant sacred ground? Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, I suppose I am a disciple of the Dark Radiant sacred ground. At the moment Meng Jie had bestowed the token upon him, he had indeed become a disciple of the sacred ground. Lu Neng was taken aback. You are also a disciple? Nonsense. I have never seen you before. Tang Xuan casually remarked. Oh, I just arrived. It's normal not to be recognized. Lu Neng understood that those who arrived on foot to the Dark Radiant sacred ground were often mere fodder. The truly gifted and capable were escorted directly by elders and did not enter through the main gates. This indicated that Tang Xuan was likely one of the newly admitted disciples who had passed the assessment this year. Although Lu Neng was unaware of how he had triumphed over Luo Wang and Zheng Cha, he was indifferent to the matter. For a being of stellar prowess, everyone beneath the star realm was merely an insect. Regardless of Tang Xuan's formidable strength, he could easily be subdued with a single hand. What truly concerned Lu Neng were the resources possessed by Tang Xuan. Humph. You have only just begun your journey and have already injured 2 fellow cultivators. You must be held accountable, Lu Neng declared sternly. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. They instigated the confrontation first. I merely acted in self-defense. Lu Neng scoffed, stating, I do not concern myself with provocations or self-defense. According to the regulations of the sacred land of Anyao, private combat among disciples is strictly forbidden, and causing harm is absolutely unacceptable. Now, seal your spiritual energy and accompany me to face the consequences. Tang Xuan smiled. The external regulations do not apply to me. Lu Neng's fury erupted. Such audacity, how dare you? As he bellowed, the overwhelming aura of a pseudo-star realm cultivator surged forth, instantly captivating the entire assembly. What a powerful presence! Is this the might of a pseudo-star realm expert? Under this immense aura, I feel as insignificant as an insect. Indeed, it is to be expected. Those of the star realm have comprehended the essence of power. Have you not heard the phrase, beneath the star realm, all are but insects? That boy, no matter how strong, cannot possibly contend with a star realm expert. Let us see how he boasts now. Chapter 106. No tears until the coffin appears in the shadow of Lu Neng's formidable presence. He advanced toward Tang Xuan step by step. Young man, I do not care who you are, but remember this. Here, rules must be observed. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Is it you who dictates the regulations of the sacred land of Anyao? Lu Neng laughed maniacally. Indeed, within this external domain, I have the final say. Now kneel and confess your sins. Should I be compelled to intervene, your fate will be dire. With each word he spoke, his aura intensified. By the end, his presence was akin to the very collapse of heaven and earth, utterly unstoppable. Even the void around them appeared to warp slightly under his might. Under such overwhelming power, even disciples of the Anyao sacred land at the earth realm could not approach, forced to retreat in disarray. Tang Xuan's robes fluttered wildly in the tempest. Yet his gaze remained impassive. Lu Neng, is it? A smug smile crept across Lu Neng's lips. Having witnessed his terrifying aura, Tang Xuan must be trembling in fear. This is only natural. After all, he is merely a Xian Dan realm warrior, while I have long ascended to the pseudo-star realm. The chasm of 4 great realms leaves no possibility for confrontation. Young man, you possess considerable talent. If you admit your fault, as long as you obey in the future, I shall not treat you unjustly, Lu Neng proclaimed with pride. Tang Xuan's ability to defeat Luo Wang upon entering the sect was indicative of his potential. If he were to accept me as his mentor, once he matures, I could simply reap the rewards. How delightful! Lu Neng chuckled contentedly. In his eyes, Tang Xuan had no choice. Refusal would only lead to death. A rational person would never choose such a path. Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. How should I properly admit my fault? Lu Neng's grin widened even further. In his view, Tang Xuan had entirely succumbed. Well, first you must surrender all your possessions to me, and then we shall discuss matters once I have thoroughly investigated the situation. Tang Xuan gazed calmly at Lu Neng, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. You could have easily seized it, yet you choose to speak so grandiloquently. Lu Neng was instantly infuriated. What are you implying? You brat? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. You know exactly what I mean. Lu Ning's expression darkened, a chilling murderous intent surfacing in his gaze. Sometimes, having a stubborn temper can lead to suffering. Tang Xuan chuckled. Perhaps, but certainly not at your hands. Such a defiant attitude caused the disciples of the Anyao sacred land surrounding them to break into a cold sweat. In all the years since its establishment, there had never been a novice disciple who dared to openly injure others and directly confront an elder. This was utterly unhinged. Very well. It seems this elder must teach some fools what rules truly mean. Lu Nong raised his right hand, revealing a crimson palm radiating waves of heat. It was an earth-level supreme martial technique, crimson flame palm. Gasps erupted among the disciples of Anyao sacred land. Another disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. My heavens! It truly is the crimson flame palm. Even among the inner disciples, few can master such a terrifying martial skill, though it is classified as earth-level supreme. Its power surpasses that of many heaven-level techniques. To master this palm, one must first achieve a certain stance and then absorb the power of fire elements with both hands, allowing the body and fire elements to completely merge. A crimson palm signifying entry-level, mostly crimson for minor mastery, and an entirely crimson palm for major mastery. Observing Elder Lu Ning's right palm, which was nearly completely red, it was evident he had reached the pinnacle of minor mastery. The moment an adversary made contact, they would be instantly burned, their meridians destroyed, possibly leaving permanent scars. Even someone at the true star realm would struggle to contend with Elder Lu Ning. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Lu Ning grinned wickedly. Brat, can you withstand this palm powered by 20 years of cultivation? With no way to evade, Tang Xuan would not retreat. He shrugged his shoulders and beckoned Lu Ning with a single finger. Come. In an instant, the arena fell into silence. All eyes were fixed on Tang Xuan in disbelief. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? He is actually provoking Lu Ning, disregarding his own life. Very well. It seems you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Lu Ning could no longer contain his fury and unleashed the crimson flame palm to its utmost potential. Boom. His right palm ignited spontaneously. The surging flames, as if alive, enveloped his hand and grew larger until they formed a giant fiery palm over half a meter long. The surrounding disciples and prodigies of Anyao sacred land gasped in astonishment. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to Tang Xuan and Lu Ning. Although Tang Xuan had previously slain a true star realm expert, it did not imply he could truly match one in strength. He was also curious to see where his own limits lay. As his thoughts stirred, the myriad calamities devouring Origin Realm was already activated. Subsequently, he clenched his fist with one hand, an air of annihilation erupting from the surface of his knuckles. The fourth style of the Annihilation Emperor Fist. Crumbling Universe. It was the most formidable martial technique he could currently wield. The atmosphere grew heavy, and his fist surged with power. Lu Ning's expression shifted dramatically. This aura emanated from his fist. How could this be possible? The disciples of the Dark Radiance sacred land around him were equally stunned. What? He has also comprehended the fist's momentum. No wonder he was able to defeat Luo Wang and Zheng Cha. It turns out he has already grasped the fist's momentum. What a pity, though, for even with this momentum, it is insufficient to bridge the vast chasm of cultivation levels between them. Lu Ning sneered. No wonder you are so arrogant. It appears you have grasped the fist's momentum. But alas, you have encountered this elder, and your fate is sealed. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Is that so? The one facing despair remains unknown. You seek death. Lu Ning could no longer contain the fury surging within him and erupted with his full strength. Crimson Flame Palm. Scorching Wave Strike. Lu Ning swung his right palm, each motion conjuring a ring of fire. He concentrated 8 fiery rings, then struck forcefully. This was the terrifying aspect of the Crimson Flame Palm. It could be unleashed individually or charged for greater power. Lu Ning was confident that with 8 consecutive palm strikes, even if Tang Xuan were merely at the Xindan realm, he would surely perish, and if he were at the True Star realm, he would likely meet the same fate. Yet, inexplicably, a faint unease lingered in Lu Ning's heart. Tang Xuan's talent and strength were formidable. Though Lu Ning was unaware of his training methods, he knew that such a person, once given the opportunity, could soar to great heights. If Tang Xuan were to become powerful in the future, would he still have a favorable outcome? Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate him here. The 8 palm forces transformed into a tidal wave, ruthlessly surging toward Tang Xuan. Lu Ning was confident that this strike would undoubtedly vanquish Tang Xuan. Once he obliterated the evidence, no one would dare to challenge him. However, was it truly possible to annihilate Tang Xuan? Chapter 107. Exploding the Outer Sect. Facing the colossal palm of blazing flames, Tang Xuan remained as tranquil as still water, with his energy flowing like a river, his spiritual essence completely coalescing. Despite the vast disparity in their realms, Cultivation levels do not directly dictate the outcome of a battle. With the enhancement of the Heavenly Slaughter Azura technique, Tang Xuan could effortlessly engage in combat across a significant realm difference. Coupled with the fist's momentum and the Junlin Jiuxiao technique, his true combat power had long surpassed expectations. It was precisely this strength that allowed him to successfully slay the elder of the Jun family at the True Star realm. Meanwhile, Lu Neng was merely at the second or third level of the Pseudo-Star realm. Such a gap was not insurmountable. Triple momentum. Activate. The Junlin Jiuxiao technique commenced. The fist's momentum was instantly augmented by the sword and blade momentum. Its power increased several-fold. Yet, due to the encompassing nature of the fist's momentum, the essence of the sword and blade remained concealed. Even Lu Neng was oblivious to it. At the moment when his strength reached its zenith, Tang Xuan suddenly unleashed a punch. At the instant of the punch's release, everyone present felt a sense of disorientation. The grandeur of that punch was beyond the capacity of words to describe. It was as if a swallow had skimmed across the water's surface, elusive and unfathomable. As the crowd savored the lingering resonance of that punch, the two formidable forces collided with tremendous impact. "Ha ha ha, you little brat perish," Lu Neng cackled. Had Tang Xuan chosen to evade, perhaps this strike would not have been lethal. Yet, he opted for a direct confrontation, unwittingly playing into Lu Neng's hands. The disparity of four realms was a vast chasm of power. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Xuan's punch would likely be engulfed by the fiery torrent. His arm torn to shreds, followed by a violent spurt of blood, leading to his demise on the spot. However, fate had other plans. As their strikes met, Lu Neng found that his fiery assault could not budge that formidable punch in the slightest. The terrifying force of the punch resembled an unparalleled blade, as if it could cleave the heavens and the earth. His flames were effortlessly torn apart. What? How was this possible? A look of horror spread across Lu Neng's face. He could never have anticipated the sheer terror of Tang Xuan's strength. As he attempted to augment his power, it was already too late. With the punch surging towards him, Lu Neng's rage intensified. Yet, as a practitioner of the Pseudo-Star realm, he was not one to be easily vanquished. "Break for me," he roared, channeling all his strength despite the injuries to his meridians. Boom. Amidst the explosion, dust and debris erupted, flames surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the surroundings, and the earth itself was stripped away in layers. Those disciples of the dark radiant sacred land, who were too close, were caught off guard, struck by the shockwave. Soaring into the air like fireworks before crashing to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, the remaining disciples and prodigies of the dark radiant sacred land were left aghast. What overwhelming power! This is merely the aftershock. I feel as if I might be torn apart, they thought. What a joke. How terrifying is a strike from a pseudo-star realm powerhouse. That brat must be reduced to ashes. Indeed, they were convinced that the aftermath of such an impact could not possibly be endured by those of the condensation sea realm, let alone the essence alchemy realm. In the center of the dust and chaos, Lu Neng wavered, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he bore a victorious smile. In unleashing his full strength, he had finally torn through Tang Xuan's punch. The terrifying aftershock had inflicted further injury upon him. If even a pseudo-star realm practitioner could barely withstand such a blow, those of the essence alchemy realm would undoubtedly succumb. Humph, boy, do not blame me. You simply failed to recognize my prowess, Lu Neng thought, panting heavily. At that moment, the terrifying aftershock suddenly converged in a specific direction. It appeared as though a black hole formed in the palm of Tang Xuan's right hand, continuously absorbing the unleashed energy. He emerged unscathed. Not even a speck of dirt clinging to him. What? How is this possible? Lu Neng's hair stood on end in fear. Tang Xuan was still alive. Panic surged through him as he realized the gravity of the situation and began to retreat frantically. But it was too late. Tang Xuan flicked his finger, and the gathered energy orb crashed violently against Lu Neng's chest. Lu Neng was immediately folded in half, the energy sphere sending him hurtling backward, eventually slamming against the stone wall. Boom. The wall exploded, revealing a massive crater. The chasm surpassing the combined depths of the Biro network and Zhang Cha's cavern evoked sheer astonishment and a haunting silence. The hearts of all present felt as if ensnared by an invisible hand, leaving them speechless, unable to utter a single word. It was utterly terrifying. A monster. A disciple of the Anyao sacred land, unable to withstand the immense pressure, experienced a fracture of the Dao heart, crying out in despair as he fled towards the Anyao sacred land. Bong, bong. Soon, the ominous sound of a great alarm echoed within the sacred grounds. The elders and disciples in meditation were startled, their expressions shifting drastically. The alarm signified an invasion by external foes. How could this be? The elders and disciples were incredulous. For what entity would dare disturb the sanctity of the Anyao sacred land? Yet, the alarm rang true. They hastened towards the valley entrance. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the sight of Lu Nong, bloodied and embedded within the stone wall. Kill him. This wretch is a spy, seeking to infiltrate the Anyao sacred land to wreak havoc. Lu Ning bellowed. The elders and disciples exchanged glances before charging forth, encircling Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan regarded Lu Ning with icy disdain. You seek your own demise. Lu Ning gritted his teeth, declaring, if I do not kill you today, I swear I shall not live as a human. Tang Xuan laughed. Excellent. Your fate is sealed today. Even the deities cannot save you. With that, he advanced toward Lu Nong. As Tang Xuan approached, Lu Nong was enveloped by an overwhelming dread. Quick, kill him. Tang Xuan swung his fists. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Yet, Lu Ning, being an elder of the Anyao sacred land, prompted the others to unite against Tang Xuan. Very well, let us battle. With casual ease, Tang Xuan crushed a long sword in his hand and seized the attacking disciple of the Anyao sacred land, impaling him into the ground. He then delivered a swift kick, sending another flying. He moved as if traversing an uninhabited realm, and none, whether disciples of the celestial realm or elders of the pseudostar realm, could impede his advance. In mere moments, over a dozen individuals lay defeated at his feet. Witnessing his brutality, the outer sanctum of the Anyao sacred land was utterly devastated. Within the inner sanctum, Meng Jie leisurely sipped tea when the alarm blared, startling him and nearly causing him to spill the cup. What is happening? Meng Jie inquired, his displeasure evident. Go investigate why the alarm has sounded. Soon, a disciple reported back, Elder, there is turmoil at the valley entrance. Many disciples have been injured, and even Elder Lu Ning has been harmed. Meng Jie sprang to his feet. What audacity! I shall see who has the gall to act so recklessly. Chapter 108. The privilege of the strong. Upon reaching the main entrance, Meng Jie was rendered speechless. He beheld over 100 elders and disciples sprawled upon the ground, their faces contorted in agony. The unnatural angles of their joints indicated that they had clearly suffered fractures. What in the world has transpired? Meng Jie's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Alas, Elder Lu is in danger, exclaimed a disciple trailing behind him. Meng Jie hastily turned his head. Before him stood a figure, back turned, clutching Lu Ning by the throat. Damn it, let go! Meng Jie exclaimed with fury. Upon hearing Meng Jie's voice, Lu Ning, whose eyes had previously been filled with despair, now flickered with a glimmer of hope. Elder Meng, save me. The disciples and prodigies of the Dark Radiant Sanctuary, startled like birds startled from their perch, breathed a sigh of relief at Meng Jie's arrival. Indeed, Elder Meng is here. He will surely subdue this fiend. They knew Meng Jie, an inner sect elder of unparalleled strength, would not allow such arrogance to persist. If he does not suppress that man soon, I might not even be able to stand. The haunting image of Tang Xuan mercilessly beating the outer sect elders and disciples loomed in their minds. Lu Ning, his face flushed, spat venomously. You're doomed, boy. You're finished. Tang Xuan merely smiled. Rest assured, the only one who will meet their end is you. Lu Ning shrieked. You have no idea how terrifying Elder Meng is. Even if you were 10 times stronger, you'd still be an ant before him. Tang Xuan regarded him calmly, eyes brimming with pity. Do you believe that even if I were to kill you, he would not lay a finger on me? Lu Ning erupted in laughter. Ha! You're deluded. Elder Meng is known for his unwavering justice. No matter who stands behind you, you will perish. Lu Ning's madness intensified. His singular thought was the demise of Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan's pity deepened. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth. Meng Jie had arrived behind Tang Xuan. Turn around and let me see your face. Who dares to be so audacious? Tang Xuan slowly turned. The moment Meng Jie beheld his visage, he was momentarily stunned. The terrifying aura dissipated in an instant. How can it be you? As these words escaped his lips, a hush fell over everyone present. What was happening? It seemed that Elder Meng recognized this formidable devil. Wait, I heard that during Elder Meng's recent assessment, he made an exception to take in a disciple. Could it possibly be him? Lu Ning's complexion drained of color. As an elder, he was well aware of Meng Jie's rare decision to accept a disciple. Given Meng Jie's temperament and discernment, anyone he chose would undoubtedly be a super genius. Yet, such prodigies typically ascended directly to the inner sect. Why had this one come alone? In that instant, Lu Ning felt a surge of tears welling up. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited you for so long. After the initial shock, a smile broke upon Meng Jie's face. However, his brow soon furrowed. What on earth is going on? Tang Xuan shrugged. I intended to seek you out, but was intercepted along the way. Meng Jie's fury ignited. How dare anyone obstruct my chosen one? Who dare show themselves? His booming voice reverberated like thunder, causing every heart to halt in trepidation. Tang Xuan chuckled. It was merely a trivial matter that I resolved myself. He gestured towards the traps embedded in the stone wall and the figures of Luo Wang and Zheng Cha. Meng Jie's eyes narrowed. Those familiar with him knew that he was incensed. This kind of behavior in the outer sect has long needed rectification. Wake those two, and expel them from the dark radiant sanctuary. Let them never return. Simultaneously, the family was blacklisted by the dark radiant's sacred land, vowing never to employ the offspring of those two families again. Anyone who dares to offer them a position would be at odds with the dark radiant sacred land. The gazes of all present towards Luo Wang and Zheng Cha were filled with pity. These two were doomed, having offended individuals they should never have crossed. Not only were they expelled, but their families also faced repercussions. Regardless of their remarkable talents, their futures were extinguished. What awaited them was the wrath of their families. Those disciples and prodigies of the sacred land who had not intervened breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had they taken action against Tang Xuan, they would have met the same fate as Luo Wang and Zheng Cha. And you, Lu Ning? Meng Jie's gaze fell upon Lu Nang. No, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me, Elder Ming, spare me. Lu Nang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Master Tang, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and spare my life. I am but a dog. Woof woof, please spare me. Soon, his screams turned into sobs. Lu Nang wailed uncontrollably. Had he known earlier that Tang Xuan was the prodigy summoned by Meng Jie, he would never have dared to act against him. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret. Meng Jie hesitated for a moment. Though Lu Nang had erred, he was still an elder of the sacred land, and deep down, he wished to spare his life. With this thought, Meng Jie turned to Tang Xuan and asked, "What do you think?" Tang Xuan was well aware of Meng Jie's intent to plead for mercy, yet he had no intention of letting Lu Ning go. Should he spare him, others would harbor false hopes, and more would come to provoke him in the future. To eradicate trouble, one must eliminate it entirely. Leave one alive. I shall deal with him, Tang Xuan said calmly. Lu Nang was momentarily taken aback, then let out a resigned sigh. One was a mere disciple of the sacred land, possessing only the cultivation of the profound Dan realm, while the other was an elder of the outer sect, a pseudo-star realm expert. The two were on entirely different levels. However, 100,000 Lu Nangs would not equate to even a single finger of Tang Xuan. To defeat a pseudo-star realm expert with the cultivation of the profound Dan realm, who could accomplish such a feat? It was unheard of before Tang Xuan's emergence. Meng Jie chuckled. As long as you are pleased, everything is acceptable. Hurry and settle this trivial matter, then join me in the inner sect. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that Lu Nang was finished. With a snap, Tang Xuan applied pressure, and the sound of Lu Ning's neck cracking resounded. The light of life in his eyes extinguished, leaving only deep regret. If given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from acting against Tang Xuan. Before the watchful eyes of many, Tang Xuan nonchalantly claimed Lu Ning's spatial ring. To openly rob the resources of an outer sect elder would have led any other disciple to severe punishment. However, Meng Jie seemed oblivious to this act. Such was the privilege of the powerful. Clapping his hands, Tang Xuan remarked, "Now that I am free of concerns, as for this place," Meng Jie flattered, "this trivial matter requires no worry from you. Chong Ping, summon a few individuals to clean up the mess. The incapacitated shall be assigned to labor, and the remainder shall have a year's worth of resources deducted to appease Tang Xuan." Tang Xuan laughed. "How could I accept such a thing?" Meng Jie responded with a grin. "If that is insufficient, we shall deduct 2 years, or perhaps 5. He tugged at Tang Xuan, urging, "Let us converse as we walk." The disciples of the Anyao sacred land felt a chill in their hearts. Those unfortunate souls not only endured senseless beatings, but also had their resources snatched away. It was truly tragic. Chapter 109. Entering the inner door along the mountain path of the Anyao sacred land, Meng Jie spoke earnestly, "Little Tang, do not dwell on the trifles of the outer sect. I assure you, I shall handle everything. Your sole focus should be on cultivating diligently within the inner door." Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. "All right." However, Meng Jie's tone shifted. "There are still a few matters I must convey to you, to prevent any unforeseen complications later on. The inner door is not like the outer door. It is teeming with prodigies and unparalleled talents, each possessing terrifying strength. Do not be misled by your past victories over the outer sect elders and disciples. Such achievements hold little weight here." Meng Jie feared that Tang Xuan might underestimate the Anyao sacred land, potentially leading to conflicts with the other inner disciples. These disciples are the carefully nurtured future backbone of the sacred land, and are certainly not to be compared with those from the outer sect. Within the inner door, there are numerous cultivation sites, such as the Spirit Platform, which is equipped with a Spirit Energy Acceleration Array. Cultivating there allows one to achieve several times the usual speed. The higher the position, the greater the enhancement. There is also the intent platform, a place for cultivating martial intent, and other attribute platforms as well. Following the mountain path, the two arrived at the depths of the valley. Tang Xuan was met with a breathtaking vista. A magnificent pressure enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of spirit energy. Gazing up, he beheld countless structures resembling stars in the sky, nestled within the valley. Each edifice was shrouded in mist, imparting an ethereal and mysterious aura. The spirit energy was so dense it was nearly tangible. After merely inhaling a few breaths, Tang Xuan felt a loosening at the barriers of his own realm. How rich the spirit energy! He could not suppress a smile of joy. Under such conditions, it would likely take no more than 2 or 3 days for him to advance to the condensed sea realm. No wonder this place is hailed as the holy land of demonic path prodigies. It truly lived up to its reputation. Every pore of Tang Xuan's body exuded exultant cries. This place. It was perfect for him. Here, everything must be earned through strength. As long as one possesses power, one can attain anything desired. However, Meng Jia's expression grew serious. Private duels are strictly prohibited. Any grievances must be settled on the martial combat platform. If anyone dares to engage in clandestine brawls, regardless of who they are, they will be cast into the dark prison. Curious, Tang Xuan inquired, the dark prison? What is that place? Meng Jia replied. It was originally an underground labyrinth, teeming with all manner of terrifying beasts. Some creatures are beyond even my ability to contend with. Disciples who commit offenses are imprisoned for a period ranging from 1 to 3 days, depending on the severity of their transgressions. If they miraculously survive, all their past misdeeds will be erased. But let me tell you, to date, none who have entered the dark prison have ever come out alive, not a single one. He emphasized this with a grave expression. There was once an inner disciple who, disbelieving the warnings, deliberately committed an offense to enter the dark prison. Within 3 hours, they were reduced to nothing but bones, devoured by the beasts. Remember this, sometimes, curiosity can indeed be fatal. Tang Xuan chuckled, I've taken note. After Meng Jia meticulously reminded him of various matters, he finally took his leave. The inner sect adheres to a philosophy of free cultivation. Unless disciples proactively inquire, no one is permitted to interfere in their affairs. As a newcomer, Tang Xuan had much to familiarize himself with. However, he was in no hurry. First, he sought a place to reside and assimilate the resources at hand. Yet, he soon encountered his first dilemma. He had no idea where to find accommodation. Just then, a young man clad in azure approached. He scrutinized Tang Xuan from head to toe and, noting his mere Xian realm cultivation, was taken aback. Are you a new inner sect disciple? Outer sect elders and disciples are absolutely forbidden from entering the inner sect. The fact that you can stroll about here signifies that you too are an inner sect disciple. However, inner sect disciples typically possess cultivation at least at the earth realm. The young man remarked, his surprise evident. Tang Xuan nodded yes. The young man's astonishment deepened. Really? You are indeed an inner sect disciple? Xian realm? Goodness. This is unprecedented. You have set a record for the lowest cultivation among inner sect disciples. He then extended his hand. Greetings, I am Xian, ranked 97th on the Dark Radiance list. As he mentioned his ranking, a look of pride illuminated Xian's countenance. Within the inner sect of the Dark Radiance sacred land, there were thousands of disciples, yet only 100 could ascend to the Dark Radiance list. To become an inner sect disciple was already a feat of remarkable talent. And among those prodigies, the 100 listed were extraordinary beings. Thus, despite Xian's seemingly modest rank of 97th, he was considered a paragon among his peers. Moreover, his formidable prowess was coupled with an insatiable curiosity, often leading him to become engrossed in various matters at the expense of his training. Otherwise, his ranking could have been even higher. At this moment, he found himself intrigued by Tang Xuan. After all, entering the Dark Radiance sacred lands inner sect at the Xian realm was a historical rarity. As a remarkable inner sect disciple, Xian understood that a warrior's true combat capability could not be solely gauged by their realm. Tang Xuan undoubtedly possessed other exceptional qualities. Tang Xuan, he said, shaking Xian's hand. By the way, I am in search of accommodation. Do you happen to know where I might find it? Xian smiled. I shall take you there. Thus, the two made their way to the living quarters. The residence for inner sect disciples was a semicircular structure built against the mountainside. At the foot of the mountain stood rows of houses made of green bricks, numbering in the thousands. This is the living area. Junior brother. You may touch the crystal at the entrance to record your essence, allowing you to reside here. Others cannot enter without permission. Should anyone dare to intrude, they would surely find themselves in the dark prison. Xian explained with a grin. He then pointed upwards. I reside in the renowned area halfway up the mountain. My unit is the 4th from the last. Tang Xuan looked up and beheld 100 small buildings perched on the mountainside. In terms of style and luxury, they far surpassed the houses at the foot of the mountain. Only those who had ascended the Dark Radiance list could reside there, Xian declared with evident pride. However, ascending the Dark Radiance ranking proves to be a formidable challenge. The individuals here are truly extraordinary. To secure a place on the list, one must become a monster among monsters. Moreover, even upon achieving a rank, one will frequently face challenges from others, a single defeat, and he shrugged. Although unspoken, Tang Xuan grasped the underlying implication. Defeat means being cast aside. Thus, to establish a foothold, reliance on this strength is imperative. Xian shook his fist. Tang Xuan nodded. The world of martial arts is inherently straightforward and brutal. Within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiance sacred land, the principle of might makes right is taken to its zenith. He glanced at the houses at the foot of the mountain and then at the villas above on the slope. How could one challenge them? Xian was taken aback. Brother, are you serious? Chapter 110, Challenge. The Dark Radiance ranking 100. No, brother, I understand you are undoubtedly a paragon in the outside world, hailed by thousands. But do not forget, everyone here is such a prodigy. Xian chuckled. He could fully comprehend Tang Xuan's demeanor. At this age, with such talent, who isn't filled with hubris? When I first arrived, I harbored the same thoughts as you, thinking I was invincible. Yet, I found that I didn't even require a top contender from the Dark Radiance ranking. Merely an inner disciple dealt with me mercilessly. Not to mention your current cultivation level. Brother, heed my advice. Focus on your training for now. Some matters are beyond your contemplation at this moment. Tang Xuan smiled. I simply wish to experience the intensity of the Dark Radiance ranking. Xian squinted at him, then grinned. Very well. Since you desire a taste of defeat, I shall gladly indulge you. Follow me. He led Tang Xuan to the last villa on the mountainside and then shouted at the top of his lungs. Lao Wang, a challenge is upon you. Come out and stretch your legs. Moments later, the villa's doors slowly creaked open. In an instant, a terrifying aura of bloodlust surged forth. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed, as if a primordial beast were trudging forth. Soon after, a young man emerged, bare-chested, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Xian, I am no match for you. What challenge is this? He assumed Xian intended to challenge him. Was this some kind of joke? The Dark Radiance ranking is a tiered hierarchy. Although Xian only ranked 3 positions ahead, the disparity in strength was vast. Heh, the challenger is not me. It is my newly arrived brother. Xian gestured towards the man. Wang Xiong, 5th level of the Earth Realm, born with divine strength, his physical prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Ranked 100 on the Dark Radiance list. To breach his defenses is to secure victory. Wang Xiong scrutinized Tang Xuan for a moment, then furrowed his brow. Xian realm? What nonsense is this? I have no time for your games. Xian shrugged. He was acutely aware of the disproportionate strengths of the two. Just then, Tang Xuan suddenly unleashed a punch. Bang! As the punch was thrown, the air erupted with a sonic boom. The force grazed Wang Xiong's body and struck the mountainside behind him. Boom! A resounding explosion. The mountain wall caved in, creating a deep hole 3 zhang wide. Such power. Remarkable. Xian and Wang Xiong are indeed remarkable figures, their gazes simultaneously narrowing. This lad truly possesses exceptional skills, with just that single punch. He has secured his position among the average disciples, and can ensure he won't come to harm. A hint of gravity appeared in Wang Xiong's expression. Are you truly going to challenge him? Once you step onto the martial arena, your life will no longer be in your hands. Don't regret this. Tang Xuan chuckled. Rest assured, I will not have regrets. Wang Xiong nodded. Very well, let us proceed. True warriors engage in little idle chatter. With that solitary punch, Tang Xuan had already earned the right to challenge him. As they made their way, they encountered numerous inner disciples who cast them incredulous glances. Isn't that Xian and Wang Xiong? What, is Wang Xiong planning to challenge Xian? Surely he cannot be that reckless. Indeed. Wang Xiong is currently ranked 100. If he were to challenge someone, it would be the beasts ranked 99 and 98. What has possessed him to challenge Xian? Who is ranked 97? Who is that newcomer? He looks unfamiliar. Is he a newly admitted inner disciple? His strength seems to be merely at the Xian realm. How weak. Regardless, a duel between experts on the Dark Radiance list is a rare spectacle not to be missed. Let us hasten to witness it. The inner disciples promptly redirected their steps, converging at the edge of the martial arena. At that moment, Wang Xiong strode confidently onto the platform and beckoned to Tang Xuan with a flick of his finger. Come forth. Tang Xuan sprang onto the arena with a single leap. The inner disciples below were instantly dumbfounded. What is happening here? The challenger is not Xian, but that newcomer at the Xian realm? Is this a joke? This is sheer humiliation. This newcomer is anything but ordinary. Just moments ago, news from the outer sect indicated that a rookie defeated over 10 outer elders and 100 outer disciples in one fell swoop. If I am not mistaken, it must be this lad. It sounds plausible, but we are in the inner sect, not the outer one. Such a record is something Wang Xiong could achieve with one hand tied behind his back. Indeed, it seems we are in for an entertaining show. The inner disciples whispered and pointed at Tang Xuan and Wang Xiong. Lin Chen, with a twinkle in his eye, edged closer. Come, let us place bets. Those betting on Wang Xiong to win will receive odds of 1 to 1. Those betting on the newcomer will receive odds of 1 to 100. Betting on duels is also a favored pastime among the inner disciples, as it sharpens one's discernment. Wait, old Lin, isn't 1 to 1 a bit too meager? Nonsense. In a match that's bound to be a complete domination, it's already quite fortunate to earn anything at all. Do you still find it lacking? Indeed. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. I wager 100 points. Wang Xiong will win. Very well. But I just spent a considerable number of points and only have 50 left. I too will bet on Wang Xiong. All the inner disciples placed their bets on Wang Xiong. Before long, Lin Chen had amassed over 10,000 points. He gazed at Tang Xuan on the arena and smiled. Since you are so confident, I shall see just how far your abilities truly extend. 100 points on the newcomer to win. Within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiant Sacred Land, the common currency is points, which can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, weapons, and more, thus serving as a hard currency. Points can be obtained through the completion of tasks and other means. Wang Xiong stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura solid as a mountain. I shall not bully you. Since you are at the Xian realm, I will descend to that level to fight you. With a slight tremor of his body, his aura diminished until it reached the Xian realm. Tang Xuan chuckled. In the same realm, aren't you at a disadvantage? Wang Xiong replied with a serene smile. While our cultivation levels may be equal, my martial skills and reflexes remain at the earth realm. You cannot hope to triumph. Tang Xuan retorted, whether I win or lose, we shall see once we engage. Wang Xiong nodded. Very well, you may strike first. Without further ado, Tang Xuan launched a punch. The sound of an explosive impact resonated once more. The inner disciples below exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with surprise. Oh, an explosive sound. This fellow possesses formidable physical strength. No wonder he is so confident. In the outside world, few of the same level could match him. However, he was challenging Wang Xiong, and such strength was insufficient to breach his defenses. Indeed, Wang Xiong did not even flinch, bracing himself to absorb the blow with sheer physicality. Bang! Tang Xuan staggered back a couple of steps, feeling as though he had struck a towering mountain, his arm tingling with pain. Wang Xiong remained utterly unfazed. The inner disciples collectively shook their heads, sighing in disappointment. The disparity was too great. It was a futile endeavor. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, pondering whether this was all the strength Tang Xuan possessed. Chapter 111. 5 punches having failed with his first punch, Tang Xuan's expression remained unchanged. If Wang Xiong were unable to withstand even that strike, Tang Xuan would immediately turn and depart from the Dark Radiant's holy land. Fortunately, the outcome was as he had anticipated, filling him with delight. At last, he had found a worthy opponent. Tang Xuan shook his right hand, his gaze sharpening. With a measured breath, he summoned the power of his punch. Ah, this momentum is the force of my strike. Lin Chen's eyes widened slightly. Soon, the other inner disciples also sensed the fluctuations of the punch's momentum, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Remarkably, this young man had mastered the force of his strike. What extraordinary talent. Indeed, even among the inner disciples of the Dark Radiant's holy land, only those monstrous figures on the Dark Radiant's rankings had achieved such mastery. The force transcended the shackles of the physical body, and it was no wonder he dared to challenge Wang Xiong. Amidst the murmurs, Lin Chen's gaze fixated on Tang Xuan. However, mere momentum might not suffice to contend with Wang Xiong. It could only ensure he would not be overwhelmed by a single blow. On the arena, Tang Xuan pushed his punch's momentum to its zenith, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of dominance. He then clenched his fist with one hand, his eyes gleaming with intensity. A sense of annihilation surged forth. Even Wang Xiong felt a flicker of pressure. He inhaled deeply, then slightly lowered his body, his right hand forming a fist parallel to his body. As their eyes locked, both moved simultaneously. Extinction Emperor Fist, Third Style. Tremor of Heaven, Mighty Bear Demon Fist. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two collided with the force of comets crashing into the earth. Bang! Fist met fist. There was no embellishment, only the raw clash of power. The terrifying force surged forth like two colossal waves, crashing violently against one another. Where their fists met, the void trembled with fervor, sending rippling waves radiating outward, enveloping the area within 100 feet. Each residual wave possessed enough power to rend apart any warrior beneath the realm of the condensed sea. Yet, the warriors observing the battle remained unmoved as mountains, allowing the aftershocks to wash over them. Those who could enter the inner sanctum of the Anyao sacred land were truly monsters among monsters. Such trifling residual waves posed no threat to them, particularly Lin, who extended his neck and closed his eyes, savoring the aftermath. Ah, what a refreshing breeze. In the center of the arena, Tang Xuan and Wang Xiong's fists remained locked in a fierce stalemate. The blue bricks beneath their feet were riddled with cracks. What a strong punch, Wang Xiong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. No one beneath the Anyao rankings dares to face me head-on. You are the first. Tang Xuan chuckled, since my cultivation began. You are the first to withstand the Extinction Emperor fist without spitting blood. Ha ha ha, let me see if you can make me bleed, Wang Xiong retorted, retracting his arm only to unleash another punch. Bang! As his fist struck, the void erupted, producing a thunderous sound. This punch's might exceeded that of the previous one by at least 50%. It was not merely Tang Xuan. Even those at the Celestial Realm would hesitate to engage in a direct confrontation. From the sidelines, Lin shouted, "Dodge. You cannot withstand this punch." As the monster ranked 97th on the Anyao list, his vision and judgment were undoubtedly astute. Tang Xuan could not endure it. Yet, Lin miscalculated. Tang Xuan not only stood his ground, but also exhaled sharply, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! The two heavy fists collided, unleashing an even greater shockwave. The previous wave had not yet fully dissipated before it was completely torn asunder. Tang Xuan felt a numbness in his arm and was involuntarily forced back several steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Ha ha ha, take another punch, Wang Xiong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he launched a third punch. Astonishingly, the force of this punch had escalated significantly. Lin narrowed his eyes. This was Wang Xiong's signature martial technique, the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. This technique allowed for the continuous accumulation of momentum, each punch growing fiercer than the last, capable of delivering up to 9 punches. However, Wang Xiong could currently only unleash 6. Though not the pinnacle of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist, few could withstand it. Even many strong warriors on the Anyao list would shy away from a direct clash, opting instead for agile techniques to counter. Lin was one such individual. The dilemma was that Tang Xuan had just been forced back and had not yet regained his footing, leaving him no time to evade. Even a desperate attempt to dodge would result in him being caught in the blast of the Great Strength Bear Demon Fist. With his cultivation, he would likely suffer severe injury, if not face certain death. Defeat seemed inevitable. The gap in power was insurmountable. A pity that should he be struck by this punch, he would likely need to lie incapacitated for at least 2.5 months. Lin chuckled softly. Well, every newcomer must go through this phase, taking a few punches, lying low for half a year, and then rising with newfound humility. After all, I was once in his shoes. 7 steps. 8 steps. After retreating 8 steps, Tang Xuan suddenly halted, letting out a furious roar as he unleashed the extinguishing Emperor fist once more. Wang Xiong's face bore a cold smirk. Tang Xuan's strength had always been inferior to his, and now, with insufficient gathered energy, his defeat seemed inevitable. Bang! As their fists collided, the smile on Wang Xiong's face faltered abruptly. Tang Xuan's power surged like an unstoppable tide, proving to be on par with his own. What? He managed to catch Wang Xiong's fist. How could this be possible? No, his aura appears to have grown significantly stronger. The inner disciples, who had initially been spectators, now were solemn expressions, especially Lin, whose brows knitted tightly. There were no signs of secret techniques at play. It seemed this was not the result of any enhanced secret method. How had he achieved this? Confusion enveloped the crowd. At that moment, Wang Xiong suddenly felt the residual waves around him, which not only failed to disperse but instead surged towards Tang Xuan. He was absorbing the residual energy. A glimmer of horror flashed in Wang Xiong's eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Xuan exhaled sharply and took the initiative to strike. The crowd erupted in astonishment. No way. After being struck by Wang Xiong's heavy blow, he could still retaliate. Incredible! This youth is nothing short of a monster. Lin breath quickened in tandem with his rising anxiety. How could a battle that seemed so one-sided have transformed into this? On the arena, Tang Xuan's heavy fists rained down, the terrifying force distorting Wang Xiong's visage. Bold indeed, Wang Xiong roared and unleashed the 4th strike of the Great Force Bear Demon Fist. Bang! Their fists met with a resounding clash, shattering the blue bricks beneath them. Tang Xuan staggered slightly, then his internal Shura cyclone spun wildly, absorbing all the residual energy and converting it into his own strength. Without a moment's pause, he unleashed a 5th punch. Wang Xiong was left in shock. Even for him, Delivering 4 consecutive punches was a significant drain on his energy. Yet, Tang Xuan managed to unleash a 5th punch in mere moments. Good heavens, is this youth a monster? Chapter 112. The main issue is my low realm. Shocked as he was, Wang Xiong had no choice but to forcefully channel his spiritual energy. Bang! Their fists collided once more. Wang Xiong's arms, lacking sufficient energy, trembled violently as he involuntarily retreated dozens of steps, his eyes filled with astonishment. Even more astonishing was the reaction of the inner disciples watching from below. What? Wang Xiong was actually forced back? How is this possible? My heavens! I must be seeing things. The number 1 ranked on the Dark Radiance list, known for his unmatched strength, Wang Xiong, was actually being repelled in direct confrontation. Moreover, the one who had repelled him was a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect, possessing only the cultivation of the Xian realm. All the inner disciples felt an absurd sense of disbelief, especially Lin Chun, who gaped in shock, utterly at a loss for words. After a long pause, he managed to utter a single sentence. No, this youth couldn't possibly be the reincarnation of some ancient monster. On the arena, Tang Xuan absorbed all the residual energy, his body brimming with power, ready for more. All right, bring it on. He took a step forward and unleashed another powerful punch. Wang Xiong was taken aback. His right arm throbbing with pain and numbness, he could scarcely muster the strength to lift it, let alone retaliate. As he watched Tang Xuan's formidable fist come crashing down, his face turned pale with fear, and he shouted in desperation, I concede. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily, and he redirected his fist. Boom. The force of the punch grazed Wang Xiong's ear, a terrifying surge of energy striking a large boulder in the distance. With a thunderous explosion, the colossal stone, towering 5 or 6 men high and thick enough for several to embrace, shattered, debris cascading down like rain. The arena fell into an eerie silence. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Wang Xiong's forehead. He had never felt so close to death. Is that your concession? Tang Xuan frowned slightly. Wang Xiong twitched at the corner of his mouth. Of course. If I don't concede, you'll surely beat me to death. He tossed the keys to his villa over. That house is yours now. With that, Wang Xiong leaped off the stage and departed without a backward glance, seeking a place to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Not just him, but all the inner disciples, including Lin Chun, felt an urgent need to collect themselves. This newcomer had effortlessly triumphed over a beast ranked 100 on the Dark Glimmer list. It was utterly astonishing. Tang Xuan descended from the stage and approached Lin Chun. You were truly incredible. Lin Chun gulped audibly. Really? Tang Xuan frowned. He wasn't even serious. If he had been, I could never have won so easily. Lin Chun's mouth twitched in disbelief. Is that even a reasonable statement? He couldn't counter it, for the victor's words were always deemed correct, while the vanquished were left with mere excuses. You are the first to secure a room in the Dark Glimmer building upon entering the inner sect, Lin Chun exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Tang Xuan shook his head. I actually intended to continue challenging others. Lin Chun nearly stumbled in shock. Wait, you want to challenge more? Is that not allowed? Tang Xuan inquired curiously. Lin Chun looked exasperated. Of course you can. There are no restrictions on low-ranked disciples challenging higher-ranked ones. Are you serious? Wang Xiong is ranked 100. Your next target would be ranked 99, Lin Chun protested, incredulous at the absurdity of it all. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Never mind. Lin Chun sighed in relief. Thank goodness. This kid still possesses some rationality. Tang Xuan asserted earnestly. My current cultivation level is a bit low. Winning would be quite challenging. After a few days of training, I should be able to secure the 99th position. With the house now in his possession, he declared, I shall take my leave to train. Thank you. He waved and turned to depart, leaving Lin Chun in a state of disarray. To claim he could achieve the 99th position in just a few days would have earned anyone else a resounding slap. What audacity! However, these words emerged from Tang Xuan's lips. Lin Chun swallowed hard, gradually regaining his composure. Then, a smile crept across his face. Very well. I shall observe whether you can conquer the Divine Blade, Cold Rain, within a matter of days. The Divine Blade, Cold Rain, ranked 99th on the Dark Radiance list. Originating from the demonic sect of the Blade School, its swordsmanship has reached an unparalleled level, nearly invincible. When Lin Chun had previously crossed swords with him, he had emerged victorious, yet the win was hardly effortless. Suddenly, Lin Chun slapped his forehead. Ah, the wager. It was only then that he recalled the bet made prior to the duel between Tang Xuan and Wang Xiong. The inner disciples around him swiftly changed their expressions. Lin Chun ominously declared, a wager demands acceptance of its terms. Should you fail to deliver, do not blame me for lacking leniency. In the Villa District of the Dark Radiance list, Tang Xuan retrieved a key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy assaulted him. Such dense spiritual energy, at least twice that of the outside world. Tang Xuan was secretly astonished. He had assumed that the spiritual energy in the inner sect was already substantial, but he had not anticipated that the villa would possess even greater richness. The first floor housed a modest gathering array. Cultivating within this array not only allows for rapid tranquility, but also accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy. Such an array, even of the lowest grade, would require an investment of billions of spirit stones just for the engraving cost. Thereafter, regular maintenance is essential, or else the array would become ineffective, a considerable expense indeed. Common sects could scarcely afford such luxuries. As for the Demon Yuan sect, even with the full might of the sect, it could barely muster enough resources for 1% of the engraving costs for a low-grade gathering array. Yet, within the Dark Radiance Sanctuary, it was astonishing to find such arrays even within the disciples' quarters. The level of opulence was simply astonishing. However, it is precisely this allure that draws one top-tier prodigy after another to converge here. The disciples of the Dark Radiance Sanctuary are selected from among the elite, each possessing the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, the sanctuary is certainly generous. Today, it has provided a boon to Tang Xuan. The second floor serves as a personal resting area, which is rather unremarkable. Everything is pristine and new. Clearly, Wang had not ventured upstairs. This is quite normal. Not only he but most disciples on the Dark Radiance list would refrain from ascending to the second floor. The more extraordinary they are, the more fervently they cultivate. Who has time for rest? Moreover, the position on the Dark Radiance list is coveted by countless individuals, all waiting for the slightest lapse to seize the opportunity to take their place. For Tang Xuan, time is especially precious. According to Lin Chen, the higher the rank, the more effective the gathering array in the residence. Thus, he decided to cultivate here for the time being. With his resolve set, Tang Xuan stepped directly into the gathering array. Chapter 113, A Great Realm Breakthrough. Boom. The gathering array activated. Within the room, it felt as though a tempest had been unleashed. A surging wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami. Tang Xuan felt as though he were enveloped by the ocean, as if he were about to soar into the sky. However, while the spiritual energy was abundant, it was not chaotic. The spirit gathering array possessed a stability and purifying effect akin to that of the Shura cyclone. Otherwise, with such a colossal influx of spiritual energy into his body, even a monster on the Dark Radiance list would likely meet with explosive demise. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan did not activate the stabilizing and purifying features, for he bore the Shura cyclone within him, which was far superior to the spirit gathering array. No matter the volume of spiritual energy, his meridians would remain unscathed. Absorb it all. Tang Xuan propelled the Shura cyclone to its utmost limits, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy. The Shura cyclone resembled an endless abyss, consuming everything that came its way. In the process of absorption, the Shura cyclone also remembered to nurture Tang Xuan, transform the Xian Dan into the sea. He guided the spiritual energy, initiating a surge toward the Xian Dan. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, a fissure soon appeared upon the Xian Dan. This is too slow. At this rate, it will take 3 days and nights to break through. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow and directly entered a state of epiphany. Ding. The host has entered a state of epiphany 30 times. Breakthrough progress has been enhanced to minor completion. Ding. The host has entered a state of epiphany 50 times. Breakthrough progress has been enhanced to major completion. Ding. The host has entered a state of epiphany 100 times. Congratulations on the breakthrough. The electronic voice resounded, and the enormous Xian Dan erupted with a thunderous crash, releasing a torrent of spiritual energy that mingled with the external influx. Condense for me. Tang Xuan activated the 9 Nether Xian Ming True Resolution, and a vast soul power formed a barrier, enclosing the spiritual energy while leaving a few openings for continued influx. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves resonated. At some point, the spiritual energy encircled within the walls began to resemble the ocean, constantly surging and crashing. The Xian Dan shattered, and all streams returned to the sea. Returning to the sea realm. Success. After breaking through to the returning to the sea realm, Tang Xuan did not halt his progress. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly rich, allowing for no waste. He continued to guide the external spiritual energy into the spirit sea, which visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. Were Lin Chen present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in excitement. The returning to the sea realm differed from other realms. To elevate one's status, one must first open the soul sea, then merge soul power with spiritual energy. Only when the two forces reached equilibrium could one break through to a minor realm. Typically, when martial artists attempt to advance in the returning to the sea realm, their soul power cultivation is rather mediocre. Thus, many martial artists will shift their focus to cultivating soul power, waiting until they achieve results before continuing to enhance their spiritual energy. This often results in a considerable number of martial artists becoming stagnated in the returning to the sea realm for extended periods. However, Tang Xuan faced no such dilemma. He had long since practiced the 9 Nether Xian Ming True Resolution, opening his soul sea. This technique, left behind by the ancestor of the 9 Nether, was a premier soul cultivation method. Even without deliberate practice, his soul power would increase day by day. Not to mention, Tang Xuan frequently cultivated in a state of epiphany, resulting in an excess of soul power while his spiritual energy cultivation lagged behind. For martial artists, enhancing soul power is the most challenging aspect. Spiritual energy cultivation is the simplest. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy, one can break through in an instant. Tang Xuan exemplified this. In less than an hour, his cultivation level ascended from the first to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the returning sea realm. The next realm awaits him, the earth realm, embodying the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity. The returning sea realm pushes one's power to its utmost limit. To transcend into a higher realm, one must harmonize the forces of the 3 talents, effectively merging the earthly energy with one's own spiritual essence. However, while this notion may seem straightforward, the challenge of breaking into the earth realm is profoundly arduous. The earthly energy is exceedingly impure, and excessive absorption can lead to these contaminating essences residing within the warrior's body, ultimately becoming inextricable. Over time, this can inflict significant harm upon the practitioner, ranging from physical injury and regression in cultivation to potentially permanent damage, or even demise. Only through the complete purification of absorbed earthly energy can one continue to draw upon it. This is a painstaking process that demands immense mental fortitude, allowing no room for haste. Yet, this presents no issue for Tang Xuan, who wields extraordinary advantages. He chose not to hasten his breakthrough, but to solidify his cultivation in the returning sea realm. With an elevation in rank, all of a warrior's abilities also ascend. For instance, a distance that once required a full breath to traverse now can be covered in half that time. With the enhancement of speed and strength comes a transformation in combat strategies. If one is not familiar with these changes, their effectiveness may falter. If this holds true for a single or 2 realms, it is all the more pertinent for Tang Xuan, who has just made a significant leap in his cultivation and must take the time to acclimate. With the boon of enlightenment, he mastered the pinnacle power of the returning sea realm in merely an hour. Glancing at the sky, he noted that night had not yet fully descended. The celestial tapestry above, adorned with countless stars, was breathtaking. As he gazed at the stars, inspiration struck him. The stars. He had already perfected the first move of the stellar destruction technique, the entropy slash, but had lacked the time to practice further. Now, he found the opportunity to refine his skills. The second move of the stellar destruction technique is called the star slash. With a single stroke, stars extinguish. Upon the execution of the blade, its momentum radiates throughout the vicinity. Anyone who dares to approach would face a tenfold assault. Akin to the devastating power of the heavenly slaughtering Shura technique's myriad calamities devouring essence. However, the distinction lies in the star slash's ability to extend its blade's momentum over a specific area. When an adversary steps within, they trigger a lethal onslaught. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 10 times, gaining insights. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 30 times, gaining further understanding. Ding. The host has attained enlightenment 100 times, successfully comprehending the star slash. A series of electronic notifications rang out. Within Tang Xuan's eyes, a blade's momentum reminiscent of celestial destruction suddenly emerged. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiant's sacred land, chaos had already erupted. Before the 5th villa, an inner disciple of the 2nd stage of the earth realm rushed in haste. Senior Brother Gu, I seek your counsel. The doors thundered open, unleashing an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The 2nd stage disciple, struck by this force, turned pale, frozen in place, utterly unable to move. Heavy footsteps echoed as a figure emerged slowly. 5th in the Dark Radiance ranking, Gu Tianluo. What is it? He waved his hand casually, and the terrifying aura vanished in an instant. The disciple at the 2nd level of the earth realm clutched his chest, gasping for breath, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. How frightening. Brother Gu's presence has become increasingly formidable. After a brief moment of catching his breath, the disciple steadied his heart and spoke. I report to Brother Gu that someone has crippled the web of heaven. The matter is as follows. Gu Tianlu narrowed his eyes. That lad is named Tang Xuan, is he not? Chapter 114, Before Breakfast. Warming up. Fong Village. Notify everyone in the Tianluo Guild to locate him and bring him before me. Gu Tianlu stated indifferently, I am currently at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Once I succeed, Yan Zhuiying will become my follower. Fong Village's pupils suddenly constricted. Yan Zhuiying, ranked 4th on the Dark Shine list. a beauty of unparalleled strength. Gu Tianlu is her fervent admirer, without exception. For others who dared to express their intentions to pursue her, Gu Tianlu would mete out severe consequences. Once, a monster ranked 18th on the Dark Shine list openly pursued Yan Zhuiying, only to be crippled by Gu Tianlu the very next day. Although he was later healed, his strength diminished significantly, leaving him mediocre. Since then, no one has dared to express their affections towards Yan Zhuiying. However, despite Gu Tianlu's fervent pursuits, Yan Zhuiying remained indifferent to him. Eventually, in desperation, they agreed that if Gu Tianlu could defeat Yan Zhuiying, she would become his follower. Within the inner sect, many disciples choose to align themselves with the strong on the Dark Shine list, essentially serving as aides and handling menial tasks. Yet, they benefit from the protection of these prominent figures. Should they be oppressed, the powerful on the Dark Shine list would intervene. Even the strongest among them can have followers if they possess sufficient strength. The number 1 ranked monster has 3 followers from the Dark Shine list, including one from the top 10. Once one becomes a follower, unless the master renounces them or meets an untimely demise, they cannot betray their master for life. The mere thought of subjugating and playing with a woman like Yan Zhuiying sent waves of excitement through Gu Tianlu. Although Tang Xuan had toppled the web of heaven, Gu Tianlu did not regard him as a threat. The members of the Tianluo Guild would suffice to handle the situation. Yes, Brother Gu. Fong Village bowed respectfully. He was a member of the Tianluo Guild, known for his speed and meticulousness, making him one of Gu Tianlu's trusted confidants. By the way, there is another matter. Fong Village continued. I have heard that a newcomer has arrived in the inner sect. He defeated Wang Xiong, who is ranked 100 on the Dark Shine list. Upon his arrival, Gu Tianlu's eyes glinted. While Wang Xiong was insignificant in his eyes, he was nonetheless a genuine powerhouse on the Dark Shine list. Ordinary inner sect disciples would be no match for him. Gu Tianlu would not have given it a second thought if it were a seasoned inner sect disciple. However, to defeat Wang Xiong right after entering the inner sect is an unprecedented feat. A flicker of interest finally emerged in Gu Tianlu's otherwise indifferent gaze. Inform him to join the Tianluo Guild, or he shall bear the consequences. A simple yet utterly unassailable command resonated with authority. Fong Village bowed in deference. Gu Tianlu inhaled deeply, then raised his gaze toward the heights. 3 miles away, perched upon an elevation, stood a house, the abode of Yan Zhuiying. Ranked 4th on the Dark Radiance list. Only such a woman was worthy of my Gu Tianlu. Clenching his fists, Gu Tianlu strode into the dwelling. An aura of immense terror emanated from within the house. Early the next morning, Lin Chen hurriedly arrived at Tang Xian's residence. Brother, are you awake? Let us go eat. The door swung open, and Tang Xian stepped out. When Lin Chen's eyes fell upon him, they widened in disbelief. Peak of the returning sea realm. How is this possible? No, brother, have you taken something? To achieve such a feat overnight and break through a major realm, Lin Chen exclaimed, his face a canvas of astonishment. Within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiance sacred land, breakthroughs were not uncommon. For these prodigies, advancing a minor realm in days, or even leaping 2 or 3 realms in one go, was commonplace. Yet, to leap a major realm overnight was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Chen had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Brother, listen to me. While a breakthrough is undoubtedly a good thing, too much haste can lead to an unstable foundation. After the initial shock, concern furrowed Lin Chen's brow. There have been instances of new inner disciples, desperate to catch up, forcing themselves to break through 6 minor realms within 2 days. Unfortunately, this reckless pursuit resulted in irreparable damage to their foundations, leading to their elimination from the inner circle and their descent into obscurity. Lin Chen feared Tang Xuan might tread the same perilous path. Rest assured, I am well aware of my circumstances. Tang Xuan chuckled. The instability of one's foundation arises from the failure to consolidate it in a timely manner. But in a state of epiphany, he had fortified his foundation almost simultaneously with his breakthrough. Thus, even with multiple advancements, he would not encounter issues of instability. If there were any concerns, they would merely stem from the adjustments required after such a significant increase in strength. Tang Xuan was mindful of this and had devoted an hour to acclimatizing to his newfound power. Lin Chen shook his head. A common flaw among inner disciples was excessive confidence. They believed themselves invincible, dismissing the opinions of others. Since this was Tang Xian's decision, Lin Chen chose not to press further. Let us go eat. The inner sanctum S meals are the one thing that doesn't require competition. I've heard rumors of fresh beasts arriving today. If we get there early, we may be in for a treat. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment. All right, give me half an hour. I'll warm up before we head to the dining hall. Lin Chen was taken aback. Warm up? Great. I'll join you. Are we doing weighted sprints or practicing martial techniques? Tang Xuan smiled. Neither. Just follow me. With that, he began ascending. Hey brother, it's dangerous up there. Lin Chen exclaimed, startled. The heights were inhabited by the monstrous beings of the Dark Radiance list, each one more peculiar and formidable than the last. With their formidable strength, anyone daring to disturb them would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At this hour, it was still early, and many practitioners likely had just fallen asleep after an all-night training session. If Tang Xuan were to run at this moment and inadvertently rouse someone, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen hastily quickened his pace to catch up. Tang Xuan had not ventured far, stopping directly in front of a house. This was the residence of the formidable Godblade, Cold Rain, ranked 99th on the Dark Glory list. Lin Chen hurried after him. This fellow's swordsmanship was quite impressive. He had already condensed his momentum, far surpassing Wang Xiong. Of course, he still fell short of my prowess. He chuckled. Keep your voice down. He is probably still asleep. Anyone who disturbs him will surely be in for a rough time. Tang Xuan nodded. Perfect. He took a deep breath and shouted, Godblade, Cold Rain, come out and fight. The sound waves reverberated like thunder, shaking the void. Lin Chen was startled and jumped. Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to disturb him? Before he could finish, the door swung open violently, and a sharp blade aura shot forth. Chapter 115, Confrontation, Godblade, Cold Rain. The blade aura was as swift as lightning, imbued with a terrifying killing intent, hurtling towards Tang Xuan. Lin Chen's expression changed. He too was within the range of the blade's attack. He quickly traced 3 semicircles in the air with one hand. The blade aura fell into the semicircles, its speed gradually slowing and disintegrating. Ultimately, it vanished a mere foot away from Lin Chen. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered. This technique of transforming the tangible into the intangible was something he had never witnessed before. The earlier blade aura contained a formidable momentum. Yet Lin Chen had managed to neutralize even that. His strength was indeed impressive. At that moment, a figure shot out in anger. Lin Chen, how dare you break the rules and strike at a lower-ranked opponent? Are you not afraid of being sent to the dark prison? The newcomer wielded a slender blade. Donned in a simple robe, his face etched with fury. This has nothing to do with me. Lin Chen replied helplessly. I am the one challenging you. Tang Xuan stepped forward. Cold Rain was taken aback, sizing up Tang Xuan. Return to the Sea Realm? When did I, Cold Rain, sink to being challenged by a mere Sea Realm waste? Begone. Although Tang Xuan had made a significant leap in strength to Cold Rain, he was still an insignificant insect. With that, he turned to leave, considering it beneath him to waste even a breath on Tang Xuan. I recall the inner sect rules state that weaker practitioners cannot be refused when they challenge stronger ones. Cold Rain paused, glancing back at Tang Xuan. You seek death. Tang Xuan smiled. Don't waste time. Let us go to the martial arts arena. Cold Rain looked incredulous. He had thought Tang Xuan was joking, but to his astonishment, he was serious about the challenge. I, Cold Rain, do not kill nameless individuals. Lin Chen quickly interjected, do not underestimate him. Just yesterday, Wang Xiong was defeated by him. What? How is that possible? Cold Rain was taken aback. While he was unaware of Tang Xuan's true strength, he was all too familiar with Wang Xiong. Though his strength may not match that of his opponent, the disparity is negligible. Even for oneself, considerable effort would be required to defeat Wang Xiong. Moreover, Han Yu, being at the 7th level of the Earth Realm, surpasses Wang Xiong by 2 realms. Yet, Tang Xuan is merely at the Return to Sea Realm. How did he manage to vanquish Wang Xiong? It is truly astonishing. However, judging by Lin Chun's expression, this matter appears to be genuine. This revelation only deepens Han Yu's astonishment. Fortunately, he is unaware that Tang Xuan defeated Wang Xiong while still at the Xindan realm. Otherwise, he might have jumped in shock. Well, since you have triumphed over Wang Xiong, you have earned the right to challenge me. Come, to the martial arena. Han Yu snorted coldly, making his way toward the arena. Tang Xuan stepped forward to follow, but was abruptly halted by Lin Chen. Wait a moment. This isn't what you referred to as warming up, is it? What else could it be? Tang Xuan chuckled lightly, then proceeded to follow Han Yu. Lin Chen stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Such a warm-up he had never witnessed before. This lunatic is utterly insane. Lin Chen clutched his chest. Thank goodness he doesn't have a heart condition. Otherwise, he might have been frightened to death. Goodness, I thought I was quite the monster, but compared to him, I seem like a well-behaved child. If warming up means challenging a powerful figure on the Dark Radiance ranking, then how fearsome must he become when he gets serious? Damn it, just wait for me. Lin Chen shivered and sprinted toward the martial arena. Upon his arrival, he found Tang Xuan and Han Yu already standing atop the platform, surrounded by numerous inner disciples. For the inner disciples, ascending the martial arena is often deemed a colossal waste of time. Not only does it hinder their cultivation, but it also poses the risk of injury. A minor injury might be bearable, but a severe one would necessitate a prolonged recovery period, during which they could fall far behind. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, few inner disciples venture onto the arena. However, within a short span, the arena had hosted 2 matches, an unprecedented occurrence for the inner disciples. This drew a considerable audience, for observing battles can provide invaluable insights, also contributing to their cultivation, thus not entirely wasting time. Oh, it's that newcomer again. Isn't he the one who just fought yesterday? Who is he challenging today? That is Han Yu, ranked 99th on the Dark Radiance ranking. Has the newcomer lost his mind? Challenging such formidable opponents consecutively, what does he intend to achieve? He must be getting carried away. Does he think that defeating Wang Xiong means he can similarly triumph over Han Yu? How naive. Indeed, had Wang Xiong not underestimated him yesterday, he could not have been defeated so easily. Not to mention that Han Yu's strength far exceeds that of Wang Xiong. Well, perhaps he'll learn a lesson after receiving a few cuts or sustaining some injuries. The inner disciples murmured amongst themselves, pointing at the 2 on the arena. With a stern expression, Han Yu declared, "Young man, make your move, lest it be said that I am bullying the weak." Without further ado, Tang Xuan initiated with the Extinction Royal Fist. Han Yu, confident in his superiority over Wang Xiong, could unleash his full power without hesitation. After breaking through to the Return to Sea realm, Tang Xuan's punching strength had further intensified, and with the momentum of his fist, his terrifying power was no less than that of Wang Xiong. Han Yu's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. The power is commendable. No wonder he was able to defeat Wang Xiong. However, you were too slow. He swiftly brandished his blade, his body sinking momentarily as the force of the strike surged forth. As a formidable contender on the Dark Radiance rankings, he would not hold back simply because Tang Xuan appeared weaker. Even a lion exerts its full strength when pouncing on a rabbit. When his fist met the blade's momentum, Tang Xuan felt as though countless long blades were slicing toward him from all directions, sending a chill through his very being. Before his own fist could unleash its power, it was completely shredded. Simultaneously, the blade's energy surged forth, instantly fracturing the arena with terrifying cracks. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened, and with a single footstep, he propelled himself backward. Almost simultaneously, a flurry of snowflakes erupted from the spot he had just vacated. Upon closer inspection, the petals of the snowflakes were, in fact, sharp glimmers of blade light. Tang Xuan retreated 10 paces, regaining his balance. A tearing sound resonated as he looked down to find 3 deep gashes on his chest. Had he not retreated swiftly, those 3 strikes would have surely eviscerated him. Oh, impressive speed. He managed to evade my 8 directions hidden blade technique. Han Yu straightened his posture, a look of admiration gracing his face. This technique, known as the 8 directions hidden blade, was a part of his divine blade technique. It allowed him to condense the blade's energy, unleashing it in one powerful burst after dismantling the opponent's attack. Even among Earthrealm practitioners, few could evade such a strike. Yet, Tang Xuan had done so, suffering only a torn garment. Such a display was enough to earn Han Yu's acknowledgement, albeit it was merely acknowledgement. Though they had exchanged but a single blow, the inner disciples present were already wide-eyed in astonishment. What a formidable divine blade technique. Han Yu's prowess has evidently increased. Yes, the last time I faced him during a battle with Wang Xiong, his blade's momentum was not nearly as potent. If he were to engage with his current level of skill, I fear Wang Xiong would struggle to endure even 100 strikes. That lad is destined for defeat. Chapter 116. Starry Slashes. It seems there is no room for luck in this battle. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of frustration and shook his head. A hand-to-hand combatant inherently finds themselves at a disadvantage against one wielding weapons. From yesterday's bout, it was evident that Tang Xuan was a strength-based warrior. While Han Yu's swift and ferocious blade techniques characterized him as an agile fighter, indeed, the nemesis of strength-oriented practitioners. For Tang Xuan to emerge victorious, he would need to possess strength far surpassing Han Yu's. Yet, even Wang Xiong could not achieve that, let alone Tang Xuan. From any perspective, victory appeared impossible for Tang Xuan. Even secret techniques could not rectify such a disadvantage. Warming up, are we? You've boasted too much. It seems you cannot back down now. Lin Chen mused, already envisioning how he would mock Tang Xuan when he inevitably fell from the platform. Newcomer, it's time to be humble. Do not mistake luck for a strategy. On the arena, Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes, his mind racing as he desperately sought a method to counter his opponent. Yet, much like Lin Chen, after a prolonged contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Unless his Annihilation Emperor Fist could be cultivated to the 4th form, the collapse of the universe, and achieve consummate mastery, he would be utterly unable to contend with Han Yu's blade techniques. Oh, have you conceded so soon? Han Yu raised an eyebrow. However, it is unacceptable to retreat from the arena in such a manner. You have squandered much of my time. Let us do this. Lie still for a month and reflect deeply. With that, he slowly raised his blade, aiming at Tang Xuan. The tip of the knife shimmering with an unpredictable glow. In an instant, before one could even blink, the blade's radiance tore through the air, heading straight for Tang Xuan. It was fast, so fast that it barely registered in the eyes of the inner disciples. The blade's light seemed to rend time itself. Such swiftness. Is this the true might of the divine blade technique? It is on an entirely different level from Wang Xiong. Gasps of astonishment erupted. The blade's glow was now mere moments away from Tang Xuan. This is the end. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. This strike was too rapid. There was no way Tang Xuan could evade it. Defeat was inevitable. Just as everyone thought it was over, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Clang. Sparks flew as metal met metal. Huh. Han Yu and Lin Chen both exclaimed in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, a blade had appeared in Tang Xuan's hand. A blade? That boy can wield a knife too? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Chen's eyes. But could he truly contend with Han Yu? Using a knife would surely lead to his demise. Indeed, a cold smile crept onto Han Yu's face. You need not wield a knife, at most. You would lie still for a month. But you dare to use a knife. Haha. Do you not realize that your use of a blade is an affront to the very essence of the knife? Han Yu was a blade enthusiast. And one could say that the knife was his second life. The greatest affront to him was for someone unskilled in the art of the blade to attempt its use. Haha. Why is my wielding of a knife an insult to it? Tang Xuan raised the Tsang knife, a smile gracing his face. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Han Yu's eyes. Because you are unworthy. His gaze fixed upon Tang Xuan's right hand gripping the knife. If you hold the knife in your right hand, then I shall sever your right hand. Remember, only those of utmost sincerity are worthy to wield a blade. With a cold snort, Han Yu grasped his knife with one hand, murderous intent emanating from him. Divine blade technique. Golden blade quick slash. With a surge of power. A golden hue enveloped his long knife. Then, with a gentle stroke, he swept the blade. Whoosh. A flash of golden light traversed space, arriving before Tang Xuan. Let us see how you will block this. Han Yu said coldly. Uft. The golden blade light pierced through Tang Xuan's body without any obstruction. Yet, curiously, not a single drop of blood emerged. What? Han Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and then he felt a chilling presence behind him. Behind, he lunged forward, performing a mid-air flip, and his long knife arched back in a counterattack. Clang. The two blades met, and the force shattered the air. Han Yu's body jolted, sent flying several feet. As he landed, his face was filled with astonishment. The might of the blade. How could this be? Below the arena, the crowd was already in an uproar. No way, that boy just now seemed to have utilized the blade's might. Be confident, remove the seamed. That boy indeed wielded the blade's might. But was he not trained solely in fist techniques? Could it be that he has mastered both fist and blade techniques, and to such an extent? No wonder he dared to draw his knife before Han Yu. Lin Chen's mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Even among the inner disciples, to cultivate a single technique to such a level was already remarkable. Yet, Tang Xuan had astonishingly elevated both his fist and sword to the realm of mastery. Was he even human? Lin Chen had always considered himself a prodigy, but in comparison to Tang Xuan, he felt utterly ordinary. Shock, astonishment. The contempt that once graced Han Yu's visage had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming gravity and exhilaration. Excellent. Since you have indeed mastered the sword's essence, you are truly worthy of engaging me in combat. Divine sword technique. For shadow slash, Han Yu began to move, and as his speed increased, his figure split into two. Then four, creating four distinct shadows. Below the stage, Lin Chen's pupils slightly contracted. It had appeared. The technique that had defeated Wang Xiong, the four shadow slash. This move utilized incredible speed to divide oneself into four, simultaneously striking the enemy. The true form could emerge from any of the four shadows, leaving the opponent unable to discern the real body before being struck. To counter this technique, one would require a broad-range sword attack. But could he perform such a feat? With the ultimate move at hand, life and death hung in the balance. Facing a lethal strike, a moment of distraction could lead one to the gates of the underworld. Tang Xuan's energy coalesced, and his eyes slowly closed. Why has that boy shut his eyes? Has he surrendered? It was evident he could not determine which shadow was Han Yu's true form, so he chose to close his eyes, opting for a 1 in 4 chance. It was a perilous gamble. One wrong choice would spell disaster. Before the inner disciples could finish speaking, Tang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, starlight flickered. Celestial destruction. Star slash. Gripping his sword with both hands, Tang Xuan summoned all the spiritual energy within him, merging it with the sword's essence, and struck down fiercely. At the moment the blade descended, the void seemed to solidify. Boundless spiritual energy appeared to be drawn in, compressing and gathering. At the moment of reaching its zenith, it erupted forth. Boom! The sword's radiance exploded, transforming into countless star-like beams that swept outwards. Thud! 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 3 shadows were instantly obliterated by the starlight. The 4th shadow swung its sword in a desperate attempt to defend. It was as if rain struck banana leaves, sparks flying in all directions. Hanyu retreated frantically, each step leaving deep imprints in the ground. Retreat. There was no option but to retreat. By the time he halted, he found himself beneath the arena. His body was enveloped in steam, the result of sweat evaporating. His hands, gripping the sword, were drenched in blood, droplets continuously falling to the ground. Silence reigned in the surroundings. After a long moment, a voice echoed softly. Hanyu has been defeated. Chapter 117. Once more defeated. Shock. Astonishment. Incredulity. All the inner disciples stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief and awe. One strike. Hanyu fell. How could this be possible? It was known that with Hanyu's strength, even a monster ranked 70th on the Dark Radiance list could not achieve victory in a single move. That was a being of celestial realm caliber. Yet Tang Xuan was merely at the returning C stage. Creak. The sound of grinding teeth echoed from Hanyu's mouth. It seemed you harbored some discontent. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Hanyu did not deny it. I let my guard down and failed to evade. Yet, I concede this round with great humiliation. I shall reclaim my honor. With that, he turned on his heel and left, accepting defeat but harboring discontent. On the arena, Tang Xuan chuckled. There is no need for fuss. I grant you another chance for a rematch. Upon hearing this, Hanyu halted abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Tang Xuan. It was not just him. Lin Chen and others wore identical expressions. Who dares to challenge twice in succession? Has he lost his senses? Such conduct, to be frank, is an affront. Once defeated is not enough. He desires to humiliate me once more. Moments later, anger surged in Hanyu's eyes. You presume I, Hanyu, can be toyed with at your whim? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. You misunderstand. I abhor complications and lack the time to await your vengeance. Should I triumph over you again, you would then be compelled to accept your defeat gracefully, wouldn't you? Hanyu, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, Are you serious? Tang Xuan nodded. Come forth. I'm pressed for time. Hanyu inhaled deeply, scrutinizing Tang Xuan for an extended moment before striding confidently onto the arena. A gasp rippled through the crowd. They had never witnessed such absurdity. Hanyu spoke solemnly. I acknowledge your formidable strength, but this time, you shall have no further opportunities. The same tactics shall not work against me. Tang Xuan chuckled. Then I shall employ a different technique to vanquish you. Let us begin. Very well. Hanyu bellowed, his spiritual energy transforming into flames that erupted forth. The surging flames sent shards of stone flying, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Subsequently, he focused his energy, condensing his blade's might. Divine blade technique. The invisible goddess strike. Boom. The long blade, enveloped in fiery wrath, unleashed a powerful air current akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami, momentarily stealing the breath of those present. The inner disciples, save for Lin Chen, found themselves retreating under the force of this overwhelming wave, lacking even the qualification to observe the battle. If I can withstand this blade, I will concede wholeheartedly. Hanyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. This strike was the most potent in the divine blade technique. He had yet to complete it, and once unleashed, its power would be uncontrollable. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed intently on Tang Xuan. Hanyu had summoned all his strength, and even he feared he could not withstand it head-on. The starry blade emphasized area damage, its force dispersed rather than concentrated. Facing this strike, defeat was inevitable. Excellent. Tang Xuan's eyes brimmed with fervor as he stepped forward, unleashing the chilling essence of Juyo, a frigid aura spreading outward. The inner disciples below quaked in response. So cold. What martial technique is this? My body trembles. Perhaps it is wise to step back a bit. The inner disciples exchanged glances, many retreating hastily. Lin Chen was taken aback. Goodness, he possesses such a formidable blade technique. Where did he find the time to master so many martial arts? Just as both combatants amassed their momentum to its zenith, they drew their blades simultaneously. Strike. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, the Juyo blade and the invisible goddess blade collided in the most breathtaking manner. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed as the vast arena was instantaneously split in two. As the surge of energy erupted, the cracks spread like a spider's web, transforming the entire arena in an instant. The dust and smoke surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sweeping across all directions. Even someone of Lin Xian's caliber found it difficult to breathe, unable to see clearly through the haze. The explosion persisted for several waves before gradually subsiding. The inner disciples felt a ringing in their heads, yet their anxious and eager eyes remained fixed on the arena. Who emerged victorious? Who faced defeat? As a gentle breeze swept through, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing two figures slowly materializing on the shattered stage. One stood tall, while the other knelt. Standing was Tang Xuan, wielding a blade with one hand, blood streaming from his tiger's mouth, the tip of his sword poised at the throat of Han Yu. The latter's gaze appeared vacant. His upper garment had been completely torn apart, blood gushed from his arms, and his flesh was in tatters. The once formidable broadsword he held was now reduced to its hilt, and before he could utter a word, blood erupted from his mouth. Have you conceded this time? Tang Xuan remarked with a calm demeanor. I concede, Han Yu slowly uttered, the weight of his defeat evident. In a direct clash of blades, with martial skills pitted against each other and the momentum of their swords at odds, he found no justification for his loss. Tang Xuan smiled faintly before placing the Tsang air blade into his spatial ring. His victory over Han Yu was largely attributed to the significant enhancement of his strength after ascending to a higher realm the previous day. Otherwise, the outcome of that strike would have remained uncertain. Han Yu retrieved the key to his residence from his pocket and handed it over. Tang Xuan returned the key he had taken from Wang, then leaped down from the arena and approached Lin Xian. What an exhilarating battle. I'm starving. Let's go eat. Lin Xian, drenched in cold sweat, finally comprehended what it truly meant to be a monster. All right, I'll take you to eat. Lin Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and led Tang Xuan towards the dining hall. The inner sect's dining hall was the only place that required no competition for food. Abundant provisions were available, all free of charge. After all, it would be excessive to compete even for meals. However, certain delicacies were reserved for the elite on the Dark Radiance rankings, only accessible to the strongest. Although Tang Xuan had defeated Wang and Han Yu, he still needed to register to be listed. Upon entering the dining hall, Tang Xuan was genuinely taken aback. The hall was vast, and the rich aroma of dishes wafted through the air. Numerous chefs busied themselves, skinning, washing meat, and chopping vegetables. These chefs were specially hired by the Dark Radiant Sanctuary to prepare meals for the elders and disciples of the inner sect, each renowned in their culinary skills. Despite the somewhat coercive nature of their employment, none complained about being associated with the towering presence of the Dark Radiant Sanctuary. Though confined here without freedom, it was certainly better than weathering the storms of the outside world. Tang Xuan promptly ordered an entire table's worth of food and began to feast heartily. One hand grasped an unknown beast leg while the other held a bowl of soup. He devoured the meat and drank the broth voraciously, grease dripping from his mouth, causing Lin Xian to shake his head in disbelief. I'm not saying this, brother, but could you perhaps be a bit more refined? After all, you are now a monster on the Dark Radiance rankings. Tang Xuan swallowed a hefty piece of meat and replied, what does refinement mean? Can one eat like that? Chapter 118. The Tianluo gang seeks trouble. Observing Tang Xuan savoring his meal with great delight, Lin Xian felt his own appetite stirred. Slow down. You devoured all the beast meat. He tore off a large chunk of meat and tossed it into his mouth. The two of them resembled famished spirits, ravenously sweeping through the piles of beast meat on the table. The inner disciples dining in the cafeteria were taken aback by this spectacle, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. How long had they gone without food to be reduced to such a state? Just as the two were engrossed in their feast, a group of individuals appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. The inner disciples, upon seeing them, changed countenance, bowing their heads in silence. Some even abandoned their meals altogether, hastily departing. They understood all too well the fearsome nature of this group. Damn it, what bad luck. Lin Xian cursed under his breath. Tang Xuan lifted his head from the mound of food. Who are they? Are they truly that terrifying? Lin Xian replied with a confident smile. These fellows belong to the Tianluo gang. Their strength is rather unimpressive, but their tempers are quite formidable. They often bully other inner disciples. Tang Xian's eyes flickered slightly. The Tianluo gang, he recalled encountering someone named Wang in the outer sect, who also seemed to be affiliated with them. That individual had been sent crashing into a mountain wall by a single punch from him, and he had no idea what had become of him since. However, that was of little concern to Tang Xuan. The path chosen was his own, and even if it were fraught with pitfalls, he would tread on. Have they ever bullied you? Tang Xuan inquired further. Lin Xian chuckled confidently. Do you think they would dare? The individuals on the Dark Radiance ranking are all monsters. The Tianluo gang merely bullies the ordinary inner disciples. After all, they are numerous and back themselves with someone like Gu Tianluo. No one dares to provoke them. Let us disregard these nuisances and continue eating. He waved his hand dismissively. Tang Xuan smiled and resumed his culinary battle. After entering, the Tianluo gang members scanned the room, their gaze ultimately landing on Tang Xuan, before striding over with purpose. They came to a halt in front of the table where Tang Xuan and Lin Chen sat. Are you the newcomer from yesterday? One of them, a first-level Earth Realm cultivator, asked. Tang Xuan chose to ignore the question, continuing to eat. The individual, seeing his lack of response, became furious and slammed his hand on the table. How dare you ignore my words, Sun Bo? Lin Chen rolled his eyes in irritation. Can't you see I'm eating? Daring to slap my table, have you a death wish? A flicker of fear crossed Sun Bo's eyes. After all, Lin Chen was a powerful figure on the Dark Radiance ranking, someone he could not afford to offend. We are here on the orders of Hall Masterly, Sun Bo proclaimed loudly. Lin Chen's brow furrowed. Li Lang, ranked 90 on the Dark Radiance ranking? Indeed, Sun Bo asserted. So you may continue your meal in peace. We do not wish to disturb you. Lin Chen's frown deepened. He had initially thought the Tian Luo gang was here merely to collect protection fees. But it appeared the matter was entangled with a formidable presence like Li Lang. This situation had become rather delicate. Lin Chen glanced at Tang Xuan, who remained composed and unfazed, continuing his meal. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Chen finally spoke. Brother, you are in trouble. I fear I cannot protect you. Tang Xuan chuckled. No worries, I shall handle it. Sun Bo crossed his arms. I have heard of your prowess, defeating Wang Xiong, who is ranked 100 on the Dark Radiance list. Now, my Heavenly Luo gang offers you a chance to join us. Will you not come with me? Tang Xuan swallowed the morsel of beast meat in his mouth and coldly uttered a single word, scram. Instantly, the entire dining hall fell into silence. All the inner disciples gazed at Tang Xuan with expressions of terror. Although Sun Bo was not particularly formidable, he represented the Heavenly Luo gang. Even Lin Chen, a powerful figure on the Dark Radiance list, would tread carefully around him. Yet, Tang Xuan had unhesitatingly dismissed him. Clearly, he held the Heavenly Luo gang in utter disregard. Given the temperament of the Heavenly Luo gang, it seemed that trouble was imminent today. Crack. The table beneath Sun Bo's hand shattered, his face contorted with rage. You dare speak like that? Say it again if you have the guts. Tang Xuan wiped his hands and replied nonchalantly. Did you swat a fly with your ears? Ha ha. Lin Chen burst into laughter. Sun Bo's face turned an angry shade of red. You are courting death. Tang Xuan shrugged. Not convinced. Make your move. Sun Bo clenched his fists tightly. Senior brother son, do not. The disciples behind him quickly restrained him. Fighting is strictly forbidden in the inner sect, especially in the dining hall. Yes, you must hold back. Sun Bo felt a chill run down his spine and took a few deep breaths. Very well. From this moment on, you shall become the target of our Heavenly Luo gang. Speak your name, for it is the only thing that may allow you to remain in the inner sect. Tang Xuan smiled. I am Tang Xuan. Upon hearing his name, Sun Bo and the others' eyes widened in shock, their breaths quickening. What? You are Tang Xuan, the one who destroyed the net in the outer sect. Surround him. With a clatter, the members of the Heavenly Luo gang encircled the entire table. The atmosphere became tense and fraught with danger. Sun Bo, filled with murderous intent, declared, originally, our Heavenly Luo gang intended to offer you a chance to beg for mercy, but it appears that is no longer necessary. Stand up and come with us to Brother Gu Tianshar. Face your demise. Tang Xuan swallowed the last bite of beast meat and wiped his fingers. And what if I refuse to go? Sun Bo sneered. You have no choice. Lin Chen whistled. If he refuses, do not force him. Do not provoke him. The dark prison is not a pleasant place. Sun Bo and the others were momentarily taken aback. Just as the standoff continued, a voice echoed. Anyone whom Brother Gu wishes to see cannot evade his summons. At that moment, a figure emerged. It was Fang Yuan, holding a token. This token was neither gold nor jade. Entirely black, featuring a burning black sun in its center. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The Dark Radiance Exemption Order. Tang Xuan inquired curiously, what is that? Lin Chen clenched his teeth. It is a token that absolves one of any crime except for treason. Only the most core disciples may obtain it after achieving a great feat. Tang Xuan laughed. Such a thing exists? Lin Chen's eyes darkened. No, you still dare to laugh. They act without guilt, but if you retaliate, it is a crime. You are doomed. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister grin. Indeed, we act without guilt. But should you dare to retaliate, you will inevitably find yourself in the dark prison. Do you have the courage to strike back? Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Why not give it a try? Lin Chen was startled. Brother, don't act impulsively. The dark prison is no jest. It could cost you your life. Fang Yuan nodded. You would do well to heed his warning. Seize him. Sun Bo raised his fist with a malevolent grin. Kid, you're finished. Chapter 119. A disagreement leads to death. Do not resist, or you shall suffer greatly. After all, I wouldn't you want to displease senior brother Gu Qianlu. Sun Bo approached, placing his right hand on Tang Xuan's shoulder. Tang Xuan glanced at him and said coldly, remove your filthy paw. Instead of loosening his grip, Sun Bo tightened his hold, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Kid, even at death's door, you still speak defiantly. Very well, I shall crush your arm to bring you to your senses. Tang Xuan regarded him with indifference, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Sun Bo, far from being deterred, seemed even more delighted. Oh, your gaze is quite terrifying. Do you wish to kill me? Unfortunately, do you have the courage to act? Should you dare to strike, you will be immediately thrown into the dark prison, where ferocious beasts shall devour you alive. I doubt you would choose such a fate. Suddenly, Tang Xuan laughed, turning to Lin Shun. By the way, how long will it take for the law enforcement disciples to arrive if someone from the inner sect makes a move? Lin Shun was taken aback, not expecting such a question from Tang Xuan. Probably half a stick of incense. Tang Xuan's smile brightened even further. Half a stick of incense? That should be ample time. His gaze returned to Sun Bo, who felt an unexplainable chill creep up his spine. What is that look in your eyes? What do you intend to do? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Half a stick of incense should suffice to eliminate all of you. As soon as he spoke, the dining hall fell into an absolute silence. Lin Chen's hair stood on end. Brother, you're insane. Don't. Please, don't. Fang Siyuan sneered. What alarmist nonsense. I do not believe he would dare to act. Sun Bo, incapacitate him. I've been waiting impatiently for this. Kid, prepare to die? Sun Bo's eyes gleamed ominously as he exerted force with his right hand, intending to crush Tang Xuan's shoulder. However, in that very moment, a fist the size of a cooking pot crashed into his face. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering echoed as Sun Bo's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, his body spinning through the air. The sound of destruction resonated as he shattered numerous tables and chairs before crashing to the ground. A grotesque smile lingered on his face, yet his eyes had lost all vitality. The morning sunlight poured into the dining hall, casting a warm glow. Yet, the hearts of all present were frozen in fear. Including Lin Shun, countless motionless figures seemed bewitched, standing still like wooden puppets. Moments later, a series of gasps pierced the air. They are dead. A murder has occurred. What on earth? Is this young man insane? The gazes of all the inner sect disciples were filled with terror as they looked at Tang Xuan. The members of the Tianluo gang wore expressions of shock and absurdity. Staring at Sun Bo's lifeless body, they found themselves at a loss for words. A madman. Tang Xuan was utterly deranged. Fang Siyuan swallowed hard. He noticed that Tang Xuan's eyes remained cold and indifferent, devoid of any tremor. This indicated that he had premeditated the murder, not acting on a whim or out of anger. He was acutely aware that personal disputes resulting in death were an absolute taboo in the inner sect. Yet, Tang Xuan still took action. Fang Siyuan's heart trembled, and his body quaked. He felt as though he had overestimated certain aspects while underestimating others. At that moment, Tang Xuan spoke. His voice was like the biting cold wind of December, chilling to the bone. Killing one is the same as killing a multitude, is it not? As his words lingered in the air, he surged forth with remarkable speed. With a sickening sound, blood erupted in vibrant crimson blossoms. Two inner sect disciples of the Tianluo gang collapsed into a pool of blood, their heads rolling on the ground. Tang Xuan, wielding the Song air knife, appeared on the opposite side. Immediately, he launched a powerful left hook, piercing through the chest of a Tianluo gang disciple. In less than a breath, he claimed 3 more lives. The 3 inner sect disciples at the Earth realm level had no opportunity to retaliate. In a conventional battle, though they may have been outmatched, they would not have been slain so swiftly. However, in this moment, all were paralyzed by Tang Xuan's imposing presence, lacking even the courage to defend themselves. Kill him. Kill him. Fang Siyuan screamed. The Tianluo gang disciples, awakening from their stupor, barely summoned their spiritual energy to attack Tang Xuan. Yet, when their gazes met his, their strength faltered. Tang Xuan, unrestrained, wielded his knife and fist, weaving through the crowd. In mere moments, for more lives were extinguished by his hand. Insanity, pure insanity. Lin Chen murmured. Tang Xuan had completely succumbed to bloodlust. The Tianluo gang's contingent, including Sun Bo, numbered only 11, and now 8 lay dead. The remaining 3 were encircled by Tang Xuan, left with nothing but futile struggles. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the hall. Halt! The voice was like thunder, making everyone's ears ring. Lin Shun turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. He beheld a streak of crimson light soaring toward them with astonishing speed. This is bad. The enforcement disciple has arrived. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened, his spiritual energy surged, and he gripped the Tsong air knife tightly. Then, the blade's power erupted. Day shatters, stars fall. Starry slash. Boom. The knife's force transformed into countless streams of light, enveloping the 3 Tianluo gang disciples. The air was filled with their anguished screams, and blood rained down like a deluge. Outrageous. Amidst the thunderous shouts, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, effortlessly tearing apart Tang Xuan's blade intent with a single grasp. Yet, it was already too late. The three disciples of the Tianluo gang lay lifeless in a pool of blood, riddled with gaping wounds. Did you not hear my command to cease? The enforcer's face contorted with fury, a torrent of murderous aura surging violently towards Tang Xuan. As Tang Xuan felt the weight of the world upon him, he momentarily experienced a sensation akin to plunging into the abyss. His very soul seeming to detach from his body. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned the Azura vortex within him, which swiftly devoured the oppressive force, restoring his composure. A formidable warrior of the True Star realm. A grave expression graced Tang Xuan's visage. Brother Wuhuan, save me. Fang Village cried out, rushing towards the enforcer. Startled by Tang Xuan's reckless actions, he weakened and collapsed to his knees. Within the Dark Radiance Holy Land, there exists a law enforcement hall. Presided over by the Elder of Law Enforcement, with 8 enforcers beneath him, all hailing from the disciples of the Holy Land, each a monster on the Dark Radiance list. Possessing terrifying combat prowess. The man before them was named Wuhuan, a monster ranked 17th on the previous Dark Radiance list. Fang Village recognized him from their initial entrance into the inner sect. Wuhuan's eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Xuan. Why did you take a life? Tang Xuan replied with a smirk, because they sought to kill me. Thus, I had no choice but to eliminate them. Is there a problem with that? Chapter 120, Confession. The Dark Prison. Wuhuan faltered. This reasoning was utterly irrefutable. However, his brow furrowed with concern. Are you a newcomer? Although there were many disciples in the inner sect, he was well acquainted with them all. Yet, he found Tang Xuan's face unfamiliar. The Ocean Return Realm. When Wuhuan discerned Tang Xuan's cultivation level, he was left utterly speechless. He could hardly fathom that Tang Xuan was of the Ocean Return Realm. The notion of an Ocean Return Realm practitioner slaying those of the Earth Realm was simply absurd. Wuhuan had never encountered such an outrageous occurrence. The fact that the slain were disciples of the Tianluo gang added to the incredulity. It is known that only the elite of the inner sect could enter the Tianluo gang, boasting formidable combat strength. Although these individuals were not on the Dark Radiance list, ordinary inner sect disciples could not hope to challenge them. Yet, from the moment he received the news to when he arrived at the dining hall, merely the span of half an incense stick had passed. An Ocean Return Realm Tang Xuan had dispatched 11 disciples of the Tianluo gang. Those were 11 vibrant lives. Not merely 11 pigs. And even if they were pigs, could one slaughter them so swiftly? Absurd. Truly, it was beyond belief. Tang Xuan nodded. Indeed. I just entered the inner sect yesterday. Wuhuan's lips twitched in disbelief. Having entered the inner sect just yesterday, and today, he was already on a killing spree. Where did such a monster arise from? Even he, upon entering the inner sect, had diligently cultivated for a month before daring to show his face. In fact, throughout the annals of the Dark Radiance Holy Land's history, there had never been a newcomer who could treat inner sect disciples as mere fodder. Wuhuan hurriedly inhaled deeply, striving to quell his astonishment. Although this matter was indeed outrageous, it still required adherence to protocol. In the sacred land of darkness, the regulations are strict. Engaging in private brawls leads to imprisonment for a day for each life taken, and a murderer can expect 10 days of confinement. At this moment, Wuhuan cast a glance at the 11 lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, his lips twitching slightly. Since assuming the role of enforcer, he had scarcely witnessed any brawls, let alone murders. The gravity of the situation was compounded by the fact that 11 lives had been extinguished. He inhaled deeply and fixed his gaze on Tang Xuan, inquiring, "Do you confess? Do not entertain thoughts of resistance, for such endeavors will be futile." Meeting Wuhuan's penetrating stare, Tang Xuan decisively sheathed his Tsonga blade and raised his hands in surrender. "Of course I confess. I have no choice. Your power far exceeds mine." A collective shudder coursed through the hearts of those present. Goodness. The implication was clear. Had Tang Xuan possessed the strength to overpower Wuhuan, he would have resisted arrest. Wuhuan nodded in acknowledgement before producing a set of chains, which he fastened around Tang Xuan's limbs. These chains, forged from cold iron, possessed the ability to bind one's spirit. Once ensnared, even a Peak Star Realm expert would find it impossible to break free. However, using them on Tang Xuan felt like overkill, given that he was merely at the returning sea realm. Let us proceed to the dark prison, if fortune favors you. Perhaps you may survive. Wuhuan grasped the chains and began to lead him away. You are finished. Your death is inevitable. Fang Yuan shouted frantically, pointing at Tang Xuan. Oh, how could I forget you? Tang Xuan remarked with a hint of regret in his eyes. Alas, had I arrived just a moment later, I could have dispatched you as well. Wuhuan was left utterly speechless. To utter such words of murder in front of an enforcer was a blatant display of disrespect. Do not waste time. Let us go, he urged in a low voice. Tang Xuan nodded and flashed a grin at Fang Xiyuan. 11 days. Wait for my return. I shall slay you. Fang Xiyuan's entire being crumpled, collapsing to the ground. The intensity of Tang Xuandao's gaze had instilled in him a profound sense of dread, as if he were plummeting into the depths of hell. Could it be that he would truly return alive from the dark prison? It was impossible. No one had ever emerged from that place unscathed. Wu Huan led Tang Xuandao away, while the inner disciples gazed at their departing figures with a mix of terror. Once their silhouettes vanished completely, the dining hall erupted into a cacophony of reactions. There was lamentation, derision, but more than anything, there was admiration. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity to undertake such reckless actions, especially for the Tianluo gang, who had long reveled in their dominance. Witnessing Tang Xuandao deal them a severe blow brought immense satisfaction to many of the inner disciples. Serves them right. Who told them to be so arrogant? Now they have encountered someone formidable. Let us see if they dare to act so haughtily again. Trouble is brewing. Fang Xiyuan stammered, his lips quivering as he dashed out in a frenzy. If Gu Tianluo were to learn of Tang Xuandao's massacre of so many Tianluo gang disciples, he would undoubtedly seek to flay him alive. Lin Chen observed Fang Xiyuan's panicked retreat and gradually regained his composure. While he had been genuinely startled by Tang Xuandao's actions, the overwhelming number of shocks he had experienced over the past few days had begun to render him somewhat immune. Once he calmed down, a flicker of perplexity crossed his features. Although Tang Xuandao's behavior was utterly outrageous upon closer examination, Lin Chen was horrified to realize that he had prematurely dismissed Tang Xuandao's capabilities. If we were to engage in a thought experiment and grant him the prowess of Tang Xian, how would he respond? Lin Chen's eyes widened gradually, his pupils once again brimming with incredulity. His breath quickened. Tang Xian could not possibly be oblivious to the terrors of the dark abyss. Yet he acted without the slightest hesitation. Was it a matter of having no choice? Or perhaps a pride unwilling to submit? Moreover, a steadfast belief in his own strength. From his final conversation with Wu Huan, it was evident that Tang Xian possessed absolute confidence in his ability to emerge alive from the dark abyss. Could it be true? Lin Chen involuntarily shivered. Could that lad truly escape the dark abyss? Should he succeed, it would become the most astonishing chapter in the annals of the Dark Radiance sacred land. Goodness, the entire sacred land would likely tremble at that moment. This spectacle, I absolutely cannot miss. Lin Chen steadied his breath and swiftly pursued Tang Xian. Good fortune does not leave the premises, while misfortune travels far and wide. The sight of Tang Xian adorned in chains shocked all the inner disciples. Such a scene had not graced the realm for many years. What on earth is happening? Why is that lad clad in chains? Has there been a clandestine altercation? One inner disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Soon, the shocking news followed. What altercation? That lad single-handedly dispatched 11 members of the Tianluo gang. What? 11 members of the Tianluo gang? What in the world is going on? I have no idea. But it seems a conflict erupted, and then the fighting commenced. That newcomer is ferocious, exceedingly formidable. The members of the Tianluo gang fell like swine, slaughtered within less than half a stick of incense. Is this really true? Of course, it's true. Otherwise, why would that lad be draped in chains? All the inner disciples were left in awe. Before long, the previously closed villa doors swung open, and waves of terrifying energy surged forth, heading towards the dark abyss. Deep within the inner sanctum, Meng Jie lifted his teacup, blowing away the steam, savoring a sip. Ah, that lad has been in the inner door for 2 days now. I wonder how he is faring. In the next instant, a scream pierced the air from outside. Murder. Something has happened. Chapter 121. An opportunity only once. As a powerful elder within the inner sanctum, Meng Jie naturally possessed a robust constitution. Yet, the shrill cry was so harrowing that it startled him, causing his hand to tremble and nearly topple the teacup. His expression shifted, and he barked. What is all this commotion? Why such a ruckus? What manner of decorum is this? A disciple from the Dark Radiance sacred land rushed in, panting heavily, his face a mask of terror. It's bad, Elder Meng. Something terrible has occurred. Meng Jie frowned. What calamity could befall the Dark Radiance sacred land? An invasion by outside forces? What nonsense! Who in their right mind would dare attack the Dark Radiance sacred land? Don't they value their lives? Besides, even if there were external enemies, they could never breach the inner sanctum. The prohibitions of the Dark Radiance sacred land are not to be taken lightly. Even a domain-level powerhouse would find it impossible to penetrate. Thus, Meng Jie could hardly fathom what great misfortune could transpire. He leisurely set down his teacup and, with an air of indifference, inquired, Hihua, what on earth happened? Speak clearly. Hihua is the name of a disciple from the sacred land of darkness, and also one of Meng Jie's students. His face and forehead were drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with uncontainable terror. He killed someone. He killed someone. Who killed? Meng Jie furrowed his brow deeper. Hua gasped for breath and replied, who else could it be? It's Tang Xuan. Upon hearing this, Meng Jie not only remained unfazed, but actually chuckled. What a joke. Tang Xuan only entered the inner sect yesterday, with his strength. It would be a miracle if he wasn't T-bullied, let alone killing someone. Hua, in a fit of anxiety, began to stomp his feet. No, Elder. You don't understand. Tang Xuan defeated Wang Xiong, who ranks 100 on the Dark Radiance list, as soon as he entered the inner sect. Before breakfast. He also vanquished Han Yu, who ranks 99. Meng Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. What? What did you just say? If he recalled correctly, Tang Xuan's cultivation was merely at the Xindan realm, while both Han Yu and Wang Xiong were formidable practitioners of the Earth realm. Not to mention, they possessed the ability to fight beyond their level. How could Tang Xuan have possibly defeated them? Yet, Hua could never deceive him. Even Meng Jie, who had seen much in his life, was momentarily at a loss. Moreover, Hua continued, just now in the dining hall, members of the Tian Luo gang caused trouble. And a quarrel broke out. Tang Xuan single-handedly killed 11 members of the Tian Luo gang. Now he has been captured by Wu Huan and sent to the dark prison. Meng Jie sprang to his feet in shock. What? The dark prison? He roared, leaping into the air and heading toward the dark prison. He had repeatedly warned Tang Xuan to abide by the rules, yet the boy had completely disregarded his advice. Just 2 days into the inner sect, he had already killed 11 inner sect disciples. Meng Jie felt a tumult of emotions, astonishment at Tang Xuan's extraordinary prowess, anger at the boy's blatant disregard for his words, joy at the prospect of cultivating such a talent into a legendary figure, and helplessness at the thought that Tang Xuan's capture meant his promising future might be lost. At the entrance of the dark prison stood a towering bronze gate, rusted and stained, with remnants of dried blood barely visible. Thick chains tightly secured the door, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled the air, mingling with the scent of blood. Merely gazing upon it was enough to shatter the resolve of any ordinary warrior, leaving them in anguish. 8 inner sect disciples, all at the Earth realm level, stood by the gate with cold, indifferent expressions. They were not there to guard the prisoners, but to prevent any ferocious beasts that might emerge when the door opened. These beasts were tainted with an unknown aura, possessing strength tenfold that of ordinary magical beasts, and were exceedingly brutal. We have arrived. Wu Huan halted and pointed at the gate. It feels quite good. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Wu Huan regarded him with curiosity. Typically, those inner sect disciples who had broken the rules arrived with great confidence, but upon reaching this place, many had crumbled, while others wore grave expressions, rendered speechless. Only Tang Xuan maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he were not bound for a dark prison, but rather a leisurely retreat. Wu Huan had never encountered such a person before. I shall remind you once more. Once the gates of the dark prison close, no method will avail you to reopen them. You must wait until this time in 11 days for the gates to open once more. However, the window of opportunity lasts but 10 breaths, should you miss it. Even if you remain alive, escape will be impossible. Though he harbored doubts about Tang Xuan's ability to emerge, there were matters that required elucidation. Tang Xuan nodded, understood. Open the gate. Wu Huan found himself at a loss for words. While others sought every means to delay their entrance into the dark prison, Tang Xuan appeared impatient. Alas, Wu Huan shook his head, poised to issue orders when a thunderous sonic boom reverberated through the air. Subsequently, a figure descended like a tempest, the force of impact creating a significant crater upon landing. I pay my respects to Elder Meng. Wu Huan recognized the individual and bowed slightly. Meng Jie, however, paid him no heed and strode directly to Tang Xuan. Did you truly commit murder? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. I had no choice. As the members of the Tian Luo gang were relentless, killing seemed the only solution. Meng Jie trembled with rage. If they trouble you, you could come to me. Surely that ancient Tian Luo would not dare offend this elder. Tang Xuan shrugged. It was merely a trivial matter. I can handle it myself. Meng Jie was nearly apoplectic. Killing 11 people was a trivial matter? Yet, despite his fury, he had to maintain his composure, taking a deep breath to temper his high blood pressure. He retrieved a dark shining token from his pocket. Tang Xuan's acts of violence were not premeditated, thus justifiable. This elder would use the token to absolve him of his transgressions. Wu Huan's face bore astonishment. Elder Meng, are you serious? The dark shining token is exceedingly rare. There are only about 100 in the entire dark radiant sacred land, of which Meng Jie possesses but one. Once used, it is gone. Meng Jie clenched his teeth. Indeed, he appeared calm, but his heart bled. This token had been arduously acquired, and he was loath to part with it. Yet, for the sake of Tang Xuan, he had no choice but to make this painful sacrifice. Observing Meng Jie's pained expression, Tang Xuan remarked, Elder Meng, truly, there is no need for such distress. I am merely visiting the dark prison for a few days. Silence. Meng Jie erupted in frustration, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tang Xuan. This lad was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Wu Huan stepped forward to unshackle Tang Xuan, regarding him with earnest eyes. This opportunity is singular. You would do well to consider your actions. Just as Tang Xuan was about to respond, a furious shout echoed from the distance. Humph. Having slain members of my Tianluo gang, do not expect to evade retribution. Chapter 122. As you wish, a fierce-eyed individual, resembling a wolf, charged forward with a throng of inner disciples. Li Lang. Meng Jie furrowed his brow. 90 on the Dark Radiance rankings. The fleeing wolf. Li Lang. He is an orphan, raised on wolf's milk, which has bestowed upon him an immense power akin to that of a wild wolf, rendering his combat prowess extraordinarily formidable. Once he enters a state of frenzy, his fighting capability can multiply several times within a brief span. Li Wolf, with a fierce gaze, fixed his eyes on Tang Xuan and coldly declared, Tang Xuan, you may have escaped the clutches of death in the abyss, but you cannot evade the demise that awaits you at the hands of our Tianluo gang. After slaughtering so many of our members, do you truly believe you can live? Meng Jie, infuriated, interjected, Li Wolf, do you not see the presence of this elder? Threatening someone in front of me is a grave mistake. Do not presume that the protection of Gu Tianluo renders you untouchable. Li Wolf hesitated. Should he truly provoke Meng Jie, even Gu Tianluo might not be able to shield him. However, Meng Jie could not remain with Tang Xuan indefinitely. He would have his own opportunities to eliminate him. With a fierce glare directed at Tang Xuan, Li Wolf made a slashing motion across his throat. We shall see, kid. I'm leaving. As he turned to depart, Tang Xian's voice echoed behind him. Did you not intend to kill me? Coward, why do you hesitate to strike? At this proclamation, silence enveloped the area, leaving everyone in astonishment. Upon the mountainside, a figure emerged. Ah, this lad speaks with great bravado, just like I did in my youth. This individual, muscular and exuding an aura of raw strength, possessed a commanding presence that far surpassed that of Wang Xiong. Soon, another figure appeared behind him. Oh, it is quite remarkable that Lu Ba, ranked 47th on the Dark Radiance list, would commend a newly initiated inner disciple. This person moved like a specter, elusive and unpredictable. Lu Ba frowned slightly. Sima Xing, you still prefer to lurk behind others while speaking. Such behavior is perilous. I cannot guarantee I will always refrain from acting. Sima Xing, ranked 50th on the Dark Radiance list, responded, why are you here as well? Sima Xing swiftly appeared beside Lu Ba. Not just me. Take a look around. There are many here intrigued by this boy. Lu Ba turned his head, and indeed, several figures emerged upon the mountainside, each a formidable presence on the Dark Radiance list. Their gazes were fixed upon Tang Xuan. That lad's combat strength is extraordinary. It would be advantageous to have him as a follower, Lu Ba remarked. Sima Xing shook his head. A follower? Huh. That boy has already offended the Tianluo gang. Do you dare to take him in, fearing Gu Tianluo's wrath? Lu Ba faltered. He was ranked 47th, while Gu Tianluo was ranked 5th. Sima Xing yawned. I had thought that boy was to be imprisoned in the abyss, yet I did not expect Elder Meng Jie to use the Dark Radiance order to save him. Nevertheless, even without imprisonment, the troubles with the Tianluo gang remain unresolved. Lu Ba countered. With Elder Meng Jie applying pressure, Li Wolf dares not act rashly. Furthermore, the boy's cultivation is too low. None can challenge him. As long as he remains compliant, even Gu Tianluo cannot harm him. Sima Xing chuckled. So that's why the boy speaks so audaciously. He is confident that Li Wolf will not dare to strike. How amusing. Just look at Li Wolf's expression. He is nearly beside himself with fury. Indeed, Li Lang's chest heaved with fury, his eyes ablaze with a seething rage, yearning to pounce and rend Tang Xuan asunder. Yet, the ominous aura emanating from the dark prison restrained him, lending a modicum of reason to his fervor. You, boy, dare to contest me in the arena? Speak boldly. Do you lack the courage to fight? Tang Xuan responded with a hearty laugh. At present, my sights are not set on you. Li Lang scoffed coldly. What? Are you afraid? Tang Xuan regarded him with a look of pity. I am at the sea returning realm, while you are merely at the earth realm. What grounds do you have to claim I am afraid? With such audacity, why do you not challenge Elder Meng Jie instead? The sacred land of Anya does not forbid disciples from challenging elders, does it? Li Lang faltered. The thought of challenging Meng Jie, a formidable star realm expert, seemed utterly mad. It would be as simple as crushing an ant. If you dare to challenge Elder Meng Jie, I shall challenge you, fair and square, with all eyes upon us. He retorted. Humph, what a waste of time. He spat through clenched teeth, resolved not to squander any more moments with Tang Xuan. Wait, do not be so hasty to depart. Tang Xuan interjected with a grin. Li Lang coldly replied. Do you truly think I would linger to listen to your nonsense? Tang Xuan chuckled. Oh, you misunderstand. It is him I wish to keep. He gestured towards Feng Xiyuan. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? Feng Xiyuan stammered, instinctively retreating several paces under Tang Xian's imposing presence. Enough, Tang Xian. I have gone to great lengths to spare you. Do not create further trouble. Elder Meng Jie commanded. Wu Huan added, to strike at the entrance of the dark prison would only compound your crimes. Li Lang sneered, fear not. This brat wouldn't dare act in front of me. He held no faith that Tang Xian would dare to take action openly. Feng Xiyuan finally relaxed, glaring fiercely at Tang Xian. I stand right here. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Tang Xian grinned widely, as you wish. On the mountainside. Lu Ba's eyes flickered with confusion. No, this boy cannot genuinely intend to commit murder, can he? Sima Xing shook his head. Impossible. Do you believe he could kill in the presence of Meng Jie, Wu Huan, and Li Lang? Not even Gu Tianlu could manage such a feat. Lu Ba nodded in agreement. Before the dark prison, Tang Xian's gaze sharpened. Feng Xiyuan proudly puffed out his chest. Come now. If you have the courage, show it. Should you act, there shall be no second Dark Radiance token to save you. Brother Wu Huan made it clear. Striking here means your punishment will only deepen. You were to endure 11 days in the dark prison. Now it will be 22. You are doomed. Tang Xian stroked his chin, a smile gracing his lips. 22 days. Just enough time for me to emerge. Meng Jie furrowed his brow. Tang Xian, have you said enough? If so, be on your way. Tang Xian chuckled. I apologize, Elder, for the waste of a Dark Radiance order. Rest assured, I shall return it to you. Meng Jie was momentarily taken aback. What? Before anyone could react, a terrifying surge erupted from Tang Xian's dual pupils. 9 Nether Xian Ming, true resolution. Xian Ming's initial awakening, complete perfection. A potent wave of soul power pierced through the soul sea of Fang village unimpeded. Even formidable warriors like Meng Jie and Wu Wan were caught off guard. The souls of Fang village were brutally torn apart. Thud. He buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground, his head bowing slowly. He perished on the spot. Chapter 123, 22 days. Silence. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone regarded Tang Xian with a look of utter disbelief. To commit murder at the entrance of the dark prison was unprecedented. What kind of insanity drives one to so brazenly disregard the rules of the sacred land of Dark Radiance? This kid must be out of his mind. Lu Ba trembled as he spoke. Those on the Dark Radiance rankings were notoriously audacious. But even Lu Ba had never been so reckless as to kill at the gates of the dark prison. Beside him, Sima Xing was left speechless, finally managing to catch his breath after a considerable pause. No, he truly killed. Dozens of powerful figures on the Dark Radiance rankings were utterly stunned by Tang Xian's reckless actions. After a long silence, Meng Jie finally exclaimed, You. His body trembled with rage. He had painstakingly used the Dark Radiance order to rescue Tang Xian, only for him to turn around and publicly slay Fang village. Meng Jie felt on the brink of collapse. Had he known this would happen, he would never have invited Tang Xian into the sacred land of Dark Radiance. Meanwhile, the murderous Tang Xian clapped his hands leisurely and turned to Wu Huan with a smile. Now, I need to be confined for 22 days, correct? Wu Huan, suppressing his shock, nodded. Tang Xian smiled, then, let's open the door. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Wu Huan felt as if he were in a daze. Open the door. The gatekeeper disciple dared not delay, hastily retrieving the key and unlocking the chains. With a thunderous sound, the gates of the dark prison slowly creaked open, releasing a nauseating stench into the air. Roars of terrifying beasts echoed from within. Merely hearing them was enough to make an ordinary warrior's legs quiver. Tang Xian, stop. Li Lang bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Fang village was a trusted ally of Gu Tianlu, and witnessing its slaughter before his eyes was unfathomable. Li Lang could hardly imagine the fury Gu Tianlu would unleash upon his return. You shall not die within the dark prison. Tang Xian turned with a smile. Your name is Li Lang, is it not? Li Lang's lips curled into a sinister grin. If he could kill Tang Xian, it would at least serve as a form of redemption. Indeed, Tang Xian nodded. I shall remember this. When I emerge from the dark prison, you will be next on my list. What? Li Lang's eyes widened in disbelief. Come out of the dark prison? How is that possible? No one survives the dark prison. With a flourish of his sleeve, Tang Xian strode purposefully toward the dark prison. Amidst countless astonished gazes, his figure vanished into the darkness. He has entered, Wu Huan declared. Damn it, Li Lang roared, abruptly turning to leave. Moments later, the distant sound of trees shattering echoed. Ancient trees, towering dozens of zhong, collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending clouds of dust into the air. The disciples of the Tianluo gang exchanged glances, then hoisted Fang Xiyuan's lifeless body, pursuing Li Lang. This brat is infuriating, Meng Jie exclaimed angrily. At this moment, the now composed Wu Huan chuckled. Elder Meng, given the circumstances, do not let your anger consume you. Meng Jie gritted his teeth, stating, his recklessness is maddening. He has squandered a precious dark token. How can I not be furious? 22 days. No one has ever emerged alive from the dark prison. Half a day is enough to be torn to shreds by ferocious beasts. Is there any hope left after 22 days? Wu Huan gazed at the now locked dark prison gates and suddenly remarked, I beg to differ. Elder Meng, consider this. Could that seemingly mad action of his have been meticulously planned in advance? Meng Jie was taken aback. What do you mean? Wu Huan, hands clasped behind his back, replied softly. I have a feeling that he intentionally entered the dark prison. What? Intentionally? Meng Jie's eyes widened in disbelief. Why? Who in their right mind would wish to enter such a place? That is sheer madness. Wu Huan slowly shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but if it were intentional, it suggests he is well prepared. At this point, a flicker of horror passed through Wu Huan's eyes. In 22 days, perhaps the truth will be revealed. The outcome may astonish us all. Meng Jie, too, had regained his composure, just as Wu Huan suggested. Tang Xuan's entry into the dark prison was likely deliberate. Now, he had completely offended the Tianluo gang. If he remained, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate him. It would be wiser to hide within the dark prison, where he might still find a glimmer of hope. If he truly manages to survive the dark prison, he would shatter the records of the sacred grounds. If he could capture the attention of the higher-ups, perhaps he could gain special privileges. Thus, even the ancient Tianluo would think twice before acting against him. So this is the scheme he harbored. Meng Jie exhaled deeply. Indeed, it is a meticulous plan. But all of it hinges upon his ability to survive the dark prison. Alas, he is truly a source of concern. Had I known sooner, I would not have needed that dark token. Upon the mountainside, the numerous creatures on the dark token leaderboard fell silent. To make a name for oneself and intimidate the ancient Tianluo is indeed a clever scheme, but Sima Xing furrowed his brow. Why do I feel that this lad's intentions are not as they appear? Lu Ba turned back, stating, regardless, in 22 days, the truth will become clear. Speculation is futile. The performance is over. We should return to our training. He glanced over, noticing that the creatures which had previously been on the mountainside had vanished without a trace. They truly come and go in haste. Ha ha ha. Sima Xing smiled faintly before disappearing from sight. The entrance of the dark prison returned to a serene stillness once more. However, the inner sanctum could not remain tranquil. Almost all disciples within were now aware of Tang Xuan's predicament. The once serene inner realm had transformed into a tumultuous sea. On the surface, it appeared calm, yet beneath, dark currents surged. Particularly in the vicinity of the Tianluo gang, eerie howls echoed intermittently, sending shivers down spines. 22 days. What was initially an utterly mundane span of time had, due to the presence of one individual, become irrevocably extraordinary. Everyone understood that entering the abyss of darkness equated to death. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of anticipation stirred within their hearts. They hoped Tang Xuan would be the first to emerge from the abyss. Lin Xin stood by the window, gazing at Li Lang's villa, a pleased smile gracing his lips. If there were one person who least desired his demise, it would indeed be Li Lang. However, you might want to temper your expectations. Should that young man truly escape the abyss, he would undoubtedly seek your life. Though I am uncertain of the means by which he would accomplish this. Every word he has uttered thus far has come to fruition. Within the abyss of darkness, Tang Xuan advanced. Crack! A sound of crunching echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he was confronted by countless white bones. Chapter 124, Bone Nightmare. Alas, it seems yet another soul is destined to join the ranks of the departed within the abyss. An aged voice drifted through the darkness. Immediately, countless torches ignited, illuminating the entire space. To Tang Xuan's astonishment, he found himself before a vast labyrinth. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, stood at the entrance of the maze. Tang Xuan's expression turned wary. The one who had spoken was undoubtedly this elder. Yet, he had sensed nothing of the elder's presence. His strength likely surpassed even that of Meng Jie, a celestial being. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Martial artists draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, naturally exuding an aura. The greater the cultivation, the more formidable the presence. In battle, a warrior with a powerful aura can easily overwhelm one with a weaker disposition. Similarly, an excessively potent aura can betray one's presence, prompting caution in others. However, upon reaching the realm of celestial being, this aura becomes entirely reined in. Merging with the cosmos, one could stand beside such a being and remain oblivious to their existence. This elder exuded precisely that sensation. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to prevent the ferocious beasts of the abyss from causing harm. The elder chuckled lightly. Tang Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given the Elder's prowess, he would stand no chance of resistance should the Elder wish him harm. Oh, a returning Sea Realm cultivator. The Elder cast a glance at Tang Xuan, surprise flickering in his murky eyes. Previous disciples of the Inner Sanctum who entered the Abyss had at least reached the Earth Realm, with the majority having attained the Celestial Realm. After all, without such cultivation, one could not even contemplate defying the rules. A returning Sea Realm individual was a first for him. What crime have you committed? How long is your sentence? Tang Xuan smiled faintly. It's not much of a crime, really. I merely took a few lives. 22 days. Even the Elder, with a steady heart, felt his eyelids twitch at this. Just a few lives? Was this even a reasonable statement? When did the inner disciples become so weak that they could casually slay those with the prowess of the returning Sea Realm? Moreover, it is astonishing that Tang Xuan is to be confined for a full 22 days. The Elder recalls that the most severe punishment he had ever witnessed was merely 9 days of confinement. Nevertheless, this Elder is not to be trifled with, although taken aback. He quickly regained his composure. Regardless, no matter the offense or the duration of confinement, entering the dark prison is a path to certain death. It is a precarious existence. Even if one is guilty, the sacred land does not intend to drive you to the brink of despair. Each day, one need only endure 8 hours within the dark prison, and once the time elapses, there will naturally be someone to escort you out for rest and sustenance. You shall meet your end. Tang Xuan chuckled. The dark radiant sacred land possesses a certain humanity. He gazed at the towering labyrinth, exhaling slowly as he stepped upon countless white bones and ventured into the maze. The Elder watched his figure gradually vanish into the darkness, slowly shaking his head. He clapped his hands. With a swish, a shadow appeared like a specter. I pay my respects to the Elder of the prison. The newcomer bowed deeply, revealing a youth with eyes like lightning and an imposing aura. The Elder of the prison said, Lin Ping, a new prisoner has arrived today. He has entered the dark prison. If he has not emerged after 8 hours, you are to retrieve him. Lin Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Is that necessary, Elder? The previous prisoners were devoured by ferocious beasts before I could even enter, rendering my efforts futile. Such a waste of time. The Elder of the prison smiled. Rules must not be broken. Lin Ping acquiesced with a bow. Soon after, the Elder of the prison vanished from sight. Lin Ping gazed at the towering labyrinth and muttered to himself, Ah, poor fellow. He must already be regretting his misdeeds. He stroked his chin, a look of keen interest crossing his face. I wonder what ferocious beast he will encounter. Perhaps a dragon python or a bone specter. Those creatures can give even Star Realm experts a headache. Just as he spoke, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from within the dark prison. Roar. The sound waves crashed like waves, causing the very earth to tremble. Lin Ping's pupils constricted sharply. Good heavens. It's a bone specter. That lad has struck gold. Encountering such a formidable creature right off the bat. This entity is a ghoul born from beast bones that have absorbed the resentment of the deceased. Even a full-force strike from a martial artist below the true Star Realm may not breach its defenses. Furthermore, it possesses immense strength. The last individual to encounter a bone specter was torn apart. Soon, an expression of resignation painted Lin Ping's face. What bad luck. I will have to scavenge for dismembered limbs afterward. What a hassle. He clasped his hands together and said, I hope that before I enter, a demonic wolf or a decay hawk comes along to consume the corpse, thus sparing me much trouble. Inside the dark prison, Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. Before him stood a creature towering 2 meters high, composed entirely of countless white bones, an eerie green aura swirling through the gaps. In its hollow eyes burned 2 strange ghostly flames. Even more astonishing was that this creature possessed 4 arms and a tail. A bone specter. Once, the ancient soul of destruction revealed to Tang Xuan that a terrifying creature known as Bone Nightmare frequently emerged from the mass grave, formed of bones and fueled by the essence of death and resentment. Truly a horrifying presence. It appears fortune favors me. This entity is precisely what I need to refine the 5th level of the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique, the Battle Soul Armor. A smile of delight crept across Tang Xuan's lips. Although he found himself in this situation somewhat reluctantly, his venture into the Dark Abyss had been meticulously planned. The purpose was solely to cultivate the Killing Emperor's and the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique, particularly the latter. The 5th level, known as the Battle Soul Armor Realm, necessitates the absorption of vast amounts of Yin energy to coalesce the Shura soul, which then transforms into a battle armor that envelopes the body. This not only significantly enhances defense, but also amplifies strength manifold, serving as an embodiment of both offense and defense. However, according to Shikunyu, the process of condensing the Shura soul armor creates considerable commotion. If Tang Xuan were to cultivate within the inner sect, it might attract unforeseen trouble. Yet, in the dark abyss, such concerns are non-existent. Roar. The bone nightmare threw its head back and howled, sending shockwaves that stirred a tempest, causing Tang Xuan's body to sink, his feet sliding back involuntarily for several paces. Remarkably, the force of that roar equaled that of a true Star Realm expert. The 10,000 calamities devouring Yuan realm activated instantly, absorbing all the impact. With a fierce shout, Tang Xuan surged forth, taking the initiative, annihilating Emperor Fist, shattering the heavens. The bone nightmare retaliated with its own fists. Bang! The two fists collided. Tang Xuan's arm quivered, and he was unexpectedly sent flying. What incredible strength! In midair, Tang Xuan executed a somersault, landing gracefully while drawing the Tsunger blade. Stellar slash. The blade's momentum erupted. Instantly, countless sparks erupted from the bone nightmare, revealing numerous fractures upon its form. Roar, roar, roar. In a fit of rage, the bone nightmare's tail lunged forth like a spear, aiming for Tang Xuan's heart. Stay still. Tang Xuan's eyes widened suddenly as the 9 Nether Profound Truth activated. Chapter 125, Earth Realm. Success. A vast surge of soul power violently pierced into the bone nightmare's mind. The emerald ghostly flames burning in its eyes quivered wildly. The bone nightmare's physical form was nearly invincible, yet its soul remained a vulnerability. Inferior even to a pseudo-Star Realm warrior, soul power is inherently difficult to cultivate, and those who master soul martial techniques are exceedingly rare. Even within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground, few pursue this path. Yet, Tang Xuan had grasped the formidable soul power martial technique, the 9 Nether Profound Truth, from the 9 Nether Sect. While his current soul power was insufficient to completely tear apart the bone nightmare's soul sea, the momentary shock was more than adequate. Struck by the impact, the bone nightmare stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, its bones trembling uncontrollably. Buzz. Gripping the blade with both hands, a powerful aura of the 9 Nether surged like a tide into the blade's body. Crackle. The ground beneath him was instantly coated in a layer of white frost. 4th level of the Killing Emperor's slash. 9 Nether Soul, Severing Realm. Kill. Tang Xuan propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, the Tsunger blade exuding an unparalleled and magnificent might, descending with a decisive slash. Clang. The blade's radiance struck down upon the bone nightmare's head, and the sound of shattering resonated. A tremendous crack extended downward in the wake of the blade's radiance. Shatter, commanded Tang Xuan, as he exerted all his strength and delivered a fierce slash. In an explosive sound, the bone nightmare was brutally cleaved in two, its massive form erupting into a cloud of bone powder. With a soft thud, a palm-sized piece of green jade fell from the remnants of bone. Indeed, Tang Xuan delightedly picked up the verdant stone. Waves of potent spiritual energy emanated from it, akin to a beast possessing a core. This specter too harbored its own essence. This green jade was a manifestation of the myriad vengeful souls absorbed by the bone nightmare. However, despite its abundant spiritual energy, it was saturated with endless negative emotions. Should one recklessly absorb it, those negative feelings would surge into the warrior's soul sea, consuming and overtaking them, transforming them into a bloodthirsty monster. Thus, this green jade was rather a burden for other warriors. Yet for Tang Xuan, it was a tremendous boon. The Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique was specifically designed to devour foreign energies. No matter how potent the negative emotions, they would falter before the Shura cyclone. Without hesitation, Tang Xuan began to absorb it on the spot. Roar. Hee hee hee. Ha ha. Instantly, a terrifying wave of negative emotion surged into his meridians, wildly coursing through him. A portion even directed itself towards his soul sea. Once it entered the soul sea, Tang Xuan would be in peril. Shura Cyclone, devour. He immediately activated the Shura Cyclone, consuming all the rampaging negative emotions within his meridians, transforming them into pure spiritual energy and soul power. Oh, how exhilarating! The sensation of an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy and soul power crashing through him was utterly thrilling. Seizing the moment before other ferocious beasts arrived, he attained enlightenment. Suddenly, an electronic sound echoed. Ding! The host has achieved enlightenment 100 times. The Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique has been comprehended. Ding! The host has achieved enlightenment 50 times. The Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique has garnered significant insight. Ding! The host has achieved enlightenment 60 times. The Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique has touched upon the essence. Amidst his repeated epiphanies, a multitude of black energy currents materialized around Tang Xuan's body. These black currents, as if imbued with life, swirled around him. Gradually, the black energy began to coalesce, subtly forming the semblance of armor. Ding! The host has achieved enlightenment 100 times, successfully comprehended the Battle Soul Armor Realm. The moment the electronic voice sounded, the black currents solidified entirely, transforming into a suit of armor. Success. Just as Tang Xuan reveled in his achievement, a shadow struck him with the swiftness of lightning, landing a fierce blow to his back. Bang! The force was terrifyingly immense, sending Tang Xuan hurtling 100 feet away like a kite severed from its string. Nevertheless, he flipped and stood upright. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A piercing sound rang out. The shadow landed, creating a fissure in the earth. As Tang Xuan focused his gaze, he beheld a colossal serpent's tail. Then, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he found a serpent's head thrice the size of his own, fixated upon him. The giant python was entirely jet black, with mysterious patterns faintly visible, emanating an aura far more terrifying than that of the bone nightmare. S eyes narrowed slightly. Atop the serpent's head, there were two small protrusions. The transformation from snake to jiao was evident, indicating that this python was on the verge of becoming a jiao. Goodness! Had I not recently broken through to the battle soul condensation realm, a single strike from that tail would have left me gravely injured. Turning back, observed a deep mark etched into his armor, yet in the blink of an eye, it had returned to its original state. Instead of fear, he felt a surge of joy. That attack from the dragon python was comparable to a full-force strike from a true Star Realm expert. The ferocity of such an assault failing to breach his defenses spoke volumes about the formidable strength of the Shura battle armor. Remarkably, this was merely in its initial phase. Should it be cultivated to its zenith, even a guardian elder from the celestial realm would find it impossible to budge him an inch. Furthermore, the Shura battle armor could evolve alongside its cultivation, revealing its boundless mysteries. The flesh of the serpent was highly nourishing, with the fierce beast failing to penetrate his defenses. Was now contemplating the act of slaughtering it. The more vicious the beast, the more potent its life force, which greatly benefits the enhancement of a warrior's physique. Simultaneously, the beast's inner core could elevate one's cultivation. It could be said that this ferocious creature was a treasure trove. Of course, would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. At that moment, the dragon python launched the first assault, coiling its body before springing forth like a spring. Its jaws gaped wide, intent on devouring. Yet, in the face of such a malevolent attack, stood resolute, neither flinching nor retreating. Having tested his defenses, it was now time to unleash his own offense. With one hand clenched into a fist, he executed the third form of the Extinction Emperor Fist. Boom! As the fist struck, a shockwave erupted. The terrifying force akin to a mountain torrent, unstoppable in its might. The surrounding space visibly warped. The force surged into the dragon python's mouth. Simultaneously, the dragon python succeeded in engulfing entirely. After a brief moment of silence, a significant bulge suddenly appeared at the python's 7 inches, which then ruptured, blood spraying forth like a fountain. Without even a sound, the dragon python collapsed, lifeless on the spot, leaped from the wound, clutching a black crystal in his hand. It was the beast core, containing the essence and ferocity of the creature. The essence could enhance a warrior's cultivation. Immediately activated the Shura vortex to absorb it. Before long, the sound of a breakthrough resonated within him. The black earth energy surged into his body, merging with the spiritual energy. In a state of epiphany, this process accelerated tremendously. While others might require 10 days to advance in cultivation, achieved his breakthrough in mere moments. Earth Realm. Success. Chapter 126. Comprehensive Enhancement Outside the Dark Prison. Lin Ping glanced at the sky and yawned. It was about time. He should go retrieve that young man's remains. Stretching lazily, he stood up, his gaze sharpening. Although he could traverse the dark prison at will, he dared not linger even for a moment. Should a fierce beast set its sights on him, it would spell danger. Darn it. I truly wish to avoid entering this cursed place. Lin Ping muttered to himself. He truly did not wish to enter, yet he had no choice. For it was the command of the warden. Once his breathing steadied, Lin Ping surged forth, racing towards the dark prison. At that moment, an individual emerged from within. Caught off guard, Lin Ping was about to collide with this person. In a moment of sheer instinct, he forcefully pushed off with his left foot and leaped a full yard into the air, narrowly soaring over the person's head. Upon landing, the impact propelled him forward a few steps before he finally regained his balance. "Who the hell are you? Can't you watch where you're going?" he exclaimed, irritation spilling forth. Tang Xuan scratched his head. My apologies. I didn't realize you were trying to enter. Damn it, I'm not going in. Just wait, what the hell?" After a few more expletives, Lin Ping suddenly realized with a jolt, Tang Xuan had actually emerged alive. How could this be possible? Lin Ping found himself momentarily stunned. Tang Xuan shrugged and said, "I'm starving. Do you have anything to eat?" Coughing, Lin Ping instinctively swallowed, choking on his saliva. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Tang Xuan replied with surprise. "Isn't it obvious?" As Lin Ping gradually composed himself, he remarked, "You must be the new prisoner. Level 3 of the Earth Realm. Such low cultivation. What crimes have you committed?" With a chuckle, Tang Xuan responded. Just killed a few people. Lin Ping was taken aback. Just a few? You make it sound so trivial. Unlike the warden, who had been astonished, Lin Ping regarded level 3 of the Earth realm as somewhat low, yet not incapable of murder. Every disciple who entered the dark sacred land was a formidable warrior capable of fighting beyond their level. Perhaps Tang Xuan had merely slain a few inner disciples of lower cultivation. Lin Ping reasoned that Tang Xuan must have found a hiding place and avoided the beasts. He knew some individuals were fortunate, and Tang Xuan was likely one of them. Brother, you've got good luck. If you can maintain such fortune, you might just become the first to escape from the dark prison. Tang Xuan smiled. Be confident, I will get out. Lin Ping also chuckled. He had heard such declarations no less than 5 times before. Previously, there had been others who survived a day or two, but on the 3rd day, a wave of beasts would emerge, and no matter where one hid, they would be torn to shreds. Thus, 3 days was the limit. At that moment, Lin Ping brought out some food. You have 4 hours to rest and eat. Savor it, for this may be your last meal. And remember, when you can't hold on any longer, run for the door. Tang Xuan was taken aback. Could it be that this fellow would come to his aid? Lin Ping laughed. Don't get the wrong idea. If you die nearby, I'll have to collect your body. There were rules in the dark prison. Unless it was utterly impossible to find a body, one must collect them. I'll dig a grave for you. So your journey to the dark sacred land won't be in vain. Tang Xuan picked up a beast's leg and shrugged. I don't think you'll need to collect my body. Lin Ping frowned. What are you doing? You're not planning to feed the beasts, are you? Tang Xuan smiled gently, choosing not to speak. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he lay down to sleep, soon enveloped in a deep slumber, his snores resonating in the stillness. Following his encounter with the dragon python, he faced 4 formidable beasts in succession, leaving him both physically and mentally exhausted. Thus he opted for rest. He slept for over 3 hours before awakening, fully rejuvenated in spirit and strength. It is time. You may enter now. Lin Ping gazed at Tang Xuan with a look of compassion. Brother, tread carefully. Once you depart, you may never return. Tang Xuan chuckled. Is there any wine? Lin Ping was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a jar of wine with a flourish of his right hand. Drink up. It will fortify your journey. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Let us save the drinking for when I return for a meal. Right now, I must enter and digest my food. Lin Ping's expression shifted to one of incredulity. No, I mean, brother, a fleeting stroke of good fortune does not guarantee perpetual luck. Tang Xuan replied with a grin. I do not rely on luck. I depend on this. He shook his fist, which was as large as a cauldron. With that, he vanished into the depths of the dark prison. Lin Ping stared blankly at his retreating figure, rendered speechless. Upon re-entering the dark prison, Tang Xuan did not venture far before encountering a true Star Realm demon wolf. The beast possessed formidable attacking power, and Tang Xuan exerted considerable effort to slay it. Naturally, the beast's core aided him in ascending to a minor realm, Earth Realm, 4th layer. Tang Xuan sighed deeply. The core from a true Star Realm beast would elevate other Earth Realm warriors by at least 5 minor realms. Those with extraordinary talent, like the monsters from the Dark Radiance Holy Land, could potentially ascend 7 minor realms in one go. Yet, he had only managed a single minor elevation. Having exhausted the core's power, the Shura cyclone had consumed a staggering 90% of its strength. What greed! Tang Xuan expressed his frustration. Fortunately, after devouring the power, the Shura cyclone had further enhanced his heavenly slaughter Shura art. Otherwise, he would have truly been incensed. Within 8 hours, Tang Xuan encountered 7 monsters, 4 of which were fierce beasts, while the other 3 were bone phantoms. As his cultivation improved, he found it increasingly effortless to deal with these creatures. The cores and crystals imbued with spiritual energy significantly enhanced his abilities across the board. His battle soul armor had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of minor success. What delighted Tang Xuan even more was that the Jiahuang slash had also advanced. Its 5th layer, known as the Jiahuang Descending Realm, augmented the technique's power immensely. Each strike now bore the oppressive force of the Jiahuang, capable of stifling an opponent's energy flow and disrupting their techniques. The phantom blades emitted by the technique possessed the ability to tear through space, causing astonishing destruction. Regrettably, just as he grasped this newfound insight, his time was up. Without delay, he rose and made his way outside. He still had ample time ahead of him, so there was no need for haste. A balance of work and rest was essential. After 22 days, his strength would undoubtedly astonish the entire inner sect. When Lin Ping beheld Tang Xuan reappear before him, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Brother, where on earth have you been hiding? To my astonishment, I managed to evade the brutal slaughter of the ferocious beast for 2 consecutive days. Tang Xuan shrugged. I did not hide. Lin Ping was far from convinced. Do not jest. Without concealment, Given your cultivation, you would surely be torn apart in an instant by those beasts. Tang Xuan sighed. No, I speak nothing but the truth. Chapter 127. The Rampage of Beasts. Regardless of how Tang Xuan attempted to clarify, Lin Ping remained skeptical. Thus, Tang Xuan relinquished any further explanation. After all, the prejudices held within one's heart are akin to a mountain. Once formed, they cannot be moved. Brother, this may very well be your last meal. Lin Ping proffered a jar of wine, his eyes reflecting pity. Tang Xuan accepted the jar and took several hearty gulps. The sweet, crisp liquid cascaded into his stomach. And soon the intoxicating aroma surged forth, a sensation beyond mere words. It was far more than mere pleasure. Once the effects of the liquor began to subside, Tang Xuan smiled and inquired, Why? Lin Ping sighed, While I concede that your fortune has been remarkable, evading the beast attacks for 2 days. The Abyssal prison experiences a rampage of ferocious beasts every 3 days. At that time, all the beasts within the prison will emerge, no matter where you hide. You shall be found and slaughtered. Therefore, brother, as much as I wish to continue our conversation, it must end here. Tang Xuan chuckled, downing the last of the wine, and said, Let us have a roasted suckling pig tomorrow. Lin Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. No, brother, did you truly hear what I just said? The beast tide will come, and it will be deadly. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, There is nothing in this world that can claim my life. The Abyssal prison is no exception. Lin Ping was rendered speechless. Although you exude the utmost confidence among the guilty within the Abyssal prison, that does not guarantee your survival. Tang Xuan refrained from further explanation, instead resting his hands beneath his head and closing his eyes to sleep. The more tranquil he appeared, the more anxious Lin Ping became. How could this lad be so unfazed, even in the face of impending doom? Curse it, I'm worried for him, yet it is not my life at stake. Before long, for hours had passed. Tang Xuan opened his eyes precisely on time. It was the 3rd day. He stretched his body, feeling his spirit, stamina, and energy restored to their peak condition. This wave of beasts should be sufficient to elevate both the heavenly slaughter Shura technique and the Zhan Huang slash to a consummate level. A fierce glimmer ignited in Tang Xuan's eyes, and he stepped toward the Abyssal prison. As Lin Ping watched his figure disappear, a sorrowful expression graced his face. Alas, what a fine individual, and yet he may soon be lost. The moment Tang Xuan entered the Abyssal prison, he distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The air was thick with an unprecedented, terrifying aura. No words could adequately convey the dread this presence instilled, even causing his Shura cyclone to slow slightly. A hint of wariness flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. Extravagant occurrences often herald calamity. Just as he pondered this, 2 bone nightmares materialized. These 2 were evidently different from those encountered before, shrouded in a strange aura that echoed the ominous presence in the air. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the bone nightmare brandished its arms, launching an assault upon Tang Xuan. The moment its fist was unleashed, the air erupted with a thunderous crack. The surge of power had escalated dramatically. Tang Xuan swiftly evaded, his figure darting aside. The bone nightmare's punch met only empty space, its force crashing into the ground below. In an instant, the earth trembled, the soil swirling violently, as a gaping chasm was torn asunder. Tang Xuan, refusing to linger, swiftly drew his Tsunger blade. With a decisive strike, he unleashed his attack. Simultaneously, a bizarre phantom materialized behind him. This enigmatic specter executed a strike of its own. The 2 arcs of blade light intertwined in midair, merging to form an even more formidable beam, directed towards the bone nightmare. With a fierce roar, the bone nightmare crossed its 4 arms before its chest in an attempt to defend against the impending blow. Yet, this strike proved to be utterly indomitable. With a resounding crack, the bone nightmare's 4 limbs were mercilessly severed, shattering into fragments. Subsequently, the blade light pierced through its chest. With a thunderous explosion, the bone nightmare disintegrated into bone dust. The might of a single strike was indeed fearsome. This was the power of the 5th realm of the Xia Huang slash. The Xia Huang's descent into the world. Tang Xuan had only recently achieved a breakthrough, barely attaining a minor level of mastery. Now, wielding this technique, its potency had truly exceeded his expectations. Comparable to a true star realm entity, the bone nightmare was effortlessly vanquished by a single slash. Just as he prepared to confront the second bone nightmare, a dragon python and a flame scorpion emerged. The flame scorpion, a ferocious beast resembling the size of a water buffalo, was adorned with an exceptionally hard black exoskeleton. Tang Xuan had previously encountered one. Even with the use of the 9 nether slash, he had been unable to vanquish it with a single strike, attesting to its formidable defenses. Yet, more terrifying than its defenses was the scorpion's tail stinger, which was not only extraordinarily sharp, easily piercing through protective energies, but also laced with venom. A single sting could render even a peak star realm expert utterly incapacitated, leaving them as mere shells of their former selves. Like the bone nightmare. These two beasts exuded a strange aura, their powers significantly amplified, and their expressions more frenzied. Upon their arrival, the dragon python and flame scorpion immediately charged at Tang Xuan. The combined might of the three ferocious beasts intensified the pressure upon him. Nevertheless, the greater the challenge, the more exhilarated he became. With the Tsunger blade, he unleashed a flurry of piercing blade lights, engaging in battle with the trio of beasts. The clash reverberated through the heavens and shook the earth. The relentless onslaught left Tang Xuan no opportunity to execute the Sha Huang slash. The minor level of his technique required a moment to gather strength. Yet the beast's assaults came like a torrential storm, offering him no respite. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing the mounting pressure. He had to eliminate them one by one. Among the three beasts, while the bone nightmare possessed great strength, its cumbersome form and sluggish movements rendered it a lesser threat. The dragon python, with its elongated body, required considerable time to launch subsequent attacks, thus not warranting excessive concern. Only the flame scorpion's tail stinger was swift and poisonous, necessitating its immediate elimination. Resolute in his decision, Tang Xuan no longer hesitated, setting his sights squarely on the flame scorpion. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then suddenly widened. Within his pupils, an eerie circular pattern emerged. Within the circular realm floated countless enigmatic runes, and at its very center, a crimson eye loomed ominously. Its gaze was frigid and sinister, seemingly imbued with boundless terror. When the light from the scarlet eye fell upon the flame scorpion, a fearsome beast that had reached the threshold of the half-step Fate Star realm. It trembled as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground in abject fear, completely devoid of its former ferocity. Star-severing, Tang Xuan's blade unleashed a surge of power, transforming into an infinite cascade of stellar light that repelled both the bone nightmare and the dragon python. Subsequently, the dark energy of the nine nether gathered once more. The Emperor of Darkness praised the technique, and the twin blades merged, striking down with a Tinjong arc of light that cleaved fiercely into the flame scorpion's exoskeleton. The shell, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a true star realm expert, shattered like tofu beneath the Emperor's strike. Crack! The colossal flame scorpion was severed in twain. Dark, toxic blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground and corroding it into small pits. The air became thick with a nauseating stench. Tang Xuan swiftly withdrew, evading the venomous blood. Next, the dragon python. Chapter 128, The Sealed Land Roar. Roar. Terrifying growls erupted continuously from the abyss. The earth trembled ever so slightly. Lin Ping stood at the entrance of the abyss, his face pale. Goodness, the ferocity of this beastly upheaval is utterly terrifying, even from such a distance. I feel a chill of dread. He silently wiped his brow, murmuring to himself. At that moment, a figure flashed, and the Warden Elder appeared. I pay my respects to the Elder. Lin Ping hurriedly bowed. There's no need for excessive formalities. Has the beast begun to stir again? The Warden Elder inquired solemnly. Lin Ping nodded. Indeed, this time the tremors are even stronger than before. The Warden Elder's brow furrowed slowly. It seems the seal's effect is waning. Lin Ping was taken aback. Seal? What seal? Having served at the abyss for some time, it was the first he had heard of such a seal from the Warden Elder. The Warden Elder stroked his long beard, pausing for a moment before speaking. You will learn of this in due time. Let me enlighten you. In truth, the abyss was never merely a prison. It is a place of sealing. Within it lies a truly fearsome demonic treasure. Lin Ping's pupils constricted slightly. To hear the word fearsome from the Warden Elder's lips spoke volumes of the terror that the demonic treasure embodied. The Warden Elder continued, Indeed, a demonic treasure, otherwise. Do you think those beasts would warrant such stringent guarding by the sacred land of Danyao? Lin Ping's expression shifted to one of understanding. He had sensed something peculiar before. While the beasts of the abyss were indeed formidable, the majority were of true star realm strength, with only a few reaching the Fate Star realm, and scarcely any being of the Nebula realm. Though the Nebula realm beasts were exceedingly frightening to Lin Ping, to the sacred land of Danyao, they were but insignificant insects, incapable of stirring any substantial turmoil. Elder, what if that demonic treasure were to break free from the seal? Lin Ping inquired curiously. The Warden Elder's gaze narrowed, and he replied softly, if that were to occur, the entire sacred land of Danyao would be engulfed in a tempest of blood and carnage. Lin Ping gaped in disbelief, his expression a portrait of astonishment. He gazed at the quaking abyss, engulfed in profound tremors. What manner of magical treasure could elicit such words from the Elder Guardian of the prison? Focus intently. Report anything unusual promptly. With that command, the Elder Guardian vanished from sight. Lin Ping's countenance immediately fell. Surely, this scalding hot potato is beyond my grasp. Yet, despite his grumbling, he was acutely aware of his lowly status. Heaven above, if I can just endure for another month, I shall be free. Please let nothing untoward occur at this juncture. With hands clasped, he silently offered his prayers. Inside the dark abyss, a brutal melee raged. Amid the flashing blades, the head of a towering demonic wolf was severed, its massive body crashing to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. From the wolf's decapitated neck, strands of black mist materialized, twisting and writhing as if alive, lingering in the air. Just as Tang Xuan leaned in for a closer inspection, the black mist transformed into a bolt of lightning, plunging into his soul sea. Kill, kill, kill. A frenzied intent to slaughter erupted within Tang Xuan's soul sea. In an instant, his heart brimmed with murderous intent, his eyes turning crimson. The next moment, the nine nether life wheel emerged, suppressing that surge of killing intent. His consciousness regained clarity, and Tang Xuan exhaled deeply, relieved. Thankfully, after breaking through the second layer of the nine nether profound truth, he had coalesced the nine nether life wheel, capable of subduing foreign powers. Otherwise, if that peculiar murderous intent had breached his soul sea, it would have spelled disaster for him. After continuously devouring several bone nightmares cores, his soul power had significantly bolstered, and the nine nether profound truth had smoothly ascended to its second layer, the nine nether life wheel. Upon reaching this realm, the most significant advantage was the added layer of protection for his soul. As long as the life wheel remained intact, his soul would not dissipate. Beyond safeguarding his soul, the nine nether life wheel was also effective in suppressing foreign soul powers, effectively completing Tang Xuan's final deficiency. Is this murderous intent the catalyst for the beast rampage? Subsequently, Tang Xuan slew several more ferocious beasts, discovering identical, eerie killing intents within them, further solidifying his conviction that this strange killing intent was indeed the cause of the beast rampage. The ferocious beasts continued their relentless assault. Engaging in furious combat was the most effective means of transcending martial skills. With a single stroke, the blade's brilliance intensified significantly, its speed quickening as well. A smile crept across Tang Xuan's lips. Excellent. Mastery achieved. Upon reaching full mastery, the speed at which the Chao Wang slash consolidated its power increased by 50%, while its might surged by 30 to 40%. Slaying the ferocious beasts became a trivial endeavor. Kill, kill, kill. Tang Xuan had long lost count of the number of beasts he had slain. Suddenly, the peculiar atmosphere in the air receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. The once raging beasts, now akin to deflated balloons, fell silent one by one, gradually retreating into the shadows. Tang Xuan hesitated for a moment and chose not to pursue. In the darkness, countless dangers lurked unseen. Having just endured a fierce battle that drained him significantly, recklessly chasing after the foe could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Tang Xuan meticulously extracted all the beast cores from the slain beasts, over 30 in total. This bounty was sufficient for him to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the earth realm. Without wasting a moment, he immediately took one of the beast cores and began to consume it voraciously. With his current level of cultivation, he fully absorbed and digested the power of a true star realm beast core in mere moments. After consuming 3 beast cores in succession, a thunderous roar resonated within him. Earth realm 5th level. Tang Xuan did not pause, but continued to devour the beast cores. Upon finishing the 9th core, his realm experienced another breakthrough. Earth realm 6th level. Eventually, after all the cores had been consumed, his level reached the Earth realm 7th level. However, over 80% of the power had been siphoned away by the Shura cyclone. Nevertheless, the Shura cyclone had not absorbed in vain. The 5th level of the Heavenly Slaughter Shura technique successfully advanced to mid-grade accomplishment. At this moment, the Shura soul armor had become remarkably solidified, its war patterns distinctly visible. As Tang Xuan slightly moved his body, the power within him surged forth like a volcanic eruption, overwhelmingly potent. Now, when facing beasts of the true star realm, he no longer needed to employ the imperial slash. His physical prowess alone was sufficient to rend them apart. Just as Tang Xuan was regaining his breath, a piercing scream erupted from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Ping, eyes wide with shock, staring at him as if he were a ghost. Why, you're not dead? Tang Xuan smiled broadly. Do you wish for my demise? Chapter 129. The beast tied a day. Early Lin Ping was already stammering incoherently. He had entered with the intention of collecting Tang Xuan's remains, given their past bond. Under such a terrifying beast tide, Tang Xuan was certainly doomed. Lin Ping's entrance was merely to fulfill a personal obligation. Finding remnants of clothing would have been a fortunate outcome. Yet, what he beheld was astonishing. The ground was strewn with the corpses of the slain beasts, bone nightmares, demon wolves. dragon pythons, and even flame scorpions. Each carcass sent shivers down Lin Ping's spine. There had once been a monster on the Dark Radiance list, imprisoned for wrongdoing. Initially, he had held out against the beast tide for 2 days, only to be shredded on the 3rd day. A flame scorpion's tail had mercilessly pierced his body, while the upper half was devoured by a dragon python, and the lower half was gnawed on by a demon wolf. His end was nothing short of tragic. If even a creature of the Dark Radiance list could not withstand such beasts, how could Tang Xuan slay them with such ease? Lin Ping gazed at him, suddenly struck by an unsettling thought. Was Tang Xuan a beast clad in human skin? How could he be so formidable? Oh, what are you thinking? Tang Xuan chuckled, waving his hand. Lin Ping gasped sharply, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. The look in his eyes was one of palpable fear. In the next moment, his pupils constricted dramatically. As he stood there, Lin Ping was astounded to discover that Tang Xuan's aura had surged to the 7th level of the Earth realm. If his memory served him correctly, when he first encountered Tang Xuan, he was merely at the 3rd level. In the span of just 2 days, he had remarkably advanced by 4 minor realms. Was he even human? While it was known that some prodigies could break through during battle, to leap 4 minor realms while under the assault of a beast tide was nothing short of monstrous. Looking at Tang Xuan's warm smile, Lin Ping suddenly comprehended why Tang Xuan had been imprisoned for murder. The inner sanctum was a place where strength reigned supreme. It was likely that some individuals, having perceived Tang Xuan's initially unremarkable prowess, had harbored ulterior motives. And then, the aftermath was dire. A being capable of slaughtering fierce beasts at the True Star realm like they were mere piglets, did those individuals still have a chance of survival? A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Ping. How foolish one must be to provoke such a creature. Today had indeed been perilous, and he felt utterly exhausted. Is there anything to eat? Tang Xuan inquired, rubbing his stomach. Ah, yes, there is, Lin Ping replied cautiously, his voice noticeably lowered. The reason was simple. If he were to face a beast tide, he would become prey within mere moments. Once the strange aura dissipated, no ferocious beasts remained in sight around the outer perimeter of the dark prison. Tang Xuan and Lin Ping stepped outside, where Lin Ping swiftly procured food and a bucket filled with steaming, clean water. Brother, how about a bath? It will feel much better. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Thank you. Lin Ping shook his hands in protest. It is my duty. Would you like a massage? Tang Xuan chuckled, waving his hand. He was not accustomed to being massaged by another man. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, and enjoying a delightful bath that opened every pore, he felt utterly rejuvenated. Brother, you are incredible. You are the first person to survive a direct confrontation with the beast tide. Lin Ping exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Tang Xuan smiled lightly. Is that so? I honestly didn't feel much danger. Lin Ping's mouth twitched. Was this even human speech? Perhaps this was the perspective of a true strongman. How he wished to possess such talent. Lin Ping gazed at him with envy. After resting for 4 hours, Tang Xuan re-entered the dark prison. It seemed that his previous day's slaughter had severely depleted the ferocious beast's vitality. Today, his gains were modest, having only slain 3 beasts. When Tang Xuan emerged, Lin Ping had prepared a feast and warm water, rubbing his hands together with a fawning smile. He realized that Tang Xuan was not there to atone but to cultivate. The dark prison, which instilled fear in others, was a sacred training ground for Tang Xuan. Who could he even explain this to? On the 5th day, as Tang Xuan entered the dark prison, he immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. That eerie presence had returned, even more pronounced and formidable than before. Roars echoed as shadows of beasts flitted before him, a multitude of ferocious creatures charging towards him. Yet, faced with the significantly enhanced strength of Tang Xuan, these beasts quickly met their demise, becoming mere corpses. From the corpse emanated a chilling and sinister aura of murderous intent. This time, Tang Xuan proactively absorbed the eerie killing energy. Although these murderous vibes were terrifying, they harbored an immensely potent soul power. After refining it, the 9 Nether Xianming true resolution was clearly enhanced. It is known that elevating soul power is an arduous task. Even the crystalline core left by the Bone Nightmare had limited potential for enhancement. Yet, this bizarre murderous intent could genuinely augment soul power. The 9 Nether Life Wheel had reached minor completion. A smile of joy graced Tang Xuan's lips. With the minor completion of the 9 Nether Life Wheel, its power surged significantly, accelerating the rate at which it absorbed and devoured the eerie killing energy several-fold. After 8 hours, the strange aura receded once more, and the ferocious beasts departed in kind. When Lin Ping entered and beheld the scene of scattered corpses, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Did you disturb a ferocious beast's lair? Tang Xuan chuckled. Not at all. There was just a beast tide. What? A beast tide? How is that possible? Today is only the 5th day. Logically, It should not occur until tomorrow. Lin Ping's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the seal had truly weakened? This was a harbinger of calamity. The seal. Tang Xuan keenly seized upon those two words. What seal? Lin Ping, now flustered, immediately replied without a second thought. The Elder Guard said that the dark prison is not a true prison but a place of sealing, containing a dreadful magical treasure. Every 3 days, the malevolent energy of the treasure leaks out, which is why beast tides occur. But now, merely 2 days in, and a beast tide has erupted again, indicating that the seal's efficacy has diminished, allowing even more malevolent energy to seep out. If we don't act quickly, it could spell disaster. While they were speaking, an overwhelming disturbance surged from the depths of the dark prison. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked like a spider's web in the wake of the disturbance. The intense shock transformed into a tempest, sweeping outward. Tang Xuan and Lin Ping's pupils dilated simultaneously, their spiritual energy surging as they raised their hands to shield their faces. With a resounding crash, both were violently jolted, their feet instinctively sliding backward. However, Tang Xuan, possessing the Azura Cyclone, quickly stabilized his stance. Lin Ping, on the other hand, fared poorly. Initially able to withstand the force, he was soon sent flying like a severed kite. Fortunately, with his formidable cultivation, he twisted his body and landed safely. Chapter 130. The Obsidian Malevolence. Tang Xuan and Lin Ping's eyes widened in alarm. From the depths of the dark prison emerged a faint stream of black energy, coalescing into mist that gradually spread outward. Lin Ping's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering. Brother, we must flee. This is beyond our capability to endure. As he spoke, from the black mist surged 7 or 8 ferocious beasts, lunging toward them. These creatures were ensnared in terrifying energy. Their power escalated to the level of the Destiny Star realm. This is bad, run. Lin Ping, now in a state of panic, paid no heed to Tang Xuan and turned to flee. At this moment, self-preservation took precedence. Tang Xuan hesitated briefly, only to find himself surrounded by the ferocious beasts. Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious beast launched a direct attack against him. Tang Xuan swiftly drew the Tsunger blade and engaged in combat with the creature. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Tang Xuan discerned that while the beasts had gained strength under the influence of the eerie aura, their reflexes had significantly slowed, as though their consciousness had been stripped away. With this revelation, Tang Xuan effortlessly dispatched the beast. After obtaining the beast's crystal core, he did not depart, but instead gazed toward the swirling strange black mist. What could possibly lie within? It is only natural for a person to be curious. During his ascension through the 9 Nether Fate Wheel, the eerie black mist no longer posed a threat to him. Rather, it seemed to enhance his soul power. With this assurance, venturing into the unknown appeared to be a reasonable endeavor. Should danger arise, he could always retreat. A magical treasure that even the Dark Radiant's sacred land regarded with reverence must possess considerable value, he mused, stroking his chin. Fortune favors the bold. With his mind made up, he stepped into the black mist. As he crossed the threshold, the strange black mist surged toward him like a ravenous wolf, eager to consume him. Tang Xuan promptly activated the 9 Nether Fate Wheel, absorbing the encroaching mist and transforming it into pure soul power. To be prudent, he also initiated the Azura Cyclone. While the Azura Cyclone could not directly devour the eerie black mist, it effectively prevented the mist from drawing near him. With this dual layer of protection, he felt emboldened to advance. Along the way, he encountered numerous ferocious beasts, their eyes glowing crimson and their tempers volatile. However, Tang Xuan chose to evade confrontation, conserving his strength whenever possible. The beasts he sidestepped appeared to be driven mad, fleeing toward the depths of the dark prison. Outside the dark prison, the Warden Elder's expression was grave. Behind him stood 4 elders of the Dark Radiant's sacred land and several dozen disciples. Lin Ping stood just behind the Warden Elder. The dark prison trembled violently, and terrifying streams of black gas erupted from within. This was the dark demonic energy. Known for its soul-devouring properties, which should not be approached, exercise caution. The Warden Elder admonished, prompting everyone to retreat hastily. At that moment, a thunderous beast roar echoed. Dozens of terrifying beasts emerged from the dark demonic energy, charging toward the crowd. The Warden Elder's countenance shifted. We must stop these creatures. They cannot be allowed to escape the dark prison, or the Dark Radiant's sacred land will face calamity. He raised his hand and struck at one of the beasts. With a resounding bang, the beast was sent flying, yet it remained unscathed. Be cautious. These creatures have gained considerable strength. The Warden Elder's pupils constricted slightly. As a person of celestial-level cultivation, he should have effortlessly subdued the true star-level beasts. However, that strike not only failed to vanquish the beast, but also left his arm somewhat numb. The elders and disciples of the Dark Radiant's sacred land surged forward, engaging the beasts in fierce battle. These elders and disciples were the pinnacle of the sacred land's strength. Although they were not as powerful as the beasts, they relied on their advanced martial skills to hold their ground. Lin Ping rushed forward and delivered a powerful strike. The outcome not only failed to repel the ferocious beast, but also left his hands numb. By heavens, it's a ghost. How could such a formidable creature exist? How on earth did that fellow manage to slay it? Lin Ping, filled with incredulity, began to retreat. This level of combat was far beyond his capabilities. It was hopeless. That young man hadn't emerged yet. He was likely dead. A most tragic fate. Lin Ping, with trepidation, gazed at the dark prison gate enveloped in ominous black mist. Although he was deeply concerned for Tang Xuan, he dared not enter in the face of such terrifying beasts and could only lament in silence. As the battle intensified, the black mist continued to spread, and the number of ferocious beasts increased. The pressure on the side of the Dark Radiant's sacred land grew immensely. Had it not been for the formidable strength of the Elder Guardian, they would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed by now. Witnessing the dire situation, the Elder Guardian's furrowed brow deepened. Damn it! If we cannot thwart the outburst of the black mist, the number of beasts will only multiply. However, the black mist specifically targets the soul. Even a heavenly realm expert cannot withstand it. How can we stop this? The only solution is to completely seal the dark prison. But doing so would accumulate the black mist further, likely resulting in catastrophic consequences. The elders shouted in concern. The Elder Guardian spoke solemnly. Prepare the soul-devouring explosion array. Lin Ping was taken aback. The soul-devouring explosion array was an exceedingly dreadful formation. Once activated, it would absorb the most sinister energies of heaven and earth, condensing myriad soul-devouring ghost flames, which would then be drawn by the essence of the array's caster. Once initiated, the ghost flames would ravenously consume all living beings and spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius, triggering a violent explosion. The resulting storm of malevolent energy would continuously erode the area enveloped by the array, leaving desolation in its wake, transforming it into a grim ghost realm. One elder exclaimed, "We cannot. Once the soul-devouring explosion array is activated, the dark prison may indeed be destroyed, but we will likely perish here as well." The Elder Guardian coldly replied, "Our duty is to safeguard the dark prison. Otherwise, the demonic treasures will erupt and jeopardize the Dark Radiant's sacred land. If we allow the black mist to explode, it would signify our dereliction of duty, and the Dark Radiant's sacred land would also suffer. If you fear for your lives, you may withdraw now. I shall activate the soul-devouring explosion array alone and perish alongside these beasts." The elder who had spoken earlier fell silent. Desertion in the face of danger is an intolerable act for any sect. Yet, he truly did not wish to die. The Elder Guardian retrieved a black array disc from his robes. This was the disc of the soul-devouring explosion array. Once activated, it would transform into an unparalleled great formation, annihilating everything in its path. However, the Elder Guardian hesitated to initiate it, knowing that once it was unleashed, there would be no turning back. They would be obliterated alongside the dark prison. For the first time, a tremor ran through the Elder Guardian's hand. Roar! The number of ferocious beasts continued to swell, growing increasingly feral. Everyone had exerted their utmost efforts, yet still could not withstand the onslaught, forced to retreat steadily. The Elder Guardian sighed. Is this the end? He raised his right hand, and the disk of the soul-devouring explosion array began to glow slowly. Chapter 131. The eerie black glowed deep within the dark prison. Tang Xuan traversed through the enveloping black mist. At this moment, the ominous black mist had thickened to a nearly tangible degree. The extent of visibility barely reached 3 paces, beyond which lay an absolute void of darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a primordial beast ready to swallow a person whole. Tang Xuan chose to close his eyes, channeling the power of the 9 nether profound mysteries to its utmost capacity. Through the resonance of soul energy, the black mist transformed into threads, swirling and coiling around him. The other ends of these threads converged towards a specific point. There, Tang Xuan stepped toward the gathering place of the threads. The sensitivity of his soul energy far surpassed that of mere sight. Any fluctuations in the surroundings could not escape its perception. Along the way, Tang Xuan deftly avoided several waves of ferocious beasts. Some lay silently hidden in the shadows, and without the aid of his soul energy, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. It is well known that danger lurks in the dark. A single injury could summon a horde of terrifying beasts, forcing even someone like Tang Xuan to flee. This soul energy is indeed powerful, yet it consumes too much and is difficult to cultivate, he mused. After traversing for what felt like half an incense stick's worth of time, the black mist grew increasingly dense, with many strands intertwining. It appeared he was nearing the source. Tang Xuan quickened his pace. Ultimately, he arrived at the epicenter of the mist eruption. This is... Tang Xuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Before him stood dozens of terrifying beasts, each ensnared by the dreadful black mist. Strangely, these fearsome creatures seemed oblivious to Tang Xuan's presence, remaining utterly still. Ah! A look of astonishment crossed Tang Xuan's face as he noticed that all the beasts were oriented in the same direction. Turning his gaze, he beheld an altar at the end of the darkness. Upon the altar lay the skeletal remains of an unknown beast, a black longsword protruding from its bones. The instant Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the sword, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his head, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. What a terrifying blade! Hastily, he activated the 9 nether profound mysteries to steady his mind. Even a mere whisper of its residual power was overwhelmingly formidable. Clearly, this sword was the source of the eruption of the abyssal demonic energy. What on earth is this sword? Just as Tang Xuan pondered this, the black longsword began to tremble violently. A surge of black radiance erupted from its blade, piercing into the body of one beast. In an instant, the creature's form shriveled visibly, reduced to a mere hide. Soon after, the black radiance emerged from the hide and darted into the body of a second beast. Then a third, a fourth. One by one, those beasts were grotesquely drained into mere pelts by the eerie black light. This bizarre spectacle sent shivers down Tang Xuan's spine. Everything before him had transcended his comprehension. The only option left: flee. At that moment, Tang Xuan began to retreat slowly. Just then, the strange black light burst forth from the hides, hurtling towards him. This is bad. Tang Xuan, filled with trepidation, grasped at Song air blade. Its sharp radiance transforming into a net of blades, aiming to intercept the enigmatic black light. However, to his astonishment, the strange black light completely disregarded the assault of the blade's brilliance and directly penetrated into his forehead. Instantly, a maniacal laughter resonated. Ah, such a bountiful soul sea. Far superior to those worthless ones. It is all mine, all mine. Tang Xuan felt as though his head might explode as his soul power was devoured at an alarming rate by the peculiar black light. How dare you consume my soul power? 9 underworld life wheel, suppress it. The 9 underworld life wheel descended with immense force, ensnaring the enigmatic black light within its confines. What is this absurdity? You think you can trap me? The strange black light exclaimed in disbelief, before launching itself into a frenzied assault. With each collision, the 9 underworld life wheel trembled violently. Tang Xuan hastily augmented his soul power to stabilize the wheel. The 9 underworld profound mysteries. A supreme soul power technique bequeathed by the 9 underworld ancestor, rendered his soul indestructible. Although Tang Xuan's cultivation was still in its infancy, the 9 underworld life wheel had already taken shape, merging seamlessly with the entire soul sea. Despite the terror of the black light, tearing apart the 9 underworld life wheel was no simple task. In a mere instant, the black light made dozens of attempts to break free. Yet it was unable to escape. Ant, do you think this can contain me? It roared in fury, as a terrifying force emanated from the black sword, surging into Tang Xuan's meridians. I shall utterly shred your corporeal form. Let us see how you resist. This force, a fusion of blood energy and sword intent, pierced through Tang Xuan's meridians as if countless swords were stabbing him, inducing excruciating pain. Damn it, you think it's so easy to tear apart my body? Shura Cyclone, devour it. Tang Xuan's temper flared as he unleashed the Shura Cyclone to its maximum capacity, completely absorbing the blood energy and sword intent. What audacity! You dare to consume my power. Die! The enigmatic black light bellowed. Subsequently, the black sword unleashed an even greater torrent of blood energy and sword intent, far surpassing the limits of what the Shura Cyclone could endure. Tang Xuan felt his body swelling like a balloon, and his brows furrowed slightly. If he did not devise a solution soon, he would be burst from within. Ha ha ha, a mere ant cannot withstand my might. The strange black light laughed triumphantly. With no other options left, Tang Xuan resolved to employ his final trump card. Enlightenment System. Activate. In an instant, he entered a state of profound comprehension. In this state, a cultivator's senses heightened significantly, and the speed of their techniques accelerated, becoming more precise. The Shura Cyclone surged forth as if it had ingested a blue pill, operating frantically to compensate for the influx of energy. What? Enlightenment? A hint of astonishment surfaced in the voice of the black light. Humph, clever boy. To trigger enlightenment just before facing death. Truly fortunate, yet so naive. Enlightenment is a gift from the heavens, and in a human form. It cannot be sustained for long. I shall see how long you can maintain it. 1 incense stick, 2 incense sticks, 3 incense sticks. As the incense burned down, Tang Xuan remained in a state of enlightenment, while the enigmatic dark light began to exhibit signs of agitation. To To maintain such a prolonged state of enlightenment is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations. However, it matters not. In just a moment, you shall be unable to sustain it any longer. Soon enough, another incense stick had burned down. Tang Xuan had completely transformed the wild, violent energy coursing through his body into a lotus form. With a resounding boom, he broke through to the 8th level of the Earth Realm. Chapter 132, Demon Sword. Emperor Yuan. A breakthrough had been achieved. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. As the saying goes, good things come in pairs. Suddenly, his garments began to flutter without wind, and his eyes radiated a fierce, chilling light. The surrounding spiritual energy converged with wild abandon, forming a massive vortex beside him. As Tang Xuan slowly raised his hand, the air emitted a sound of tearing, strained under the immense pressure. A tremendous sword intent surged forth from within him, warping the space it traversed like ripples on water. When condensed to its utmost, a brilliant sword force, radiant as the sun, soared into the sky, causing the surrounding area to tremble within 100 zhang radius. Tang Xuan emanated an overwhelming pressure that instilled dread. The gathered sword force seemed capable of severing all obstacles in this world. The sword intent had reached a minor completion. Tang Xuan, astonished, felt the tumultuous sword force within him. It was a power entirely distinct from that of blade or fist. Although sword, blade, and fist are all pursuits of martial artists aiming for the pinnacle, their contrasting weapon characteristics and martial philosophies give rise to vastly different styles. The sword, herald of all weapons, is long and light. Its intent emphasizes mastery over force, focusing on agility, variation, and exquisite control. Like a dragon soaring through the clouds, the mere quiver of the sword's edge can summon the world's spiritual energy, concealing countless lethal threats in its subtleties, capable of shattering myriad techniques with a single strike. You have actually condensed sword intent. How is this possible? The enigmatic dark light roared, its voice tinged with frustration. Tang Xuan smiled and replied, although we are adversaries, I must thank you. Without your substantial infusion, it would have taken me at least another 2.5 years to condense the minor sword intent. What manner of creature are you? How can you maintain such a state of enlightenment and condense sword intent so swiftly? The dark light exclaimed, astonished, before its tone shifted to a sinister chuckle. But now that you have emerged from your state of enlightenment, your time is up. In a fit of maniacal laughter, a surge of energy and sword intent erupted from the black sword, violently piercing into Tang Xuan's body. Tang Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The dark light, believing it had succeeded, grew increasingly arrogant. Are you afraid? Do you feel despair now? As long as you do not enter a state of enlightenment, you cannot withstand my sword intent. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Your talent pleases me greatly, so I intend to refine you into a sword servant. Serving me for eternity, Tang Xuan sighed and said, initially, I merely wished to condense minor sword intent, yet you insist on assisting me in achieving major sword intent. I am truly moved. Since you have delivered the sword intent to my very lips, I can only accept it wholeheartedly. Enlightenment, activate. As the electronic sound resonated, Tang Xuan instantly entered a state of enlightenment. After breaking through his realm and sword intent, he absorbed the energies at an accelerated pace. In an instant, he refined the blood and sword intent that had invaded his body. Yet again, enlightenment struck him. How could this be possible? The eerie black light emitted a piercing scream. Had it been a corporeal entity, it would surely have spewed forth blood at this moment. Tang Xuan entered a state of enlightenment once more, leaving the strange black light in a state of bewilderment. Who exactly was the true monster here? After refining the sword intent, Tang Xuan opened his eyes, filled with an insatiable yearning. Was there more? Continue to infuse me. The strange black light remained silent. Did it think he would remain passive while it bestowed more power upon him? It should know that this blood and sword intent were its fundamental forces. Every drop diminished its essence, and they were not inexhaustible. Tang Xuan waited in vain, and as the eerie black light made no move, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He was but a hair's breadth away from mastering the sword intent. Wasn't this sheer torment? His gaze fell upon the black longsword. If the strange black light Wu Ti provided, would he not take it for himself? Rising to his feet, he strode toward the black sword, seeking death. A wave of exhilaration surged within the eerie black light. That black longsword was an ancient artifact, harboring a terrifying malevolence. Even it could not control it. For an ordinary warrior, merely touching it would lead to instant annihilation, transforming them into a bloodthirsty demon. Approaching the black sword, Tang Xuan observed its seamless form, devoid of any signs of human craftsmanship. Two grand characters were etched upon the hilt. Yuan Di, the demon sword Yuan Di. Even with his burgeoning sword intent, he could still sense the horrifying power contained within the blade. Though the origins of this sword remained a mystery, it was undoubtedly a treasure that even the sacred land of Anyao could only seal away. A surge of joy swelled within Tang Xuan. If he could conquer this sword, his power would undoubtedly soar. Taking a deep breath, he reached for the hilt. The moment he grasped it, an overwhelmingly terrifying and tyrannical force surged from the blade. Akin to a cataclysmic wave, Tang Xuan staggered, his eyes becoming hollow. He felt as if his soul had been stripped away, leaving only an empty shell. Foolish human. This demon sword Yen Di is the supreme artifact of the land of the dead. Though its power is sealed, it is certainly not something a mere earthly realm waste can touch. At that moment, his soul was drawn into the blade's illusory realm, likely being utterly torn apart by the sword's power. This body would serve as an ideal vessel for me. With a sinister laugh, the eerie black light exerted force. Yet the nine nether destiny will remained unyielding. Strange, this boy's soul has not yet perished. How is that possible? The blade's illusory realm is a terrifying taboo that even I dare not approach. Given that boy's soul strength, he should have been obliterated with a mere breath. Intriguing. Never mind. I shall wait a little longer. His soul will inevitably meet destruction. Here, Tang Xuan gazed in astonishment at everything unfolding before him. Beneath the darkened firmament, countless sword-shaped runes floated, shimmering with a glass-like luster as they slowly rotated and intertwined, delineating a scroll imbued with profound truths of the Tao. The essence of the sword path. Above the intent of the sword lies the momentum of the sword. Above the momentum of the sword is the path of the sword. The Tao is the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth. If the power of momentum signifies an understanding of these laws, then the Tao represents their application. While Tang Xuan was observing, those sword-shaped runes suddenly became agitated. The entire illusion trembled, and waves of immense, terrifying pressure bore down upon Tang Xuan. In an instant, he felt as if he were being torn apart. He hastily summoned the half-step perfected sword momentum to counteract it. However, in the face of the sword path, the half-step perfected sword momentum was utterly insufficient, leaving him unable to raise his head. In light of this, he thought, do not blame me for being impolite. This sword path, I shall accept it. The Enlightenment System, activate. Chapter 133, to kill you, is also mine. Ding. The host achieved enlightenment 100 times. Grasping aspects of sword momentum. Ding. The host achieved enlightenment 70 times, successfully reaching perfected sword momentum. Ding. The host achieved enlightenment 60 times, comprehending additional sword momentum. With each moment of enlightenment, Tang Xuan's sword momentum grew, and the oppressive pressure diminished. In that moment, he resembled a frenzied machine, perpetually consuming and digesting the mysteries of the sword path. After 2,500 moments of enlightenment, his sword momentum reached its pinnacle. Following 5,000 moments, he successfully broke through to the state of sword momentum's ultimate perfection. At this juncture, the terrifying pressure of the sword path surrounding him no longer affected Tang Xuan. Yet he did not relax. Instead, he continued to seek enlightenment. He aimed to transform his sword momentum directly into the sword Tao in one go. Ultimately, after 9,999 moments of enlightenment, a myriad of pure sword light erupted from his being. The sharpness once gathered at the tip of his sword dissipated, replaced by a mysterious resonance, as if the heavens and the earth were harmonizing to celebrate the arrival of the sword Tao. Boom. The entire illusion quaked. The sword Tao erupted like a volcanic explosion. Tang Xuan felt his consciousness transcend the confines of his physical body, allowing him to clearly perceive the flow of every strand of spiritual energy around him. The intricacies of the sword Tao became increasingly lucid in his mind, as if the very rules of the world were welcoming him with open arms. In that moment, he felt as though he had become the embodiment of the sword Tao, his every gesture imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Indeed, this is the power of the sword Tao. Ha! I have comprehended it. With a long roar, Tang Xuan slowly rose. What need is there to question the peak? To overlook the firmament is no great height. Amidst the proud verses of poetry, Tang Xuan reached out and grasped. The entire illusion began to shrink, ultimately condensing into a droplet of water that fell upon his fingertip. This droplet was the source power of the demon sword Yen Di. From that moment on, the demon sword Yen Di had become his fated weapon. With a thought, his soul returned. Tang Xuan looked down, and to his surprise, he found that the demon sword Yen Di was now firmly grasped in his hand. How could this be possible? The eerie black glow emitted a piercing scream, filled with terror and disbelief. Do you have any last words? Tang Xuan inquired nonchalantly. With a flicker of his mind, a terrifying sword force arose from the nine nether life wheel. What? The sword Tao? You actually comprehended the sword Tao. The eerie black glow shrieked. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. Although Tang Xian's understanding of the sword Dao was still nascent, extinguishing its soul posed no challenge. Sensing Tang Xian's murderous intent, the eerie black glow decisively chose to yield. Give me a reason not to kill you. Tang Xian replied coolly. The eerie black glow declared. I can help you dominate the world. Trust me, I can. Tang Xian chuckled. You, a mere remnant soul trapped within the Emperor of Hell, clinging to existence. Where does your confidence stem from? Without you, I can still conquer the world. The eerie black glow fell silent. Tang Xian's talent was indeed formidable. He had swiftly elevated from sword momentum to sword Dao mastery. He was destined to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Whether or not to spare the eerie black glow was of little consequence. What else do you have? Tang Xian asked. The sword force within the nine nether life will grew increasingly agitated. I possess a set of sword techniques. If you spare me, I will impart it to you. This set is incredibly powerful, an ancient sword art I painstakingly discovered. The eerie black glow exclaimed. For martial artists, techniques are as alluring as a peerless beauty is to men. The eerie black glow believed that no one could resist the temptation of ancient sword arts. Indeed, Tang Xian's expression revealed intrigue. Oh, what is this ancient sword art? Suddenly, the eerie black glow twisted, and a black crystal materialized. Within the crystal, mysterious shadows flickered. My lord, this is the legacy crystal of the ancient sword art. The eerie black glow's tone now held a hint of flattery. If you let me go, I shall gift you this legacy crystal. What do you say? Tang Xian smiled. The eerie black glow, seeing his smile, felt a sense of relief. He had resolved that once Tang Xian released the nine nether life wheel, he would flee and seek revenge later. However, in the next instant, the sword force mercilessly pierced through the eerie black glow's essence. The eerie black glow let out a wretched roar. You lack martial virtue. Tang Xian replied coolly. If I don't kill you, will I leave you to return and take revenge on me? As for the ancient sword art, even if I kill you, it will still be mine. The eerie black glow was stunned. He thought he was ruthless enough, yet Tang Xian proved even more so. To eradicate all threats, he was determined to leave no remnants. The sword force was a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth, no matter how formidable the eerie black glow was. Obliteration was its only fate. I refuse to accept this. With a final, anguished scream, the eerie black glow shattered. Its last remnants consumed by the nine nether life wheel. It is completed. A smile of satisfaction graced Tang Xian's lips. The soul power left by the eerie remnant exceeded his expectations, directly elevating the nine nether life wheel to a state of completion. Oh no. Suddenly, Tang Xian's expression shifted dramatically, his face etched with regret. I still do not know the name of that mysterious black radiance. Alas, I was too hasty. However, his feigned remorse could not conceal the grin that tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ancient sword techniques, let us discover what they entail. Tang Xian retrieved the crystal of martial heritage and began to comprehend its essence. Immediately, a glimmer of astonishment flashed across his pupils. Such an extraordinarily potent sword technique. The power of this ancient sword art far exceeds all the martial skills he has currently mastered. The prerequisite for its cultivation is an understanding of the sword path. Though the requirements are stringent, the power is correspondingly immense. Tang Xian promptly immersed himself in enlightenment. Despite the presence of numerous ferocious beasts in the abyss, none dared approach even a fraction closer, protected as he was by the demonic sword Yin Di. With the descent of the enigmatic black radiance, the dark demonic energy lost its bindings and gradually dissipated. At the entrance of the abyss, the elder in charge of the prison trembled slightly, preparing to activate the soul-devouring explosion array. Just then, Lin Ping suddenly screamed, the demonic energy, it seems to be dissipating. The elder quickly focused his gaze and indeed observed the terrifying black demonic energy vanishing at a visible pace. The rampaging beasts appeared to be drained of their vitality, collapsing to the ground in spasms. What is happening? The elder was utterly bewildered. How could the black demonic energy be dissipating so effortlessly? It was not only him. Others were equally perplexed. What on earth has transpired in the abyss? Chapter 134. Tonight, I crave barbecue as the black demonic energy receded, though the crowd remained uncertain. They ultimately exhaled in relief, the crisis seemingly averted. Perhaps the seal has subdued the demonic entity, the elder mused after a moment of contemplation. Yet, despite the retreat of the demonic energy, we must not let our guard down, for no one knows when it may erupt anew. The expressions of the crowd turned grave. All in agreement. At that moment, Lin Ping's pupils suddenly constricted. At the entrance of the abyss, a figure emerged. Someone is coming out. The elder and others turned to look, and indeed, they beheld a person leisurely exiting the abyss. All present wore expressions of incredulity. The black demonic energy was fearsome beyond measure. Even an elder of the celestial realm would not dare to approach it. How could anyone possibly survive? Why are there so many people? Tang Xuan inquired with curiosity. It's you. The elder recognized Tang Xuan, astonishment deepening. How did you manage to survive? Tang Xuan had already prepared a response. Oh, when the demonic energy erupted, I found a hiding place, and seeing the energy dissipate, I emerged. The elder's face reflected skepticism. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. After all, with Tang Xuan's cultivation, it was inconceivable that he could have survived amidst the demonic energy. Distracted by the allure of the demonic energy, the elder and others had not noticed the shift in Tang Xuan's aura. Earthrealm, great perfection. Well, I suppose you were just fortunate. Yet do not rejoice just yet, for your sentence has not yet been served. You must continue to endure the shadows of this prison. The elder warden spoke with a grave demeanor. Indeed, I am aware. Tang Xuan, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, let out a sigh of relief. The matter concerning the demon sword Yuan Emperor must remain concealed from them. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly spell great trouble. After the elder warden and his companions conducted another thorough inspection and confirmed that the demonic energy had completely dissipated, they felt entirely reassured. After relaying the subsequent matters to Lin Ping, they took their leave. Phew, that truly frightened me. I thought I was done for. Lin Ping collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This was his first encounter with such a harrowing situation. They had been on the brink of the elder warden activating the soul-devouring explosion array. Don't be so anxious. It's all fine now. Is there anything to eat? I'm famished. Tang Xuan chuckled. Eat? You still have the presence of mind to think about food? We were mere moments away from death. Lin Ping retorted, somewhat exasperated. He could not fathom how some individuals could remain so unperturbed. One must take care of oneself while alive. When hungry, one ought to eat. Should one not? Tang Xuan shrugged. Lin Ping, resigned, promptly retrieved some food. Tang Xuan immediately entered a frenzied state of consumption. In pursuit of mastering the sword, he had maintained a state of enlightenment, which had greatly drained his physical and mental energy. Only after he was fully satiated did Tang Xuan leisurely venture into the dark prison. Observing the remnants of his meal scattered about, Lin Ping muttered, blasted, why do I feel as though this lad is not serving a sentence but rather on holiday? It seemed that due to the fusion with the demon sword Yuan Emperor and the mysterious black radiance's descent, Tang Xuan spent an entire day wandering the dark prison without encountering a single ferocious beast, ultimately leaving in disappointment. Haha, how surprising that you too experienced disappointment. What has transpired? Lin Ping remarked, noticing the disheartened expression on his face. Tang Xuan recounted the disappearance of the ferocious beasts. Lin Ping looked utterly speechless. Are you serious? Others fear those beasts and would avoid them at all costs. Yet here you are. Tang Xuan lamented. I came here to cultivate. If there are no ferocious beasts, isn't that a waste of my time? Lin Ping was taken aback. What on earth? Cultivating in the dark prison? Have you lost your mind? Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have certainly delivered a sharp slap. Yet, because it was Tang Xuan who spoke, he believed it without question. Ever since the day Tang Xuan arrived, he had witnessed an abundance of the extraordinary. In the following days, Tang Xuan entered the dark prison each day filled with hope, only to emerge with a face full of disappointment. Although ferocious beasts still resided within the dark prison, without the stimulation of demonic energy, both their strength and cores had markedly diminished. Tang Xuan expressed his profound dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the time remaining for his sentence was drawing to a close. Then, on the moment of the 22nd day, the tranquil inner sanctum of the dark radiant sacred land suddenly became agitated. One after another, figures pushed through the doors, making their way toward the entrance of the dark prison. The once dreaded dark prison, which instilled fear in the hearts of many, was now crowded with inner disciples. That lad must surely be dead. Lu Ba crossed his arms. Ah, why do you still appear here? A fleeting shadow materialized beside him. It was Sima Xing. Our thoughts must align. I have a strong feeling that fellow may just emerge. Lu Ba shook his head. But that is a prison from which no one has ever returned. Is it truly possible? Sima Xing chuckled. Records are ultimately meant to be broken by those who come after. Look, he pointed ahead, where a throng of people surged along the mountain path. Among them was Li Wolf, though he did not lead the pack. The foremost figure bore a long sword upon his back, exuding an imposing aura that even Li Wolf could not approach within 3 paces. Lu Ba squinted. Ah, it's Sun Feng. Has he also emerged from seclusion? Sima Xing murmured, ranked 45th on the Dark Brilliance list, the fierce, sword Sun Feng, a follower of Gu Tianlu. I never expected him to take action. Lu Ba laughed. That lad has been relentlessly slaughtering members of the Tianlu gang. If he doesn't reclaim his dignity, the entire Tianlu gang will find itself nailed to the pillar of shame. I can only imagine Gu Tianlu's fury. Sima Xing nodded in agreement. Though it was likely Sun Feng would return empty-handed, he had to come. It was essential to send a signal to the outside world that those who provoked the Tianlu gang would never walk away unscathed. With a grim expression, Sun Feng strode forth, causing the inner disciples to pale and step aside in fear. He approached the entrance of the dark prison, clasped his hands behind his back, and closed his eyes. Li Wolf and the formidable members of the Tianlu gang remained silent, each radiating an aura of terrifying murderous intent. The entrance to the dark prison fell into a profound silence. At last, the door, sealed for 22 days, resounded with a thunderous roar. Behind the door, Lin Ping gazed at the flickering light seeping through the crack, exhaling a sigh of immense relief. You are finally free. Tang Xuan's lips curled into a dangerous arc. Tonight, I crave roasted meat. Lin Ping was taken aback. Hey, now that you're out, what are you talking about? Tang Xuan merely smiled in response. Lin Ping's pupils constricted sharply, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him breathless. Do you mean? He was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 135. At last, someone capable has arrived. Boom. The door of the dark prison swung open completely, stirring a cloud of dust. At the entrance, all inner disciples wore expressions of astonishment. Countless gazes were fixed intently on the darkness beyond the door. Thud. The sound of footsteps echoed, though faint. It caused all present to shift in apprehension. Luba and Sima Xing exchanged incredulous glances, sharing the same thought. Could it be? The footsteps did not fade. They grew increasingly pronounced, each step resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, heavy and foreboding. As the sound approached, a figure emerged from the shadows. Hiss. He actually survived. How is this possible? My heavens, he is the first person to emerge alive from the dark prison. A new record. Gulp. It was terrifying. At the entrance of the dark prison, silence reigned. All gazes were filled with disbelief as they beheld that transcendent figure. Tang Xuan. He truly emerged alive. Oh, everyone is here. Tang Xuan cast a sweeping glance around the room, finally settling his gaze on Li Lang, who was producing a sound akin to grinding teeth. You are Tang Xuan. Sun Feng slowly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting an unsettling calm. Tang Xuan scrutinized him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sun Feng's aura surpassed his own, indicating he was of the celestial realm. Sun Feng, vice president of the Tianluo gang. Sun Feng stated matter-of-factly. Is there something you need? Although Tang Xuan was aware of the impending threat, he still posed the question. To kill you. Sun Feng replied icily. A smile broke across Tang Xuan's face. Very well. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint ignited in Sun Feng's eyes. He was indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggested. Then I shall fulfill your wish. Just as Sun Feng prepared to strike, Li Lang interjected, Vice President, allow me to handle him. His eyes brimmed with uncontainable malice, and upon seeing Tang Xuan, the murderous intent and hatred erupted like a volcano. Do you recall what I said before entering the tower? Tang Xuan looked at Li Lang with a grin. Li Lang was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. The inner disciples around them began to recollect, at the moment of his release from prison, he had vowed to slay Li Lang. Ha ha. Li Lang laughed maniacally, masking his panic with mirth. Want to kill me? You wish. If you have the guts, challenge me, and I shall tear you apart inch by inch. Even if you don't challenge me, I will still end your life. At worst, I'll waste a piece of dark radiance order. Regardless, today you shall perish. As he spoke, Li Lang's hands trembled slightly, revealing a pair of wolf claws. It's the demon wolf claws. An inner disciple exclaimed. Li Lang extended his tongue, licking the claws. These formidable claws were crafted from the bones of an ancient bloodline demon wolf, far more resilient and sharper than ordinary earth-grade weapons. Even more terrifying was their ability to breach defenses effortlessly. Once they pierced the skin, the wounds would bleed profusely and refuse to heal, showcasing their brutal lethality. For most adversaries, Li Lang's martial skills alone sufficed, but to ensure Tang Xuan's demise, he had opted to wield the demon wolf claws. Die for me, he roared, launching himself forward with explosive speed. His body whirled rapidly as he combined his claws, aiming directly for Tang Xuan's heart, a signature move of his. The evil wolf's heart-piercing kill. Boom. The tremendous force generated a tempest, rending the earth mercilessly, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Even the observing inner disciples felt their bodies tense, their skin prickling, as though they were being torn apart. Hiss. What terrifying power. Is this the strength of Li Lang? Rank 90 on the Dark Radiance list? Of course. Compared to Li Lang, even the likes of Shindao and Han Yu are but infants. Their prowess is not even in the same league. Though that brat managed to defeat Han Yu and Wang Xiong, he could never stand against Li Lang. And let us not forget, he has only just escaped the abyss. There is no way he could endure a second descent. On the mountainside, Lu Ba and Sima Xing exchanged grave looks, their attention fixated on Tang Xuan. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Tianluo gang, what would he do? The tempest swirled, his raven hair dancing wildly in the wind. Confronted with the terrifying onslaught, Tang Xuan remained utterly unperturbed. His indifferent gaze betrayed no hint of trepidation. In the blink of an eye, the claws of the demonic wolf were upon him, yet he exhibited not the slightest reaction. Li Lang, filled with elation, bellowed, "Die!" He unleashed all his strength, intent on tearing Tang Xuan asunder. However, with a resounding clash, the air crackled with sparks, and the sound of shattering echoed. The claws, akin to Earth-grade weaponry, shattered upon impact. What? How is this possible? Before the incredulous expression could fully manifest on his face, Tang Xuan had already retaliated with a punch. Li Lang's eyes widened in horror as a fist the size of a large pot drew ever closer. With a thunderous boom, Li Lang's head exploded like a watermelon. The cold wind swept through, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the headless corpse staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the scene. With a single blow, Tang Xuan had slain Li Lang. The onlookers were awash with disbelief, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Those who had previously deemed Tang Xuan doomed now flushed with embarrassment. Beyond the gates of the dark prison, Lin Ping felt tears streaming down his face. He finally grasped the meaning behind Tang Xuan's words before his departure. "Tianluo gang, you foolish buffoons, why provoke this madman?" Lin Ping's demeanor transformed into one of fervor. That lad was a ruthless individual who could dispatch true Star Realm beasts with ease. After a few choice expletives, Lin Ping felt a profound sense of despair. Damn it. I should just prepare for a barbecue. He shook his head and turned to leave, no longer feeling the need to witness the unfolding events. Tang Xuan's return was now a certainty. The only question was how many members of the Tianluo gang he would slay. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed. "You dare, brat!" A powerful aura erupted from Sun Feng, who now resembled a frenzied beast. His eyes blazed crimson. Li Lang had been brutally slain before him. If Tianluo were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. This thought ignited a flame of rage within Sun Feng. Yet, who could have anticipated that Li Lang would be dispatched by a single punch from Tang Xuan? At this moment, Sun Feng could not afford to ponder how Tang Xuan had surged in strength. His singular focus was to dismember Tang Xuan into pieces. Die. He pointed a finger, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp sword qi directed at Tang Xuan. The sword qi collided in the air, producing a thunderous roar. Lu Ba's pupils constricted slightly. This was the manifestation of minor mastery in sword intent. Sima Xing wore a grave expression. With a cultivation level in the heavenly realm, the minor mastery of sword intent was beyond what that lad could withstand. Even if Tang Xuan had vanquished Li Lang with a single punch, he would certainly be unable to resist the sword intent. This represented a power of an entirely different caliber. As the fierce sword qi approached, Tang Xuan felt a sharp pain prickling his skin. Ah, minor mastery of sword intent. Finally, someone capable of a fight. Chapter 136. I understand the rules. Go to the dark prison yourself. In the face of the overwhelming sword qi bolstered by sword intent, Tang Xuan grasped the Tsonger knife firmly. Break. With a single furious slash, he shattered 1,000 pounds of force. Wherever the blade passed, the sword aura burst apart like fragile bubbles. And the sword's momentum was no exception. What? He actually shattered Sun Feng's sword momentum. This implies that he, too, had condensed his own momentum. My goodness. Is he not a newcomer? Are newcomers nowadays this formidable? In a direct confrontation, he cleaved through Sun Feng's sword momentum. This scene left everyone astounded. Humph. The sword momentum? Very well. Sun Feng scoffed, and with a slight movement of his shoulder, his long sword transformed into a silver dragon, roaring forth. In an instant, the sword light erupted like fireworks, its power multiplying several times over. Excellent. Tang Xuan's long knife slashed down, though lacking the flamboyance of sword momentum. Each stroke was imbued with astonishing might. Regardless of how grand and fierce Sun Feng's sword aura was, it could not stir a ripple beneath the brilliance of the blade. Sun Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. At this moment, he finally sensed the immense strength of Tang Xuan. Dragon-slaying sword technique. Howling heaven devouring. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the sword light, lifting light as heavy. A hint of astonishment flashed in Ruba's eyes. Ordinary warriors often wield heavy weapons with the finesse of a nimble longsword, but true masters can manipulate light weapons as if they were terrifying hammers. If the opponent is weaker, a mere clash of weapons could easily result in a broken arm. It seems Sun Feng is revealing his true prowess, Sima Xing murmured. Both he and Ruba wore solemn expressions, carefully observing Sun Feng's sword path. They pondered how they would respond if they faced Sun Feng, confronted with the light-as-heavy sword momentum. They contemplated for a long time. The best outcome would be to exchange life for injury. If they could not break Sun Feng's sword momentum, defeat was inevitable. Ruba exhaled a breath of frustration. Clang. The clash of blade and sword sparked brilliantly. Tang Xian's body trembled slightly. He felt as though he was not colliding with a long sword, but rather a colossal mountain. Die. A cold glint flashed in Sun Feng's eyes as he flicked his wrist, the sword tip curving sharply, aimed directly at Tang Xian's vital points. At such close range, Tang Xian would either die or suffer severe injury. In that moment of crisis, Tang Xian clenched his left fist and struck out fiercely. Bang! At the moment of the punch, the void caved in, and an unmatched force surged forth like a mountain torrent. The sword tip, imbued with sword momentum, bent under the impact. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of the sword, it would have shattered on the spot. Simultaneously, the residual force of the punch surged towards Sun Feng. The fist force. Sun Feng was horrified. He hastily raised his sword to block. Bang! With a muffled thud, Sun Feng was sent staggering back several paces, and just as he steadied himself, a mouthful of blood erupted forth. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Sun Feng was injured. How was that possible? My heavens, even Sun Feng, ranked 45th on the Dark Glimmer list, was defeated. Meanwhile, the members of the Tianluo gang were struck dumb. It should be noted that Sun Feng was the second in command of the Tianluo gang, second only to Gu Tianluo himself. Even he had been vanquished. In essence, apart from Gu Tianluo, there remains no one within the Tianluo gang who can rival Tang Xuan. With such a formidable presence, who would dare to join the Tianluo gang in the future? Tang Xian's body sank before he erupted forth, but his target was not Sun Feng. Although injured, eliminating him proved to be a challenge. Thus, Tang Xian opted for those who were more easily dispatched. With a swift motion, he severed the air, and two colossal heads soared amidst a fountain of blood. The two inner disciples of the Tianluo gang spun and fell into a pool of crimson. The remaining members stood frozen in shock. What are you doing? Tang Xian grinned. What does it look like? I'm killing. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating another inner disciple of the Tianluo gang. I am a man of grudges. If I must strike, it will be to the death. He wielded his blade and fists deftly, weaving through the crowd. The air was filled with anguished cries. These beings, adorned with the aura of prodigies, appeared as mere lambs to the slaughter before Tang Xian, utterly defenseless. Such a horrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. You shall pay for this. Sun Feng seethed with rage. The elite of the Tianluo gang, painstakingly gathered by Gu Tianluo, were nearly annihilated by Tang Xian. The Tianluo gang shall cease to exist after today. Lu Ba gasped in disbelief. With a single stroke, Tang Xian sent two disciples flying, their bodies cleaved in two. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. At this moment, the elite of the Tianluo gang were completely obliterated, leaving only Sun Feng. The feeling of isolation was unbearable. Let me send you down with them. Tang Xian smirked, and a phantom of the Chakra Emperor materialized behind him. Sun Feng suddenly felt a chill of dread. I will die? An uncontrollable fear surged within him. He desperately summoned his inner sword force to fend off the specter of death. Chakra Emperor descends. Flash. Tang Xian gripped his blade with both hands and struck downwards in a furious arc, while the Chakra Emperor echoed his power. The two blades of light merged, their might multiplying exponentially. Sun Feng's heart quaked as he let out a desperate scream. At that fateful moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the void, and a figure, as if teleporting, surpassed Tang Xian's blade energy, standing before Sun Feng. With a thunderous crash, the newcomer staggered back a few steps, astonishment etched across his face. Tang Xian furrowed his brow. The figure before him was Wu Wan. We meet again. Tang Xian rested the Tsonger blade upon his shoulder, his gaze sweeping past Wu Wan and fixating on Sun Feng. My lord, save me. He is a madman. Sun Feng's spirit shattered, and he fell to his knees. Wu Huan surveyed the carnage with a look of resignation. You've just emerged. Why resort to such extremes? Tang Xian chuckled. I had no choice. They sought death, and I merely facilitated their journey. However, one remains. Upon hearing this, Sun Feng emitted a heart-wrenching wail. No, please don't kill me. Wu Huan frowned, his voice grave. His spirit is already broken. Let him be. Tang Xian understood that even if he wished to strike, Wu Huan would not acquiesce. Thus, he shrugged in response. Very well. Let us excuse him this time, but only this once. Wu Huan wore a bitter smile. Thank you. It is hard to fathom that, given his stature, he would utter such words to a newcomer. However, you have slain so many, Wu Huan hesitated to say. Tang Xian, on the other hand, appeared utterly unconcerned. I understand the rules. It's the dark prison, right? I shall go on my own. With that, Tang Xian hoisted the Tsong airblade, humming a light tune as he strode towards the dark prison. Soon, his figure vanished into the shadows. At the entrance of the dark prison, an eerie silence prevailed. Chapter 137, The emergence of the evil energy secret realm in the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed within the dark prison. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, shaking off the blood from his blade. Before him lay the severed carcass of a ferocious beast, cleaved in two. The enhancement provided by these beasts' crystal cores is diminishing at an alarming rate, he murmured. Without the stimulation of demonic energy, the strength of the beasts visibly waned. Moreover, their numbers had greatly diminished. Over the course of 10 days, Tang Xuan's progress had been negligible, merely breaking through to the first level of the heavenly realm. Although such a pace would be considered monstrous by others, Tang Xuan remained thoroughly dissatisfied, for time was of the essence. It appears to be time for a change of scenery. Though the designated time had not yet arrived, Tang Xuan exited the dark prison. Lin Ping displayed no signs of surprise, for he had long since grown numb to such occurrences. This was hardly a place for atonement. It was a sanctuary for cultivation. Using beasts comparable to those of the True Star realm as training targets was simply the hallmark of a true monster. Tang Xuan seized a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "By the way, is there anywhere better than the dark prison? The beasts here are far too weak. It's a waste of my precious cultivation time." Lin Ping's hand trembled momentarily while roasting the meat. Is this even human speech? Those are beasts comparable to the True Star realm. Even the top-ranked monsters on the Dark Radiance list would scarcely dare to utter such words. Yet, Lin Ping found himself unable to refute this, for he had witnessed Tang Xuan treat these beasts as mere piglets to be slaughtered. All the while wearing a look of excitement, Lin Ping felt momentarily dazed. Who, then, is the true beast? After a moment of contemplation, he replied. Perhaps aside from the Dark Radiance secret realm, there is nowhere else. The Dark Radiance secret realm. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed once more. Mengjie had once mentioned the Dark Radiance secret realm. It is the site of the Dark Radiance sacred land's spiritual veins, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 20 times that of the outside world. Only the sect leader, elders, and the top 20 monsters on the Dark Radiance list are eligible for entry, and even then, the duration of their stay is limited. Yet, Tang Xuan was neither an elder nor one of the top 20 monsters on the Dark Radiance list, thus unqualified for entry. Am I to challenge those within the top 20? Tang Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Lin Ping stumbled, nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. Brother, do not act rashly. I concede that you are formidable, but those within the top 20 on the Dark Radiance list are all monsters among monsters, none of whom are easy to deal with. Tang Xuan pointed to himself, declaring, I too possess great strength. Lin Ping found himself at a loss for words. With a bitter smile, he remarked, It is not my intention to discourage you, but if you wish to challenge, you may find it difficult to locate an opponent. The top 20 monsters are either out training or in secluded cultivation. You simply cannot find them. The sacred grounds would never permit ordinary inner disciples to confront them. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, troubled by the impossibility of a challenge. Pondering aloud, he suggested, what if I were to eliminate the remaining members of the Tianluo gang, thereby forcing Gu Tianluo to emerge? Lin Ping was taken aback. Brother, are you serious? The sacred grounds would never stand idly by. Tang Xuan chuckled. I merely jest. Although progress may be slow, at least there is some advancement. For now, I shall linger in the dark prison. If you have the chance, keep an eye out for any promising opportunities in the outside world. Lin Ping sighed in relief. He could hardly bear to contemplate the consequences if Tang Xuan truly went on a rampage against the Tianluo gang. Very well, I shall keep watch for you. In the nameless desolate valley, tranquility reigned. Suddenly, the sky darkened, gathering ominous clouds, as blue and purple lightning crashed down, striking the earth with ferocity and leaving deep fissures in its wake. The cracks spread like a spider's web, and amidst the earth-shattering roar, the ground sank, revealing a seemingly bottomless chasm. From the depths of the abyss, a ghostly blue light emerged, gradually coalescing into an ethereal dome. Ancient runes flickered into existence from the void, exuding a mysterious and commanding aura. In the faint glow, a hidden realm began to materialize. The emergence of this secret realm immediately captured the attention of the Dark Radiance sacred grounds. The higher-ups of the sacred grounds dispatched powerful individuals for reconnaissance that very night. Soon, numerous messages were relayed back, confirming that the hidden realm was indeed the fabled ancient evil energy realm, which harbored unparalleled malevolent energy and numerous treasures. The realm was shrouded in a peculiar curse, rendering it inaccessible. Upon receiving this news, the leader of the Dark Radiance sacred grounds convened the core elders for a discussion, among whom was Mengjie. The leader, known as Jing Tianzi, appeared to be an unremarkable middle-aged man, yet his cultivation had attained an unfathomable level. Esteemed elders, according to our investigation, the suddenly appeared hidden realm is the legendary ancient evil energy realm. This realm is one of the 3 great cultivation sanctuaries in the underworld's heavenly prison, containing supreme spiritual veins and various rare treasures. Our research indicates that its concentration of spiritual energy even surpasses that of the Dark Radiance realm. This presents a tremendous opportunity for our Dark Radiance sacred grounds. If we could seize it, we would allow more individuals to enter and cultivate, achieving breakthroughs. The elders' faces lit up with delight. Although the Dark Radiance sacred grounds possessed the Dark Radiance realm, it could not accommodate a large number of practitioners for cultivation. Even esteemed core elders had to wait in line for their turn to enter. Many elders barely managed to glean some insights from their cultivation before their time was up, which was intolerable for anyone. Now, with the emergence of the evil energy realm, offering a concentration of spiritual energy greater than that of the Dark Radiance realm, seizing it would mean that these elders would no longer need to crowd into the Dark Radiance realm. Jing Tianzi raised his hands in a calming gesture, his expression grave. Do not be overly jubilant just yet. According to the investigations conducted by the Grand Elder, the realm of malevolent energy is entirely sealed by ancient sorcery. Even a practitioner at the celestial realm cannot gain entry. Should one attempt to force their way in, it would provoke a storm of sorcery, obliterating both the realm and itself. Upon hearing this, the brows of the elders furrowed deeply. What? We cannot enter? What shall we do? Such ancient secret realms appear only for a limited time. If we fail to seize this opportunity, they will soon vanish into the void, never to be found again. How infuriating. The Emperor of Competition raised his hands in a calming gesture, saying, Elders, there is no need for concern. The Grand Elder has forged 5 protective talismans. As long as they are worn, they will counteract the oppressive sorcery, allowing access to the realm of malevolent energy. Meng Jie stroked his long beard and replied, In that case, the 5 individuals entering the realm must be meticulously selected. The Emperor of Competition nodded in agreement. Indeed. Elder Meng Jie, notify everyone that we shall commence a selection tournament. The 5 victors will each receive a Dark Radiance token, and any treasures obtained within the realm will belong to them. Meng Jie bowed respectfully. Suddenly, the figure of Tang Xuan flashed in his mind. Chapter 138. 5 slots. News of the emergence of the realm of malevolent energy soon spread throughout the inner sect. The once tranquil inner sanctum was instantly stirred into a frenzy. One after another, the monsters listed on the Dark Radiance rankings were roused. Within the 47th villa, Sima Xing scoffed, Damn it, you're only 3 ranks above me, yet the spiritual energy in your villa is a full 25% higher than mine. A flicker of envy passed through his eyes. Though 25% may seem trivial, when accumulated, it becomes quite significant, especially for those powerful beings on the Dark Radiance rankings. Even a slight advantage could create a vast disparity. What's the matter? Lu Ba drawled lazily. Sima Xing grinned. Excellent news. He then lowered his voice. I just learned from an elder that the ancient realm of malevolent energy has manifested, and the Holy Land has decided to send 5 experts to explore it. Lu Ba's eyes glinted momentarily. It doesn't seem like a particularly good thing. Such places often give rise to bizarre and perilous entities. Sima Xing replied with a smile. Fortune favors the bold. He then raised a finger. 1 Dark Radiance token, and any treasures found within the realm will belong solely to the individual. Lu Ba's eyes instantly lit up. The Dark Radiance token was enticing enough, but the prospect of personal ownership of treasures was utterly irresistible. In an ancient secret realm, even a single artifact could be worth a fortune in the outside world. Some treasures could even lead to a qualitative leap in a warrior's combat prowess. So, are you tempted? Sima Xing chuckled. However, there is one issue. Only 5 slots are available. You understand. Lu Ba sprang up with urgency. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. The two immediately opened the door and ventured deeper into the inner sanctum. Upon reaching the Grand Elder's location, they found a considerable gathering of people. Lu Ba squinted, recognizing that they were all familiar faces. Sima Xing surveyed the surroundings and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the majority of the formidable beasts in the top 40 had ventured out for training or seclusion, leaving this place devoid of particularly daunting challenges. Opportunity was at hand. The Grand Elder emerged, accompanied by a disciple bearing a tray adorned with 5 protective talismans. It was likely that you were already aware of the situation regarding the evil energy realm, where only 5 individuals could gain entry. Strength reigned supreme. Upon uttering those words, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. In their mutual gazes, sparks of excitement ignited, and a fervent battle spirit surged forth. Seize them, a voice cried out. And in an instant, 3 or 4 figures surged toward the talismans. Damn it, leave them. Amidst the furious shouts, the remaining monsters on the Dark Radiance list unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Before those figures could even approach, they were sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, incapacitated. Fools. Sima Xing crossed his arms, making no move. Such a simple truth. Those who stick their necks out are often the first to be struck, seemed lost on them. Luba remained equally unmoved. Did these individuals not comprehend that in such a chaotic skirmish, it was practically impossible for anyone to maintain their strength until the end? Sima Xing shrugged. How could they not know? Those who act first have a slim chance, while those who hesitate possess none at all. A glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. If one could seize a talisman, the focus of the remaining participants would shift to the other four, thereby creating a potential opportunity for securing a spot. However, Luba chuckled. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. We merely need to deal with the unfortunate soul who obtains the talisman. Sima Xing laughed heartily. Indeed, the strong need only to reap the benefits of others' efforts. Under their watchful gaze, one of the monsters from the Dark Radiance list swiftly acquired a talisman. Upon grasping it, he immediately took flight. The remaining beasts hesitated and, as expected, chose not to pursue, but instead began to contest for the other four tokens. Luba's eyes sparkled slightly. That talisman shall be mine. He propelled himself forward with a thunderous sound. He stood before the one who had seized the talisman. Zheng Sun, relinquish the talisman. You know my strength. The one who had snatched the talisman was named Zheng Sun, ranked 73rd on the Dark Radiance list. His explosive power was remarkable, yet his stamina was lacking. The recent melee had depleted much of his energy, and recognizing that he was no match for Luba, he could only regretfully surrender the talisman. Luba clutched the talisman, a smug smile gracing his lips. Fool, in such a high-stakes game, where do you find the opportunity to exploit? Soon after, the second talisman was claimed by Sima Xing. Standing side by side with Luba, their mere gazes intimidated the remaining monsters on the Dark Radiance list. Facing one was already challenging, now, with two united, no one dared to court disaster. They still had a chance to seize the three unclaimed tokens. To challenge them would surely lead to death. Just at that moment, a sharp sound of air being sliced cut through the atmosphere, sending one of the talismans flying. Sima Xing and Luba's expressions tightened. The concealed weapon that struck the protective talisman was, astonishingly, a strand of black hair. The talisman spiraled gracefully through the air before landing in the hands of a masked woman clad in black. It was none other than Yan Zhuiying, ranked 4th on the Dark Radiance list. A collective gasp of astonishment arose from the crowd. Lu Ba and Sima Xing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual shock. They had not anticipated that even an entity as formidable as Yan Zhuiying would be stirred by the emergence of the evil energy realm. With her prowess, none present could rival her strength collectively. At that moment, a fierce flame descended from above, enveloping another talisman before soaring into the grasp of an individual. It was Yuan Liehua, ranked 13th on the Dark Radiance list. Sima Xing inhaled sharply, taken aback. Remarkably, 2 of the top 20 from the Dark Radiance list had appeared simultaneously. As he pondered the fate of the final talisman, a swift sword aura shot forth. Erupting amidst the crowd, a commanding voice resonated. This talisman belongs to me, Sun Feng. Who dares to oppose? There, striding confidently up the mountain path, was Sun Feng. His complexion still somewhat pale. He was ranked 45th on the Dark Radiance list, just below Yan Zhuiying and Yuan Liehua. The remaining formidable figures on the list were situated in the 60s or 70s, none of whom they could provoke. They had no choice but to depart in disappointment. The Grand Elder nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, since you 5 have distinguished yourselves, follow me. Within the dark prison, Lin Ping hurriedly approached. Brother, I have good news and bad news. Which do you wish to hear first? Tang Xuan smiled. The good news. The evil energy realm has emerged. The bad news is that there are only 5 spots, and they are already taken. Tang Xuan leisurely rose to his feet. Please inform the elder in charge of the prison. I intend to break out. Chapter 139. Though I am not particularly talented, I possess some strength. In the central square, the Grand Elder led Yan Zhuiying, Yuan Liehua, Lu Ba, Sima Xing, and Sun Feng as they prepared to embark on their journey to the evil energy secret realm. Countless inner disciples gazed at the 5 with envious eyes. In martial cultivation, aside from innate talent, resources are paramount. Yet resources are limited. Even a prestigious place like the Dark Radiance Sacred Land cannot provide unlimited supplies. The monsters on the Dark Radiance list receive resources from the Sacred Land, but they also have backing from other forces that contribute support. Despite this, it remains insufficient. The resources contained within an undeveloped secret realm are unimaginable. It is evident that Yan Zhuiying and her companions would return with bountiful gains, significantly enhancing their strength. The inner disciples could hardly contain their envy, their mouths watering, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Yet what could they do? In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Moreover, the selection competition had concluded. Should they act now, they would likely find themselves captured in the dark prison, awaiting death before they could even seize a talisman. Tang Xuan, wait for me. When I return, I will be the first to eliminate you. Sun Feng clenched his fists, fury blazing in his eyes. As a monster ranked 45th on the Dark Radiance list, he was not to be underestimated. At the entrance of the dark prison, he found himself kneeling, begging for mercy from Tang Xuan, nearly shattering his resolve. He vowed to reclaim this debt. Sun Feng took a deep breath, his eyes regaining their confidence. He believed he would rise again, destined to be a dragon among men. In that moment of triumph, a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he absorbed the envious gazes of those below. However, when his eyes fell upon one individual, his pupils widened in shock, and his body trembled. The terror he had once endured resurfaced, and his lips turned pale as he stammered 2 words, Tang Xuan. Wonderful. You haven't left yet. There is still time. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Sun Feng let out a shriek. What are you doing here? If memory served him right, Tang Xuan should still be serving his sentence in the dark prison. Not only he, but also Liu Ba and Sima Xing wore expressions of confusion. Of course I escaped. Tang Xuan replied succinctly. Sun Feng's vision darkened in an instant. Escape. This was utterly ludicrous. Did he think the dark prison was merely a place one could enter and exit at will? Wang, cold as ice, cast a glance at Tang Xuan. Although she did not know him personally, she had certainly heard of his exploits. It was not out of curiosity, rather. The recent events surrounding Tang Xuan were monumental, each incident worthy of being etched into the annals of the sacred land of dark radiance. She could not afford to ignore it. Where's the talisman? Tang Xuan asked, his gaze fixed on Sun Feng. The latter instantly grew tense, his left hand instinctively clutching his chest. What do you intend to do? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Exploring the realm of dark energy is too burdensome for you. You cannot handle it. So, allow me to take charge. Sun Feng gritted his teeth and retorted. So you wish to venture into the dark energy realm? Dream on. Tang Xuan's smile grew even brighter, sending a shiver down Sun Feng's spine. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow. The selection has been made. It cannot be altered. Step aside. We are set to depart. With the Grand Elder's backing, Sun Feng cast aside his fear and stood tall. Did you hear that? The Grand Elder has commanded you to step aside. Do you dare defy him? Tang Xuan's smile slightly faded. Suddenly, a dark and fluid blade flashed, blooming like fireworks. Before he could react, Sun Feng felt a chill at his throat, as if all warmth had been siphoned from his body, leaving him ice cold. The world around him began to sway, and he ultimately fell to the ground. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a familiar headless corpse, blood gushing wildly from the severed neck. Tang Xuan wiped the droplets of blood from his blade and leisurely remarked, I warned you. I'm rather petty. I spared you once, but this time, I cannot show mercy. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd, all as if plunged into an icy abyss, rendered completely immobile. Since the establishment of the sacred land of dark radiance, such lawlessness had never been witnessed. To kill in public was the act of a madman. The expression on the Grand Elder's face darkened abruptly. Impudent. How dare one commit murder in front of me? In an instant, an aura of terrifying intensity erupted forth. The very space surrounding the Grand Elder began to subtly distort. Tang Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly. A domain-level powerhouse. The Grand Elder bellowed, if you do not surrender, must I take action myself? Faced with the overwhelming pressure of a domain-level expert, although Tang Xuan felt the weight of his body, his countenance remained composed with a serene smile. I am innocent. Why should I surrender? The Grand Elder shouted in fury, utter nonsense. You dare to kill in public. Do you take me for blind? Tang Xuan replied with a smile, Grand Elder. Do you believe that someone who cannot withstand even a single blow from me could achieve anything in the evil energy secret realm? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Tang Xuan continued, the Holy Land has its sights set on the evil energy secret realm, hence it selects only the most elite disciples to venture there, correct? After a brief silence, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tang Xuan spread his hands. Then it follows that the most elite disciples must possess peak cultivation, mindset, and martial skills. Do you think such a person meets the criteria? The Grand Elder fell silent once more. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Sun Feng was terrified by Tang Xuan and met his demise in an instant. No matter how much he tried to deceive himself, he could not assert that Sun Feng was qualified. Moreover, the most critical point was that he was already dead. There must be a substitute. And while I may not be the most talented, I possess some degree of strength. Stepping in should pose no issue, right? Tang Xuan pointed at himself. Or perhaps, anyone wishing to claim this protective talisman may step forward to deliver justice and eliminate the sinner. His gaze scanned the inner disciples. The inner disciples, akin to startled birds, shifted uneasily, their faces paling as they retreated. Who would dare provoke someone who had just slain the 45th ranked monster on the Dark Radiance list? Tang Xuan surveyed the crowd, and finding no one willing to respond, he smiled and said, Grand Elder, see? No one opposes, and time waits for no one. You should make a decision swiftly. Alas, the Grand Elder was utterly speechless, as the second in command of the Dark Radiant's Holy Land. To be outmaneuvered by a junior who had recently entered the inner sect was an indescribable feeling. Yet, rather than anger, he found himself admiring Tang Xuan's audacity. The most crucial factor was that he was formidable. Strength commands respect. This is an eternal truth. Very well, then you shall serve as the substitute. Chapter 140. Pursuing shadows and chasing illusions. Tang Xuan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Grand Elder. With that, he stood tall alongside Lu Ba and Sima Xing. Time was of the essence. The Grand Elder whistled sharply. In an instant, the clouds churned, and an eagle's cry pierced the air. A colossal shadow tore through the clouds, descending with a deafening rush. As it reached the sky above the central plaza, it abruptly halted. The enormous shadow spread its wings wide and flapped them fiercely. Boom! A violent gust of wind slammed down upon the plaza, sending many inner disciples flying, caught off guard. Tang Xuan squinted. The massive shadow was revealed to be a pitch-black giant eagle. It was the iron-clawed demon eagle. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The iron-claw eagle is a formidable flying beast, enormous in stature and remarkable in speed, with the strength of a pseudo-star realm expert upon reaching maturity. Its iron claws can unleash a tearing force surpassing that of true star realm warriors, marking it as an exceptionally fierce creature. It is indeed astonishing that the Dark Radiant's sacred land has managed to tame one. Such a feat speaks volumes of its profound heritage. The journey to the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm is long, and to prevent any unnecessary exertion, the sacred land has dispatched an iron-claw eagle. The Grand Elder proclaimed, "Now, ascend. We must hasten our journey." Yan Zhuiying lightly tapped her foot and vanished from sight, only to reappear atop the iron-claw eagle's neck in the next instant. The speed was so astounding that Tang Xuan could barely catch a glimpse of her shadow. What incredible speed! He couldn't help but scrutinize Yan Zhuiying a bit more. He was acutely aware of the prestige associated with the Dark Radiance rankings, which held no room for mediocrity, especially within the top 10. Having spent years honing their skills in the Dark Radiance secret realm, coupled with their monstrous talents, their abilities had undoubtedly reached an extraordinary level. Yan Zhuiying's ascent to the 4th position as a woman speaks volumes of her strength. The second to mount the eagle was Yuan Liehua, although he ranked 13th. His prowess should not be underestimated. His fiery gaze emanated pressure that made Tang Xuan feel the weight of his presence. They were all top-tier experts. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. There were many he needed to surpass, yet he was not in a hurry. Once they entered the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm, he anticipated a significant enhancement in his own strength. Once all 5 had mounted the Iron-Claw Eagle, the Grand Elder gently patted the eagle's head. Instantly, the Iron-Claw Eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. The sudden acceleration nearly sent Tang Xuan tumbling, but he quickly steadied himself using his feet. The other 4, however, found it much easier. Yan Zhuiying remained completely composed, effortlessly displaying her formidable agility. Yuan Liehua stood firmly on the eagle's back, while Sima Xing executed a small jump, spinning twice to dissipate the force of the takeoff. Lu Ba took a more direct approach, grasping the eagle's feathers and stabilizing himself with his immense physical strength. Goodness. I should find an opportunity to learn some agility techniques to avoid such an awkward situation in the future. Tang Xuan murmured to himself. Looking to learn agility techniques? Sima Xing inquired, moving closer. Indeed, my agility is lacking. Tang Xuan admitted candidly. I have a technique for you, though it may not be of the highest grade. It offers unique insights into body control. Consider it a gift, Sima Xing said, revealing a manual with a flourish. A ground-level agility technique. Tang Xuan was taken aback, regarding Sima Xing with an expression tinged with intrigue. No good deed goes unpunished. One should be wary of ulterior motives. Sima Xing, sensing Tang Xuan's thoughts, chuckled. I mean no harm. I merely wish to forge a friendship. A gift of a manual may earn a favor, which could prove useful in the future. Tang Xuan contemplated for a moment before accepting the manual. Very well, I shall repay this kindness. Sima Xing beamed with delight. Then I thank you. Soon after, he returned to the side of Ruba. I recall that you expended a considerable number of contribution points to acquire that secret manual. Are you truly giving it to him? Ruba furrowed his brow. Sima Xing chuckled. Indeed. He glanced at Tang Xuan, an intriguing glimmer flashing in his eyes. He has only just begun his journey, yet possesses the strength to slay creatures from the Dark Radiance rankings. This fellow is a soaring true dragon. I fear even the sacred land of Dark Radiance cannot contain him. The significance of such a connection far exceeds that of a mere earthly-level movement technique. Do I even need to calculate this? Ruba suddenly understood, and he began to search his person. What are you doing? Sima Xing asked curiously. Ruba hurriedly replied. I'm looking for something to give that young man as a favor. Sima Xing rolled his eyes. The first is a favor, and the latter is an ulterior motive. Do you think that fellow is a fool? Ruba smiled sheepishly. It seems you have a point. On the other side, Tang Xuan immediately opened the secret manual he had received. This manual is titled Shadow Step, Pursuing the Void. Shadow signifies unparalleled speed, while void represents mastery over space, allowing one to transform the tangible into the intangible, perfecting bodily control. When both shadow and void are cultivated to their zenith, they can be fused, reaching an even higher realm, the power of which rivals that of heavenly-level movement techniques. However, merging them requires exceptional talent, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Yet Sima Xing is a prodigy on the Dark Radiance rankings. Talent could hardly be a concern. Tang Xuan opened the manual and began to peruse its contents. Shadow Step. Pursuing the Void is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is called Wine Shadow Instant Flash. As the name implies, it involves channeling internal spiritual energy into one's legs, then unleashing it in a sudden burst to achieve high-speed movement over short distances, akin to instantaneous teleportation at its peak. However, it places substantial strain on the physical body. Without a robust physique, recklessly attempting to cultivate it could result in catastrophic bodily harm. For Tang Xuan, this is hardly an issue, as the Celestial Slaughter Azura art focuses on physical prowess, eliminating any concerns. The second layer is known as Phantom Void Body, an advancement of the first layer's technique. Upon completion, not only does one's speed increase, but one can also leave behind after images to confound adversaries, especially in battle. A momentary lapse can be the difference between life and death. The final layer is the fusion of both techniques, Shadow Step, Pursuing the Void, while further enhancing speed. It allows the practitioner to produce up to 8 shadows, effortlessly changing directions midair, showcasing boundless intricacies. Naturally, for Tang Xuan, mastering the fusion technique is still premature. After silently reciting the manual 3 times to memorize all the incantations, he commenced his training. His actions drew the attention of the others. Yan Zhuiying merely cast a glance before looking away. Yuan Liahua snorted disdainfully and uttered 2 words, foolish. Ruba's expression suddenly shifted. Oh no. Sima Xing, curious, inquired. What's wrong? Ruba replied with a wry smile. You might be in for some trouble this time. Chapter 141, A Mistaken Gift? What's the matter? Sima Xing asked, his face a mask of confusion. Rubadu, you are so preoccupied with currying favor that you have forgotten the type of warrior that young man is. Sima Xing's expression instantly changed, as if struck by lightning, leaving him frozen in place. Given Tang Xuan's displayed prowess, whether in blade or fist, he embodies a raw and unyielding force, a quintessential powerhouse. Within the realm of martial arts, there exists a universal understanding. Strength-type warriors cannot cultivate agility-based techniques. Ironically, the Shadow Pursuit technique is a prime example of an agility-based martial art, emphasizing subtlety and the ability to unleash maximum speed with minimal force. The higher one ascends, the finer the intricacies required. Can one even envision a 300-pound behemoth flailing about in midair? Neither Rubadu nor Sima Xing could dare to imagine such a sight. Alas, it seems you have stepped on your own toes with this flattery. Beads of sweat formed on Sima Xing's forehead. He had intended to win Tang Xuan's favor, hoping to forge a connection that might prove beneficial in the future. Yet, he entirely overlooked the type of martial path Tang Xuan pursued, inadvertently presenting him with an agility-based technique. Though Sima Xing harbored no malice, others might interpret it differently. They could perceive this as a mockery from Sima Xing, a blatant insult to a strength-type warrior. Should Tang Xuan discover his inability to cultivate the technique, he would undoubtedly direct his wrath towards Sima Xing. Given his capability to slay Sun Feng with a single strike, Sima Xing dared not contemplate the consequences further. Old Ru, I truly did not mean it that way. I beg you to assist me. Panic-stricken, Sima Xing cast a pleading glance towards Rubadu, who appeared helpless. The only recourse now was to retrieve the manual. But he was currently engaged in training. Disturbing such practice is a grave taboo in martial arts. Sima Xing's expression turned ashen. It was utterly hopeless. Time slipped away, each passing moment amplifying Sima Xing's anxiety. He had never felt such desperation before, each second a torturous ordeal. Tang Xuan was a madman capable of murder before the Grand Elder. He was doomed. More than half an hour passed swiftly. Tang Xuan gradually opened his eyes, his brow furrowing deeply, his countenance becoming exceedingly grave as he turned his gaze towards Sima Xing. The latter's heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. Here it comes. Next. Tang Xuan would undoubtedly erupt in fury, drawing his blade to cleave him asunder. They were perched atop the iron-clawed demon eagle, leaving Sima Xing with no avenue for escape. This manual, Tang Xuan began slowly. Sima Xing's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees. I did not intend it. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Tang Xuan was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Sima Xing forced a smile. Believe me or not, my impatience led me to present you with an agility-based manual. It was not my intention to put you in a difficult position. Tang Xuan was even more perplexed, struggling to comprehend Sima Xing's words. Was there an issue with the agility-based manual? Sima Xing sighed in exasperation. Strength-type warriors cannot cultivate agility-based manuals. Forcing the practice may even result in backlash, diminishing one's strength. Tang Xuan responded in astonishment, but I am not a strength-type warrior. Sima Xing was left speechless. No, brother, this is quite meaningless. Your blade and your fists are undeniably formidable. Are you really claiming to be a dexterous warrior? Tang Xuan chuckled. I do not consider myself a dexterous warrior either. I am a polymath. Sima Xing rolled his eyes. The term polymath often implies a lack of specialization. This notion is nearly a consensus in the martial arts world. While martial artists may dabble in strength or agility, they merely skim the surface, failing to delve deeper, which ultimately hinders their progress. Return the manual to me. I will help you exchange it for a better one as an apology. Sima Xing extended his hand. Tang Xuan bore no ill will towards him, which genuinely relieved Sima Xing. He thought it wise to reclaim the manual before a significant mistake was made. I find this manual quite satisfactory. Tang Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Sima Xing was left speechless. Hadn't he just been clear enough? However, since he had already given the manual away, he was powerless if Tang Xuan insisted on keeping it. If you find it useful, you may keep it, but let me make it clear. If you cannot master it, do not blame me. Tang Xuan laughed. I have already made my initial breakthrough. Sima Xing was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Do not jest, Tang Xuan replied. Look. He slightly bent his body and, with a resounding thud, vanished from his spot. The next moment, he reappeared on the opposite side of the iron-clawed demon eagle. What? Sima Xing and Lu Ba were utterly dumbfounded. A glimmer of astonishment also flickered in Yuan Lihua's eyes. Although Yin Zhuing did not witness the event, his heart was undoubtedly unsettled. The wind shadow instant flash. How is this possible? Sima Xing was at a loss. Just moments ago, he had been adamantly convinced that Tang Xuan would not succeed, only to find that he had indeed made a breakthrough. This was simply extraordinary. Tang Xuan, with a troubled expression, said, I initially aimed to advance to a minor success in one go, but it proved impossible. Thus, I sought your insight on the matter. Gulp. Sima Xing swallowed hard. What a monstrous talent this is. Is he even human? As he gazed at Tang Xuan, he began to understand why he could compete on the Dark Radiance rankings despite just entering the inner sect. After the initial shock, an uncontrollable joy erupted within Sima Xing. This favor was truly invaluable. Instantly, Sima Xing's spirits lifted. Most techniques are related to the essence of wind. If you can comprehend the essence of wind, you should be able to achieve a minor success. Tang Xuan's eyes lit up with realization. No wonder I felt such resistance while performing the wind shadow instant flash. As he spoke, he approached the head of the iron-clawed demon eagle, the area of greatest wind force. Wait, what do you intend to do? You cannot possibly be seeking to grasp the true essence of wind. Sima Xing chuckled. The iron-clawed demon eagle is a wind beast, capable of isolating wind force. Even standing at its head, the wind force you can access is exceedingly limited, insufficient to support your comprehension of the essence of wind. Tang Xuan smiled. A little is enough. Sima Xing shrugged. He had already given his warning. Success was unlikely. As Tang Xuan reached the neck of the creature, Yin Zhuing blocked his path. Could you please step aside? Tang Xuan requested. Yin Zhuing frowned slightly. As the fourth-ranked monster on the Dark Radiance ranking, no one had ever commanded her. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Tang Xuan grasped the shadowy pursuit technique, piquing her curiosity. Yin Zhuing wished to see whether Tang Xuan could comprehend the essence of the wind through a mere whisper of breeze. After all, she herself believed this task to be beyond her capabilities. Within the sacred land of Dark Radiance, her innate talent was among the finest, surpassed only by the top-ranked monster. Chapter 142. Enlightenment. The essence of wind. With this thought, Yin Zhuing voluntarily stepped aside, creating a small distance. Thank you, Tang Xuan said, passing by her. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk wafted into his nostrils, a delightful scent. However, Tang Xuan held no romantic notions towards women, even one as renowned for her beauty as Yin Zhuing. His current focus was on perfecting the shadowy pursuit technique before entering the Abyssal Energy secret realm, as this would significantly aid his explorations. Wow, Yin Zhuing actually yielded. This is a first, Lu Ba exclaimed in astonishment. To his knowledge, she had never budged an inch, even in the presence of the top 3 monsters on the Dark Radiance ranking. Sima Xing stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking, Yin Zhuing once stated that she awaited a man capable of conquering her. Could it be? Not far away, Yuan Liehu's eyes widened suddenly, a glimmer of intrigue passing through his pupils. Lu Ba quickly shook his head, declaring, "That's impossible. Although Tang Xuan's strength is commendable, he is still far from Yin Zhuying's caliber. I believe she was merely being courteous." Sima Xing nodded in agreement. "I think so too, but given Tang Xuan's talent, in 2.5 years, he might just be able to reach that level." Lu Ba pondered for a moment before nodding. After all, the talent Tang Xuan had displayed was indeed astonishing. To comprehend a ground-level technique in such a short time was unprecedented. Unfortunately, Tang Xuan had begun his journey too late. Individuals like Yin Zhuiying had exhibited their gifts from a young age, directly accessing the sacred land of dark radiance, receiving the finest resources and the most powerful martial skills. In the path of martial arts, even a day's head start could mean a lifetime of dominance, not to mention that Yin Zhuiying and others had been ahead for several years. It was already remarkable that Tang Xuan could narrow the gap between them. At this moment, Tang Xuan stood atop the head of the iron-clawed demon eagle. One more step forward would lead him into the abyss. Indeed, as Sima Xing had predicted, the raging winds in the void were torn apart before they could reach the iron-clawed demon eagle. Tang Xuan could only feel a gentle breeze. This whisper of wind was insufficient not only to perceive the essence of the wind, but even to provide comfort from the heat. Fortunately, Tang Xuan had his advantages. Even a mere hint was sufficient for him. Enlightenment initiated. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 100 times, seemingly sensing something. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 50 times, with the perception further deepening. Ding. The host has achieved enlightenment 100 times, perceiving the rudimentary form of the essence of wind. The electronic notifications continued to sound. Suddenly, the hem of Tang Xuan's garment stirred without wind. What? That was the rudimentary form of the essence. Yuan Liehua, Lu Ba, and Sima Xing all simultaneously changed their expressions. In the span of merely a few breaths, Tang Xuan had astonishingly grasped the rudiments of the wind realm. How could this be possible? Such a terrifying speed even elicited a flicker of shock in Yin Zhuiying's eyes. No, he was experiencing an epiphany. Yin Zhuiying's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, Yuan Liehua also realized it, a deep jealousy flashing in his gaze. An epiphany. It was a mysterious state that could exponentially enhance martial prowess, something every martial artist yearns to attain. Yet, achieving such a state is exceedingly difficult. As far as Yin Zhuiying knew, in the entire sacred land of Anyao, only the top 3 monsters had ever experienced an epiphany. The first ranked had achieved it twice, thus surpassing all others. The second and third ranked had each experienced it once. And even that solitary instance had significantly widened the gap. Yin Zhuiying, confident in her own abilities across the board, lamented the fact that her inability to enter this state prevented her from breaking into the top 3, a regret that lingered in her heart. Yet here was Tang Xuan, right before her, experiencing such a magnificent epiphany. Even with her heart as calm as water, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Soon after, Lu Ba and Sima Xing also took notice. Goodness, this kid's luck is extraordinary. He actually had an epiphany. Damn, compared to him, I feel utterly insignificant. Phew, at least you finally have some self-awareness. Get lost. In the state of epiphany, even a mere hint of wind was infinitely magnified. Tang Xuan could distinctly sense the direction of the wind, its sharpness, and its volatility. The rudimentary form of the wind realm was taking shape. Breakthrough. The wind realm. Tang Xuan's eyes widened suddenly. To his astonishment, a gentle breeze began to swirl around him, where he had expected to find stillness. Is this really the wind realm? Tang Xuan could palpably feel his body grow lighter. With a gentle push off his toes, he vanished from his original spot with a bang, reappearing almost instantaneously on the tail of the iron-clawed devil eagle. His speed had increased tremendously. Success. A look of joy spread across Tang Xuan's face. This was the true wind shadow flash, devoid of any difficulty, as if his body had become one with the wind, allowing him to traverse freely. With the incorporation of the wind realm, Wind Shadow Flash had also successfully reached a preliminary stage. With further refinement, he could reach its pinnacle. Empowered by this agility, his combat prowess experienced a geometric enhancement. Brother, you are truly incredible. Lu Ba and Sima Xing approached, their faces filled with astonishment. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xuan had mastered the shadow step and reached a preliminary stage. Sima Xing wore a bitter expression. I originally anticipated that I could grasp it within 2 months and achieve the preliminary stage within 6. Compared to you, I am nothing. Tang Xuan chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. Individuals possess varying physical constitutions. Do not force yourself. Sima Xing chuckled. No, it is only your constitution that is different. Upon this remark, the 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Lu Ba remarked, Once we emerge from the abyssal energy realm, it is entirely possible that you might directly ascend into the top 20 of the Dark Radiance rankings. Tang Xuan responded with a grin, with a bit of effort. The top 10 is certainly within reach. Luba and Sima Xing fell silent once more, taken aback by his unabashed confidence. Yet, such is the nature of existence. As long as one possesses strength, every assertion rings true. This is the privilege of the powerful. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke up. Be attentive. Ahead lies the abyssal energy secret realm. Instantly, the group felt a surge of alertness, turning their gazes toward the horizon. There, at the edge of the skyline, a secret realm began to materialize, shrouded by an imposing and formidable aura. A semicircular celestial dome enveloped the entire realm. Luba and Sima Xing became noticeably excited. And even Yin Zhuiying, usually calm and composed, found her breath quickening. Within the abyssal energy secret realm lay what she sought. Chapter 143, Entering the Secret Realm. Lin Jingtian. Boom. The iron-clawed demon eagle halted 50 miles from the abyssal energy secret realm. Tang Xuan, Yin Zhuiying, and the other three disembarked. The Grand Elder declared, from this point onward, you have entered the domain of the abyssal energy secret realm. The iron-clawed demon eagle cannot approach any closer. Should it trigger the prohibitions, even I may be subdued. The group displayed expressions of astonishment. The protective barrier of the abyssal energy secret realm is exceedingly vast. The Master's directive is for you to acquire the core crystal that controls the abyssal energy secret realm. The Grand Elder continued, once you obtain the core crystal, you will have the power to freely control the opening of the secret realm. However, the location of the core crystal is fraught with prohibitions. You must exercise utmost caution. You are the future hope of the sacred land. I do not wish to see you perish within this realm. Everyone nodded in agreement, for no one desired to meet their demise there. The Grand Elder added, remember, the talisman's effect lasts only 36 hours. Should you exceed this time frame, its efficacy will dissipate. And if you have not secured the core crystal by then, you will all be subject to the prohibitions. Luba and Sima Xing's expressions paled. Oh no. There's a time limit. Initially, they intended to search for treasures first, but now the situation seemed dire. Yuan Liehua crossed his arms and stated nonchalantly, I shall retrieve the core crystal. You need not complicate matters. Sima Xing replied with a grin, this is what you assert. So do not blame us for not offering assistance later. Yuan Liehua scoffed dismissively, casting a warning glance at Tang Xuan. Given Tang Xuan's displayed talent, should he acquire the core crystal, even Yuan Liehua might find himself overshadowed. It was not that Yuan Liehua harbored hatred for Tang Xuan, rather, it was the pride and competitive spirit inherent in being a gifted martial artist. What Tang Xuan could achieve, he too could attain, and perhaps even surpass. In light of this rivalry, Tang Xuan merely smiled, taking it in stride. He welcomed healthy competition. This will inevitably place a modicum of pressure upon him. One cannot live too comfortably. However, what piques Tang Xuan's curiosity is the true purpose of Yin Zhuiying's visit to the abyssal energy secret realm. It is evident that she is not there to procure the core crystal, otherwise, Yuan Liehua would not have uttered such words. Time is of the essence. Be on your way. The Grand Elder waved his hand. I shall remain here, hoping for your success. As his words faded, Yin Zhuiying had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. Such remarkable speed. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered. Even with his mastery of wind shadow instant flash, he was still far from matching Yin Zhuiying's swiftness. It appears that only upon reaching the pinnacle of the second layer, or even the threshold of the third layer, could he hope to rival her velocity. Clearly, he still has a considerable distance to close with the formidable figures atop the Dark Radiance rankings. Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. It is only natural to experience such disparity. After all, he has started his journey far too late. Even with the system's assistance, he cannot expect to catch up in a brief moment. Fortunately, as long as he perseveres in his efforts to improve, he shall ultimately reach her level. The opportunity lies within this abyssal energy secret realm. Gazing at the secret realm shrouded beneath the celestial cover, a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was already 10 zhang away. Observing the retreating figures of the five, the Grand Elder sighed. May fortune favor you. 10 miles away, atop a desolate mountain, several figures stood. At the forefront, a man donned in a golden robe exuded an air of superiority. His gaze condescending and his demeanor saturated with arrogance. An intricate pattern resembling a golden crow adorned the cuffs of his robe. Suddenly, a streak of light descended, manifesting as a figure. It has been confirmed that the Dark Radiant Sacred Land has dispatched 5 individuals to explore the abyssal energy secret realm. Notably, among them are Yin Zhuiying, ranked 4th on the Dark Radiance list, and Yuan Liehua, ranked 13th. As for the other 3, they are mere incompetents. A glint of obscure malice flickered in the eyes of the man in the golden robe. Juyin, you say? He mused, raising an eyebrow. A cruel smile curling upon his lips. It is said that she perpetually conceals her face behind a black veil, revealing her visage only to those who can conquer her. I, Lin Jingtian, shall demonstrate to her what it truly means to be a man. The Abyssal Energy Secret Realm belongs to our Huiguang sacred land. We shall not allow the incompetence of the Dark Radiance sacred land to trespass. A man clad in blue chimed in with a laugh. Jingtian, do not underestimate Yin Juyin. It is rumored that she possesses a formidable bloodline. Lin Jingtian scoffed. I acknowledge that bloodline is powerful, but her lineage is incomplete and cannot unleash its full potential. She is no match for me. His eyes narrowed. Once I acquire the resources of the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm, my strength will soar. And I will ascend to the pinnacle in the Huiguang Saint Sun competition. Lin Jingtian inhaled deeply. Let us select our opponents. Yuan Liehua wields the formidable Scarlet Flame Divine Art. Are you confident in facing him? The man in blue chuckled. It will be a breeze. Lin Jingtian nodded. Excellent. The remaining 3 incompetents shall be left for you to toy with. Off you go. Shadows flickered, and 4 radiant arcs swept past Lin Jingtian, heading towards the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm. Soon, they arrived before the celestial barrier and charged directly through. Remarkably, the restraints capable of tearing apart domain-level powerhouses proved utterly ineffective. Lin Jingtian spoke with a calm demeanor. Honging, locate Yin Juyin and inform me. Understood. The messenger vanished in an instant, moving with astonishing swiftness. Shui Burenyot. I'll enter first. With a motion of his arms, the air around him resonated with the sound of flowing water, and he stepped into the void. Lin Jingtian gazed coldly at the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm, his eyes glinting with icy determination. The Abyssal Energy Secret Realm shall be the first step in my ascendancy. Within the Secret Realm, Tang Xuan's figure emerged. A formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings. Despite possessing a protective talisman, Tang Xuan struggled to breathe. Feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him sluggish and his body weighted down by an additional 25%. After a moment's contemplation, he activated the Azure Cyclone, devouring the encroaching pressure. Instantly, he felt a noticeable alleviation. Now, that feels right. Once the trouble was addressed, Tang Xuan began to survey his surroundings. The entire secret realm exuded an aura of desolation, with barren rocks strewn about. The sky was a dismal gray, oppressive to the spirit. What treasures might lie hidden here? Tang Xuan scanned the area but found no treasures, prompting a frown. I must delve deeper. He quickened his pace, venturing further into the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm. Chapter 144, The Phantom-Faced Spider. An Abundance of Treasures. After approximately a stick of incense's duration, Tang Xuan remained empty-handed. He gradually halted, his brow furrowing in concern. According to the Grand Elder, the Abyssal Energy Secret Realm was one of the cultivation sanctuaries of the Netherworld, teeming with treasures, yet it was not as he had envisioned. Initially, he had imagined the realm overflowing with spiritual herbs and swarming with magical beasts. Was it possible he had entered incorrectly? He pondered whether it was his right or left foot that had crossed the threshold first. However, no reasoning came to mind. What could be amiss? Feeling a flicker of intuition, he released his soul force, capable of perceiving that which the naked eye could not. Indeed, under the influence of his soul force, he discerned that the spiritual energy around him flowed toward a singular direction. Tang Xuan immediately pursued the spiritual energy. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a valley. Through his soul force, he sensed that all the spiritual energy converged within the valley. Just as he prepared to step inside, numerous dark shadows shot towards him from all directions. Upon closer inspection, he found them to be spiders the size of a human head, covered in black fur, with ghastly faces on their abdomens. The phantom-faced spider. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. This was an ancient mythical beast, long thought to be extinct. Its movements were swift as the wind, with 8 spider legs sharper than any ordinary weapon, each possessing combat prowess comparable to that of a true star realm, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. As he pondered, the ghost-faced spider had already approached, its numerous legs piercing through Tang Xuan's body with the force of blades. Yet, there was no scream, nor was there any blood. Tinjong away, Tang Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had cultivated the wind shadow flash to a minor success. Otherwise, that strike would have surely left him gravely injured, if not dead. The attack missed. The ghost-faced spider sprang back like a spring, continuing its assault. Tang Xuan reached out and grasped the Tsonga blade. Against such a monstrous beast, a sharp weapon was undoubtedly more effective than bare fists. In a flash of blade light, one ghost-faced spider was cleaved in half, its foul black blood splattering forth. A black crystal core rolled from its corpse. Remarkably, a beast core. A smile crept onto Tang Xuan's lips. He stepped lightly, employing Wind Shadow Flash. as the long blade in his hand danced with radiant light, engaging in battle with the ghost-faced spiders. In no time, dozens of them were slain. To his astonishment, each ghost-faced spider contained a beast core. Could this valley be a spider's lair? As Tang Xuan surveyed the expansive valley, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Even if he could not find rare treasures, these beast cores were certainly worth the effort. He then stepped into the valley. With each few strides, he encountered attacks from ghost-faced spiders. However, with his current strength, they posed no threat whatsoever. After dispatching numerous ghost-faced spiders, he ventured deeper into the valley. Even with his firm resolve, Tang Xuan was taken aback by the scene within the valley. It was filled with sticky spider webs, and countless ghost-faced spiders crawled upon them. Yet, he paid them no heed. His gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the valley. There stood a colossal three-tiered altar, surrounded by 4 stone pillars emanating a radiant barrier. Above the altar floated a multitude of rare treasures. Returning spirit grass, body-refining scarlet fruit, soul-gathering cold crystal. The names tumbled from Tang Xuan's lips. Returning spirit grass, an exceptional earth-grade herb, is the primary ingredient for concocting the returning spirit pill. Consuming it can enhance a warrior's absorption of spiritual energy by 20%, bolster vitality, and heal internal injuries, worth a fortune. The body-refining scarlet fruit, a fire attribute treasure, increases a warrior's vitality and refines the body. When refined, it can even elevate one's cultivation by a small realm. Furthermore, the soul-gathering cold crystal is one of the best auxiliary herbs for cultivating soul power, capable of diminishing mental disturbances and enhancing comprehension speed by 2.5 times. Such rare treasures, typically elusive in the outside world, had all congregated here. Tang Xuan could no longer suppress his excitement. Yet, the sole challenge lay in the barrier enveloping the altar. Acquiring them would not be an easy feat. Just as Tang Xuan contemplated how to unravel the barrier, a massive shadow descended from the sky, landing before the altar with a thunderous crash. At the moment of descent, the earth unexpectedly split apart, unleashing a torrent of air. Tang Xuan's breath caught in his throat, immediately overwhelmed by an intense sense of pressure. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a spider, monstrous in size, far larger than a small mountain. Its body was covered in bristles resembling steel needles, and its 8 legs were sharp and slender. Tang Xuan harbored no doubts that these legs could effortlessly rend his flesh. The compound eyes glimmered with a cold, cruel light. This colossal spider was undoubtedly the sovereign of this realm. Judging by the aura it emanated, its power had likely surpassed that of the Birth Star realm. Coupled with the innate strength and razor-sharp legs of a demon beast, it could very well rival a practitioner of the Nebular realm. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Although he yearned for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the terrifying prowess of the ghost-faced Spider King was a formidable obstacle. Alongside the ordinary ghost-faced spiders, he doubted he could conquer this challenge alone. Just as he hesitated, his peripheral vision caught sight of something, prompting a moment of astonishment. Atop the ghost-faced Spider King's head, there lay a crystal embedded within. Could that be the key to unraveling the restrictions? It seemed he must vanquish this Spider King to break the seal and obtain the coveted treasures. What was he to do? This was an unabashed temptation. Roar. The ghost-faced Spider King unleashed a furious roar, and hundreds of its kin leapt from their webs, surging towards Tang Xuan. Starry Slash. Having made his decision, he hesitated not for an instant. The Tsang ear blade erupted with brilliant light. Bolstered by the force of the blade, the radiance shot forth like a celestial stallion racing across the sky. Thud, thud, thud. The ghost-faced spiders fell into the path of the blade's light, instantly shredded into oblivion, their demon cores raining down. Yet, Tang Xuan had no time to collect them, for the second wave of ghost-faced spiders was already upon him. He swiftly executed the Wind Shadow Instant Flash, evading their attacks while countering. Before long, dozens of ghost-faced spider corpses lay at his feet. In this battle of many against one, the advantage of agility was evident. With each step he took, Tang Xuan felt his comprehension of Wind Shadow Instant Flash deepen. His movements grew increasingly fluid and graceful, rendering the ghost-faced spiders incapable of landing a hit. As he witnessed his progeny being mercilessly slaughtered, a surge of fury welled up within the ghost-faced Spider King's compound eyes. Roar, 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 in its wrathful cries. The spiders clinging to their webs suddenly opened their mouths in unison, unleashing a multitude of silk strands. Despite Tang Xuan's desperate attempts to evade, the Tsang ear blade was ensnared by the strands. This is bad. Chapter 145. The Shura battle armor reaches perfection. Layers upon layers of silk enveloped the Tsang ear blade. Subsequently, the ghost-faced spider, gripping the silk, began to retreat. This is not good. Tang Xuan's expression shifted as he urgently exerted force to reclaim the Tsang ear blade. Yet, more strands erupted forth. The blade was entirely wrapped, resembling a rice dumpling. Tang Xian's mind raced. He immediately relinquished his grip on the blade. The blade could be retrieved, but should the silk ensnare his arm, it would spell disaster. It seemed this ghost-faced Spider King possessed a modicum of combat intelligence. He resolved to cease his entanglement with the ordinary ghost-faced spider and instead confront the formidable ghost-faced Spider King. As Tang Xian lunged forward, the Spider King immediately brandished its legs in a swift, slicing motion. In an instant, dark streaks of light flashed through the void. The stones touched by this black light were obliterated, their surfaces rendered impeccably smooth. Remarkable. The power was no less formidable than that of a blade. Tang Xian executed the wind shadow instant flash, evading the attack of the spider leg and reappearing on the back of the Spider King. With a powerful strike, he unleashed the Annihilation Emperor Fist. The earth trembled. However, at the moment his fist descended, Tang Xian felt as though he had plunged into a quagmire. His strength gradually sapped. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the back of the Spider King, but it merely shuddered, suffering no harm whatsoever. Those dense hairs possessed a damage-reducing effect. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Tang Xian's eyes. Just as he was about to strike again, he noticed those black hairs seemingly coming to life, writhing ominously. A sense of danger flooded his being. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air. Yet he was still a moment too late. The black hairs transformed into sharp, steel-like needles, piercing toward him. With a tearing sound, Tang Xian's trousers were shredded, revealing his bare thigh. He retreated 3 paces, glancing down at his exposed leg. He chuckled, "You beast, compensate me for my pants." The ghost-faced Spider King suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a vast net of silk. With a loud bang, the web expanded in the wind, descending upon Tang Xian. Alarmed, he swiftly dodged, but the sheer volume of silk previously spewed by the spider had coated the ground in a thick layer. As he attempted to rise, an overwhelming force of restraint gripped him. Realizing the peril, he quickly summoned his energy to break free from the entangling web, but alas, he was still a step behind. The web adhered to his right leg. The Spider King seized the web and yanked with tremendous force, pulling Tang Xian towards it. Simultaneously, it swung its legs, aiming for Tang Xian's vital points. In that critical moment, Tang Xian's gaze sharpened with intensity. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his ultimate weapon. Grasping with his right hand, the demon sword Yin Emperor fell into his grasp. In an instant, the laws of heaven and earth were invoked, and the power of the sword surged forth. Whoosh! Time and space appeared to freeze momentarily. The blade's radiance pierced effortlessly from the mouth of the ghost-faced Spider King, emerging from its back and showering the surroundings with a torrential rain of blood. Simultaneously, the sword's power directly annihilated the vitality of the Spider King. Its massive form collapsed to the ground. Thud! Tang Xian fell before the ghost-faced Spider King, mere feet from its maw. Such potent sword power. Tang Xian was left in awe. His full-strength punch could not even penetrate the spider's hairs, yet the sword's power effortlessly pierced through the Spider King's body. This illustrated the stark difference between wielding the laws of heaven and earth and being devoid of them. The power of the Tao represented a fundamental transformation. If only I could transmute my fist and blade techniques into the power of the Tao, my strength would soar to new heights. With a swift motion, Tang Xian severed the silken threads that bound him. After the fall of the Spider King, the ordinary ghost-faced spiders in the valley scattered in a frenzy, vanishing from sight in an instant. Simultaneously, the spider silk began to dissolve, transforming into a repulsive viscous substance that seeped into the earth. Tang Xian retrieved the Tsang ear blade and approached the corpse of the Spider King, reaching out to grasp the crystal key. He also took care to extract the beast crystal core, a stellar-grade beast crystal core, holding the crystal core of the Spider King. A broad smile spread across Tang Xian's face. Surrounding the core, a faint mist swirled gently, and within it resonated the sound akin to a heartbeat. This crystal core could only be condensed by beasts of the life star realm or above, containing an immense reservoir of life essence and malevolent energy. Seizing the moment before the Spider King's malevolent energy dissipated, Tang Xian entered a state of enlightenment to absorb the web crystal core. Boom! A torrent of terrifying power surged into his veins, akin to a mountain flood. Tang Xian felt as if his body were inflating like a balloon. The richness of the blood energy was overwhelming. He needed to refine it immediately. He activated the Azura Cyclone and began to devour the Spider King's blood energy. The power of the stellar-grade beast crystal core far exceeded his expectations. Even the Azura Cyclone struggled to fully digest it. Naturally, Tang Xian did not hold back. Azura armor. Activate. He donned the Azura armor and infused it with the overflowing blood energy. As the energy flowed in, the armor grew increasingly distinct, revealing a layer of dark golden bloodlight. The armor reached its grand completion. Tang Xian's face lit up with joy. At the minor completion stage, the Azura armor could only passively defend, but upon reaching grand completion, it could unleash a rebound effect. When an enemy's attack struck the armor, the force would be absorbed and then returned with multiple times the strength. This effect was similar to the 10,000 calamities devouring Yuan realm. However, the latter required active activation, while the Azura armor was triggered passively, eliminating the need for concern. In the state of enlightenment, the Spider King's crystal core, which would typically take 10 days to digest, was completely absorbed in just half an hour. In addition to achieving grand completion of the Azura armor, Tang Xuan also broke through to a minor realm, reaching the second level of the celestial realm, significantly enhancing his power. Feeling the surging strength within him, Tang Xuan beamed with delight. This sensation was absolutely marvelous. He had not experienced such a dramatic surge in cultivation for quite some time. Furthermore, he had acquired a wealth of heavenly materials. Upon his return, he could have someone refine them into elixirs, further amplifying his strength. Tang Xuan rose and walked to the altar's edge. He took out the crystal key and reached out to touch the restriction. Boom! The altar trembled violently, and the restriction transformed into a radiant pillar of light that shot into the sky. It took several dozen breaths before the fluctuations of the restriction completely subsided. A multitude of heavenly materials appeared before him. Tang Xuan's face was filled with joy as he prepared to collect them when a languid voice echoed from behind. "Leave the treasures, and then kneel." Tang Xuan's expression hardened, and he slowly turned around. At the mouth of the valley, a mysterious figure had appeared, though it was unclear when this had occurred. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. Logically, there should only be 5 of them within the realm of evil energy. So who was this individual? Upon noticing the person's sleeve, his pupils instantly contracted. The Sacred Land of Huiguang. Chapter 146, the Huiguang Piercing Void Finger. Since you are aware of my origins from the Sacred Land of Huiguang, kneel before me and humbly present your treasures with both hands. The stranger's face radiated with arrogant confidence. Do not even entertain thoughts of resistance, for I, Qianji, will make you experience unprecedented agony. Tang Xuan's gaze gradually turned indifferent. Although he was uncertain why someone from the Sacred Land of Huiguang had manifested here, it no longer mattered. He slowly ascended the altar. A smug smile crept across Qianji's lips. Excellent. Wise individuals often suffer less. Considering your perceptiveness, I am willing to accept you as a mere hound of the Sacred Land of Huiguang. Upon the altar, Tang Xuan swiftly collected all the rare treasures. Now, hand over the spatial ring. Qianji extended a hand. Yet, Tang Xuan did not comply. Instead, his eyes brimmed with mockery. Qianji's smile began to falter. You are engaging in a perilous endeavor, young man. Tang Xuan remarked, do individuals from the Sacred Land of Huiguang always prattle so much? A flicker of anger flashed in Qianji's eyes. It seems you have ultimately chosen a path of suffering. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Huiguang Piercing Void Finger. With that, Qianji raised his right hand, where a ghostly blue light suddenly emanated from his fingertips. As the light swirled, intricate patterns formed, resembling countless tiny star trails entwined around his fingertips. The patterns gathered in increasing numbers, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant sphere of light, dazzling to the extreme. The surrounding space appeared to warp under the intensity of the brilliance. Tang Xuan's expression sharpened. From the fluctuations of the light, he discerned that it was undoubtedly no less than a superior-grade Earth-level martial skill, possibly even a pinnacle-grade technique. Piercing void 6 rays. Qianji bellowed. His fingers splayed into a claw-like formation as he quickly unleashed 6 strikes that resembled luminous spears, targeting Tang Xuan's vital points. The force of his strikes resonated in the void with a thunderous roar. The mastery of his finger technique was evident. Tang Xuan's eyes flickered slightly. To cultivate one's finger power to such an accomplished level speaks volumes of innate talent. Even someone like Sun Feng had only achieved minor mastery in sword momentum. This indicated that Qianji, if he were in the Dark Radiance Sacred Land, could at least rank within the top 40 of the Dark Radiance list, possibly even approaching the 35th position. Qianji moved with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, his finger power was upon Tang Xuan. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unmoved. I thought you were formidable, but it seems you are merely a waste, unable to withstand even a single strike. Die! A fierce glint ignited in Qianji's eyes as he unleashed the full force contained within him, the 6 rays of finger power piercing mercilessly into Tang Xuan's body. However, the finger strikes passed through him without any obstruction. What? Qianji's pupils widened in shock. Before he could react, the sound of wind and thunder erupted from behind him. Before the fist made contact, a terrifying force surged through him, causing his blood to boil and his breath to be obstructed. This is bad. Qianji's expression changed drastically. At this moment, evasion was futile. In a moment of desperation, he immediately crouched down and rolled 18 times on the ground. Boom. The ferocious force of the punch grazed past him, crashing into the mountainside. After a brief silence, a thunderous roar followed. The mountain wall, as if made of tofu, was torn apart, creating a gaping hole 10 zhang wide. Xian sprang to his feet, staring at the massive cavity behind him, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. Had he been struck by that punch, he feared there would be naught but dust left of him. Your strength seems rather unimpressive. Tang Xuan's face showed disappointment. Humph. A waste from the sacred land of dark radiance daring to criticize the prodigies of the sacred land of reversal light. Xian forced himself to remain calm, replying coldly. I admit your speed is impressive and your punch is powerful, but to believe that alone could secure your victory over me is sheer folly. Now, you shall witness the true strength of Xian. Reversal Light's ultimate void break, radiant annihilation finger. Xian crossed his hands, the tips of all 10 fingers glowing with dazzling brilliance. He then forcefully spread them apart, transforming his fingers into blades, unleashing 2 10-zhang-long semicircular light blades that intertwined. A formidable force of annihilation surged from the blades, rapidly disintegrating everything they touched into powder. The ground was left with a bottomless chasm, its edges flickering with unstable light. Lingering ominously, Xian sneered. Humph, let's see where you can flee this time. This technique is the most powerful of Reversal Light's ultimate void break. Not only does it inflict tremendous damage, but it also disrupts the enemy's spirit. Amidst the flickering light, it will induce visual disorientation and mental confusion in the opponent. Simultaneously, the light blades possess the ability to lock onto targets, adjusting according to their movements, making it impossible for Tang Xuan to evade, no matter how swift he may be. Humph, boy, let's see if you can escape death this time. Facing the menacing finger technique, Tang Xuan grasped his Tsang airblade with one hand. The shadow of the Emperor of the Dermic realm manifesting behind him. Emperor's slash. The Emperor descends. A surge of malevolence enveloped him, the blade's radiance slicing through the air, while the shadow of the Emperor praised his prowess. The twin blades merged, amplifying their power several-fold. Boom. The clash of blade and finger light erupted, both forces annihilating each other, tearing apart the earth while stirring up waves of mud. The powerful aftermath swept across, causing Xian to frown and step back. Before he could regain his footing, he saw Tang Xuan charging towards him, undeterred by the residual energy. What? Xian was struck with terror. That residual force combined the full might of both the blade and finger techniques. Even he did not dare to confront it. Yet Tang Xuan appeared entirely unaffected, charging forth without hesitation. In the midst of his astonishment, the long blade came crashing down, seeking death. As a formidable figure on the sacred light ranking of the sacred land of reversal light, Xian reacted swiftly, channeling his spirit energy to its utmost, directing his finger technique toward Tang Xuan. Clang. The techniques collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, deafening to the ears. Xian was filled with confidence. With his perfected finger technique, he was certain it would grievously wound his opponent. However, not even half a breath had passed before the formidable momentum of Chong was ruthlessly torn apart, as an exceedingly terrifying blade force surged forth like a mountain's roar and a tidal wave. The blade force had reached its zenith. Xian felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, initially believing he had encountered an easy target. He soon realized he had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. His fighting spirit evaporated, and he desperately retreated while simultaneously exerting the last remnants of his strength to push forward with all his might. Boom. The blade force exploded. Xian was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the mountainside, blood gushing from his mouth. Ah, impressive strength. He is still alive. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Clutching his chest, Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of terror. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? Did I grant you permission? Tang Xuan's gaze darkened. In an instant, his figure became a blur, and when he reappeared, he had already blocked Xian's path. With no hope of escape, Xian's eyes glinted with malice. I will fight you. He raised his hand, unleashing a shower of starlight. You're finished. Chapter 147. The terrifying falling star needle. The starlight traveled with incredible speed. Before Tang Xuan could react, he was struck. Xian erupted into maniacal laughter. Haha. You've been hit by the falling star needle. You're doomed. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. The falling star needle was a particularly insidious hidden weapon. As fine as a hair, specifically designed to penetrate protective energy shields. Once it entered the body, it would circulate with the blood, tormenting the victim's meridians mercilessly with every movement, causing unbearable agony. If memory serves, this is indeed a weapon of the demonic path. Tang Xuan remarked coolly. As a warrior of the radiant light sacred ground, how can you resort to using a demonic weapon? Despicable. Qianji grinned maliciously. Fool, how naive you are. It's just you and me here. Who would know if I used the falling star needle? Now, kneel slowly, for any sudden movement will cause you excruciating pain. He pointed at the ground. Tang Xuan gazed at him calmly, eyes brimming with mockery. Are you so certain that I've been struck by the falling star needle? Qianji declared with arrogance. Indeed. I saw the falling star needle pierce your body with my own eyes. It is designed to breach protective energy. No matter how strong you are, you cannot resist it. He became increasingly smug. Tang Xuan sighed. So, it appears I am destined to die? Exactly. Qianji replied. Had you obediently complied, you might have escaped death. The falling star needle was exceedingly rare, even within the demonic path, and Qianji possessed only one. Had he not been forced by Tang Xuan, he would never have resorted to using it. Since I am to perish, might you enlighten me on how you infiltrated here? And how many others accompany you? Qianji sneered. Do you really think I would divulge that information? Tang Xuan spoke indifferently. Consider this a final act of mercy towards a dying man. Qianji shook his finger lightly. Secrets are called secrets precisely because they are never revealed. Regardless of the circumstances, even in the face of death, I will remain silent. Keeping secrets is my expertise. Tang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Ultimately, it seems I must exert some effort. I have heard that the levels of human pain are categorized into 10 grades. Levels below 6 can be disregarded. But from level 7 onwards, the agony becomes truly excruciating. Qianji raised an eyebrow slightly. I am keen to discover the pain threshold of the falling star needle. He lifted his finger, a radiant light shimmering at its tip. It was indeed the radiant void-piercing finger. Immediately, Qianji leaped forward like a cheetah, aiming his finger directly at Tang Xuan's vital points, demanding, kneel before me. With this strike, even if Tang Xuan were to evade the falling star needle, he would undoubtedly suffer broken bones and become incapacitated. Just as the force of the strike was about to reach him, Tang Xuan suddenly flashed a smile. An ominous premonition surged within Qianji's heart. In the next moment, brilliant starlight erupted from Tang Xuan's chest, shooting forth with great speed. Puff, puff, puff. Qianji felt as if swarmed by countless ants, a wave of tingling numbness coursed through him. Subsequently, an unimaginable, excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. Ah! A blood-curdling scream escaped his lips as his spiritual energy dissipated. His body went limp, collapsing before Tang Xuan. The falling star needle. How could this be? Upon sensing the falling star needle coursing through his body, Qianji's expression shifted dramatically. He gazed at Tang Xuan with disbelief. Once the falling star needle enters the body, even a domain-level expert would be unable to expel it. How did Tang Xuan manage such a feat? Surprised? Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. A peculiar shadow of armor manifesting around him. This is the Qi armor. Impossible. Even Qi armor cannot possibly withstand the falling star needle. Qianji bellowed. Tang Xuan calmly explained, this is not ordinary Qi armor. It is the Azura battle armor, possessing the ability to absorb and rebound attacks. Even the falling star needle cannot penetrate it. After being struck by the falling star needle, the Azura battle armor immediately weakened its impact and tightly contained it within, ready to be rebounded at Tang Xuan's command. However, he chose not to rebound it immediately, wishing to extract some words from Qianji. Yet, he underestimated Qianji, who, as a formidable being on the holy light rankings, was far from a fool blinded by pride. With a sigh, Tang Xuan rebounded the falling star needle, bringing Qianji down. Now, can you tell me? You shall not have it. Qianji enunciated each word. Those from the radiant void's sacred land will never submit to evil. Is that so? Tang Xuan grinned, then delivered a punch to Qianji's abdomen. The force surged within, immediately stirring the falling star needle. An intense pain engulfed Qianji, akin to countless ravenous wolves relentlessly tearing at his body and soul. This must be level 8 pain. Tang Xuan raised his fist. Speak. The next level will be even more agonizing. Qianji's eyes reddened with fury, roaring, evil fiend. If you dare, kill me. I would rather die than yield. Oh, how I relish your defiant spirit. Maintain it. Tang Xuan chuckled, raining down punch after punch upon Qianji. After all, it was not he who suffered. The pain swiftly escalated to level 9. Qianji, in agony, furiously rubbed his face against the ground, tearing his skin to shreds without feeling a thing. The most insidious aspect of the fallen star needle lies in its ability to inflict excruciating pain while keeping the victim fully conscious, forcing them to endure an unending torment. The next level has reached the 10th tier. Tang Xuan sees Qianji, whose face was smeared with blood and whose eyes were clouded with confusion. How tragic. Tang Xuan chuckled softly, channeling a thread of spiritual energy to subdue Qianji's raging vitality. As his energy calmed, the fallen star needle ceased its agitation. With a series of coughs, Qianji expelled 3 mouthfuls of blood, finally regaining a flicker of consciousness. At that moment, he lay there like a lifeless dog, tongue lolling and gasping for breath. Grant me a swift end. He understood his fate was sealed. Tragically, the fallen star needle had completely torn apart his spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of even taking his own life. Tang Xuan remarked with a grin, I can grant you that, but after 3 breaths, if you remain silent, I shall allow you to experience the agony of the 10th tier. Qianji trembled all over. He was not a coward, yet sometimes one must learn to accept reality. The fallen star needle instilled fear in countless powerful beings, and it was far from a mere reputation. Integrity was of no value in the face of such suffering. I will speak, Qianji weakly uttered. Our holy land of reversal has received news of the emergence of the evil energy secret realm, and we dispatched a team led by Lin Jingtian, comprising 7 individuals. Each one is a formidable entity on the holy light ranking. The other 3 and I are tasked with eliminating you, while Lu Ba and Sima Xing will confront Shuibu Ran, and as for Yin Zhuing, Lin Shixiang will personally engage. Tang Xuan nodded and continued to inquire, how do you maintain contact now? With no other option, Qianji reluctantly divulged the means of communication. I have revealed everything. Grant me a swift end. He pleaded in despair. He was not naive enough to believe Tang Xuan would spare him. The wisdom of letting a tiger return to the mountain is well understood at this level of existence, where no one is taken lightly. With a crack, Qianji's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, a glimmer of relief in his eyes as he fell lifeless. Tang Xuan promptly removed his spatial ring and opened it to find it filled to the brim with spiritual stones and medicinal pills. Truly, the pride of the holy land of reversal is immensely wealthy. In addition to the spiritual stones and pills, there lay a manual and a token. The manual detailed the reversal breaking void finger technique that Qianji had just employed. This technique had left a profound impression on Tang Xuan, especially the most potent move, the light annihilation finger, whose might could rival that of his own monarch's descent. As Tang Xuan lacked a finger technique, he naturally decided to claim it for himself, believing that acquiring diverse skills is never burdensome. However, there was no time for cultivation at present. Next, Tang Xuan picked up the token, which was neither gold nor jade, inscribed with the characters for reversal. This token was exclusively for communication within the holy land of reversal and could only be wielded by the rightful owner. Outsiders, no matter how powerful, could not activate it. Tang Xuan reached out and grasped the area of Qianji's dantian, drawing forth a faint stream of energy. Although Qianji had perished, the spiritual energy within his dantian had not entirely dissipated, making it perfectly suitable for activating the token. Subsequently, he directed the airflow into the token. Buzz. The token illuminated with a radiant glow. Within the brilliance, several points of light gradually emerged. Among them, 2 were not far from Tang Xuan, 50 miles to the east. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed, and then he vanished from his original position. Whoosh. Sima Xing gasped for breath, a patch of blood staining his left chest, and a dark handprint marred his waist as he leaned against the azure stone. Gritting his teeth. Hee, why aren't you running now? Have you lost the ability to flee? Amidst the laughter, 2 warriors clad in the garments of the Huiguang Holy Land approached with sinister grins. Niechun and Liao Shuo, the monsters of the Holy Light rankings. On Niechun's sword, fresh blood still clung to the blade. The bloodied hole in Sima Xing's chest was his handiwork. If you have what it takes, why not challenge me one-on-one? Sima Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asserted defiantly. Ha, how utterly foolish, it's a different era. And you still speak of duels? Do you think we are fools like you? We of the Huiguang Holy Land believe in achieving our goals by any means necessary. Liao Shuo laughed heartily, his face a mask of mockery. The 2 approached slowly, wearing expressions akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Sima Xing's expression became grave as he pondered an escape. After entering the Abyssal energy secret realm, he had successfully located a treasure spot and acquired a wealth of rare materials. However, upon emerging, he was ambushed by Niechun. One strike. The force pierced his left chest, mere half an inch from his heart. Had Sima Xing not reacted swiftly, slightly shifting his body, his heart would have been pierced through. Just as he was fending off Niechun, Liao Shuo had secretly struck with a poisoned palm, targeting his waist, shattering several ribs. Though shocked, Sima Xing remained composed and activated his trump card, temporarily forcing the 2 back, allowing him to escape. Yet, due to his severe injuries, he could not sustain his flight for long. Niechun and Liao Shuo, intent on torturing him, pursued him relentlessly without delivering a fatal blow. Realizing escape was impossible, Sima Xing was left with no choice but to halt. Weakened and unable to fight back, he resolved to make a final stand. With a determined thought, Sima Xing swiftly reversed the dagger in his right hand. Noticing his motion, Nie Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you still wish to resist?" Liao Shua chuckled. "Isn't that delightful? What satisfaction is there in killing a defenseless wretch? The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Allow me to use the golden flame hand and let you experience the searing agony of burning flames." As he spoke, he extended his right palm, revealing a blood-golden hue in his palm. Sima Xing's expression shifted suddenly. The golden flame hand was a particularly vicious technique, inflicting the wielder's target with excruciating heartburn, truly ruthless. So even the disciples of the Huiguang Holy Land practice such demonic techniques. How intriguing. Sima Xing's face bore a smirk of derision. Liao Shua calmly replied, "To deal with a villain like you, one must employ villainous tactics. It is an eye for an eye." Sima Xing refrained from retorting, for words would alter nothing. Instead, he would only diminish his own standing. As a monster of the Dark Radiance rankings, he would die with dignity. "Demon, kneel before me." Liao Shua cackled, unleashing the golden flame hand with ferocity. The fervent palm technique ignited the air as it surged towards Sima Xing. The latter's gaze instantly transformed into one of unwavering determination. Even in the face of death, I shall drag a companion with me. With a resolute heart, he charged forward. Oh, what audacity! Liao Shua's eyes flickered momentarily, concealing a hint of power within his palm. Regardless of how Sima Xing retaliated, he could effortlessly respond. Yet, until the force of the palm approached, Sima Xing exhibited no intention of countering. Huh? Liao Shua's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as the golden, fiery hand struck Sima Xing's left chest. Crack! The ferocious force shattered several ribs in Sima Xing's chest. These with which he was struck left Liao Shua momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Sima Xing abruptly lifted his head, a mouthful of fresh blood splattering onto Liao Shua's face. The crimson liquid obscured Liao Shua's vision. In that moment, Sima Xing, with great effort, grasped Liao Shua's still extended right palm with his left hand, then lunged a dagger toward Liao Shua's throat. "Old Liao, be cautious." Nie Chen's expression changed drastically as his sword erupted forth. One sword to return to the void. Whoosh! The piercing sword light cut through the air, striking Sima Xing's dagger. Clang! The clash of metal resonated, sparks flying. Had Sima Xing been at his peak, he would have easily deflected the blow. Yet now, severely injured, he could muster only a feeble counter. His right hand trembled, and the dagger flew from his grasp, merely leaving a shallow cut upon Liao Shua's neck. At this moment, Liao Shua regained his composure, wiping his neck, his hands drenched in blood, fury igniting within him. "You worthless wretch, how dare you injure me?" He executed a flying kick directly into Sima Xing's chest. Thud! Sima Xing was propelled backward, crashing violently onto the bluestone, blood erupting from his mouth. He struggled a few times before managing to rise to his feet. "It doesn't hurt at all. The monster of the Holy Land is not as formidable as I presumed." Since death is inevitable, Sima Xing mocked with fervor. Liao Shua's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Ha ha ha. Go ahead and curse. The more you curse, the more exhilarated I become. Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift demise." His right palm raised, blood energy coalescing once more. Sima Xing gritted his teeth, preparing to retaliate, but with a single movement, he was met with excruciating pain. "It seems I am nearing the end." He exhaled deeply, relaxing his entire being, ready to embrace death. Just then, a voice resonated. "What an unfortunate predicament you find yourself in." Chapter 149, I advise you to believe, or else the consequences will be dire. A familiar voice, a familiar figure. Sima Xing suddenly felt his entire body relax. The despair on his face dissipated, replaced by a joyful smile. How careless of me. I did not evade and was wounded by these two shameless individuals. Nie Chen and Liao Shua abruptly turned around. There, 50 paces away, a figure advanced with measured steps. Even before he arrived, his imposing presence was palpable. Upon recognizing Tang Xuan's visage, both were momentarily taken aback. Huh? How did this lad end up here? Isn't he supposed to be old Qian's prey? Nie Chen's face displayed confusion. Liao Shua, however, waved his hand dismissively. Old Qian's man is notoriously unreliable. Either he failed to capture him, or this lad managed to escape. Nie Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He did not believe that Tang Xuan could possibly defeat Qianji. Well, it would be convenient to finish him off and then mock old Qian. If one cannot even kill someone, what is there left to practice? Nie Chen allowed his sword to hang by his side and approached Tang Xuan. Sima Xing hastily called out, "Be careful, this fellow is immensely powerful." Although he had been ambushed and gravely injured, Nie Chen's strength was still formidable. Even in perfect condition, he would not be a match for him. While Tang Xuan was strong, he dared not claim that victory over Xian was assured. Liao Shua crossed his arms, observing with keen interest. Old Nia, if you can't take him down in 3 moves, let me have a go. Xian laughed heartily. I won't need 3 moves. This lad will be kneeling after just 2. With a single step, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, intertwined with an overwhelming sword intent. Sima Xing's pupils contracted sharply. A perfected sword intent. Such power would easily place one among the top 30 in the Dark Radiance rankings, far surpassing someone like Sun Feng. Xian pointed a finger at Tang Xuan. Though I do not know how you escaped, old Xian, you shall never escape from me. Kneel. With each word he uttered, the murderous aura intensified. By the time he pronounced the final word, the killing intent surged forth like a tidal wave. Ordinary individuals would have crumbled under such pressure, their hearts racing and bodies trembling in submission. Yet Tang Xuan remained impassive, his gaze cold and unyielding, as if the overwhelming malevolence were merely a gentle breeze to him. Xian's expression shifted from mockery to astonishment. What an impressive lad. No wonder you could escape, old Xian. You can withstand my killing intent. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Is it not possible that your killing intent is simply too weak to affect me? How absurd. Even Yin Jueying could not remain indifferent to my killing intent. You cannot. Xian was resolute in his disbelief. Tang Xuan did not refute him. Also, why do you assume that I escaped rather than having eliminated Xian? What? Xian's pupils dilated in shock, but he soon wore a cold smile. You think you could eliminate old Xian? Dream on. The monsters of the Dark Radiance are no different from waste before us. Slaying you is as easy as slaughtering chickens. Tang Xuan chuckled and turned to Sima Xing, asking, do you believe that? Sima Xing nodded decisively. I do. He then shouted at Xian. I advise you to believe it. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. Very greatly. Who is Tang Xuan? A monster who wreaked havoc on the Dark Radiance rankings upon entering the inner sect. Although Xian was powerful, Sima Xing firmly believed that he would undoubtedly be defeated by Tang Xuan. Regrettably, Xian replied coldly, you two are merely echoing each other. Not a single word of yours holds any weight with me. The only thing I trust is the sword in my hand. Since you are so confident, I shall employ a single-character sword technique to make you experience true pain and regret. In an instant, Xian's aura and sword intent escalated to another level. The pinnacle of the grand sword intent has been subtly reached. Oh, how rare it is for the old Nia to exhibit such seriousness. Liao Shua raised an eyebrow, excitement flickering in his eyes. That young man is doomed. With the old Nia's earnestness, he will surely find not a single good spot on his body. Sima Xing sighed. Alas, sometimes the more truthful words are the less believed ones. Well, soon enough, you shall weep. As his aura intensified, Xian inclined his sword, the energy coalescing like a mountain, exuding a faint air of a master. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. The monsters of the Huiguang Holy Land may be arrogant, yet they undeniably possess genuine prowess. Were he in their shoes, he would feel the same. Such confidence in one's strength is absolute, capable of conquering any opponent. However, confidence aside, some matters warrant deeper contemplation. If Tang Xuan truly escaped, how could he be unscathed? This is utterly illogical. Grasping the Tsunger blade, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. Accompanying this was a formidable blade intent. Upon its emergence, the peak grand sword intent was forcefully suppressed. Both Xian and Liao Shua's pupils constricted simultaneously, their expressions shifting dramatically. What is this? The blade intent has reached great perfection. How is that possible? According to their investigations, Tang Xuan was merely an ordinary inner sect disciple, not even listed on the Dark Radiance rankings. They had assumed him to be a soft target, only to discover he was a steel plate instead. Blade intent at great perfection is a rarity, even within the Huiguang Holy Land. Only monsters ranked in the top 10 on the Holy Light rankings can achieve such a feat in an instant. The mockery on their faces vanished, replaced by profound shock and gravity. Ha ha ha, why are you not laughing anymore? Weren't you just jumping around with glee? Sima Xing laughed heartily. Seeing Xian and Liao Shua floundering brought him immense joy. Could it be that old Xian has truly been slain? Liao Shua's expression shifted once more. Impossible. Even if his blade intent has reached great perfection, he is merely at the 2nd level of the celestial realm, while old Xian stands at the 4th. A 2-tier advantage sufficient to bridge any gap in intent. Xian declared loudly, and I am at the 5th level of the celestial realm. With this thunderous proclamation, the aura of the 5th level of the celestial realm erupted completely. The ferocious spiritual energy blazed like flames, lifting Xian's form into the air. He looked down from above, his gaze imposing. The strongest form of the one-word sword technique. A sword without self, merging the peak grand sword intent. Xian's aura surged, summoning countless sword phantoms. 10, 20, 50. Ultimately, he conjured 100 sword phantoms. Each phantom was capable of annihilating any martial artist below the 5th level of the celestial realm. A confident smile spread across Nie Chen's lips. Young man, from this moment forth, you shall have no chance of victory. Kill. With a resounding command, the heavens trembled as 100 sword phantoms transformed into a tempest, howling downward. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened instantly. Break for me. With a single cry, the heavenly manifestation of the Emperor appeared. Dual blades resonated in harmony, shattering the sword energy storm. Wherever the crossblade passed, the sword energy shattered. How could this be? Nie Chen exclaimed in astonishment. His full-powered strike was unexpectedly countered by Tang Xuan. In his moment of shock, the blade's radiance descended upon him. With a piercing sound, though Nie Chen exerted all his strength to defend, he was still violently shaken. His palm splitting open and blood spurting forth. Liao Shua, watching from the sidelines, wore a blank expression. What on earth was happening? Nie Chen was defeated by a single strike. A deep chill surfaced within him. Damn it, the intelligence was flawed. This lad possesses formidable strength. We must leave and seek Brother Lin to deal with him, Nie Chen shouted. He then retreated, a fierce expression on his face as he glared at Tang Xuan. Youngster, I will remember this strike. Await your doom. Tang Xuan replied with a faint smile. Don't wait. Let us do it now. With a swift motion. He vanished from his position, rapidly closing the distance. So fast. Nie Chen's eyes nearly bulged out. This speed is astonishing. He immediately unleashed his full power and retreated frantically. The dense forest was now in sight. As long as he could enter the woods, even 10 Tang Xians would be unable to pursue him. Just as Nie Chen felt triumphant, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his waist. The spiritual energy within him collapsed, and he fell to the ground. What? Nie Chen gasped. Looking down to see a dagger lodged in his waist, blood gushing forth. Not far away, Sima Xing leaned against a stone, gasping for breath, yet wearing a triumphant expression. Just now, you ambushed me with a strike. Consider this a return. As Nie Chen attempted to rise, Tang Xuan appeared before him. No, no. With a flash of the blade, his head fell to the ground, his cries abruptly silenced. Nie Chen, Liao Shua screamed, his face devoid of any pride, replaced by sheer terror and shock. When Tang Xian's gaze fell upon him, Liao Shua, like a startled bird, turned and fled, disappearing in a few swift leaps. Quite the speed. Tang Xuan did not pursue, but walked over to Sima Xing, offering him a healing pill. Sima Xing mainly suffered from superficial wounds and exhaustion. His internal organs were unharmed. After taking the healing pill and bandaging his wounds, his combat strength was restored to about 70%. Thank you, brother. Without you, I would have been finished. Tang Xuan smiled. There is no need to thank me. You should thank yourself. Sima Xing was taken aback. Thank myself? Why? Tang Xuan replied with a smile. If it weren't for the movement technique you provided, I wouldn't have made it in time to save you. Thus, the heavens do not forsake anyone. Sima Xing suddenly understood, feeling a rush of relief. Giving Tang Xuan the manual was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. He never expected it would indirectly save his life. This further solidified his determination to ally himself with Tang Xuan. How strange. Why would someone from the sacred realm of returning light appear in the evil energy secret realm? Sima Xing furrowed his brow. Tang Xuan immediately recounted the intelligence he had gathered from Qianji. The more Sima Xing listened, the more horrified he became. This is bad. If what Qianji said is true, then this is a targeted assassination by the sacred realm of returning light against our sacred realm of dark radiance. Old Ru and the others are in danger. Tang Xuan approached the lifeless body of Nie Chen, retrieving a communication token that revealed several luminous dots. Is that the people from the Huiguang sacred land? Sima Xing inquired with curiosity. Tang Xuan responded gravely, indeed. Sima Xing narrowed his eyes, observing. They seemed to be gathering together. The luminous dots were indeed converging steadily. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. He felt confident in a one-on-one confrontation. But if the Huiguang sacred land members were to unite, it would pose a considerable challenge. Let us proceed to investigate, he urged. Very well. The two then made their way toward the assembly of light. Atop the cliff, not a single blade of grass thrived, only bare, rugged rock. Curiously, on the highest stone, a peculiar little flower blossomed. The flower, no larger than a palm, bore 2 leaves, one black and the other white. Even more astonishing, it appeared to be a figment of a dream, shimmering in and out of visibility. I have found it, the dual dream flower. A figure flickered. And Yin Juing materialized on the cliff's edge, her exquisite eyes sparkling with delight. The dual dream flower was indeed the true purpose of her venture into the realm of dark energy. Just as she reached for it, a sharp and powerful sword aura surged toward her. Even before its arrival, a subtle yet formidable pressure from the heavens enveloped her. Yin Juing gasped in alarm. The power of the sword. She swiftly turned her palm, summoning a stream of black energy that absorbed the sword aura, resulting in a series of explosive sounds before settling into tranquility. Impressive. As expected of Yin Zhuiying, ranked 4th on the Dark Radiance list. She effortlessly deflected my strike. A solitary, striking figure descended from the skies, landing atop the cliff. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Jingtian. Ranked 5th on the Sacred Light list of the Huiguang Sacred Land, he stated coolly. Surprise flickered in Yin Zhuiying's eyes. Why would a member of the Huiguang Sacred Land appear here? However, as the 4th ranked on the Dark Radiance list, she swiftly regained her composure. With the figure standing before her, further contemplation on his presence seemed futile. Yin Zhuiying's gaze shifted past Lin Jingtian toward the dual dream flower, her brow slightly furrowing. As far as I know, the dual dream flower is the sole item capable of completing the ancient bloodline of the Phantom Demon. If I am not mistaken, you must be a descendant of the Phantom Demon clan, Lin Jingtian stated matter-of-factly. In ancient times, a clan possessed the ability to manipulate shadows at will, traversing various realms in a phantom-like form, instilling terror among many powerful beings through their enigmatic methods. This was the Phantom Demon clan. However, they later faced a great calamity, and their skilled members perished, ultimately vanishing from existence. Yin Zhuiying remained silent. Have you finished your prattle? Lin Jingtian raised an eyebrow. It is said that the women of the Phantom Demon clan are unparalleled in beauty, possessing an enchanting fragrance that enhances cultivation when engaged in dual cultivation. Now, remove your veil and allow me to behold your true visage. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Zhuiying raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of palm energy that was as ethereal as a shadow, exuding an overwhelming force. Lin Jingtian's expression remained unchanged. His body slightly turned as several sword energies transformed into a barrier, shattering the palm strike. I detest disobedient women, Yin Zhuiying replied coldly, and I loathe verbose men. Lin Jingtian smiled faintly. Very well, let me witness the true prowess of your shadow demon bloodline. He stepped forward, and a flurry of sword energies erupted instantaneously. Each sword energy bore the full force of Nie Chen's explosive power. Yin Zhuiying's body swayed slightly before suddenly becoming transparent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energies passed right through her without inflicting any harm. Chapter 151. The weakness of the bloodline. After evading the attack, Yin Zhuiying swiftly launched her counterattack. The formidable aura of the 7th level of the heavenly realm erupted forth. Strangely, the aura did not disperse. Instead, it formed a vortex-like shape that enveloped her body. What remarkable control over her aura! A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Jingtian's eyes. Typically, warriors unleash spiritual energy during combat as a conventional tactic. However, while such an eruption can enhance combat strength, it also leads to significant energy depletion. The stronger the outburst, the greater the loss. Thus, unless a swift resolution is possible, few warriors would dare to unleash their full power, for failure to swiftly defeat an opponent could result in catastrophic energy exhaustion, ultimately endangering their lives, a grave taboo. Yet, Yin Zhuiying, amidst her eruption, managed to maintain her spiritual energy in a swirling motion around her body, greatly minimizing consumption. Lin Jingtian knew he could not accomplish such a feat nonetheless. He remained unfazed, a peculiar smile gracing his face. What an impressive woman. Her strength surpasses my estimations. Yet, the more formidable she is, the greater my sense of conquest. Surrounding Yin Zhuiying was a mist as dark as ink, and the color of her pupils gradually transformed into a ghostly purple, the manifestation of her awakened shadow demon bloodline. A torrent of savage power surged within her like a roaring tsunami. With her hands poised as if holding an invisible weapon, a shadow spear coalesced in her palm. Kill. In a motion akin to teleportation, Yin Zhuiying appeared before Lin Jingtian in an instant. The shadow spear crackling with the sound of thunder as it pierced directly toward his vital points. Swift, fierce, accurate, true to her nature. She sought to obliterate her opponent with overwhelming force. Aware of her formidable capabilities, Lin Jingtian's demeanor was as calm as water, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. His true energy surged forth, countering her malevolent energy as he unsheathed his sword. Clang! A beam of golden sword light, bright as the rising sun, fell into Lin Jingtian's hand. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of sword glimmers erupted. In an instant, a series of explosive sounds resonated. The spear and sword clashed violently, sparking flares of light. A powerful shockwave swept mercilessly, fracturing the ground beneath them like a spider's web. Mud and sand surged like waves, obscuring the sky. When the dust finally settled, only Lin Jingtian remained. His expression was grave, sword energy swirling around him as he summoned his strength to its zenith. Though their exchange had been brief, the sheer might of Yin Zhuiying left him profoundly shaken. A gentle breeze swept through, heightening the palpable aura of menace. Suddenly, The figure of Yan Jing emerged from the shadows behind Lin Jingtian, her shadow spear emitting a dragon's roar as it lunged toward Lin's vulnerable back. Before the spear could reach him, a chilling presence sent tremors through Lin Jingtian. Without hesitation, he pivoted and brandished his sword, executing the dragon-slashing sword technique in an instant. The blade traced a brilliant arc of golden light, soaring like a magnificent golden dragon, colliding with Yan Jing's shadowy spear. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that radiated outward from their clash. Lin Jingtian staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood oozing from his palm. Flee or perish, Yan Jing scoffed coldly. Yet, Lin Jingtian remained unperturbed, a sly grin plastered across his face. Hee. I hope you can maintain that expression when you writhe beneath me in anguish. His vile words ignited a furious rage within Yan Jing. You seek death, she retorted, her form once again becoming ethereal, her attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Confronted with the enigmatic and unpredictable powers of the shadowy specter, Lin Jingtian could do little but parry with his sword, finding himself at a distinct disadvantage. However, instead of displaying any signs of panic, Lin Jingtian wore a continuous smirk. Yan Jing, do you truly believe this will be your victory? How naive. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he abruptly retreated, racing toward the illusory dream twin flowers. Isn't it the illusory dream twin flowers that you seek? Then I shall destroy them. Yan Jing's eyes widened in shock. After much effort, she had finally located the illusory dream twin flowers. If Lin Jingtian were to ruin them, the chance to restore her bloodline would vanish forever. Stop, she bellowed, her voice infused with a mix of fury and urgency. With renewed determination, she pursued Lin Jingtian, the power of her bloodline surging uncontrollably, her speed surpassing all previous limits. Her form flickered between reality and illusion, leaving a trail of black afterimages in her wake. Yet Lin Jingtian appeared to be well prepared, a devious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He swung his sword as if preparing to unleash a full assault on the illusory dream twin flowers. The tip aimed directly at the blossom's core. Desperation gripped Yan Jing. The power of her bloodline surged uncontrollably, propelling her to intervene at any cost. Yet, the inherent dangers of the shadowy bloodline began to manifest. The excessive use of her powers rendered her form increasingly translucent, the dark patterns beneath her skin growing more pronounced, as if they might break free. Her soul was also ensnared by a formidable force, an evil energy threatening to engulf her consciousness. Suddenly, her vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Yan Jing, you have indeed fallen for my trick. Lin Jingtian erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with triumph and mockery. He abruptly redirected his sword, no longer targeting the illusory dream twin flowers, but instead aiming it at Yan Jing. At that moment, she was ensnared in the agony of her bloodline's backlash, her consciousness hazy and her body beyond her control. She could only weakly raise her arm in a futile attempt to deflect Lin Jingtian's assault. Clang! The clash of metal echoed as Yan Jing endured a fierce impact, blood spewing forth. Lin Jingtian's eyes glinted with malice as the sword energy pierced her body, sealing her spiritual essence completely. Yan Jing let out a muffled groan, her figure swaying precariously as she nearly succumbed to the ground. She bore the excruciating pain in silence, but her trembling form betrayed the fact that she had completely lost her combat capability. Lin Jingtian opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sheer strength of Yan Jing had inflicted injuries upon him as well. Yet, his face bore the unmistakable delight of a plot successfully executed. Yan Jing, though endowed with the formidable bloodline of the Shadow Phantom Demon, was also rendered vulnerable by it. An incomplete bloodline, when pushed to its limits, would lead to an uncontrollable clash of powers. Now, your fate is sealed. Yan Jing coldly retorted, if you wish to kill me, then do it without further ado. Lin Jingtian erupted into laughter. To meet death so easily is not your destiny. Your spiritual energy has been sealed by my dragon-slaying sword Qi. You cannot even die. After a few more chuckles, he again spat out blood, a chill running through his heart. If he did not heal promptly, he might suffer dire consequences later. Thus, Lin Jingtian commanded, Hong Ying, bind her up. Once I have healed, I shall take my time to deal with her. In a flash, Hong Ying appeared, producing a spirit lock and binding Yan Jing, suspending her from a piece of azure stone. Lin Jingtian then consumed a healing pill. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, crashing forcefully to the ground. It was Yuan Liehua. Chapter 152. The three captured before Yuan Liehua could rise, another figure plummeted from above, landing a foot on his back. Let go of me, you scoundrel, he yelled. Humble yourself, defeated one, Shui Buran remarked indifferently. Lin Jingtian raised an eyebrow, quite swift. Aren't you? Shui Buran proudly replied. Rather than saying I am fast, it would be more accurate to say he is utterly inept. Yuan Liehua gritted his teeth in fury, exchanging glances filled with animosity. As a captive, any resistance would only render him a source of ridicule. Shortly thereafter, Hong Ying hoisted Yuan Liehua up as well. Lin Jingtian proclaimed, "Now, the two strongest individuals from the Dark Radiant's sacred land are our captives, leaving only 3 worthless ones. I trust Qianji has managed to deal with them by now." Shui Buran added, calculating the time, it should be nearly complete. Before long, a figure surged up the cliff, clutching the unconscious Luba. The third one. Shui Buran raised an eyebrow. This malevolent energy secret realm now belongs to our Hui Guang sacred land. As they witnessed Luba captured, Yin Zhuiying and Yuan Liehua felt their hearts sink further. It seemed that today was destined for their demise. Moments later, another figure emerged. Shui Buran, spotting him from afar, revealed a smile. It was Liao Shua. Liao Shua sprinted towards Lin Jingtian and the others, collapsing in front of them. "He is dead." Lin Jingtian frowned. "What do you mean dead? Speak clearly." Liao Shua screamed. "Nian Yechen is dead, and so is Qianji." At these words, Lin Jingtian, Shui Buran, and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Shui Buran seized Liao Shua by the collar, lifting him up, and demanded ominously, "Explain yourself. What transpired?" With great effort, Liao Shua swallowed hard, regaining a semblance of composure as he recounted the events concerning Tang Xuan. One decisive strike vanquished Nie Chun. How could this be possible? Shui Buran furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of Nie Chun's prowess, having mastered the sword to its pinnacle. Augmented by his celestial realm cultivation, even Yuan Liehua would find it challenging to defeat him in a single blow. Yet, the individual named Tang Xuan did not appear on the Dark Radiance rankings. Were it not for Liao Shua's explicit declaration, Shui Buran would have dismissed it entirely. He immediately turned to Lin Jingtian, who bore a perplexed expression. The name Tang Xuan seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Suddenly, Shui Buran's eyes widened. He recalled that before entering the Huiguang sacred land, the young Saint Yi had been bested by someone named Tang Xuan. Furthermore, there was Shin Tianlin, who, it was said, had previously been a martial artist of the Dark Radiant sacred land, but was humiliated by a certain Tang Xuan and subsequently defected to our Huiguang sacred land. Could it be that the person they encountered was indeed him? Lin Jingtian's face lit up with realization. It seemed so. How splendid. If I were to present his head to young Saint Yi, he would surely be overjoyed. Hong Ying, locate him and bring him forth. In the blink of an eye, Hong Ying vanished from sight. In the depths of the forest, chaos reigned. It appeared we had arrived too late. Sima Xing spoke gravely. Tang Xuan surveyed the surroundings. There was little blood, and traces of dragging suggested that someone had been taken away. Sima Xing exclaimed anxiously, "Damn it. The communication token has already been used. The evil energy secret realm is vast, and we have no idea where that pack of beasts from the Huiguang sacred land has taken old Lu." As Tang Xuan pondered this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he unleashed a punch with ferocious might. The explosive sound of his fist echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, a massive ancient tree, thick enough for several people to embrace, was cleaved in two, sending dust and debris soaring. As the dust settled, a figure appeared atop the severed trunk. Cold sweat trickled down Hong Ying's forehead. Had he been even a moment slower, he would have been obliterated. Members of the Huiguang sacred land. Sima Xing swiftly drew a dagger, adopting a combat stance. Tang Xuan, however, regarded Hong Ying with indifference. "You must be Tang Xuan," Hong Ying stated solemnly. He was well acquainted with the 5 from the Dark Radiant sacred land, yet Tang Xuan remained a stranger, prompting his inquiry. Tang Xuan grasped the Tsong air Dao in one hand, the overwhelming might of the blade surging forth. "Do you seek something from me?" Hong Ying, adept in reconnaissance and tracking, lacked combat prowess. Under the immense pressure of Tang Xuan's blade aura, a chill coursed through him, even disrupting his breathing. "Senior brother Lin Jingtian instructed me to tell you to meet him at the cliff. Otherwise," Tang Xuan narrowed his eyes. "Otherwise what?" Hong Ying swallowed hard. "Otherwise, prepare to collect the corpses of Yin Zhuiying, Yuan Liehua, and Lu Ba." Upon hearing this, Sima Xing's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed only Lu Ba had been captured, not realizing that even Yin Zhuiying and Yuan Liehua had fallen into enemy hands. The strength of Lin Jingtian was now evident. While although Tang Xuan was formidable, he still paled in comparison to such top-tier monsters as Yin Zhuiying and Yuan Liehua. It is highly improbable that one could rival Lin Jingtian. Depart. There is only one path leading to death. However, if we choose not to go, Yin Zhuiying and the others will perish. For a moment, Sima Xing was taken aback. Only Tang Xuan remained composed. Since the situation has arisen, haste is futile. Resolution is the only course of action. He grinned widely. "Very well, Return and inform Lin Jingtian to prepare himself, for I shall come to relieve him of his life. And I will not spare any of the heads of those in the radiant sacred land." With a thunderous command, murderous intent erupted. Hong Ying's legs weakened, and he fell from the tree. Fortunately, a warrior's physique is resilient, and he sustained little harm. He hastily caught his breath and turned to flee. Sima Xing gritted his teeth and said, "We must hurry." Yet, Tang Xuan seized him, exclaiming, "Why the rush?" Sima Xing replied, "How can I not be anxious? Yin Zhuiying, Yuan Lehua, and old Lu have been captured. Their lives are in peril. We must hasten to rescue them." Tang Xuan was at a loss for words. Rescue? I fear it is merely a march to our own demise. Sima Xing was rendered speechless, but Tang Xuan interjected. "You do not even know how many adversaries there are or their strength. Rushing in recklessly is tantamount to courting death." Sima Xing understood this logic. Yet many matters muddle the mind. Are we to stand idly by and watch them perish? Tang Xuan shook his head. Certainly not. They must be saved, but with preparation. He stretched leisurely and gazed at the sky. Though he had fought his way thus far, in truth, they had yet to spend a full day in the realm of sinister energies, merely 7 or 8 hours at most. Sima Xing's expression turned tense. "What shall we do?" Tang Xuan flashed a smile. "Rest well. In 2 days, we shall mend our injuries." Sima Xing was momentarily stunned. He was utterly bewildered. What is the meaning of this? But if we do not go, old Lu and the others may be in danger. Sima Xing voiced anxiously. Tang Xuan sat cross-legged, retrieved a rare treasure from his spatial ring, and swallowed it whole. "Do you believe that if we go, they will be free from peril?" Sima Xing fell silent. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. "Their morale is high, and you are injured. Going there would be akin to sending lambs to the slaughter, entirely futile." Although Sima Xing was reluctant, he had to concede to this truth. Tang Xuan continued, "The individual who just left will undoubtedly embellish our faults upon returning. If you were the leader of the radiant sacred land, what would you do?" Sima Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "I would be incensed and command everyone to await your arrival." Tang Xuan chuckled. "Precisely. As long as we do not appear, they will continue to wait. The art of war states that repetition breeds exhaustion. When their patience wanes, a flaw will emerge, and that will be our opportunity." Sima Xing's eyes brightened, but concern soon clouded his face. "But what if they turn their wrath upon old Lu and the others?" Tang Xuan shrugged. "Then we must take a gamble. We must wager that they will not harm Lu Ba and his companions." Sima Xing exhaled slowly. "At this juncture, there remains no alternative." "Very well. I shall expedite my healing." Regardless of the challenges ahead, strength remains the most effective solution to break the deadlock, without exception. By the way, after 3 hours, you are to visit the cliff. Tang Xuan chuckled. Sima Xing was taken aback. "The cliff? Are you not going?" Tang Xuan shook his head. "I shall not go. After you arrive, make sure to taunt them, proclaiming that I will be there shortly, urging them to flee post-haste, lest I bring them to their doom one by one." The color drained from Sima Xing's face. "No, provoking them like this, once you reveal yourself." He did not finish his thought, yet the implication was clear. Once Tang Xuan appeared, he would face the wrath of the formidable beings of the radiant return sanctum. Haha, would that not be most amusing? Enough, off you go. I must dedicate myself to my training. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Sima Xing opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained, as he was now the sole beacon of hope. Once Sima Xing departed, Tang Xuan devoted all his attention to his cultivation. With only a day at his disposal, not a moment could be squandered. He retrieved a rare treasure, scarcely glancing at it before consuming it whole. Thankfully, Sima Xing had already left. Otherwise, witnessing such a reckless act would surely have startled him. It is important to note that raw treasures often possess toxic properties, with many being lethally poisonous. Ingesting them could lead to diminished cultivation or, in severe cases, instant death. Such substances must be refined through alchemy to neutralize their effects on a warrior's body. However, the celestial slaughter Shura technique is a peculiar method that can decompose any force to its primal essence, transforming it into a power suitable for the cultivator. Be it poison or elixir, their origins are fundamentally the same. After undergoing decomposition through the Shura vortex, torrents of potent spiritual energy course through Tang Xuan's limbs and bones. The Imperial Destruction Blade and Celestial Slaughter Shura technique had reached a plateau for the time being. The Annihilation Emperor Fist and Sun Destruction Star Sinking required unique forces to progress further. Presently, the only technique capable of rapid advancement was the Shadow Treading Pursuit. And within a day, he should be able to elevate Wind Shadow Flash to perfection. As Tang Xuan cultivated, he also refined his martial skills. Now that the 9 nether life will had been formed, he still had the capacity to grasp another technique, perhaps. He extended his right palm, revealing a tome within its center. the Radiant Return Breaking Void Finger. This set of techniques had been acquired from Qianji and is a premier Earth-grade finger technique. Its hallmark is speed of execution, capable of both converging and dispersing attacks, while also possessing the ability to lock onto an opponent's aura, if unleashed unexpectedly in combat. It could certainly catch an adversary off guard. Very well, let the enlightenment commence. With his intention set, Tang Xuan immediately entered a state of profound realization. Ding. Successful enlightenment achieved 20 times. Congratulations to the host for reaching the threshold of the Radiant Return Breaking Void Finger, mastering the Breaking Void 6 point. The electronic voice resonated, and Tang Xuan could not help but express surprise. Oh, I mastered it so swiftly. Initially, it was presumed that enlightenment would require at least 100 realizations. However, astonishingly, it was achieved after merely 20. The swiftness of this progress far exceeded expectations. Yet, soon enough, Tang Xuan understood the underlying reason. This remarkable advancement stemmed from the significant enhancement of his attributes in various aspects. It is akin to an elementary student grappling with middle school problems, which would be exceedingly challenging. However, if that same student were to evolve into a university scholar and then revisit middle school problems, they would find them remarkably simplistic, almost effortless. This illustrates the impact of enhanced strength, experience, and knowledge. At present, Tang Xuan possesses numerous high-level martial techniques. Having long acclimated to the complexities of skills such as the Jia Huang slash and the Tian Lu Xie Luo formula. Although the Hui Guang Pasu finger is classified as an exceptional earth-level technique, it poses no difficulty for Tang Xuan now. Thus, his rapid cultivation is entirely rational. Should it not be so, he would have reason to question his own capabilities. Given this pace, it is likely he could achieve mastery within a single day, while also contemplating the significance of finger techniques, as the absence of force would greatly diminish the power of martial skills. With that resolved, Tang Xuan re-entered a state of enlightenment. In a fleeting moment, he progressed from the basics to a minor attainment. Upon reaching this stage, he did not pursue further elevation but instead turned his attention to comprehending finger intent. Compared to the grand gestures of weaponry, the unyielding ferocity of fist intent, and the ethereal nature of palm intent, finger techniques possess a unique essence. Their most notable characteristic is their intricacy, often surpassing that of swordplay. No matter how short a long sword may be, it still measures 3 feet, whereas fingers can maneuver with ease in a confined space. The rapidity and variability of finger techniques define their nature. However, their drawback lies in their insufficient lethality. Within the same realm of understanding, finger intent is often deemed inferior. Unless one possesses overwhelming prowess, practitioners of finger techniques rarely engage in direct confrontation. Thus, they typically complement their training with agility to compensate for the lack of damage. Fortunately, Tang Xuan faced no such dilemma, as his training in the Hui Guang Pasu finger was inherently designed to serve as an auxiliary, perfectly circumventing the shortcomings of finger intent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the entry level of finger intent after 50 successful realizations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for attaining minor mastery of finger intent after 80 successful realizations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching major mastery of finger intent after 100 successful realizations. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving complete perfection of finger intent after 250 successful realizations. As the electronic voice resonated, a smile graced Tang Xuan's lips. Excellent. He had attained complete mastery of finger intent. The next step awaited, finger stance. Chapter 154. Lin Jingqi was enraged in a mere 2.5 hours. Tang Xuan advanced from 0 to complete mastery of finger intent. Such speed can only be described as terrifying. It is worth noting that many individuals with mediocre talent may never reach full mastery of finger intent throughout their entire lives. Even in comparison to his previous experiences with sword intent and fist intent, this progress was significantly more rapid. The remarkable speed can be attributed not only to the Enlightenment System, but also to the fact that Tang Xuan now possesses multiple realms of understanding. The principles remain consistent across all realms, thereby infinitely shortening the time required for comprehension. Afterward, he delved into other realms of understanding, progressing at an equally swift pace. Half an hour later, Tang Xuan had successfully grasped the fundamentals of finger techniques. Once he consolidated his mastery, he immediately set about comprehending the reversal light-breaking void finger. During this period, he also achieved a small breakthrough, ascending to the 3rd level of the celestial realm, his strength significantly amplified once more. However, amidst his fervent and frenzied cultivation, atop the cliff, rage was mounting. Where's that brat? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Lin Jingtian shouted, his fist shattering a nearby stone into dust. his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with displeasure. He had been waiting for a full 3 hours. Hong Ying. What in the world is going on? Where's that boy? Lin Jingtian demanded angrily. Hong Ying trembled slightly. I don't know. He said he would come. But where is he? Lin Jingtian bellowed, frustrated. He had always been the one to wait for others. It was unfathomable for him to be kept waiting. After Hong Ying's report, he had anticipated Tang Xuan's prompt arrival, yet 3 hours had elapsed without a sign of him. Lin Jingtian's clothing had gathered dust like a spider's web. This was utterly unacceptable for someone as proud as Lin Jingtian. Could it be that he sensed danger and fled? Lin Jingtian's brow furrowed. This was indeed a possibility. If Tang Xuan had truly run away, he would appear foolish. No more waiting, Lin Jingtian declared somberly. Securing the evil energy secret realm is imperative. Shui Buren pointed at Yin Zhuiying and the others. What about them? The men must die, and I shall take Yin Zhuiying with me. She is a rare gem that I intend to savor. Lin Jingtian's gaze lingered hungrily on Yin Zhuiying's exquisite figure, swallowing hard. Liao Shua rolled up his sleeves, brandishing a knife with a sinister smile as he approached Luba. Die for me, just as he swung his blade to strike. A figure shot forth like lightning, daggers glinting as they aimed for his throat and abdomen. Liao Shua was taken aback, yet he reacted swiftly, twisting his long knife to deflect the strike aimed at his throat, then unleashing a fierce palm strike to shatter the other incoming blade. However, unexpectedly, the assailant chuckled lightly, flicking their wrist, causing both daggers to vanish in an instant. They then lunged directly at his chest. A feint. Liao Shua was struck with alarm. At this moment, he had exhausted his strength and could not change his tactics. He could only muster what little energy remained in his legs to retreat wildly. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced half an inch into his body, then swiftly slashed upward, leaving a gaping wound as blood gushed forth. Liao Shua let out a piercing scream. The assailant, emboldened by their success, struck again. In a moment of desperation, Liao Shua threw himself backward, rolling away frantically in an attempt to evade the attack. What a pity! The assailant sighed, a look of regret crossing their face. However, they had not anticipated a single strike to suffice, and thus, they were not overly disappointed. Liao Shua, in a pitiful state, scrambled to his feet, trembling uncontrollably. He had narrowly escaped being disemboweled. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, his body covered in dust, and a long wound marred his chest, flesh rolling, blood pouring forth. Damn it, who is it? Liao Shua was seething with rage. As a creature of the sacred light ranking, he had never felt so utterly humiliated. The newcomer chuckled. Your father. Liao Shua paused, and upon recognizing the face of the intruder, he was engulfed by an overwhelming fury. It's you. Sima Xing leisurely replied. Isn't it your father indeed? You strike me, and I shall return the favor with a blade. Fair and square, you won't be at a loss. You seek death. Liao Shua roared, his palms clashing together as he prepared to retaliate. Yet, Sima Xing interrupted with a sigh. Hold your horses. I'm here to discuss matters. Then go to hell and talk. Liao Shua shouted. However, he was once again restrained, not by Sima Xing, but by Lin Jingtian. Cease. His command left Liao Shua no choice but to comply, his gaze towards Sima Xing brimming with anger and resentment. TSK, TSK. It seems there are still sensible individuals around. Sima Xing whistled. Did you hear that? Stand down. Move aside. Liao Shua was nearly beside himself with rage. You. Sima Xing puffed out his chest. Not convinced. Come at me. A grinding sound emanated from his teeth, as he glared at Sima Xing with an expression akin to that of a predator. Lin Jingtian squinted, fixing his gaze on Sima Xing. Where's the other one? Bring him forth. Sima Xing glanced at the 3 figures of Lu Ba, noting their battered states, but lack of life-threatening injuries. He exhaled in relief. Apologies. Brother Tang is currently resting. He asked me to convey that you shouldn't be anxious. Once he awakens, he will come to annihilate you. What did you say? Lin Jingtian, who had been growing impatient, now erupted with rage, a violent aura surging forth. Sima Xing's pupils contracted sharply as he crossed his arms defensively. The force of Lin Jingtian's fury sent him staggering back several paces, his arms feeling utterly incapacitated. Such a formidable presence. Sima Xing marveled inwardly, grateful he had heeded Brother Tang's counsel and refrained from recklessly intervening. Otherwise, even facing Lin Jingtian alone would have been beyond their capacity. Brother Tang instructed me to inform you that if you're afraid, you should hastily retreat. Otherwise, when he arrives, it will be akin to crushing an ant beneath his heel. Sima Xing managed a mocking grin. Haha. Lin Jingtian laughed maniacally. Is that a provocation? He should come here this instant. Sima Xing responded, what is the rush? Brother Tang isn't fully rested yet. Lin Jingtian stepped forward, causing the earth to fracture beneath him, his murderous intent nearly tangible. I said he should come immediately, or I will slay Yin Jueying and the others. Sima Xing shrugged. Suit yourself. They have no ties to Brother Tang. If you wish to kill them, do so swiftly. Once Brother Tang arrives, you won't be able to. Lin Jingtian bellowed. Very well. I shall see what he is capable of to save them in my presence. A surge of joy washed over Sima Xing. He recognized that Lin Jingtian had completely lost his composure, rendering him utterly reckless. This shift in demeanor effectively safeguarded the lives of Yin Jueying and the others. Truly a masterstroke. Chapter 155. Preparations to strike. Very well. Then wait and see. After Sima Xing uttered a remark, he abruptly flew away, vanishing along the mountain path. Shui Buren furrowed his brow. Lin Shixiang, shall we not kill him? Humph. He is but an insignificant insect, easily crushed beneath my hand. Lin Jingtian replied, his face a deep shade of anger. What truly concerns me is that Tang Xuan. A clever tactic indeed. Using words to provoke me in order to preserve the lives of the three of them. Quite the scheme. Once he regained his composure, Lin Jingtian realized he had fallen into a trap. Yet, true to his character, he would not retreat even when aware of the peril. This was a pride befitting a monster. For them, maintaining face was paramount. Do we still need to wait? Shui Buren inquired cautiously. Lin Jingtian ground his teeth and uttered a single word. Wait. Shui Buren felt helpless, for they were all under Lin Jingtian's command. Time trickled by, and soon several hours had passed. Lin Jingtian was enveloped in great agitation. He knew he needed to remain calm, yet his fury burned ever brighter. The longer the wait, the greater his wrath. In the dense forest, Tang Xuan, deep in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within them. He then flicked his fingers. Whoosh. The sharp gust produced a piercing sound. After traveling several paces, the wind abruptly exploded, transforming into 6 beams of light that arced gracefully before landing upon the blue stone. Ft, ft, ft. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, 6 small holes appeared in the solid stone, capable of being embraced by several people. The finger technique had reached its pinnacle. A hint of regret flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. Alas, if only I had half a day more, I could surely elevate it to perfection. A figure flashed, and Sima Xing appeared. How goes it? Tang Xuan asked. Sima Xing immediately broke into a smile. As you anticipated, under the provocation, Lin Jingtian has become utterly enraged. He is now irreconcilable with you, and I doubt he can even sleep. As for old Lu and the others, they should remain unscathed until your arrival. Tang Xuan nodded. The preliminary preparations are complete. Now comes the real main event, rescuing them. Sima Xing's expression grew grave. Old Tang, Lin Jingtian's strength is exceedingly formidable, comparable to Yin Jueying. Slaying him will be quite the challenge. Tang Xuan chuckled. Who said I intended to kill him? Sima Xing was taken aback. If not to slay Lin Jingtian, then what had been the purpose of all this effort? Tang Xuan rolled his eyes. Of course, it is to rescue them, and then gather everyone's strength to confront him. Surely you don't think I am capable of slaying Lin Jingtian at this moment? Sima Xing offered a sheepish smile. Tang Xuan's extraordinary prowess led him to unconsciously place him on the same pedestal as Lin Jingtian. It appeared that he had overthought the situation. However, with the opponent's overwhelming numbers, even if they managed to entangle Lin Jingtian, achieving a stunning victory would not be easy. Especially since old Lu and the others had their spiritual energy sealed and could not escape. Sima Xing furrowed his brow. Tang Xuan smiled lightly. Isn't there a cliff over there? Sima Xing nodded in agreement, and then his eyes widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply. You can't possibly mean that if one were to plunge from a height of several hundred zhang, they would almost certainly become a mere heap of flesh. Tang Xuan replied. But isn't there still a 1 in 10 chance of survival? Sima Xing was rendered speechless. Are you serious? Tang Xuan countered. Do you have an alternative solution? Sima Xing fell silent once more. Tang Xuan stretched his limbs. Of course, we must first prepare ourselves and devise a means of self-rescue below. Although our spiritual energy is sealed, our physical strength remains. If we were to perish from such a fall, it would simply be our ill fate. Sima Xing pondered for a moment. Following the mountain path, there was no way they could outrun Lin Jingtian and his companions. Leaping off the cliff was indeed their only option for survival. Perhaps for an ordinary person, the leap would be fatal, but Yin Jueying, Yuan Laowa, and Lu Ba were all formidable beings of the Anyao sacred land. Even with their spiritual energy sealed, they would not be entirely without means to defend themselves. As Tang Xuan stated, if such a fall could result in death, they would deserve to perish here. Thus, Sima Xing led Tang Xuan around the cliff and down to its base. Looking up, the summit appeared to merge with the heavens, distant and unattainable. Tang Xuan began to survey the area, and a frown soon creased his brow. The ground below was strewn with rubble, devoid of any vegetation. Not only were there no trees, but even water was absent, leaving nothing but a chaotic heap of stones. Were there trees? One could leap onto their branches to cushion the fall. Were there water? One could plunge in to negate the impact. But with neither trees nor water, only jagged stones awaited, and surviving such a fall seemed improbable. Sima Xing was left dumbfounded. Is the heavens conspiring against us? Tang Xuan had never subscribed to the notion of an unavoidable demise. He turned his gaze to the cliff face, where a few blades of grass were struggling to grow. However, these were small and frail, making it nearly impossible to grasp them in a rapid descent, and their roots would certainly fail to withstand any force of impact. What now? As Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, he suddenly spotted a number of climbing vines on the opposite cliff. An idea sparked within him. Sima Xing, gather those climbing vines and twist them into a rope to hand to them when they leap. Sima Xing's eyes lit up. You intend for them to use the vines to slow their descent? But this requires considerable physical strength. Gripping the rope during a rapid fall would subject their arms to unimaginable impact. For an ordinary person, their arms would be torn apart in an instant. Then it shall depend on their fate. Hurry, we are running out of time. Tang Xuan was not afraid of Lin Jingtian's imminent aggression. Rather, they had only 3 days to navigate the evil energy secret realm, and nearly 2 days had already elapsed. They had a mere 12 or 13 hours remaining. Defeating Lin Jingtian would not guarantee their success. They still needed to reach the core of the formation at the center of the evil energy secret realm. Promptly, the two sprang into action, tearing down a considerable amount of climbing vines, swiftly twisting them into makeshift ropes, which they stowed away in their spatial rings. Are we ready? Tang Xuan flexed his limbs. This challenge will be no small feat. Once Lu Ba and the others are rescued, the inhabitants of the radiant light sacred ground will undoubtedly turn against you. Can you withstand such an onslaught? Sima Xing chuckled. Do not underestimate me. I possess unwavering confidence in my agility. Tang Xuan smiled. Very well, let us proceed. At the cliff's edge, upon the stone path, a proud figure strode forth. Who dares question the dragon among men, casting a disdainful gaze upon the world and lamenting the vast heavens? Chapter 156. A battle with Lin Jingtian beneath the moonlight. Along the mountain path, an ethereal figure approached, step by step, neither hurried nor slow, treading upon the moonlight. Even before his arrival, a formidable aura captivated the hearts of all. Lin Jingtian, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of excitement flashing within his pupils. At long last, he has come. With a cold snort, he rose to his feet, causing the stone seat he had occupied to shatter, sending dust into the air. He has arrived. Lu Ba's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. For some unknown reason, upon seeing Tang Xuan, he felt a sense of invulnerability to death. Humph, what difference does it make? He cannot possibly defeat us. Yuan Lihou frowned. It was not that he harbored any animosity towards Tang Xuan, but the truth was evident. Although Lin Jingtian's strength fell short of Yan Zhuing, he was still formidable enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Gutian Luo. And then there was Shuebu Ran, whose tactics were somewhat unscrupulous. Even without resorting to such methods, Yuan Lihou believed he could not easily overcome him. Just the two of them made victory improbable, let alone with the addition of Hong Ying and Liao Shua. 1 against 5. This was a certain path to death. Yan Zhuing spoke directly. Let us go. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. If I leave, who will come to your aid? Lin Jingtian let out a wild laugh, his voice resonating like waves, his raven hair dancing, exuding arrogance. Now that you have come, do you think you can depart? In a flash, Liao Shua and another powerful figure from the radiant light sacred ground appeared behind Tang Xuan, blocking the mountain path. Shuebu Ran stepped forward, standing before Yan Zhuing and the others, his aura shimmering like flowing water, completely encircling Tang Xuan, leaving him no chance of escape. Tang Xuan's expression remained indifferent, as if he were oblivious to the situation, his demeanor unchanged throughout. Qianji and Niechen were slain by you, Lin Jingtian said coldly. Tang Xuan nodded nonchalantly. Indeed. Humph, I did not expect the dark radiant sacred ground to conceal such a true dragon as you. Here is your opportunity. Submit and join the radiant light sacred ground. Lin Jingtian stated coolly. Tang Xuan was the first to provoke such anger in him. Not interested. Tang Xuan flatly rejected. This response did not surprise Lin Jingtian. You have been given a chance. Should you fail to seize it, prepare for death. The aura surrounding Lin Jingtian began to intensify. Go ahead, let me witness the extent of your power. Tang Xuan, too, did not hold back, unleashing the Extinction Emperor Fist in an instant. Even before his fist was thrown, an overwhelming force emanated from him. Boom. Amidst the sound of an explosion, the fist transformed into a vortex, hurtling towards Lin Jingtian. Indeed, Lin Jingtian, a man of great stature, could easily discern the might of this punch. With a movement of his shoulder, sword energy erupted forth, colliding with the force of the fist. With a thunderous explosion, Tang Xuan's fist force was abruptly shattered by the sword's radiance. Simultaneously, the sword's momentum remained unyielding, aiming directly for Tang Xuan's throat. Such strength, unassailable. Tang Xuan propelled himself upward, his body soaring 3 zhong as the sword aura grazed the soles of his feet. Before he could even land, the Extinction Emperor fist was unleashed once more. A mere parlor trick, akin to an ant shaking a tree. Lin Jingtian smirked coldly, the sword aura surged forth again, forcing Tang Xuan to retreat. As Tang Xuan spun around Lin Jingtian, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each one a manifestation of the Extinction Emperor fist. The overwhelming power left the onlookers in silent awe, astonished at his ability to contend with Lin Jingtian at such a level. Lu Ba was visibly shocked, while Yuan Liahu furrowed his brow. Do not be overly optimistic. Lin Jingtian has yet to take this seriously. With just his sword aura, he has kept Tang Xuan at bay. When he truly engages, Tang Xuan may not even have the chance to retaliate. After a series of over a dozen punches, Tang Xuan found himself not closing the gap but rather being pushed further away under the onslaught of sword energy. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his punch. The same Extinction Emperor fist, yet imbued with a different potency. The sound of wind and thunder erupted instantaneously. Lin Jingtian's gaze flickered slightly. Ah, the punch has reached perfection. Faced with this perfected force, a hint of gravity crossed his features. With a swift motion, he grasped the dragon-slaying sword. Breaking through, a golden sword light sliced forth. Empowered by the laws of heaven, the perfected punch was cleaved apart. Tang Xuan hastily sidestepped, the sword light narrowly missing his form. An eerily familiar force surged from the sword light. This was the entry into the sword path. Tang Xuan's eyes flashed. So, Lin Jingtian has also cultivated the power of the sword. However, it appeared he was merely at the threshold. His sword path unfocused and far less refined than Tang Xuan's own. Yet, even if Tang Xuan unleashed his sword path power, he could not hope to defeat Lin Jingtian. Such a monstrous existence would possess no protective trump card. It was hard to believe that Tang Xuan could be vanquished without one. Moreover, the sword path power was also his trump card, relying on the element of surprise. Once revealed, if it failed to slay Lin Jingtian, it would lose its efficacy for future use. Furthermore, Tang Xuan's intent was to save others, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Thus he remained unhurried, relying solely on the Extinction Emperor fist to contend with Lin Jingtian. In a blink, the two had exchanged blows for dozens of rounds. Lin Jingtian's expression turned to one of disappointment. Is your strength truly limited to this? How disappointing. If so, perish. With a flick of his wrist. The sounds of wind and thunder erupted from the sword, its dazzling radiance resembling a swirling galaxy, bursting forth. Tang Xuan sensed that he was surrounded by sword light on all sides. Relying solely on the Extinction Emperor fist would be utterly futile. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the Tsong Airblade. Day of destruction, stars submerged. Star slash. With a furious swing, the stars erupted. The blade's aura and sword light wreaked havoc, igniting yet another violent explosion. Oh, the blade S might has reached perfection. You are proficient in both blade and fist. Lin Jingtian's face betrayed surprise. Even he could only extend his sword intent to the threshold of the sword path, with no energy left to cultivate a second realm. Tang Xuan not only achieved perfection in his fist techniques, but also mastered the art of the blade. In essence, Lin Jingtian's innate talent was thoroughly overshadowed by Tang Xuan. A wave of unbearable humiliation surged within Lin Jingtian. He could not tolerate the notion that someone else's abilities could eclipse his own. With a sword in hand, Tang Xuan immediately counterattacked. The blade shimmered with a fierce brilliance, embodying a dominantly powerful essence. Lin Jingtian managed to parry several strikes. Yet he felt a subtle tingling in his right hand. Although his cultivation surpassed that of Tang Xuan, he found himself at a disadvantage when it came to weaponry. His swordplay emphasized grace and sharpness, making direct confrontation a significant folly. Lin Jingtian's excessive pride led him to believe that, despite any disadvantage in weaponry, he could still overpower Tang Xuan. Little did he anticipate that Tang Xuan had also perfected his sword techniques. In a moment, Lin Jingtian found himself on the back foot. The spectators, including Shui Burian, collectively gasped in astonishment. It was their first encounter witnessing someone of markedly lesser cultivation force Lin Jingtian into such a predicament. You have provoked my ire. Lin Jingtian's fury escalated, and with a thunderous roar, a shockwave erupted. Tang Xuan was sent flying by the force. Wrapped in a blazing aura of spiritual energy, Lin Jingtian's expression twisted into a grimace. With one strike, I shall eliminate you. Chapter 157. Dragon-slaying sword technique. The dragon's desolation. In a fit of rage, Lin Jingtian uttered astonishing words, tightening the expressions of those around him. Their gazes fixated intently on the two combatants amidst the terrifying flames of spiritual energy. Lin Jingtian, wielding the dragon-slaying sword, emanated an aura of murderous intent. Few have compelled me to unleash the dragon-slaying technique. To perish by this sword is a privilege. With each word he spoke, the aura of death intensified. By the time he finished, the ferocious killing intent surged like a raging torrent, wreaking havoc at the cliff's edge. Crack, crack, the hard rock visibly fractured. The entire cliff's summit was adorned with spiderweb-like fissures. Yuan inhaled sharply, astonished by the formidable power unleashed. Was this truly the extent of Lin Jingtian's might? Despite being adversaries, he could not help but acknowledge Lin Jingtian's terror. He feared he could not withstand that one strike. Yan Zhuying felt a heaviness in her heart. Given the force unleashed by Lin Jingtian, only she, with her shadow phantom bloodline awakened, might stand a chance against it. While Tang Xuan was formidable, the disparity in their realms remained insurmountable. Kill him, Senior Lin. Avenge Yetchen. Liao Shua's face flushed red as he waved his arms. Meanwhile, Shui Burian furrowed his brow, placing himself protectively in front of Yan Zhuying and the others, gently shaking his hands to conjure a barrier of water. Even the residual force from Lin Jingtian's unleashed sword would be beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to endure. With their spiritual energy sealed, Yan Zhuying and her companions were utterly incapable of withstanding it, leaving them with no chance of survival. Shui Burian was determined to prevent their demise, not out of compassion, but because Lin Jingtian had not yet chosen to end their lives. Should Shui Burian fail to intervene, he would face Lin Jingtian's ire, a prospect he found daunting. In that moment, all attention on the cliff was more concentrated than ever before. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of sharp eyes glinted from the shadows. Sima Xing grasped the dagger tightly, striving to calm his breath as he awaited the opportune moment. The air crackled with the sound of lightning amidst the flames of spiritual energy. Lin Jingtian raised his head slightly, his gaze disdainful as he looked upon Tang Xuan. As if regarding a dead man, he was utterly confident that with this strike, Tang Xuan would undoubtedly perish. This certainty stemmed from his absolute belief in his own strength. Ready to embrace death? Lin Jingtian stepped forward. In an instant, the sword energy surged into the sky, shattering the firmament. The space within a 10-mile radius contorted visibly. Under the influence of the sword's power, even figures like Liao Shua and Luba found their breaths hindered. Amidst the tempest, Lin Jingtian's expression twisted into a grimace as his body slowly levitated. Empowered by the sword's might, he resembled a divine swordsman, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Then, Lin Jingtian slowly spoke. Dragon Slayer's sword technique. Dragon's absolute desolation. In that moment, boundless spiritual energy converged upon the Dragon Slayer's sword, transforming into a swirling vortex. A cacophony of sword energies roared within the vortex, intertwining to form a curtain of blades. The entire cliff began to tremble violently, as if unable to withstand this terrifying force, emitting a mournful groan. The ancient stone was ripped asunder by invisible shockwaves, shredded into fragments by the sword energy. This horrifying spectacle left everyone aghast. Liao Shua and another creature from the Radiant Return Holy Land paled, retreating in haste. Yan Zhuiying's expression grew unusually grave. Would Tang Xuan be able to withstand this formidable strike? If he could not, they would all perish. In the blink of an eye, it seemed as if time itself had come to a standstill. The resplendent sword light plummeted like a meteor, descending upon Tang Xuan. Crack, crack, crack. Even before the blade's arrival, the immense pressure rendered Tang Xuan immobile. The ground beneath him was marred by a spiderweb of cracks. Blade force. Unleash. Tang Xuan's energy surged, and the blade force erupted forth. Yet, confronted with the sword's power, the blade force held out only for an instant before being torn apart. Like a man is attempting to stop a chariot, or an ant trying to shake a tree. Die. Lin Jingtian cackled madly. Unfazed, Tang Xuan unleashed his fist force once more. However, the result was the same. It too was shredded. It's over. As she witnessed both the blade and fist forces being obliterated, Yan Zhuiying's heart sank. To her, Tang Xuan was doomed. The sword light descended directly, instantly engulfing Tang Xuan's figure. Boom. The sword light erupted, rending the heavens and earth as the entire cliff suffered devastation. Sinking Tianzhong, with debris flying and dust rising. The residual force poured forth like a flood. Shui Buran exerted all his strength, generating layers of aftershocks to shield against the aftermath. Yet, the backlash was too powerful, forcing him to stagger backward, his internal energy roiling. Just then, Sima Xing, who had long been poised for action, suddenly sprang forth, hurling his dagger which spun through the air, severing the ropes binding Yan Zhuiying. Yuan Liahua, and Luba. What? The three were momentarily stunned. Sima Xing acted with incredible speed, producing a vine and handing it to Luba. Old Lu, let's go. He then delivered a powerful kick to Luba's rear, sending him flying 20 to 30 zhang away. Among the three, he possessed the weakest cultivation. Making his escape the most arduous, he had to be the first to depart. Consequently, Sima Xing produced two vines, handing them to Yin Zhuiying and Yuan Liahua. Go. Although the two were unaware of the circumstances, the urgency to flee prevailed, and they simultaneously dashed towards the edge of the cliff. Humph. There are still pesky insects causing trouble. Stop them. Lin Jingtian finally reacted. Having just unleashed a formidable move, his energy was now hindered, rendering him unable to exert his full strength, and he could only allow the others to proceed first. Shui Burin, buffeted by the residual force, felt his internal energy in disarray, yet he dared not defy Lin Jingtian's command and could only forcefully strike upward. Lu Ba, being the farthest from him, lacked confidence in obstructing Yin Zhuiying and immediately set his sights on Yuan Liahua. Thinking of escaping? Leave something behind. With a sweeping motion, the torrent of water surged forth. Faced with this attack, Yuan Liahua suddenly struck his chest, channeling external force through his meridians. The spiritual energy surged, and the power of fire re-emerged. Burning wind palm. As he struck, the winds entwined with flames, creating a spiraling imprint of his palm. Bang! The forces of water and fire clashed once more. Shui Burin, unable to sustain his energy, let out a muffled groan and stumbled back several paces, blood spilling from his mouth. This strike, consider it interest from before. Yuan Liahua also felt the repercussions, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He understood well that although Shui Burin was pushed back, as long as the spiritual energy flowed, he was destined to lose. With a determined push of his legs, he charged towards the cliff. Do not escape. Shui Burin gritted his teeth and pursued angrily. At this moment, Lu Ba was the first to reach the cliff's edge. Gazing down into the unfathomable chasm, he gulped hard and resolutely jumped. After falling 10 zhang, he released the vine in his hand, wrapping it around a protruding rock, and pulled with all his might. Utilizing the force of the pull, he mitigated his descent speed. He then pushed off the cliff wall, continuing his fall towards the bottom. Chapter 158. The leap from the cliff. The second to leap was Sima Xing. After kicking Lu Ba aside, he decisively rushed towards the cliff. His cultivation still intact and adept at agility, he managed with one hand to wield the vine, making the act far easier than it had been for Lu Ba. Atop the cliff, Yuan Liahua had also arrived. Shui Burin forcibly urged his spiritual energy and struck with both palms. Yuan Liahua scoffed, evaded, and left behind a chilling remark. Next time, it will be a fight to the death. With that, he leapt into the abyss. Shui Burin, ultimately a moment too late, reached the cliff's edge only to see Yuan Liahua reduced to a mere speck. Enraged, he roared, "Very well, I will await you. It will be a fight to the death." In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 from the Dark Radiant's sacred land had jumped into the chasm. Only Yin Zhuiying remained. Instead of joining Shui Burin, she dashed towards Lin Jingtian. Humph, do you still desire the dream flower of duality? Come then. Lin Jingtian, perceiving Yin Zhuiying's intentions, couldn't help but smirk coldly. Yin Zhuiying, too, felt a sense of urgency. Missing this opportunity meant she could never complete her bloodline. Therefore, she was determined to obtain the dream flower of duality at any cost. Phantom magic technique. Spirit summoning method. She forcefully struck her chest, forcing the activation of the shadow phantom bloodline. Her body became ethereal, racing towards the dreaming twin flowers. She was acutely aware of her inability to confront Lin Jingtian. Thus she resolved to exchange injury for treasure, willing to endure grievous harm to seize the dreaming twin flowers. Ha ha ha, wishing to barter pain for gain. How naive. Lin Jingtian laughed maniacally, then unleashed a sword strike. However, the blade's target was not Yin Zhuiying, but rather the cliff before the dreaming twin flowers. Boom. The sword energy struck the ground, detonating instantaneously. A crack reverberated as the rock harboring the dreaming twin flowers shattered. Simultaneously, the residual waves swept through, striking Yin Zhuiying directly. Pfft. Yin Zhuiying coughed up a mouthful of blood. No. She watched in despair as the dreaming twin flowers were sent soaring, plummeting towards the abyss below. Lin Jingtian's laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, woman, relish this despair. Grasping Dragon's hand, he extended his left hand, transforming it into a colossal dragon claw, reaching for Yin Zhuiying. At this moment, Yin Zhuiying was utterly drained, incapable of resistance. Although Yuan Liahua, Luba, and Sima Xing had fled, capturing Yin Zhuiying would still suffice for Lin Jingtian. Just then, from below the cliff, a figure abruptly emerged, grasping the dreaming twin flowers with outstretched hands. What? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection, They were astonished to see Tang Xuan, who had supposedly perished beneath the sword energy. Jia Huang descends upon the world. Tang Xuan gripped his blade with one hand, striking down in fury as the phantom of Jia Huang materialized behind him. With dual blades, he unleashed a sharp attack aimed directly at Lin Jingtian. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, as the power of this strike was terrifying, evoking a sense of impending doom. With a roar, Lin Jingtian forcibly channeled his spirit energy, injuring his meridians in the process, and countered with a sword strike. The clash of blade and sword was decisive. Lin Jingtian's sword energy lacked the necessary potency and shattered instantly. The blade struck fiercely at Lin Jingtian's chest. However, a radiant light emerged, shielding him and deflecting the lethal blow. Yet, although the blade's energy was blocked, the impact persisted. Lin Jingtian was sent careening backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through several stone slabs before hitting the ground with a thud. Before he could rise, blood gushed forth. As Tang Xuan landed, he grasped Yan Zhuying in his arms. Let us go. The moment Lin Jingtian countered his Jia Huang slash, he realized he could not kill him. Yet, this was anticipated. As a monstrous entity ranked within the top 10 of the Holy Light list, how could he be easily slain? Moreover, with Shui Buren and Liao Shuo rushing over, Tang Xuan had no time to waste. There was no opportunity to linger. Thus, Tang Xuan hoisted Yan Zhuying onto his back, and with a flash of wind, leaped off the cliff. In midair, he gestured towards Lin Jingtian. Until we meet again. Ha ha ha. Amidst laughter, Tang Xuan and Yan Zhuying soared into the vastness, disappearing into the mountain winds. You scoundrel, if I ever find you, I, Lin Jingtian, swear to carve you into mincemeat. His nearly frenzied roar echoed from atop the cliff. In this encounter, he was utterly manipulated by Tang Xuan. Overcome with agitation, Lin Jingtian inadvertently aggravated his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood once more. His disheveled appearance resembled that of a malevolent spirit. Shui Buren and the others trembled, rendered speechless by the scene. After a fit of fury, Lin Jingtian gradually regained his composure. However, despite his calm demeanor, an even darker aura enveloped him, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Lin Jingtian erupted into maniacal laughter, leaving Shui Buren and the others utterly bewildered. Could it be that he had lost his senses? After enduring such a significant setback, how could he still find amusement? Of course, they dared not voice this thought. At that moment, Lin Jingtian resembled an enraged lion. Anyone foolish enough to speak would undoubtedly face his wrath. Very well. Since I, Lin Jingtian, emerged from the sacred land of radiance, no one has ever provoked me to this extent. That boy, is he named Tang Xuan? Hong Ying ventured cautiously. Yes, according to our investigations, he is merely an ordinary inner sect disciple. Lin Jingtian's voice dripped with malice. An ordinary inner sect disciple can toy with me in such a manner? Hong Ying, are you mocking me as well? Terrified, Hong Ying's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. Senior brother Lin, I did not mean it that way. I was wrong. Please spare me. With a swift motion, Lin Jingtian struck Hong Ying in the chest. Blood spewed forth as Hong Ying rolled several times on the ground. Do you know why I have not killed you? Lin Jingtian remarked coolly. Hong Ying trembled as he struggled to rise, lowering his gaze without a word. Because you are still of use to me. Lin Jingtian produced an object from his robe and tossed it before Hong Ying. Upon seeing it, Hong Ying's pupils constricted sharply. Shui Buren and the others gasped in shock. Lin Jingtian stated indifferently, when we meet again, I shall eliminate them all, leaving no one alive. With a flick of his sleeve, he descended the mountain path. Let us proceed to the site of our final confrontation. They will undoubtedly come. At the base of the cliff, Lu Ba glared at Sima Xing with fury. How dare you kick me? Sima Xing chuckled. I was saving you. You should be thanking me. Lu Ba retorted angrily. You could have used your hands. Yet you chose to use your foot. I can't help but suspect it was intentional. Sima Xing shrugged. Just ask me whether I saved you or not. Lu Ba fell silent. Compared to the debt of life saved, it seemed a mere kick was not so intolerable after all. Meanwhile, Yuan Lihua spoke earnestly. Thank you for saving my life. I will repay you. Tang Xuan smiled and waved his hand. I shall await your return. Chapter 159. The key to the Dao domain. Yuan Lihua was not one for excessive words. After expressing his gratitude, he moved aside to tend to his wounds. Tang Xuan approached Yan Zhuying, extending his hand to reveal the dream flower, a twin bloom. This is what you need, is it not? Here. Although Tang Xuan was unaware of the flower's significance, the fact that it meant so much to Yan Zhuying that she would risk her life for it indicated its immense value. Yan Zhuying gazed at the dream flower in Tang Xuan's hand, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. What are your conditions? Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Conditions? Yan Zhuying nodded. As long as the conditions are not excessively demanding, I am more than willing to comply. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At the outset, Tang Xuan had no intention of seeking favors. However, since Yin Juiying had taken the initiative to offer a return, he naturally could not refuse. Given Yin Juiying's disposition, refraining from taking anything would only arouse her suspicion. Yet, he could not fathom what he could possibly obtain from her. Well, just give me whatever you think is appropriate. I am not a greedy person, Tang Xuan said, spreading his hands. Yin Juiying furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment before producing an ancient bronze key from her bosom. This is for you. Tang Xuan accepted it with curiosity. Although the key was small, it was remarkably heavy, its material neither gold nor jade. Yet it subtly contained a fascinating rhythm of the universe. What is this? Tang Xuan inquired with intrigue. Yin Juiying uttered 4 words. Key to the Tao domain. Upon hearing this, Yuan Liehua suddenly gasped in astonishment. Could it be the legendary Tao domain? Tang Xuan, Luba, and Sima Xing exchanged puzzled glances. What is the Tao domain? Yuan Liehua looked at the key in Tang Xuan's hand, a glint of envy flashing in his eyes. Once a martial artist's cultivation transcends the unity of heaven and man, they must condense their own domain. Within the Tao domain, the power of the domain abounds, and if one can integrate it, there lies the opportunity to comprehend a supreme domain unique to oneself. A supreme domain possesses absolute power that can suppress ordinary domains, rendering one invincible at the same level, making battles against higher tiers as effortless as eating and drinking. Luba and Sima Xing gasped in awe, their faces revealing expressions of envy. Tang Xuan's eyes also flickered with surprise. In the realm of martial arts, there are 8 sayings that delineate the path. Without entering the star realm, one remains an ant. If the domain is unbroken, the warrior is undefeated. After 9 tribulations, the peak of martial arts is attained. Beyond the divine realm, one ultimately reaches the path of the emperor. These 8 sayings classify the martial arts journey into 3 stages. The first stage is beneath the realm of heaven and man, where martial artists inhale and exhale spiritual energy, temper their bodies, and comprehend the laws of the heavenly way, ultimately achieving the unity of heaven and man. The second stage pertains to the domain realm, where martial artists no longer confine themselves to ordinary martial techniques but wield the power of domains. A domain is derived from the power of the Tao. Thus, if a martial artist comprehends the way of fire, their transformation results in the fire domain. For instance, Yuan Liehua exemplifies this. Lin Jingtian, having comprehended the sword path, transforms into the sword domain. Furthermore, the sword domain can be further subdivided, such as the domain of the mad sword, where sword energy rages within the domain, depending on the martial artist's cultivation and innate talent. Once the domain cultivation reaches its zenith, one ascends to the divine realm, a state so profound that it defies explanation. Only through transcendence can one truly comprehend it. In the known martial arts, the domain realm represents the pinnacle. However, grasping the power of the domain is no simple feat. Fortune, talent, resources, and luck are all indispensable. Moreover, domains are stratified into various levels. The lowest tier is the inferior domain, which is precariously formed through external forces such as medicinal substances throughout one's life. This is the reality. Above lies the intermediate domain, realms that warriors have forged through their own efforts. However, due to a lack of rare materials or other reasons, these domains are imperfectly formed, resulting in what is known as the intermediate domain. Nevertheless, the intermediate domain can be perfected, albeit the resources required are nothing short of daunting. Ascending further, we encounter the superior domain, realms that can only be consolidated by prodigies, possessing immense power and unpredictable transformations. Then there are the exceptional domains, akin to the one conjured by the extraordinary Yin Juiying. Such domains approach perfection, exerting absolute dominance over any domain of inferior rank. However, despite their formidable nature, exceptional domains still fall short of true perfection. The epitome of perfection is the legendary exclusive domain. This domain aligns flawlessly with the warrior, enabling them to unleash power several times greater than that of an exceptional domain, even bestowing upon them the mythical exclusive abilities. Yet, throughout countless eons, no one has ever managed to consolidate such a domain. A flicker of fervor ignited in Tang Xuan's eyes. The concept of an exclusive domain sounds incredibly powerful. He caressed the Tao domain key in his hand, unable to suppress the smile creeping across his lips. This gift, I shall accept. Our debts are settled. He then tossed the illusory dream flower to Yin Juiying. She caught the flower, her gaze towards Tang Xuan, revealing a hint of something unusual. While the Tao domain key presents an opportunity to consolidate an exclusive domain, it remains merely that, an opportunity. Without sufficient personal capability, one could never realize it. Thus, this key could be considered priceless or utterly worthless. Tang Xuan, currently possessing only the heavenly realm cultivation, remained a great distance from the domain realm. In truth, it seems Yin Jueying has gained the upper hand. Though she exudes an air of aloof elegance, she is not devoid of compassion. Such a man, possessing such demeanor, earns her utmost admiration, albeit only admiration. Luba furrowed his brow, stating, Lin Jingtian has suffered such a great loss. He will certainly not let it rest. We must hasten our healing to prevent them from finding us. Tang Xuan replied with a smile, Do not worry, they will not come. Sima Xing inquired curiously. How do you know? Tang Xuan shrugged. It's simple. If I were them, I wouldn't waste time searching for us. Yuan Liehua frowned. Then where will they go? Tang Xuan pointed toward the depths of the evil energy secret realm. Need you ask? Naturally, they are headed for the core of the secret realm. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly taken aback. Luba sprang to his feet, his expression shifting drastically. This is bad. If the core of the secret realm falls into their hands. Sima Xing interjected, then they can easily locate us and eliminate us all. Luba, filled with concern, remarked, But we are severely injured, even if we rush there. We cannot defeat them. The expressions of Yin Jueying and Yuan Liehua gradually turned grave. Though they had escaped, the crisis was far from resolved. Tang Xuan reassured them. Worry not, they are not in better condition than we are, especially Lin Jingtian. He will undoubtedly recuperate fully before making a move. Moreover, the core of the secret realm is not easily obtained. As long as we take this time to heal our wounds and eliminate all our foes, we shall prevail. Chapter 160. The crisis of Yin Jueying. Upon hearing these words, the group nodded in agreement and began to tend to their injuries. Yuan Liehua and Luba, though gravely wounded, possessed a resilience beyond ordinary beings, confident that they could restore at least 80 to 90% of their combat capabilities in a short span. However, Yin Jueying faced a more complicated predicament. Not only must she heal, but she also needed to fuse with the illusionary dream twin flower. During her battle with Lin Jingtian, her bloodline had rebelled, rendering her unable to summon its power. Lin Jingtian's extraordinary strength made it impossible for her to defeat him without utilizing her shadow illusion bloodline. Yet, to absorb the illusionary dream twin flower, she needed to be at her peak for a significant chance of success. Given her current state, any rash attempt would greatly increase the risk of failure. Furrowing her brow, Yin Jueying retrieved a healing elixir from her robe and swallowed it in haste. She then began to gradually calm her bloodline. There was no choice. She had to merge with the flower, even at the peril of her safety. After suppressing her bloodline, Yin Jueying channeled her spiritual energy to envelop the illusionary dream twin flower, then opened her mouth to consume it. As the mystical flower entered her, it immediately reacted with her bloodline, which had just begun to settle, now surging violently once more. Yin Jueying swiftly suppressed it and cautiously extracted a trace of medicinal potency from the flower to infuse into her bloodline. Only after fully digesting that potency did she dare to extract more. Although this process was time-consuming, it significantly reduced the danger involved. The initial traces of potency merged effortlessly. Yin Jueying could distinctly feel her bloodline power strengthening, prompting a slight sigh of relief. The beginning is always the most challenging. As she progressed, her bloodline would increasingly adapt to the medicinal energy, thus hastening the fusion. Just as she began to relax her mind, her once stabilized bloodline suddenly shattered, akin to a torrential flood crashing against her meridians. PFF. Yin Jueying spat out a mouthful of blood, which trickled down her face, and her body slowly slumped. Her distress attracted the attention of others. Tang Xuan, Yuan Liehua, Luba, and Sima Xing rushed over. Upon witnessing Yin Jueying drenched in blood, they collectively gasped in horror. What on earth had transpired? Could it be that Lin Jingtian had tampered with senior sister Yan's body? Tang Xuan pondered momentarily before grasping Yin Jueying's right hand. As he felt her pulse, a surge of formidable power erupted forth. Had he not withdrawn his hand swiftly, his fingers might have been shattered. Ah! Yin Jueying gasped lightly, her eyes betraying her pain. The bloodline was collapsing. Yuan Liehua's expression turned grave. Tang Xuan, Luba, and Sima Xing directed their gazes toward him. Yuan Liehua spoke solemnly. The Shadow Illusion bloodline is a remarkably unique ancient lineage, allowing one to merge entirely with shadows. However, achieving this shadow form requires the bloodline power to be in a perfect state. Otherwise, the physical body will be ravaged by the shadow's force. The more one utilizes it, the more it erodes. Should one forcefully activate it, it may lead to a complete collapse of the bloodline. He paused momentarily before continuing. Previously, Lin Jingtian deliberately set a trap using the illusory dream twin blossoms, enticing Yin Jueying to unleash her full power, which resulted in a loss of control over her bloodline and her subsequent defeat. Now, if she seeks to absorb the illusory dream twin blossoms to restore her bloodline, I fear it may be too late. Sima Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Is there truly no way to save senior sister Yin? Without her, none of us stand a chance against Lin Jingtian. Yuan Liahua sighed with a bitter smile. There is but one method, though it is currently unattainable. Tang Xuan inquired, what method? Yuan Liahua replied solemnly. It requires a top-tier powerhouse to suppress her bloodline and guide the medicinal properties to merge. Given Yin Zhuiying's cultivation, it would likely necessitate at least a transcendent being of the celestial realm. What? The celestial realm? Lubo exclaimed. Where shall we find a celestial realm powerhouse at this moment? Tang Xuan frowned. Must it truly be someone of celestial realm cultivation? Yuan Liahua exhaled deeply. At this juncture, Yin Zhuiying's body can no longer endure even the slightest impact. It is imperative to suppress her bloodline with absolute power and utilize soul force to guide the medicinal properties to merge. To suggest the celestial realm is already a conservative estimate. Luba and Sima Xing exchanged glances, both sinking into silence. Could it be that Yin Zhuiying is doomed? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan said, suppressing the bloodline does not merely entail halting its chaotic movements, does it? This does not seem overly difficult. Yuan Liahua cast him a sidelong glance and replied, exasperated. Preventing the bloodline's erratic movements is not the challenge. The difficulty lies in the fact that Yin Zhuiying's bloodline is in a state of collapse, requiring simultaneous attention to every aspect. No one could achieve that. Only a powerful being from the celestial realm could completely seal all the meridians with their cultivation, thus providing the necessary suppression. Tang Xuan stroked his chin, murmuring, perhaps? I could give it a try. Yuan Liahua exclaimed. I acknowledge your confidence, but this is no jest. A failure to suppress would result in Yin Zhuiying's immediate demise. And the bloodline would spiral out of control, rebounding upon you with equal force. At best, it would severely injure your meridians. At worst, he left the thought unfinished. Yet the implication was clear to all. At worst, both could perish. No one wished for such an outcome. Sima Xing urged, Old Tang, perhaps consider another option. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. Do we truly have any other options left? To save Yin Zhuiying, we must seize the opportunity to defeat the disciples of the Huiliang sacred land and obtain the core of the secret realm. If we do not act, not only will we lose the core, but we may also perish here. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Yuan Liahua and the others fell silent. It was a dilemma of life and death. Choosing meant death. Refusing also meant death. Tang Xuan took a deep breath. Saving her will require time. And I fear we may not reach the core of the secret realm in time, so you must absolutely prevent Lin Jingtian and his group from entering the core. Yuan Liahua gave him a thumbs up. I, Yuan Liahua, yield to no one, but at this moment, I yield to you. Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I shall stop Lin Jingtian and his cohort. Sima Xing added, Old Tang, you must survive. Tang Xuan laughed. Fear not. For a fortune teller once proclaimed in my youth that I possess a strong fate. I shall not perish. Yuan Liahua took a deep breath and said, All right. This is in your hands now. We shall take our leave. With that, the three of them turned and departed. At the bottom of the cliff, only Tang Xuan and the unconscious Yin Zhuiying remained. It's up to you now, system. Tang Xuan supported Yin Zhuiying, then inhaled deeply, gradually channeling a trace of spiritual energy into her. As the energy entered her body, it immediately triggered a backlash. Tang Xuan's eyes sharpened. Enlightenment. He activated the Enlightenment System. Enlightenment, under the blessing of the heavenly Tao, allows for an infinite enhancement of mental strength, reaching a state of profound clarity. In such a state, a warrior's focus would be unparalleled. This was precisely the effect Tang Xuan desired. Chapter 161, Breakthrough. Fourth layer of heaven. As enlightenment commenced, Tang Xuan felt as though the entire world had slowed down. He could distinctly perceive every subtle movement of his spiritual energy. With a slight mental exertion, the energy he directed into Yin Zhuiying's body skillfully navigated around the backlash, penetrating deeply within her. Through this perception of spiritual energy, Tang Xuan could see the turbulent blood flowing through Yin Zhuiying's meridians. The blood surged chaotically, each impact siphoning away some of her vitality. Some currents rushed towards the vital organs, which are of paramount importance to the human body and exceedingly fragile. Any impact could leave irreversible damage. Therefore, the first priority was to halt the blood flow threatening the organs. In this heightened state of awareness, Tang Xuan split the spiritual energy, shielding the vital organs with a protective barrier akin to a dam to obstruct the onslaught of blood. Boom, boom, boom. The blood collided with the wall of spiritual energy, only to be rebuffed. However, it was soon amalgamated with subsequent waves of blood, forming a second assault. Tang Xuan immediately intensified the barrier's strength. This was an unavoidable necessity, as his cultivation level was limited. A being of celestial stature would not face such a predicament, as they could effortlessly confine all meridians with an overwhelming presence. Conversely, for those beneath that level, there was a significant risk of chaos due to insufficient spiritual energy, leading to catastrophic failure and demise. The waves of blood surged with increasing ferocity, compelling Tang Xuan to continuously amplify his spiritual energy. A furrow formed on his brow. Merely safeguarding the vital organs proved to be such a strenuous endeavor. Where would he find the strength to guide the other blood flows? Perhaps it was time to take a risk. Azura Cyclone, activate. He summoned the Azura Cyclone within him, beginning to draw upon Yanjuing's bloodline. Under the immense gravitational force, the tumultuous blood was pulled towards him. Fortunately, Yanjuing was already unconscious. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly cried out in agony. With the aid of the Azura Cyclone, Tang Xuan felt a significant reduction in pressure. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he declared, 9 Nether Life Wheel, activate. After subduing the bloodline, the next step was to guide the medicinal properties to merge. This task required formidable soul power. For only intangible soul energy could prevent a backlash from the medicinal properties and bloodline. Tang Xuan's expression was grave. Despite having condensed the 9 Nether Life Wheel and possessing immense soul power, he still fell short when compared to the formidable beings of the celestial realm. Fortunately, with the support of the Enlightenment System, he could precisely control his soul power in a state of deep understanding. Engaging in dual-line combat, even with the system's enhancement, proved to be somewhat overwhelming for him. At this moment, an idea struck Tang Xuan, prompting him to activate the Sovereign of the Nine Heavens technique. This unique art allowed for the amalgamation of all powers, amplifying them in the process. Ding. Successful enlightenment achieved 100 times, and the host gained some insights. Ding. Successful enlightenment achieved 100 times, and the host acquired a wealth of insights. Ding. Successful enlightenment achieved 80 times. Congratulations to the host for reaching the minor peak of the Sovereign of the Nine Heavens technique. Upon reaching this minor peak, the operational speed of the technique significantly increased. Tang Xuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him as he began to circulate his own power, becoming much more harmonious. This was the essence of the Sovereign of the Nine Heavens technique. At last, the medicinal power began to gradually merge into Yanjuing's body. Her aura visibly surged with remarkable speed. With a gentle tremor, Yanjuing slowly opened her eyes. Do not move, Tang Xuan commanded sternly. In that moment, he resembled a bowstring, taut to the limit. Should Yanjuing choose to activate her spiritual energy, he would instantly be overwhelmed. Yet, Yanjuing, being no ordinary individual, halted immediately. Simultaneously, she could distinctly sense her previously chaotic bloodline now flowing with much greater ease, a flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze. To her knowledge, no one below the celestial realm could possibly heal her injuries. Yet, Tang Xuan, merely at the 3rd level of the celestial realm, had managed to mend his own wounds. His spiritual energy and soul power were extraordinarily potent, far surpassing his current level. Time trickled by, and eventually, Tang Xuan flawlessly merged the medicinal essence of the dreamy twin blossoms with Yanjuing's bloodline. Thereafter, she would be able to heal herself. He exhaled deeply, gradually retracting his spiritual energy and soul power to begin his own recovery. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the universe surged wildly. It transformed into a colossal vortex, rapidly spiraling and then flooding into Yanjuing's body. With the bloodline fully integrated, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. Dark, purple magic patterns appeared on her skin, shimmering with an eerie luster. A strange shadowy phantom gradually materialized behind her, resembling another Yanjuing reflected from a parallel world. Spiritual energy from the surrounding area rushed into this phantom, solidifying it further, as if it were on the verge of stepping forth from the void. Within 100 miles, spiritual energy was being frantically siphoned away, staining the clouds above a bizarre purple hue, with flashes of lightning flickering, as if the heavens themselves trembled in response to the awakening of this power. As time passed, rather than diminishing, the spiritual energy grew ever denser. Such rich spiritual energy! Tang Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. However, despite its richness, Yanjuing's absorption rate began to slow. With a swift shift in his gaze, Tang Xuan activated the Shura cyclone, commencing the consumption of the abundant energy. Such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy could not be wasted. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he charged into the challenge. Bang! With a resounding thud, an explosive sound erupted from within Tang Xuan, marking a breakthrough in his realm. He had ascended to the 4th layer of heavenly realm. His strength surged dramatically, an exhilarating sensation beyond mere words. In the deepest recesses of the forbidden energy secret realm, a sinister light radiated, enveloping a vast area of 100 feet. At the heart of this sinister luminescence stood a colossal platform, adorned with 4 peculiar stone pillars. These pillars were inscribed with enigmatic runes, and at their center floated a shimmering crystal orb. This orb represented the very core of the forbidden energy secret realm. Whoever could seize this core would gain dominion over everything within the realm. At that moment, footsteps echoed. Outside the protective barrier, several figures emerged. "It's the core of the secret realm," Liao Shua exclaimed, his face alight with joy. In his excitement, he charged forward. However, as he stepped within a radius of 500 feet, an overwhelming force surged forth. With a resounding crash, Liao Shua was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Immediately, ethereal runes materialized in the void. "It's a restriction," Shui Burian remarked gravely. Lin Jingtian smirked disdainfully. "Such trivial restrictions cannot hinder my progress." Before his words could fade, another voice interjected, "Restrictions may apply to you, but what about us?" Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures descended from the heavens, landing upon the ground. Upon their arrival, Lin Jingtian exhibited no surprise. "Ah, the little insects have finally arrived. This shall be your grave." Under the radiant light, the 3 revealed their identities. Yuan Liahua, Luba, and Sima Xing. Lin Jingtian furrowed his brow. Why only 3? Where are the other 2? Among the 5, he was most concerned about Tang Xuan and Yin Zhuiying. Yet neither had shown up. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Jingtian's eyes. Luba sneered. 3 of us are more than sufficient to deal with you, Yuan Liahua stated coldly. "The core of the forbidden energy is ours." Shui Burian stepped forward, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "You dare to boast after being defeated? Since you've come to me, I shall vanquish you once more, and this time, I will utterly cripple you." With a swift motion, he executed the Canglong palm. His palms twisted slowly, causing the air to ripple like water, which soon intensified into a raging torrent. As they clashed for the second time, Yuan Liahua's gaze turned solemn. He promptly activated the burning wind palm in response. The forces of water and fire ignited the battlefield in a breathtaking spectacle. Boom! Their palms collided, unleashing a shockwave. One side shimmered with azure ripples, while the other blazed with fiery sparks. Neither party yielded an inch. Then came an even more powerful strike. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Liahua and Shui Burian transformed into a blur of red and blue light, continuously shifting positions, colliding hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Their strengths were already well understood. Each strike was a lethal move, and neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Sima Xing faced off against Liao Shua. With a disdainful snort, Liao Shua vowed to make you taste the power of the golden flame hand once more. A sinister smile graced his face as he raised his palm, stained a deep crimson. Sima Xing laughed boisterously, declaring one-on-one, "You are nothing. Come at me." His figure flickered, and the dagger in his hand moved with an ethereal light, targeting all of Liao Shua's vital points. Liao Shua found himself bewildered, unable to discern Sima Xing's true form, and a wave of fright washed over him. However, being a prodigy of monstrous caliber, he remained composed. Immediately channeling the strength of the golden flame hand to envelop his body, any attack from Sima Xing would result in a backlash. Sima Xing, slightly weaker than Liao Shua, dared not approach recklessly and instead adopted a strategy of evasion and mobility. Meanwhile, Luba was engaged in battle with another monster from the radiant reversal sacred land, Lu Mao. Kill. Luba's muscles bulged, a ferocious gust erupting from his nostrils, transforming him into a raging bull. Every punch he threw carried a cataclysmic force. The golden fist winds tore through the earth, sending dust and debris soaring. This was his signature technique. The golden wild bull fist, a series of moves deceptively simple yet graded as low-tier celestial. The staggering power of this technique surpassed even many high-tier celestial martial arts. And its extensive reach was daunting. Even a monster like Lu Mao refrained from taking it head-on. Lu Mao moved his legs like a windmill, constantly shifting positions with an elusive grace. He specialized in leg techniques, his most formidable skill being the ghost shadow chain kick. His steps were ghostly and unpredictable. Once he identified his opponent's weakness, he would unleash a torrent of chain kicks, each kick more powerful than the last. After 100 strikes, the onslaught would surge like the mighty Yangtze River, relentless and unyielding, making it nearly impossible for even higher-ranked warriors to withstand. Having suffered defeat in their last encounter, Luba was determined not to falter again. He swept his arms wide, unleashing the quintessence of the golden wild bull fist. Each punch stirred up massive clouds of dust, rendering it impossible for Lu Mao to close the distance. Without the opportunity to engage up close, even Lu Mao's ghost shadow chain kick was rendered ineffective. In the 3 battlefields, 6 formidable warriors clashed, the fight reaching a fever pitch from the outset. Each was a prodigy of their respective sacred domains. Filled with pride and ambition, faced with powerful adversaries, only by vanquishing them could they ascend to greater heights. Lin Jingtian chose not to intervene, coldly observing the fierce struggle among the six. His opponents were Tang Xuan and Yin Zhuiying. To him, the others, even Yuan Liehua, were inconsequential. Those two won't perish. Will they? How utterly wasteful of time. With a sudden resolve, he turned towards the core of the dark energy. With a single step, he crossed into the restricted zone, an immense pressure immediately enveloping him. Yet, Lin Jingtian, a figure of great prowess, harmonized his spirit and shattered that oppressive force. He pressed forward, step by step, leveraging his formidable cultivation to advance within a range of 400 zhang. Boom! The surrounding scene abruptly transformed, as the very fabric of space began to warp visibly before his eyes. Suddenly, the warped space transformed into a formidable array. Within this array floated 9 luminous orbs. Upon closer inspection, each of the 9 orbs contained 9 smaller orbs. Lin Jingtian's eyes narrowed sharply. The 100 Breaths ninefold demon-killing array. As far as he knew, this was an ancient formation imbued with 9 layers of transformations, each layer possessing 9 variations, amounting to a total of 81 transformations. If one could not decipher these 81 transformations within 100 breaths, they would morph into 81 deadly restraints, annihilating any being that dared to enter the array. Considering the level of the evil energy secret realm, it was likely that there was no chance of survival beneath the domain realm. Lin Jingtian's gaze sharpened. Faced with the 100 Breaths ninefold demon-killing array, even he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Just then, a light chuckle resonated from behind him. What's the matter? Can't get through? Lin Jingtian's pupils constricted. He slowly turned around to find a familiar figure approaching with measured steps. It was none other than Tang Xuan. It's you. Lin Jingtian spat through clenched teeth, a deep-seated resentment gleaming in his eyes. Tang Xuan strode confidently to Lin Jingtian's side, his gaze falling upon the array, revealing a look of astonishment. Oh, so it's indeed the 100 Breaths ninefold demon-killing array. It seems that obtaining the evil energy core 1T be a simple task. However, it 1T pose a challenge for me. As he spoke, he prepared to step forward. Yet, before he could move, a fierce sword light sliced through the air before him. Do you take me for a corpse? You think I will allow you to breach the array? Lin Jingtian said ominously. I spared you last time. This time, I shall not grant you another opportunity. With a powerful stomp, his terrifying spiritual energy erupted once more, unleashing a violent gale towards Tang Xuan. However, before it could reach him, an even stronger presence surged forth, tearing Lin Jingtian's energy apart. At that moment, a woman clad in black appeared before Tang Xuan. You may attempt to breach the array. He is mine. Lin Jingtian's eyes widened in shock. Yin Zhuiying, how can this be? Just moments ago, Yin Zhuiying had been severely injured, seemingly devoid of any combat capability. Why did she now appear not only fully recovered, but even more powerful than before? Nevertheless, Lin Jingtian remained supremely confident, smirking coldly. Since you are all here, let us die together. Chapter 163, Brutal Torment. The miserable Lin Jingtian. Tang Xuan chuckled. I am one who delights in facilitating others' success. I shall let you have him. With that, he stepped directly into the 100 Breaths ninefold demon-killing array. Stop right there. Lin Jingtian roared in fury, raising his sword to strike. Yin Zhuiying moved with grace, her delicate hand effortlessly shattering his sword light. As long as I am here, you cannot touch him. With this delay, Tang Xuan had already entered the array, his figure gradually fading from sight. Lin Jingtian squinted his eyes. Even if I let him enter first, what of it? This 100 Breaths ninefold demon-killing array is no trifling matter. Even I am uncertain of breaking it within 5 attempts, and he is even less likely to succeed. Very well, I shall first eliminate you, then him. Lin Jingtian was brimming with confidence towards Yin Zhuiying. Yin Zhuiying, your bloodline has been rendered useless. You are no match for me. A flicker of mockery passed through Yin Zhuiying's indifferent gaze. Is that so? She was never one for many words. And before her voice faded, she unleashed a powerful palm strike. The force of her blow instantly summoned a tempest of sound and fury, far more potent than before. Lin Jingtian hurriedly drew his sword in response. The clash of palm and sword produced a shockwave. Lin Jingtian was thrust back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief. How is your power possible? Yin Zhuiying's bloodline was supposed to be depleted. How could she possess such tremendous strength? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, Lin Jingtian remained unperturbed. Is she employing a secret technique? Alas, while such methods may restore peak power temporarily, once the time elapses, she will meet her demise without my intervention. He immediately activated the dragon-slaying sword technique and engaged Yin Zhuiying in combat. The two figures, one dark and one golden, collided with extraordinary speed, each impact generating formidable shockwaves. However, before the residual waves could dissipate, They were torn apart by even more powerful surges. The longer they fought, the more alarmed Lin Jingtian became. Yin Zhuiying's aura not only remained undiminished, but grew increasingly formidable. The fluctuations between reality and illusion left Lin Jingtian struggling to cope. Why? Why hasn't the duration of her secret technique expired? Lin Jingtian was both enraged and bewildered. As far as he knew, even the mightiest of secret techniques could barely endure for 100 breaths. Yet, their battle had long surpassed that duration. Anxious, he exposed a flaw. Yin Zhuiying's eyes glinted coldly. Returning shadow palm. Her elegant hand danced through the air, unleashing 7 or 8 palm imprints. These imprints were elusive, indistinguishable between truth and deception. Lin Jingtian's pupils constricted as he summoned his spiritual energy, invoking his ultimate technique. Dragon-slaying style, sky-splitting flying dragon slash. He let out a fierce roar, his sword spiraling outward. In an instant, a golden dragon erupted from the blade, shattering Yin Zhuiying's palm imprints. Ha ha ha. I thought you were formidable. It seems your power has waned. Noticing the lackluster force behind Yin Zhuiying's palm, Lin Jingtian assumed the secret technique had run its course, and a smug smile crossed his face. The crimson lips beneath Yin Zhuiying's veil curved into an exquisite arc as she slowly uttered 2 words. Fool. Immediately, the shattered palm imprints reformed and struck Lin Jingtian's chest with great force. Buzz. The previous radiant light re-emerged. Yet, this palm strike was extraordinarily terrifying. The brilliance quaked violently. Unable to withstand the assault, a resounding explosion echoed as the light and palm force shattered simultaneously, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Amidst the chilling cries, Lin Jingtian was hurled backward, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. His face bore an expression of utter disbelief. How is this possible? He could not trust his own eyes. How could Yin Zhuiying unleash such overwhelming power? My bloodline has been restored, Yin Zhuiying stated calmly. She then struck once more. At this moment, Lin Jingtian, severely injured, could only barely defend himself, retreating step by step under her relentless onslaught. His complexion flushed crimson, a sense of suffocating blood rising in his chest. As a formidable figure on the sacred light ranking, being vanquished so utterly felt akin to being treated like a mere dog, his pride shattered into countless fragments. At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The ninefold demon-killing array trembled, revealing the silhouette of Tang Xuan. What? The array has been broken? How is that possible? Lin Jingtian's eyes widened in disbelief. Enveloped by overwhelming shock, his face flushed crimson, and he spat blood in fury. Tang Xuan surveyed the remnants of the array's starry brilliance, chuckling. I expected it to be more formidable. I only attained enlightenment 3 times to dismantle it. Upon becoming ensnared within the array, he had directly activated his enlightenment, swiftly unraveling the ninefold demon-killing array. With a single step, he approached the core of the dark energy. Release the core. It belongs to me. Lin Jingtian bellowed as he lunged at Tang Xuan. However, Yan Zhuiying was swifter. A leg as pristine and straight as ivory struck Lin Jingtian's back with tremendous force. Bang! The leg, though exquisitely beautiful, wielded an incredible power. Lin Jingtian emitted a wretched cry as he collided with the ground. Under the immense force, he sank into the earth, the foul soil invading his nostrils, mouth, and ears. Ah! Lin Jingtian roared, unleashing his spiritual energy to tear apart the surrounding dirt. Yet, before he could rise, Yan Zhuiying pinned him down once more, crashing him back into the ground. Vile creature, release me. Lin Jingtian retaliated with a strike of his sword. As Yan Zhuiying evaded him, she kicked him away. Lin Jingtian landed heavily, his head, face, and clothes caked in mud. In that moment, the grandeur of the sacred light ranking monster had entirely dissipated, leaving him resembling a beggar on the street. How tragic. A flicker of pity crossed Tang Xuan's gaze. Those 2 words pierced Lin Jingtian's heart like a dagger. Enraged, he howled madly, I will not let you escape. Tang Xuan smiled and replied, before you utter such threats, might you wipe the blood from your lips? As for the dark energy core, relinquish any thoughts of it. Some things are bound by fate. If it is not meant for you, it shall remain out of reach. Lin Jingtian's eyes gleamed with a sinister crimson light. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. Do you think you can secure the dark energy core? If I cannot attain it, neither shall anyone else, Hong Ying. In a flash, a figure appeared behind him. Lin Jingtian ominously declared, it is time for you to sacrifice yourself for the sacred light ranking. Hong Ying's face turned pale, despair flooding his eyes. A murderous glint flickered in Lin Jingtian's gaze as he swiftly turned and plunged his sword into Hong Ying's chest. With a sickening sound, the bloody tip of the sword protruded from Hong Ying's back. You. Hong Ying gazed incredulously at Lin Jingtian, unable to comprehend how his devoted servitude had led to such ruthless betrayal. Your death shall not be in vain. Lin Jingtian's expression twisted into a snarl. Let everything be annihilated. Chapter 164. The terrifying blood soul forbidden spell. Let all be destroyed. Lin Jingtian seized Hong Ying and hurled him towards Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan furrowed his brows and swiftly dodged. Hong Ying fell to the ground with a thud. A bizarre scene unfolded before them. His body visibly expanded, emanating a cataclysmic aura from within. It was the blood soul forbidden spell. Tang Xuan's expression shifted slightly. The blood soul forbidden spell was a terrifying dark arts technique. A warrior afflicted by this curse would have their vital essence and spirit energy transform into a bomb-like entity, yet their movements would remain unaffected. However, upon death, the blood soul forbidden spell would activate, resulting in a massive explosion, the power of which could exceed tenfold, a truly malevolent and ruthless tactic. Lin Jingtian laughed maniacally. Indeed, it is the blood soul forbidden spell. I shall obliterate you along with the evil core, ha ha ha. Since I cannot possess it, neither shall you. Let us all descend into hell together. His frenzied words sent shockwaves of terror through everyone present. Shui Baran shouted in anger, Lin Jingtian, you have lost your mind. Resorting to such mad methods, he hastily summoned his spirit energy, unleashing several powerful strikes to fend off the blazing flames. If you wish to die, then die. I shall not accompany you. With that, Shui Baran turned and fled, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yuan Liehua frowned, but did not pursue. Crackle. Hong Ying's corpse continued to swell, dark lightning crackling in the surrounding void. A devastating aura spread outward. Yin Juiying furrowed her brows. Tang Xuan. Leave now while there is still time. Tang Xuan frowned. It is too late. He gazed at Hong Ying's corpse, his brow furrowing deeper. Once the evil core detonated, the entire secret realm would shatter. Even if they exerted their utmost efforts to escape, it would be impossible. Lin Jingtian cackled, hee. Does this sense of helpless despair not torment you? The more you suffer, the more exhilarated I become. Yin Juiying struck out with a palm. Before it explodes, I shall eliminate you. Lin Jingtian raised his sword to counter, being knocked back several steps, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Go ahead and kill me. After all, you are all doomed. In merely 20 or 30 breaths, we shall all descend into hell. Tang Xuan retorted with a smile, you're mistaken. It is you who will go to hell, not us. He reached out and grasped the evil core. Buzz. A potent wave of energy surged forth from the evil core. As long as he could control the evil core before the explosion, he could harness its power to stave off the blast. Lin Jingtian sneered, are you jesting? The evil core is an ancient relic. Even a star-level powerhouse would require over 3 days to master it. To attempt to control it in merely 30 breaths is pure fantasy. Yin Juiying's brow also creased with concern. Tang Xuan, do not overexert yourself. I will ignite my bloodline to create the shadow realm to protect us. Perhaps we can escape with our lives. She had only just restored her bloodline, and if she recklessly ignited it, she would revert to a state of weakness. Yet, having risked so much to save her, Yin Juiying could not allow him to perish here. As for Yuan Liehua, Lu Ba, and Sima Xing, she could not concern herself with them. Saving even one person was already her limit. Lin Jingtian gritted his teeth and said, even if you evade the explosion using the shadow realm, the sinister energy secret realm will shatter, and this space will be distorted. Unless you remain hidden in the shadow realm forever, the moment you reveal yourself, you will be torn apart. Just the thought of perishing in solitude and despair exhilarates me. Yin Juiying's expression changed dramatically. She had initially believed that burning her bloodline could save both her and Tang Xuan, but the outcome was far graver than she anticipated. In that moment, panic began to grip Yin Juiying's heart. To refrain from rescuing them meant certain death. To attempt a rescue also led to demise. At this juncture, a light-hearted laugh resonated. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. Comprehension system, activate. Instantly, he entered a state of profound understanding. Spiritual energy and soul power surged into the sinister energy core, commencing their fusion. Seeing Tang Xuan begin to merge with the sinister energy core, Lin Jingtian felt no fear. Instead, a look of wild ecstasy spread across his face. This lad is doomed. The sinister energy core is a masterless entity. If it encounters external force, it will cause an imbalance in the core's power. At this moment, one must input energy incrementally to maintain balance within the core to succeed. However, this process demands tremendous mental fortitude and time. Only those of star rank or above can forcibly maintain the core's power balance with their formidable strength. Yet even so, it requires at least 3 days and nights. This boy, merely at the 4th level of the celestial realm, cannot control the sinister energy core with his limited power. He will inadvertently trigger it prematurely due to his feeble strength. Lin Jingtian observed Tang Xuan and made a gesture as if to slice his throat. It's all over. He then raised his hands high. a look of rapture spreading across his face. Come with me to hell. The holy land of rebirth remains eternal. Ha ha. His chilling laughter echoed through the void. Yin Juing, Yuan Liehua, and the others grew increasingly anxious. Even the desire to kill Lin Jingtian faded from their minds. They had never felt 30 breaths of time stretch out so interminably. Soon, 10 breaths had passed. The sinister energy core suddenly trembled, and faint currents appeared on its surface. Not good. Yin Juing clenched her hands tightly, her face etched with worry. The tremor was a precursor to an explosive imbalance. Die. Lin Jingtian's veins bulged as he awaited the explosion. Before long, another 5 breaths elapsed. The sinister energy core quivered violently, and the current expanded like electric serpents, wildly surging. Meanwhile, the corpse of Hong Ying erupted with an unfathomable aura. Lin Jingtian extended 5 fingers. In 5 breaths, you will all be finished. 4, 3, 2. Each count resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of those present. Just as the final word hung in the air, a triumphant laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, it worked. Tang Xuan's eyes suddenly widened, and the trembling sinister energy core ceased its agitation. Consolidate. With a thunderous shout, a beam of light shot forth from the sinister energy core, enveloping Hong Ying's corpse within half a breath's time. Almost simultaneously, Hong Ying's corpse exploded entirely. Boom. A mushroom cloud slowly ascended. The flesh transformed into a tempest, sweeping across the land. Yet, it merely spread a few yards before being halted by an invisible barrier. This ethereal wall trembled gently, confining the horrific energy capable of tearing apart even the mightiest peak-tier warriors within its bounds. Tang Xuan's consciousness stirred once more, causing the invisible barrier to gradually contract until it coalesced into a sphere, which then fell to the ground. Within this sphere resided an intensely concentrated essence of pure energy. Such abundant spiritual energy could not be squandered. Chapter 165, The Shattering of the Heart of Tao. The Fall of Lin Jingtian. Tang Xuan held the sphere with great satisfaction. Encased within it was the entirety of Hong Ying's blood essence and spiritual power. After being amplified by the blood soul forbidden curse, the strength it contained was undoubtedly equivalent to that of a Nebula Realm powerhouse. If he could absorb it, his own prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Thus, wasting it was out of the question. Suddenly, a piercing and mournful shriek echoed through the air. The anguish in the sound sent shivers down even Tang Xuan's spine. Lin Jingtian collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in despair and torment. He had been on the verge of slaying Tang Xuan and the others. Yet this final step had inexplicably been reversed. Despite having come this far, he could not bring himself to kill Tang Xuan. The depth of despair was unfathomable. Meanwhile, Yin Juing, Yuan Liehua, and the others gazed at Tang Xuan in astonishment. He had truly taken control of the core of the dark energy in merely 30 breaths of time. Once again, they bore witness to what true talent and miracles entailed. Why? Lin Jingtian trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at Tang Xuan, blood pouring from his orifices. Yuan Liehua furrowed his brow and sighed. His heart of Tao has shattered. After experiencing utter despair, Lin Jingtian's heart of Tao completely crumbled. Now, he was but a soulless husk, on the brink of breathing his last. You monster! Lin Jingtian screamed, his voice growing weaker. As he uttered his final word, his head slowly drooped, and his breath ceased. He was dead. Yin Juing remarked softly, her gaze fixed on Tang Xuan, her exquisite face concealed beneath a veil of astonishment. Although Lin Jingtian was weaker than her, he was still a formidable figure ranked among the top 10 on the Holy Light list of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. The resilience of such a monster's heart of Tao was remarkable. Yet now, it had been shattered by Tang Xuan, an utterly inconceivable feat. Tang Xuan chuckled. This has nothing to do with me. I did not kill him. Yuan Liehua couldn't help but retort. This is far more tragic than if you had slain him. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Lin Shixiang is dead. We must flee. As Lin Jingtian fell, Liao Shua and Lu Ming's hearts of Tao also shattered. They frantically unleashed their attacks, forcing Lu Ba and Sima Xing back before turning to escape. Trying to escape, are we? Cloud-piercing technique. Sima Xing narrowed his eyes, his body low to the ground as he prepared his ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to teleport, darting past Liao Shua with a dagger that glinted ominously. Within that cold gleam lay the promise of crimson blood. Liao Shua sprinted a few steps, a trickle of blood appearing on his neck before he collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Sima Xing spat on his corpse. Consider yourself fortunate. Lu Ba unleashed the golden bison fist, delivering a colossal blow to Lu Meng's back, shattering his internal organs. Before he even hit the ground, he had already perished. Thus, among the powerful from the Huiguang sacred land, who entered the abyssal energy secret realm, only Shui Baran remained to escape, while the rest had met their demise. Meanwhile, Not a single soul had fallen on the side of the Dark Radiance sacred land. At this moment, outside the Abyssal Energy secret realm, the Grand Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed. It had been 2.5 days since Tang Xuan, Yanjuiying, and the others had entered the secret realm. There remained only half a day until the talismans would lose their efficacy. Yet as of now, there had been no signs of activity from the secret realm. Could something have gone awry? The Grand Elder murmured. Although the Abyssal Energy secret realm was of paramount importance to the Dark Radiance sacred land, Tang Xuan and his companions represented the future hope of their lineage. If forced to choose between the two, the Grand Elder would unhesitatingly opt for Tang Xuan and his allies. As time trickled away, the Grand Elder's anxiety heightened. However, he could not enter the Abyssal Energy secret realm and could only stew in worry. Just then, a maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. No need to wait any longer. All of you from the Dark Radiant sacred land are already dead. Amidst the laughter, a radiant figure descended from the heavens. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed sharply. It's you, Xian. A sinister smile crept onto Xian's face. Yang Yi, it's been far too long. Yang Yi was the true name of the Grand Elder. And his expression darkened suddenly. Humph, the Grand Elder of the Huiguang sacred land has come to this desolate wilderness. What is the matter? Not out vanquishing demons and upholding the path. Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ah, you are indeed correct. I have come to exorcise demons and uphold the path, and to conveniently seize the Abyssal Energy secret realm. Upon hearing the phrase Abyssal Energy secret realm, Yang Yi's heart sank. Humph, do you truly believe that you hypocrites can claim the Abyssal Energy secret realm? How naive. Xian laughed heartily. Foolish Yang Yi. Do you genuinely think Yanjuiying, Yuan Liehua, Lu Ba, Sima, and Tang Xuan are still alive? With each name he uttered, Yang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. How do you know? Xian sneered. Didn't he expect that, did you? Our Huiguang sacred land was already aware of the situation with the Abyssal Energy secret realm. While you entered the secret realm, our formidable warriors had also infiltrated. Not only are they stronger than you, but they also outnumber you. By now, you demonic fiends have likely become corpses. Yang Yi felt as though his heart had been struck by a heavy blow, his complexion turning ashen. Xian, you despicable wretch. Against you fiends, any means are justified. Xian laughed uproariously. It's just a pity that we only managed to eliminate 5 of you. It truly is too few. Yang Yi's fury reached its zenith. Die! He stomped with one foot, unleashing a terrifying aura of the celestial realm, and then struck towards Xian with a powerful palm. Unfazed, Xian met his attack head-on. As their palms met, the world around them transformed in an instant, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Within a 10-mile radius, vitality was extinguished and flora turned to ash. Both were beings of celestial caliber, their powers immeasurable. The residual force had yet to reach them, yet it had already torn through their spirits. Yang Yi, our strengths are evenly matched. You cannot surpass me. Accept the reality. Xian spoke languidly. Yet these 5 individuals were merely the beginning. Soon, the Radiant Light sacred land would unleash a full-scale assault on your domain. What did you say? Yang Yi's face contorted in shock. Though they were adversaries, Xian, by virtue of his standing, would never deceive. His mention of a comprehensive offensive signified the onset of an unfathomably dreadful war. Should the Radiant Light sacred land falter, they would likely face utter annihilation. At that very moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the long-quieted evil energy secret realm. Yang Yi's heart sank, though he could not discern the person's face. The aura emanating from them was unmistakably not that of the Radiant Light sacred land. Yet, Xian wore a smile. It's Shui Buran. This game is secured. Chapter 166. The enraged Yanjuiying as Shui Buran approached. The elders of the 2 sacred lands simultaneously changed countenance, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shui Buran's face was a portrait of panic, even his movements appearing staggered and unsteady. For a top-tier entity, such a demeanor could only arise from an encounter with an unfathomably terrifying event. Shui Buran ran frantically until he reached Xian, gasping for breath, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes wide with fear. What happened, Shui Buran? Why are you in such distress? Where are Lin Jingtian and the others? Xian inquired, brow furrowed. Shui Buran stammered. They are dead. They all perished. At these words, Xian's expression shifted once more. What? Dead? Impossible. Explain this to me. Yang Yi remained silent. From Shui Buran's demeanor, it was evident that the situation was far from simple. Taking a deep breath, Shui Buran recounted the events in a fragmented manner. Lin Jingtian activated the Blood Soul Forbidden spell. They must have all fallen to the Radiant Light sacred land. What? How could this happen? Xian roared, fury evident in his gaze. Incompetence. You worthless fools, so many of you reduced to this state by the Radiant Light sacred land. It is utterly disgraceful. Shui Baran's face flushed crimson as he lowered his head. After berating them for a while, Xian gradually calmed. Enough. Although the mission has failed. At least we have eradicated all those from the radiant light sacred land. He turned to Shui Baran, saying, You will re-enter the evil energy secret realm and retrieve the core. Yang Yi interjected, You will not succeed. Xian laughed coldly. But it is a pity that all your radiant light sacred land comrades are dead. You can only watch as we secure the evil energy secret realm. That must be a bitter pill to swallow. Yang Yi clenched his fists, rage etched across his face. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Who said we are all dead? The shield of the abyssal realm shimmered, revealing the figures of Tang Xuan, Yin Zhuying, and others. How is this possible? Exclaimed Xian and Shui Baran, their expressions drastically altered. Particularly Shui Baran, who had witnessed the activation of the Blood Soul Forbidden spell firsthand. Once unleashed, such a curse was irrevocable. Logically, Tang Xuan and his companions should have met their demise. Yet, miraculously, they were unscathed, even untouched by injury. A fierce glint flashed in Xian's eyes. All of you shall perish. He extended his hand, conjuring a colossal handprint that descended with thunderous force. Tang Xuan felt an overwhelming weight, as if ensnared, completely immobilized. Incredible, is this the power of the celestial realm? At that moment, a similarly formidable black handprint materialized, only to be obliterated in unison. A figure flickered, and the Grand Elder Yang Yi appeared. Xian, dare you act so recklessly before me? Witnessing that Tang Xuan and his group were unharmed while only one of the Radiant Light sect remained alive, filled the Grand Elder with elation. Yang Yi, do not revel too soon. Even if your Dark Radiance sect has survived this time, the Abyssal realm is still beyond your grasp. Xian retorted through gritted teeth. Tang Xuan smiled faintly, extending his hand to reveal the core of the Abyssal realm nestled in his palm. Ahem, Grand Elder, here is the core. Yang Yi did not need to examine it closely. He recognized its authenticity immediately due to the core's unique resonance, impossible to counterfeit. Splendid. Excellent work. Yang Yi relished Xian's ashen face, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Xian, what a pity. Your Radiant Light sect has suffered immensely this time, losing both personnel and resources. This abyssal realm now belongs to our Dark Radiance sect. Xian's face turned an ashen green with rage. But under Yang Yi's protection, he could not eliminate Tang Xuan and his companions. This mere abyssal realm can be yours for now, after all. You will not survive for long anyway. Let us depart. He seized Shui Baran and soared into the sky, watching Xian's furious retreat. Yang Yi's expression gradually turned grave. Despite acquiring the abyssal realm and vanquishing the Radiant Light sect's monstrosities, Xian's words weighed heavily on his mind. This matter was of great significance and required swift discussion back at the sect. Thus, Grand Elder Yang Yi led Tang Xuan and the others onto the iron-clawed demon eagle. Returning to the Dark Radiance sect, you 5 performed admirably, securing the abyssal realm for the sect. I will arrange your rewards, but I have urgent matters to attend to. So rest well. After briefly expressing his gratitude, the Grand Elder hurried away. I'm so exhausted. I haven't eaten in days and feel starved. I'm off to find food. Lu Ba exclaimed. I'll join you. Sima Xing replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed. Yuan Liehua nodded at Tang Xuan. If anything arises, let me know. Initially, he held a low opinion of Tang Xuan, but after witnessing his prowess in battle, his perspective had transformed entirely. Tang Xuan chuckled. All right. If I encounter any insurmountable troubles, I shall certainly seek your assistance. Indeed. Yuan Liehua nodded in agreement. During the battle in the abyssal realm, he had sustained severe injuries from Shui Baran's attack. Although he had managed to heal in time, he had not fully recovered. If he did not expedite his recuperation, he risked leaving behind permanent scars. The more extraordinary a being he was, the more he valued the restoration of his physical form, which served as the vessel for his martial prowess and was of utmost importance. Many internal injuries might seem inconsequential on the surface, yet neglecting them could lead to significant repercussions in the future. A person like Yuan Liehua would never commit such an error. Eventually, only Tang Xuan and Yin Zhuying remained. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Zhuying suggested, would you care to visit my abode? I could offer you some tea. Tang Xuan stifled a yawn. Never mind, I am utterly exhausted and must first indulge in a good sleep. He truly felt drained. Within the abyssal realm, he had repeatedly entered a state of deep comprehension for extended periods, resulting in the immense depletion of his mental energy. Tang Xuan had been pushing himself until this point. But now the exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. He required proper rest. Farewell. He waved his hand and turned towards his dwelling. Observing his graceful retreat, Yin Zhuying, concealed behind her veil, ground her teeth in frustration. This was her first time proactively inviting a man to her home. Had it been anyone else, they would have eagerly accepted her invitation. Yet Tang Xuan, to her astonishment, had declined. Does he truly think I, Yin Zhuing, am so easily deterred? She thought indignantly as she stamped her foot and vanished in a flash, oblivious to her own tone, which bore a semblance of a playful pout. Chapter 167. Gu Tianluo emerges. The Tianluo sect is no more. Women. They only serve to hinder one's swiftness in drawing the sword. Furthermore, with Tang Xian's current level of cultivation, pursuing a woman was merely courting trouble, even if she were a paragon of beauty like Yin Zhuing. The lack of strength brought suffering to both oneself and others. After a satisfying meal and a rejuvenating sleep, Tang Xian's spirit and vitality returned to their peak. He retrieved the orb formed from the explosive energy of the Blood Soul Forbidden spell. Within the orb, dark clouds swirled ominously, lightning crackled, and a terrifying energy coalesced into a tempest that surged chaotically. Although this energy was formidable, it was also exceedingly volatile. Any reckless attempt to absorb it could lead even a Star Realm expert to their demise. However, with the Shura cyclone at his disposal, even the most ferocious energy could be assimilated. He grasped the orb and carefully coaxed a thread of power from it. Boom! Like a cataclysmic explosion. The terrifying energy found its outlet, surging violently into Tang Xian's meridians. A strong sensation of being pulled within his conduit surged through him. Enlightenment! Tang Xian's gaze sharpened as he instantly entered a state of deep comprehension. In that moment, he seized control of the raging spiritual energy and guided it entirely into the Shura cyclone. Through the cyclone's devouring and purification, the energy was transformed into pure, absorbable spiritual essence. Empowered by the Enlightenment System, Tang Xuan swiftly became adept at guiding the energy, continuously devouring and transforming it. After absorbing the essence of the sphere throughout the night, he finally devoured the flesh and blood energy contained within. At the moment dawn broke, a resounding roar echoed within him. Excellent. He had reached the 5th level of the celestial realm. Next, he must continue to digest the gains from this experience. With that, he entered a state of enlightenment once more. Creak. The door swung open. A terrifying gust of energy surged forth, causing the trees and flowers to tremble under its influence. Soon after, Gu Tianluo stepped out of the room, enveloped in a fierce aura of spiritual flames. Ha ha ha, my Tianluo technique has finally reached perfection. Gu Tianluo's face radiated with an unparalleled confidence. He gazed upward at the high structures. Yin Zhuing. Soon, you shall be beneath my feet, becoming my servant. Taking a deep breath, Gu Tianluo suppressed his excitement. He glanced around, and his brow furrowed instantly. Where are the others? Even after emerging from seclusion, not a single member of the Tianluo gang had come to greet him. Humph, it seems the Tianluo gang truly requires a thorough reorganization. Fong Village, where are you? Gu Tianluo bellowed. Regardless of whether Sun Feng arrived or not, most of Fong Village usually stood guard near his residence, and upon hearing his call, they would undoubtedly appear. This had always been the case. However, this time, apart from the howling cold wind, not a single shadow was in sight. Gu Tianluo's anger grew. Have they all chosen to perish? Humph. With a powerful stomp, he vanished from his location and reappeared at the inner sanctum of the Tianluo gang. Once a bustling hub, the Tianluo gang now lay ensnared in webs, devoid of vitality. What has happened? Gu Tianluo was momentarily taken aback. He dashed inside and soon emerged again. Not only was there no one outside, but the entire Tianluo gang was also deserted. His fury and anxiety intensified. At that moment, an inner disciple happened to pass by. Gu Tianluo reached out and forcefully drew the disciple closer. Speak. Where have all the members of the Tianluo gang gone? Where are Fong Village and Sun Feng? The inner disciple, upon realizing it was Gu Tianluo, found himself momentarily breathless. Fong Village, Sun Feng, they're all dead. The rest of the Tianluo gang has either perished or fled. The Tianluo gang is no more. Gu Tianluo erupted in rage. What did you say? He unleashed his aura, causing the earth to crack as waves of energy surged forth like a tempest, shattering the gates of the Tianluo gang into fragments. In that moment, Gu Tianluo resembled a frenzied lion, his fur bristling with fury. Who did this? Who is responsible? Within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiant's sacred ground, only those with sufficient strength and audacity would dare to destroy the Tianluo gang. The only candidates would be the top 4 formidable beings. However, Gu Tianluo was aware that the top 3 were currently in a secret realm, preparing for the imminent battle against the Radiant Light's sacred ground, and could not possibly emerge. Furthermore, given their status, they would not deign to strike against the Tianluo gang. Those of lesser strength would be even more hesitant to provoke the Tianluo gang, for doing so would mean inciting his wrath. No one would be foolish enough to act in such a manner. The answer was becoming increasingly clear. Yin Zhuiying, you have gone too far. Very well, I had yet to seek you out, yet you have already obliterated my Tianluo gang. Is this a warning to me? Gu Tianluo's chest heaved, and his eyes gleamed with a crimson light. The inner sect disciple was momentarily taken aback. It was not Yin Zhuiying's doing. Gu Tianluo's expression shifted in surprise. Not Yin Zhuiying? Then who could it be? The inner sect disciple cautiously replied. It was a newly promoted inner sect disciple named Tang Xuan. Fang Yuan and Sun Feng, they all perished at his hands. What? It was him. Gu Tianluo's brows furrowed. Impossible. While Fang Yuan may be excusable, Sun Feng is a monster ranked 45th on the Dark Radiance list. How could a mere newly promoted inner sect disciple possibly slay him? He shook his head repeatedly. The inner sect disciple forced a bitter smile and said, If you do not believe me, you can inquire freely. Many witnessed Tang Xuan slay Sun Feng and Fang Yuan. Gu Tianluo's expression darkened. This inner sect disciple certainly lacked the audacity to deceive him. Yet, he could not fathom how a mere newly promoted disciple could have killed Sun Feng. However, Gu Tianluo did not ponder for long. For someone like him, the rationale behind the killings held no significance. What mattered was that the members of the Tianluo gang had been eradicated by Tang Xuan. If that were the case, he would ensure Tang Xuan paid the price. Go. Inform the inner sect that Gu Tianluo has emerged from seclusion. Before sunset, let Tang Xuan kneel here to meet me. Otherwise, he shall learn what hell truly is. The inner sect disciple departed, his face pale with terror. Soon, news of Gu Tianluo's emergence from seclusion reverberated throughout the inner sect. Have you heard? The monster ranked 5th on the Dark Radiance list, Gu Tianluo, has emerged. Of course, how could I possibly remain unaware of such a significant event? He is already aware that Tang Xuan has destroyed the Tianluo gang and demands that Tang Xuan kneels before him before sunset. Hiss, will Tang Xuan comply with his demands? From what I know, that fellow named Tang Xuan has quite the stubborn temperament. It is highly likely he will acquiesce, though he has slain the 45th ranked Sun Feng. Gu Tianluo's strength far surpasses that of Sun Feng. Tang Xuan cannot hope to be his match. Refusal would only lead to death. Goodness. It seems the inner sect is about to become quite lively. Amidst the crowd, Lin Shen was drenched in cold sweat. This is serious. I must inform him at once. Chapter 168. Not going? A bounty for murder. After a night of enlightenment, Tang Xuan gained significant new insights into the martial skills he had mastered. He stretched lazily and opened the door. A waft of fresh, slightly damp grass scent greeted him, while warm sunlight bathed him, dispelling the fatigue of the night. Huh. Tang Xuan stretched widely and then patted his stomach. I'm hungry. Time for a meal. Just as he prepared to dine, a figure hurriedly rushed over. Finally found you. Lin Shen gasped for breath. Is something the matter? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. Lin Shen's expression turned serious. Do you know that Gu Tianluo has emerged from seclusion? Tang Xuan shook his head. No, what of it? Lin Shen's face darkened. He has discovered that you killed members of the Tianluo gang, and now he demands that you kneel before him to plead for forgiveness. Tang Xuan merely smiled. Let me kneel and plead for forgiveness? What is he thinking? Lin Shen spoke in a grave tone. Old Tang, this is not a matter to be trifled with. Gu Tianluo is not someone to be compared with Sun Feng. His strength is truly terrifying. Tang Xuan nodded. I understand. Lin Shen's lips twitched. Since you understand, why not go? Tang Xuan chuckled. What do you think he wants me to go for? Lin Shen paused. Kneeling to plead for forgiveness was clearly a scheme to place Tang Xuan in mortal peril. If Tang Xuan truly went on his knees, he would never be able to hold his head high again, forever trampled under Gu Tianluo's feet. If I don't go, he won't spare me. If I do go, he will still not spare me. So why should I go? Tang Xuan smiled, and then directly draped an arm over Lin Shen's shoulder. I'm hungry. Come eat with me. Despite Lin Shen being no match for him now, he had the courage to warn Tang Xuan even in the face of Gu Tianluo's dread. He was indeed a man of honor. Eat. You still have the composure to think about food? Lin Shen's eyes darkened. At such a critical moment, Tang Xuan was still contemplating a meal. Why not? I live for myself, not for Gu Tianluo. If he wants to kill me, that's his business. If I want to eat, that's mine. Lin Shen's heart jolted. As if he had come to a profound realization. To live for oneself. He too was a creature that had ascended the Dark Radiance rankings, his talent unquestionable. But having been ensnared in the fray, he had momentarily lost his way. Now awakened by Tang Xuan, his mind became clear, and he felt an inexplicable sense of transcendence. Haha, you are absolutely right. What is the use of worrying? When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall block it. First, let us eat. With that, the two of them laughed heartily and made their way to the dining hall. As time trickled by, the sun made its descent, casting a blood-red glow across the Tianluo gang. Gu Tianluo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, silent and motionless. Yet, The fluctuating aura around him and the cracked earth beneath his feet revealed his inner agitation. He had waited an entire day, and Tang Xuan had not shown a trace. In the distance, several inner disciples gathered, whispering among themselves. Look, the sun has set. The time has come. Hiss, Tang Xuan hasn't he come? This clearly shows he is disregarding Gu Tianlu. Goodness. No one in the inner sect has ever dared to disrespect Gu Tianlu like this. Look, Gu Tianlu is moving. Under the watchful eyes of many, Gu Tianlu slowly turned, his gaze exuding a fierce, murderous intent. With a swift motion, he waved his hand, unleashing two beams of light that landed on the stone table at the entrance. As the light faded, two treasures were revealed. One was a black token inscribed with the words Dark Radiance, and the other was a crystal radiating multicolored light. Upon seeing these treasures, the inner disciples erupted in gasps. That's the Dark Radiance token and the Dao Crystal. The Dao Crystal, a treasure capable of directly enhancing a warrior's Dao power. What could Gu Tianlu possibly intend by revealing such treasures? The inner disciples exchanged glances, bewildered. These two treasures are truly invaluable. The Dark Honor token bestows numerous privileges, even allowing the bearer to negate a single transgression. Meanwhile, the Dao Crystal empowers a martial artist to enhance their Dao strength in any aspect. Particularly notable is the Dao Crystal, for Dao strength is an essential ability for any formidable practitioner of martial arts. For those monstrous figures on the Dark Honor ranking, the potency of their Dao strength directly influences their standing. A higher rank signifies greater resources and increased attention from the sacred land of Dark Honor. Who could resist such a lure? Ancient Tianluo scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, declaring that whoever could bring him the head of Tang Xuan would claim both treasures. After a brief silence, the inner disciples observing the spectacle erupted in fervent excitement, their eyes ablaze with desire. What? Ancient Tianluo is offering a bounty for Tang Xuan's life. My heavens, by eliminating Tang Xuan, one could obtain the Dark Honor token and the Dao Crystal. How could anyone resist such temptation? I feel compelled to participate. However, another disciple interjected, cautioning, you would be merely offering your life. Tang Xuan has already defeated the fearsome Sun Feng, who ranks 45th. They were reminded that this young man had emerged alive from the abyss, a brutal testament to his prowess. One inner disciple sighed. It seems this task can only be undertaken by the top monsters of the Dark Honor ranking. The crowd nodded in agreement. This was a high-stakes game beyond their reach. Ancient Tianluo certainly held no expectations of them. The Dark Honor token and the Dao Crystal were temptations even the top 10 on the ranking could hardly overlook. Suddenly, two sword lights streaked through the air with blinding speed. Swoosh! A black and white pair of sword marks appeared upon the wall of the Tianluo gang. The black and white swords belonged to Black Sword Looming, ranked 48th, and White Sword Huangying, ranked 49th. This couple was one of the few Dao companions within the inner sect. Although their individual combat strength did not match that of Sun Feng, their combined technique could elevate their prowess to the 40th rank. Whispers spread among the inner disciples as they learned that this couple had honed their sword intent to perfection, preparing to break through to the next level of swordsmanship. With the aid of the Dao Crystal, their potential for advancement was undeniable. A cold smile curled at the corners of Ancient Tianluo's lips. As the fifth ranked on the Dark Honor list, he focused solely on the top four. He regarded the remaining strong figures on the ranking, including the sixth-ranked monstrosity, with disdain. As for Tang Xuan, he deemed him unworthy of his attention. Chapter 169. Perhaps I am quite handsome, having satisfied their hunger. Tang Xuan and Lin Chen strolled towards their villa, shoulders casually intertwined. The passing inner disciples cast astonished glances in their direction. At this moment, who within the inner sect was unaware of Ancient Tianluo's return and his intent to slay Tang Xuan? Oh, is that not Tang Xuan? To my astonishment, Gu Tianlu intends to take his life, yet he appears so brazenly unafraid. Is he truly oblivious to the peril that surrounds him? How could that possibly be? This matter is already common knowledge. His ostentation suggests a blatant disregard for Gu Tianlu. Tang Xuan and Lin Chen strolled past the inner disciples, seemingly indifferent to their murmurs. Both Tang Xuan and the enlightened Lin Chen paid little heed to the chatter, for they embraced the moment. Drink today, for tomorrow is uncertain. With the present so elusive, how could one ponder the future? At that very instant, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, striking the ground where Tang Xuan had just stood. Boom! The sword energy erupted, sending dust and debris flying. Two distinct sword auras, one black and one white, manifested at his previous location. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Before he could utter a word, a male and female voice echoed in unison. Black blade, shattering wind, surprising night snow. White rainbow, piercing sun, breaking cloud abyss. In an instant, the dual swords descended, unleashing a wave of energy that surged outward. Two figures gracefully floated down, the man clad in black, his brows sharp and eyes gleaming with a lethal intent, while the woman exuded elegance, her figure enchanting, radiating an aura as chilling as ice and snow. Upon landing, their piercing gazes locked onto Tang Xuan. The man addressed him, Tang Xuan. The woman followed suit. Your head, please. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. Who are you? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Ranked 48th on the Dark Glimmer list, Black Blade, Lu Ming. Ranked 49th, White Blade, Huang Ying. Their individual combat prowess is formidable, and together they rival the monstrous 40-ranked beings. Old Tang, it seems trouble has found you. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. I expected Gu Tianlu to send someone. I didn't anticipate it would be you too. He glanced at the duo wielding the black and white swords. Did Gu Tianlu send you to kill me? Black Blade. Lu Ming shook his head. No, we are merely here for a fee. White Blade, Huang Ying, added, 1 Dark Glimmer token and a Dao crystal. In exchange for your head. Tang Xuan blinked in surprise. A Dao crystal? How generous. If I weren't so reliant on this head for sustenance, I might consider trading it. He had cultivated his sword, fist, and finger techniques to perfection, and he stood but a step away from the Dao realm. However, that single step proved to be a daunting leap. With a Dao crystal in hand, the scenario would change dramatically. Typically, a single Dao crystal allows one to break through a singular path, yet with his insight system, he might transcend too. Should he transform his momentum into a Dao, his strength would ascend exponentially. How could he not covet that? Will you come with us willingly, or shall we be compelled to act? Black Blade, Lu Ming said coldly. White Blade, Huang Ying chimed in. If you go willingly, you may walk. If we must act, it could get messy. Tang Xian's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated Gu Tianlu would dispatch someone to confront him. What a pity it was to squander time meant for cultivation. With a sigh, Tang Xian pondered. Black Blade. Lu Ming frowned. It seems you are inclined to resist. Interjected White Blade, Huang Ying. Tang Xian grinned widely. Perfect. I've been eager to test the rumored might of the black and white dual swords. He stepped forward, his aura beginning to surge. At that moment, laughter rang out in succession. Old Tang, allow us this round. With that, 2 figures descended from the sky, landing before Tang Xuan. One was as light as a swallow, while the other caused the earth to tremble. Cough, cough, cough. I say, Old Lu, you really ought to practice your landing. You've dirted my new clothes. Sima Xing frowned and brushed off the dust from his attire. Lu Ba glared back. This is called momentum, do you understand? Sima Xing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lu Ba, Sima Xing. Heijian Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Lu Ba ranked 47th, 1 place above him, while Sima Xing was ranked 50th, 1 place below by Jian Huangying. What do you mean by this? Bai Jian Huangying inquired. Sima Xing whistled and replied, Isn't it obvious? I find you two insufferable and wish to have a duel. I lost to you in the last ranking battle and felt a bit unsatisfied. This is the perfect opportunity to settle it. Bai Jian Huangying scoffed. The outcome will be no different. Sima Xing shrugged. Then come on. Although Bai Jian Huangying appeared delicate, her temper was fiercely explosive. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, only to be halted by Heijian Lu Ming. We don't have time for a duel right now. Let us choose another day, another time for that. He pointed at Tang Xuan. To kill him, as per Gu Tianlu's wishes. Think it over. Lu Ba laughed heartily. What is this? Only cowards use Gu Tianlu to intimidate. I'm not falling for that. Tang Xuan is my brother. If you harm him, you're harming us. Heijian Lu Ming's frown deepened. Are you serious? Lu Ba grinned menacingly. Indeed, quite serious. Heijian Lu Ming remained composed, refraining from immediate action as he pondered the situation. After a moment, he spoke. Very well. It seems that the crystal of laws is not meant for us. Huangying, let us go? Bai Jian Huangying understood his intention immediately. Lu Ba and Sima Xing were resolute in their protection of Tang Xuan. Their strength was comparable to that of Heijian Lu Ming's side, and should a fight ensue, there would surely be injuries. It would be foolish to risk one's life for another. Thus, Heijian Lu Ming decisively chose to withdraw. The two turned and left without hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They just left like that? Lu Ba's expression turned peculiar. Sima Xing chuckled. What? Were they supposed to stay and be beaten? Tang Xuan shrugged. You two have spoiled my good fortune. Sima Xing said. If that is the case, shall I call back the black and white twin swords immediately? Tang Xuan smiled. That works too. Sima Xing rolled his eyes. That Gu Tianlu clearly sent them to probe your strength. While we managed to fend off the black and white twin swords this time, next time, even stronger opponents may come. You must be cautious. Tang Xuan chuckled. All right. I will be careful. Sima Xing nodded. Good. Old Lu, let us go. With that, he vanished from sight. Hey, wait for me. Lu Ba hurried after him. Tang Xuan shook his head. They really come and go in a flash. Beside him, Lin Chen stared in disbelief. When did Tang Xuan become so close with Lu Ba and Sima Xing? Their rankings on the Dark Radiance list were far above his own. What perplexed Lin Chen the most was the audacity of the two to openly offend Gu Tianlu for the sake of Tang Xuan. Old Tang Xuan chuckled, oh, perhaps it is because of my handsome appearance. Chapter 170, The Little Wind God. Wang Yi. Lin Chen's lips twitched. How utterly shameless. All right, go cultivate. Tang Xuan patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, then rested his head as he strolled towards his villa. The villa he currently resided in was previously owned by Sun Feng. Indeed, a villa ranked 45th was extraordinary. The gathering array and facilities within were several times superior to those of Han Yu. Observing Tang Xian's silhouette, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Given Gu Tianlu's temperament, he would never relent until his goals were achieved. Having returned empty-handed with the black and white swords, he would surely dispatch stronger warriors next time. The next wave of adversaries would undoubtedly be ranked higher, signifying even greater peril. Even the likes of Lu Ba and Sima Xing could not guarantee his safety. Old Tang, just how long can you hold on? Lin Chen murmured. He then quickened his pace towards Tang Xian's villa. Before the Tianlu gang, Gu Tianlu narrowed his eyes. Judging by the time, it should be about right. With the prowess of the black and white swords, eliminating Tang Xuan would not consume much time. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. The black and white swords have returned. Hiss, did they manage to slay that lad so swiftly? Of course, even though that lad killed Sun Feng, the combined might of the black and white swords was extraordinary. That lad was surely doomed. The black and white swords stepped forward in unison before Gu Tianlu. Gu Tianlu opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon the hands of the two, causing him to frown involuntarily. Where's the head? An awkward expression flashed across the face of the black sword. Lu Ming, we did not kill that lad. We have returned to inform you that we are withdrawing from this deal. Instantly, the venue fell into silence. Moments later, the inner disciples erupted in chaos. What? Did you hear that? Black Sword Lu Ming claimed they did not kill that lad. This implies that the lad's strength surpasses even that of the black and white swords? How can that be possible? Goodness, no wonder he dared to challenge Gu Tianlu. Such strength is truly terrifying. Indeed, a grave expression flickered in Gu Tianlu's eyes. What? With the two of you joining forces, even a monster ranked 40th on the Dark Radiance list would be within your reach, yet you failed to slay that lad? Black Sword Lu Ming replied. Just as we were about to strike down that lad, White Sword Huang Ying interjected. Lu Ba and Sima Xing suddenly appeared, fiercely protecting that lad. We were uncertain of our victory against them, hence we chose to withdraw. Gu Tianlu's frown deepened. The surrounding inner disciples also wore expressions of confusion. How could Lu Ba and Sima Xing possibly protect that lad? When did they become allies? Indeed, they are even willing to confront Gu Tianlu for the sake of that lad. Hiss, I thought that lad was doomed, but it seems he is no ordinary individual. Whispers of speculation began to circulate. Gu Tianlu suddenly laughed. Oh, is this a provocation? The individuals I dispatched lack even the qualifications to slay him. How amusing, truly amusing. He waved his hand at the dual swords of black and white. Since you cannot kill him, you may as well depart. The dual swords nodded and subsequently vanished from sight. Gu Tianlu gazed at the Dark Radiance Order and Dao Ze crystal on the table, his eyes narrowing. It seems that those ranked below 40th, perhaps even below 30th, will find it impossible to eliminate that young man. With that thought, he retrieved a token from his bosom and placed it upon the table. This token, crafted from a precious jade, emanated a mysterious glow, capturing the attention of all present. What is that token? I don't believe I have seen it before. Many inner disciples displayed expressions of confusion. However, one disciple soon recognized the true nature of the token and gasped in astonishment. That is the Dark Radiance Secret Realm token. With this token, one can enter the Dark Radiance Secret Realm to cultivate for 5 hours. At this revelation, all inner disciples immediately cast envious glances. The Dark Radiance Secret Realm. It is the core of the sacred vein, where the speed of cultivation is 50 times that of the outside world. In other words, cultivating for 1 hour in the Dark Radiance Secret Realm is equivalent to cultivating for 50 hours outside. Furthermore, the Dark Radiance Secret Realm token allows for 5 hours of cultivation at once, yielding an effect comparable to 250 hours of training. It may seem like only a little over 20 days, but for monsters of the caliber on the Dark Radiance rankings, it represents a significant advancement. However, the core of the sacred vein can accommodate only a limited number of individuals, allowing only a select few to enter. Even Gu Tianlu possesses but this one token. Those ranked beyond the 10th on the Dark Radiance rankings need not even entertain such thoughts. Gu Tianlu placed the token on the table. In the next moment, a fierce wind howled, causing all inner disciples to squint against the gust. When the storm subsided, a figure appeared beside the table, clad in a flowing azure robe. He radiated an aura of Taoist power. It was the wind god Wang Yi. Gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. The wind god Wang Yi, ranked 15th on the Dark Radiance rankings, has emerged as well. It was said that he had recently encountered difficulties in his breakthroughs and was likely seeking to harness the spiritual energy of the Dark Radiance secret realm to advance his cultivation. Given his strength, even Tin Lu Ba and Sima Xing would not stand a chance against him. That young man is surely doomed. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Wang Yi rapped on the table. Do not let anyone touch my possessions. Gu Tianlu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Rest assured, with me present, no one shall lay a finger on them. Excellent. Within the span of an incense stick, I shall return with a trophy. Wang Yi nodded, then with a single leap, summoned a whirlwind that sent leaves spiraling. When the wind settled, not a trace of him remained. My word, within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, such a deadly vow is declared. Yet, given Wang Yi's prowess, achieving this is hardly a challenge. This time, let us see if that young man can escape death. The inner disciples buzzed with excitement once more. This matter is escalating rapidly, following the dual swords of black and white. Now even a formidable presence like Wang Yi from the top 20 of the Dark Radiance rankings has made his appearance. The Dark Radiance ranking holds a position at the pinnacle, particularly within the top 20, where the most formidable beings reside. Despite Tang Xuan's remarkable prowess, he ultimately remains merely a fledgling within the inner sanctum, incapable of contending with a prodigy like the wind god King Yi. Is the situation still not dire? Humph. This ends here. A cold smirk creased Gu Tianluo's lips. Should Tang Xuan perish at the hands of Wang Yi, it would signify that his abilities are far from exceptional. After all, he is not worthy of my intervention. Before Villa number 45, Lin Chen paced restlessly, his anxiety mounting as Tang Xuan had been sequestered in his room for quite some time. Would a creature from the top 40 arrive? As he muttered to himself, a tempest suddenly swirled around him. Lin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. This was the 171st chapter. One overwhelms another. The wind howled. Dust and stones were sent flying. The terrifying aura felt as if a tornado had descended upon them, suffocating in its intensity. Even someone as formidable as Lin Chen found himself retreating repeatedly before the ferocious gusts. The thought of remaining rooted in place instilled a primal fear of being torn apart by the wind. Lin Chen's expression turned grave. Wind. It could not have appeared without cause, especially within the inner sanctum of the Dark Radiance Holy Land, where all was bound by restrictions. The natural storm had been obliterated before it could approach, indicating that this tempest was not of natural origin, but rather a deliberate act. The name of the wind god King Yi surfaced ominously in Lin Chen's mind. He looked up to behold a figure standing atop the raging winds, hands clasped behind his back, eyes exuding an air of haughty disdain, as if he were a mountain amidst the storm. Merely a glance from him left Lin Chen profoundly shaken. Tang Xuan, come forth and accept your fate. Wang Yi's voice began as a whisper but swiftly escalated into a tempestuous roar. Lin Chen felt as though his chest had been struck by a colossal hammer. Blood surging and breath constricted, forcing him to stagger back several paces before he could regain his composure. How terrifying. His complexion turned ashen. Though he was a formidable entity on the Dark Radiance ranking, he could not withstand the mere call of Wang Yi. The disparity was unmistakable. This is disastrous. Lin Chen clenched his teeth. He had thought to catch his breath after repelling the dual swords of black and white, only to find the next wave of attack arriving with alarming swiftness. Moreover, it was none other than Wang Yi, ranked 15th on the Dark Radiance list. In times past, he would have retreated far from such a confrontation, for the waters here were too murky for him to navigate. However, having recently transcended his own limitations and resolved to reclaim his true self, Lin Chen felt no fear. Instead, he declared solemnly, Tang Xuan is currently in seclusion. According to the regulations of the Dark Radiance Holy Land, disturbances are prohibited. Wang Yi replied coldly, rules hold no sway over me. I am aware he is within that room, and do not presume he can evade me by hiding. He glared at the villa and continued, you have 3 breaths to emerge, otherwise, I shall obliterate both you and your dwelling. Lin Chen opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly interrupted. You would do well to silence yourself and avoid inciting my wrath. I refrain from taking your life, for it would yield me no benefit. Otherwise, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. He understood that Wang Yi spoke the truth. This meant that in merely 3 breaths, Wang Yi would indeed act. Yet, even if he wished to assist Tang Xuan, he was no match for Wang Yi and would only risk his own life. 1, 2, 3. In no time, 3 breaths had elapsed. The villa remained eerily silent, showing no signs of change. A cruel smile emerged on Wang Ye's face. Indeed, as rumored. He was arrogant enough to disregard my words. With his cultivation, he could certainly sense whether Tang Xuan was within the villa. Thus, it was evident that Tang Xuan was deliberately showing him disdain. For one as prideful as Wang Yi, this was utterly intolerable. He reached out his hand and grasped. Boom. The whirlwind's rotation accelerated tenfold. This is easy. Under the extreme rotation, the whirlwind generated streaks of black electricity. The terrifying aura resembled a mountain's roar or a tsunami, shattering the ground beneath it. Lin Shen barely managed to hold on for a moment before being swept away. A black wind dragon slowly materialized, aimed directly at Tang Xuan's villa. A cold smile crept across Wang Ye's lips. It is over. With the strike, you shall die without pain. He pressed down fiercely. And amidst the wild howling, the wind dragon plummeted downwards towards the villa. In the blink of an eye, it reached the top of the villa. Yet Tang Xuan remained utterly unresponsive. In that moment of crisis, flames erupted into the air. A fire tiger appeared, colliding fiercely with the wind dragon. The fire tiger opened its jaws wide and bit down on the wind dragon's neck. Crack! The enormous wind dragon was instantly torn apart into fragments. Wang Ye's pupils constricted. Fire attribute, possessing the power to directly rend the wind dragon apart. The name was on the tip of his tongue. Yuan Lihua. The fire tiger returned, landing atop Tang Xuan's villa. Beside it stood a proud figure. Yuan Lihua. What brings you here? Wang Ye's brow furrowed, his tone softening somewhat, losing the previous sharpness. There was no other choice. Yuan Lihua ranked 13th on the Dark Radiance list, while he was 15th, though the difference was but a single rank. The chasm in cultivation between them was immense. Yuan Lihua crossed his arms, a cold smile on his face. What I plan to do requires no report to you. The statement left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. In the distance, Lin Shen felt elated in an instant. Serves you right. Let us see how you handle someone stronger. Indeed. Wang Ye's face gradually reddened. Then step aside. There is someone I intend to kill within the villa. Yuan Lihua's smile deepened. Today, I am in a good mood. Basking in the sun here. Do you wish to disturb me? Wang Ye's expression darkened. Even he could realize that Yuan Lihua was targeting him. Yet, there was no enmity between them. The answer was clear. It was for the sake of Tang Xuan. What perplexed Wang Yi was the unexpected connection between Tang Xuan and Yuan Lihua. Not only he, but even Lin Shen felt an overwhelming tide of emotions. First, it was Ruba and Sima Xing, and now Yuan Lihua had joined the fray. What enchantment did Tang Xuan possess that could compel such a formidable being as Yuan Lihua to assist him? Wang Yi spoke solemnly. What if I were to say that killing that brat is an order from Gu Tianlu? Yuan Lihua crossed his arms and sneered. Do not attempt to intimidate me with Gu Tianlu. I am merely basking in the sun here. Ultimately, that is all there is to it. However, should you disturb me, even Gu Tianlu would have nothing to say. Wang Yi was filled with rage and hatred, yet felt utterly powerless. He could not defeat Yuan Lihua. Even invoking Gu Tianlu would be futile as long as Yuan Lihua did not acknowledge his protection of Tang Xuan. Are you not leaving? You are blocking my sunlight. Yuan Lihua grinned maliciously. The terrifying intent to kill caused Wang Ye's breath to falter. He realized that it was impossible for him to kill Tang Xuan now. Very well. Yuan Lihua, I shall remember this debt. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving only a whirlwind in his wake. Yuan Lihua watched his departing figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. Fool, I am saving you. Angering him means even Gu Tianlu cannot save you. He then nodded at Lin Shen and disappeared as well. The villa returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Only Lin Shen's shocked gaze betrayed the turmoil within. Chapter 172, Not Dead? Gu Tianlu is furious. Before the Tianlu alliance, everyone awaited in silence, whispers occasionally breaking the stillness. Why had Wang Yi been gone for so long without any news? Could it be that even Wang Yi has faltered? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yi is a monster ranked 15th on the Dark Radiance list. It is inconceivable for him to fail against a mere newcomer. Then why is he taking so long to return? Confusion blanketed the crowd. For Wang Yi had been gone for quite a while. Gu Tianlu's brow furrowed into a deep line. Logically, killing Tang Xuan should have been a simple matter for Wang Yi. A creature of the Dark Knight list would never underestimate their opponent. Just as he pondered this, a sudden gust of wind arose. Wang Yi was returning. The crowd instantly perked up, and Gu Tianlu's eyes widened. Through the tempest, Wang Ye's figure emerged. When the onlookers beheld the grave expression on his face and the emptiness of his hands, an unsettling feeling gripped them. Gu Tianlu's demeanor turned serious. Yet he refrained from asking any questions, knowing that Wang Yi would speak for himself. Indeed, Wang Yi declared gravely. Yuan Lihua intervened. I could not kill that brat. Yuan Lihua. Gu Tianlu's eyes widened in shock. The inner disciples who had gathered to watch erupted in disbelief. What? Yuan Liahua, ranked 13th on the Dark Radiance list, obstructed Wang Yi from killing Tang Xuan? How is this even possible? Hiss. First there was Reborn, then Sima Xing, followed by Yuan Liahua. All of them shielding that young man. This is rather unusual. Why is he able to command all three of them? Good heavens. I initially believed that Gu Tianlu was suppressing him, but it now appears to be a blatant act of disdain. Gu Tianlu seems to have encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Under the watchful gaze of countless peculiar eyes, Gu Tianlu's breath began to grow erratic. Although Tang Xuan had consecutively triumphed over the monstrous entities on the Dark Radiance ranking, even slaying the 45th ranked Sun Feng in Gu Tianlu's eyes, he remained a mere insect, utterly unworthy of his intervention. His overt display of treasures to bargain for his life was primarily to restore the reputation of the Tianluo gang. Gu Tianlu wished to demonstrate that as long as he was present, the Tianluo gang would not falter. Yet now, not only had he failed to assert his dominance, but he had also lost face entirely. The inner disciples observing the spectacle regarded him with expressions of peculiar curiosity. Even Wang Yi could not defeat Tang Xuan. It seemed the entire inner sect was powerless to contend with that young man. Indeed, no formidable beings would risk their lives for mere treasures. If he failed to eliminate Tang Xuan, how could Gu Tianlu ever hold his head high again? The murmurs of the crowd incessantly reached Gu Tianlu's ears, inflaming his fury. A mere brat. I refuse to believe I cannot kill him. If that is the case, then I shall take matters into my own hands. With a sweep of his hand, Gu Tianlu stowed the three treasures into his spatial ring, then with a single leap, he soared through the air towards Tang Xuan's villa. The inner disciples, drawn by the commotion, were astonished. Could it be that Gu Tianlu was truly going to take action himself? It was evident, after 2 failures. He had lost all face and must personally slay his foe to reclaim his honor. However, even if he succeeded in killing Tang Xuan, he would still be deemed a loser, for as the 5th-ranked monster on the Dark Radiance ranking, to hunt down a newcomer was indefensible, regardless of the rationale. Enough of this idle chatter. We must hasten to see. With a rush, the crowd surged after Gu Tianlu. In front of Tang Xuan's residence, Lin Chen paced anxiously. Unable to remain still, Yuan Liahua lay atop the roof, eyes squinted in sheer enjoyment. Suddenly, an intense and terrifying killing intent surged forth. Yuan Liahua's pupils contracted sharply, and he sprang to his feet, his expression turning gravely serious. This killing intent was unlike any other, even he felt his breath quicken. Wang Ye's presence paled in comparison to this aura. At this moment, this overwhelming force could only belong to one person. Gu Tianlu. Yuan Liahua murmured the name. The next instant, Lin Chen, too, sensed it. His cultivation was far inferior to Yuan Liahua's, and under this oppressive aura, he trembled uncontrollably, struggling even to stand. Boom. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged towards the villa. This is bad. Yuan Liahua swiftly appeared in front of the villa and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. The energy wave was utterly obliterated. Following that, another wave came crashing in. Yuan Liahua continued to unleash punch after punch, determined to protect Tang Xuan within the villa from harm. The air grew increasingly turbulent and heavy, as Yuan Liahua's breath transformed from a steady, elongated rhythm to a rapid, frantic pace. The sheer force of the sudden eruption was already overwhelming for him. This was the might of the 5th-ranked monster on the Dark Radiance list. Boom. A cacophony of thunderous vibrations echoed. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure imbued with murderous intent advanced step by step. With each footfall, the potent spiritual energy caused the very ground to tremble. Here it comes. Yuan Liahua's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, an unbridled wave of energy surged forth. Yuan Liahua braced himself, yet was forcefully pushed back several steps, his chest churning with blood and energy. Clatter. Stones cascaded down, revealing a figure radiating an aura of slaughter. Gu Tianluo. Without sparing Yuan Liahua a glance, his gaze was fixated on the villa's entrance. There was no bellowing fury, only an intensifying presence. Zzz. The air crackled with an ear-piercing sound of electricity. Gu Tianluo's glare intensified, and the pressure he exuded crashed against the villa's door like a mountain tide. Boom. The diamond-forged entrance was brutally torn asunder. The inner disciples witnessing this scene collectively gasped in astonishment. How domineering. The door was shattered without a trace of mercy. Naturally, after failing to eliminate his target twice, Gu Tianluo was furious. This time, not even a celestial being could hope to rescue Tang Xuan. After the door's destruction, Gu Tianluo did not relent. Instead, he gathered his energy once more, preparing for a second round of assault. Just then, Tang Xuan emerged from within the villa, a flicker of anger glimmering in his eyes. Yuan Liahua urged urgently, Tang Xuan, flee. You are no match for him. Seek the Grand Elder. I refused to believe he would dare act in the Grand Elder's presence. Humph, leave. Gu Tianluo's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smirk. Before me, no one escapes. Immediately, his momentum surged once more. In an instant, dark clouds obscured the sun, and the heavens shifted in hue. The laws of heaven and earth were manifesting. This scene had undeniably reached the minor completion level of the Tao. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the unparalleled powerhouse ranked 5th on the Dark Radiance list. With a single move, the entire arena was shaken to its core.